Zhou Lin jolted upright in bed, his eyeballs trembling and hands twitching. The terror and pain of falling off a cliff and being shattered into pieces still lingered. His mind still trapped in the throes of his final moments. After several seconds, he finally regained his composure and slapped himself hard. Pain shot through his face, but was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of joy. Rebirth. I've been reborn. He touched his young and intact body, then quickly grabbed his phone from beside the bed to check the time. June 27th, 2023, 9:18 a.m. Damn, Zhou Lin cursed. If his memory served him right, this was just 3 days before the world would end with the eruption of Shifu Mountain. 3 days, what could he do? What could he change? Collect supplies and weapons. With his current resources, how much could he gather? Or should he indulge himself for 3 days and then end it all? That might save him some suffering, but suddenly, several faces flashed through his mind. AI Bing, Tang Ili, Chao Bowen, Zhang Kachin. Among them, the one who filled Zhou Lin with the most hatred was his girlfriend, AI Binger rather, the girl who hadn't acknowledged she was his girlfriend. Thinking about how he had poured his heart out for AI Bing only for her to treat him as a backup option, Zhou Lin felt like slapping himself again. Just then his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was AI Bing. Were you sleeping? Didn't you say you go shopping with me today? That voice hadn't forgotten it in 2 lifetimes and never would. He remained silent, but in his mind echoed the words. Push him down, skin and bones, not even worth burning. Although raspy now, they were spoken by the same mouth. Ha! Zhou Lin sneered inwardly as AI Bing continued talking on the phone. I am hungry, Zhou Lin. Why aren't you saying anything? Babe, are you feeling unwell? I'll come see you once I'm done here. Wait for me, okay? Each word AI Bing spoke sounded perfectly fine, even conveying apparent concern for Zhou Lin. What a load of crap. All lies, deceit. Last night, Zhou Lin had asked AI Bing out for a meal, shopping, and a movie today, but she refused, claiming she needed to accompany a friend. A blatant lie. She was actually accompanying a rich playboy and had gone so far as to get into bed with him. This was something AI Bing herself admitted later, adding that she was sitting in that playboy's lap while talking on the phone with Zhou Lin. Thinking about it made Zhou Lin's face twitch with rage. He wanted nothing more than to make AI Bing pay right now. But he held back, trying to keep his voice steady. Sure, come over as long as AI Bing dared to show up. Zhou Lin would break her legs. He wouldn't kill her outright, that would be too easy for her. He wanted her to live, to witness the apocalypse with her own eyes, to let her sink into darkness, to feel her body slowly rot away, to be enveloped by endless despair, struggling yet never escaping, living a life worse than death until Zhou Lin finally allowed her to die. That would truly be satisfying. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Lin suddenly felt a sharp pain deep in his mind. As the intense pain subsided, he smiled. He saw a glowing orb floating in his consciousness. If he wasn't mistaken, this orb should only appear 5 years after the apocalypse. An ability orb. After the end of the world, many people thought humans would evolve or gain superpowers like in novels. However, it wasn't until the 5th year that the first ability user appeared. Soon after, the first batch of evolved humans also emerged. Although most abilities had only auxiliary functions, ability users could always evolve, making them far stronger than ordinary evolved humans and placing them at the top of the post-apocalyptic hierarchy. The most unfortunate were those who neither gained abilities nor evolved later, known as ordinaries. By the 10th year of the apocalypse, 99.99% of ordinaries either became enslaved, cannon fodder, or even living food. Zhou Lin remained an ordinary until his death, while his girlfriend, AI Bing, used her striking looks and social skills to not only gain an ability, but also successfully evolve. If it weren't for the appearance of abilities, Zhou Lin wouldn't have been sure the apocalypse was real. Now, there was no doubt. If only it were a spatial ability. Feeling the slowly rotating orb in his consciousness, Zhou Lin took a deep breath, filled with hope, and reached out with his mind to touch the orb. The moment they connected, various forms of transportation appeared in his mind. What is this? Soon, Zhou Lin understood the nature of his newfound ability. Symbiosis. Symbiosis basic limited to non-living vehicles, no conditions required for initial symbiosis. After about 10 minutes, he opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. The core aspects of symbiosis could be summarized into 4 main points. mental control. After establishing a symbiotic link, the vehicle can be controlled mentally. Storage space. There is a dedicated space where symbiotic vehicles can be stored. Customization. While stored, the vehicle can be modified. Energy and materials. Using and modifying symbiotic vehicles requires corresponding energy and materials. What excited Zhou Lin the most was the dedicated storage space. Although it could only store symbiotic vehicles, it didn't affect the items inside the vehicles, essentially creating a storage space. Thinking about this, Zhou Lin felt elated. Was this what they called finding silver linings? He originally just wanted a convenient, fuel-efficient mode of transportation. But now, perhaps he should find a vehicle with more internal space. How about a container truck? The largest standard container measures 12.2 meters long, 2.4 meters wide, and 2.9 meters high, with an internal volume of around 80 cubic meters. Don't underestimate 80 cubic meters. With a density of about 0.8 for bulk rice. You could store 100 tons of rice at a rate of 1 kilogram per day. That's enough to last him 273 years. If we don't consider the spoilage of rice, a 24-year-old Zhou Lin would only need about 28 tons of rice to live until he's 100. That still leaves 45 cubic meters in the container for other items. Moreover, the truck cab has some storage space and, if necessary, additional trailers. Wait, trailers? Zhou Lin's eyes lit up, and then he smacked his forehead, cursing himself for being a fool. Of course. How many trailers can you attach? But if I could form a symbiosis with an entire train, he quickly searched online. Container freight trains can pull around 50 cars. And even if each car holds 2 containers, that's at least 100 containers, totaling 8,000 cubic meters. Thinking about this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but swallow hard. He was almost desperate to get his hands on a train right away. However, after a few minutes, he calmed down. It wouldn't work. Current trains are electric locomotives. After the apocalypse, where would he find the power to run them? Without electricity or tracks, freight trains would be reduced to mere storage spaces. While they offer vast storage, they would be completely useless for transportation. Additionally, he had no way to gather enough supplies to fill an entire freight train. Even using the storage space for free shopping sprees seemed impractical within just 3 days, especially when acquiring a freight train itself would be a monumental task. So, Zhou Lin concluded that unless there were truly no better options, he would not consider a freight train. The first use of symbiosis has no restrictions. I must choose the best possible vehicle. What's this now? Still getting notifications. His phone screen suddenly lit up. Zhou Lin initially thought it was a message from AI Bing, but it turned out to be a news alert. However, once he read the headline, he couldn't look away. Chapter 2. The frantic objective. Surely, I must be out of my mind, Zhou Lin muttered as he opened his computer browser, intent on verifying some information to decide whether to embark on a reckless venture. The vessel measured an astonishing 337 meters in length and between 41 to 77 meters in width, with a height exceeding 40 meters, not including the mast. Its full displacement surpassed 110,000 tons. Equipped with 2 A1B pressurized water nuclear reactors, it could operate for 50 years, generating over 200,000 kilowatts of power. The hangar extended 190 meters in length, over 30 meters in width, and stood 9 to 10 meters tall, boasting a volume equivalent to 60,000 cubic meters, approximately 750 large shipping containers. In a combat-ready state, a single supply could sustain 5,000 personnel for 3 months, including provisions. Just these figures alone were enough to quicken one S-pulse and set one S-eyes ablaze. Damn it! Zhou Lin slammed his fist onto the tabletop, contemplating the audacity of life and death. Having resolved his determination, his cheeks flushed with fervor. He promptly contacted a familiar travel agency to arrange the quickest passage to the island nation. Moments later, the agency called back. "Brother, if you provide your passport now, you can catch the flight tonight. Though the price money is no issue," Zhou Lin replied. "I'll come over right away. Please have your passport ready." With wealth wielding considerable influence, Zhou Lin boarded a bus headed for the airport by 5 o'clock. At 7:30, the flight from Yun City to the capital of the island nation took off punctually and landed smoothly 4 hours later. After taking a bus from the airport to the city center, he stepped off and drew a heavy breath. Just the thought of his audacious plan sent his heart racing. The city was aglow with neon lights, and the air seemed to shimmer with an intoxicating allure. Eccentrically dressed girls strolled past him, often slowing their pace, captivated by his handsome features and intriguing demeanor. Some even greeted him, but alas, they spoke in the island's native tongue, which Zhou Lin could not comprehend. Nor did he have the inclination to engage at the moment. After checking into the hotel reserved by the travel agency, Zhou Lin confined himself to his room. The location was superb. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling glass, he could gaze upon the port of the island's capital. Tonight, the harbor sparkled particularly brightly, as it hosted a fleet from the beautiful nation, a sight both welcoming and menacing, aimed at showcasing strength while threatening Xia country and Mao country. Zhou Lin squinted, fixating on the largest silhouette in the harbor, the flagship of the Tefa-class aircraft carriers, the Tefu. What of aircraft carriers? Are they not modes of transportation? No. Zhou Lin believed they were, therefore they were. He drew the curtains and commenced his evening rituals. Tonight, there would be no opportunity, even in the island nation's harbor. The beautiful nation would undoubtedly maintain stringent protection over its prized assets. Anyone daring to approach the Tefu would likely face lethal consequences. And Zhou Lin had no desire to meet such a fate. The opportunity lay in the morrow. Perhaps in a bid to demonstrate its power to the island nation and the world, the beautiful nation had designated a boarding day during this visit, permitting individuals to embark on any warship in the harbor, including the Tefu. While it was certain that those allowed aboard would have their movements restricted, most likely limited to standing and walking on the deck, it was sufficient for Zhou Lin. After a night of rest to rejuvenate his spirit, he was prepared to seize the moment. On June 28th, under the radiant sun, it was evident to Zhou Lin that it would be a day to astonish the world. After 9 o'clock, the port became bustling with activity. Streamers, balloons, elaborately made-up individuals, and peculiar figures filled the scene. Walking towards the harbor, Zhou Lin felt the crowd was denser than during spring festival travel back home. The cacophony of musical instruments, horns, and various languages raised in excitement was overwhelming, compelling Zhou Lin to wish for a pressure bomb to quell the noise. Fortunately, upon catching sight of the Tefu, he felt like he had swallowed several ice creams on a sweltering summer day, a wave of comfort washing over him. He involuntarily trembled with anticipation. Stay composed. Zhou Lin pinched his thigh in his pocket, wary of revealing his unusual excitement. A modicum of awareness would suggest that among the throngs were likely agents of the beautiful nation stationed to preempt any threats. As he drew closer, the enormity of the Tefu became ever more apparent. Not only was its massive form reminiscent of a sports arena, towering like a dozen stories, but the mooring ropes extending to the dock were thicker than his thigh. Boarding had commenced. A throng of ecstatic individuals formed a queue on the dock, and Zhou Lin scanned the line, unable to see its end. If he were to join, he feared he might wait indefinitely, and given his status, he might not even gain entry. He lacked the identification of an islander. Fortunately, Zhou Lin had never intended to stand in line. His symbiotic ability did not require him to board a vehicle. Merely touching even a portion of it sufficed to activate his skill. Not far from him stood a massive mooring bollard, and as he stealthily moved behind it, he ensured no one was watching before resting a hand on the Tefu's metallic mooring line. Symbiosis activated. In an instant, Zhou Lin felt after the maintenance concludes, a grand celebration will ensue. At that time, with the exception of essential defense personnel, the majority of officers and soldiers, including the captain, will disembark. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Truly, heaven is assisting me." Chapter 3. Acquired but not fully secured 20 F-35C aircraft, 24 F/A-18F fighter jets, 7 EA-18G electronic warfare planes, 5 E-2D early warning aircraft, 3 CMV-22B Osprey transport aircraft, 19 MH-60 RS helicopters, 5 MQ-25A refueling drones, several vehicles including armored personnel carriers, 3 small submarines and 6 unmanned underwater vehicles. Just yesterday, we had received supplies of aviation fuel and gasoline totaling 10,000 tons. Assorted food and seasonings amounting to 6,000 tons, daily living necessities of 8,000 tons, and various medications weighing 50 tons. At this moment, Zhou Lin felt as though he had transformed into a fool driven mad with joy. Oh my, Oh my, it's all mine. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the soldiers aboard the Tefu began to bid farewell to the visitors, and by 3:30 the stairs were closed for routine maintenance. By 5:30, the soldiers who had participated in the festivities began to disembark. At 6, the captain and a group of officers descended the gangway with smiles. By 7, the total number of personnel aboard the Tefu, which originally boasted over 5,000, had dwindled to fewer than 300, with the highest ranking among them being Colonel Magri, who was responsible for the aviation unit. Though he couldn't partake in the celebrations, Magri ensured he didn't neglect himself, inviting 2 female soldiers to his quarters for drinks, conversation, and dancing. In short, there was little to worry about in the capital port of the island nation. However, as Magri engaged in deeper conversation with the 2 female soldiers, the waters at the ship's stern suddenly churned. Simultaneously, the metal cables stretching onto the shore writhed like serpents, quickly detaching from their mooring posts and retracting into the ship's hull. The anchor machinery roared to life, rapidly drawing in the thick anchor chain, as the 30-ton iron anchor was dragged from the water, clattering as it was secured at the bow. In a mere 10 minutes, the Tefa began to slowly turn, this massive movement finally capturing the attention of everyone around, including the personnel aboard other warships. What on earth is happening? The Tefu is moving? No orders were issued. Quickly, contact the Tefu. The personnel on the beautiful nation's fleet were left bewildered by the commotion from the Tefu. No matter how formidable a carrier is, it cannot act independently. Otherwise, it becomes a live target. Thus, if the Tefu were to depart, the other ships in the fleet would inevitably receive orders, and they would even need to set sail before the Tefu. Yet, no matter how hard they tried to reach the Tefu, they received no response. Or perhaps, no desire to respond? Damn it, contact the National Defense Department and say. The Tefu he had scarcely uttered a single word when the elegant aircraft above him demanded that he deactivate the power system of the Tefu and remain at anchor. Should he fail to comply, they threatened to initiate an aerial assault. An aerial strike, you say? Zhou Lin chuckled softly and promptly transmitted the footage of the foreign military officers and soldiers captured by surveillance to the internet, catching the elegant nation off guard. Damn it. The president of the elegant nation swallowed yet another anxiety pill and bellowed, have them devise a plan immediately. Any viable solution, anything, except the use of nuclear weapons. Chapter 4. The gift the aircraft atop the aircraft carrier departed. However, this did not imply that the beautiful nation was willing to capitulate, particularly after their think tank deduced that the Tefuo was likely en route to the Summer Nation. The government of the beautiful nation promptly declared a state of war and issued stern diplomatic warnings to the Summer Nation. They cautioned the Summer Nation's government against playing with fire. In response, the spokesperson for the Summer Nation adeptly employed his skills in diplomacy, pushing back and deflecting, ultimately stating that the Summer Nation does not endorse violence as a means of resolution. He urged those who had commandeered the aircraft carrier to refrain from harming the lives of beautiful nation servicemen, assuring them that if assistance were required, the Summer Nation would be willing to provide humanitarian aid based on proximity. The spokesperson's remarks were met with satisfaction by netizens from the Summer Nation, who flooded the comments with remarks such as, "Proximity principle, dear hijackers, take note. Our humanitarian aid is yours to claim." It was rumored that our fleet had set sail, surely to protect the servicemen of the beautiful nation. However, they requested that the beautiful nation settle the fuel costs first. Naturally. But what if the aircraft carrier took on water? Would it need to be towed back first? Zhou Lin had never contemplated handing over the Tefuo to the military of the Summer Nation, setting aside the fact that the Tefuo was his lifeline in the apocalypse. Even if he had such intentions, there was no time. If possible, Zhou Lin wished to inform his family, to prepare them for what lay ahead. His greatest regret in his previous life was that after the calamity struck, he had been preoccupied with that wretched AI being. By the time he remembered his family, communication and roads had been severed, leaving him uncertain until his death about the fate of his parents and younger sister. I shall not act foolishly this time. You must wait for me. The Tefuo possessed formidable mobile communication capabilities, yet Zhou Lin was unable to contact his family. Otherwise, within 3 minutes, all his information would be laid bare on the desks of world leaders. He might be unafraid, but his family would undoubtedly be thrust into peril, possibly even captured to leverage against him. Human hearts have never withstood the crucible of trial. Fortunately, Zhou Lin recalled that prior to the calamity, there had been volcanic eruptions in the island nation and the beautiful nation, followed by a series of strong earthquakes in the adjacent tectonic plates, culminating in tsunamis that ravaged coastal cities and air pollution caused by volcanic ash. The devastation beyond the disaster-stricken areas had not been severe in his hometown. Social order had continued to function normally. Therefore, it was highly probable that his family remained safe in the months leading up to the calamity. As long as Zhou Lin could return in time, leveraging the Tefuo and his knowledge of the disaster, guiding his family to survival should pose no insurmountable challenge. As the clock struck midnight, brilliant, multicolored auroras illuminated the skies above the island nation. Some experts claimed it was the Northern Lights, while others speculated it was a harbinger of impending catastrophe. Regrettably, few believed such assertions. And even those who did saw no connection between the island nation's disaster and the summer nation. Simultaneously, the presidential office of the beautiful nation received warnings from research institutions regarding the abnormal activity of their domestic supervolcano, advising the presidential office to take appropriate precautions. Yet, the presidential office was preoccupied with the Tefuo, leaving little time to address this matter. At 1:30 a.m., at a beautiful nation military base in the island nation, a transport aircraft taxied down the runway, preparing for takeoff. Inside the cabin, 24 fully armed Marine Corps soldiers were finalizing their preparations. Their superiors had informed them that medals, celebratory banquets, and girls awaited their triumphant return. Their mission was to reclaim the Tefuo at all costs. At 5 a.m., the transport aircraft skimmed the surface of the sea as it approached the Tefuo's flight path. The cabin doors opened, and the soldiers leaped out of the aircraft like dumplings, parachuting into the ocean with an almost suicidal fervor. Subsequently, the 24 individuals utilized 3 propulsion devices to converge toward the Tefuo's route. Everyone assumed this meticulously designed operation would go unnoticed, yet unexpectedly, the Tefuo made a slight course adjustment, an error that could have catastrophic consequences. Is this it? Are the radars merely for show? Zhou Lin shook his head in the captain's quarters and then sent a video over the public frequency. The footage depicted the disheveled servicemen of the beautiful nation, accompanied by a voiceover. Our patience is finite. We urge the beautiful nation to exercise caution. Should there be a next time, we shall randomly select 50 fortunate individuals to send to paradise. Furthermore, we will disseminate all classified information from the Tefuo to the world via public frequency. Madman, how dare he? Cease all operations. The reactions among the beautiful nation's populace varied. While nearly everyone in the summer nation eagerly anticipated the next move from the beautiful nation. Can you do it, you coward? Don't flinch. Aren't you a world power? Face us head on. This tactic proved effective. For a brief period, the beautiful nation indeed refrained from any rash actions. On June 29th, at 2 p.m., a minor earthquake struck Honshu Island in the island nation. Although the magnitude was low, it instilled terror across the globe. If the nocturnal auroras provided no indication, the earthquake on Honshu Island was undoubtedly the final warning of an imminent volcanic eruption from the island nation's largest volcano. No experts were needed to explain. As soon as the tremors subsided, the inhabitants of Honshu, particularly those near the volcano, began a frantic evacuation. Meanwhile, the elite beyond Honshu were hastily boarding private jets, fleeing to the beautiful nation or Northern Europe. Countries around the world commenced the withdrawal of personnel from their institutions in the island nation, advising their citizens to leave promptly. The summer nation even dispatched a fleet capable of accommodating 200,000 people to execute the evacuation mission. Upon receiving news of the earthquake, Zhou Lin sprang into action. As a citizen of the summer nation, although he could not deliver the Tefuo to his homeland, he could gather the invaluable information aboard the Tefuo to present to the country. From various materials and data to manuals for fighter jets, early warning aircraft, maintenance, nuclear reactor control software, and management systems, these treasures would undoubtedly bolster the summer nation's technological capabilities, addressing its deficiencies and serving as a catalyst for overall advancement. In his previous life, when Zhou Lin perished, the leadership of the summer nation was tirelessly striving to ensure the survival of its people. The materials aboard the Tefuo might prove crucial in navigating future calamities. I suppose this counts as my contribution to the Summer Nation and the continuation of humanity. Glancing at the box of hard drives he had meticulously gathered over 4 hours, Zhou Lin felt a surge of pride. The box was specially designed, akin to the black boxes found in aircraft, ensuring the hard drive's safety. Ultimately, the box was placed inside an unmanned submersible. At 10 p.m., the Tefuo, now 100 kilometers from the Summer Nation's evacuation fleet, began to decelerate. Zhou Lin sent a clear message to the fleet. This is the Tefuo. Good evening to the Summer Nation's evacuation fleet. Have you all eaten? We are about to release the servicemen of the beautiful nation into your waters. We hope your fleet will embody the spirit of humanitarianism and provide timely assistance. This is the Summer Nation's evacuation fleet. We just had a late-night snack. We will rescue those who fall into the sea. Anything else? One must admit, the response from the Summer Nation's fleet was quite clever. In this world, who else would greet others with inquiries about their meals? Zhou Lin nearly burst into laughter. To be more cautious, he replied, "That's good to hear. We have faith in the quality and integrity of the Summer Nation's military. However, for the love of God, please ensure that the rescue operation is thorough, lest anything be left behind." Chapter 5 The Joy of Inventory. The Summer Nation fleet responded. Received. Rest assured, the Summer Nation evacuation fleet extends its profound respect for your release of the hostages. Profound respect? What do a bunch of pretty soldiers need that for? Zhou Lin understood. Regardless of how other nations, especially the beautiful nation, would react to this communication, he activated the ship's intercom. I'm not afraid to tell you, the apocalypse is approaching, and the world is about to end. You now have 2 choices. One is to take the lifeboats. The Summer Nation evacuation fleet will pass nearby shortly to rescue you. The second is to meet your maker. Within 15 minutes. Those who wish to leave should raise their hands and gather on the deck. Zhou Lin spared the lives of these beautiful nation soldiers solely to protect the data. No matter whether the beautiful nation would suspect his collusion with the Summer Nation fleet, they would not dare openly launch missiles at their own. 15 minutes later, around 300 beautiful nation soldiers gathered on the deck, patiently waiting. Very well, you may deploy the lifeboats. Several ship cannons turned, their dark muzzles forbidding any movement from the soldiers. Yet not everyone was compliant. For instance, Colonel Magri exclaimed, "Our beautiful nation will never compromise." He raised his fist defiantly. Quite spirited. Zhou Lin smirked, thinking, just perfect, gallant Colonel Magri, go forth, glory be with you. In the next moment, a flash from the cannon, and boom, limbs scattered. Blood mist enveloped the air. Before the eyes of the crowd, Colonel Magri became a testament to Zhou Lin's decisiveness and coldness, effectively serving as both a prompt and a deterrent. At least I didn't waste a shell. Zhou Lin observed the dwindling number of soldiers, nodding in satisfaction. Once everyone had boarded the lifeboats, he discreetly deployed a drone equipped with hard drives, setting it to hover at a depth of 50 meters beneath the lifeboats, awaiting retrieval by the Summer Nation fleet. All that could be done was completed. The rest would be left to fate. The risk was substantial. Without hostages, he had lost a shield. No one could guarantee that the beautiful nation wouldn't target the Teifu with missiles or even tactical nuclear weapons. In fact, as Zhou Lin propelled the Teifu at maximum speed toward the territory of the Summer Nation, the leaders of the beautiful nation, aware that the hostages had been released and handed over to the Summer Nation evacuation fleet, convened an emergency meeting in a secure underground facility. "I believe we should immediately destroy the Teifu," declared the newly appointed acting Minister of Defense. "In fact, I have already ordered our new strategic bombers to take off from the mainland. Within 3 hours, we can locate it and then completely obliterate it." Aboard the Teifu, Zhou Lin had just received a message from the Summer Nation evacuation fleet, informing him that they had rescued the beautiful nation soldiers at sea, emphasizing that all had been retrieved, leaving nothing behind, and once again expressing their deep respect for Zhou Lin. After responding with a polite acknowledgement, he resumed his inventory of supplies. Although he could manipulate the Teifu and its equipment with ease due to their symbiotic relationship, he still needed to personally oversee the inventory outside the ship. Moreover, having taken such significant risks to acquire the Teifu, failing to meticulously inventory it would be akin to wandering in finery without purpose, losing the greatest joy. Thus, this task was essential. In a world on the brink of collapse, survival hinged on clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, and the inventory of supplies had to begin with food. As a super aircraft carrier capable of accommodating 5,000 people, the Taifu boasted several food freezers and storage rooms. Due to dietary preferences, the various ingredients for hamburgers alone exceeded 1 million portions, averaging a daily consumption rate of about 10,000 hamburgers. If Zhou Lin's family of 4 consumed 20 a day, they wouldn't finish in 100 years. Considering the diverse tastes and nutritional needs of 5,000 people, hamburger ingredients comprised less than 1/10 of the freezers in storage. In addition to the common meats, various staple foods including rice, fresh and dehydrated vegetables, and fruits were found, as well as several tons of premium ingredients like Wagyu beef, foie gras, caviar, and a plethora of high-end seafood. Staples were abundant, and there was no shortage of beverages and snacks. Over 10 tons of soda concentrate were refrigerated, and 2 barrels of this concentrate could yield 250,000 liters of soda with just purified water and dry ice. After all, not drinking soda would hardly make one a beautiful nation citizen, so stockpiling such quantities was entirely reasonable, since the Taifu was powered by nuclear energy. Unless there was a reactor malfunction or a need for nuclear fuel, the energy was plentiful, and food stored at -60 degrees in the freezers posed little risk of spoilage. With nearly 2,000 tons of food and an uninterrupted supply of ultra-low temperature storage, Zhou Lin's food anxiety was thoroughly assuaged. If there were any downsides, it was the lack of ingredients that suited the dietary habits of the summer nation, and a scarcity of exclusive seasonings from various regions, such as the indispensable chili, Sichuan pepper, and broad bean paste for the people of Bashu. They existed, but in particularly limited quantities. He noted that he would need to replenish these upon returning, in contrast to the vast quantity and variety of food. The clothing aboard the aircraft carrier appeared monotonous and sparse, consisting primarily of military uniforms for both genders in various sizes and uses, ranging from summer to winter attire, and even a small batch of polar thermal combat suits. Fortunately, Zhou Lin held minimal expectations in this regard, and military uniforms and combat gear emphasized performance and functionality, adequately meeting the clothing requirements of the apocalypse. There was little concern regarding shelter, given the sequence of disasters ushering in the apocalypse. Zhou Lin did not intend to stray far from his homeland. Bashu has always been a blessed land. As long as he found a suitable location to camouflage the aircraft carrier, his family could live comfortably and securely, with impenetrable ice, air conditioning against the heat, immunity from floods, and stability against earthquakes. Just thinking about it was delightful. The more he inventoried, the more Zhou Lin felt his wisdom. Rather than toiling to collect this and that, regardless of space constraints, for an ordinary family, funding was the greatest limitation. Unless one could manage a zero-cost acquisition from start to finish. The blaring alarm interrupted Zhou Lin's inventory. RASM detected. Warning. RASM detected. Warning. RASM detected. Warning. RASM was the beautiful nation's most advanced anti-ship missile, reportedly still in development and not yet deployed in combat. Damn. Zhou Lin's mind raced as he instantaneously transported himself from the storage room to the captain's quarters, where the emergency lights above were flashing incessantly and the alarm blared piercingly. In the sky, several sleek, silver-gray figures were soaring toward the Taifu at a speed of 1.5 Mach. They alternated between S and B formations. Ultimately, as they approached within 20 kilometers of the Taifu, they skimmed the ocean's surface, accelerating in a wave-piercing manner. The beautiful nation was indeed investing heavily. The first wave of anti-ship missile attacks exceeded 12, and if just 1 or 2 succeeded, it would be enough to severely damage the Taifu. Chapter 6. The misunderstanding. The radar aboard the Taifu did not detect any warships or aircraft, indicating that the incoming missiles were launched from at least 350 kilometers away. Given such a distance, it was no wonder that the RASM was employed. If it were merely 1 or 2 missiles, Zhou Lin would not have panicked. After all, the Taifu was equipped with RIM 162, RIM 116, and the 15 Malawian Quach's 20mm 6-barrel phalanx CIWS. Formidable defenses in their own right. Under Zhou Lin's command, the first to be launched was the RIM 162C Sparrow, as a medium-range anti-missile missile. The Sea Sparrow possesses remarkable maneuverability. With the Tefyu's powerful combat system, the first batch of 12 Sea Sparrows surged forth, racing towards their target. Meanwhile, the Rim, 116, serving as the second layer of defense, stood ready. Once the LRASM entered range, it was eager to launch, regardless of the Sea Sparrow's success or failure. Lastly, the Phalanx CIWS was activated, its barrels aimed at the LRASM. Should the Sea Sparrow and the Rim 116 fail, it would be Zhou Lin's and the Tefyu's last hope. On the sea surface, less than 10 kilometers from the Tefyu, dozens of missiles, moving at such speed that they were almost impossible to track, began their pursuit. Zhou Lin observed intently. He had expected that the 36 anti-missile missiles would either eliminate all the LRASMs or, at the very least, destroy the majority, with the Phalanx CIWS ready to intercept any remnants. Yet, to his astonishment, both the Sea Sparrow and the Rim 116, despite closing in on the LRASM, suddenly veered off course at the last moment, narrowly missing their target. What on earth? A backdoor? Zhou Lin's heart sank. There was no time to launch a second wave. Could he rely solely on the Phalanx now? The next moment, the Phalanx CIWS, controlled by the aircraft carrier's fire control system, entered a state of fine-tuning. As Zhou Lin braced himself for a display of fireworks, he was rendered speechless by a bewildering sight. The barrels of the Phalanx appeared to be dancing. It was as if invisible hands were directing one barrel towards the incoming missiles, only for another hand to rotate it away just before impact. This incessant back and forth made it seem as though the barrels were performing a dance. The Sea Sparrows and Rim 116 had betrayed their mission, and the Phalanx danced in confusion. Zhou Lin could hardly comprehend the bizarre turn of events. The LRASM offered him no respite for contemplation in his almost despairing gaze. The LRASM confidently crossed the final 10 kilometers, lowering itself to the aircraft carrier's waterline, like a master swordsman wielding a simple yet deadly technique. Game over, Zhou Lin thought. Not even the Tefyu could withstand a saturation attack from a dozen LRASMs, especially near the waterline, if the hull were to be breached repeatedly. The consequences of the ensuing explosions, not to mention the flooding, could lead to catastrophic imbalance or even the tearing apart of the vessel. As the missiles approached within 100 meters, Zhou Lin shut his eyes in anguish. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Damn! Had the LRASMs become sluggish? Zhou Lin skeptically opened his eyes, just in time to witness 12 LRASMs rising from the ocean like bamboo shoots after a rain, nearly brushing against the hull of the Tefyu as they shot skyward. What the hell? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would dare believe it? How could I have forgotten? They're our own. Zhou Lin slapped his forehead, elated. In order to prevent friendly fire, the national military would conduct a code verification, and evidently, the Americans had overlooked this detail. The 12 anti-ship missiles had not altered their response codes, resulting in the aircraft carrier's weapons refraining from engaging the missiles, which in turn abandoned their attack at the last moment. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Lin wasted no time and urged the aircraft carrier to accelerate. Instead of continuing south, he veered northwest. While this might seem like a departure from home, he had compelling reasons for this course of action. At 12:45 a.m. on June 30th, the long-anticipated volcanic eruption in the island nation finally commenced. Perhaps due to pent-up pressure, the volcano unleashed a torrent of volcanic ash and gases, spewing forth millions of tons within seconds and altering the atmospheric conditions above the entire island within minutes. The ash and toxic gases spread exponentially, prompting neighboring countries and regions to sound the highest level of alarm within half an hour. Following the failure of the initial attack on the Tefyu, the Americans took some time to realize the colossal blunder they had made, leading to orders for stealth bombers to land at the nearest military base, where they would manually modify the LRASM's response code before launching another assault on the Tefyu. However, the pilots had already powered up their engines when they received an urgent domestic order: volcanic eruption, actions postponed. The high concentrations of metallic components in the volcanic ash rendered all electromagnetic detection methods ineffective within the ash's dispersal range, while the dense volcanic clouds compromised the optical detection capabilities of satellites. As expected, watching the warnings from the Tefyu's radar system, Zhou Lin knew he had made the right bet. The failure of remote detection methods meant that no nation or entity could observe the Tefyu any longer. Zhou Lin extinguished all lights aboard the Tefyu, plunging the entire area into darkness. Assured that no other vessels were nearby, Zhou Lin donned his diving gear, deployed an unmanned submersible, and followed it into the depths, steering it far away. As he floated on the ocean's surface, the Tefyu felt like a silent mountain to him. However, Zhou Lin was unafraid, for this was his mountain. Tefyu, vanish. Zhou Lin waved his right arm, a gesture that was entirely unnecessary but added to the dramatic effect. The mountain-like Tefyu instantaneously disappeared beneath the waves, leaving behind a massive depression measuring over 300 meters in length, 30 meters in width, and 20 meters in depth. The next moment, water surged into the void, creating towering waves. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin had already submerged, speeding eastward, thanks to the electromagnetic shielding caused by the volcanic eruption. The Tefyu's disappearance was silent and unnoticed, precisely the outcome Zhou Lin desired. If he were to maneuver the Tefyu into a port in summer country under public scrutiny, chaos would surely ensue. During the early stages of the apocalyptic natural disaster, major powers still maintained large military forces and long-range strike capabilities. Should the Americans decide to use the Tefyu as a pretext to launch nuclear missiles at major cities in summer country, Zhou Lin would be held accountable. Now, with the Tefyu vanished in international waters, the Americans, no matter how shameless, could not directly pin the blame on summer country. The water was icy. Yet Zhou Lin's heart burned with fervor. He had done it. He had truly succeeded. As he approached the shore, Zhou Lin released the submersible at a suitable distance and removed his diving gear as he neared the beach. Although these items were valuable, they must not be seen by the public eye. At 4 a.m, a drenched Zhou Lin stood on a beach in Qing City, summer country. Seizing the moment with no one around, he quickly changed into a clean outfit he had retrieved from the Tefyu, grinning like a child. Chapter 7. Selling the house due to the volcanic eruption in the island nation, electromagnetic shielding persisted for a full 6 hours. Once the radar and observation methods of various countries were operational again, the first to explode was the government of the beautiful country. The Tefert had vanished. Regardless of the means employed, they could not uncover the whereabouts of the Tefert. From the perspective of the beautiful country's government, it undoubtedly had to do with Xia country. They believed that only Xia country possessed the capability to completely sink or conceal the Tefert aircraft carrier. In response to such irresponsible remarks and accusations from the beautiful country, the spokesperson for Xia country's foreign affairs issued a strong condemnation, warning the beautiful country not to indulge in hegemonic ambitions during a global catastrophe, lest they become the enemy of the world. Naturally, the beautiful country would not relent, swiftly mobilizing military forces surrounding Xia country to investigate the area where the Tefert had disappeared. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin had already boarded the high-speed train to Shenzhen, intending to dispose of his property there for supplies before societal order completely collapsed. As the train began to move, Zhou Lin received a message from AI Bing, inquiring about his whereabouts and why he had been unreachable the previous day. On a business trip, Zhou Lin, of course, would not divulge to AI Bing what was about to transpire. He contemplated whether he should resolve matters with AI Bing before returning to his hometown. AI Bing messaged again. "It's been 2 days since we last saw each other. Don't you miss me?" Zhou Lin sneered, too lazy to type, opting instead for voice messaging, thinking, "I'm practically dying to see you." His words sounded like playful banter between lovers, but paired with his gritted teeth, it conveyed a different sentiment. A soft laugh emerged from the adjacent seat, and Zhou Lin turned to find a young, beautiful woman. "I apologize. I usually don't laugh unless unable to help it." Zhou Lin raised an eyebrow, secretly pondering that it would be a pity if a young woman like her lacked any real capabilities. Perhaps his gaze revealed too much, as Wu Shui's smile instantly vanished, leaving her on the verge of questioning Zhou Lin. Just then, AI Bing messaged again, asking when Zhou Lin would return. Presumably, she fancied something and wanted him to act as her ATM. Zhou Lin shook his head, realizing how foolish he had been in his past life to be manipulated by a woman like AI Bing. "I'll come find you. Just wait." AI Bing remained oblivious to Zhou Lin's unusual tone, preoccupied with thoughts about buying a new outfit and changing her bag upon his return. After replying, Zhou Lin ignored Wu Shui and contacted a familiar real estate agent to sell his house. "Cash transaction. We can complete it tomorrow at 20% below market price. I'll give you an extra 5% commission. 1 point will be deducted for each day of delay, and the price will increase by 5%. The agent was naturally elated and assured him of their utmost effort. Once the housing matter was settled, Zhou Lin closed his eyes, feeling somewhat agitated. That woman, AI Bing. If possible, he would rather dispatch her swiftly. However, he was troubled by the fact that he had once overheard a conversation between AI Bing and Xiao Bowen regarding the ability orbs. If it were merely to obtain the ability orbs, Zhou Lin would not even consider sparing AI Bing's life. The crucial point was that the information exchanged between the two had greatly intrigued him. Xiao Bowen mentioned belonging to an organization that had amassed a significant number of ability orbs after the 5th year of the apocalypse and had grasped the secrets of these orbs shortly after the onset of the apocalypse. Could it be true? Was Xiao Bowen boasting? Zhou Lin could not discern. Yet, he hoped it was genuine. To ensure his parents and younger sister possessed the means to survive in the apocalypse, it would be ideal for them to become ability users or evolvers as soon as possible, if, through AI Bing, he could connect with Xiao Bowen and subsequently trace the organization to acquire the ability orbs. Undoubtedly, the future of his family outweighed AI Bing's life. Moreover, allowing AI Bing to linger a bit longer would only serve to torment her further. Seemed like a fair trade. Of course, that was a matter for another day. The most pressing concern for Zhou Lin was to comprehend his own abilities. Symbiosis. Beginner 103-1000. Currently symbiotic transport. Large surface transport. Unnamed. Available symbiotic transport quantity. 0 storage space. 01. Let us assign a name. Lifu sounds better than Tefford. As Zhou Lin contemplated, the ability attribute refreshed instantly. Transforming into Symbiosis. Beginner 103-1000. Currently symbiotic transport. Lifu. Large surface transport. Available symbiotic transport quantity. 0 storage space. 01. Quite satisfactory, this experience value. Zhou Lin mused that it should automatically increase by 1 point daily, unsure if there were other means to gain experience or what changes awaited upon leveling up. He wondered if it could augment the symbiotic transport capacity. Lost in thought, Zhou Lin drifted into slumber, perhaps due to the exhaustion from the past few days. He slept for 7 to 8 hours, awakening to the dimming light of dusk. Wu Shui regarded him with curiosity, pondering what kind of mystical being Zhou Lin was to sleep so soundly on a high-speed train. However, before she could find an opportunity to inquire, Zhou Lin, having hastily eaten something, began to doze off again until the train reached its destination at midnight. At this moment, neither Zhou Lin nor Wu Shui could have imagined that their chance encounter would lead to another meeting in the future. Awakened and invigorated from his day-long slumber, Zhou Lin did not rush home to rest, but instead commenced his grand shopping spree. With over 30,000 remaining in savings, he had every intention of taking advantage of online loans and credit cards. After some operations, he temporarily increased his cash to 200,000, expecting further funds to be released in the next couple of days. He sought out a large supermarket operating 24 hours and began his shopping spree. First, he loaded a cart with unique Xia country condiments, then discreetly stashed them in live food storage in a surveillance-free stairwell after checkout. He continued to procure frozen snacks, specialty treats, rice, and more. Had it not been for the cashier's bewildered gaze, Zhou Lin would have shopped until dawn. Even so, he maxed out 2 credit cards, totaling 100,000. Noticing it was still early, Zhou Lin suppressed the soreness in his legs and ventured to another store to continue his buying spree. He picked up plenty of affordable, quality undergarments. Alcohol stoves and solid fuel were essential. A sturdy camping tent was a must. Outdoor tools were necessary, and he grabbed several sets of electric tools, along with mosquito repellents. Alas, he soon found himself out of funds. Zhou Lin hadn't anticipated that 200,000 cash would vanish so quickly. Before dawn, he was left with only a few hundred in his account. Upon returning home, Zhou Lin felt utterly exhausted, collapsing onto his bed and falling asleep until awakened by the ringing of his phone. "Brother, someone wants to buy your house." The agent on the other end was quite excited. "Oh, I'm at home. Bring them over." Zhou Lin's property was situated in a prime location, convenient for transportation, schooling, and medical facilities. He had purchased it for $4,500,000 2 years ago, fully paid by his parents. The reason AI Bing had never cast Zhou Lin aside was largely due to this property's significance. Given the current market, his two-bedroom apartment could easily sell for around $7 million. Yet to facilitate a quicker liquidation, they finally settled on $5,600,000. After accounting for fees and commissions, Zhou Lin would net about $5 million. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after exiting the property rights center, Zhou Lin's bank account swelled by over $5 million in cash, his calculated gains realized. Calculating the time, Zhou Lin commenced his online shopping, designating his hometown as the delivery address, and subsequently made a phone call to his mother, Qingyali. "What? You want to come back?" Qingyali inquired, somewhat puzzled, as there was no holiday or significant event prompting his return. "Mom, you don't want me to come back, do you?" "Not at all. But young people should prioritize their careers. Are you bringing Bing Bing along? She has her own matters to attend to, so it won't happen this time. By the way, I've ordered some packages. Please keep an eye out for their arrival." "Our large garage hasn't been sold, has it?" "No, it remains empty," Qingyali replied. "Then please hold on to it for me." Zhou Lin pondered for a moment, but chose not to reveal the impending crisis to Qingyali. He had indeed purchased a high-speed train ticket for the following morning, as all civil aviation in the eastern coastal region of Shagua had been grounded. Zhou Lin stored all the items he deemed useful in Laifu's warehouse. Just as his food delivery arrived, he opened the door to collect it and was met with the sight of AI Bing. "What brings you here?" At that moment, AI Bing's expression was exceedingly grim. You actually sold the house?" Zhou Lin couldn't help but find amusement in the situation. "What's the matter?" AI Bing stepped forward hastily. "Didn't you say this house is?" Chapter 8. The midnight shopping spree. "Did you not mention that this is the wedding house your parents purchased for you?" AI Bing entered the nearly emptied room, her brows furrowed in discontent. Although she merely regarded Zhou Lin as a backup option, one among several, his material conditions were relatively favorable. In AI Bing's eyes, this fully paid apartment already belonged to her. Even if Zhou Lin were to sell it, the proceeds, $5 million? Upon hearing the price, AI Bing's expression darkened. How could it possibly be just $5 million? The audacious backup has learned to hide his savings? Where's the money? AI Bing suppressed her fury and inquired. "The money is, of course, in my bank account." Zhou Lin chuckled. "What's the matter? Do you want to help me look after it?" "Ah." AI Bing's mind raced, and she quickly devised a plan. She moved closer, wrapping her arm around Zhou Lin's, swaying slightly to make her modest bosom brush against him. She believed this gesture would be enough to leave Zhou Lin flustered and mentally incapacitated. "Perhaps selling it is for the best. I know of a new development opening soon. Shall we go choose a nice one tomorrow? With $5 million, we could select a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment of over 100 square meters. $5 million. How could that be enough?" Zhou Lin, likely aware of AI Bing's intentions, played along without revealing his insight. "That covers the down payment. Once we are married, we can pay off the rest together, right?" As she spoke, AI Bing continued her seductive movements, enough to astonish Zhou Lin at such a young age. She exhibited an alarming degree of relaxation. He couldn't help but wonder how she had managed to become so oblivious in their past encounters. Her words were enticing. If they were indeed to purchase a property, it was highly probable that her name would be included on the deed. Zhou Lin would handle the down payment and monthly payments, yet she would possess half of the ownership rights, even if they never married. Her name on the deed would grant her a significant sum. What a master of no investment dealings. Zhou Lin couldn't suppress a cold laugh at this thought. "Have you eaten? If not, let us dine together." "I've already eaten." AI Bing adhered to her diet, avoiding dinner to maintain her figure. After all, her facial features left much to be desired, and her physique was her greatest asset. "Oh, then you shouldn't leave tonight," Zhou Lin casually remarked between bites. AI Bing paused momentarily. "Darling, did we not agree that my upbringing forbids? Besides, we haven't defined our relationship yet." "Is that so? Then we want to go tomorrow," Zhou Lin said, not lifting his gaze. "You?" AI Bing was taken aback. Why did it feel as if she were speaking to a different person? The Zhou Lin she knew would never have spoken to her like this. Reflecting on his recent demeanor, a sense of caution grew within her. Could this devoted admirer have found another woman? No. She could not allow someone else to interfere. If necessary, she would stay tonight. All for the sake of $5 million. All right, I shall stay tonight. But do not get any ideas. This is merely to keep you company. Zhou Lin chuckled inwardly, amused by her naivete, thinking, does she truly believe I am interested in her? Tomorrow, I plan to return home. Bashu, did we not agree to buy a house tomorrow? AI being questioned. My mother stated that if I bring my girlfriend home to meet the family, she will cover the cost of the wedding house in full. Oh. AI Bing's eyes sparkled with delight, her demeanor shifting to one of feigned modesty. To ensnare her, Zhou Lin pretended to be anxious. I just wanted to ask, if you have the time, would you accompany me back? I truly have no intention of forcing you. Given your sincerity, AI Bing pouted, I will see if I can take a leave from work. However, I have not agreed to be your girlfriend, merely assisting you this once. As for the future, that depends on your performance. Go ahead and request your leave. I will book your ticket. Zhou Lin could hardly suppress a laugh at her coy demeanor. As for the future, I swear by the bond of brotherhood. Your future shall be extraordinary. If you do not endure a few ups and downs, a life of torment would be unworthy of me. If you were to meet a swift end, I would not deserve to call you my brother. But all must wait until AI Bing travels to Bashu. Revenge must be thorough. Leaving one or two Zhou Lins behind would only haunt me for a lifetime. With these thoughts, he gazed at AI Bing and gently shook his head, musing that she must strive to survive. Otherwise, his joy would diminish significantly. Are you reluctant to see me go? I must return to pack. See you tomorrow. Zhou Lin did not insist on keeping her, returning to his room and lying on the bed, his consciousness sinking into the Laifu. As the largest aircraft carrier, Laifu has ample space yet to be utilized. Not to mention the accommodation for over 5,000 officers and soldiers, the total volume of rooms exceeds 100,000 cubic meters, equivalent to more than 1,000 containers. In addition, numerous warehouses, garages, and hangars possess significant surplus space, since it is unlikely he will return to Shenzhen. Zhou Lin intends to seize a significant opportunity before his departure, setting his sights on the nearby auto city. Laifu is not devoid of vehicles, but currently, he is traversing an AU-S armored personnel carrier, which seems somewhat inappropriate. Not far from below lies an auto city featuring several renowned brands. It is likely that those vehicles have not yet been sold. Zhou Lin plans to peruse the area in the early morning hours before heading straight to the train station. At 3 in the morning, the alarm rang. Zhou Lin rose, washed up, turned off the utilities in the apartment, and cast a lingering glance before stepping out. By 3:30, even Shenzhen had succumbed to slumber, the streets largely deserted. Wearing a helmet to avoid surveillance, Zhou Lin stealthily approached the back entrance of the auto city, ensuring no one noticed before scaling the wall. Rows of showrooms awaited him. Some remained brightly lit, while others lay in darkness. Occasionally, he spotted security personnel patrolling. But in the vast expanse of the auto city, mere few guards posed no threat to Zhou Lin. If he were to act, he would make it grand. Ordinary vehicles held no allure for him. He sought those suited for apocalyptic scenarios, robust in performance. He collected 2 Mercedes-Benz 4G63s. The X7 and Audi Q7 were beneath his interest, while he accepted 3 Land Cruisers. Astonishingly, 4 custom-built Raptors were available, which he gladly took. 2 Amonics were also on the list. As he proceeded, he lost count of how many vehicles he had acquired. He would tally them later. He had now spotted a row of imposing RVs in the parking lot. What treasures! In contrast to the pursuit of all-terrain vehicles, RVs held considerable utility in a post-apocalyptic world, particularly those built upon heavy-duty truck chassis, inherently equipped with formidable off-road capabilities, truly designed for such a world. As a city affluent with millionaires, Shenzhen's RV modification factories undoubtedly showcased several high-performance vehicles at staggering prices. Ultimately, Zhou Lin managed to take 3 RVs. Not due to leniency, but because of their space-consuming nature. For instance, one of the Amadiro Conquerors measures 15 meters in length, 55 meters in width, and 95 meters in height, with a curb weight of 23 tons and a retail price exceeding 10 million. In the past, merely possessing such a vehicle was unimaginable. Even the thought of indulging in a few peanuts while drinking would render one intoxicated with dreams. Thus, the concept of acquiring it for zero cost is truly exhilarating. As Zhou Lin exited the automobile city, he found himself lingering in the delightful memories of the experience. Regrettably, these vehicles cannot be showcased now. Otherwise, he would have contemplated embarking on a self-drive journey back to Bashu from Shenzhen. When dawn broke, the car theft incident in the automobile city surprisingly did not gain traction online, likely due to the eruption of the colossal supervolcano in the beautiful country. Chapter 9. Homecoming. The eruption of the magnificent Dahuang volcano was both anticipated and beyond the imagination of many. As a supervolcano, it had no intention of sparing the nearby inhabitants from the moment it unleashed its fury. Ash clouds obscured the sky, swirling into the heavens. Thunder and lightning accompanied the chaos, raining down fiery meteors. Those who witnessed this cataclysm were engulfed in despair. Yet, the eruption was merely the beginning. 10 minutes later, a devastating earthquake struck. Roads were torn asunder, landscapes upended, and countless buildings succumbed to the near 9-magnitude quake, reduced to rubble. Some managed to escape, their faces smeared with ash, either weeping uncontrollably or staring in stunned silence, like the living dead. However, many more were unable to flee in time, entwined with the crumbling structures, ultimately becoming one with the debris. In the aftermath, it was reported that over 300,000 lives were lost at the moment of the earthquake. The advanced networks allowed people worldwide to witness the desolation wrought by the eruption, yet humanity's joys and sorrows remained disconnected, at least outwardly. Everything in Xia country continued to function normally. At the train station, AI Bing was not alone. A young woman beside her, dragging a suitcase, was less striking than AI Bing but possessed a more pleasing figure. Certainly she was not flat-chested. Young Chi-Chi, how did she end up here? AI Bing's close friend. Though if Zhou Lin recalled correctly, their friendship was rather superficial. In her previous life, young Chi-Chi had spent the first 2 years with AI Bing, but for reasons unknown, their bond had fractured, likely due to some male involvement. Zhou Lin held no particular opinion of young Chi-Chi. In his former existence, his heart belonged solely to AI Bing, and other women barely crossed his mind. The final outcome? He chuckled to himself, reflecting on his own foolishness. Chi-Chi had also wished to take a stroll. Surely, you wouldn't mind? In front of her friend, AI Bing was fiercely protective of her territory. Shrugging, Zhou Lin thought it of little consequence. He didn't mind accompanying another, as one who could befriend AI Bing was undoubtedly of a similar disposition. On the train, Zhou Lin scarcely glanced at AI Bing. Even when awake, his eyes closed in deep reflection. 3 days following the eruption and earthquake, intense tectonic movements triggered a chain of volcanic eruptions worldwide, with Xia country being no exception. The relentless eruptions not only unleashed secondary disasters but also affected the skies. In approximately 7 days, the ash in the atmosphere would reach a critical mass, blocking out sunlight and plunging the world into a darkness lasting 3 months. Crops and vegetables would be nearly obliterated, countless plants perishing, leading to a collapse of the food chain. The lack of sunlight would cause a drastic drop in temperatures on land and seas, resulting in severe temperature fluctuations that would alter ocean currents and incite frequent hurricanes, rendering coastal areas uninhabitable due to successive calamities. In the minuscule territory closely linked to Deep City, nearly 10 million souls perished due to delayed evacuations. Inland regions, while spared from the sea's wrath, would experience temperature declines even more rapid and severe than coastal areas. In his previous life, when Zhou Lin and AI Bing had evacuated with the military to the Nanhu area, the local temperature had plummeted to over -20 degrees, further decreasing by nearly 20 degrees, with the lowest recorded temperature exceeding -40 degrees. One could only wonder if the temperature in the Basha Basin would be any more tolerable. However, Zhou Lin was unperturbed even if temperatures dipped to -40. As the 2 nuclear reactors aboard the Lai Fu ship were not mere decorations. Zhou Lin, I'm hungry. The lunch cart had just passed, and AI Bing had tea ordered, assuming Zhou Lin would surely suggest a visit to the dining car. I brought instant noodles. Instant noodles? You sold your house and are eating instant noodles? AI Bing could hardly believe her ears. Zhou Lin had indeed changed. Suit yourself. If you want to eat, make it yourself. Tossing a cup of instant noodles into AI Bing's lap, Zhou Lin rose to fetch hot water, showing no inclination to assist. AI Bing. Why is he like this? Young Chi-Chi adjusted her glasses, having opted for contact lenses today due to her outing. How would I know? His temper must be flaring up again. Let us ignore him for now and deal with it later. Forget it. I want to eat. I need to maintain my figure. I'm going to sleep. In a fit of irritation, AI Bing slammed the instant noodles onto Zhou Lin's seat and pulled down her eye mask, adopting a posture that suggested she would not forgive him without an apology. Unfortunately for her, Zhou Lin had long seen through her theatrics, dismissing her antics entirely. While AI Bing sulked, she remained oblivious to the fact that in Zhou Lin's heart, she had already died countless times over. When the train arrived at Shida Station, it was already night. After exiting the station, Zhou Lin generously treated AI Bing and Yang Qiqi to a hot pot restaurant. I've already booked a hotel nearby, Zhou Lin informed them. AI Bing nodded. Although Zhou Lin had been acting unusually these past couple of days, she bore with him, considering the millions at stake. Nonetheless, she had secretly resolved that once the property rights were secured, she would part ways with Zhou Lin, refusing to indulge his whims. Devoid of any self-awareness of being a devoted admirer. What a night to plunder an entire car dealership. How impressive. It's said to be worth tens of millions. What kind of cars are those? Surely they aren't made of gold. So you're saying you're a big shot, huh? Do you know that just one of those cars costs over 10 million and customized versions are even pricier? Zhou Lin paused with his chopsticks. News of the car dealership incident had already reached Shudu. Had the authorities discovered his identity? If they had, were they taking covert actions? With that thought, Zhou Lin could not help but lower his head. Everywhere he looked, there were cameras and surveillance, so he had to be cautious to avoid exposure. What a big shot. Are they really that expensive? AI Bing inquired curiously. Yang Qiqi also perked up, finding the Basha hot pot both delicious and intimidating. Her little mouth turning red as she continued to eat. A modified off-road RV based on a binge truck starts at 10 million. Starting at 10 million? We probably won't be able to afford that in our lifetime. AI Bing gazed dreamily, while Zhou Lin chuckled softly, replying, It's not that remarkable. My family owns one. Really? Would I lie to you? Zhou Lin smirked. Do you want to give it a try? Uh-huh. AI Bing nodded eagerly, laughing. Perhaps in the next life, Zhou Lin mused, should such a thing exist. However, he could certainly show it to her, allowing her to grasp the essence of something that was visible yet untouchable. As for whether he would expose himself, after all, how could the dead reveal secrets? The following morning, Zhou Lin yawned and called AI Bing to awaken her. It was time to depart. After a journey of over 2 hours, Zhou Lin called his mother, instructing the taxi to take them directly to his doorstep. Your home is in the countryside? AI Bing could hardly believe her eyes as she gazed upon the quaint farmhouse. In her mind, Zhou Lin's family should at least be considered well off, as it was no small feat to purchase a house outright in Deep City, surely. A simple farming family could not accomplish such a thing. Zhou Lin remained silent, hauling his luggage straight to the gate. Before he could reach the entrance, a large black dog bounded out, barking wildly, and then lunged at Zhou Lin. Black dog, stop. Don't lick me. Zhou Lin set down his luggage and petted the dog's head, narrowly avoiding a face full of slobber. Following the black dog was Zhou Lin's mother, Cheng Yali. In her 40s, Cheng Yali appeared robust, exuding the air of a formidable woman. AI Bing stared, unsure of how to greet her. Zhou Lin made no introductions, bypassing the dog to embrace Cheng Yali. Mom, I missed you so much. Look at you. It's only been half a year. And you act like we haven't seen each other in ages. Cheng Yali replied, though her words belied her genuine happiness. However, when she noticed AI Bing and Yang Qiqi blocked at the entrance by the dog, her smile widened even more. Why not invite them in, my friend? Ma. Zhou Lin leaned closer to Cheng Yali and whispered, What if I told you that one of them is my enemy? Would you believe me? Chapter 10. The Zhou family's decision. Your father has gone to the slaughterhouse and will not return until evening. Cheng Yali entered the house with Zhou Lin, AI Bing, and Yang Qiqi, while Haizi obediently squatted at the door. Zhou Lin's room was on the second floor, and Cheng Yali settled AI Bing and Yang Qiqi in the room next to Zhou Lin's. AI Bing, your boyfriend comes from a well-off family. Yang Qiqi exclaimed softly as soon as the door closed. Indeed, it was quite impressive. While the exterior of the Zhou residence appeared modest, the interior was furnished and equipped with appliances that rivaled those found in large cities. This ignited a spark of ambition within AI Bing, with such a financial background. Perhaps further contemplation was warranted, If only Zhou Lin did not have that sister. Now, tell me, what on earth is going on? Cheng Yali inquired softly, closing the door behind her. Mom, this is a long story. Zhou Lin began. Then make it brief. Cheng Yali interrupted, her eyes narrowing. Mom, it's about reincarnation. Do you understand what that means? Zhou Lin rubbed his temples. He had no intention of deceiving Cheng Yali. Otherwise, it would be challenging to gain his parents' unconditional cooperation. Minutes later, Cheng Yali's expression shifted. So, you have actually died once? She was unconcerned about apocalyptic events or natural disasters. All she grasped was that Zhou Lin had perished, betrayed by AI being and others who cast him off a cliff. What are you doing, Mom? Zhou Lin grasped her arm firmly. What am I doing? I'm going to deal with that little cousin right now. Cheng Yali's eyes flushed with rage, her nostrils flaring as she dragged Zhou Lin toward the door. Mom, listen to me. Zhou Lin blocked the door, aware that although the disasters had begun, the world would not descend into chaos overnight. If others learned of this, it would lead to complications. Besides, if you kill her, you would only be giving her an easy way out. What do you propose then? I cannot swallow this anger. Cheng Yali panted. These are trivial matters. The priority is that we must move, Zhou Lin insisted. Move? Yes. Zhou Lin nodded emphatically. In his previous life, although he did not return to Shidu, the first month of cooling had brought relentless snowfall worldwide, burying low-lying areas. In their valley home, it would not take long before the snow accumulated to the roof. When lower layers turned to solid ice due to the cold and weight, it would leave them with no escape. As for the Laifu number 1, Zhou Lin had no intention of revealing it. He hadn't even informed Cheng Yali. This matter must wait until your father returns. How many days until the temperature drops? 6 days, Mom. Not only is it the temperature, but darkness is also coming. Despite having experienced it once, Zhou Lin could not help but shake his head, recalling the terror of a sunless world. Cheng Yali nodded, acknowledging her understanding. I will call your father immediately to have him come back at once. Good. But do not let anything slip in front of AI Bing and Yang Qiqi. The mother and son stepped outside, where AI Bing and Yang Qiqi were still busy organizing their things, allowing Cheng Yali a moment to compose herself. When Zhou Kaijun returned at noon, he, oblivious to the situation, was pleased to see AI Bing and suggested having a drink. However, one glance from Cheng Yali extinguished that thought, prompting him to secretly lament to Zhou Lin about his diminishing standing in the family. AI Bing sensed nothing amiss and, after lunch, Zhou Lin led her and Yang Qiqi to the nearby livestock farm. The sprawling 20,000 square meter facility, filled with pigs and chickens, left both girls in awe, providing them with a clear understanding of the Zhou family's strength, especially AI Bing, whose eyes sparkled as she gazed at Zhou Lin. How much is all this worth? Yang Qiqi asked, though it was AI Bing who truly desired to know but was hesitant to voice it. It's hard to say. The family wealth is immense, but living assets don't count. Until they are sold, they cannot be considered assets. A single disease could lead to a total loss for my parents this year. I see. Yang Qiqi pouted, feeling Zhou Lin was being evasive. After all, the salaries of the dozen or so workers at the farm could sum to over 1 million annually, and the Zhou family's profits could hardly be less than the wages they paid. Let us head back, AI Bing suggested, wanting to contemplate whether this business was truly worthwhile. Receiving a message from Cheng Yali, Zhou Lin was eager to refrain from wasting any more time. Just as they turned back home, Zhou Kaijun found an excuse to pull Zhou Lin into the study. Despite Cheng Yali's imposing demeanor, the one truly capable of making significant decisions within the family was Zhou Kaijun, who usually appeared meek in front of his wife. Are the things you told your mother true? Once the door was closed, Zhou Kaijun's expression turned grave. Father, would I joke about something like this? Shifushan and Dahuang volcanoes have erupted. I am aware. Zhou Kaijun furrowed his brow and offered Zhou Lin a cigarette. There are still over 1,000 pigs yet to be sold, along with 2,000 half-grown chickens. If we rush to sell them, any losses are minor. We must avoid arousing suspicion. We cannot afford to delay. We need to liquidate assets quickly and procure supplies. Zhou Lin insisted. Zhou Kaijun pondered for a long time, until the cigarette burned down to the filter. He finally stubbed it out in the ashtray. His hesitation was not due to indecisiveness, The concepts of apocalypse and reincarnation sounded exceptionally far-fetched. Had it not been for the global volcanic eruptions and continuous earthquakes, he would have considered sending Zhou Lin to a psychiatric evaluation. 6 days? In 6 days, we will not see the sun. Zhou Lin shook his head. We must move. Mother, did you not purchase a furnished penthouse in Lanshan? It will be the safest place for us over the next 3 months. As for this place, we shall see if it remains above water in 3 months. After 3 months, the supplies in the city will be nearly depleted. Even if government-organized teams distribute resources, there will be more seekers than provisions, and some will inevitably resort to desperate measures. Living in densely populated areas will be particularly perilous. Very well. I will devise a plan for the farm. You and your mother can handle the procurement of supplies. You can use our pickup truck for now. But what about those 2 women? Doesn't she dislike the countryside? I will drop them off in Lanshan when we head into the city, allowing them to clean the place up and make use of it. You don't intend to keep them around, do you? Father, I'm not foolish. AI being must be dealt with. While my relationship with Yang Qiqi from my previous life wasn't too problematic. However, if I release her, I fear she might leak information. If necessary, then. Having experienced the end of the world, Zhou Lin considered every angle carefully. He intended to extract every ounce of value from AI Bing. For instance, the funds in AI Bing's bank account theoretically belonged to him. No, they rightfully belong to him now. Zhou Lin informed AI Bing that Zhou Kaijun and his wife viewed her as a prospective daughter-in-law and intended to put the Lanshan property in their names. But they would need to cover the down payment and fees. I did not agree to that, Zhou Lin stated. Why not agree? AI Bing asked hurriedly. Where would the money come from? The down payment and fees would total around 7 or 800,000. I can't just ask my parents for it. You don't have it, but I do. AI Bing exclaimed. I can lend it to you. Lend. Zhou Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 11. The hoarding of Chungyali. The distance from the Zhou family's breeding farm to Jiazhou City is not far. A drive takes less than half an hour. As AI Bing gazed at the newly acquired spacious penthouse of the Zhou family, her eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. She whispered to Zhou Lin, inquiring about the cost of such a residence. It's not in the deep city. My mother mentioned it would be just under 5 million. By the way, we can go for property registration at 2 o'clock. Are you certain you wish to lend me money? If AI Bing had harbored any hesitations before stepping into this 17th floor apartment, boasting a property area of 380 square meters along with a 150 square meter rooftop garden, solidified her resolve to inscribe her name on the ownership certificate. Alas, if it were in the deep city, AI Bing would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to marry Zhou Lin, insisting on tying the knot. Please draft an IOU. I shall transfer the money to you shortly. The reason for the delay was that AI Bing's savings were rather meager, totaling merely around 20,000. Despite mingling among the affluent second-generation elites, they were not fools. Meals and frivolous purchases posed little issue, but actual cash was scarce. And she too had her own expenses. After years of this lifestyle, her savings were commendable. To maximize her claim on the property, AI Bing resolved to utilize all her credit cards and online platforms, and perhaps even borrow a little from Yang Qiqi. She had already formulated a plan to borrow funds in front of Zhou Lin's parents, then gradually reclaim the money from Zhou Lin once they returned to the deep city. Previously, she had been oblivious to the circumstances of Zhou Lin's family, but now, having decided to pursue a serious relationship with him, she intended to manage his finances going forward. As for whether Zhou Lin would earn enough, his parents were there to support him. It must be said, AI Bing's calculations were astute. However, no matter how cunning a fox may be, it cannot outsmart the hunter. When she assured Zhou Lin that 70,000 was manageable, he immediately recognized her intent to borrow money. Yet, as online loans required time for disbursement, AI Bing proposed to Zhou Lin that they delay their visit to the property registration center until tomorrow. That works. But my mother and I need to procure some supplies for the farm this afternoon. Would you like to join us? Upon hearing about the farm, AI Bing's thoughts drifted to feed and manure, prompting her to shake her head. Zhou Lin, undeterred, suggested that AI Bing take the opportunity to explore the city and savor Jiazhou's culinary delights while they finished their errands. What are we buying today? 10 gas cylinders. As much cured meat and sausages as we can get, various frozen goods, assorted seeds, and eggs for chickens, ducks, and geese. Stop. I'm getting old and can't remember all this. You handle the talking. I'll find a place. It's settled. Zhou Lin's list of items was familiar to Cheng Yali, as her involvement in the breeding business kept her connected with most suppliers. With a simple phone call, she could have the goods prepared for immediate payment upon arrival. Despite the pickup truck's grimy appearance, it was far superior for hauling goods compared to a family car. They ordered a ton each of cured meats, frozen goods, rice, flour, and grains, although it still felt insufficient. Buying in excess might arouse suspicion. Zhou Lin instructed Cheng Yali to place orders at several locations, coordinating delivery to a nearby community. Why not have it delivered directly to the house? It's exhausting to transport it ourselves. Running around all day is tiring, but spending money is the least of our concerns. Ideally, I'd prefer that no one knows who the buyer is. Wiping sweat from his brow, Zhou Lin remarked, "Think about it, Mom. When the city runs out of food, how do you think those who sold us the grain will react? What could they do? Surely they wouldn't resort to robbery. Is it really that chaotic?" Zhou Lin nodded. "It will be more chaotic and brutal than you can imagine." Cheng Yali paused, contemplating. "Should I call your grandfather?" "Go ahead," Zhou Lin replied. "If necessary. See if he wants to join us." Zhou Lin held a deep affection for the three elderly relatives at home. During his childhood, while Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali were preoccupied with their careers, Zhou Lin spent most of his time with his grandparents. Even during school holidays, he would go to the countryside until his studies in junior and senior high took precedence. After his grandmother's passing, his grandfather moved in with his uncle's family in Cheng Yali's hometown. His grandparents, however, lived close by, residing in the county, not far from his aunt's family. Last night, Cheng Yali had discussed matters with Zhou Kaijun, and the couple ultimately agreed that revealing too much might lead to disbelief. They subtly warned Zhou Lin's uncle and aunt, resolving to take things one step at a time. "When do you think communication will be cut off?" Cheng Yali inquired. "Once the heavy snow begins. The base stations will frequently malfunction. The government is attempting repairs, but at sub-zero temperatures, it's a life-or-death struggle. Whether it works or not relies on luck." As mother and son deliberated while gathering supplies, they lost track of time, only to realize it was already dark. It was barely 5 in the afternoon. Confirming that everything needed for today was packed, Zhou Lin invited AI Bing to accompany him and Cheng Yali back to the farm, where they found Zhou Kaijun still hard at work. "We've only completed half. Let us aim to finish tomorrow. I've settled the workers' wages," Zhou Kaijun informed Zhou Lin privately. "It's getting dark so early these days. It will be even darker tomorrow, and the days of humanity are numbered." Zhou Lin replied somberly. Zhou Kaijun patted Zhou Lin's shoulder. "You should go pick up Lily tomorrow. I've arranged for leave from her teacher and informed Lily. She'll have everything packed up tonight, though I didn't disclose the reason." 13-year-old Zhou Li attended a private boarding school and required a family member to collect her before leaving. "I'll fetch Lily and head straight to Lanshan. Mom has ordered many supplies to arrive tomorrow," Zhou Lin agreed. After a long day, the three were exhausted and turned in early. Meanwhile, in a certain underground research facility in the capital of Xiagua, dozens of individuals anxiously awaited the results of a supercomputer simulation. "It's out." Minutes later, the researcher in charge of monitoring the data exclaimed. The climate simulation demanded extraordinary computing power and meticulously designed algorithms. Currently, only Xiagua and the beautiful nation could achieve such feats. "What are the results?" someone inquired. "The findings have been sent to your terminals. You may review them." As the crowd lowered their heads to examine the data, the elderly general at the center of the conference table solemnly warned, "I remind you all, the results you are viewing are state secrets. Disclosure without permission is punishable as treason." Yet, no one heeded the old general's caution. Almost everyone was astonished by the simulation results. Is this for real? It can't be. A worldwide darkness. Does that mean the end of the world? How much time do we have? Within 10 days? What can we accomplish in 10 days? General Zhang, should we initiate the Ember Plan? Chapter 12. The Seed Plan. The Seed Plan of the Xia Nation can be traced back to the early days of its founding. At that time, the impoverished nation initiated extensive civil defense measures to counter the threats posed by enemy countries' weapons of mass destruction, with the Seed Plan being a central element. As the Xi'an nation's technological prowess and economic strength grew, the seed plan evolved from a mere initiative to ensure the survival of the elite into a comprehensive program aimed at the preservation of human civilization, encompassing humanity, species, technology, and more. In the conference room, the resolute gaze of the old general swept across the assembled experts. Each of you is a leading scientist in your respective fields. At this critical juncture, the nation and its people place their trust in your professional judgment. You have all received the relevant data and simulation results. You now have 3 hours for discussion. I expect a precise outcome from you in 3 hours. With that, the old general rose and departed. Within the conference room, over 30 of Xi'an nation's foremost scientists engaged in a fervent debate regarding the execution of the seed plan. Meanwhile, the old general, having exited the room, busied himself with the latest intelligence brought by his aide. The beautiful nation had issued another statement today, speculating once more that their Teffer aircraft carrier had been concealed by us. I couldn't help but scoff, General Zhang muttered, then shook his head, saying, "A war of words is not my concern. By the way, has there been any progress on the bizarre theft case in Deep City?" The aide swiped at his tablet and reported, "No, sir, not yet." The theft case in the automobile city drew General Zhang's attention not because of its monetary value, but due to its peculiar nature. For reasons unknown, he felt a significant similarity between this case and the disappearance of the Teffer. Yet, the current crisis and the lives of over 1 billion people left him little time to address the Teffer and the automobile city theft. Simultaneously, the government of the beautiful nation also sensed the impending crisis of a monumental shift in weather patterns. Following a series of government meetings, the president was invited to a private estate for a gathering. Those eligible to attend were none other than the true magnates of the beautiful nation. Among them were well-known titans of computing, the internet, physical technology, finance, and the heads of established enterprises, accounting for nearly half of the attendees. Aside from the president and the newly appointed defense minister, the remaining participants bore no familiar faces to the public. However, the demeanor of others, their positions at the table, and the president's obsequiousness indicated that their status, or rather wealth, far surpassed that of the average citizen. Seated at the head of the table was an elderly man with blonde hair and green eyes, his pallid face adorned with wrinkles, exuding vitality with a seemingly serene gaze that occasionally flashed with a glimmer of sharpness. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us listen to our chief scientist, Mr. Missy, who will elucidate the current situation." Missy Polanti, known only to the elite circles of the beautiful nation, was said to possess an IQ surpassing that of the legendary Einstein and an inventive capacity exceeding that of Tesla. His influence permeated numerous cutting-edge technologies, with some secretive advancements being his sole creation, spanning a multitude of disciplines. Esteemed guests, what I am about to disclose may exceed your comprehension, so please remain silent. Otherwise, you shall be expelled, just like my inept students. Despite appearing to be in their 30s, Missy Polanyi was actually nearing 70. His formidable personality stemming from his unparalleled confidence rooted in intelligence and capability. First and foremost, I must declare that humanity, at least the humans present here, is on the brink of extinction. Even those who have received vaccinations turn pale at the gravity of Missy Polanti's words, expressions shifting in alarm. If anyone else had uttered such a statement, they might have remained unmoved. But coming from Missy, the likelihood of this event occurring soared above 98%. In truth, the island nation has already succumbed. According to the latest data, the mortality rate among its populace has reached 50%. With volcanic ash from Mount Shafushan covering 70% of the nation's territory. Had it merely been ordinary ash, there might have been some hope. But after our sampling and testing, we confirmed that the ash is laden with significant radioactive particles. We are still uncertain of their origin. Perhaps it is the result of the islanders and Apos' reckless disposal of nuclear waste in previous years. In any case, the island nation is finished, and those who remain there are doomed. If the plight of a single island and millions of deaths were insufficient to stir concern among these elite magnates, then Missy Polanti's subsequent remarks regarding the imminent closure of the atmosphere by volcanic ash and the rapid decline in surface temperatures left them utterly dumbfounded. For an extended period, no crops will be cultivable on the surface. I emphasize the term crops. In other words, a great famine is inevitable. All nations on Earth will descend into chaos due to a lack of food, compounding the situation. Prolonged exposure to darkness will lead to hormonal imbalances and mental instability among many. I am aware that each of you has prepared at least one doomsday sanctuary. But how long can you endure within? 3 years? 5 years? Without a sufficient population base and production resources, such sanctuaries are mere cages. And you are but the lab rats confined within, perhaps choosing to meet your demise before resources are depleted. 20 years ago, I spearheaded the Ark and Eden projects, which have now taken shape, capable of sustaining over 70 million lives. If you are willing to join us, I welcome you and shall appropriately disclose the groundbreaking technologies at my disposal based on your contributions. These include, but are not limited to, technologies related to human lifespan, genetic modification, advanced aerospace technologies, and industrialized agricultural practices. I firmly believe that as long as we maintain the Ark, Eden, and other doomsday refuges. Once the calamity has passed, Chapter 13, the greatest value of Zhou Lin. Your parents have arrived at the south gate. Hurry up. Do you need me to help you carry anything? The dormitory supervisor reminded the pensive Zhou Lin. No need, Zhou Lin replied with a cold tone, devoid of the innocence and romance typical of her age. She declined the supervisor's offer and hurried towards the south gate, occasionally glancing up at the sky, her expression grave. It was still dark. Zhou Lin, what are your thoughts? Zhou Lin, feeling an odd sense of unease from his sister's gaze, one that did not resemble that of a loving brother but rather that of a stranger, or perhaps even an adversary, pondered whether it was due to his long absence from her life after his rebirth. As for the way she addressed him, Zhou Lin had always preferred to call him by his name rather than with affectionate nicknames. 2 days ago, rumors were dispelled. Yesterday, a group of experts came forward to explain. Do you think the apocalypse is truly upon us? If I said yes, would you believe me? Despite Zhou Lin's less than pleasant demeanor, Zhou Lin felt no trace of displeasure. In his previous life, his greatest concern and guilt had been towards his younger sister. This time, however, things would be different. He thought, have you fastened your seatbelt? I don't need your reminders. I heard you brought a girlfriend back with you. Is it serious? Marriage? Zhou Lin chuckled lightly. She doesn't deserve it. Zhou Lin smirked. Well, look at that. My brother finally shows some semblance of a rich second generation. You're the real rich second generation. Look at the differences between us since childhood. Sometimes I even question if I'm truly your biological sibling. Be more confident, brother. You need not doubt. Just consider who provided your allowance throughout high school and college. The saying raise sons in poverty and daughters in wealth was an absolute truth in the Zhou family. Although Zhou Lin was only 13, her bank and investment accounts boasted over 300,000 yuan, not including her pocket money. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin, prior to securing a job, had to surrender 95% of his red envelope money, euphemistically labeled as tuition fees. What do you think about what I just said? Of course. I'll be driving while observing, Zhou Lin joked, but he soon sobered when he noticed his sister's serious expression. You're not taking novels seriously, are you? Art derives from life. Legends may very well be fragments of history. I do not blame you for your lack of reading, but you should learn to be adaptable. I graduated with a bachelor's degree. You're just in the first year of middle school. Zhou Lin tilted his head. My first year of middle school is merely the beginning, while your bachelor's degree is the end. Zhou Lin was momentarily taken aback, unable to find a counterargument. Merely pouting. All right, fine, you win this round. However, I doubt you'll ever have the chance to attain a bachelor's degree in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin fell silent for a moment. Wait, you suddenly came to pick me up, and you even brought a girlfriend back. Do you all already know? What are you talking about? Zhou Lin squinted at the rearview mirror. Just as I suspected, Zhou Lin sighed like an adult. Do you all still see me as a child? Are you not? Zhou Lin realized that he had inadvertently revealed too much. The disparity in their intellect was something that acting could not disguise. Despite his caution, Zhou Lin saw through him. Their meeting had lasted less than 10 minutes. It's not that exaggerated. It's merely a small disaster. As long as we speak of minor issues grandly and major issues tacitly. I'm not talking about you. I'm referring to the nation. Zhou Lin shook her head, clearly feeling that this time they had truly reached the end, lamenting. What a pity. I haven't even finished studying linear algebra. So, that's what you regret. Zhou Lin asked in surprise. What else? Life is inherently meaningless. All my joy comes from the pursuit of knowledge. Alas, your level of intelligence makes it hard for you to comprehend. Let us talk about your girlfriend. Is it that girl named AI Bing? I've mentioned it. She is not my girlfriend. She doesn't deserve the title. I remember you didn't always say that. Zhou Li pondered. It's often said that people's nature is hard to change. A sycophant will always be a sycophant. Unless reborn. To know the apocalypse is coming, yet still bring her along. Are you not trying to lead her to her doom? What prompted this sudden change in your disposition? If this were a plot in a novel, your transformation would likely be. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Brother, you can't possibly be one of those reborn characters, right? In your previous life, did you suffer because of a woman abandoning your parents and your sister, all for a green tea BTCH? For some reason, Zhou Lin felt a shiver down his spine as he caught the eerie expression on Zhou Li's face. Damn, why does that sound so plausible? I was merely joking. Your acceptance is of no consequence. Zhou Li shifted the topic. Now, let's get back to studying. Time is precious. At 13, I still haven't finished university-level mathematics. How foolish. Zhou Lin wanted to curse. If that was considered foolish, then what was he? A fool. So, this is your doomsday fortress prepared by our parents? Frankly, I believe the farm would be a better option. As soon as they entered the house, Zhou Li could not help but critique. After a thorough tour, she took out a draft notebook and pen to begin jotting down her observations. This entrance has issues, from the elevator to our home, and even the stairwell. We need at least one proper security door installed. I recall a brand in the city that charges about $170,000 to $80,000 for a door. Additionally, the flooring, this concrete slab, is roughly 10 centimeters thick. However, we should ideally lay at least a 6 centimeter thick homogeneous steel plate, using chemical bolts to enhance the strength of the poured beams. Our unit is excellent. We have the entire floor to ourselves, so we need not worry about partition walls being damaged. However, the insulation layer needs to be redone. If time is of the essence, we could adopt the method used in the beautiful country, filling wooden walls with foam plastic, and finally closing it off with panels, which would provide decent soundproofing and insulation. Oh, and the window glass needs to be replaced. Double-glazed hollow glass can only handle ordinary conditions. If the temperature difference exceeds 30 degrees, its effectiveness is negligible. Do you think that is sufficient? Zhou Lin was bewildered, shaking his head. It seems you truly are reborn. You wouldn't understand these things otherwise. You must have faced considerable hardships in your previous life, right? Let us continue discussing the window glass. Actually, we don't need that many windows. The floor-to-ceiling glass doors in the living room, all the bay windows, and the glass doors on the living balcony can essentially be sealed off. It should take about 2 days to complete. Lastly, for the rooftop, it's best to enclose it with multi-layer honeycomb PC boards, with a thickness of at least 5 centimeters. Do not use stainless steel for the framework. Its performance in low temperatures is subpar. The main structure should utilize qualified anti-corrosion wood. The thicker the better. Brother, since you've been reborn, didn't you bring a space with you? It seems the food prepared at home is rather limited. We need ample drinking and utility water prepared. If time allows, once the rooftop is enclosed, we should set up an inflatable swimming pool. A water depth of no more than 80 centimeters is safe. An area of 60 square meters can hold over 45 tons of water, which should be within safe load limits. Sufficient for our family of 4 for about 1 to 2 years. And who knows how Zhou Lin managed to endure the entire 2 hours. Clearly, he was the one experiencing a rebirth in the apocalypse, yet why did Zhou Li appear more knowledgeable than him? Many details he overlooked were meticulously noted by her in her draft notebook. You're making me feel utterly useless. You have a space, right? That is your greatest value. Damn, I don't have a space. So, you've really been reborn, haven't you? You must not have done anything good in your previous life, right? Chapter 14. The illusion of AI being were a cold expression. Since morning, she had been sending messages to Zhou Lin, yet not a single reply had come, which filled her with anxiety. Chi, do you think Zhou Lin could be deceiving me? He wouldn't dare. A devoted admirer like him wouldn't entertain such bizarre thoughts. Young Chi, with her toenails painted, was simultaneously responding to AI Bing while chatting with someone else. Although her interlocutor barely acknowledged her, she relished the exchange. For he was a true magnate from whom she had only recently acquired WeChat contact. While she might lack the qualifications to enter high society, having a friend from a prominent family was, indeed, a matter of pride. Yang Chi-Chi had even arranged to visit him in a few days. Indifferent to what they would do together, confident that she would not come to harm. AI Bing was deeply worried. Fearing unforeseen complications, she had even resorted to online loans, incurring considerable expenses in fees and interest. Fortunately, Zhou Lin finally responded. AI Bing was on the verge of lashing out. But Zhou Lin appeared completely unfazed as he wandered around the house, only to discover that his parents were absent. Zhou Kaijun was likely at the farm, busy with numerous tasks, while Cheng Yili may have gone out for supplies, suggesting that dinner was unlikely to materialize, though it was still before 4 o'clock. The outside world was shrouded in darkness akin to 8 or 9 in the evening, rendering the unlit room nearly invisible. "I'm asking you a question." AI Bing puffed her cheeks. "Didn't you say we were going to finalize the transfer today? Didn't I mention yesterday that I don't have enough money? But I said I could help." "Then transfer the funds," Zhou Lin replied. "Let us do it when we go to the property center tomorrow." AI Bing regained her composure, embodying the quintessential saying of not releasing the hawk until the rabbit was sighted. She would not transfer the money just yet. "Fine. I'll see what I can scrounge up for dinner." "Where are your parents?" "I haven't seen them all day." AI Bing showed no inclination to assist, mainly because she was incapable. Having been at Zhou Lin's home for 2 or 3 days, she sensed a peculiar attitude from his parents, lacking the warmth typically extended to a future daughter-in-law, even falling short of the treatment accorded to an ordinary guest. "Busy," Zhou Lin replied from the kitchen. "Do your parents dislike me?" "Impossible. They absolutely don't dislike you," Zhou Lin reassured her. "That's good." AI Bing feigned a casual pat on her slightly more ample chest, thinking that whether they liked her or not was inconsequential, as long as she could acquire a home. Little did she know, Zhou Lin's thoughts were decidedly different. They didn't dislike her. They would prefer her absence altogether. When dinner was nearly prepared, Zhou Kaijun returned, while Cheng Yili stayed at Lanshan. With AI Bing and another girl present, Zhou Kaijun ate in silence, completely ignoring AI Bing's presence as he filled his plate and then retreated to his study. "I've finished eating. You can do the dishes," Zhou Lin said. "Why? You used to be reluctant to let me do such things." "That was then," Zhou Lin replied. "If you don't show some initiative, how can my parents be assured enough to add your name to the property deed?" Thinking of the property deed, AI Bing relented, pouting as she began to tidy up, while Yang Chi-Chi continued to scroll through her phone. In the study, Zhou Lin received a call from Zhou Li. "I forgot something important." "What is it?" Zhou Lin glanced at the weary Zhou Kaijun, lowering his voice. "Weapons. In a post-apocalyptic world, danger lurks everywhere. Without sufficient weaponry, our granary becomes theirs." Zhou Li launched into a detailed monologue for over 10 minutes, discussing everything from basic cold weapons to standard firearms, and even how to create Molotov cocktails, explosives, and biochemical agents, including how to utilize pesticides from the farm. Zhou Lin, while familiar with the earlier suggestions, could hardly contain his astonishment at her ingenuity. "Dad, what is your IQ?" He couldn't help but ask after hanging up. "Me? My university was equivalent to today's top-tier institutions. What do you think my IQ is?" "Then why do you raise pigs?" Zhou Lin found it puzzling. "To earn money. Can't a 985 graduate farm pigs?" Zhou Kaijun countered. Zhou Lin scratched upon exiting the property rights center. AI Bing wore a beaming smile, clutching a document bag as she exclaimed, "Zhou Lin, how much do you think this house could appreciate in 2 years?" "How much?" Zhou Lin remained silent, contemplating to himself that there was no rush. In just a few days, she would have her answer. Chapter 15. Kindred Spirits. The most notable change in the city is the significantly reduced number of people and vehicles on the streets. Many shops have ceased operations altogether, and only at the entrances of a few large supermarkets can one witness crowded gatherings. AI Bing, somewhat astonished, reflects on how her thoughts have been consumed by her new house. Observing the frenzied shoppers, she is perplexed and inquires with Zhou Lin about their behavior. Perhaps they have simply lost their minds. Zhou Lin chuckles. With Cheng Yali taking charge, he feels no need to compete with ordinary folks for supplies in the supermarket. It is worth noting that yesterday, Cheng Yali worked tirelessly, either rearranging stock or receiving goods. Under Zhou Lin's suggestion, she cleared out one of their warehouses in the logistics park to store provisions, and this morning she messaged him to empty the warehouse, indicating that they had discussed this matter the previous night. Why not stay at Lanshan? AI Bing expresses her discontent as Zhou Lin drives out of the city. After all, her name is on the property deed, so why should they retreat to the countryside? It's still under renovation, Zhou Lin replies. Hasn't it already been completed? She retorts. It's too early, Zhou Lin replies nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further. Feeling at a loss, AI Bing resorts to chatting with Yang Qiqi about cosmetics and luxury goods, topics she is not particularly invested in, but finds solace in the conversation. Before long, Zhou Lin overhears the two women discussing the possibility of inviting more friends over, and AI Bing even mentions the name Tang Ili. Zhou Lin can't help but smirk. He did not know Tang Ili before the apocalypse, but in a certain sense, they were both merely admirers of AI Bing. It must be said that AI Bing possesses exceptional management skills and a remarkable feminine allure. Despite lacking intrinsic qualities, she skillfully presents herself as captivating. Such women are willing to invest effort into their outward appearances, and Tang Ili, being a fitness coach, fits that mold perfectly. In the dynamic of coach and student, it matters little who initiates. The outcome is that Tang Ili transformed from a fierce wolf into a mere lapdog. Had it not been for the apocalypse, Zhou Lin and Tang Ili might have become brothers in misfortune. However, once calamity struck, Tang Ili became the most ferocious wolf by AI Bing's side, attacking anyone in his path. Perhaps due to his long-standing commitment to fitness, Tang Ili's brawn overshadowed his intellect, causing him to lose his ability to think critically in the harsh environment of the apocalypse. Ultimately, most of the hardships Zhou Lin endured in his past life were at the hands of Tang Ili, and those humiliations are forever etched in his memory. Now, with AI being absent from the city, if she were to perish, Zhou Lin would not know where to find Tang Ili. Tang Ili must die. The thought of the harm inflicted by that mad dog ignites an uncontrollable fury within Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin, Yang Qiqi's friend wants to come over to hang out. You don't mind, do you? AI Bing suddenly inquires. Yang Qiqi's friend? Zhou Lin replies, his tone laced with sarcasm. Yes, not a boyfriend. More like a close friend, you understand, right? Yang Qiqi deftly covers for AI Bing. Understand. Zhou Lin thinks to himself, I understand all too well. When Tang Ili arrives, AI Bing, you may as well perish. The air quality in Deep City is appalling. Prolonged exposure can lead to lung cancer. If your friend has nothing better to do, perhaps you should invite them to stay for a while until conditions improve. Lung cancer? Is it really that severe? AI Bing gasps in disbelief. Have you not seen the reports online? Shifushin has been erupting continuously, and no one knows when it will cease. Property prices in Deep City have plummeted by 30%. Indeed, only matters related to money can pique AI Bing's interest, for it is only profit that stirs her intellect. Upon returning to the farm, Zhou Lin notices a few electric vehicles departing in the distance. Those are the last remaining workers, and now the entire farm has been vacated. It's all empty now. Zhou Kaijun reflects, feeling a sense of melancholy. He has truly gone all in this time. Should the apocalypse not have arrived, restoring the farm would be exceedingly difficult. Father, I sincerely wish that this so-called apocalypse is merely a nightmare. But just look at the sky. Zhou Kaijun nods despondently, grateful that his son has been reborn and even brought along a spatial ability. However, neither he nor Cheng Yali has ever inquired about the specifics of that space. Oh no, I forgot something crucial. Zhou Lin exclaims, slapping his forehead. Mother asked me to collect items from the warehouse. It's nearly overflowing. If you dare forget what your mother said, hurry up and go. Fortunately, the logistics park is not far, and typically, this route does not suffer from traffic congestion. Especially not now. In just over 10 minutes, Zhou Lin arrives at the logistics park and finds his warehouse. I thought you forgot. Hurry inside. I'll lock the door. Seeing Xing Yali still waiting there, likely having skipped lunch, Zhou Lin feels a pang of sympathy. Mother, are you hungry? Hungry. I've already endured it. Now hurry. There is another truckload coming. In front of Cheng Yali, Zhou Lin finds no room for resistance and must obediently enter the warehouse. Cheng Yali does not follow him inside, but promptly locks the door. What on earth is all this? Zhou Lin's gaze sweeps over the mountain of supplies before him. 30 bags of sugar, each weighing 200 pounds. Bags of salt, each weighing 100 pounds. Filling a corner of the warehouse, 50 bags of various chili peppers, essential to the people of Bashu, also packed in burlap, 50 jars of bean paste from different regions, 50 barrels of traditional canola oil, and countless varieties of cooking oils and seasonings. After clearing half the warehouse, Zhou Lin suddenly feels a wave of darkness wash over him. His lips tingle, his head grows heavy, and his limbs weaken as cold sweat beads on his forehead. Oh no! The thought barely forms in his mind before he collapses to the ground, fainting. Qingyali, busy outside the warehouse, is completely unaware of the commotion until the next batch of goods is nearly due. Why has Tihi come out yet? Qingyali tries calling Zhou Lin, but there is no response. Could something have happened? With this troubling thought, she rushes inside and immediately spots Zhou Lin lying on the ground. What happened? What's wrong? Rushing to Zhou Lin's side, Qingyali pinches his acupoint while checking his pulse. Satisfied that his heartbeat remains steady, she breathes a sigh of relief and increases the pressure of her pinch, successfully rousing Zhou Lin from his stupor. It hurts. I'm so hungry. Mother, I'm so hungry. I want to eat something. Zhou Lin mumbles, his head still spinning and his vision unfocused. Eat this. Qingyali shoves a chocolate bar into Zhou Lin's mouth and quickly retrieves a handful of chocolate bars from a packaging box in the warehouse. You're just like your father, suffering from low blood sugar. Zhou Lin remains silent, accepting a second bar and continuing to eat. He consumes a total of 10 bars before Qingyali hesitates to give him more, and only then does he finally stop, exhaling deeply. From now on, always keep some sugar on hand. Thankfully I came in. Otherwise, you would have been in dire straits. Zhou Lin smiles, rising with Qingyali's assistance. He knows this condition is not merely low blood sugar, but rather linked to the frequent use of his powers. Symbiosis. Beginner 121-1000, currently symbiotic transport vehicles. Laifu, large water transport vehicle. Available symbiotic transport vehicle capacity. 0 storage space. 1 indeed, in such a short time. His experience points have surged by 10. My body just can't handle it. Munching away, Zhou Lin declares, Mother, I want hot pot for dinner. Chapter 16. The secret of abilities. Though Qingyali appeared rather carefree, how could a mother not feel heartache for her child, no matter the circumstances? Tonight we shall have hot pot. My word is final, even if Jesus himself were to intervene. Mom, I admire your spirit. Get lost. Go rest. Qingyali replied with irritation. I'm not tired, Zhou Lin said. I just need to replenish my blood sugar. Didn't you mention that new supplies would arrive soon? Oh dear, I almost forgot. Hurry then, take care of yourself. I'll wait outside. A truckload of daily necessities was on its way, sourced from a regional wholesaler by Qingyali, who offered fair prices that could sustain the entire family for decades, provided the items did not expire. In the warehouse, Zhou Lin meticulously gauged the changes in his physical condition and the experience points associated with his abilities each time he received a new batch of supplies. Although he could not determine the exact ratio between the two, it was evident that acquiring resources indeed contributed to his experience. Moreover, the consumption of physical stamina had no relation to the items themselves but was solely dependent on the frequency of their use. This perhaps explained why he had not been drained when he stored the fortune, yet nearly met his end in the warehouse. With this understanding, Zhou Lin resolved that after using his abilities 3 or 4 times, he would indulge in a chocolate energy bar, though somewhat cloying if consumed excessively. It was undeniably effective for a quick energy boost. He wondered if other ability users shared his sentiments. Such portable and efficient snacks should be stockpiled, as they might become a valuable currency among them in the future. Just then, Qingyali drove in with the forklift, prompting Zhou Lin to bring up his thoughts. The wholesaler's warehouse is located in the logistics park. I'll head there immediately. True to her reputation as a strong woman, she approached tasks with fervor. Zhou Lin had initially anticipated waiting until the following day for the chocolate bars, yet Qingyali had resolved the matter in just an hour. A box contains 50 bars, and I ordered 60 boxes, totaling 3,000 bars at a wholesale price of 450 yuan. I took all of it, 237 boxes. Mom, you're incredible, Zhou Lin exclaimed, giving Qingyali a thumbs up. That's a staggering amount of chocolate bars. While they may seem insignificant now, each could potentially be worth a woman's favor in the future. If that's the case, I'll need to procure more. This logistics park has a variety of warehouses, Mom. Let us hold off for now. Our funds are dwindling, aren't they? Zhou Lin interjected with a sudden epiphany. Indeed. They are. Cheng Yali nodded, realizing that her 5 million yuan had nearly vanished since last night, alongside a significant transfer from old Zhou's account. I had a thought. Zhou Lin quietly shared his idea, and Cheng Yali nodded along, acknowledging its merit, though she noted the associated risks. It's not a big deal. The worst that could happen is frostbite, he reassured her. But what if someone tries to rob you? She countered, recalling Lily's suggestion to prepare some weapons. However, all she had managed to procure were a few knives, and finding decent long-range weapons was no easy feat outside of certain regions. Where could one possibly find fine blades for sale? At most, collectors might possess some hidden treasures, but who knew where they were stored? Fortunately, Zhou Lin was not lacking in weaponry at all. He had access to everything from handguns to rifles, even flamethrowers and shoulder-mounted missiles. Mom, look at this. My goodness. Where did you get this? Cheng Yali stood frozen before the gleaming handgun Zhou Lin presented. In Xia country, it was not as simple as in some other nations. Possessing even a few bullets could lead to severe consequences. The pistol Zhou Lin revealed was clearly military grade, exquisitely crafted and in pristine condition. Take this. It comes with 3 magazines and a holster. At times like this, who cares about legality? As long as you don't brandish it in public. Firing a few rounds discreetly is unlikely to attract any attention from law enforcement. But I don't know how to use it, Cheng Yali said. Somewhat apprehensive yet aware of the extraordinary circumstances, she was not averse to carrying a firearm. It's simple. Zhou Lin explained the essentials, disengaging the safety, loading the magazine, and aiming, guiding her through a few practice motions. Given her weight and strength, she should be able to handle the handgun without difficulty, even if they could not yet practice with live ammunition. This is rather thrilling, Cheng Yali remarked, quickly adapting to the situation, a hint of satisfaction in her expression. However, before she could fully settle, she inquired if there were more weapons available. Yes, Dad has some. I'll bring them to him later. That's good. By the way, don't give your sister any yet. She is still too young. Had Cheng Yali not emphasized this, Zhou Lin would have considered arming Zhou Li, as her impulsiveness could lead to dangerous outcomes, possibly even more so than old Zhou or Cheng Yali. In these tumultuous times, young girls like Zhou Li were particularly vulnerable. After completing the inventory acquisition, Zhou Lin drove Cheng Yali to Lanshan, where she would accompany Zhou Li for the night and facilitate further procurement. Presently, the available resources in the city were dwindling. Many supermarkets were either closed or severely stocked, and no one was genuinely naive, regardless of the government's proclamations. Those with funds were hoarding supplies. Not even ordinary consumers were exempt. Cheng Yali had faced numerous closed doors today, as those with stock were unwilling to sell, demonstrating that hoarding was a perennial practice throughout history. As the day waned, the distinction between 4 or 5 in the afternoon and midnight faded. Domestic conditions were somewhat better. Yet in numerous relatively free nations and regions, prolonged darkness had birthed an increase in criminality. In areas devoid of electricity and law enforcement, theft, robbery, and murder had become commonplace, forcing individuals to make dire choices, either join the fray or band together for survival. The situation within Xia country was similarly grim. Although widespread violent crime had yet to manifest, signs of market chaos were already evident. To restore societal order, the government and military began collaborating, imposing martial law in major cities, special cities, and border towns, with strategic and essential resources now under government control. Private bulk holdings would be purchased by the government at cost price, supplemented based on actual circumstances. Upon reading such news online, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. While martial law had yet to be implemented in Jiazhou City, Cheng Yali had procured a substantial amount of supplies, particularly sugar, salt, and grain, which could certainly be traced if the authorities were inclined. What would happen if the government demanded these supplies back? After much contemplation, Zhou Lin felt increasingly restless. As soon as he awoke that morning, he called Cheng Yali. advising her to gather supplies for no more than half a day before discontinuing use of the warehouse. What difference does it make? Even if we don't use it, people will still know, Cheng Yali replied. Burn it, Zhou Lin whispered urgently. Burn it? Cheng Yali almost thought she misheard. I'll take care of it. Leave some supplies in the warehouse and then set it ablaze. If someone investigates later, they'll discover it was burned, and no one will know who did it. As for the quantity that was inside when it burned, who knows? Perhaps most of it was stolen before the fire. Chapter 17 The Dawn of Chaos. The daybreak arrived later than usual. Even at 10:30 in the morning, the world outside remained shrouded in gloom. Zhou Lin rose and casually consumed a morsel before he was about to step out when AI Bing dashed out to call him. This afternoon, Chi-Chi's friend will arrive, and we need to go to the train station to fetch them. Will you drive us? Zhou Lin halted, contemplating the absurdity of Tang Yili's eagerness, akin to a sycophant. Given the state of affairs outside, was it not madness to be so impatient? The fervor of romantic entanglements truly does blind one to reason. It's fine if they arrive. It's an opportunity to deal with the situation, he thought. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Then loan me a car. I have a license too, and I can accompany Chi-Chi. He paused, recalling, didn't you mention last time that you have that so-called conqueror? The conqueror. Yes, we do, Zhou Lin nodded. But it's not convenient to park it here. What do you intend to do? I just want to see if we can truly afford a car worth over 10 million, she replied. Zhou Lin's family was relatively well off, yet they hardly possessed such extravagant spending power. It wasn't that expensive back then. I'll drive it back in a couple of days. Although a conqueror was indeed parked in the Laifu No garage, it was, after all, a stolen vehicle. AI Bing's words reminded Zhou Lin that perhaps he ought to venture into the city, exploring the Four Sons shop, rental agencies, or even second-hand car dealerships. One might stumble upon something worthwhile. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, human industrial civilization lay in ruins. Although a modicum of industrial production persisted, its primary focus was on sustenance, followed by pharmaceuticals. Vehicles, once taken for granted, had become exceedingly scarce and precious. Yet, the expense of acquiring a car was exorbitant. Jiazhou City lacked the robust private trade in imported vehicles seen in Jingang and boasted no automotive manufacturing enterprises, compelling one to rely on retailers. Are you out of your mind? After the apocalypse fully descends, just a stroll down the main road could yield hundreds of vehicles, right? If that doesn't suffice, surely there are plenty of decent cars in the nearby community garages? Is it truly worth risking everything now? Upon discussing this with Zhou Li and Lanshan, he was met with a ruthless rebuttal. Indeed, those of high intelligence often possess a dismally low emotional quotient, with Zhou Li's temperament. She would likely perish within 3 chapters of anyone else's narrative. You're overthinking it. I'm well aware of the idiom to survive by any means necessary. And I've also learned about enduring humiliation and gathering strength. Enough, Zhou Lin lamented, burying his face in his hands. Fine, I'll heed your advice. Where's your little notebook? Have you consulted with Mom? What are we still missing? Weapons, and there are some medications we cannot procure, Zhou Li replied. Considering these 2 categories the most troublesome, the discussion of weapons was straightforward, but procuring medications, which appeared so ordinary, proved exceedingly difficult on a large scale without the right channels, especially since the government had long covertly imposed controls. Presently, the market pharmacies offered a meager selection of pharmaceuticals, and their quantities were scant. Have Mom purchase more traditional Chinese herbs. I have some Western medicine prepared. Zhou Lin remained unperturbed for the Laifu No. How's the small hospital? Let alone medications, it had everything from ultrasounds to CT scans at its disposal. The glass probably won't be replaced in time, Zhou Li expressed her regret. Unlike a security door that could be installed upon arrival, multi-layered hollow glass required customization and was exceedingly troublesome to install, often necessitating the use of heavy machinery. Conditions they currently lacked. Let us seal it for now. After all, there's no sunlight. Being opaque is better to avoid drawing attention, Zhou Lin reasoned. With a complete and effective ventilation system, he felt that sealing the windows was indeed the most prudent course of action. All right, the materials are on the platform. Should we call the workers, or shall we do it ourselves? Zhou Li appeared eager, yet Zhou Lin believed this task could wait. They needed to begin accumulating water starting today. The Laifu No not only stocked a considerable amount of drinking water, but also featured a complete water recycling system. Though the recycled water might not be palatable, it sufficed for daily use. However, Zhou Lin was reluctant to reveal the existence of Laifu No during the early days of the apocalypse to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Storing water on their rooftop would not only keep their activities discreet, but also provide insulation. At Zhou Li's behest, Cheng Yali procured an abundance of construction materials and electric tools, most of which were placed on the rooftop. To set up a plastic swimming pool for water storage, they needed to clear some space first. This was a task Zhou Li could not accomplish alone, necessitating Zhou Lin's assistance. Each time he cleared a section, Zhou Li would inflate a simple pool and fill it with water. Surrounded by water, Jiazhou City boasted reasonable water pressure even from the 18th floor. With 2 or 3 hoses, they could fill 10 tons of water in just a few hours. Had it not been for a phone call from Cheng Yali, Zhou Lin might have remained preoccupied on the rooftop until dusk. There has been a robbery at the logistics park. Although Cheng Yali had not been directly targeted, several individuals had been robbed and warehouses had been forced open, causing her considerable anxiety, prompting her to contact Zhou Lin. "I'll be there right away." Concerned for Cheng Yali's safety, Zhou Lin instructed her over the phone to lock the warehouse door and, if necessary, to use her firearm. Survival was paramount. However, he could never have anticipated that he would be ambushed less than 3 minutes from the logistics park. On the road, an assortment of dilapidated vehicles, seemingly dragged from who knows where, had compressed the once 8-lane thoroughfare to barely accommodate a single car. It was evident that those shabby vehicles concealed individuals within. Any attempt to slow down could invite an attack. Though alternate route Chapter 18, a familiar face, the flames began to spread from a corner of the warehouse. Zhou Lin confirmed multiple times that even if the entire warehouse burned down, it would be difficult for the fire to affect the other warehouses, and no innocent bystanders would be harmed. After more than 10 minutes, the fire burst out from the warehouse's ventilation window, and someone reported it to the fire department. The logistics park's property management subsequently called Cheng Yali. By the time Zhou Lin returned, the fire was already uncontrollable. The property management could only attempt to clear the area around the warehouse to prevent the flames from spreading further. Some individuals offered comfort to Cheng Yali, observing his mother. Engulfed in tears and frustration amidst the crowd, Zhou Lin felt that the Academy Awards owed her a golden statuette. By the time the fire truck arrived, the warehouse was nearly reduced to ashes. With the high-pressure water hoses in action, the scene was utterly chaotic. One could hardly discern the situation, achieving the very outcome Zhou Lin desired. Those aware of the substantial supplies Cheng Yali had recently gathered in the warehouse shook their heads, contemplating the significant loss the Zhou family would likely face, while also lamenting the destruction of those resources. Typically, police would be on the scene at such a time. However, the increasingly chaotic order had already exhausted their manpower, leaving them indifferent to incidents lacking casualties. "Let us go, Mom." Zhou Lin, his eyes reddened from rubbing, assisted Cheng Yali back to the car. "Hurry, hurry." Once the car door was closed, Cheng Yali urged Zhou Lin to leave quickly, fearing that continuing the charade would expose them. As he glanced at the logistics park receding in the rearview mirror, Zhou Lin felt a twinge of regret. After all, those warehouses contained a myriad of supplies, and if given the opportunity in the future, a thorough sweep might yield unexpected treasures. Upon returning to Lanshan, Cheng Yali immediately fell into a frenzied ordering mode. Yet most of her calls either went unanswered or resulted in no outcomes. "While you were out, the workers installed the security doors. I'm considering whether to weld shut the locks on 2 of them." It must be said that Zhou Li, clad in work attire and wearing a helmet, indeed resembled a capable engineer. However, Cheng Yali could not bear to let her daughter undertake such labor and quickly sent Zhou Lin to assist. "But I don't know how," Zhou Lin exclaimed, spreading his hands in defeat. "Then hurry and search for it." Cheng Yali placed her hands on her hips. "Your sister is delicate. What if she gets burned by the sparks?" Indeed, Zhou Lin's entire being was far less significant than a single hair from Zhou Li. The notion of gender equality was non-existent in the Zhou family. Zhou Li giggled and said to Zhou Lin, "Brother, you don't need to search. I'll do it. And I'll teach you. When did you learn how to weld? Isn't it said that anyone can do it if they have hands? Besides, I've diligently studied from videos for half an hour. That should suffice. Trust me. Curiously, despite having never encountered welding before, under Zhou Lin's guidance, Zhou Lin managed to perform the task quite well. Huh, I can now say I'm a welder. Don't flatter yourself. Without me, you're nothing, Zhou Lin retorted, rolling her eyes. That evening, Cheng Yali arranged a hot pot dinner, fulfilling Zhou Lin's cravings. Zhou Kaijun also joined them, and the family of four enjoyed a delightful meal together. That woman left a step after you. When I left, she hadn't returned yet, Zhou Kaijun remarked, sipping his drink. She said a friend came to Bashu, and she went to meet them. Brother, you're not getting green, are you? Zhou Lin teased. Cheng Yali lightly tapped Zhou Lin with her chopsticks. What nonsense! How could someone like her have anything to do with your brother? You know, I was just joking. Brother, I found you a new girlfriend. I'll take you to meet her shortly. What? You found me a girlfriend and want to introduce me? Zhou Lin blinked in surprise. Yes. Zhou Lin nodded. She lives in our building. How did you meet her? Cheng Yali inquired. A local person, Zhou Lin said, touching her forehead. I thought since we'll be cooped up at home for a while, I should get to know the people in our building, ensuring I'm aware of any potential threats and preparing preemptively, if necessary, taking the initiative before anything unfavorable occurs. Stop. Mind your own business. Women only slow me down in drawing my sword, understand? Brother, within your circle, you want to find a good woman. Birds of a feather flock together. If no one pulls you up, then it's south not your place to do so. Zhou Lin shot back, exasperated. Don't change the subject. Lily. What does that girl do? What does she look like? Cheng Yali interrupted, clearly trusting Zhou Lin more than Zhou Lin. She's a doctoral student in the clinical department at Bashu University, and her looks are definitely at the level of a campus beauty. She's from our hometown in Jiazhou. She just returned from studying abroad, and because of a natural disaster, classes were suspended. She only got back to Shuti yesterday. Excellent. Cheng Yali nodded repeatedly, casting a disapproving glance at Zhou Lin, as if her son were unworthy of such a match. When will she come over to visit? Mom. Isn't this a bit excessive? It's the end of the world. Why pursue a girlfriend? Zhou Lin strongly opposed. But his resistance proved futile as Zhou Li pulled out her phone and sent a few messages before getting up to answer the door. Shueli. Shuejia. At the door, a tall and short figure embraced, and if one hadn't just heard Zhou Li mention they had only recently met, one would have assumed they were long-lost sisters. However, Zhou Lin couldn't shake the feeling that the woman at the door looked familiar. It dawned on him, was she the charming girl from the train? Wu Shui was equally surprised and smiled at Zhou Lin. So, you're the brother Lily mentioned? Indeed. What a coincidence, Zhou Lin replied, gesturing for Wu Shui to take a seat. After a brief introduction from Zhou Li, Wu Shui was formally acquainted with Zhou Lin's family. Just as Zhou Li had noted, they had indeed met online, and although there was a slight age gap, they shared numerous common interests, swimming, playing badminton, and strumming the guitar. Shared hobbies meant plenty of common ground, and Wu Shui lived just downstairs, albeit in a smaller apartment than the Zhou family's. Shui, is it all right if I call you that? Cheng Yali asked, her eyes nearly closing with delight, utterly satisfied. Of course, my mom calls me that. Unfortunately, they're abroad right now. Flights have been canceled, and communication isn't very smooth, Wu Shui replied, a hint of worry crossing her face. Where are they currently? Cheng Yali asked. They went to Europe for vacation. The last time we spoke, they were in Switzerland. Son, is Switzerland safe? Zhou Lin pondered before shaking his head. It's hard to say. The population is sparse, and resources are relatively abundant. But the temperatures are likely lower than in Bashu. What are you all talking about? What about low temperatures? Wu Shui inquired. Cheng Yali cleared her throat and glanced at Zhou Lin. You should ask him. He has quite the expertise in climate change. When did I become an expert on climate change? Zhou Lin felt wronged as he noticed Wu Shui's gaze turn toward him. Surely, his mother couldn't set him up like this. Chapter 19. The burden of being an older brother. This tale begins with the volcanic eruptions of an island nation. Zhou Lin felt as if he were a duck thrust upon a perch, as his mother had firmly placed him in this predicament. Today, he could not fabricate a plausible excuse. Otherwise, he would surely face the consequences. If Zhou Lin's encounter with Wu Shui was an instance of fate, Then AI Bing's relationship with Tang Li was undeniably a twisted destiny. The reason AI Bing could effortlessly summon Tang Li to Jiazhou like a dog was that he had a like-minded classmate there, Sun Qinghao. Upon receiving news from Tang Li, Sun Qinghao first met him at the train station, after which the two reunited with AI Bing and Yang Qiqi. The quartet drove around Jiazhou City, but Sun Qinghao, hoping to impress the two lovely ladies, found that many establishments had already closed their doors due to the inclement weather. And they nearly missed out on having hot pot. As darkness enveloped the sky, Zhou Lin had yet to make an appearance. After a couple of drinks, AI Bing grew somewhat vexed and decided to teach Zhou Lin a lesson. So long as he did not actively seek her out, she would not return. A couple of days prior, she felt isolated. But now with Tang Li's arrival and the unexpected delight of Sun Qinghao, her spirits lifted. With her discerning eye, AI Bing quickly discerned that Sun Qinghao was a rogue in the realm of romance, lavishing attention upon Yang Qiqi while casting furtive glances at her. What a scoundrel. Most of the time, AI Bing's demeanor was a facade. Deep down, she looked down upon both Zhou Lin and Tang Li. Although Sun Qinghao drove an expensive imported car, he lived in a rental, categorizing him in her eyes as just another lowlife. AI Bing, don't go to your relative's house tonight. It's been ages since we last met. We should catch up, Tang Li, with alcohol-induced fervor, implored. Fine. If they don't call, I want to return. Alas, there is nowhere to have fun, AI Bing lamented. Sensing her frustration, Sun Qinghao eagerly suggested they procure some snacks to enjoy at his place, and the four continued to drink. AI Bing shot a knowing glance at Sun Qinghao, who was relentlessly pouring drinks for Yang Qiqi, guessing his ulterior motives. Unfortunately, regardless of their efforts, neither Tang Li nor Sun Qinghao possessed the prowess to intoxicate AI Bing and Yang Qiqi. They were at least 20 years short of that skill. The two seasoned women were not so easily ensnared. Eventually, both men succumbed to the effects of alcohol, leaving AI Bing and Yang Qiqi to gleefully capture some amusing snapshots of the two drunken fools. They then shamelessly rummaged through Sun Qinghao's home, only to discover his meager possessions. What a poverty-stricken individual, nothing of value. It was astonishing how poor his drinking capacity was. He likely lacked in other areas as well. Actually, Tang Li is somewhat decent. Perhaps you should give him a chance? That one. Unworthy. You still regard him as a treasure, Yang Qiqi scoffed, belching from the wine. Having concluded that Sun Qinghao was indeed a quintessential lowlife, AI Bing lost all interest in him. Although Tang Li was not wealthy, at least he was visually appealing, physically fit, and exuded a sense of strength, sufficient attributes to satisfy her needs. In her words, he was a decent tool. With her mind wandering, AI Bing could not help but think of Zhou Lin, no matter how she assessed it. His worth seemed to surpass that of Tang Li and Sun Qinghao combined. She felt a twinge of regret. What if Zhou Lin misconstrued her actions? Yet, upon further reflection, she believed that even if he did harbor any ill feelings, they would remain within her control. Jiazhou City was not large. In fact, AI Bing was situated less than a street away from Lanshan. If she chose the right direction, she could even catch a glimpse of Zhou Lin's home. In the living room, after Zhou Lin explained his thoughts, Wu Shui remained unperturbed. On one hand, Zhou Lin repeatedly stressed that this was merely his personal perspective. On the other, it was consistent with Wu Shui's character. After all, being able to pursue a doctorate in the clinical department at Basha University is no small feat. My father is an excellent doctor, and my mother is an expert in mechanical engineering. We are traveling to Europe because my mother is attending an international conference. Wu Shui spoke, half addressing Zhou Lin and half to herself. Zhou Lin understood that she was conveying her parents' elite status. Any nation aware of their capabilities would undoubtedly regard them with significant esteem, thus greatly enhancing their survival chances in the face of calamity. Moreover, individuals like her parents would be more adept at crisis management than the average person. So the biggest issue seems to be me, Wu Shui chuckled wryly. I initially did not anticipate the severity of the situation, so I was not adequately prepared in terms of supplies. I fear I might starve at home. Suddenly, Zhou Lin's younger sister, Zhou Li, who had been quietly reading on the sofa, lifted her head and said, "Don't worry, Sister Shui. As long as I have something to eat, you will have something to drink." "Thank you, Xiao Li, but I feel bad about taking advantage of you. Besides, Things may not be as dire as your brother suggests. Not as dire? Zhou Lin chuckled, but before he could speak, Cheng Yali approached, smiling. Xiao Shui, you're being too modest. It's no trouble at all. Even if you stayed here, Auntie and Uncle would welcome you with open arms. You're a true genius. Any time you can help Xiaoli with her studies would be a blessing for us. Xiaoli is quite clever. Faced with Cheng Yali's invitation, Wu Shui neither accepted nor declined. It's getting late. I should head home. Wu Shui stood up to leave, but Zhou Li pulled her back. And the two spent nearly 2 hours in her room before emerging with smiles. After Zhou Li saw Wu Shui off, Zhou Lin could not help but ask, "You've only known her for a few days, and you took her to your room? Aren't you afraid of revealing too much? Do you think I'm as foolish as you?" Zhou Li replied seriously, "She and I are kindred spirits. Do you know her IQ? It's only slightly lower than mine. We genuinely have common topics to discuss. And you think that's the only reason?" Zhou Lin challenged. "Well, for someone of your intellect, realizing that much may be a stretch. Sometimes the gap between people is as vast as that between humans and monkeys." "Who said that?" Zhou Lin felt a sense of familiarity with the phrase. "Who said it is irrelevant?" Zhou Li waved her hand, exuding confidence. "Tell me, in the face of an apocalyptic disaster, is our family truly prepared?" Zhou Lin pondered for a moment. "It seems we are mostly ready. What else could be lacking?" "Indeed, there are deficiencies." Zhou Li pointed to Zhou Kaijun, who was smoking at the dining table, and Cheng Yali, who was snacking. "Look at them, old folks in their 50s or 60s, having toiled all their lives. Their bodies must be frail by now. When disaster strikes, if one of us falls ill, even if we have medicine, do you know how to administer it? So your concern is primarily about Wu Shui's profession and capabilities?" Zhou Lin surmised. "It is refreshing to see you learning. My heart is at ease. Dad, Mom, let us send this girl away. I can't take it anymore." Chapter 20. Zhou Li's ecosystem. On June 25th, Zhou Lin awoke to a palpable drop in temperature. It was now 8:30 in the morning. Yet the outside world remained shrouded in darkness. The city no longer shimmered with its usual brilliance. Many areas appeared dim and desolate, with the neon lights dwindling as more shops opted to close their doors. The entire world seemed to be slipping into an abyss, an inevitability that no one could avert. With a sigh, Zhou Lin forced himself to shake off the gloom. His parents were scheduled to return today to bring over some essentials, while items that were useful yet inconvenient to move would be securely stored away. Last night, Zhou Lin had handed a pistol for magazines and a box of ammunition to Zhou Kaijun in a gesture of reciprocity, anticipating that communication might falter due to potential power outages. Zhou Lin rummaged through the Leifa number and found a military-grade short-range communication system. Each family member would have a terminal, with the main unit installed on the rooftop platform. This system boasted an effective communication range of approximately 20 kilometers, ensuring that even if someone needed to venture out, they would remain within this limit over the next 2 months. Throughout the morning, Zhou Lin busied himself on the rooftop, collaborating with Zhou Li to complete the remaining window sealing tasks. He also intended to construct a sturdy tool shed on the platform. With the plummeting temperatures, heavy snowfall was anticipated, and certain tools and materials could quickly deteriorate if left buried beneath ice and snow. "Brother, since you're going to build, why not make it bigger? It could serve as storage and even accommodate some chickens, ducks, geese, or rabbits," Zhou Li suggested. "Raise small animals? What would I feed them?" Zhou Lin replied skeptically. "Feed? Of course. I asked Mom to buy some," Zhou Li said earnestly. "When did you do that? Where did you put it?" "At the logistics park. Chicken, duck, goose, quail. Rabbit feed, dog food, cat food, and plenty of treats for the animals. I also had Mom buy a substantial amount of cat litter," Zhou Li recounted, counting on her fingers. Zhou Lin slapped his forehead. He had been so preoccupied with collecting supplies that he hadn't noticed these crucial items. Reflecting on their potential usefulness, he couldn't label Zhou Li's actions as wasteful. But apart from Black Zai, we don't seem to have any other animals. A few days ago, Black Zai had been guarding the countryside, and today Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali would bring it back. A doghouse had already been prepared in the foyer. "There is no need for you to worry about that. I've already made meticulous arrangements. Just tell me what kind of structure you envision." Building a tool shed with ample materials and tools was indeed not a daunting task. Zhou Li played a pivotal role. as if she had a meticulously detailed blueprint etched in her mind down to the millimeter. Zhou Lin merely needed to cut the materials to her specified dimensions and assemble them like building blocks. As he gazed at the 2-meter-3 high, 12-meter long, and 9-meter wide structure before him, Zhou Lin fell into contemplation. Had he truly constructed this in just half a day? Was it possible that his innate talent lay in construction? Turning to Zhou Li, who was squinting and seemingly deep in thought, he conceded that without her, he was nothing. The internal area of the tool shed exceeded 90 square meters, with Zhou Li designating a space on the left for housing the generator and filter equipment, as well as enclosures for chickens, ducks, and geese. The right side featured a simple fish pond, above which were cages for quails. The scattered feed and quail droppings would naturally fall into the pond, serving as fish food. The boiler was positioned nearby to maximize heat efficiency, while the remaining space was allocated for rabbits. Finally, the central area was designed with rotating planting racks, equipped with red and blue LED lights. Capable of growing over 1,000 vegetable plants, Zhou Li claimed that this nutrient solution and artificial lighting technique would suffice to meet the basic needs of their family of 4. These concepts were entirely beyond Zhou Lin's comprehension. He couldn't fathom where 13-year-old Zhou Li had acquired such peculiar knowledge, leaving him with the impression that it was she who had transmigrated, not him. If our world were indeed real, then the notion of transmigration or rebirth would be impossible. One merely transcended their dimension on a quantum level. Conversely, if this world were not real, then transmigration would not exist either. It would only imply that the system had preserved one's data and backed it up within a replay program. I suppose I should prepare a meal, Zhou Lin decided, unable to grasp Zhou Li's musings. Yet, he could not relinquish his pride as an older brother, so he opted to engage in what he excelled at. Each has its strengths and weaknesses. The kitchen is Zhou Li's domain, and no matter how high her intelligence, it would not aid her in concocting a satisfactory fried rice, let alone her favorite golden fried rice. Delighted by the scattered golden grains on the table, Zhou Lin felt a sense of sibling reunion. This was what a 13-year-old should be like. Just then, the phone rang. It was AI Bing. Zhou Li perked up, her ears attentive like those of Black Sai. Her interest lay solely in gossip pertaining to Zhou Lin. "Why didn't you call me?" she inquired, and as expected, AI Bing began with a retort. If Zhou Lin had not possessed his previous life's experiences, he might have been utterly bewildered at this moment. "It's so dark. Come pick me up. I've been waiting at a friend's house all night. I've already sent you my location. Such a woman should not be spared." "Brother, you are quite the schemer. Do you have a plan? Share it with me, and I shall assist you," Zhou Li whispered in his ear. "Just wait and see," Zhou Lin replied nonchalantly, ending the call. He glanced at the location AI Bing had sent. It was merely half a street from the back entrance of Lanshan Community. The key question was how AI Bing and Tang Ili could afford to live in such a decent neighborhood. They couldn't possibly own a property there, after all. Tang Ili wasn't from Bashu. Were they renting? Knowing AI Bing's whereabouts calmed Zhou Lin. The reason for her call was clear. She had left without her belongings, particularly warm clothing, which remained at the farm. With temperatures plummeting since last night, procuring a new set of clothes on the street would not be easy, given the scarcity of open shops. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhou Lin briefly recounted the matters concerning AI Bing to Zhou Li. Zhou Li patted Zhou Lin's shoulder with an air of maturity. "Not bad. You're becoming quite astute. Your decision is sound. Let her first experience the harshness of this apocalypse, then offer her a glimmer of hope, only to shatter it completely, leaving her in despair. When she wishes for death in her hopelessness, ensure that her existence becomes a torment." "Perfect. Have you taken to reading palace intrigue novels recently? Perhaps you should cut back. Such stories dull the intellect," Zhou Lin remarked, not wishing to transform his sister into a character like Shen Huan. The world was already rife with challenges. Why add to the burdens of those still living? Let us discuss something more pressing. Tomorrow, the temperature is set to drop to 0 degrees. 0 degrees? Zhou Li's attention was undoubtedly piqued, for she preferred challenges over trivial matters. "Do we have enough coal and oil?" "I believe we do," Zhou Lin replied, confident in their reserves aboard the Leifu number, which were more than sufficient. Gasoline, aviation kerosene, and diesel were all available, with aviation kerosene in the greatest quantity. Typically, This fuel is unsuitable for standard gasoline engines, but can be used in diesel engines. For instance, the Conqueror RV that Zhou Lin had salvaged operated on a 15.6-liter six-cylinder diesel engine. Theoretically, high-quality aviation kerosene would not adversely affect it. As for coal and charcoal, those have been procured later by Chang Yali. Approximately 30 tons of anthracite and 50 tons of charcoal had been acquired, which would generally suffice for over a year of heating. Despite this, Zhou Lin remained somewhat dissatisfied, repeatedly swiping her phone until she finally settled on a location 20 kilometers from Jiazhou City. A coal mine? Zhou Lin was uncertain about the implications of Zhou Li's mention of Jiayang coal mine. If the opportunity arises, I shall pay a visit, Zhou Lin remarked. Isn't it sufficient? The plans of life are often outpaced by change. The astute do not idly await tomorrow, but rather seize it. Zhou Lin shrugged in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other end, AI Bing, having been abruptly hung up on, was nearly driven to madness. Chapter 21. The Ruin of the Island Nation at Sun Chenghao's residence. AI Bing and others waited in vain for Zhou Lin, not even receiving a phone call or message, which filled her with a sense of rage and an unsettling premonition. Could it be that he sensed something amiss? Glancing at Tang Yili and Sun Chenghao, who were engrossed in their games, AI Bing couldn't shake the feeling that something was off compared to Zhou Lin's bustling family from a few days prior. Despite it being noon, the sky only offered a faint glimmer of light, as the typically brilliant July sun was obscured by thick clouds, rendering it colder than the moon, much like an overripe duck egg. In her boredom, AI Bing scrolled through her phone and found an abundance of apocalyptic discussions online. Posts that had been swiftly deleted just days ago were now allowed to proliferate unchecked. Could it be that Zhou Lin's family had been preparing all along? If that were the case, AI Bing felt it prudent to visit Zhou Lin's home as soon as possible. AI Bing, are you hungry? Let us go out to eat. Tang Yili finally set aside his phone, feeling a pang of hunger. Go out to eat? AI Bing retorted, pointing out the window. With weather like this, do you really think any restaurants are open? In fact, the previous night, all nearby restaurants had closed. Food supplies were either controlled or sold out. With no ingredients available, even the most resourceful cook would struggle to prepare a meal. It's fine. I still have instant noodles at home. As a quintessential bachelor, Sun Chenghao had stocked up on fast food, but AI Bing was reluctant to eat it, deeming it unhealthy for her skin. The sight of the instant noodles made her reminisce about Zhou's family farm, where the pigsty and chicken coop she once scorned now filled her with longing. They surely had plenty of food. Exchanging a knowing glance with Yang Qiqi, AI Bing was surprised at how aligned their thoughts were. We need to leave, she declared. Zhou Lin had not called, and AI Bing's message went unanswered, causing her growing anxiety. As a woman in touch with her own worth, she needed to clearly assess the value of her options. Presently, Zhou Lin, with his large house and farm, was undoubtedly more valuable than Tang Yili. AI Bing was acutely aware of the distinction between transient joy and the necessity of sustenance. However, Tang Yili was displeased. Having traveled far from Shenzhen, was he really meant to stay for just one night? Let us stay a couple more days. I can go out to buy something. Before AI Bing could stop him, he dashed out. Almost immediately after, Sun Chenghao approached her, emboldened by Tang Yili's absence. If Yang Qiqi hadn't gone to shower, he would have likely remained cautious. AI Bing, your voice was lovely last night, he said with a smirk. What do you want? She replied coldly. Hey, what could I want? Old Tang is my brother. And you are his woman. How could I possibly act inappropriately? His words contradicted the expression on his face, which clearly conveyed his intentions toward AI Bing. While AI Bing was not particularly concerned about such matters, she did care about value. Any endeavor incurs a cost, and she would not allow herself to be taken advantage of without a fair exchange. What could Sun Chenghao possibly offer her? Meanwhile, outside, Tang Yili quickly regretted his decision. Cold. It's freezing. Inside, with doors and windows shut, he had felt the chill, but now the wind on the street felt as if he were undressed. His hands and feet nearly numb. Despite being July, it felt more like the depths of winter. He mistakenly believed Jiazhou was uniquely cold. In reality, Shenzhen was experiencing temperatures even lower. The entire atmospheric circulation had been disrupted, and surface cooling was no longer just from northern cold air. Shenzhen, near the sea, could no longer be insulated by warm ocean currents. Had Tang Ili contacted friends in Shenzhen, he would have learned that the previous afternoon, the city had already begun to freeze. Not only Shenzhen, but nearly all coastal cities were suffering from unprecedented cold waves. A massive meteorological disaster was unfolding globally, with disaster relief becoming the primary focus for governments everywhere. Among them, the island nation was perhaps the hardest hit. Due to volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and severe storms, cities beyond the capital were utterly paralyzed. Ordinary citizens received no assistance beyond self-rescue efforts, which often proved ineffective without preparation. 13 cities were submerged by flooding, with 3/4 of their populations missing, essentially presumed dead. 3 small towns near the mountains were completely obliterated by mudslides, with few survivors. Centered around Shifushan, a 30-kilometer radius was enveloped in toxic volcanic ash and unbreathable gases. Those who failed to evacuate faced certain death. The island nation's government could only express its helplessness in the face of such calamity. It was rumored that the royal family had disgracefully evacuated, not to the militarily powerful, beautiful country or the affluent Europe, but directly to economically impoverished Africa. This suggested that prior reports of the island nation making arrangements in Africa were not unfounded. After all, living in such an unforgiving natural environment would lead anyone to ponder what to do in the event of an apocalypse. The wealthy and powerful had also fled. Man Chapter 22. Wu Shui persuaded the dire situation of the island nation has propelled governments worldwide to expedite their preparations for the impending apocalypse. If previously there had been dissenting voices among the upper echelons of various nations, the fate of the island has silenced those objections entirely. After all, only a madman would choose self-destruction. Rational minds are preoccupied with the question of survival. The Eden and Ark plans of the beautiful nation. The Spark plan of the summer country, the clandestine Olympus project, which has been years in the making amongst several major European powers, and the hibernation plan of the Bear country have all begun to be implemented with greater urgency. In stark contrast, nations with mediocre economies, technologies, or natural resources find themselves in a far more precarious position. It is not that their leaders are unaware, rather, even when they recognize the reality, they are powerless to act, lacking either the economic backing, the technological prowess, or the suitable locations within their borders to execute any plans. Take, for instance, the neighboring countries of the island nation, the Cold Country and the Golden Country. These two nations, once brothers, have diverged significantly in their developmental paths over the past few decades, with the Cold Country leading in both economy and technology to such an extent that its citizens once looked down upon their erstwhile compatriots. Yet, as disaster strikes, the Cold Country, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, suddenly finds itself with no avenues for retreat. The islanders at least had their earlier investments in the Dark Continent, while the leaders and tycoons of the Cold Country lacked the foresight and capability to make similar arrangements. In contrast, the isolated and underdeveloped Golden Country is connected to the continental shelf. If the Summer Country were to show even a modicum of goodwill, bolstered by the protection of the mountains, the chances of survival for the leaders and citizens of the Golden Country would increase significantly. In fact, the relationship between the Golden Country and the Summer Country has historically been amicable. Moreover, given the current calamity that befalls humanity, just days ago, the leader of the Golden Country communicated with the senior officials of the Summer Country and, after making certain assurances, received permission for its citizens to enter the Summer Country to construct shelters when necessary. To avert social unrest, governments have chosen to keep their survival plans confidential, selectively informing key figures and elite groups to discreetly make their way to the nearest evacuation points. Wu Shui and her family, along with Yang Qiqi, were evidently not among those notified. However, Wu Shui received a message last night. The notification clearly identified her as a third-category elite talent, allowing her to seek assistance at the nearest military outpost using the QR code sent alongside the message. If conditions permit, the military would escort her to a shelter under the Spark plan. Upon receiving the news, Wu Shui found it nearly impossible to sleep through the night. She certainly trusts her country, yet she is uncertain whether entering the shelter would mean a permanent severance from the outside world. If she were unable to communicate with anyone afterwards, she might lose all hope of finding her parents. And what if she chose not to approach the military? Wu Shui devoted her time to voraciously reading numerous apocalypse novels, staying up until the afternoon, her eyes heavy with fatigue, before sending a message to Zhou Lin. Hey. Upon seeing the message, Zhou Lin gasped, promptly abandoning Zhou Lin to rush to the door. Shuijia, Xiaoli. Wu Shui's smile appeared somewhat strained. Her steps unsteady, not merely from lack of rest, but also from the mental exhaustion she felt. The two women settled into the room, and Wu Shui glanced around, inquiring about Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali. In her view, many decisions were beyond Zhou Li's authority and required adult intervention. It's fine. I have a say in half of this household, Zhou Li asserted, thumping her chest. Wu Shui remained skeptical, pressing for information about Zhou Lin. After contemplating, Zhou Li retrieved a walkie-talkie and called Zhou Lin down from the rooftop where he was working. Upon hearing about the spark plan, Zhou Lin did not express surprise. He not only knew of the plan, but was also well aware of many of its base's locations. My suggestion, Zhou Lin glanced at Zhou Li, wary of inadvertently revealing too much to the two incredibly astute women. Listen to me, Shuijia, just stay here. We've prepared everything, Zhou Li exclaimed, dragging Wu Shui towards the platform. When Wu Shui beheld the water reservoir and the newly completed tool shed, still reeking of paint, she was taken aback. So you anticipated this all along? It wasn't us, it was me. Zhou Li proudly pointed to herself. It was my unreasonable demands that prompted my parents and brother to make these preparations. Lily, if you can't use idioms, then don't, Zhou Lin interjected, unable to suppress his irritation. I like using them this way. It's none of your business, Zhou Li retorted, giving him an admonishing glare before turning back to excitedly introduce the facilities and plans within the tool shed to Wu Shui, even revealing some stockpiled supplies meant to conceal their activities. You truly are a lucky star. After touring the tool shed and returning downstairs, Wu Shui couldn't help but reflect that in comparison to Zhou Li, she felt like a mere bookworm, ignorant of anything beyond her specialization, oblivious to the broader realities. So, Shuijia, have you decided to join us? To be honest, Wu Shui felt tempted. But her crash course in apocalyptic literature had made her acutely aware of the status of ineffective women in such dire times. Her only asset might be her medical expertise. I often worry about my brother, racking my brain, fearing he might not find a wife. Why? Zhou Li's curiosity was piqued, interrupting the flow of conversation. If he cannot find a partner, I would end up being sacrificed by my parents, and my fate would be wretched. Wu Shui paused, her cheeks flushing slightly. So? Exactly, Zhou Li declared, standing on the sofa and waving her hands dramatically. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew I would gladly accept you as my sister-in-law. I think I should leave first. Although Zhou Lin was absent, Wu Shui felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. It wasn't that she disliked or looked down upon him. In truth, she had never contemplated matters of the heart. As a top scholar, her entire focus had been on her studies, which had led her to her current achievements, including being among the third batch of notifications for the Spark Plan. Her impression of Zhou Lin had always been one of friendship, merely viewing him as Zhou Li's brother. Where do you think you're going? Shuijia. I advise you not to waver. Make your decision decisively. Besides, you already know our family's situation. I won't let things just drift along. Wu Shui pressed her forehead. All right. If you promise not to use idioms, we can still be good friends. I can join, but as for dating your brother, let us discuss that later. Yay. Zhou Li flung herself into Wu Shui's embrace. I've always wanted a smart sister. My wish has finally come true. That's gender discrimination. Zhou Lin, who had just ascended the stairs, exclaimed angrily. Wrong. Zhou Li lifted her head from Wu Shui's shoulder. With your ignorance and inability to discern right from wrong, you're not qualified to converse with me. Watching the siblings bicker, Wu Shui couldn't help but chuckle. She suddenly realized that this familial atmosphere was genuinely delightful. Though not particularly refined or sophisticated, it was authentic and warm. Thus, she felt assured that her choice was indeed the right one. Just as Zhou Lin was preparing to impart some wisdom to Zhou Li, the doorbell rang. Chapter 23. Cheng Yali's fury. The man standing at the door had a somewhat peculiar identity. I am Xiao Hang, the property manager of the community. Oh, is there something you need? Zhou Lin was encountering Xiaohang for the first time. His initial impression was not particularly favorable. Despite Xiaohang's attire and demeanor exuding a sense of practicality and steadiness, Zhou Lin felt an inexplicable discomfort, perhaps a survival instinct honed in the post-apocalyptic world. Blocking the doorway with his body and leveraging his height, Zhou Lin prevented Xiaohang from glancing into the corridor. There have been complaints from residents about unauthorized construction. Xiaohang indicated towards the newly installed blast-proof door. This area is a public space, and we have come to discuss this matter with you after receiving other residents' complaints. I see. Zhou Lin did not outright deny it. He was a reasonable person. Since there are complaints, we will arrange for the renovation company to remove it. It should only take 3 to 5 days at most. Xiaohang was somewhat taken aback. This was far too accommodating, almost unrealistic. Then we would appreciate your cooperation. If there is anything we can assist you with, please let us know. We will certainly oblige. All right, once my parents return, I will ensure they contact the renovation company. Rest assured, we'll dismantle it as soon as we find one. Zhou Lin's terms were reasonable, contingent upon locating a renovation company. Xiaohang did not perceive the trap in Zhou Lin's words and took out his phone, asking Zhou Lin to scan a code to join the community owners group. Your parents are a bit older. I didn't mention this matter when I encountered them before. Having one family member in the owners group suffices. While operating his phone, Xiaohang remarked, the recent weather has been harsh, and it's uncertain when it will return to normal. Some residents in our community are quite capable. Just a few days ago, a resident from Building 3 contacted a farm and arranged for 5 trucks of fresh vegetables to be delivered. There is also a resident from Building 5 who runs a grain and oil business. If any family is in need of supplies, they can reach out to him. But the quantities are limited, just enough for a family for 3 to 5 days. At this point, Xiaohang turned to Zhou Lin. I heard that, mister. Zhou is a large-scale livestock farmer in our city. I wonder if you have any pork. If Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali had not mentioned anything. How did the property management company know these details? This was rather complicated. My family's farm was sold off some time ago. Otherwise, we wouldn't have moved here. If I had known this situation would arise, we might have reconsidered the move. At least in the countryside, we wouldn't lack for food. Xiaohang appeared somewhat surprised and disappointed. Do you have any stock left in the countryside? None. Zhou Lin spread his hands. We run a livestock operation, not processing. I see. Well then, if anything arises, we can communicate directly via text. We won't take up more of your time. After watching Xiaohang lead 2 security guards into the elevator, Zhou Lin finally closed the door. Zhou Li and Wu Shui had been eavesdropping behind the slightly ajar security door. Xiaohang tried to add me to his contacts at the community entrance a few days ago, but I refused, Wu Shui remarked. He seems shady, not a good person. Zhou Li nodded. Don't pay him any mind. Zhou Lin concurred with Zhou Li's assessment, and then he called Cheng Yali to discuss the blast-proof door issue. Zhou Kaijun firmly assured Zhou Lin that he and Cheng Yali had never mentioned their family's business to anyone in the community. Could it be the developer? Cheng Yali interjected. The community property management is a subsidiary of the developers. Never mind. We'll keep our involvement in community matters to a minimum. When will you be back? We're already on the way. Be careful, old Zhou. There's something blocking the road ahead. Brake. Cheng Yali's shout instantly tightened Zhou Lin's heart, and the subsequent sound of a collision caused him to leap to his feet. Brother? Sit tight. Zhou Lin listened to the busy tone on his phone, his face turning pale. Something has happened. It cannot be an accident. Old Zhou's driving skills are too competent for that. Furthermore, Cheng Yali had clearly shouted about an obstruction in the road. Zhou Lin's mind immediately jumped to the possibility of a roadblock. Using roadblocks to rob passing vehicles was a simple yet effective method, easily fooling the inexperienced. He had to blame himself, given the relatively stable situation in Bashu. He had grown somewhat complacent. He needed to rush to rescue them. Here, take this. You know how to use it, right? With no time to explain. Zhou Lin handed Zhou Li a handgun and 2 magazines, avoiding Wu Shui's gaze. Zhou Li, her small hands trembling, concealed the gun within her thick loungewear. Responding with remarkable calmness, brother, be careful. You too. Ruffling Zhou Li's hair, Zhou Lin opened the blast-proof door and stepped outside. The outside air was biting cold, and the sky had nearly lost all light. Humanity would not see the sun again for nearly 2 months. The true chill would officially descend upon the world tonight. Zhou Lin needed to find Zhou Kaijun and his wife as quickly as possible. Otherwise, all three of them could be in grave danger. At this moment, he abandoned all caution, jumped into the car, and armed himself to the teeth. Clad in an entire set of American Special Forces gear, he was equipped with everything, including infrared night vision goggles atop his head. Once the car rolled out of the community, Zhou Lin immediately positioned 2 handguns and a submachine gun within easy reach, slamming down the accelerator. On the road leading to the farm, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali's pickup truck was skewed at the roadside, not far ahead. A group of individuals was slowly surrounding the vehicle. Inside the truck, Zhou Kaijun held his forehead, blood seeping through his fingers and causing his eyebrows and eyes to become matted together. Fortunately, he remained conscious, repeatedly urging Cheng Yali to lock the doors and windows. Having seen the roadblock too late due to poor visibility, Zhou Kaijun had to slam on the brakes while slightly steering to avoid a direct collision. He aimed to leverage T-Chapter 24. No survivors. The incessant mix of rain and snow rendered the road treacherous. Had it not been for this, Zhou Chaojun would not have lost control of the pickup truck, and consequently, he would not have sustained injuries. Zhou Lin donned the infrared night vision goggles, which, despite the inadequacy of the headlights, enabled him to discern the path ahead. Before even reaching Yangbakozi, a barricade had already materialized in his line of sight, comprised of several pieces of construction machinery. The menacing appearance of the obstacles suggested that should one collide with them, the occupants in the front would likely meet their demise instantaneously. Clearly, the individual responsible for erecting this blockade had no intention of robbery. Their aim was lethal. A surge of fury ignited within Zhou Lin as he decelerated and scanned the surroundings, seeking to identify the hiding spots of those responsible. Yet, before he could bring the vehicle to a halt, a sharp gunshot echoed ahead. Cursing under his breath, Zhou Lin seized his submachine gun, leaped from the vehicle, and sprinted forward. The gunfire persisted, intermingled with human cries and anguished screams, accompanied by frantic barking. As Zhou Lin navigated past the barricade, figures emerged in his night vision goggles. Some were fleeing in his direction, others darted into the adjacent fields, while some leaped onto the pickup, and others lay motionless on the ground. Through the goggles, Zhou Lin confirmed that Zhou Chaojun and Cheng Yali remained in the vehicle. The silhouette in the passenger seat was incessantly spouting bursts of crimson light, undoubtedly the enraged Cheng Yali exacting her vengeance. With gunfire already unleashed, Zhou Lin felt compelled to prevent any escape. He promptly aimed at the nearest figures and pulled the trigger. The subtle sound of gunfire left a clear trajectory in the night vision display, guiding Zhou Lin's aim until he succeeded in eliminating those few individuals. The fleeing figures, hearing the shots, glanced back momentarily before resuming their desperate flight. Alas, could they outrun a bullet? Having endured the apocalypse, Zhou Lin would not hesitate to eliminate a few foes. The compact submachine gun favored by the elite forces of the beautiful nation was remarkably stable. Coupled with the night vision goggles, Zhou Lin found himself effortlessly executing precise shots. After depleting 3 magazines, no standing figures remained in sight. Chapter 25. Desperate measures. Who's there? Show yourself. Xiao Hang, having heard only half of the security guard's explanation, abruptly turned and rebuked the shadowed figure lurking in the lamplight outside the gate. Come out now, or we'll make you. I'm just passing by. Can a man walk down the street? Tang Ili, cowering, emerged from the darkness, his eyes darting nervously toward the residential complex. You came with those 2 women? That's my girlfriend. I'm here to catch her in the act. Oh, Xiao Hang smiled faintly. Catching her in the act? But the lady didn't seem to think so. How do you intend to prove it? Of course, Tang Ili had no way to prove it. You wouldn't want to go inside and confront her, would you? Seeing Tang Ili's befuddled expression, Xiao Hang felt a twinge of impatience. He decided to guide him along with careful words. Yes, I need to confront her. But why should I let you in? The residents here are all wealthy people. I don't want to offend them for no reason. Buddy, Tang Ili said, losing some of his initial panic as he moved closer to Xiao Hang and whispered, I can offer you a little something as a token of my appreciation. Just tell me which house she went to, and I promise you won't be involved in what happens next. You promise, do you? Xiao Hang sneered. Why don't you come to the office with me, and we can discuss this in detail? Tang Ili, desperate to prevent AI Bing from being with another man, agreed without thinking. Meanwhile, the Zhou family, along with Blackie and their rabbits, entered their home. Despite her earlier preparation, Zhou Li couldn't help but gasp at the sight of Zhou Zaijuan's bloodied face. Wu Shui remained relatively composed, though a hint of nervousness was evident. Mom, Dad, go to the second floor. Zhou Lin nodded at Wu Shui. I appreciate your help. Of course. Let's go upstairs. Though uncertain why they needed to go to the second floor, Wu Shui didn't question Zhou Lin's request. Just as the four of them ascended the stairs, the doorbell rang. As Zhou Lin opened the door, AI Bing and Yang Qiqi were greeted by a wave of warmth. A stark contrast to the frigid air outside. Why didn't you wait for me? AI Bing pouted, then smiled and reached out to take Zhou Lin's arm. Usually, this tactic worked wonders, and no man could resist her charms. But today, she was mistaken. Zhou Lin took a step back, his expression blank. What do you want? Taken aback by Zhou Lin's attitude, AI Bing's smile faltered. What do you mean? Didn't you invite me here? Don't forget, I own part of this house. AI Bing hadn't considered this at the gate, but now that her mind had cleared, her intelligence seemed to have returned. Zhou Lin didn't deny her ownership. But at this point, what did ownership matter? Everything depended on power. I don't care. I'm going to live here. AI Bing pushed past Zhou Lin and strode into the living room, settling onto the sofa. The warmth and comfort made her close her eyes in contentment. She then spotted the snacks and fruit on the coffee table and immediately began stuffing them into her mouth. Is there anything else to eat? I'm starving. Seeing Zhou Lin lock the door and turn around, AI Bing assumed she had won again, and she began to gesture imperiously. There is food. Zhou Lin nodded with a cold smile. But are you worthy of it? AI Bing stopped, her eyes fixed on Zhou Lin. She almost didn't recognize him. Was this really Zhou Lin? She glanced at Yang Qiqi, trying to confirm that she wasn't imagining things. Don't you understand? Zhou Lin walked over, pulled AI Bing up, and pointed toward the sealed-off French windows. It's the end of the world, AI Bing. The apocalypse. What apocalypse? Weren't they saying the climate anomaly would recover soon? AI Bing stammered. Recover? Zhou Lin flung AI Bing away. Didn't you go to see a friend? Why didn't you stay with him? I just want to see him. There's nothing between us. I'm your girlfriend. Spare me. I have nothing to do with you. You want to be my sister-in-law? You're not worthy. Zhou Li descended the stairs, her face cold. She walked to Zhou Lin's side and took his arm. Brother, why did you let them in? Zhou Lin smiled and ruffled Zhou Li's hair. What do you think? Brother, you wouldn't do something before something else, would you? That would be too twisted. AI Bing swallowed hard, watching Zhou Lin nervously. If you don't want me here, I'll leave. Qiqi, let's go. Leave? You think too much. Now that blood had been shed, Zhou Lin no longer intended to hold back. He stepped forward and slapped AI Bing hard across the face, sending her crashing to the ground. Yang Qiqi screamed, covering her head, unsure whether to intervene or where to run. Shut your mouth. Zhou Lin appeared before Yang Qiqi in a flash and punched her in the abdomen. Yang Qiqi gasped, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed silently, unconscious. Call the police. I want to call the police. AI Bing scrambled to her feet, her left cheek swollen and bleeding. Call the police, my ass. The suppressed rage within Zhou Lin finally erupted. He lunged forward, lifted AI Bing with one hand, and slammed her down with brutal force. The reinforced floor reverberated with the sound of breaking bones. AI Bing couldn't even scream, her mouth agape like a dying fish, barely breathing. Using me as a backup. An ATM, a servant, a babysitter, a bodyguard. I desperately tried to find food for you, and you sleep with someone else. You cheated on me to my face, and laughed at me for being a useless disappointment. You pushed me off a cliff. Consumed by fury, Zhou Lin completely forgot that Zhou Li was present. He didn't use any weapons, relying solely on his fists and feet, which rained down on AI Bing relentlessly, lifting her limp body into the air for seconds at a time. TSK, so violent. Oh, you're awake? Zhou Li smiled at the trembling Yang Qiqi, who had opened her eyes. If you don't like what you see, I can have him change his methods. Seeing her best friend mutilated beyond recognition on the floor, Yang Qiqi gagged repeatedly. I didn't see anything. Please, let me go. I won't say anything, I promise. Zhou Lin didn't have time to deal with Yang Qiqi yet. AI Bing wasn't dead, not quite, but she was clinging to life by a thread. Zhou Lin's blows were no mere gestures. AI Bing's internal organs were destroyed, and black blood trickled from her orifices. AI Bing, AI Bing, you must be curious about why I'm doing this to you. Let me tell you. Gripping AI Bing's ear, Zhou Lin whispered as he continued to abuse her mangled body. I'm back from the dead. In my past life. About 10 minutes later, AI Bing finally exhaled her last breath. She was gone. Zhou Lin sighed, a sense of relief washing over him. Looking at AI Bing's gruesome corpse, he felt a pang of regret. It wasn't enough. Then, he turned his gaze toward Yang Qiqi. Wait, didn't you say it's the apocalypse? I have a friend. A real tycoon. Even in the apocalypse, he can help us and make sure we live well. Look at our chat history. If you don't kill me, I'll take you with me when he sends someone to pick me up. Yang Qiqi held up her phone. Zhou Lin hadn't intended to listen. But then he saw the name on the chat log, Boss Chow. A thought flashed through his mind. Zhou Lin changed his grip from a fist to a grab, lifting Yang Qiqi into the air. This friend of yours, his last name is Chow? What's his full name? Chow Bowen, Boss Chow. Chow Bowen. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Do you know him too? Of course I know him. I know him better than anyone else. He said he would come to pick you up? Yes, indeed, replied Yang Qiqi. Very well, you may postpone your demise for the time being. However, first, please clean this place thoroughly. And then take charge of the breeding facility upstairs. Chapter 26. The craftsmanship of Wu Shui. Yang Qiqi never anticipated that despite her agreement to allow General Chow to accept the Zhou family, Zhou Lin would treat her in such a manner. He relegated her to the livestock farm, reducing her to something akin to cattle. I have stated it clearly. I do not keep idlers, Zhou Lin scoffed. Tomorrow, my mother will instruct you on how to tend to these animals, and Shali will enlighten you on the care of the planting systems. Yang Qiqi's chest heaved with indignation. The words of refusal lingered at the tip of her tongue, but ultimately transformed into a mere sound of dissatisfaction. Zhou Lin gestured towards the outside world, adding, if you are unwilling, you may leave. But bear in mind, it is currently 15 degrees below zero, and the temperature will only continue to plummet. For Yang Qiqi, 15 degrees below zero was an experience she had never encountered in her life, and she had no desire to endure it now. Though the tool shed was rudimentary, messy, and odorous, it was sturdy and warm. The boiler in the corner incessantly emitted heat, maintaining the room's temperature at a comfortable 20 degrees above zero. A stark contrast to the frigid conditions outside. I need food, she finally conceded, choosing to endure her circumstances. Even now, she could not believe that the darkness and cold would persist indefinitely. She had already resolved that once societal order was restored, she would ensure Zhou Lin's disgrace, preferably to the extent that he would find no resting place in death. Why keep that woman and provide her with sustenance? Are you not concerned she might cause havoc if confined to the tool shed? Have you softened your heart? I warn you, do not entertain foolish thoughts. In the small living room on the second floor, Wu Shui was tending to Zhou Caijuan's wounds, while Chang Yali, assisting her, expressed dissatisfaction with Zhou Lin's arrangements. Xiao Shiwei, do not take it to heart. That woman has no connection to him. As for AI Bing, whether Zhou Lin intervenes or not, I shall take action. She is utterly detestable. Wu Shui nodded, then shook her head. Wearing a mask, she found it inconvenient to speak, possibly unsure of what to say. Zhou Caijuan's forehead bore a significant wound, the deepest part exposing the stark whiteness of his skull, and upon examination, Wu Shui suspected a degree of fracture. Fortunately, it had not deformed, and special fixation was unnecessary. Just a few months of careful avoidance of further impact would suffice. Thankfully, he exhibited no signs of a concussion or other brain injuries. The crucial tasks were disinfection and suturing. As a clinical physician, these tasks posed no challenge for Wu Shui. She had been honing her skills under her mentor's guidance since her final undergraduate year. The choice of the finest thread for suturing, Zhou Caijun spoke volumes about her precision. Only those with adept hands would dare to attempt such delicate work. Throughout the procedure, no anesthetics were employed, yet the seemingly frail Zhou Caijun remained remarkably still, earning Wu Shui's admiration. After several minutes, she completed the suturing, removed her mask, and discovered a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead, a testament to her nervousness while tending to Zhou Caijun's injury. Zhou Lin and Chang Yali felt her efforts had been commendable. After suturing, the wound ceased to bleed, and upon cleaning the surrounding area with alcohol, no signs of tension-induced creasing were revealed, rendering the area almost identical to its state prior to treatment. Mission accomplished, Wu Shui exhaled softly, beginning to clear the area. Zhou Caijun, having endured the pain, was drenched in sweat and yearned for a refreshing hot shower, followed by a rejuvenating sleep. It was only upon Zhou Li's reminder that they realized dinner had yet to be served, as they gathered around the dining table. The simple meal took on deeper significance given the day's events involving Zhou Caijun and his wife. It illustrated the dire conditions outside. "I'll take her some food," Zhou Lin decided, finally recalling Yang Qiqi on the rooftop. Upon seeing the large bowl in his hands, Yang Qiqi bolted forward to catch it, silently devouring the contents. "Delicious. Remember to work after you eat. As long as you behave, I won't let you go hungry," Zhou Lin declared before inspecting the tool shed. His primary concern was to ensure that all equipment functioned correctly and that the livestock and rabbits exhibited no adverse reactions, with food and water conditions adequately met. Strictly speaking, Zhou Lin lacked for poultry, eggs, and meat. The cold storage area of the live food was filled to capacity, even beyond what he and Wu Shui could consume. The act of raising these animals was more a nostalgic yearning for a past life of comfort and a hopeful vision for the future. Once Yang Qiqi finished her meal, Zhou Lin reminded, or rather, warned, her not to entertain any thoughts of destruction within the tool shed, or he would not hesitate to lock her outside. On the 19th floor rooftop, the temperature plummeted to 30 degrees below zero, causing Yang Qiqi to shudder involuntarily at the thought. While her phone still functioned and had not been confiscated, she had already discovered that calling for help was futile. Even if she managed to connect, what could be done? She had come to a realization. Zhou Lin's approach was an overt strategy. He had never resorted to coercion or violence. Rather, he merely made her aware of the warmth and abundance that surrounded her. That alone was sufficient. The darkness and chill were not exclusive to Bashu, Yang Qiqi's hometown. Closer to the equator, now suffered temperatures more frigid than those in Bashu, with rivers frozen solid and over 99% of plant life perished. There was no food or vegetables to be found, not even a morsel of edible bark. Thus, Yang Qiqi had resigned herself to her fate. She wished to survive, not succumb to the cold or hunger. All she could do was wait for General Chao to send someone for her. With his influence, confronting the Zhou family would be an effortless endeavor. Little did she know, Zhou Lin harbored the same thoughts. Had he not been aware of her situation, she would likely have met the same fate as AI Bing, sealed in a bag and left in the rooftop corner until the weather warmed, making it an ideal resting place. Before departing, Zhou Lin provided Yang Qiqi with a sleeping bag, instructing her to use it carefully, for there would be no second one if it became dirty or damaged. "Understood, Zhou Lin. Why not just let me go?" Clutching the sleeping bag tightly, Yang Qiqi gazed up at him with a pitiful expression. Regrettably, Zhou Lin did not spare her a glance as he exited the door. "Damn it." Yang Qiqi stomped her foot in frustration, silently venting her emotions towards the door, unaware that this display was being captured by Zhou Li, who had no intention of entrusting the tool shed to a stranger. Zhou Li had set up several surveillance cameras within the tool shed. Originally, these cameras were not intended to monitor Yang Qiqi, but were installed to observe the growth of the plants and animals and the operation of the equipment. Now, they serve a new purpose. "Brother, look at this woman. She is oblivious to her fortune, refusing to see the danger until it is too late." "True, but I dare say you might be even more agitated in her place," Zhou Lin remarked, watching the footage. "Absolutely not." Zhou Li continued to switch between camera feeds, muttering about how she could utilize this and that to fabricate a tool capable of not only securing her escape from the rooftop, but also leaving behind a catastrophic mess. To this, Zhou Lin could only conclude that they were not operating on the same wavelength. Had Yang Qiqi possessed Zhou Li's intellect, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. However, Zhou Lin could not fathom that there existed individuals far less astute than Yang Qiqi. Chapter 27. Novels can save lives in the property management office of Lanshan Community, a high-end residential area. The office is a fully equipped residential suite complete with an office and staff dormitories. Xiaohang brought Tang Ili to the office and poured a cup of hot water for him. He sensed that Tang Ili was not a local, and upon inquiry, it was confirmed. What do you do? Xiaohang's gaze swept over Tang Ili's muscular physique. I'm a fitness coach. Oh, so you focus solely on training? Weight loss, strength training, various fitness routines, including Sanda. In truth, the fitness coaching profession is quite competitive. The threshold is relatively low, and anyone with a solid physical foundation willing to endure hardship can thrive in it. Thus, a lack of knowledge is not an option. When Xiaohang learned that Tang Ili also practiced Sanda, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed his eyes. He pointed out the window, where snow was falling and traffic had come to a halt. Do you have a place to stay in Jiazhou? I'm staying at a friend's house. Tang Ili replied honestly. Does he have enough food? Tang Ili swallowed hard. Sun Qinghao's home was not devoid of food, but the offerings were too monotonous for him to eat. After chasing after AI Bing, he had come out, cold and hungry, and his stomach was now protesting. Do you know what they say online about the current situation? Xiaohang retrieved a bag of bread and a box of milk from the room and placed them in front of Tang Ili. It's the apocalypse. The world is ending. Snow is falling everywhere. Temperatures are dropping. Have you thought about how to survive in the future? And no, Tang Ili shook his head while nibbling on the bread. You see, this is arguably the most prestigious community in Jiazhou. The residents here are either wealthy or powerful, with numerous connections. You might as well stay here and work with me. As long as I have food, you will never go hungry. Tang Ili contemplated for a moment, realizing Xiaohang's words held merit, but he had one requirement. AI Bing. Right? Don't worry. As long as I don't give the nod, she can't leave this community. In times like these, we shouldn't place too much importance on women. As long as we have food and weapons, what kind of women can't we have? I tell you, the women living in this community. AI Bing's caliber is nothing among her peers. But I like her, Tang Ili said, swallowing the last piece of bread. All right, I promise you. AI Bing will absolutely belong to you. How about that? Good. This time, Tang Ili no longer hesitated and nodded vigorously. Then I will work with you from now on. Good brother. Xiaohang laughed heartily and patted Tang Ili on the shoulder. I'll find you a winter security uniform to wear, and then introduce you to the others. Thus, Tang Ili transformed into a security guard at Lanshan Community. After careful consideration, he even called Sun Qinghao, of course with Xiaohang's approval. On the call, Tang Ili persuaded Sun Qinghao with the reasons of food and the need for solidarity, promising to join the organization at the earliest opportunity. Indeed, it was an organization. Although Xiaohang had not read extensively, he was quite astute. At 30, unmarried, he enjoyed reading various genres of online novels, including those centered on apocalyptic themes. Therefore, as strange occurrences began to emerge worldwide, Xiaohang started to compare them to the online novels he had read. The current crop of online novelists is indeed impressive. They exchange quantity for quality, covering a plethora of potential apocalyptic scenarios and various responses from different social strata. While much of the content is nonsensical, like temperatures soaring to 70 degrees, Xiaohang, a product of 9 years of compulsory education, knew that proteins begin to coagulate around 60 degrees. However, aside from the absurdities, there were still many insights Xiaohang could draw from, like resource hoarding, weapon acquisition, and finding suitable shelters. He believed the most prudent course of action, fitting his current situation, was to recruit personnel. As long as conditions permitted human survival, even if resources were scarce, having enough manpower would render other issues negligible. Xiaohang had started communicating with the security staff days prior, attempting to draw them into his camp. If certain individuals proved resistant, he would utilize his authority to transfer them to other properties managed by the company. While this approach might reduce manpower, it would ensure the purity of his ranks. In addition to the obedient security team, Xiaohang also set his sights on young, strong, and unanchored passers-by. Tang Ili was neither the first, nor would he be the last recruit. With uncertainty surrounding the progression of the disaster, government responses, and the potential collapse of social order, Xiaohang prepared for two scenarios. As long as societal structure remained intact, with a chance for improvement, certain covert actions could be entrusted to the recruited passers-by. In the event of complications, Xiaohang could easily extricate himself by eliminating any knowledgeable witnesses and evidence. Simultaneously, Xiao Hang was gathering information on all residents within the community, employing various methods through the security personnel and surveillance systems. He believed he had comprehensively grasped over 90% of the community's resource situation, documenting what each household had procured, the approximate quantities, and even noting how many individuals resided in each household and their consumption rates. With these preparations in place, Xiao Hang was confident he would emerge as the happiest person in the apocalypse. He even found himself grateful for the onset of the apocalypse, as it allowed him to undertake actions he could not in a normal society and enjoy things previously out of reach. As long as he secured the community's gates, Xiao Hang, would reign as the local sovereign. When Sun Qinghao arrived, he was nearly frozen solid. The streets were almost devoid of vehicles capable of movement. At such low temperatures, the engines of ordinary vehicles could not ignite once cooled, and some poorly manufactured cars would simply stall. Even more alarming, some areas faced power outages due to failures in electrical supply lines. Without power, heating would become a significant issue. "We're finished, old Tang. It's all over," Sun Qinghao exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. "Sun Qinghao, right? Don't worry. Our community has ample fuel and generators. Maintaining heating in this house is not a problem. Besides, I gathered everyone to prepare for even harsher conditions." Xiao Hang began his persuasion once more. "There's a gas station not far away. But can you retrieve the fuel alone? Even if you could, how much could you carry? Strength lies in numbers. If we work together, not only can we retrieve fuel, but we could seize the entire gas station. There are plenty of other resources. The city has numerous supermarkets. But would you dare venture alone? Could you even return?" Manager Xiao: "No, brother, I'll work with you." Chapter 28. The eternal night. In the early hours of July 6th, Zhou Lin was roused by the cold. It was not the chill that awoke him, but rather the realization that the indoor temperature had plummeted to a mere 10 degrees, compounded by a power outage. The stability of the electrical supply had proven to be exceptionally fragile. A single gust of wind could plunge the city into darkness. Unlike the fantastical narratives that suggest a prolonged period of power restoration following a calamity, reality dictates otherwise. A flood lasting just 2 or 3 days could sever power to an entire region for a week or even a fortnight. In such conditions, ordinary citizens found themselves nearly incapacitated outdoors, as the loss of electricity also meant the cessation of civil communication. The government and power companies were rendered powerless to execute repairs. And with time, the situation would only deteriorate further. Zhou Lin understood that for the vast majority, the era of electricity was drawing to a close. In the upcoming 3 months, solar power devices suitable for personal and household energy generation would be inoperative, lacking even the simplest conditions for hydroelectric generation. And wind turbines would similarly fail to function. The only recourse left was thermal power generation. In the pitch-black tool room, only the terrified voice of Yang Qiqi pierced the silence. "Who is it?" "It's me. The power is out." Zhou Lin shook his flashlight, revealing Yang Qiqi cocooned in a sleeping bag, resembling a mere larva. The boiler continued to operate normally, as long as Yang Qiqi remembered to add coal every 8 hours. It would not extinguish. Comparatively, this space was warmer than the 2 floors below, the thermometer indicating a comfortable 23 degrees. The RR-marked engine was ready with fuel, and Zhou Lin could ignite it with a few simple steps. Moments later, the lights flickered back to life. "I have secured all the windows. No one is to open them without my permission." Ignoring Yang Qiqi's deliberate display of a portion of her body, Zhou Lin issued a warning and descended the stairs, only to find that everyone had risen, including Wu Shui, who had stayed overnight. Initially reluctant, Wu Shui had been persuaded by Zhou Li, who argued that as the attending physician for Zhou Kaijun, she should see her duty through to the end. Gratitude filled Wu Shui's heart as she held Zhou Li's hand. Had it not been for Zhou Li's insistence on her staying, she would have faced the torment of power and heating loss alone at her home, which could have been far worse. The apocalypse had officially begun. Zhou Lin signaled for everyone to take a seat at the dining table. From this point forward, their adversaries would not only be the harshness of the natural environment, but also those who were desperate and suffering. Apart from Wu Shui, Zhou Kaijun and his wife, along with Zhou Li, displayed calm expressions. Cheng Yali was a seasoned individual who had taken lives, while Zhou Zaijuan's diminutive frame belied a profound wisdom. As for Zhou Li, she appeared to be the least daunted by the impending apocalypse. Despite the presence of reinforced doors and the fact that unnecessary entrances had been welded shut, this did not guarantee absolute safety. Surveillance cameras had been installed in the corridors, rooftop, and tool room, equipped with alert software to notify of any anomalies. Should any alarm sound, it was imperative that everyone was promptly informed. After conveying this, Zhou Lin handed a compact communication device to Wu Shui, instructing her to learn its use from Lily. Zhou Lin then proceeded to outline various precautions and allocate responsibilities. Cheng Yali remained in charge of the family's daily needs, while Wu Shui volunteered to assist her. Zhou Zaijuan's foremost priority was to recover his health, and Zhou Li was tasked with the maintenance and updating of all technological devices. Zhou Lin assigned himself two responsibilities: overseeing young Chi-Chi's management of the tool room and maintaining his physical fitness. If there was anything worth celebrating in the past few days, it was the transformation of his abilities. Symbiosis. Beginner 578-1000. Current symbiotic vehicle. Leif, a large watercraft. Available symbiotic vehicles. 0 storage space. 11. Zhou Lin, determined to exploit his abilities as much as possible within the limits of his stamina, had witnessed a remarkable increase in his experience points. Furthermore, he discerned changes within his own physique. His strength had notably improved, whereas previously, lifting a 20-kilogram bag of rice had left him drenched in sweat. He could now effortlessly hoist it with one hand, feeling only the strain at 50 kilograms. His endurance had also surged. Tasks no longer induced fatigue, likely due to the absence of strenuous labor or training. Additionally, his senses had sharpened, with his neural reflexes accelerating. For instance, in a shared space, he could detect the breath of every individual present, and in a sufficiently quiet environment, he could even hear their heartbeats. He surmised that his hearing had become akin to that of Black's eye. His vision and olfactory senses had similarly heightened, though lacking any means of measurement. Zhou Lin recognized this phenomenon. Was he not evolving? In his previous life, he had heard tales from those who had undergone evolution, explaining that it was not an instantaneous transformation but rather a gradual process. With consistent training and adequate nourishment, the advantages of evolution would amplify over time. As for the pinnacle of an evolver's potential, Zhou Lin had no knowledge or entitlement to such insights. He was acutely aware that many evolvers, hindered by a lack of food, refrained from training, resulting in stagnation, and ultimately, facing humiliating demise when confronted with insurmountable dangers. Having fortuitously embarked on the path of evolution 5 years ahead of schedule, Zhou Lin was resolute in his commitment to continual growth, perhaps in this lifetime. He might touch the ceiling of what it meant to be an evolver, if such a thing existed. The Zhou family's residence spanned several hundred square meters, with 6 suites, a grand living room, a small sitting room, a parlor, a tea room, and a study. Zhou Lin ultimately repurposed a 30-square-meter parlor into a temporary gym. The exercise equipment had been salvaged from the Leif, professional apparatus utilized by soldiers from a foreign nation, and with his newfound strength, the installation proved to be a manageable task. You all must also engage in physical training. The environment will only become more hostile, and I hope each of you can acquire the ability to protect yourselves. Given Wu Shui's presence, the use of firearms was temporarily prohibited, making the practice of cold weaponry all the more necessary. Actually, the house downstairs could also be utilized, Wu Shui suggested. I have considered that, Zhou Lin replied. But for now, it is unnecessary. Your residence has not been fortified, and its doors and windows are not suited to withstand extreme cold. While I possess ample materials for renovations, such alterations would necessitate various tools, and that would undoubtedly alert the entire neighborhood to the fact that your home still has power. Although it is likely not only your family that has electricity, during such times, who would undertake renovations without sufficient energy? Let us wait and see if the government takes any action. Zhou Lin's reasoning was sound. A week following the onset of the eternal night, temperatures would experience a brief resurgence, lasting nearly a full week. The government of the Summer Nation, leveraging its formidable infrastructure capabilities and prior preparations, had managed to restore basic electrical supply to some extent. Through thermal power generation and underground electrical conduits, They implemented targeted connections to densely populated neighborhoods and districts, providing measured electricity. When the time came, Zhou Lin would reassess the necessity of renovations for Wu Shui's residence. While Zhou Lin busied himself, Zhou Li remained seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Wu Shui, surprised, noted that her device had ceased to receive messages since midnight. Was Zhou Li truly engaged in a solo game? Sister Shui, do you wish to access the internet? Zhou Li inquired, her eyes twinkling with an innocent charm, akin to a mischievous little demon enticing one to transgress. Chapter 29. The Inquisitive Doctor in the Beautiful Nation, under the auspices of Missy Belanti. The Eden and Arc programs have made remarkable progress with the support of the elite circles of the wealthy. Drawing upon the foundation laid during World War II and years of relentless effort, before the onset of the Eternal Night, the Beautiful Nation has established 1 Eden, 3 Arcs, 8 super shelters, and 23 large shelters, along with numerous civilian shelters. These sanctuaries, however, cannot accommodate the entirety of the nation's 200 million populace, not to mention the countless undocumented immigrants who exist beyond the statistics, a fact that Missy Belanti had never contemplated. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that the Eden and Arc initiatives are indeed designed to safeguard the most pivotal elite strata and the wealthiest individuals who command the most resources. For reasons unknown, the location of the Eden is known only to those informed, and even the current president and his aides of the Beautiful Nation lack the privilege to enter. Within Arc 1, the aged president, Old Bai, trembles as he faces hours of incessant reports from various departments, rendered utterly incapable of coherent thought. Though he feigns attentiveness, his mind wanders to thoughts of when he might return home to enjoy dinner prepared by his wife. I have already been informed. Let it be so. The subsequent solutions and specific tasks for each department will be distributed to each of you, and you may proceed accordingly. These were not his own words, but rather those conveyed by a tiny earpiece in his ear. The secretary announces the conclusion of the president's workday, permitting everyone to depart. Once the door closes, the secretary audaciously pats Old Bai on the shoulder, commending him for his performance and informing him that he may now return home for dinner. Rest assured, as long as you follow the instructions, your family will be well taken care of. Nodding in acknowledgement, Old Bai, aided by what is ostensibly a bodyguard but resembles more of a caretaker, settles into an electric wheelchair and exits through another door. Arc 1, also referred to as the Washington, Arkansas, is capable of housing over 300,000 residents, powered by nuclear energy, and comprises 7 distinct sections ranging from low-rise structures to a resource center deep 200 meters underground. The Energy Zone, Resource Zone, Recycling Zone, Production Zone, Control Zone, Living Zone, and Military Zone. Utilizing high-powered communication equipment, the Washington, Arkansas can exchange data with the majority of the nation's satellites in orbit, ensuring seamless communication and connectivity. Arcs 2 and 3 mirror the scale and structure of the Washington, Arkansas, typically accommodating 300,000 individuals but capable of hosting up to 1 million during critical times. Situated on the eastern and western fringes of the nation, the 8 super shelters are slightly smaller than the Arcs but lacking dedicated military zones. They can actually support a greater population, normally housing 400,000, with a maximum capacity of 1 million during emergencies. The large shelters can typically accommodate 200,000, with a surge capacity of 500,000. In essence, excluding the Eden, the Arcs, super shelters, and large shelters can collectively accommodate nearly 8 million individuals under normal circumstances, and sustain up to 24 million in extraordinary times. While this figure appears substantial, it represents merely 1/10 of the nation's total population. As the eternal night has just begun to descend, with temperatures yet to reach their extreme, the resourceful citizens of the beautiful nation are fervently engaged in self-rescue efforts. In stark contrast, the challenges faced by the government of Summer Country are undeniably more formidable. The combined population of the top 10 cities in Summer Country nearly equals the total population of the beautiful nation. Confronted with such a vast disaster-stricken populace, the Summer Country government has prioritized the complete mobilization of its defensive systems in preparation for conflict. Civil defense structures, underground passages, and the entire subway system serve as the best shelters against the cold. Local governments and station military forces collaborate to manage and guide citizens into the shelters in an orderly fashion, allocating areas and tasks. While it cannot be guaranteed that every city will possess adequate shelters or that all citizens will receive assistance, the efforts have indeed maximized the preservation of the summer country populace, yielding commendable results. Simultaneously, the expansion of underground spaces, the restoration of the modern industrial system, the construction of new energy facilities, and the establishment of underground agricultural gardens are progressing methodically. A substantial stockpile of food has been activated, ensuring that even if the next 2 years yield no harvest, hunger will not afflict the populace. However, satiation and dietary quality are two distinct matters. Staple grains differ from essential fruits, vegetables, and trace elements required by the human body. Moreover, a novel communication system is being expedited under national guidance, with a launch center preparing a series of satellite missions. Compared to the current mobile communication network, the new system will no longer rely on terrestrial base stations. Although it may not match the existing system in speed and bandwidth, it offers enhanced resilience against external disruptions. The reason Zhou Lin can still access the internet is that she utilizes the satellite communication system. When it comes to transmitting text content, specialized software enables almost instantaneous sending and receiving. Zhou Lin has merely modified the satellite communication equipment aboard the Laifu vessel to connect her ordinary mobile phone directly to the satellites of the beautiful nation, logging onto a satellite network accessible only to a select few. Outside the transformed gym adjacent to the reception area, Wu Shui gazes into the room where Zhou Lin is drenched in perspiration, her eyes momentarily fixated. This is not due to any peculiar thoughts. As a clinical doctor, Wu Shui bears a degree of professional affliction. Do you need something? Zhou Lin inquires, pausing her training. Oh. Lily mentioned that you would only grant me permission to contact my parents if she approved. I want to see if I can reach them. As she speaks, Wu Shui's gaze wanders up and down, showing no regard for Zhou Lin's feelings. What is this girl up to? What on earth requires my consent? Fine. I'll inform her once I'm done. Is there anything else? Noting Wu Shui's reluctance to leave, Zhou Lin can't help but ask, well, how long have you been training to reach this level? Wu Shui steps closer, feeling the heat radiating from Zhou Lin, which induces a slight dizziness. I can't recall. Zhou Lin shrugs and turns away, primarily to avoid Wu Shui's gaze. Training? If it weren't for the evolution of my body, the difference between me and a couch potato might only be a few dozen pounds. Yet, the effects of evolution are indeed striking, within just 2 or 3 days. Every muscle in my body seems to be at its peak condition. In comparison to aesthetics, Zhou Lin finds the sensation of enhanced strength far more exhilarating. For in a world fraught with calamity, looks cannot sustain life, but strength can certainly extend one's existence. May I collect some data? Wu Shui, inexplicably compelled, asks as she observes Zhou Lin continuing to work out. Sure, I suppose, but do you have the equipment? I have some at home. I'll go get it now. Seizing the opportunity while Wu Shui descends to retrieve her devices, Zhou Lin rushes into the living room. What do you mean? Bro, are you really that oblivious? If this woman owes you too much, even if she doesn't like you, she might still accept you out of gratitude. Don't you like her? Chapter 30. Each with their thoughts. The equipment that Wu Shui brought in consisted merely of commonplace medical instruments, stethoscopes, blood pressure monitors, and glucometers. The testing of basic data is not a means of healing. It does not necessitate sophisticated apparatus. The essence lies in consistent perseverance, repeated measurements, and meticulous comparisons to derive precise conclusions. In the realm of expertise, Zhou Lin found himself unable to contest Wu Shui's assertions. He merely felt a tinge of embarrassment, especially given that he was clad in snug athletic attire, which accentuated certain contours rather overtly. In contrast, Wu Shui maintained her composure. Even when their physical proximity during the examination resulted in fleeting contact, her demeanor devoid of the earlier fluster. I have recorded the basic data, she announced, and I shall soon create a graphical representation. It is imperative to conduct these tests daily, as this will swiftly yield a comprehensive curve of change. Zhou Lin, overwhelmed by the increasingly technical jargon that Wu Shui employed, could hardly grasp her words. and he understood only that such examinations would require his presence daily henceforth. The situation was becoming rather taxing, particularly when Wu Shui's gentle hand brushed against him. The more he pondered, the more he felt the need to escape. And he made an excuse to take a shower, slipping away. Shuijia, do not forget your original intention. What was it you meant to do? Zhou Lin prompted. And Wu Shui suddenly recalled her purpose, inquiring earnestly about how to proceed. It is all about human effort. Bring me your phone. The installation of a satellite communication application was a simple task for Zhou Lin, completed within minutes. In addition to restoring some phone functionalities, she assisted Wu Shui in joining a forum named the Doomsday Humanity Alliance. Currently, the forum boasted fewer than 100,000 users, despite its rudimentary interface and limited functions. The ability to connect strangers across the globe was remarkable in itself. Upon retrieving her phone, Wu Shui's first action was to call her parents, yet as expected, the call did not connect, unless her parents too had managed to link their ordinary phones to the satellite. What about sending a message? Zhou Lin suggested. Wu Shui nodded in agreement. However, minutes passed without a response. She could only console herself with the thought that perhaps her parents had not seen the message, or had discarded their useless phones while fleeing. The eternal night and frigid temperatures had plunged human society from an era of technology back to a near-primitive state overnight. The consequences of power outages extended far beyond the loss of light and communication. The absence of electricity signified the cessation of water supply, heating, and nearly all manufacturing industries. In other words, without a restoration of power, the entirety of human society, aside from humanity itself, could not function. In the tool shed, Yang Qiqi poured a shovel full of smokeless coal into the furnace. Her face bore no trace of her usual refined makeup. It was marred with smudges of black and white, a streak of ash on her nose, and a few white feathers tangled in her hair, rendering her indistinguishable from a rural woman. Yet, her emotions were tumultuous. She harbored resentment towards Zhou Lin, not due to the filthy and laborious work at hand, but because he had brazenly disregarded her dignity. Yang Qiqi felt she was not inferior to AI Bing, perhaps even surpassing her in allure, and yet Zhou Lin, a mere wretch, seemed oblivious to her presence. High standards? She scoffed. If he truly had high standards, he would not be enamored with AI Bing. She knows full well how Zhou Lin once fawned over AI Bing, like a dog at her feet, professing heartfelt declarations while remaining steadfast despite her disdain. Now, with her ample figure, she is but a nod away from being desired. How pretentious of him. The more she contemplated, the more her anger flared. She even entertained the notion of destroying everything in the tool shed, envisioning Zhou Lin and his family perishing helplessly in the frigid cold. Yet, those were mere thoughts. Ultimately, Yang Qiqi lacked the courage to act, not only because Zhou Lin had warned her, but also because she still held onto a glimmer of hope in the form of Chao Bowen, the property manager. There will be opportunities, she reassured herself. Like many who harbor inner fears, she rationalized her situation. Although she had a warm sleeping bag, sharing a space with ducks and geese, constantly surrounded by their incessant quacking and the pervasive, indescribable odors, it was hardly different from enduring hardships for future gains. Suddenly, she pondered the whereabouts of Tang Yili and his so-called brother, Sun Qinghao. What a farcical brotherhood, she thought. She had seen through it from the start, merely companions of indulgence. With unsavory thoughts towards both AI Bing and herself. They must be on the brink of starvation, she mused. Even if they hadn't succumbed to hunger, they were surely freezing, or perhaps already frozen to death. Little did she know that Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao were savoring a warm bowl of instant noodles, the thought of which would surely provoke her ire. In the property management office, an imposing iron stove had appeared, with a long chimney extending through the air conditioning vent. Flames dancing within the furnace, ensuring the room remained warm. Xiao Hang reclined on a sofa, a thick notebook in hand, sketching intermittently in the glow of an emergency lamp. Everything seemed to unfold as he had anticipated. The communication disruptions and drop in temperatures had dissuaded even the most self-serving homeowners from bothering him. The generators and fuel meant for elevator and lighting emergencies had been consolidated into the vacant room beneath the property office. Even with a significant quantity at his disposal, Xiao Hang forbade anyone from utilizing them. One must possess a sense of crisis. If disaster cannot be alleviated in the short term, Who among you can repair the generators? Who can procure ample gasoline? These are non-renewable resources. They must never be squandered at critical moments. He dismissed the cold, confident in the efficacy of the furnace he had constructed. There are plenty of green plants in the community, and those wooden pavilions are fuel as well. If worst comes to worst, even wooden furniture can serve as fuel. In addition to conserving resources, it was paramount to find new sources. The external circumstances remained unclear, but the underground garage housed numerous vehicles. Vehicles equate to gasoline, and the residents of this community were hardly frugal with fuel. Are we to wait until the homeowners remember to siphon their own tanks? Tang Yili, Sun Qinghao, and a few others recruited by Xiao Hang, having eaten their fill, gathered their tools and followed a few security guards armed with flashlights into the underground garage. The once brightly lit space was now engulfed in darkness. Truly a realm where one could not see their hand before their face. However, due to its depth, the temperature here was actually warmer than outside. Let us get to work. Form groups of 3, and try not to damage the vehicles. The manager has indicated these cars may yet be of use in the future. Chapter 31. Sun Qinghao's ambition. The snow fell throughout the night, blanketing not only the city of Jiazhou but nearly every corner of the world. The flakes, larger than goose feathers, enveloped the earth in a thick layer. In higher terrains, some unfortunate souls, lost in their icy slumber, found themselves buried, struggling to escape only to succumb to the frigid winds and snow. Those who remained undisturbed in their sleep perhaps fared a little better. The Lanshan community, perched at a considerable height as a luxury district, boasted magnificent views, a choice that had persuaded Zhou Lin to relocate here. The suburban home of the Zhou family, by contrast, would likely have been buried beneath several meters of snow by now. Ironically, such depth could be advantageous. The pressure would compress the lower layers into a solid ice crust, offering a peculiar form of protection. Consider the ancient corpses preserved within icebergs, remaining as they were for millennia. With the sun no longer rising, the absence of external light left the passage of time indeterminate. Power outages in the biting cold rendered most electronic devices obsolete, and even mechanical or quartz clocks struggled against the relentless freeze. Only timepieces specifically engineered for extreme conditions continued to function. Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao huffed as they lugged oil barrels, following a security guard through the underground garage, where almost every vehicle had been rifled through, reminiscent of more prosperous times. The spoils were considerable, and after an inventory check, Xiao Hang rewarded the group with instant noodles, a meager consolation. Not again with the instant noodles. Sun Qinghao whispered to Tang Yili, "We can't keep working for others." Despite Tang Yili's imposing physique, a product of years of rigorous training, his intellect was lacking, perhaps best described as simplistic or bluntly, foolish. The ancients often remarked on the correlation between physical prowess and intellectual simplicity, with exceptions being rare. In contrast, Sun Qinghao possessed a sharper mind, one not fueled by protein shakes. He quickly discerned Xiao Hang's intentions. The ancient spirits were using him, unaware of their own limitations. While the world outside was descending into chaos, Sun Qinghao felt little fear. He was a local, well aware of where food and oil could be found. Yet he also harbored concerns. In tumultuous times, venturing out for supplies would likely lead to encounters with rivals. With Tang Yili's strength by his side, however, they would make an ideal team, brains and brawn combined. "It's freezing outside," Tang Yili muttered, oblivious to Sun Qinghao's deeper strategy. His low body fat, a consequence of his fitness regimen, left him susceptible to the cold. Despite appearances, he could not withstand prolonged exposure without proper sustenance. In peacetime, food was abundant for those with means, but in the current climate, survival was uncertain. Sun Qinghao refrained from discussing prospects or power, knowing Tang Yili wouldn't grasp the implications, leaving him frustrated. To conserve heating costs, as people gathered in the room, he chose silence. Any word of dissent might reach Xiao Hang, with potentially dire consequences. In times of peace, a few casualties could be overlooked. In this context, Sun Qinghao believed Xiao Hang was capable of drastic measures. Xiao Hang remained satisfied with his subordinates' performance thus far. With nearly 2,000 liters of gasoline at their disposal, he felt confident they could sustain themselves for a year or two if used judiciously. After all, apocalyptic tales often spoke of fluctuating weather patterns, cold giving way to warmth, and vice versa. He reasoned that the cold couldn't last indefinitely, as nature favors balance. The pressing concern was food scarcity, necessitating their venture to find supplies. Additionally, the community's entrances needed to be kept clear of snow, requiring immediate attention. The property management office was on the 3rd floor, yet the snow outside was nearly level with the ground. If Lanshan's snowfall was this severe, what of other areas? Many supermarkets, situated below ground, might be buried under 20 meters of snow, complicating any attempts to retrieve provisions. However, Xiaohang considered this a blessing in disguise. The goods would be less susceptible to theft. Casting a glance at Tang Ili and the others, Xiaohang opened his notebook to jot down plans. Believing every endeavor should be meticulously organized, and good ideas must be recorded promptly to avoid forgetfulness. In this regard, he shared a kinship with Zhou Lin. Recently, Zhou Lin had managed to procure a few eggs, a chicken egg, a duck egg, and a small bowl of quail eggs, an event that Zhou Lin had documented on her phone. Is it really necessary? Zhou Lin inquired. Zhou Lin nodded. Without small steps, we cannot cover great distances. By keeping records, I can estimate egg production. A vast dam can be breached by a mere ant. We cannot allow that woman to pilfer our resources. Zhou Lin was at a loss for words. Unable to respond to her fixation on that woman, Wu Shui approached, casually inquiring, but soon dismissed her curiosity. I've received messages from my parents. A genuine smile illuminated Wu Shui's face, making her appear radiant. During the night, while Wu Shui slept, her phone had received numerous messages, primarily from her parents. What is the situation? Zhou Lin asked. They say they are safe now, selected for a program called Olympus, a human salvation initiative for the apocalypse. When they messaged me, they were already in an underground shelter, assigned a private room, although both must work for their stay. This highlighted how individuals equipped with genuine skills and knowledge would never be overlooked. If Wu Shui and her parents had merely been affluent business people or politicians, they would likely have been disregarded in the selection process, with dire consequences awaiting them. Upon receiving Wu Shui's message, her parents immediately deduced that she was under state protection. Although not yet graduated, Wu Shui's capabilities were commendable, her youth being her greatest asset. When they learned that Wu Shui had not sought refuge in a state shelter, her parents expressed astonishment, urging her to reconsider. Individuals could not compete with the power of the state. So, are you planning to leave, Shuijia? Zhou Li gazed at Wu Shui with pleading eyes, her own filled with unshed tears. While I understand the allure of rising higher, I truly believe my home may be the best fit for you. Chapter 32. The wisdom of women. Wu Shui was certainly unwilling to leave. Even if her parents believed that the shelter would undoubtedly be a better option than the Zhou family. They were unaware of the extent to which the Zhou family had prepared for this catastrophe. At the very least, Wu Shui felt more liberated here. Upon hearing Wu Shui's declaration to stay, Zhou Li's face immediately brightened with a smile, her mood shifting faster than the turning of a page. I'm going to exercise. There were not many tasks for Zhou Lin to attend to at present. Having entered the ranks of the evolved, he could not squander this invaluable opportunity. Furthermore, Zhou Lin aspired for his parents and Zhou Li to possess abilities and become evolved beings. In his previous life, the means of acquiring abilities relied not only on luck but also on strength. Those abilities that fell from the sky were not suitable for everyone, or rather, there was a process of mutual compatibility. Some lucky individuals would merge with an ability sphere before even comprehending what it was, while others would attempt countless times yet fail to fuse with any. The rules governing this phenomenon remained elusive, and no one truly understood them. Thus, to ensure that his parents and Zhou Li became ability users, the most secure method was to acquire an ample supply of ability spheres or more opportunities for trials. The sooner, the better. The earlier one acquired abilities, the more likely they would ascend to higher tiers. This made Yang Qiqi particularly significant. As of now, she was the only lead Zhou Lin possessed. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, ability spheres had transformed into a form of wealth, albeit one confined to the upper echelons of society, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Should the apocalyptic timeline unfold as it had before, Zhou Lin, possessing abilities and beginning his evolution, was destined to become part of the elite in the future. Although the elite enjoyed unimaginable resources during the apocalypse, They also faced immeasurable risks. Resources were always finite, and amid the scarcity of the post-apocalyptic world, everyone desired to possess more for themselves. The only way to achieve this was through plunder. Taking from others was always faster and more abundant than gathering oneself. The elite, much like ordinary people, were in a constant state of mutual plunder. Without sufficient strength, the more one possessed, the more wolves would be drawn to them. Symbiosis. Beginner 742-1000, currently acquired symbiotic vehicle. LIFU, large surface transportation vessel. Available symbiotic vehicle capacity. 0 storage space. 11 Zhou Lin discovered a seemingly magical connection between abilities and evolution. Whereas previously, each use of an ability would yield a slight increase in experience points, now, post-evolution, each use resulted in a 2-point gain. It remained uncertain if the level of physical evolution would influence ability experience, but this had already significantly enhanced efficiency. Zhou Lin calculated that perhaps in 4 or 5 days, he would reach the intermediate level. Would the nature of intermediate symbiosis change? What transformations might it undergo? Zhou Lin hoped that with the upgrade of his abilities, the number of symbiotic vehicles would increase. Although the LIFU had ample space and resources, it could not be fully utilized at present. Even though the snow outside was substantial, it was not sufficient to entirely bury an aircraft carrier. If someone were to see it, even if the state did not demand the carrier back, he could not easily explain how it had arrived in Jiazhou. If others discovered his abilities, even if national research institutions did not pose a direct threat, greedy individuals would undoubtedly seek to control him and uncover the secrets of his abilities and evolution. If he were as solitary as in his previous life, Zhou Lin might not have worried too much. If necessary, he could retreat to a desolate area where the roles of hunter and prey could become blurred. However, that was not an option now. Zhou Lin could not allow his parents and younger sister to live in danger. As for his parents, they were not a concern. But Zhou Li, despite her intelligence, could not rely solely on her wits in an apocalyptic world. Strength, real strength capable of defying crises, was essential. Contemplating this, Zhou Lin felt an intense urge to interrogate Yang Qiqi through extreme measures. Yet he knew such tactics would be futile. As Yang Qiqi did not even know Qiao Bowen yet, what could she possibly know? Keeping her around was merely a flicker of hope. A chance that fate might bring her and Qiao Bowen together. Let us exercise first. Wu Shui followed Zhou Lin into the gym, seeing the eagerness shining in her eyes. Zhou Lin felt a rush of warmth in his chest. Are we doing this today too? Wu Shui nodded, a hint of embarrassment gracing her smile. Scientific research. Don't misunderstand. What more could Zhou Lin say? All this trouble was stirred up by Zhou Li. However, Zhou Li would not take the blame. Even when Wu Shui exited the gym, Zhou Li could not resist teasing her. Sister Shui, your attempts to conceal your intentions are quite transparent. Wu Shui paused, taken aback. Zhou Li's use of idioms was rather muddled. Was it truly muddled, or was there more to it? Have you read any novels? Someone like my brother would rather mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than let one escape. Zhou Li exclaimed, mimicking a slicing motion with her hand. What? Wu Shui was even more perplexed. Did Zhou Li mean to suggest slicing Zhou Lin into pieces? That was not permissible. Sister Shui, you're mistaken. When faced with difficulties, we must forge ahead. If there are none, we must create them. Understand? Focus on the key points and advance. Lily, what are you talking about? Wu Shui finally grasped the situation, stamping her foot. I don't have those thoughts. Sister Shui. No, sister-in-law. You just wiped your mouth secretly. 13 years old. Wu Shui finally believed that intelligence could lead to precociousness. Throwing down her notebook to cover Zhou Li's mouth, she whispered, Let me teach you an idiom. To be overjoyed at the sight of a hunt. That was merely a professional habit. Zhou Li wriggled free, whispering, Got it. Sister-in-law, your gender is female, and your profession is rogue. Unbeknownst to Zhou Lin, who was vigorously exercising in the gym, his precious sister had clandestinely reached an agreement with Wu Shui. After initial negotiations, the two young women relocated to Zhou Li's bedroom, where they began an in-depth analysis. Zhou Li opined that the severe environment would persist for an extended period, and the inherent order of human society, even the national system, might struggle to endure. The future world would inevitably be one where the strong reign supreme. Wu Shui concurred. Zhou Lin's formidable physical prowess would attract admiration, particularly in harsh conditions. Wu Shui believed this admiration was ingrained in human genetics, aimed at fostering better progeny. This isn't love, Wu Shui stated candidly. So what? Do unto others as you would not have them do unto you. Are you planning to let my brother go to another woman? Like the one in the tool room? Zhou Lin inquired. Lily, do people like us even fantasize about love? Wu Shui crossed her arms. You are right. Becoming your sister-in-law is currently my best solution. Zhou Lin laughed. Despite the academic tone of their discussion, it was evident that both were infatuated with Zhou Lin's physique. If Zhou Lin were not her brother, Zhou Li would find it hard to resist. The decision to support Wu Shui was made after careful consideration from Zhou Li. In terms of character, capability, knowledge, wisdom, and appearance, Wu Shui was undoubtedly a perfect match for Zhou Lin. Among all considerations, the one thing Zhou Li had not pondered was Zhou Lin's feelings. It wasn't that she disrespected him. Rather, she believed he had no reason to object. Thus, in secret, the matter was settled. Zhou Li eagerly approached her parents, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali, to relay the content of her discussion with Wu Shui. The couple had no substantial objections. Zhou Caijuan's forehead injury had yet to be stitched, and anyone who dared to speak ill of Wu Shui would find Cheng Yali opposing them first. After dinner, Zhou Lin sensed something amiss in the atmosphere around the dining table. Had he perhaps eaten too much? Chapter 33 Collective Action, The Blessing of Abundance. Cheng Yali's face beamed with joy, nearly blooming like a flower. She glanced at her son, and then at Wu Shui. Her thoughts clear enough for even a fool to discern. Zhou Li was grinning like a cat that had caught a fish. Even the dog beneath the table, Haizi, was bobbing his head. Perhaps this was merely Zhou Lin's illusion. In any case, everything was steeped in a sense of conspiracy. Son, come here. I have something to ask you. Cheng Yali's words were abruptly interrupted by the sound of an alarm, signaling someone at the door. That oblivious fool. Fuming, Cheng Yali stood up, kicking her chair aside as she prepared to open the door. Zhou Lin hurried to follow her. Who is it? The thick blast-proof door could not contain Cheng Yali's lion-like roar, startling Xiao Hang, who quickly introduced himself. Property manager? Haven't I paid the property fees? Cheng Yali shouted through the fortified door. It's not about the property fees. I'm here to discuss something with you. His voice was barely audible. Cheng Yali asked Zhou Lin. What did he say? Let me handle this. Seeing only Xiao Hang outside, and that he was empty-handed, Zhou Lin decided to open the door for a conversation. A grown man with no backbone. Useless. Cheng Yali scoffed, but remained where she was, fearing for her son's safety. Opening the securely locked blast-proof door was rather cumbersome. Fortunately, Xiao Hang was quite patient. Upon seeing the door, which was an impressive 20 centimeters thick, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Our property company is dedicated to serving homeowners. We found that many residents are running low on food and heating supplies. To ensure everyone's safety, we have painstakingly located a large supermarket not far from here. As he spoke, he couldn't help but grumble internally. Although Zhou Lin had closed the security door behind him, Xiao Hang could still feel the temperature difference between the hallway and the outside. Being denied entry through the blast-proof door left him shivering. Such despicable actions must be noted down. This family appeared to have ample supplies. Perhaps they would make for a worthy target. Shall we collect supplies together? Zhou Lin squinted, his instincts telling him that this property manager might be a cunning old fox. However, he was not opposed to a collective venture for supplies. Who would refuse an abundance of resources? Besides, he had the massive storage of the Leifa Heo, and even if Xiao Hang did not join, he intended to venture out. Although the permanent population of Jiazhou City was not large, it was a significant transportation hub in the southwest of Xia Country. The logistics park on the west side of the city likely held countless supplies. If you wish to participate, please register, and once the action time is confirmed, I will arrange for someone to notify you. All right, just register me, Zhou Lin replied. He was concerned about the safety of those at home. The real danger outside was not the weather, but the people. Cheng Yali struggled to comprehend. She believed there was no need to risk going out since supplies were sufficient. Outside, it was not just dark. Although the snow had lessened, who could say what lay beneath the thick layer? Moreover, with temperatures dropping to -30 degrees, one could easily suffer frostbite within minutes if inadequately dressed. We must go, Zhou Lin explained. Though the Lanshan community has a low occupancy rate, it still houses around 200 to 300 households. If we act too conspicuously, we may draw suspicion and become targets. Noticing Wu Shui's eagerness, Zhou Lin quickly waved his hand, insisting, "I can go alone. It's not suitable for any of you." Thus, Zhou Lin managed to persuade everyone. After returning to his room, he prepared a set of gear for himself. The polar combat suit from Lei Fihao came equipped with a bulletproof helmet and goggles, featuring a heating function with adjustable temperature, capable of withstanding -50 degrees, and it was relatively lightweight, allowing for ease of movement. He also donned a pair of snow boots, essential for operations in the snow. A concealed handgun with a full magazine was included, primarily for emergencies. Additionally, he modified a large suitcase to serve as a sled. All that remained was to wait. Xiaohang did not personally notify every household. Most homeowners were informed by regular security personnel. Even so, it took nearly 6 hours to gather the residents' intentions to participate, and the results were promising. With nearly every household represented, families reluctant to venture out for supplies were noted by Xiaohang for future consideration. Either they had sufficient supplies or were troublemakers. At 11:30, power would be restored to the elevator, and at that time, participating homeowners would gather outside the property office. They were advised to dress warmly and bring their own transport tools, departing promptly at noon. The sun might not be visible, but it had not vanished. The midday light would be slightly better, and temperatures would rise a bit compared to other times, a fact Xiaohang had meticulously calculated. He had put considerable effort into managing Lanshan. "I'm leaving. Don't open the door while I'm gone. Little sister, keep an eye on that woman. If she misbehaves, you know what to do." Zhou Lin was bundled up like a cotton ball, which was unnecessary. Yet it was a mother's instinct to protect her child from the cold. Thankfully, the property management was willing to power the elevators. Otherwise, dressed like this and towing a modified sled, Zhou Lin would have truly struggled to descend. As the elevator descended, various residents entered, each a stranger to Zhou Lin. Even if he recognized someone, it would be difficult to identify them, as everyone was bundled up tightly, distinguishable only by shape or voice. To Zhou Lin's surprise, several women emerged, though the reasons remained unclear, whether due to a lack of men at home or another cause. When Zhou Lin arrived outside the property management office, a significant crowd had already gathered, though hardly anyone spoke. Today, Xiaohang wore a rather gaudy red winter coat and a blue hat. In a moment, our security will lead everyone to the supermarket. However, it is currently buried under deep snow, and there may be ice beneath it. We must work together to clear the snow to gain access. Government officials had visited 2 days prior. The shelter was now at full capacity, thus authorizing the community residents to venture out for supplies without legal repercussions. Please prioritize safety. If you encounter other supply collecting teams, strictly follow our security's orders. In these critical times, we must unite and face outside threats together. Even in the event of conflict, fear not, as long as we are in the right. The government will not punish us. Xiaohang proved to be somewhat eloquent, as his words garnered the approval of most residents present. Zhou Lin remained silent among the crowd. Yet someone approached him. "Hey, your sled is impressive. I have a suitcase of a similar size at home. Could you help me modify it when you return?" Although Zhou Lin could not see the woman's face clearly, her voice was pleasant, and her words were articulated with great finesse. If she were a novice, she would likely have jumped at the chance. Chapter 34. The neighbor in the adjacent building. Zhou Lin's residence is in Building 8, the most prestigious of all, while the woman he converses with hails from Building 7, right next door. Coincidentally, this woman, Huang Minjing, also resides on the 17th floor. Albeit her building accommodates 2 households on that level, unlike Zhou Lin's singular unit. "I noticed the lights in your rooftop facility," Huang Minjing whispered conspiratorially into Zhou Lin's ear. Although Zhou Lin never intended for the existence of the utility room to remain concealed from everyone, it seems that only Huang Minjing could perceive the light emanating from within. What does that imply? A threat? Zhou Lin remained silent, merely observing Huang Minjing. "I merely wish to express my admiration." Huang Minjing exhibited no signs of anxiety. "More friends. More opportunities. Wouldn't you agree? Let us move out. Everyone follow along." Xiaohang's voice interrupted the exchange between Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing. As Zhou Lin began to walk, Huang Minjing surprisingly kept pace with him. "Actually, I know your mother," she remarked, prompting Zhou Lin's mind to automatically add, "I still exist." Cheng Yali, his mother, was 57 this year. So how old could Huang Minjing be? Don't believe me? I also know that not long ago, your mother procured a substantial quantity of convenience foods. Can you guess from whom she purchased them? At this juncture, Zhou Lin comprehended the implications. Huang Minjing or her family must be engaged in the convenience food business, possibly even acting as agents for certain brands. Zhou Lin had always dreaded encountering such situations. While others might be oblivious to the full extent of the Zhou family's resources, those who had sold supplies to Cheng Yali were undoubtedly aware. Though he had paid a hefty price, losing a warehouse, such evasive tactics proved futile in exceptional circumstances since people only believe what they wish to accept, just like Huang Minjing. If she was convinced that Cheng Yali had concealed the purchased convenience foods, no amount of explanation from Zhou Lin would alter her perception. This is troublesome. Let us discuss this later. Perhaps wishing to avoid drawing too much attention, Huang Minjing concluded their conversation, allowing Zhou Lin to exhale lightly as he pondered how to navigate the situation moving forward. The large supermarket mentioned by Xiao Hang was well known among the residents. It was a local chain situated not far from the community, boasting a considerable size and commendable quality. Most importantly, this supermarket occupied the ground and first floors, rather than being subterranean, making it comparatively easier to excavate. Under normal circumstances, the journey would take merely 10 minutes, yet they took a full half-hour to arrive. As the security personnel prohibited everyone from activating their lighting devices, rendering it impossible to ascertain whether anyone lurked in the shadows. Upon arrival, the security began assigning tasks. Men like Zhou Lin were deemed the primary excavators, each allocated tools presumably intended for community landscaping: shovels, hoes, and metal spades. Anything that could be utilized was now in play. Given that the supermarket was an independent 3-story building, they did not need to dig too deeply. When the first window was revealed, the security officer approached and smashed it, crouching down to investigate with a flashlight. After determining that all was in order, they commenced assigning personnel. Not everyone could enter. A third of the group was stationed outside. The room with the window was clearly an office, leading into a corridor flanked by various rooms, each marked with different signs. Once inside, the security no longer restrained the use of lights. Moreover, it was imperative to illuminate the areas, which were significantly darker than outside. A security officer lit a candle, claiming it could gauge the oxygen levels within. Signs of prior rummaging were evident, suggesting that someone had already visited, raising concerns among the group that their endeavor might be in vain. Fortunately, the supermarket was vast, encompassing 2 full floors and offering a diverse array of essential goods. To enhance efficiency, the security allowed individuals to form their own teams. The second floor primarily housed household items, while the first floor contained foodstuffs, the main goal of their mission. However, Zhou Lin did not rush downstairs. Once he found himself alone, he retrieved and donned his night vision goggles. Although the night vision device presented issues such as color discrepancies, it undoubtedly offered greater convenience than a flashlight. He observed that numerous counters on the second floor had been shattered, yet not much had been taken. Zhou Lin collected some clothing and wandered into the personal care section, confirming that the area was devoid of others before he began gathering items: shampoo, body wash, insect repellent, soap, toothpaste, toothbrushes. Although the warehouse of Le Faheo was not lacking in such supplies, the adage holds true: who would ever complain about having an abundance of resources? Even if his family might not require them in the future, they could be bartered. As he collected and moved, he casually tossed items into the sled behind him. When he reached the women's products counter, Zhou Lin inexplicably paused. He need not worry about what Cheng Yali and Zhou Li required. With Zhou Li's meticulousness and Cheng Yali's generosity, he had lost count of how much they had stockpiled. Currently, his primary concern was for Wu Shui. What size would she wear? Certainly, Cheng Yali's would not suffice, while Zhou Li's would be too small. After much contemplation, Zhou Lin decided to collect items for her, intending to have Zhou Li inquire further upon their return. Continuing his exploration, Zhou Lin found himself in the kitchenware section. He meticulously gathered knives, cutting boards, various tools, trash bins, garbage bags, brooms, and mops. everything he could think of or had yet to consider, leaving nothing behind, as there was no intention of a second visit. Should others discover that this area had been stripped bare, they would surely assume that previous visitors had taken everything. Not every item warranted collection, however. For instance, the crafts section, filled with decorations, held no practical value. Art is only appreciated when one's belly is full, and no exquisite piece of art could rival an expired sausage. After thoroughly exploring the second floor, Zhou Lin dragged his partially filled sled down to the first floor. By this time, he had removed the night vision goggles, and the pitch-black marketplace was illuminated by erratically waving beams of light, revealing a scene of chaos. Many counters stood empty, while the areas designated for fruits and vegetables were strewn with shards of ice. Zhou Lin was surprised to find that a sizable quantity of bagged rice remained, estimating around 70 to 80 bags. Residents busily transported items back and forth, some wielding their own tools while others utilized supermarket carts. The enthusiasm among everyone was palpable. The meat counter had undoubtedly been the first to be emptied, appearing as if a ravenous beast had licked it clean, while the dairy section was similarly barren, with not a single egg left. The condiment aisle seemed somewhat stocked, perhaps because everyone prioritized transporting grains. After all, flavor matters little when one's stomach is empty, and sometimes a bowl of plain rice is the ultimate delicacy. As previously stated by Xiao Hang, regardless of the quantity of supplies found, distribution would be based on the labor contributed by each household. Thus, Zhou Lin began tossing oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea into his sled, discreetly stowing some in his spatial pouch. As the clock approached 4, the security announced that the staple foods had all been collected, and it was time for everyone to return. Chapter 35. The news of dehydrated vegetables. The first collective action of the residents of Lanshan community proved to be quite successful. Upon returning to the community, they conducted a preliminary inventory and found that they had brought back over 80 bags of rice alone, including more than 20 large bags intended for supermarket supply, each weighing 200 pounds. Perhaps it was the sheer weight that kept these large bags in the supermarket. Collectively, the rice amounted to several tons, allowing each participant in this endeavor to receive 100 pounds. No one raised any objections to Xiao Hang's distribution plan. 100 pounds of rice was sufficient for a family to sustain themselves for 1 to 2 months, especially considering there was also flour and various grains, with each person receiving over 10 pounds. For a family of 3, this would easily last them for a month. In addition to the grains, there were also plenty of snacks and daily necessities, but amidst the joy, the only regret was the near absence of fruits and vegetables. A prolonged absence of these essentials not only weakens immunity but also predisposes individuals to various ailments. Although technology and alternative methods could supplement this deficiency, it would never truly suffice, and not every household was adequately prepared. While waiting for the distribution of supplies, Huang Minjing approached Zhou Lin and whispered, "Do you have any dehydrated vegetables at home?" "No," Zhou Lin replied without hesitation, mistakenly believing Huang Minjing was merely probing for information. "I know there is a warehouse of dehydrated vegetables at the logistics park. That shipment was originally meant for export, but has yet to be dispatched." Huang Minjing spoke softly, aware of the scarcity of resources. She mentioned this to Zhou Lin partly because of Cheng Yali and partly due to the apparent foresight displayed by the Zhou family. Though the logistics park was not far under normal circumstances, accessibility was currently a challenge, as finding a vehicle capable of traversing the snow-covered terrain in the entirety of Jiazhou City seemed unlikely. Zhou Lin reflected on why he hadn't thought of this sooner but realized that in the southern regions of Xiagua, it was improbable to procure a sled or similar equipment, rendering any preparations futile. Seeing Zhou Lin remain silent, Huang Minjing assumed he was skeptical and said, "I'll talk to your mother then." Without the context, Zhou Lin felt as if Huang Minjing was scolding him. Once the supplies were distributed, Xiao Hang ordered the generator to be activated to power the elevator, reminding everyone to return home swiftly as fuel was limited. At this moment, a resident suggested they could venture out to procure fuel. Noting there was a gas station not far away, and among the residents were individuals with expertise in this area, with an ample supply of fuel, they could at least solve the lighting issue, if not heating for every household. Many worried that continuing in the dark would eventually impair their eyesight. For Xiao Hang, This resident's suggestion was an unexpected delight, as none in his management team had any knowledge of the gas station. Let's discuss this. Other residents with similar suggestions can bring items back first, and then we can all work together. Today's success, coupled with the deliberately cultivated image, allowed Xiaohang to establish a positive reputation among many residents, prompting several to express their intention to join the discussion shortly. Are you not participating? Huang Minjing inquired. Recalling Huang Minjing's previous comment, Zhou Lin spontaneously replied, I'm still just a child. Huang Minjing paused, unable to contain herself as she burst into laughter. Heaving the supplies on a sled into the elevator to ascend home, Cheng Yali paid no mind to the goods, focusing solely on whether anyone was injured or frostbitten. You too, take whatever you can use, she instructed. In the elevator, Zhou Lin retrieved some items specifically prepared for Wu Shui and placed them onto the sled. To avoid awkwardness, he deliberately pulled Cheng Yali aside and asked if she recognized Huang Minjing. Boss Huang, have you run into her? Zhou Lin nodded. Almost forgot. Her family resides in our community. Which building are they in? Next door, across the way, Zhou Lin indicated the direction of Building 7. Not only does she remember why Chapter 36, the isolated mother and daughter Huang Minjing's home lacked the warmth of Zhou Lin's residence. In the living room, there stood an ostentatious fireplace, ablaze with substantial logs. However, a glance around revealed a severe scarcity of furniture. A thick leather mat lay before the fireplace. Where Huang Minjing's mother reclined, her eyelids drooping, too weary to rise even at the sound of the door opening, merely managing a feeble greeting. Mother, there's food ready. Please wait, I'll prepare some porridge for you. The house was devoid of other occupants. 5 years prior, Huang Minjing's father had passed away, and her mother, overwhelmed by the loss, lost interest in managing the factory. Consequently, all responsibilities fell upon Huang Minjing, who was then still pursuing her Master's degree. She juggled work and studies, exhausting herself to the brink of collapse. Following her thesis defense, she devoted herself entirely to the factory, at times living and working there. Not only stabilizing the faltering business but also expanding it significantly, ultimately becoming the leading figure in the instant food industry across Bashu. As her career flourished, personal matters were repeatedly relegated to the background, driven by both her busy schedule and concerns over ulterior motives from potential partners. Fortunately, her mother was relatively open-minded and refrained from incessantly pestering her about relationships. However, no one anticipated the onset of the apocalypse. Within just days of the Eternal Night's arrival, the mother and daughter duo profoundly felt the absence of a man in the household. With no food left and hesitant to venture out for help, Huang Minjing resorted to chopping up the expensive furniture, grateful that her father had favored wooden pieces, which allowed the fireplace to burn on. Even so, the wooden sofa, dining table, bookshelves, desks, chairs, and even the lounge chair on the balcony, along with the solid wood bed in the bedroom, were consumed by the flames. Only the wooden floorboards remained unscathed. The aroma of rice porridge, infused with millet and corn, wafted through the air as the two women savored a large pot of it, nestled by the fireplace with contented smiles. Mother, today I ran into Mr. Cheng's son. Which Mr. Cheng? The one you often play cards with? His family has a farm, and you used to love their grain-fed chickens and eggs. Have you forgotten? Huang Minjing's mother squinted, recalling, Oh, so you fancy his son? That's not acceptable. It's a generational gap. Where did your mind wander? Huang Minjing shot her mother a glance. There's something I've never told you. I've always felt that the Cheng family might have anticipated this catastrophe. Do you know how much stock she asked me for a while back? How much? Various types, various flavors. She ordered a staggering 300,000 units. They don't even have a distribution business. That much stock could last them 3 to 5 years if consumed at home. Even though my factory's instant food varies in price, the factory price isn't exorbitant. 300,000 units filled an entire truck, which was then sent directly to the Zhou family's warehouse in the logistics park. Wasn't he that warehouse burned? Huang Minjing's mother remembered, having attempted to comfort Cheng Yali after hearing about the fire, but her calls went unanswered. I don't believe it. Huang Minjing shook her head. If not for the subsequent disaster, she might not have doubted it, but the moment she laid eyes on Zhou Lin, she felt certain that the fire at the warehouse was a deliberate ruse by the Zhou family. In fact, Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would connect Zhou Caiyuan's closure of the farm with Chang Yali's frantic procurement. No one could predict how the future would unfold. But Huang Minjing was certain that unless the calamity passed, the two of them alone could not venture far. Today, the community management was still able to organize collective efforts to gather supplies, but what about next time? How many supermarkets nearby could withstand a collective raid? Without organized action, what would they do when food and warmth ran out? Would she dare to go out alone? Moreover, the calamity had only just begun. Today, Huang Minjing heard that the government did not foresee any improvement in the situation in the short term, and the shelters established by the state were already at full capacity. Having weathered ruthless business battles, Huang Minjing understood that when one is at their weakest, alliances with the strong are essential. Cheng Yali is quite reputable. Her character is evident at the card table. Old Zhou is a decent man, and their son is unlikely to be a rogue. If you wish to test the waters, I have no objections, Huang Minjing's mother nodded. But you must be discreet about where we've hidden our last batch of stock. Of course not. Huang Minjing smiled. Jiayin Company has a batch of dehydrated vegetables meant for the island nation that hadn't been shipped out before the disaster struck. They remain in the logistics park warehouse. This batch of dehydrated vegetables could serve as a means to gauge Zhou Lin, and they are also a vital resource. Rivaling staple foods. With a plan in place, Huang Minjing scarcely took a moment to rest. Once she ensured her mother was settled, she hurried downstairs to the Zhou residence. Upon her arrival, she found Zhou Lin drenched in sweat at the gym, leaving the reception to Cheng Yali. Given their previous relationship, Huang Minjing was granted immediate access to the house, where the first sensation that greeted her was warmth. There were no heating devices visible in the living room, nor was there any smoke. This indicated that the Zhou family had a comprehensive heating system that was functioning normally. Huang Minjing immediately thought of the tool shed on the rooftop terrace. The Zhou family must have stockpiled a significant amount of coal. Just now, my son mentioned you. Boss Huang Cheng Yali's capability in handling situations was unquestionable, unless she had a personal aversion to someone. The two women exchanged pleasantries, and Wu Shui, sharp-eyed, brought in tea before discreetly retreating. Let us not call each other boss anymore. We're all refugees now, Huang Minjing chuckled, then got straight to the point, expressing her desire to collaborate. I can't make that decision alone. My son is now grown and independent. Zhou Lin, come here. Zhou Lin appeared in the living room, clad in sportswear, towel in hand. Seeing Huang Minjing took him by surprise. Had he known Boss Huang was so young, he would have changed his outfit first. It wasn't to impress Huang Minjing, but he felt it was rather impolite. Are you still working out? Huang Minjing asked, astonished. What kind of family is this? Still exercising during such times? Is food free? Just passing the time. Zhou Lin wiped his sweat and sat next to Cheng Yali. Have you two reached an agreement? Agreement? How could we discuss anything while you're absent? Boss Huang suggests that neither of our families can possibly consume all the dehydrated vegetables in that warehouse. She doesn't have anyone trustworthy in this community, so she wants you to think about whether to negotiate with the property management. After all, many hands make light work. Property management? Zhou Lin recalled Xiao Hang, unaware that Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao were also in the property team, having simply not shown up last time. I disagree, he stated after a moment's thought. Chapter 37, A Prophetic Utterance. Why? Huang Minjing did not become agitated when Zhou Lin expressed his reluctance to collaborate with the property management. Rather, she calmly awaited an explanation. I do not trust them, Zhou Lin stated bluntly. Efficiency is paramount in collaboration, and if Huang Minjing could not even extend this basic trust to him, there was little reason for either party to continue discussions. Cheng Yali, remaining silent, tacitly acknowledged Zhou Lin's stance. Huang Minjing fell into contemplation, not out of suspicion towards Zhou Lin, but in reflection of whether there was information unbeknownst to her that shaped Zhou Lin's contrasting perspective on the seemingly adequate property management. As an entrepreneur, one must avoid being obstinately self-reliant, especially amidst a lack of information. Hasty conclusions could lead to disastrous outcomes. In a peaceful society, failure might result in mere financial loss. But in the current climate, it could potentially mean loss of life. Could you provide your reasoning? Zhou Lin shook his head. If Huang Minjing had readily acquiesced without question, he would have been inclined to grant her greater trust. However, upon her inquiry, Zhou Lin realized that their collaboration might end here. Unless Huang Minjing's future actions could alter his perception, such a change seemed unlikely. Its instinct, Zhou Lin remarked, his demeanor turning serious. If you choose to involve the property management, then I will withdraw from this matter. Zhou Lin's decisiveness took Huang Minjing by surprise, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, she turned to Qing Yali for assistance. All right. It's not like a decision has been made yet. By the way, you have a walkie-talkie, don't you? Give one to Boss Huang so we can discuss this later. It's perilous for her to traverse back and forth in this frigid weather without power. Zhou Lin, of course, did not regard a mere walkie-talkie as precious. Moreover, military-grade products are renowned for their superior performance and functionality. As long as the main unit remained in Zhou Lin's possession, he could control when Huang Minjing could use it and what information she could access. At that moment, none anticipated that the device would soon prove invaluable. After Huang Minjing departed, Qing Yali inquired whether Zhou Lin had detected any issues with the property management. Zhou Lin could not provide a definitive answer. Xiaoli, you come here. Xiaoli emerged from the room, rolling her eyes at Zhou Lin before declaring, those outside our kinship will inevitably harbor differing intentions. The property management and the owners have no dealings with each other. Can't you speak properly? Qing Yali retorted, exasperated. If she weren't Xiaoli's mother, she might have felt inclined to chastise her for her pretentiousness, fully aware of her daughter's limited education. Those who trust me shall attain eternal life. Eternal life. Eternal life. I command you to live eternally. In Qing Yali's household, there was no bias towards gender. She was a proponent of fairness. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Lin or Xiaoli, the consequences of their actions were meted out equally. Xiaoli, having been reprimanded, fled with her hands over her head, protesting that Qing Yali was being unreasonable, while Wu Shui observed with amusement, shaking his head. Zhou Lin returned to the gym to continue his workout. Just as he began to warm up, Huang Minjing's cries pierced the air. Help! There's a murder! Help me! Wu Shui was the first to hear, reacting swiftly as she dashed toward the gym, nearly colliding with Zhou Lin, who was rushing out. It's Boss Huang. I'll check it out, Zhou Lin exclaimed, swiftly donning his polar combat gear before charging out. At that moment, Qing Yali poked her head out from upstairs, calling out, be careful. Take a weapon. Even in his panic, Zhou Lin took a moment to glance at the surveillance monitors to ensure no one was lurking outside. Better safe than sorry. In these times, caution is paramount. The elevator was out of service, leaving Huang Minjing to take the stairs. Zhou Lin gauged her pace and estimated she would only have reached the ground floor, though other possibilities existed. Bounding down the stairs, Zhou Lin felt as though he were not descending, but rather leaping from a height. Each flight of stairs was traversed in merely 2 strides, his body feeling entirely unhindered. Prior to becoming an evolved, a misstep could have resulted in a sprain, a fracture, paralysis, or worse. 10 floors, 7 floors, 3 floors. By the time Zhou Lin reached the 2nd floor, he heard voices. More precisely, a woman was shouting, accompanied by the low growls of 2 men. Let go of me. I'm the owner. Security. Where are you? We are the security. The men replied. What's wrong with being the owner? It's your luck we even notice you. In this weather, who would bother? The audacity of the security was astonishing. Had Zhou Lin not heard it himself, he might have found it hard to believe. He understood that as the apocalypse approached, societal order was bound to unravel, but this deterioration seemed to have occurred with alarming swiftness. Switching off his flashlight and donning night vision goggles, Zhou Lin cautiously exited the stairwell, spotting the 3 figures entangled. A flashlight lay on the ground, presumably belonging to Huang Minjing, while another flashlight flickered in the grip of one man. In the dimly lit corridor, the inadequacy of the flashlight's beam meant that unless it directly illuminated him, the 3 individuals remained oblivious to Zhou Lin's presence. Given the circumstances, Zhou Lin opted not to reveal his identity. He withdrew a collapsible baton to test its weight before swinging it forcefully at the flashlight held by the man. Thud. With the man's cry echoing, the flashlight shattered, plunging the area into darkness. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Lin swiftly picked up Huang Minjing's flashlight and turned it off, ensuring that only he remained visible. The 2 men, taken by surprise, panicked, abandoning Huang Minjing to shout threats while fumbling their way towards the staircase, convinced that Zhou Lin, like Huang Minjing, was equally blind in the dark. In contrast, Huang Minjing remained remarkably composed. Having just regained her freedom, she crouched low, tucking her body into a protective ball. In the pitch-black environment, her instinct for self-preservation was undoubtedly the wisest course of action, reducing her profile and thus the likelihood of indiscriminate attacks. Ignoring the two deranged security guards, Zhou Lin stealthily approached Huang Minjing and whispered, "Boss Huang, don't speak. Follow me." Upon hearing his voice, Huang Minjing instinctively lifted her head, though the darkness rendered her vision futile. However, recognizing Zhou Lin's voice brought her immediate relief. He grasped her right hand, helping her to her feet before guiding her down the stairs. The light in the lobby below was significantly brighter, allowing Huang Minjing to finally glimpse Zhou Lin's silhouette. "Thank you. You were right. I was naive," she exclaimed. "No need for thanks. It's too cold outside. Let us head to the garage." "Is it safe in the garage?" Huang Minjing clutched Zhou Lin's hand tightly, her voice laced with concern. "I'll escort you back." Uncertain of whether any property management personnel might be lurking in the underground garage, Zhou Lin refrained from activating the flashlight. With his guidance and timely warnings, Huang Minjing found it manageable to navigate. Although the underground area was slightly warmer, the air was thick with stagnation, rendering it even darker than outside. Alone, Huang Minjing would have hesitated to descend. "It feels like descending into hell," she remarked. Chapter 38. Rescuing the abyss of hell lay empty. Before switching on the flashlight, Zhou Lin first put away the night vision goggles. He had anticipated a period of adjustment, yet discovered that reality defied his expectations. For Huang Minjing, perhaps only the areas illuminated by the flashlight were considered light, but Zhou Lin found that he could perceive a vast expanse surrounding the beam. Even the shadowy corners were rendered with clarity. Could it be that evolution had heightened his senses? Zhou Lin resolved to test his vision in complete darkness shortly. The distance from the underground parking to Building 7 was negligible, merely a matter of minutes. However, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Zhou Lin insisted on escorting Huang Minjing upstairs. "I truly appreciate your assistance," she said, adjusting her tattered clothing. The temperature in the stairwell was significantly lower due to the chimney effect. "Do you not have warmer clothing?" she asked. "This level of warmth hardly suffices for the logistics park," Zhou Lin replied. Huang Minjing offered a sorrowful smile and shook her head. She lacked financial constraints. But as someone who was neither a seasoned hiker nor an outdoor enthusiast, she could hardly have prepared specialized clothing for extreme conditions. Even a fur coat, while fashionable, prioritized style over functionality, making movement cumbersome even if modified. "I will check at home and prepare something suitable for you. We must act swiftly," Zhou Lin stated. He refrained from inquiring whether Huang Minjing wished to involve the property management. Wise individuals often need not speak excessively. Had she been the type to insist, he would not have ventured down to rescue her. "Shall we depart at 10 tomorrow?" Huang Minjing bit her lip. "I will use the walkie-talkie, so you need not come up to fetch me." "Where shall we meet?" "At the entrance hall of your building," Zhou Lin suggested. "Very well. Have you arrived? Would you like to rest for a moment?" "No need." Zhou Lin declined her invitation, returning the flashlight. "How will you navigate without it?" she inquired. "I possess my own," Zhou Lin replied, stepping into the stairwell, where darkness swiftly enveloped his voice. Huang Minjing saw no light, but could hear the resolute sound of his footsteps fading away. Indeed, he could see. A smile graced Zhou Lin's face in the darkness. Evolution had enhanced his senses, at least in terms of vision. He dared to assert that he now rivaled feline creatures. Although the images appeared somewhat blurred, they were sufficient for him to descend without stumbling. One could imagine that in such an environment, should he encounter an adversary, he would be virtually invincible. Unless the opponent possessed equally keen senses or night vision capabilities, an unlikely scenario. As Zhou Lin returned home, he found Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao embroiled in mutual grievances. Sun Qinghao cradled his left hand in his right, revealing its distorted state, fingers twisted at various angles, a vivid red and purple hue. "What on earth happened? Did you not notice when someone approached?" "I'm not equipped with dog-like hearing. Did you not hear anything either?" Tang Yili, initially burdened with guilt, became irritated by Sun Qinghao's incessant complaints. Why should I indulge you? I'm not a woman. I merely intended to apprehend that woman first. Sun Qinghao retorted, wide-eyed. You brought this upon yourself. Encountering a woman rendered you immobile. If you hadn't sought to take advantage, would you have been struck? You brought it upon yourself. Was it solely my intention? You were equally culpable. I merely jested, but you were the one who initiated the entanglement. Attempting to woo her with a packet of instant noodles. How absurd. What is wrong with a packet of noodles? Tang Ili scoffed. I viewed it as a token of respect. Believe me, I could sustain a day with just that. Enough bickering. Let us find a doctor to see if they can help my hand. I can't feel it. We have no choice but to consult the boss. You'd better maintain a good attitude. Their long-standing friendship allowed for such quarrels. Yet Tang Ili could not abandon him entirely. A doctor? Xiaohang glanced at Sun Qinghao's hand, unable to suppress his curiosity about the cause. Unsure how to reveal the truth, Sun Qinghao and Tang Ili had agreed to fabricate a story about an accident with a door. You got your hand caught in a door? Are you out of your mind? If Xiaohang had previously masked his demeanor, he now laid bare his true nature, discarding any pretense of politeness. I'm a blunt man. Do you not understand? If you disregard me, you shall go hungry and cold. Yet even a piece of tissue paper, while useful, loses its efficacy if torn. Hence, Xiaohang sought to preserve its utility. As the property manager, how could he be unaware of his clientele? He meticulously noted the backgrounds and professions of every resident in his notebook. In our community, we have 8 homeowners who might fit this profile. Disregard the one on the 16th floor of Building 8, as they are difficult to approach. Instead, try apartment 301 in Building 2. Both residents are doctors, with the husband running a physiotherapy clinic. Business should be decent, though I'm uncertain of his skills. Let us treat this as a last resort. Remember to bring some food or supplies as gifts. Collect them from Captain Zhang. This is a one-time favor. Xiaohang adeptly employed the carrot and stick approach, and while Sun Qinghao felt he saw through it, he could not voice his thoughts. Tang Ili, on the other hand, was immensely grateful, nearly bowing in appreciation, especially upon hearing that the gifts would not come from their pockets. Which landlord still has surplus rations? Moonlight? Sunlight? No. I am a standard case of living from hand to mouth. Upon returning home, Zhou Lin had to explain extensively. He had simplified his account. Yet Xingyali was still astonished and promptly turned to the walkie-talkie, eager to comfort Huang Minjing. It was less about providing solace and more about hearing Huang Minjing praise Zhou Lin. After all, the purpose of raising a child is to foster pride and joy. Otherwise, one might as well discard the fetus into the toilet. Sister-in-law, do you believe now? Trust me, and you shall attain immortality. The homeowners shall never be enslaved. Being called sister-in-law in Zhou Lin's presence made Wu Shui somewhat bashful. Stealing a glance at him, she noted his lack of reaction, which incited her to seize his arm. Huh? What do you mean, huh? We're off for a checkup. As Wu Shui dragged Zhou Lin away, Zhou Li's eyes twinkled mischievously, summoning Heizai. Oblivious to the situation, Heizai presumed there was food involved, only to find Zhou Li affixing a camera around his neck. To enter the tiger's den is to capture the tiger's cub. Record everything. A wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. Initially indifferent, Heizai succumbed to the allure of a beef jerky treat, ultimately compromising under his master's sweetened temptations, sneakily approaching the gym's entrance, half of his head inside. Wow, how did you get so strong? After the same workout, your heart rate has decreased. You've bulked up an extra centimeter. At this rate, will you become Guadastan? How solid. Who can withstand this? Perhaps every seemingly quiet little fairy harbors a hidden devil within. Zhou Lin remained oblivious to Wu Shui's thoughts, consumed by his own inability to think of anything else. Chapter 39. The Logistics Park is a vast snowfield for those living in the apocalypse. Today brings a glimmer of hope. The snow has ceased, although the temperature remains low. The cessation of snowfall alleviates the dread of waking to find one's home buried beneath a blanket of white, or the fear of succumbing to asphyxiation in slumber. Prepared once again, Zhou Lin ventured out, having just communicated with Huang Minjing, who was also ready. While dehydrated vegetables may not currently hold great significance, their importance will undoubtedly magnify with the passage of time. After traversing the underground garage, Zhou Lin retrieved his sled. The elevator was again out of service, and he would not foolishly carry a suitcase half his height up the stairs. Dressed in cold-resistant gear and snow boots, Zhou Lin opened the sled in the empty foyer, extracting items he had prepared for Huang Minjing. His gratitude was palpable. Though their relationship was merely one of collaboration, Huang Minjing, being inherently emotional, could easily be stirred by such timely assistance, leading to extravagant promises of eternal gratitude or even devotion in another life. As they exited the foyer, a security guard spotted them and promptly notified Xiaohang. The young man from the Zhou family, what was his name? Xiaohang pondered. Were they off to gather supplies? He decided to wait and see if they would return. The community gate was locked, but a small iron gate could be opened from the inside. As Zhou Lin passed through, he glanced back. Despite the pervasive gloom, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched from the shadows. Perhaps it was Xiaohang or someone from the property management. Zhou Lin dismissed the notion, preferring not to reveal too much too soon. However, should anyone threaten him or his family, much like the brigands they had encountered previously, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Huang Minjing's field of vision was quite limited. Zhou Lin had refused to use a flashlight or emergency lights, as that would easily compromise their position. How can we navigate in the dark? She inquired. You can ride. Zhou Lin suggested, indicating the sled on the ground. He had calculated the distance and Huang Minjing's stamina and concluded with dismay that, excluding time spent in the warehouse, it would take at least 12 hours. This was unacceptable to him. The most efficient solution was for him to pull Huang Minjing, leveraging his strength and endurance to reduce the journey to 8 hours. Then, Zhou Lin recalled the ski equipment. As a southerner, he had never skied before. But in his previous life, he had been compelled to learn to survive when the apocalypse struck. Donning the skis significantly increased his speed. But only someone as strong and skilled as Zhou Lin could manage to drag a rudimentary sled while skiing swiftly. During the day, the faint light filtering through the clouds, though insufficient for ordinary vision, allowed Zhou Lin to see approximately 100 meters ahead. With visibility this good, one could even drive. He refrained from pushing himself to the limit due to the fierce winds. While he could endure the cold of motion, Huang Minjing, ensconced in the sled, was nearly buried beneath layers of snow, trembling uncontrollably from the cold. Stop, let us take a break, she called out with a quavering voice half an hour later. She feared that if they did not pause to warm up, she might freeze before reaching the logistics park. We've covered roughly a third, Zhou Lin replied, exhaling a long plume of mist that curled and dissipated in the frigid air. Is it really that fast? Aren't you exhausted? Huang Minjing asked. Not too bad, Zhou Lin said, popping a chocolate bar into his mouth. The greatest similarity between evolvers and those with abilities was their capacity for consumption. When inactive, it was manageable. But once they began moving or using their powers, they transformed into insatiable machines. Zhou Lin sometimes mused that perhaps not allowing everyone to become evolvers or endowed with abilities was a form of protection for this world. After all, resources were limited. From the map, Zhou Lin deduced they were near a commercial center. The iconic Twin Towers loomed less than 50 meters away. As commercial buildings, they likely stood empty after the disaster struck, for Zhou Lin saw no signs of life behind the glass. Suddenly, he thought of the official shelters. In his previous life, he had not been in Jiazhu, so he was unaware of the precise locations of these shelters. Nonetheless, as a local, he could speculate a few probable sites, as many had been designated as civil defense structures in years past. 2 of these locations had even been developed into underground shopping malls. Besides these large shelters, hospitals and state-owned enterprises had their own civil defense facilities, which, if not demolished or filled in, could still serve as shelters, designed to withstand the threat of nuclear war. If such a catastrophe could be endured, the mere cold was hardly a concern. Ultimately, the true cause of population decline was the scarcity of resources. Thus, Zhou Lin's expedition to the logistics park was not solely about the dehydrated vegetables. He had his own plans, which he intended to keep from Huang Minjing. The secret of space was a closely guarded matter among the Zhou family, known only to the 4 of them. Not even Huang Minjing or Wu Shui were privy to it. Perhaps only when those with abilities began to emerge would others be deemed worthy of knowing this paramount secret. Let us go. I feel I can manage again, he said, and they resumed their journey, pausing once more for Huang Minjing to catch her breath. By noon, Zhou Lin spotted the row of flagpoles at the entrance of the logistics park. Standing over 30 meters high, only two-thirds of each pole remained above the snow. The flags long vanished, yet the poles stood resilient, as if to assert the existence of the logistics park. Aside from these flagpoles, all Zhou Lin could see was a vast expanse of white, resembling the enchanting landscapes of northern poetry. It sounded beautiful and romantic, yet neither of them had the heart to appreciate it at that moment. Let me consider the approximate location. How deep do you think it is? After stopping the sled at the flagpole, Huang Minjing stood and turned on her flashlight. Over 10 meters. The height of all the warehouses in the logistics park is roughly 9 meters. I'm curious, how were you able to see throughout the journey? This question had lingered in Huang Minjing's mind for quite some time, and she could no longer contain her curiosity. Perhaps it's because I particularly enjoy eating fish. Zhou Lin answered without hesitation. Who would believe that? She retorted. No matter, he thought, for he believed it himself. Surely, Huang Minjing would not slice him up for such a triviality. Let us consult the map, he suggested. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin doubted Huang Minjing's ability to pinpoint the dehydrated warehouse's exact location amidst the endless snowfield. He preferred not to waste time and energy on errant guesses. Chapter 40. The benefits bestowed by the endless night are that as long as light is absent, one can be reasonably assured that no one is nearby. Even if someone is present, they would be unable to discern one's actions unless they possess an extraordinary night vision akin to Zhou Lin's. With the aid of a map and a military compass, Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing finally pinpointed a specific area, barring any unforeseen events. Digging down should lead them to the warehouse storing dehydrated vegetables. Let us commence. Time is of the essence. We shall each take on our designated tasks. The two had previously agreed on their roles. Zhou Lin would excavate the warehouse while Huang Minjing would prepare a makeshift shelter, a snow hut. Ordinarily, a warehouse would hold dozens, if not hundreds, of tons of dehydrated vegetables. It would be a Herculean task for even 20 individuals to transport it all in one go. Moreover, regardless of whether it continued to snow in the future, every visit to retrieve the dehydrated vegetables would necessitate digging a pit and then filling it back in, lest the location of the warehouse be compromised. A relatively stable resting point would not only serve as a place to recuperate but could also be used for storing supplies. Zhou Lin retrieved 2 shovels from the sled and handed one to Huang Minjing, and they set to work. Although the intensity of their labor differed vastly, by the time Zhou Lin reached the ceiling of the warehouse, Huang Minjing had only managed to dig a shallow hole, insufficient even to bury her calves. Hurry, Zhou Lin urged softly. In the apocalypse, there is no time for delicacy. Those who suffer from hunger and cold will strive desperately for survival, and those who lag behind will be mercilessly abandoned. Huang Minjing felt a twinge of embarrassment, but the snow beneath them had already frozen solid. Given Zhou Lin's current physical condition, this minimal exertion required no rest, and he swiftly excavated a ventilation window beneath the warehouse's roof. I'll go down to take a look, he announced, knocking the glass aside and descending into the darkness of the warehouse. Huang Minjing stood anxiously by the window, her heart racing. Inside the warehouse, the darkness was nearly absolute. Zhou Lin had to switch on his flashlight. What luck! He murmured to himself upon discovering neatly stacked sealed boxes, each adorned with characters from an island nation and illustrations of various vegetables. There was no mistaking it. Each box of dehydrated vegetables weighed 30 kilograms, if one were to consume a mere 100 grams per meal. It would suffice for a person's sustenance for half a year. The warehouse contained at least 10,000 boxes of dehydrated vegetables. Unfortunately, as he was here with Huang Minjing, he could not take all of them back to the Fuhua warehouse. He collected approximately 2,000 boxes, leaving just enough space to avoid arousing Huang Minjing's suspicions. Come in. It's safe, Zhou Lin called out. Upon seeing the boxes of dehydrated vegetables, Huang Minjing was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she took a moment to regain her composure and asked Zhou Lin how they would transport them back. What else can we do? I can't exactly pull out the Conqueror to load them, he replied. You go up and bring down 10 boxes for us to divide, Zhou Lin instructed. Huang Minjing pondered for a moment, realizing there was no better alternative. While the journey might be discreet, entering the community posed a risk. Encountering the property management staff was a daunting thought. Anyone who trusted them now would find themselves on Huang Minjing's blacklist. Transporting 10 boxes of dehydrated vegetables was quite a challenge for their makeshift sled, compelling Huang Minjing to sit atop the boxes. Watching Zhou Lin laboriously glide forward on his snowshoes, her emotions were complex. During their brief rests, Huang Minjing tended to Zhou Lin with great care, offering him nourishment and water, almost to the point of chewing the food for him. "Boss Huang, there's no need for such formality," Zhou Lin replied, slightly taken aback. "Don't call me Boss Huang. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Huang, or my name will do," she insisted. Zhou Lin understood her intentions and quickly replied, "We should get going. Otherwise, we won't make it back tonight." "All right, I appreciate your hard work. Come to my house tomorrow. I'll cook for you," she offered. "No need. It's not a bother," Zhou Lin said, exerting himself to pull the sled. Once they built up speed, Huang Minjing hesitated to speak. It was simply too cold. As they passed a building, beams of light suddenly converged on Zhou Lin and the sled. "Oh no." Zhou Lin instinctively discarded the snow barrier and drew his weapon. The next moment, he spotted 7 or 8 shadowy figures rushing out from the building, each brandishing makeshift weapons. Though visibility was poor, Zhou Lin could discern that they wielded baseball bats, kitchen knives, and other similar implements. "Don't move. Leave the goods behind. We don't want to kill. Don't resist." Perhaps due to the relatively recent onset of the apocalypse, these assailants still adhered to some semblance of a moral code, but it could also merely be a ruse. Who could guarantee they wouldn't resort to violence once resistance was abandoned? Huang Minjing was so terrified that she couldn't utter a word. She had never encountered such a situation and was utterly at a loss. Seeing that the attackers were unarmed, Zhou Lin holstered his pistol and approached the man in front, who was brandishing a watermelon knife. With narrowed eyes, he threw a punch. His fist, the size of a sand bowl, produced a resounding crack as it struck the man's solar plexus. There was no consideration of mercy. Even in peacetime, Zhou Lin would have acted similarly. Layers of winter clothing and thermal gear could not fully absorb the force of his blow. Even through the thick fabric, the sound of bones cracking was unmistakable. The man with the watermelon knife opened his mouth as if to speak, but his eyes instantly bulged, blood vessels bursting, and he gradually lost consciousness. As he collapsed, the 5 remaining men halted in their tracks. They were merely ordinary individuals, when faced with a real-life display of strength that one might only see in films. Who could muster the courage to attack Zhou Lin? Gulping, one of them swallowed hard and began to retreat slowly. There was no need for negotiation. It was far too cold, and speaking would only waste precious heat. Once they realized Zhou Lin had no intention of pursuing them, the 5 men retreated, ultimately turning and fleeing. Is it over? Did he die? The beams of light from the flashlights faded, and Huang Minjing finally dared to switch on her flashlight. Illuminating the man sprawled on the ground, his face already covered in frost. She asked incredulously. "Let us go," Zhou Lin said, donning his snowshoes once more and shaking his head. Were it not for Huang Minjing's presence, he would have undoubtedly pursued those men into the building. Not out of a desire to kill. He was not that cold-blooded or brutal, but he sought to understand how they had discovered him and Huang Minjing. This question remained unresolved, and should they encounter this group again, there was no telling what weapons they might use. Firearms, bows, crossbows, or slingshots. One could only speculate, but it was certain they would. Even though Zhou Lin had just demonstrated his prowess, between starvation and risking everything, he too would choose the latter, unless he could ensure these individuals did not see them. To achieve this goal, he needed to first comprehend how they had managed to detect them. Dragging the sled onward. As they neared the entrance of the community, Huang Minjing jumped off the sled, preparing to open the gate. "Don't turn on the lights, let me handle it," Zhou Lin suddenly said. "Why not? Isn't it safe now that we've reached the community?" Chapter 41. Power upgrade indeed. They have gone out to gather supplies. At the window of the property management office, Xiaohang peered through a device, cutting through layers of darkness to catch sight of Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing, who had just entered. How did these two end up together? Xiaohang mused aloud, prompting Huang Xiefeng, dressed in security attire beside him, to eagerly suggest sending someone to inquire. Inquire about what? Xiaohang examined the night vision device in his hands, turning it over repeatedly. "This gadget is quite impressive. You should ask that fellow if he has any more." None left, Huang Xiefeng replied. That kid is nearly starving. He'll say whatever you ask. Even handed me the photos he took of the female owners. Photos? Splendid. Let me see. Which building are they from? Xiaohang squinted his eyes, intrigued. As for Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing going out to gather supplies, Xiaohang was in no rush. After all, how much could that sled carry? It wouldn't last them long. As long as they kept a close watch, they could arrange for someone to follow them the next time they ventured out. And they would have everything laid out for him. I'll help you take it upstairs. Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing arrived at the entrance of Building 7, each carrying 5 packs of dehydrated vegetables. Huang Minjing had initially intended to take only 3, but Zhou Lin, feeling empathetic, insisted on splitting them evenly. Considering Huang Minjing's strength and the potential time wasted, Zhou Lin handed her a metal baton, instructing her to guard the sled. Watching Zhou Lin effortlessly carry 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables, Huang Minjing couldn't help but swallow hard. Who says women can't be greedy? She felt quite ravenous at that moment, especially as Zhou Lin descended in less than 5 minutes. His speed left her utterly astounded. Are you even human? Zhou Lin replied. You could do it too if you keep exercising. Trust in science. In truth, he hadn't actually carried the 5 boxes up 17 flights of stairs, with a warehouse available. That would be foolish. If it hadn't been for the old lady's slow response at the door, he could have come down even sooner. After dragging the sled back to Building 8 and confirming no one was around, Zhou Lin stored it away, leisurely making his way upstairs. Only when he reached his doorstep did he retrieve it, knock, and enter. Upon seeing the 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables, the 4 occupants of the Zhou household displayed no particular expressions. Thus far, they had lacked nothing in terms of food and drink. As Qing Yali remarked, they had yet to experience the brutal realities of the apocalypse. Even Yang Qiqi, who primarily consumed the Zhou family's leftovers, was better off in terms of food variety than the majority of those struggling in the wasteland, perhaps due to the comfort of prolonged ease. Yang Qiqi felt no gratitude towards Zhou Lin or his family. Instead, her resentment festered, fixated on delivering a fatal blow to the Zhou family. I'm going to rest for a bit, Zhou Lin greeted them, hastily ruffling Black Zai's fur before retreating to his room. In truth, he was not tired at all. The real reason was that his powers were about to upgrade. Symbiosis, Beginner 999-1000, currently symbiotic transport, Lifu, large waterborne transport, available symbiotic transport slots, 0 storage space, 1 having never experienced it before. Zhou Lin was unsure what an upgrade entailed. To avoid any mishaps, he locked his door, sat cross-legged in the center of his room, and after regulating his breathing and heartbeat, began to slowly transfer a pile of materials from light to heavy into the warehouse. 1, 2, 3. As he accumulated nearly 50 kilograms of materials, Zhou Lin felt a loss of control over his body, as if his soul had completely detached from it. Seconds, or perhaps minutes later, he sensed his body returning, though the sensation felt unreal. Symbiosis, Intermediate 1000-10,000, currently symbiotic transport, Lifu, large waterborne transport, available symbiotic transport slots, 1 storage space, 1 2-strength symbiosis, 2. 5 minutes 24 hours evolution level 1. 2. 5. 2,514 10,000. The changes following the power upgrade included an additional slot for symbiotic transport and storage space. A new value named evolution level appeared, and he acquired an active skill, strength symbiosis. His body could reach the strength of the symbiotic transport, but it could only be used once a day, currently lasting 2.5 minutes, equivalent to the value of evolution level. Zhou Lin was not surprised by the appearance of evolution level. In his previous life, he learned that ability users inevitably became evolved beings. Yet ordinary evolved beings likely could not intuitively perceive their evolution level. That privilege belonged to ability users. Moreover, the duration of the strength symbiosis skill might directly correlate with evolution level, assuming the level of the symbiosis skill remained unchanged. A higher evolution level should extend the duration of strength symbiosis. After some contemplation, Zhou Lin found this reasoning sound. If strength symbiosis was viewed as a powerful ability, Its potency and duration would indeed depend on one's foundational qualities. In other words, he now possessed 2.5 minutes each day to transform into an indomitable figure. Neither bullets nor even rocket launchers could harm him. Though 2.5 minutes may seem brief, unless in a specific environment, it was sufficient for Zhou Lin to extricate himself from any crisis. If he couldn't fight, surely he could run. Overall, he was quite pleased with the changes following this upgrade, especially the emergence of evolution level, which allowed him to see the tangible results of his dedicated training. The prospect of advancing beyond level 1 to 2, 3, and beyond invigorated him, stirring a desire to commence training immediately. How hungry I am. Once the thrill subsided, Zhou Lin became acutely aware of the hunger resonating throughout his body. Lifting his hands, he was shocked to find himself skin and bones. Had all his muscles and fat been consumed during the upgrade process? There was no time to ponder what he had become or whether he would frighten others upon emerging. Zhou Lin's singular focus was on food. With a mere thought, a plethora of hamburgers materialized before him. After swallowing hard, Zhou Lin snatched one, tearing off the packaging and stuffing it into his mouth. Driven by intense hunger, he transformed into a relentless food processor, demolishing one hamburger after another, only pausing to gulp down some cola when he felt on the verge of choking. The hamburgers aboard the Laifu were increasingly larger, the patties thicker. Ordinarily, 3 or 5 would suffice to satiate someone of Zhou Lin's stature. Yet he devoured at least 70 or 80 without feeling the slightest hint of fullness. Instead, the skeletal appearance began to fade, as if the meat from the hamburgers was gradually filling him out. It was uncertain how many he had consumed before Zhou Lin finally felt his frantic hunger subside. At this point, his body had nearly returned to normal, even appearing somewhat taller and more robust than before. The contours of his muscles were now concealed beneath resilient skin, presenting a more appealing aesthetic than mere bodybuilding. Rising to gaze in the mirror, Zhou Lin nodded in satisfaction. The only concern now was Wu Shui's health examination. While Zhou Lin was locked away upgrading, a convoy appeared at the entrance of Lanchan Community. Dozens of bright searchlights illuminated the community courtyard, drawing almost every awake resident to their windows. Cheng Yali, Zhou Li, and Wu Shui were no exception. Even Shou Chaojun, who was recuperating and had not moved much, peered out from a specially left unsealed window to discover the identity of the visitors amidst such a spectacle. Chapter 42. The government convoy. The sudden appearance of the convoy startled the entire community. Xiaohang felt a twinge of anxiety. Please remain calm. We are the government's post-disaster reconstruction command. The command, co-hosted by the government and the military, consisted of soldiers and personnel from relevant local departments. I am Su Yuanji, the director of the Greenway Street office. Does anyone recognize me? The residents soon realized they were indeed in the presence of government officials. The consistent trust the people of Shagua had in their government eased the tension for most, except for those like Xiaohang, who harbored ulterior motives. A dozen soldiers, clad in snow camouflage and fully armed, jumped out of the snow vehicle and entered the community, followed by 2 individuals in civilian clothing. Thanks to the bright searchlights, nearly everyone in the area could see them. I am Su Yuanji. Is Manager Xiao present? Director Su, it truly is you. Xiaohang rushed over to shake Su Yuanji's hand. It's cold outside. Let us discuss this in the hall. Lao Huang, go turn on the electricity. Didn't you see Director Su has arrived? A few minutes later, the lights in the property management office illuminated the hall, and the heating system began to operate, gradually raising the temperature. Su Yuanji and Wu Jiankai had 3 primary objectives for this visit. First, to demonstrate to those outside the shelters that the nation and government still existed and that social order remained intact. No one should entertain thoughts of lawlessness. Second, the government assessed that the disaster would not conclude in the short term, necessitating the expansion and enhancement of the shelters, which required attracting talent. Third, to collect supplies. Xiao, our time is limited, and our tasks are heavy. We must ensure that every resident in the community is informed of these 3 points. The shelters welcome them to apply enthusiastically. All qualified individuals should prepare themselves. Tomorrow, we will arrange for a convoy to pick them up. This communicator is entrusted to you. Soon, the government will distribute them in bulk, and everyone will be able to purchase one. Xiaohang accepted a device that resembled a brick with a forced smile. nodding repeatedly to reassure Su Yuanji, promising to fulfill his assignment. Outside, loudspeakers had already broadcast the announcement regarding the shelter's recruitment and specific requirements 3 times. The residents of the community, without stepping outside, understood the purpose of Su Yuanji and his team's visit, though it remained uncertain if anyone was truly tempted. In any case, the Zhou family of 4 felt no inclination, and neither did Wu Shui. So it's a recruitment for the shelter, Zhou Kaijun remarked. They're looking for skilled workers and laborers, but in these times, many might seek a meal, Zhou Li countered. Not necessarily, she shook her head. People are often self-serving. The shelter isn't a paradise, and there are plenty who might appear loyal while harboring ulterior motives. At that moment, Zhou Lin finally emerged. He had just realized that with the enhancement of his abilities and physical evolution, his resistance to the cold had significantly improved. To avoid startling others, he had merely donned a jacket. This led Qing Yali to exclaim in concern about catching a cold. But we have a doctor here. It's not that cold. Wu Shui tilted her head, scrutinizing Zhou Lin. I think you've changed a bit. Have I? Perhaps it's due to recent exercise, Zhou Lin denied. While Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali exchanged knowing glances before changing the subject. With Su Yuanji leading the convoy away, silence and darkness enveloped the community once more, echoing with many sighs. When would such days come to an end? The lights in the property management office remained lit, while Xiaohang examined the communicator. This device exuded an unmistakable Soviet design, likely hastily assembled, resembling a standard smartphone combined with a satellite communication module and a large power bank, perhaps to conserve energy. Its functions were rather limited, allowing only for calls, text messages, and a simple chat interface that enabled one-on-one private conversations, as well as community and national sections. However, access to the national section required special permissions. After registering, Xiaohang discovered he currently lacked access to it. Yet, as he gazed at the myriad of messages in the shelter and community sections, he felt a poignant longing for a return to civilization, nearly moved to tears. Let the brothers know, we're having a nice meal today, then we'll go door to door to inform and encourage our community members to apply for the shelter? Huang Xiefeng inquired. Xiaohang tilted his head at him. Are you foolish? Of course, we're encouraging them to stay and fend for themselves. And we must make sure to drive away any troublemakers. Also, those families on the top floors of buildings 8 and 7 with the surname Huang ensure they don't leave. Thus, Huang Xiefeng could only serve as the deputy captain of the security team, his awareness lagging behind as he questioned why they should retain those 2 families. Are you stupid? Oh, never mind. You've forgotten they once single-handedly brought back a truckload of supplies. Do you think anyone can easily find a truckload of supplies outside now? Xiaohang tapped Huang Xiefeng's head. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. I want to see which residents wish to leave. This is my territory, and they can't just leave at will. As a reader of countless post-apocalyptic novels, Xiaohang felt he possessed the qualities of a protagonist. With Lanchan as his foundational base, every resource and person belonged to him. The recent announcements from the shelter's convoy had indeed stirred the hearts of some residents. A few days, or even a week, might be manageable for most. But what if this continued? The government was expanding the shelters, indicating a lack of faith in the improvement of the disaster. Wise individuals should follow the government's lead rather than set themselves apart. Regarding the actual conditions within the shelter, surely it could provide at least a meal. And it was unlikely anyone would freeze to death. In the worst-case scenario, there would be someone to bury the dead. Zhou Minjing's mother believed they should go to the shelter. Zhou Minjing felt torn, ultimately reaching out to Qing Yali. However, Qing Yali was reluctant to express her opinion on the matter. If it were about buying clothes, bags, or even cars and houses, the right or wrong of it wouldn't matter much. It's just money. But when it comes to life and death decisions, it's best to decide for oneself. Qing Jia, do you have any plans to go to the shelter? Since Qing Yali remained silent, Zhou Minjing opted for a roundabout approach. When Qing Yali unequivocally stated she would not go, Zhou Minjing understood. Then we won't go either. Qing Jia, from now on. My mother and I will stick with you. What do you mean? Qing Yali, holding the walkie-talkie, felt bewildered. What does stick with you mean? What use is that? No. Qing Jia, I have a stockpile of instant food stored in a completely safe place, around 50 tons. Let us not talk about sticking together. We're here to help each other. If you need anything urgently, just let me know, Chang Yali conceded. Yes. Xingjia, do you have any extra coal or charcoal? I've been burning the floorboards chapter 43. Racing against time, does she need coal? What will she offer in exchange? Chang Yali recounted the situation regarding the 50 tons of instant food supplies, though she conceded that Huang Minjing might be speaking falsely. The temptation of 50 tons of instant food is indeed immense. According to Zhou Lin's narration of the apocalyptic timeline, the future value of these supplies is incalculable. She merely mentioned it. Even if it exists, she wouldn't easily part with it. Zhou Lin shook his head. Having discerned through several encounters that this woman was anything but simple, could an ordinary person revive a nearly bankrupt food factory within 3 to 5 years? She was well aware of his extensive coal procurement activities. In fact, it wasn't limited to coal alone. At the time, Chang Yali had no bandwidth to strategize. The list of necessities was overwhelming. For the sake of efficiency and cost, she had to overlook numerous risks, as there were no better alternatives available. Zhou Lin pinched the bridge of his nose, deciding to venture outside. What is the point of going out? It's perilous and frigid out there, and we're not lacking. Lacking now doesn't guarantee we won't lack in the future, Zhou Lin interrupted Chang Yali. Seeing her futile attempt to dissuade him, Chang Yali frowned and sought out Zhou Li and Wu Shui, intending to employ a three-mother approach to reason with Zhou Lin. Unbeknownst to her, she was already a step too late. Without any encumbrances, Zhou Lin didn't need to prepare for his departure. Outside, the darkness was profound. Who would notice him leaving? Quick, inform the boss. That man from Building 8 has ventured out again. The drowsy Xiaohang was roused. But by the time he acquired the night vision goggles, Zhou Lin had already exited the community gate. Damn it! Xiaohang smacked his thigh. Hadn't they instructed to secure the main entrance? No matter, once the people from the shelter arrive tomorrow, we'll seal the gate, boss. Sealing the gate is pointless. The snow accumulation in many areas of the community is taller than the walls. Traversing through the snow is far more arduous than using the main entrance. Xiaohang glared at the speaking security guard, then shoved the night vision goggles back, imposing an 8-hour penalty for him to continue watching. Outside the community, with no buildings for cover, the cold wind pierced with greater ferocity. Zhou Lin glanced back at the silhouettes of the buildings, where few windows emitted light. In this eternal night, darkness reigned supreme. Nearly 10 days had passed, yet the image of a vibrant, illuminated world felt like a distant memory. Perhaps humanity would find it challenging to recreate their former glory. Even when the eternal night subsides, the world will remain unforgiving toward mankind. Thus, I require more supplies. After motivating himself, Zhou Lin propelled his snowboard toward the logistics park. Buried beneath heavy snow, the roads and rivers had vanished. Fortunately, following the upgrade of his abilities, his night vision had also improved. Where he once barely could see beyond 100 meters, he now could discern shapes within 200 meters. This capability alone placed Zhou Lin in a position of invincibility. After all, others were practically blind in comparison. Even Su Ziyuan's team, reliant on high-powered searchlights, likely saw less clearly than Zhou Lin. To ensure safety, the convoy had to adhere strictly to the new satellite navigation system. Otherwise, they risked catastrophic accidents at any moment. Given the difficulty of their outing, Su Ziyuan and his team halted at every community that might harbor people or supplies, gathering what they could. Currently, the shelter lacked nearly everything, meaning that any resource related to survival held value. The truly high-value targets, such as granaries and supply depots, were tasked to more elite and specialized teams, often composed entirely of military personnel, led by seasoned scouts and specialized mountain troops. Zhou Lin, just a few hundred meters from the logistics park, spotted such a formidable convoy. Am I too late? The sight of the illuminated logistics park made Zhou Lin anxious. He assumed the authorities wouldn't abandon it, yet he hadn't expected them to arrive so swiftly. Logically, although the logistics park was crucial, it should have been prioritized after grain and oil depots and large supermarkets. His reasoning was sound, but he had underestimated the number of troops stationed here. Despite Jiazhou City's seemingly low administrative ranking, it was a genuine military stronghold, with several army brigades stationed nearby, combined with other military branches. The total force exceeded nearly 100,000. Moreover, with ample military funding over the last decade, even the army boasted various equipment. When disaster struck, Local troops were quick to provide support, enabling the post-disaster command center in Jiazhua to deploy dozens of convoys simultaneously. Some situations that appeared improbable could change dramatically with government involvement. The inventory list of the logistics park at the time of the disaster was currently in the hands of Colonel Wang Pingping, the convoy leader. Haven't we located the 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables yet? Excavation efforts had been underway for half an hour, with several key warehouses under scrutiny. However, the absence of logistics park personnel was a major oversight in this operation. No one had anticipated the severity of the snow accumulation at the logistics park before their departure, and lacking high-rise buildings for reference made pinpointing the exact location exceedingly difficult. Had it not been for a series of fortunate coincidences, Zhou Lin might not have laid eyes on even a trace of the dehydrated vegetables, let alone the opportunity to stealthily approach the warehouse and slip through the deliberately left passage. Without Huang Minjing as a hindrance, Zhou Lin could unabashedly gather case after case of dehydrated vegetables into his bounty vehicle. The neatly stacked dehydrated vegetables vanished one by one. Within 10 minutes, the entire warehouse was left as pristine as if it had been licked clean by a dog. Even with his enhanced abilities and evolved physique, Zhou Lin felt utterly drained and dizzy after clearing the entire warehouse. He hadn't counted how many vegetables he had collected. He simply knew it was time to leave. Just 2 minutes after he emerged, beams of light converged on the location of the vegetable warehouse. Soon, work vehicles arrived, organizing an operation site within 2 to 3 minutes. Upon hearing that the dehydrated vegetable warehouse had been located, Wang Pingping couldn't help but rush over. However, when he saw the ventilation window that Zhou Lin had smashed open, a sense of foreboding washed over him. For the convoy to empty the warehouse, they would need to excavate the main entrance, but Wang Pingping couldn't wait any longer. He ordered his team to enter through the ventilation window first. The individuals who went in returned swiftly, and the news they brought nearly caused Wang Pingping to drop his hat. Who was it? Who acted first? He couldn't fathom it. The warehouse door was locked. Did they really move 30 to 40 tons of dehydrated vegetables one box at a time through that ventilation window? How much time would that require? And how many people would be needed? As this realization dawned on him, Wang Pingping's expression grew grave. It wasn't merely about lamenting the loss of the dehydrated vegetables. He was contemplating a far more serious issue. Continue your work, he waved dismissively, sprinting toward the command vehicle to report the situation to his superiors. Chapter 44. The second symbiosis outside the logistics park, hidden in the shadows. Zhou Lin felt a tinge of regret. He had initially regarded the logistics park as his private property, only delaying his approach, unaware that each moment lost would lead to further setbacks. Nevertheless, it was a necessity for them to sustain hundreds of thousands, and he could manage without these supplies. Gently dusting himself off, Zhou Lin readied his snowboards and set off toward his next destination. Little did he know that Wang Pingping had already deemed the thieves of dehydrated vegetables as his primary adversaries, reporting them to the disaster response headquarters currently representing the government of Jiazhua City. In his report, Wang Pingping candidly stated that a nefarious gang had emerged within the city, potentially jeopardizing social order and the lives of countless individuals. A decisive crackdown was imperative, and strict punishment was warranted. Since the upgrade of his abilities, Zhou Lin had been contemplating what mode of transportation to symbiotically create. His initial thought was to utilize the readily available aircraft on the Laifu, including fighter jets, transport planes, and helicopters. However, upon further reflection, he realized that such aerial vehicles were unsuitable given the circumstances that had persisted since the onset of the eternal night freeze and his past demise. Ground transportation was of utmost urgency for Zhou Lin. The vehicle known as the Conqueror stood out as an all-encompassing champion. If he had no other choice, it would certainly be his selection. Measuring over 11 meters in length, 55 meters in width, and 95 meters in height, with a curb weight of 23,000 kilograms, it boasted a maximum power of 425 kilowatts, 578 horsepower, and a peak torque of 2,800 Nm. Its main fuel tank held 600 liters, with additional auxiliary tanks that could be installed, totaling over 1,000 liters of fuel capacity. equipped with 3 interaxle differential locks and 4 interwheel differential locks. It provided 7 locks in total. The cargo compartment featured a thermal brake sandwich structure, ensuring high strength, rigidity, insulation, heat resistance, and noise reduction. A 3-point floating balance beam system guaranteed stability and comfort during transit. It was replete with a rear-view camera, an 8-channel surveillance system, and waterproof, sandproof storage compartments. Furthermore, it included a 18, 500-pound rear winch, a shovel, and sand recovery boards. The roof was adorned with 12 solar panels, complemented by a solar charger, a high-capacity hybrid power supply system, and an ultra-quiet 8 kilowatts water-cooled diesel generator. The lithium iron phosphate battery pack, with a capacity of 21.6 kilowatt-hours, ensured a consistent energy supply. The interior space measured 20 square meters, expandable to 25.5 square meters with a terrace. Featuring a dual kitchen design for both indoor and outdoor cooking. It housed a large-capacity refrigerator, an induction cooker, an oil fume extractor, a microwave oven, and a coffee machine. Every conceivable kitchen appliance was present, and the bathroom's amenities rivaled those of a 5-star hotel. An 800-liter water tank, a fully automated diesel hot water boiler, 3 sets of DC variable frequency air conditioners, and 2 4-kilowatts diesel heating systems, along with a positive pressure fresh air system with pollen filtration, ensured a climate of perpetual spring within the vehicle, impervious to the extremes of heat or cold. One could argue that, aside from its cost, this vehicle represented the pinnacle of civilian preparedness for an apocalyptic scenario. In peaceful times, such a vehicle was beyond Zhou Lin's wildest imaginings. It was not to say that the Conqueror was the sole option. Recent years had seen a surge in the popularity of RVs in Xia country, prompting many automotive modification manufacturers to recognize this opportunity. They had produced a range of urban RVs and commendable products based on heavy truck platforms. In Zhou Lin's strategy, the residence in Lanshan was merely a temporary shelter for the early days of the apocalypse. Following 2 months of extreme cold, a period of relatively temperate weather would ensue. However, the melting snow would lead to widespread flooding. While not all areas would be inundated, Jiazhua City was certain to experience such calamity. At that time, regions buried under heavy snow would inevitably succumb to flooding, and some shelter entrances would be submerged. If not addressed promptly, this could lead to water ingress within the shelters, which was precisely why Zhou Lin resolutely refused to seek refuge in one. Many believed that following the deluge, a wave of high temperatures and subsequent plagues would arise. But this was a misconception. The abundant surface water would transform numerous regions into marshlands, and as temperatures rose, evaporating moisture would rapidly coalesce into rain clouds, unleashing erratic weather patterns. Thus, in the aftermath of the floods, a protracted period of alternating sunshine and rain would ensue, with severe convective weather resulting in torrential rain, thunderstorms, hail, and hurricanes, with temperatures fluctuating between below 0 and 40 degrees. This scenario was far worse than mere extremes of heat or cold. Additionally, the northern coastal regions of Xia country were poised to face severe nuclear contamination. During the eternal night freeze, the island nation's nuclear facilities, shattered by volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, remained in a state of icy stasis. Upon thawing, frequent rainfall and flooding would wash out nuclear materials and waste, polluting not only the island but also spreading through ocean currents and precipitation to neighboring countries and regions. The intense nuclear radiation would inflict harm on humanity while causing vast numbers of organisms to perish or mutate, with the eventual dispersal of nuclear materials and waste across the globe leading to unimaginable consequences. Yet, the island nation's government did not survive even the initial wave of the eternal night freeze. Of the 200 million citizens, fewer than 30 million had any hope of seeing the light of day again. By the time the repercussions of nuclear contamination became apparent, most of these 30 million would perish due to their own misdeeds, leaving a mere fraction to escape their homeland. Some estimates suggest that fewer than Chapter 45, Yang Qiqi's mischief beep. Beep. The alarm jolted Zhou Lin, who was engrossed in her book on the sofa. The surveillance monitor displayed a night vision image outside the elevator, revealing someone knocking on the blast-proof door. Mom, Dad, it seems to be someone from the property management. Outside the blast-proof door, Wang Xiefeng furrowed his brow. Since Xiaohang had specifically instructed him, he came personally to inquire about the Zhou family's stance. The property management? What is it regarding? Zhou Zaijuan's voice echoed from the surveillance camera, and Huang Xiefeng directed his flashlight towards it, his impatience intensifying. They won't even open the door. Do they really not trust us at the property management? This is the behavior of the wealthy, truly deserving of condemnation. Have you all heard about the recruitment at the shelter? Is your family interested in signing up? Huang Xiefeng called out loudly. We won't participate, Zhou Kaijun replied straightforwardly. Oh, very well, Huang Xiefeng nodded, then added. I heard the owner of apartment 2 on the 16th floor is also from your family. What is her stance? I am not participating either, Wu Shui stated. Huang Xiefeng nodded again. All right, we understand. More than 10 minutes later, Huang Xiefeng appeared breathlessly outside Huang Minjing's store. Who is it? Security team leader Huang Xiefeng. Although he announced his identity, Huang Minjing had no intention of opening the door. What is it? There is something. Huang Xiefeng was somewhat irritated. He had anticipated a close encounter with the young, beautiful, and wealthy executive, whom he had been observing for quite some time. With no men around and only an elderly woman in the house, I know everything about them. We will not participate, thank you, Huang Minjing stated. By the way, if you need my assistance, feel free to reach out. Huang Xiefeng responded. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need anything at the moment. Huang Xiefeng felt a surge of anger at this rejection. If not for a shred of rationality remaining, he might have attempted to force his way in. No, not yet. At least, despite his dissatisfaction, the outcome was still favorable. Huang Xiefeng cared little whether the Zhou family stayed, as long as Huang Minjing did not leave. He believed no one could claim her from him. After hearing footsteps retreating, Huang Minjing patted her chest and hurriedly contacted Cheng Yali. None of the property management are trustworthy. I have long sensed something amiss in Huang Xiefeng's gaze. With your allure, any man would steal a glance, Cheng Yali joked. After exchanging pleasantries, Huang Minjing returned to discussing their previous business dealings. Sister Cheng, without coal, I fear my mother won't withstand it. We can negotiate, but Zhou Lin is out. He is out? Huang Minjing paused, wondering if Zhou Lin had ventured out alone to gather dehydrated vegetables. But even if he had, what could she do? Confront Zhou Lin? No, that would only sever their alliance with the Zhou family without any benefit. Is your son really not returning tonight? Zhou Kaijun inquired. Yes. He said he needed to gather some useful items. The time is uncertain. Zhou Lin's decision to stay away stemmed from a desire to avoid wasting time on the road. Yet this lazy choice nearly led to lifelong regret. The next day, just before noon, lights illuminated outside the community once more. Having received prior notice, Xiaohang quickly dispatched personnel to attend to the situation. 2 hours earlier, Xiaohang had received news of Su Ziyuan's return. A total of over 80 individuals from Lanshan community had signed up to head to the shelter. After a preliminary selection, Su Ziyuan had approved 42 individuals, with 20 still pending. The selected 42 hailed from 16 households, primarily those without elderly or children, while the 20 awaiting confirmation would undergo a second interview. Su Ziyuan was absent. Today, it was Wu Jiankai leading the team. Originally, none of this was of concern to the Zhou family. But as the convoy assisted those 16 households in transporting their belongings, a cry for help suddenly emanated from the rooftop of Building 8. It was young Chi-Chi. She had heard the convoy's announcement clearly from the tool room yesterday. Had it not been for the details in the announcement, young Chi-Chi would have been too afraid to rebel. After all, she couldn't guarantee her survival once outside the tool room. But heaven had eyes. The government had actually sent people, and they were recruiting. Young Chi-Chi recognized this as her best opportunity. Should she miss it, her life could very well be over. In her excitement, she wanted to shout at the top of her lungs. However, she soon realized her voice could not carry outside, and even if it did, the people below would not hear her. Fortunately, the government personnel would return the next day, granting young Chi-Chi a chance. With Zhou Lin away at the automobile city, she resolved to take advantage of the night when everyone would likely be asleep. Armed with a screwdriver, she forcefully pried a section of the tool room's wall loose. When she heard commotion downstairs, she wrapped herself in a sleeping bag, burst through the wall, and rushed to the platform's edge, calling out loudly. What is happening? Wu Jiansai's expression changed dramatically as he stared at Xiaohang. I don't know. Chapter 46. Symbiosis. Who are you? Wu Jiankai furrowed his brow, gazing at Tang Yili, who stood behind Xiao Hang. My name is Tang Yili. The one who just called for help is my girlfriend, AI Bing. I'm not a resident of this community. I came here solely to rescue her. You can verify this with Manager Xiao. Despite Tang Yili's imposing stature, his eyes reddened as he spoke, showcasing his talent for emotional performance. Wu Jiankai, moved by his display, turned to the camera and declared, "Did you hear that? Someone is accusing you of unlawfully detaining a woman. Open the door immediately so we can verify." Inside, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali were growing anxious. Though their business was substantial, they remained fundamentally honest and upright, deeply instilled with a fear of government authority. Wu Shui remained silent, observing Zhou Lin, whose face bore no hint of anxiety. AI Bing? We don't know who AI Bing is. My brother's ex-girlfriend is named Yang Chi-Chi. We have no acquaintance with anyone named AI Bing. Zhou Lin coldly stated, "This is our family matter. My brother was supposed to marry her, but she suddenly demanded 1 million. That's why the engagement fell apart. It has nothing to do with outsiders. You, Tang, should not slander us. When my brother returns, we'll see how he deals with you. Could it be a misunderstanding? A girlfriend? 1 million? Wu Jiankai pondered, beginning to believe Zhou Li's words. After all, how much malice could a young girl possess, especially one who struggled with idioms and proverbs? Do they have no adults at home? Wu Jiankai inquired of Xiao Hang. I recall there are, Xiao Hang replied. How are you managing as a property manager? Wu Jiankai shot Xiao a glare, then raised his voice. Here's the deal. Whether it's Yang Chi-Chi or AI Bing, let her out first, and we can discuss the rest later. Cutting grass without uprooting it only allows it to regrow, Zhou Lin retorted. Don't talk to me about later. Since my brother isn't home, you should take her away. And we'll be even. That way, you won't waste my family's resources. Outside, Wu Jiankai and his companions exchanged glances, none daring to assert they understood Zhou Li's intentions. Nevertheless, rescuing the girl remained the priority. Keep your distance, further back, Zhou Li instructed. Once Wu Jiankai and his group retreated sufficiently, she signaled Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali to escort Yang Chi-Chi forward. You are a clever woman. You've seen our family's circumstances. If my brother gets arrested over AI Bing, the government might confiscate our property, leaving you with no way out. You and my brother have no deep-seated enmity. Considering the past few days, we have treated you fairly. It's a choice between walking a dark path or leaving a way out for yourself. After Zhou Li's poignant words, Wu Shui cracked open the blast door, and Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali forcefully pushed Yang Chi-Chi out. Bang! The blast door slammed shut, and Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali exhaled heavily. Yet, they could not rejoice. Who could guarantee that releasing Yang Chi-Chi would not lead to trouble? As the saying goes, with every advancement comes greater trouble, and Zhou Li sighed like an adult. Turning to Wu Shui, sister-in-law, should you consider taking a break for a while? Wu Shui shook her head. She could not abandon her brother in times of hardship, especially since she was uncertain about Yang Chi-Chi's situation. Outside, Yang Chi-Chi could hardly believe she was truly released. Upon realizing Wu Jiansai's identity, she burst into tears, and those unaware of the circumstances might think she had suffered terribly at the Zhou household. Yang Chi-Chi, where's AI Bing? Tang Yili shouted. What on earth is happening? Originally, Wu Jiankai was furious, but upon observing Yang Chi-Chi's condition, he grew skeptical. Regardless of her distress, she was well-dressed and moving normally, even appearing somewhat radiant. Aside from being a bit dirty and emitting an unpleasant odor, she seemed hardly different from anyone living before the apocalypse. If this was what it looked like to be abused, there were undoubtedly many outside willing to endure such treatment. Do not lie. Everyone can verify this. Wu Jiankai snapped upon seeing Yang Chi-Chi's shifty eyes. I have no time for your trivial emotional dramas. Just clarify your relationship with this family. Yang Chi-Chi swallowed hard. She wanted to claim ignorance of the Zhou family, but such a lie would not withstand scrutiny. Suddenly recalling Zhou Li's words, she opted for a different narrative. I am merely an ordinary friend of Zhou Lin. AI Bing. Yes, AI Bing left. Zhou Lin wanted me to marry him, but I refused, using the betrothal gift to placate his family. Who knew he would try to force me? When I resisted, he locked me on the rooftop, refusing to feed me, intending to freeze me to death. You, representing the government and military, should arrest them. during these extraordinary times. Whether or not to arrest them is not for you to decide. Wu Jiankai replied solemnly, let us put it this way. You seem fine. We'll discuss the details later. We have other matters to attend to. Ignoring Yang Qiqi's feigned protests, Wu Jiankai turned to leave. If she had really been starved and frozen, she ought to witness how those outside endured hunger and hardship. She should first examine her own reflection before lying. Inside, Zhou Lin watched Wu Jiankai and his group depart, a faint smile breaking across her face. Brother, for now, the storm has calmed. But that woman will surely not let this go easily. You must prepare yourself. I know. I will return soon. Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali ascended the stairs to the maintenance room. With Yang Qiqi gone, these matters would likely fall upon Zhou Kaijun. In a heavy truck repair workshop in the automotive city, Zhou Lin sat cross-legged on the floor, his brow furrowed. The 12-meter-long Conqueror loomed just ahead, surrounded by countless categorized auto parts and raw materials. Just hours earlier, Zhou Lin completed his symbiosis with the Conqueror, naming it Lu Xiaofeng. Symbiosis. Intermediate 1257-10,000, currently symbiotic vehicles. Laifu, large watercraft. Lu Xiaofeng, medium ground vehicle. Possible symbiotic vehicle count. 0 storage space. 1-2 strength symbiosis. 2. 8 minutes 24 hours evolution level 1. 2. 8, 2,845 10,000. Having symbiotically bonded with the Conqueror, Zhou Lin likely understood it better than anyone else in the world, allowing him to swiftly devise a modification plan. The first consideration was through performance. Though the Conqueror was built on a heavy truck chassis, it was not designed for unpaved roads. After the disasters of the apocalypse, finding a well-maintained road was no simple task. For Lu Xiaofeng to truly soar across land like the wind, modifications to the chassis and suspension were essential. By elevating the chassis and installing longer, sturdier suspensions, Zhou Lin contemplated adapting it for the current snowy conditions. However, upon further reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. There was no intention for the entire family to venture out, and thus it was improbable that Lu Xiaofeng would be utilized. Moreover, given Lu Xiaofeng's weight, navigating uncertain routes could easily lead to getting stuck. Posing more of a burden than a help, it might be quicker for everyone to don a pair of skis. Therefore, modifications for snow tracks were unnecessary. Instead, Zhou Lin focused on waterproofing the chassis and body as his second key modification. Next, we must consider the structural integrity of the vehicle and its ballistic resistance. Currently, the domestic situation is relatively secure, yet such safety is not guaranteed indefinitely. As the snow begins to thaw, many locales with stockpiled firearms will likely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, resulting in an increasing proliferation of firearms and ammunition among the populace. Fortunately, the windows of the Lu Xiaofeng vehicle are inherently bulletproof, so Zhou Lin only needs to address the ballistic protection for the cabin and other areas. A task that is not particularly challenging in terms of both planning and materials. The true difficulty lies in Chapter 47. The transformation begins after Zhou Lin acquired the T-type RV named Symbiotic Conqueror and renamed it Lu Xiaofeng. He commenced the modification work in the automotive city. He abandoned the idea of adapting it for snowy terrains, opting instead to enhance the chassis and suspension to ensure the vehicle's mobility. Moreover, ballistic protection was of paramount importance. At the very least, it needed to withstand ordinary bullets without easily succumbing to penetration. In addition, Zhou Lin required the vehicle to possess exceptional sealing capabilities and even short-term swimming abilities to adapt to the various harsh road conditions of the apocalypse. This posed the greatest challenge in the entire transformation process. This symbiotic ability allowed Zhou Lin to mentally execute modifications on the symbiotic vehicle within the storage space. The apparent prerequisite was an abundance of materials and components. However, an underlying, less visible condition existed: Zhou Lin's physical stamina and energy. Previously, Zhou Lin had not undertaken any substantial alterations to the Laifu RV, merely relocating a few items, which consumed minimal resources. It was only when he began modifying the Lu Xiaofeng that he realized that such transformations were far from effortless. For instance, while transforming the suspension, with sufficient materials and parts, a single thought could complete the modification in mere seconds. Yet, following the alteration, Zhou Lin consumed an entire feast of 10 hamburgers and required a half-hour to recuperate, had the modification been executed entirely by hand. Zhou Lin estimated it would have taken approximately 5 hours. Thus, everything was a matter of equivalent exchange. The ability merely facilitated Zhou Lin in achieving his objectives in the simplest manner while still adhering to the fundamental laws of energy. If there were any aspects of the ability that diverged from these basic laws, it was perhaps merely that humanity had yet to discover such principles. The modification of the chassis and suspension took a total of 3 hours, with 2 hours and 55 minutes spent on eating and recuperation. At this efficiency rate, Zhou Lin believed it would take at least another 2 days to complete all modifications, which was still quite rapid. In reality, accomplishing such alterations would likely require a month or more. The best defense is a good offense, so in Zhou Lin's modification plan, the Lu Xiaofeng also needed to possess formidable offensive capabilities. The originally mounted lift platform on the roof was transformed into a turret capable of 360-degree rotation and 85-degree elevation, equipped with the Fire God cannon salvage from the Laifu. Additionally, both the front and rear of the vehicle were modified to include retractable rocket launcher mounts, also repurposed from spare parts in the Laifu maintenance warehouse. Numerous shooting windows were created across the front, rear, and sides of the vehicle, ensuring unobstructed aiming and shooting from within while safeguarding the occupants. Furthermore, Zhou Lin planned to establish a drone platform at the rear for deploying and retrieving drones, thus enhancing the reconnaissance capabilities of the Lu Xiaofeng. The final modification involved the electrification of the vehicle, incorporating infrared night vision cameras, among other enhancements. Zhou Kaijun and his companions were unaware of the existence of superpowers, yet they maintained communication via walkie-talkies, alleviating their concerns regarding Zhou Lin's safety. Their primary worry lay with Yang Qiqi, uncertain of what further trouble she might stir. In truth, after witnessing Yang Qiqi's performance, Wu Jiankai had largely accepted Zhou Li's assertions. Recognizing the youthful emotional turmoil, he had no desire to intervene further. He instructed Xiao Hang to gather those requiring a second interview, hastening the completion of subsequent tasks. Among everyone, the most discontented was undoubtedly Tang Yili. AI Bing, why don't you speak up? I clearly saw her enter with you. How would I know? Didn't I say she quarreled with Zhou Lin and left? Yang Qiqi felt conflicted. Facts had proven that Zhou Li had not lied. Just look at the lives of Tang Yili, Sun Qinghao, and the others. The contact with CEO Chao had also been lost. Even if he sent someone over, they wouldn't be able to find her. Yang Qiqi felt the need to consider her own situation more thoroughly. Unfortunately, Wu Jiankai had just been indifferent to her, even refusing her request to go to the shelter, claiming it did not meet the criteria. She wanted to ask Wu Jiankai if her beauty disqualified her. Was the shelter selecting a consort? Had she gone to the shelter, Yang Qiqi would undoubtedly have revealed the truth about Zhou Lin killing AI Bing. But at present, she was somewhat apprehensive. Are you all going to sleep in the corridor? Let's south head to your place first. Frustrated, Yang Qiqi followed Tang Yili back to their lodgings. And upon seeing the surroundings, her spirits plummeted further. This is where we live? Wrapped in the security military coat given by Tang Yili, she nearly burst into tears. What kind of place is this? There is no light, no heating, just a faint warmth coming from that stove in the hall. They've sealed the windows for warmth. And the tiny room has 2 bunk beds. The air is suffocatingly stale, worse than Zhou Lin's tool room. At that moment, the first thought that crossed Yang Qiqi's mind was to return to Zhou Lin's home. Though she would be living among chickens, ducks, and geese and tending to the plants, at least there was light, warmth, and the vibrant greens of the vegetables and living animals. She found herself yearning for that now. She even imagined that soon she might be able to harvest those vegetables and secretly enjoy a few fresh leaves of lettuce, which would surely be delightful. What's wrong? Tang Yili inquired from his bed, aided by the dim light of a hand-cranked flashlight. Nothing. Yang Qiqi shook her head. Tang Yili, forget about AI Bing in this environment. You want to find her. You need to think more about yourself. The current conditions were hard for Yang Qiqi to accept, and as the air grew increasingly foul, she felt a choking sensation. Shall we? Tang Yili hesitated. Should we go to Sun Qinghao's place? My place has no electricity, no water, and no food right now. If you want to leave, I can give you the keys, Sun Qinghao replied nonchalantly, as he had no intention of leaving as long as Huang Minjing remained. He sought revenge. Fine, he was infatuated with Huang Minjing, especially after the last incident. The more unattainable, the more he desired. Let me think. Yang Qiqi's thoughts were in disarray. She certainly knew Tang Ili spoke the truth, yet she did not wish to remain here. Return to Zhou's. Continue sleeping on the platform and tending to the chickens and crops? No. Why not consider a different approach? With that thought, Yang Qiqi's eyes lit up. She sprang to her feet, her gaze sweeping over Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao. Zhou's home had everything. They even had surplus grain to raise chickens and rabbits, along with vegetable gardens. Impossible, Tang Ili exclaimed in astonishment. I also think it's improbable, Sun Qinghao added. Yang Qiqi, feeling helpless, proceeded to disclose everything she knew to the two. After listening, Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao fell silent, primarily out of disbelief. How could such a heavenly existence exist in a post-apocalyptic world? Yet, Yang Qiqi had no reason to lie, especially as she bore no marks of hunger or cold. So, Sun Qinghao's eyes gleamed with madness. If we seize that house, all of this will belong to us? Exactly. Yang Qiqi nodded. Their family also has a beautiful woman and a little girl. They will all belong to you. A beautiful woman? Sun Qinghao sprang up. Is she more beautiful than you? Well, that is subjective. You'd certainly think she is more beautiful than I. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go seize it. Tang Ili pounded his chest with fervor. Let us go now. Sun Qinghao waved his injured hand, brimming with excitement. Calm down, Yang Qiqi rolled her eyes. Didn't you see that door at the entrance? Are you planning to break it down with your head? How do we open it? Sun Qinghao frowned in inquiry. Chapter 48. A mutual destruction. Narcissistic individuals often perceive those around them as fools. Yang Qiqi epitomizes this trait. She has always believed that the phrase elegant and intelligent was coined specifically for her. Strategize? She pondered. How can I outsmart him? Today is certainly not the day. You all go find something to eat. I will take a nap. Once I have rested, we'll discuss it. Yang Qiqi was convinced that her idea was brilliant and would surely succeed. When the time came, she would revel in her victory while tormenting Zhou Lin. Indeed, she intended for him to experience her recent hardships while demanding that he serve her every need. When a woman becomes fervent, nothing is beyond the realm of possibility. Zhou Lin, far away in the automotive city, had considered the likelihood of Yang Qiqi seeking revenge. However, he quickly set aside that concern. The ongoing transformation process was excruciating. He felt his mind becoming numb, requiring a continuous stream of cigarettes and cups of coffee to maintain even a semblance of alertness. The ordeal was intensely torturous. Yet soon after, Zhou Lin found a strange satisfaction in it. For Symbiosis, Intermediate 1621 10,000, currently symbiotic vehicles, Laifu, large watercraft. Lu Xiaofeng, medium land vehicle, available symbiotic vehicle count, 0 storage space, 1-2 strength symbiosis, 3, 1 minutes 24 hours evolution degree level 1, 3, 1, 3182, 10000. Not only had his ability experience increased by 300, but his evolution degree had also seen a similar rise. It was a dual benefit, and the efficiency was remarkable. If he could maintain this pace, his experience points would surely soar. However, reflecting on the food and resources he had consumed over the past few days, it was no surprise that the evolutionists he had known in his past life had advanced so slowly, they could hardly sustain themselves, let alone evolve. It was only due to the substantial supplies from a carrier that Zhou Lin dared to engage in such endeavors. As the surrounding materials and components gradually diminished, the transformation of Lu Xiaofeng was nearing completion. The Zhou family had finally enjoyed a peaceful night, but before breakfast had even been served, the surveillance alerted them to someone outside. Qing Yali felt a surge of fury as she recognized the audacious intruder. Who is it? Zhou Kaijun inquired. Who else could it be? Where's my knife? Chang Yali exclaimed, brandishing a kitchen knife as she approached the door, leaving Zhou Li momentarily stunned. What do you want? Outside. Yang Qiqi trembled in the same attire she had worn the previous day, her face dirty and streaked with tears. Auntie, I was wrong, she sobbed, her tears falling like ice upon the ground. Do not call me auntie, I cannot bear it. Now get out, immediately. Zheng Yali raised the knife, forcing young Chi-Chi to step back. Auntie, please listen. I didn't say anything. Truly, I told them nothing. You must believe me. Believe young Chi-Chi? Given AI being's influence, Zheng Yali could never trust her. She would rather believe a dog than young Chi-Chi. Just as Zheng Yali was about to respond, two figures suddenly burst from the staircase. One with arms crossed and the other attempting to embrace. Unable to secure his hold, Sun Qinghao resorted to gripping Zheng Yali's throat instead. The unexpected turn of events caught Zheng Yali off guard. Only when young Chi-Chi snatched the knife from her grasp did she realize her grave mistake. She should not have opened the door, thinking of her husband and daughter still inside. Zheng Yali spun around and shouted, "Lock the door. Old Zhou, lock it. Hurry, go inside." Young Chi-Chi shouted in return. At that moment, Zhou Kaijun and the others also reacted, but how could they possibly leave Zheng Yali outside? It was too late to fetch a gun. Zhou Kaijun grabbed a folding chair and rushed outside, only to collide head-on with Tang Ili. Old man. Seeing the folding chair raised by Zhou Kaijun, Tang Ili was unfazed, delivering a punch to Zhou Kaijun's chest. Though Tang Ili was merely a fitness instructor, he possessed considerable strength, and Zhou Kaijun staggered back with a cry. Wu Shui, who had intended to assist, had to pause to catch Zhou Kaijun. Chaos erupted both inside and outside the house. Between the two doors, Sun Qinghao was choking Zheng Yali while young Chi-Chi brandished the knife, hesitant to strike. Inside, Tang Ili threatened Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui. It must be noted that Wu Shui, already a striking beauty, appeared even more radiant in this apocalyptic setting, contrasting sharply with the disheveled young Chi-Chi. Tang Ili found himself reluctant to engage, fearing he might inadvertently harm Wu Shui. That scoundrel must not benefit from this, Tang Ili thought. Old hag. Move again, and I will cut you. Young Chi-Chi finally pressed the knife against Zheng Yali's neck, allowing the breathless Sun Qinghao a moment to recover. Just as young Chi-Chi believed she had secured the upper hand, a dark figure suddenly charged into the corridor, lunging at her with lightning speed. Ah! Young Chi-Chi screamed, instinctively swinging the knife at the shadow. The shadow collided with the blade, but its momentum did not falter as it knocked young Chi-Chi to the ground. It was none other than the black dog, which Zhou Li had summoned from the platform, now sporting a fresh wound, blood seeping from its head. The sight of the injured dog incited Zheng Yali to roar with Chapter 49, a joyous occasion wait for me. To be precise, Lu Xiaofeng's transformation was not entirely complete. Yet upon hearing that his parents and Heizai had sustained injuries, Zhou Lin dared not linger. Bursting forth from the snow, he donned his snowboards and raced back, his heart brimming with anxiety. It was his fault. He should have eliminated young Chi-Chi and that vile AI being back then, turning them into mere compost. Had he done so, none of this would have transpired. Fortunately, it seemed his parents were not severely harmed. Otherwise, Zhou Lin would never forgive himself. The journey to his destination had taken Zhou Lin nearly 5 hours, but the return trip was accomplished in under 3. Apart from his anxiety, his enhanced physical capabilities contributed to this swiftness. Typically, Zhou Lin would stow his snowboards outside the community, but this time he paid no heed, gliding directly to the foot of Building 8. 1. With a head wrapped in bandages, the pitiable yet comical Heizai approached Zhou Lin, instinctively nudging his leg, only to accidentally jostle a wound and yelp in pain. Good boy. Patting Heizai's back, Zhou Lin shot a glare at Zhou Li, questioning her inaction. Why wasn't she firing? The opportunity was fleeting. Zhou Li shrugged, seemingly indifferent to Zhou Lin's ire. Don't shout. Shooting would only complicate matters. Zhou Kaijun sat on the sofa, his expression grim, but after Wu Shui's examination, it was determined he was not seriously injured. Zheng Yali's condition was similar. It could only be said that young Chi-Chi and her companions lacked experience. Had they been more seasoned, the outcome would have been drastically different. It was my oversight, Zheng Yali admitted. Everyone must remain vigilant. The door must not be opened. Wu Shui nodded, reassuring him that his uncle and aunt were unharmed, albeit Heizai. As if understanding Wu Shui's words, Heizai proudly raised his tail, circling the living room as if to declare that he was fine. It must hurt terribly. Wu Shui gazed at Heizai with a hint of sympathy. Thank goodness you're here. Zhou Lin smiled at Wu Shui, but his expression soon turned serious. The three had come together. Aside from Tang Ili, who else could it be? Zhou Kaijun and the others were unaware of Sun Qinhao's name. Yet they would certainly recognize him upon encountering him again. Are you going to find them? Cheng Yali shook her head. No, the government officials were just here yesterday. If you kill or injure someone, they will undoubtedly report it to the authorities, and you would be apprehended. Suppressing his anger, Zhou Lin retorted. We can't just let it go, can we? Surely we can at least give them a beating. However, Cheng Yali vehemently opposed Zhou Lin's intentions. Unaware that he had already become an evolved being, she feared for his safety. Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui shared her concerns, believing that in such circumstances, it was wiser to avoid trouble. Reluctantly, Zhou Lin had no choice but to set the matter aside for the time being. He simply ascended the stairs to retrieve a gun, along with ammunition, placing them before Wu Shui. If a similar situation arises again, do not hesitate to shoot. But Wu Shui faltered, for even contemplating the act of shooting someone was daunting, let alone having never handled a real gun before. No buts. Zhou Lin's voice was firm. No matter the trouble, your safety is paramount. Even if something goes awry, I can handle it. Don't listen to him. Cheng Yali interjected, approaching Wu Shui and placing the gun in her hands. What he says is true. If your life is in danger, don't overthink it. Holding the gun, Wu Shui understood that this was the greatest trust Zhou's family could bestow upon her. With teary eyes, she nodded. All right, Auntie. Why are you still calling me Auntie? Never mind. I won't pressure you. Let things happen naturally. Cheng Yali smiled, and Zhou Kaijun nodded slightly. Although their time with Wu Shui was brief, the experiences they shared were sufficient for them to accept her. In these extraordinary times, special treatment was warranted. The best way for Wu Shui to fully integrate into their small community was through her connection with Zhou Lin. This was the clever plan Zhou Li had conceived from the outset. With her parents absent, being an only child and lacking close relatives, coupled with crucial medical skills in this chaotic world and her remarkable beauty at an appropriate age, where else could one find a more suitable daughter-in-law? Such blatant implications caused Wu Shui to lower her head. Though she had no objections, it felt rather sudden. To say her feelings for Zhou Lin were profound would be an exaggeration, yet in this world, was emotional attachment truly significant? Looking at young Chi-Chi and other residents of the community and reflecting on the dystopian novel she had read, it became clear that being with Zhou Lin was her most advantageous option at present. However, such matters should not require a woman to take the initiative. It was expected that Zhou Lin would make the first move. Yet, he remained as dense as a block of wood. Cheng Yali, unable to bear it any longer, twisted Zhou Lin's ear. You child, say something. Zhou Lin was still preoccupied with thoughts of dealing with Yang Chi-Chi and Tang Ili when the pain in his ear abruptly interrupted his train of thought. What am I supposed to say? Little Shui Shui will be your girlfriend. Do you have any objections? None, right? Then it's settled. Cheng Yali didn't even give Zhou Lin a moment to respond. Mom, you want to get married directly? That's fine. Your father and I have no objections. Little Shui Shui, do you mind? Auntie, isn't this a bit too hasty? Wu Shui was taken aback. Cheng Yali was acting far too unorthodox. Besides, in this apocalyptic world, did marriage even hold significance? Well, can't you just message your parents? Come on, let us go upstairs to talk. Cheng Yali released Zhou Lin and dragged Wu Shui upstairs. Brother, think of it from their perspective. You need to prepare early. Zhou Li leaned closer to Zhou Lin and whispered, Prepare? Are we really going to hold a banquet? Zhou Li rolled her eyes. What kind of brain do you have? Am I talking about a wedding? I'm referring to that vile person. Children shouldn't use foul language. How about calling her a green tea? Formalities are unnecessary. They lead to disaster. That green tea will certainly not back down. Zhou Lin nodded. Zhou Li was right. So what are your thoughts? I just simulated a scenario. Zhou Li stated. She might very well disclose our circumstances. And then what? A rotten tree cannot be carved. Do I need to explain further? We're in deep trouble. Zhou Li shook her head. Do you understand the meaning of being the target of public scorn? That idiom is quite apt, Zhou Lin chuckled. So what if we become the target? If they push us too hard, I will not hesitate to retaliate. I agree, Zhou Li raised her hand. But our parents and sister-in-law might show mercy. Like attracts like, we must prepare in advance. How do we prepare? Zhou Li waved her phone. I've prepared 20 brutal apocalyptic novels. I'll send them over shortly. Daily reflections after reading. Let's keep ourselves introspective. Zhou Lin gave Zhou Li a thumbs up. You're impressive. Whoever raises the issue must also find the solution. I entrust this task to you. And you? Me? Zhou Lin smirked coldly, glancing at Zhou Kaijun, who was dozing off. Naturally, I will first collect some interest. Despite Qing Yali and Zhou Caijuan's strong objections, Zhou Lin could not swallow this grievance. After all, Tang Ili had shown himself. He couldn't allow him to flee together with Yang Qiqi. Chapter 50. Just earning some interest. Sun Qinghao felt rather unfortunate. Why was it always him who ended up injured? His hand had yet to heal, and now the thickest part of his flesh had been bitten by a dog. To make matters worse, the doctor in Building 2 had no rabies vaccine. What if it all ended badly? The more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt, particularly upon seeing Tang Ili and Yang Qiqi exchanging glances. Although he had discerned that Yang Qiqi was merely a scheming opportunist exploiting Tang Ili, what could he do? If his misfortunes continued, it might even be futile to seek assistance from 5th Mississippi. Thus, frustration slowly transformed into dissatisfaction directed towards Tang Ili and Yang Qiqi. He had acted in haste this time. He should have brought a weapon. While Yang Qiqi was busy summarizing the situation, she never considered that if she had decisively attacked Qing Yali with a kitchen knife first and then rushed inside, it was likely that Zhou Li would have fired a shot, leaving none of the three with an escape route. However, even if they tried again, they probably wouldn't open the door. Tang Ili's mind was not solely composed of muscle. Never mind, let us find someone who can pick locks. Yet, Yang Qiqi's plan was destined to fail. Individuals who made a living by picking locks would never reside in Lanchan. Furthermore, Zhou Lin stealthily descended the stairs and made his way directly to Xiaohang. Tang Ili? I don't know him. He is not one of our property management staff. Xiaohang promptly denied any connection to Tang Ili in the property management office. However, he advised Zhou Lin that it was better to avoid trouble. Since Wu Jiankai had mentioned anything, it meant that the Zhou family's illegal detention of Yang Qiqi was a thing of the past. Besides, he knew that AI Bing had entered the community, yet no one had seen her leave. So why should Zhou Lin seek unnecessary trouble? Did he wish to have her detained again? The government would certainly intervene, and they wouldn't hesitate to break down his door. Seeing that Xiaohang's demeanor appeared sincere, Zhou Lin finally revealed that Yang Qiqi, while he was away, had brought Tang Ili and another man to their home, injuring Zhou Kaijun and his wife, as well as wounding their dog. You have a dog? Xiaohang shook his head. I was unaware of that. I don't know where they are now. I will find them. And then what? Calm down. Otherwise, the next time the government comes, I doubt anyone can protect you. While Xiaohang voiced this advice, he secretly hoped for a confrontation between Zhou Lin, Tang Ili, and Sun Qinghao. If one or two were to perish, it would be perfect. Not only would the Zhou family's supplies become his, but so would the woman named Wu Shui from the 16th floor. Xiaohang's interest in women was not particularly strong. After all, he had read numerous online stories, which portrayed women as mere liabilities. Besides, once he held power, he could have as many as he desired. The Zhou family's supplies were undoubtedly ample. Just look at Yang Qiqi and the dog. If he could seize those resources, they would undoubtedly serve him well. Reflecting on this, Xiaohang began to look down upon Zhou Lin, who seemed to know nothing but to lurk in the shadows, oblivious to the potential of leveraging resources to gather allies. Perhaps he might even need to temporarily bow to Zhou Lin's authority. With Yang Qiqi and the others absent, Zhou Lin did not wish to waste time. He could tell that Xiaohang was not a good person, but as long as he did not provoke him, he could afford to ignore him for the time being. The community's occupancy rate had never reached 100%, and with some homeowners absent during the apocalypse, and a batch having left just yesterday, there were plenty of vacant houses now. Fearing trouble from the Zhou family, Yang Qiqi and the others did not return to the dormitory arranged by the property management, but instead found a house from which the previous owner had just moved out. Breaking in through a window, they utilized the remaining wooden furniture to start a fire, gradually dispelling the chill in their bodies. Tang Ili also tended to Sun Qinghao's wound to some extent, but the effectiveness remained uncertain. At least, given the current temperature, the likelihood of infection was low. Leaning by the fire, Sun Qinghao felt his stomach gnawing with hunger. Old Tang, do we have any food left? None. Tang Ili replied, while discreetly slipping the last packet of cookies from his pocket to Yang Qiqi. Nonchalantly accepting the cookies, Yang Qiqi stood up, claiming she needed to use the restroom. As she left, she planted a fervent kiss on Tang Ili's cheek, leaving him utterly delighted. Old Tang, heed my warning. Keeping a woman like Yang Qiqi around will only bring trouble. I don't appreciate that remark. Yang Qiqi is so delicate. How could she possibly be a nuisance? Tang Ili shook his head. I happen to think he is right. Zhou Lin's voice suddenly echoed, startling Tang Ili, who sprang to his feet, scanning the surroundings. Who is there? Show yourself. The fire was insufficiently bright. Aside from the illuminated area in the living room, the rest remained shrouded in darkness, severely impeding Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao's vision. In truth, Zhou Lin had entered through the pried-open window, using his infrared night vision device. It was not difficult for him to locate Tang Ili and his companions. All he needed to do was observe where the three were clustered together. Moreover, aside from the lower floors converted from snow accumulation, they could not access the higher buildings. Sun Qinghao finally activated the flashlight, the beam revealing Zhou Lin's figure. You are Zhou Lin? Tang Ili, it's been a long time. You've seen me? Tang Ili frowned, unable to recall. Not just seen, Zhou Lin thought. Recalling a past life where they had even shared the same residence and slept in the same bed. Ugh, just the thought of it now made him feel disgusted. Are you here for revenge? Noticing that Zhou Lin was alone and unarmed, Tang Ili felt a surge of confidence. He didn't believe he would lose in a physical confrontation. At least, based on their builds, he felt he had the upper hand. In the past, that might have been true, but in this life, Tang Ili was still himself, while Zhou Lin was no longer the same Zhou Lin. Evolution level 3. 1. Which meant Zhou Lin's physical capabilities were 3. 1 times that of an ordinary person, while this figure represented overall quality. It was not something Tang Ili could contend with. Though Tang Ili was the first to strike, Sun Qinghao sensed Zhou Lin's movements were markedly quicker. It became evident that Sun Qinghao had not misjudged. Before Tang Ili's fist could connect with Zhou Lin's original location, he was met with a swift kick from Zhou Lin that struck his right thigh. The dull thud of impact was accompanied by Tang Ili's anguished scream. He almost fell to the ground in response. Who could have anticipated that Zhou Lin's casual kick would feel akin to being struck by a small car? Utterly unbearable. It's broken. It's broken. Tang Ili, clutching his thigh and collapsing to the ground, was in tears. He was not particularly strong-willed. And under the dual pressures of pain and fear, he crumbled entirely. What is your name? Zhou Lin turned to the motionless Sun Qinghao. Brother, my surname is Sun. Sun Qinghao, I'm just an ordinary friend of theirs. I admit I visited your home, but I did not injure anyone there, and I was bitten by your dog. Zhou Lin remained silent, recalling whether he had heard the name Sun Qinghao in his previous life. What happened to your hand? Zhou Lin casually inquired. I fell. Sun Qinghao replied, lowering his gaze. Zhou Lin, already aware, chose not to expose him. He approached Tang Ili and stepped on the spot where Zhou Lin had kicked him. Where is that wretched person? Don't say you weren't with them. Chapter 51. Do not cross me in the apocalypse. Not only order has collapsed, but also humanity. The largest sanctuary in Jia City is located in the heart of the old town. An immense underground facility constructed during the founding of the Summer Nation as a precaution against war. Every young person who enters this place is awestruck, pondering how such a grand project could have been completed in an era of utter scarcity. A CEO of a construction company, having never set foot inside before, remarked after a cursory glance that replicating the structure today would require no less than 70 to 80 billion. Thus, it becomes evident that a nation's true wealth may not merely be measured in GDP or the number of skyscrapers, but rather in the awareness of its officials and the faith of its people. Regrettably, in recent years, while the economy of the Summer Nation has progressed, certain essential elements have gradually diminished. In a room serving as a conference hall in the core area of the underground facility, Wang Pingping was briefing the attendees on the logistics park status. The objectives had largely been met. However, the acquisition of dehydrated vegetables had been preempted by others. 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables. Enough sustenance for all of us for a month. But can we guarantee that the calamity will end in a month? Wang Pingping. Do not be overly agitated, interjected Zhu Guanghan, the former deputy mayor of Jiazhou City and now the head of the sanctuary. At 56 years of age, Zhu Guanghan was in the prime of his leadership experience. When disaster struck, he had been attending a meeting in the provincial capital, and as the city lord, He naturally assumed command of the disaster response. Beside you was Zhao Xinxiao, a middle-aged man in a major's uniform, who served as the military commander stationed in Jiazhou City and the current deputy commander. Wang Pingping was a former subordinate of Zhao Xinxiao. You claim that there exists a particularly malevolent criminal gang in Jiazhou City that threatens the safety of hundreds of thousands of citizens. And your evidence is the transportation of 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables? Zhu Guanghan furrowed his brow. Commander, if this were merely for personal gain, they could suffice with 1 or 2 boxes of dehydrated vegetables to last for months. Why would they go to such lengths to transport all 38 tons unless they were seeking greater profit? These individuals either wish to profit from the national disaster or intend to use these resources to recruit soldiers. In chaotic times, there are always those who believe they can become the next Zhu Yuanzhang. Either way, their actions are utterly reprehensible. Zhao Xinxiao waved his hand. Please, sit down. I will not conceal from you all that this disaster cannot be resolved in the short term. Our primary task now is to focus our efforts on expanding and reinforcing the sanctuary, ensuring its protection while assisting those citizens who have not yet entered to weather this storm. 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables is neither a trivial nor a substantial amount to warrant excessive measures. We simply do not have the time or energy for that. Wang Pingping, you must continue your efforts. All resources available to us from the outside are precious. Your next mission is to organize a team to head to Jiazhou Auto City and retrieve all vehicles, materials, components, and any usable machinery. Understood. Wang Pingping stood at attention, saluting Zhao Xinxiao, vowing to complete the task. Individuals of the caliber of Su Ziyuan and Wu Jiankai were not yet qualified to attend this meeting. They sat a short distance away, awaiting new orders. There has been an issue at launch on community. Wu Jiankai, feeling bored, began recounting a trivial matter concerning Yang Qiqi to Su Ziyuan. The Zhou family? The one involved in animal husbandry? Su Ziyuan, the street office director, quickly connected the dots to Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali. I believe their supplies are quite abundant. Could it be that they have livestock hidden away? Is their scale substantial? Wu Jiankai inquired. If my memory serves me correctly, the Zhou family's farm has previously housed several hundred pigs and thousands of chickens. If they were to slaughter these animals and conceal the meat, how long could they sustain themselves? How long? That's hard to estimate. Until death? Should we report this upwards? Let us go. This matter must be reported. Su Ziyuan abruptly pulled Wu Jiankai to his feet, striding towards the conference room. Unbeknownst to Zhou Lin, someone was already eyeing his family's resources. He dragged Yang Qiqi, who had been hiding in the bathroom, and threw her by the fire. You thought you could trick my mother into opening the door, didn't you, Yang Qiqi? Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Then go ahead. Yang Qiqi defiantly raised her chin, genuinely believing Zhou Lin would hesitate, at least for now. After all, the government was still intact, and she had been rescued from the Zhou family by Wu Jiankai himself. If she were to be killed today, how would Wu Jiankai face it? Surely, Zhou Lin would face severe consequences, possibly even execution. Nearby, Tang Ili stifled his cries, admiring Yang Qiqi's bravery while harboring a deep-seated hatred for Zhou Lin. Given the chance, he would undoubtedly seek to avenge his grievances against Zhou Lin. You truly fear nothing. Z Chapter 52, a timely assistance in the snow upon returning home. Zhou Lin could hardly escape a torrent of complaints from Cheng Yali. The dog, Hei Zai, seemed to sense the tension in the air, circling around Zhou Lin curiously, occasionally whimpering as if to inquire whether he had avenged a wrong. After stroking the dog's chin, Zhou Lin retreated to his room upstairs, indulging in a relaxing hot shower that allowed him to unwind completely. As he emerged from the bathroom, he was startled to find Wu Shui in his room. Instinctively clutching the towel wrapped around his waist, he stammered, "What are you doing here?" Though initially awkward, Wu Shui nearly burst into laughter upon seeing his flustered expression, explaining, "Annie sent me in." Zhou Lin furrowed his brow, wondering what scheme his mother was concocting. Even if everyone is agreeable, is it not necessary to cultivate feelings? Wu Shui continued, "When you stepped out, Annie spoke with my parents, and they had no objections." Zhou Lin struggled to comprehend this. How could they not mind? In a peaceful era, given the circumstances of the Zhou family, it was unlikely Wu Shui's parents would consent. Typically, someone like Wu Shui, engrossed in her studies, would only be attracted to individuals exhibiting superior academic prowess. Yet, the current situation was different. As highly intelligent individuals, Wu Shui's parents were acutely aware that material resources and capability ensured survival. The Zhou family possessed both attributes. Although they were abroad and involved in the Olympus project, it did not guarantee safety, prompting Wu Shui's parents to consider her future carefully. What could be a better option than the Zhou family? Even if there were alternatives, would Wu Shui be able to extricate herself if the Zhou family felt offended? Furthermore, Wu Shui herself harbored no objections. Andy mentioned that she would no longer manage your daily life. It will all be my responsibility. I'm going to fetch your clothes. Daily life? Had Zhou Lin not witnessed her earlier swallowing hard, he might have believed her. Indeed, you are simply coveting my body. Due to Chang Yali's injury and Wu Shui's utter lack of culinary skills, Zhou Lin found himself in the kitchen, regretting not skipping the shower. After a satisfying meal, he reclined comfortably on the sofa, immersing himself in the transformation of the Lu Xiaofeng ship within the storage space. He had already stowed all necessary materials and components in the vehicle. Owing to the haste of his departure, he had yet to visit several establishments in the automotive city, planning to return when the opportunity arose. Did you find them? Chang Yali inquired, sprawled across another sofa, her ample form nearly engulfing the entire seat. While Zhou Kaijun was applying ice to her bruised side. I did, and I broke Tang Yili's hand and foot. Why must you be so impulsive? Chang Yali scolded, her expression serious. She feared the repercussions if the authorities were to come knocking. Could they truly withstand the pressure? I know what I am doing. As the mother and son conversed, Huang Minjing's urgent call came through. Could it be that trouble has arisen again? Zhou Lin frowned as he answered, only to be met with Huang Minjing's sobs. Sister Chang, is Zhou Lin not back yet? My stove is about to go out. Should I come over now? I'm back. Zhou Lin glanced at Chang Yali. Wait a moment. I shall bring some coal over. Be careful. We cannot afford any more trouble. All we hope for now is to remain safe. Mother, you are right. Zhou Li, who had been engrossed in her phone, suddenly chimed in. But that is surely impossible. One must remember, the tree wishes for tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. I shall take my leave. With Wu Shui still in the kitchen, Zhou Lin decided to hurry away, avoiding the pretense of moving coal from upstairs, a rather laborious act. After deliberately dawdling for a few minutes, Zhou Lin knocked on Huang Minjing's door, his sled laden with coal beside him. Noticing Huang Minjing's tear-streaked face, he refrained from entering, maintaining a respectful distance to avoid complicating matters in the future. He did not mention any fast food arrangements. The sled's worth of coal would not last long. But if Huang Minjing were clever, she would not go back on her word. To his surprise, Huang Minjing seemed taken aback, having prepared to accept any terms from Zhou Lin. A businesswoman like her understood that free offerings were often the most valuable. Nonetheless, for the sake of her mother, she accepted silently. You just gave it to her without discussing fast food? Chang Yali frowned, not out of concern for the coal, but rather to assert. Let me be clear, I only recognize Wu Shui as my daughter-in-law. Any other woman must step aside. Having just emerged from the kitchen, Wu Shui's face flushed at these words. What are you thinking? Zhou Lin shook his head. If we are to collaborate, sincerity is paramount. I will check the tool room. Without Yang Kiki as a helper, many tasks could only be accomplished through personal effort, proving somewhat tedious, not exhausting, but time-consuming. The vegetables in the hydroponic tubes thrived under constant temperature, light, and ample nutrients, particularly the lettuce and Shanghai greens, which would likely be ready for harvest in 2 to 3 days. There were also plenty of chicken and duck eggs, while geese, comparatively, were the least cost-effective, growing slowly, producing few eggs, occupying space, and consuming more. Had it not been for breeding purposes, you would have been dispatched to the pot. Wang Wang. Heizai barked twice, seemingly in agreement. In the tool room, the only beings daring enough to challenge him were the geese. Hearing Heizai's barks, the geese flapped their wings, revealing their combative nature. In stark contrast, the rabbit hutch was notably quiet, particularly the largest doe, which had previously scurried about whenever Zhou Lin visited. Today, it remained motionless. She has given birth, Zhou Lin exclaimed, lifting one of the doe's hind legs to count. Remarkably, there were 12 plump little ones. Upon hearing the news of the rabbit's litter, the 3 women downstairs rushed up to see, startling the doe, which nearly abandoned her young in fright. Flourishing offspring bodes well. Our family has indeed been doubly blessed. Cheng Yali's booming laughter reverberated through the tool room. In this apocalyptic world, such news was indeed a cause for celebration, and the vibrant green vegetables offered a glimmer of hope. Though hydroponics relied solely on chemical fertilizers, who cared about that now? Do you think if we expand further, we could grow enough varieties of vegetables for our family? Wu Shui inquired of Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin had pondered this very notion. For instance, in the future, when conditions permitted, they could find a warehouse inside the Lei Faheo to fill with hydroponic equipment or adopt a more eco-friendly cultivation method, aquaponics. What is aquaponics? Wu Shui asked curiously. In simpler terms, it involves using water from fish farming to grow vegetables, and then returning the nutrient-rich water, purified by the vegetables, back to the fish. Theoretically, this method would yield delicious fish and entirely organic vegetables. When can we try it? Chapter 53, Fish and Greens. Fish and water. Zhou Lin had never anticipated that when Wu Shui said let's try, she wasn't referring to aquaponics, but rather, fish water. Does it feel unpleasant? Wu Shui murmured, nestled against Zhou Lin's arm, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. A rosy blush lingered on her face, her skin radiant under the lamplight like never before. Initially, it was indeed somewhat challenging, but Zhou Lin is undoubtedly a remarkable instructor. Once I was able to keep pace, I savored the exquisite delights within. From the depths of her heart, she found it exquisite. Good. Zhou Lin embraced Wu Shui, drawing her closer, yet felt it was not necessary, even. We would never consider you an outsider. Not entirely, Wu Shui whispered. In these chaotic times, a woman like me, without the strength to trust a chicken, can only rely on a man to survive. Rather than meeting an inexplicable demise one day or being forced into a situation against my will, I would rather proactively embrace someone I admire. Yes, I simply desire your body. Do you cherish me? Even the most intellectually gifted woman occasionally reveals her true nature. I do, Zhou Lin responded, tenderly kissing Wu Shui's forehead. Sleep now. You are weary. Zhou Lin turned off the light and lay down. The following morning, upon emerging from the room, they found Cheng Yali seated on the sofa, a maternal smile gracing her features. Auntie. Still calling me Auntie? You child. Here. I have prepared a red envelope for you. Your father has not yet risen, so I shall represent him fully. Mom. Wu Shui stammered, accepting the red envelope with a hint of shyness. What about me? Zhou Lin inquired. Do you want a lump of coal? Dare to ask your mother for a red envelope? I should be asking you for child support. Very well. Family status -1. Oh, Mom, such a large gold bar. Upon receiving the red envelope, Wu Shui sensed it was not money. Moreover, in this era, paper currency is barely useful for kindling, let alone wiping one's posterior. Using it as a red envelope would serve only a decorative purpose. Cheng Yali would never do such a thing, directly placing a 300-gram gold bar inside the red envelope. How do we still possess this? Zhou Lin was taken aback, assuming the family's funds had been depleted before the apocalypse. What do you know? Cheng Yali retorted. Shui, come here. If he ever dares to mistreat you, tell me, and I will beat his buttocks until they bloom. In contrast to the escalating chaos outside, the formal union of Zhou Lin and Wu Shui infused the Zhou household with a joyous atmosphere for several days. As newlyweds, Zhou Lin refrained from venturing out to gather supplies, instead cherishing intimate moments with Wu Shui while leisurely continuing the modification of the Land Rover. However, this tranquil existence was shattered 5 days later by the blare of a security alarm. The monitors displayed a group of individuals, including Su Ziyuan and Wu Jiankai. Why have they come? Cheng Yali inquired, her voice laced with anxiety. What is the matter? Zhou Lin communicated through the camera. I am Su Ziyuan. Are Zhou Kaijun or Cheng Yali available? We wish to inquire about certain matters. Looking for me? Cheng Yali sighed in relief. Relieved they were not there to apprehend Zhou Lin, perhaps due to her ingrained trust in the government. Cheng Yali was about to open the door when Zhou Lin swiftly restrained her, gesturing to Zhou Kaijun to remain silent. My parents are unwell. If you have any concerns, please address them directly to me. Just like that? Su Ziyuan's countenance shifted slightly, Zhou Lin's demeanor making him feel quite disrespected. We have elders and children at home, making it inconvenient. Perhaps you could enter alone. Zhou Lin, is it? We should have apprehended you during the previous incident. I advise you to behave yourself. Wu Jinkai could not resist interjecting. There is no need to say such things, Zhou Lin responded calmly. Either refrain from speaking or comply with my request. You. Wu Jinkai attempted to retort, but Su Ziyuan intervened, reminding him that they were not there to quarrel with Zhou Lin or to advocate for AI Bing. Very well. I shall enter alone. Su Ziyuan had assumed Zhou Lin intended to invite him inside, only to discover a security door separating them. Having not participated in the rescue of Yang Qiqi, he was surprised by the two security doors. Were you preparing for this? No, we are merely habitually cautious. Zhou Lin had arranged a small tea table and two stools in the corridor, even placing a tea set upon it. The steaming teapot exuded a fragrant aroma, tempting Su Ziyuan's inner tea enthusiast. Tea is a luxury item these days, even the most ordinary kind. Even with my current status, acquiring a cup of hot tea is challenging. Zhou Lin did not acknowledge the comment, instead refilling Su Ziyuan's cup, awaiting his purpose. Fine tea. Your household's lifestyle rivals that of the commander. Zhou Lin remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Nothing more than to inquire about the livestock on your farm. It is said that your parents dismissed the workers several days before the cataclysm. Closing the farm was a long-term plan. I returned to escort them to Shenzhen, where opportunities abound. This narrative had been prearranged by the Zhou family to address the present situation. In Xiaoguo, the government rarely fails to investigate a matter thoroughly. Su Ziyuan shook his head. Very well, we shall not discuss that. Regarding the livestock, did they all perish in the blizzard? They were slaughtered. Some were sold. And the remainder was frozen. Excellent. Su Ziyuan slapped his thigh enthusiastically. How much was frozen? Where is it located? Zhou Lin stared at Su Ziyuan with an expression of incredulity, remaining silent. Ahem, resources are scarce, and the tens of thousands in the shelter require this meat. Su Ziyuan attempted to persuade Zhou Lin, but he knew this approach was futile upon seeing Zhou Lin's unmoved expression. Very well. What do you require in exchange for surrendering this meat? Zhou Lin lifted his teacup and took a sip. Director Su, you are aware that my family lacks nothing except a sense of security. Security? Su Ziyuan turned to observe the two security doors. Your sense of security is already overflowing. Not enough, Zhou Lin countered, recounting the incident when Yang Qiqi, accompanied by Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao, assaulted Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali. To this day, they are unable to rise from their beds and may not survive much longer. Such a thing occurred? What kind of security do you desire? Su Ziyuan sensed something amiss. Subsequently, he witnessed Zhou Lin making a gesture. Impossible. Su Ziyuan nearly stood up, close to overturning the table. In Xiaoguo, this matter is a taboo. Special circumstances require special handling. My family consists of law-abiding citizens seeking only to protect ourselves. Alas, should anything befall my parents, my sister, and I may be unable to bear the grief, perhaps even taking our own lives. Su Ziyuan's expression was grim. Before his arrival, he had anticipated Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali making exorbitant demands, but Zhou Lin's audacity exceeded even the heavens. Strictly speaking, what Zhou Lin desired was not valuable, yet it was exceptionally exorbitant because Zhou Lin sought a privilege. I refuse to believe that no one else possesses it. Director Su, if you can guarantee that no civilians possess it, I will surrender the meat to you without hesitation. Can you guarantee that? Chapter 54. A perfect match at the disaster response headquarters in Jia City. Su Ziyuan was not responsible for security matters. However, that did not imply he was oblivious to the situation. It had been half a month since the natural disaster struck, a period not overly lengthy. Yet human society proved to be remarkably fragile. The fabric of daily life had utterly disintegrated, while the political order struggled to persist, yet only in areas where state power remained present. Despite the strict gun control laws in Xi'an Nation, acquiring firearms in the apocalyptic landscape was not overly challenging. Police department branches, security companies linked to financial institutions, and even certain specialized enterprises possessed readily available weapons and ammunition, provided one knew their precise locations and had the capability to breach those sites. The exact number of firearms and ammunition that had transitioned from these official entities to the civilian populace was impossible to quantify, yet it was undoubtedly significant. Zhou Lin's idea of trading pork for a firearm to ensure his protection seemed reasonable. However, Su Ziyuan lacked the authority to make such a decision. Not even Zhu Guanghan held that power. In Xia Nation, the separation of military and political affairs was customary, and this principle remained unaltered even in the face of a cataclysmic event. I shall await your news, Zhou Lin stated, rising to see Su off. I cannot guarantee anything. And concerning the quantity of meat, we will only know once my father awakens. There was nothing further to discuss. After all, it was hardly feasible to threaten Zhou Lin with a firearm to extract information. How foolish. They could not genuinely believe they would remain in this place indefinitely. Ultimately, they would still need to seek refuge. By voluntarily presenting their case now, they might secure a favorable position for themselves in the future. Upon witnessing Su Ziyuan emerge with a dark expression, Wu Jiankai feared the worst and was engulfed in rage. Su Ziyuan gestured for him to return for further discussion. Is this how you intend to leave? Wu Jiankai queried, feeling anxious. In such an environment, venturing out was no simple task, especially given the painful consumption of gasoline. Yet Su Ziyuan had already departed, rendering any further words from Wu Jiankai futile. The soldiers would not heed his commands to blow open the blast door. There remained some in the cold storage, possibly around 1,000 pounds. Thankfully, the low temperature has preserved it, otherwise, it might have spoiled. After Zhou Lin recounted the situation, Zhou Chaijun and Cheng Yali voiced no objections. The quantity of firearms and ammunition was not the crux of the matter. The essential point was that with official endorsement, they could openly retrieve it. I cannot guarantee anything. Perhaps they will devise alternative methods, for it is still too early. With only half a month since the apocalypse began, many still harbored hope, yearning for the calamity to pass swiftly. As time progressed, those in despair would shed their reservations, leading to a further collapse of order. At that time, firearms would be of little significance. The news of the Zhou family's stockpile of frozen meat inexplicably spread throughout the community. Even the reclusive Yang Qiqi and her companions were aware of it. I knew it. I knew it. Though Yang Qiqi's face had swollen down, her features appeared somewhat odd and asymmetrical due to the loss of 2 molars. Tang Ili lay on the ground, gaunt from pain and hunger, resembling a different person entirely. Recently, his most frequent utterance was a desire to return home. Among the 3, Sun Qinghao was in the best condition, as he had managed to pilfer some food during his daily excursions to seek provisions from Xiaohang. What use is knowing? Sun Qinghao remarked. Are you planning to resort to robbery? He rubbed his still-paining posterior, recalling the image of Black Dog. Dawn and Appos, T dragged me into this. Can't you see how incapacitated old Tang is? Useless, Yang Qiqi scoffed, assuming Tang Ili was asleep and unaware. In truth, he was not. He lay quietly, gritting his teeth. I will step out for a moment. Yang Qiqi switched on her flashlight and walked to the property management office, only to be blocked by Huang Xiefeng, who usually stood guard there during quiet times. I wish to see Manager Xiao, Yang Qiqi asserted. Wait, he is busy. Busy with what? Yang Qiqi had already heard the commotion. Shortly after, a heavily wrapped woman emerged, her head and face concealed beneath a thick hat. Yet her long legs alone were enough to captivate Yang Qiqi. The woman hurried away, her head bowed. Is there something amiss? Yang Qiqi instinctively moved closer to the heater, stopping only when she found the most comfortable spot. I wish to discuss something with you. Xiaohang frowned. He had just eaten and felt somewhat bloated, embodying what one might call a sage state. If Yang Qiqi intended to trade her beauty, she had miscalculated. His standards were currently elevated. I know where a substantial amount of supplies is located, even live poultry. Really? Xiaohang's eyes brightened instantly. My demands are simple. 1/3, I want 1/3. Moreover, you must ensure my safety here. Initially, Yang Qiqi had intended to merge her interests with Xiaohang's, but the earlier encounter with the woman had awakened her to the reality. 1/5, Xiaohang suggested after contemplation. At least 1/4. Just 1/5. Otherwise, I can extract the information by other means. Upon witnessing the ferocity in Xiaohang's gaze, Yang Qiqi swallowed hard and conceded. The Zhou family. So they are quite affluent. You may leave. Once I acquire the supplies, I will inform you. No, I shall wait here. Yang Qiqi had no intention of departing. The warmth and cleanliness of the place were inviting, and even the prospect of accompanying Xiaohang was appealing. However, she was indeed overestimating her situation. Ultimately, Xiaohang did not expel Yang Qiqi, yet he would not support her without reason. Whether he utilized her was one matter, while her willingness to contribute was another. Xiefeng, come in here, Xiaohang called, eager to avoid any further delays. However, immediate action was not feasible, as Su Ziyuan had indicated he would return. The Zhou family's door poses a bit of a problem. See if you can find a locksmith or someone adept. As a property management company, they had numerous contacts with locksmiths, and Huang Xiefeng happened to know one residing nearby and could reach out. In addition, Xiaohang instructed him to seek out a cutting machine. Observing Xiaohang's eagerness towards young Qiqi brought her joy. Initially, she had no desire to collaborate with him, but given Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao's incompetence, she had little choice. Indeed, young Qiqi never believed that the previous failure was her fault. It was entirely the fault of those two men. Thus, she sought Xiaohang. As for whether Zhou Lin or the Zhou family had erred, that was undoubtedly the case. Zhou Lin's failure to pander to AI being after her death was a significant blunder. A devoted admirer must possess a certain consciousness. Who was not to flatter? At the very least, she was not a mere A-grade like AI Bing. This was Yang Qiqi's reasoning, a logic shared by many women like her. Who says women lack logic? When they are ruthless, they can be no less formidable than men. Yang Qiqi harbored a deep-seated contempt for Zhou Lin, deeming him indecisive and incapable of violence. Indeed, this was her conviction. Had she known that her survival was solely due to Zhou Lin's desire to contact Chao Bowen through her, she might have reacted differently. However, Zhou Lin had now resolved to give up. Presently, it seemed that Yang Qiqi held no weight in Chao Bowen's estimation. Otherwise, he would have reached out to her by now. There was no deep-seated animosity between him and Yang Qiqi. Had she been more forthright in guiding Chao Bowen's attention, Zhou Lin would not have objected to accommodating another individual in his household. Yet now, he had already condemned both Yang Qiqi and Tang Yili to a grim fate. Even Yang Qiqi's current actions lay within Zhou Lin's expectations. Otherwise, how could he have proposed such exchange conditions to Su Ziyuan? Now, it remained to be seen whether the command center would acquiesce. Chapter 55. No more transactions impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Pingping vehemently opposed, stating that firearms must never be distributed among the populace. In this fine month of May, there are already groups that value money over life. If such individuals were to acquire firearms, chaos would ensue. Not only would the common people be at risk, but even the military could face assaults. Yuxin Xiao internally shared his dissent, yet since Zhu Guanghan had not yet expressed his stance, he felt it inappropriate to voice his opinion. Allowing Wang Pingping to vent his frustrations was a reflection of the political wisdom that has guided Xia country for millennia. Nevertheless, we are in dire need of that batch of frozen meat, Su Ziyuan murmured. A handgun with a few dozen bullets seems quite manageable. Zhu Guanghan extinguished the nearly burnt cigarette but in the ashtray and turned to Lao Yi, asking for his opinion. In truth, firearms are not the issue. As expected of a professional soldier, he pinpointed the crux of the matter with a single statement. Without ammunition, a gun is less effective than a knife, or even a mere firewood stick. Wang Pingping was about to retort, but a glance from Yi Xinxiu silenced him. The key concern is the quantity of bullets. Our tradition has always been to avoid taking from the common folk. We cannot disregard this principle simply because of a disaster. I believe exchanging 10 pounds of pork for a single bullet is quite reasonable. I personally find Lao Ye's suggestion very sensible. What do you all think? Zhu Guanghan was the first to express his agreement, leaving the others with little to counter. Armed with the organization's decision, Su Ziyuan returned to launch on community. He still only had the privilege of conversing between the two gates, yet the warmth of hot tea was not entirely lacking. He was surprised at the government's stinginess. Zhou Lin chuckled, remarking that 10 pounds of frozen meat for a bullet, at current prices, was more precious than gold. However, Su Ziyuan had his justification. The government does not encourage personal disputes. Often, simply brandishing a firearm can resolve civilian conflicts. The Zhou family's desire for self-preservation does not necessitate an abundance of bullets. Under no circumstances should guns be fired, and even when they must be, it should primarily serve as a warning. So, does that mean the bullet I exchanged for 10 pounds of frozen meat can only be used to shoot into the air? Director Su, do you find that reasonable? I consider it quite reasonable. Sometimes, the focus is not on the infinite, but rather on the transition from nothing to something. The price is non-negotiable. In the end, Zhou Lin recorded the location of the cold storage and the quantity of frozen meat on a piece of paper. The gun can be provided first, while the bullets will be delivered once we verify the details. Su Ziyuan placed a seemingly unused Type 92 pistol on the table, its oil still intact. Zhou Lin was too disinterested in the transaction method to argue. The Disaster Recovery Command Center was unlikely to renege on the deal. As for the frozen meat in the cold storage, it was merely what remained from before, totaling about 1,000 pounds. 100 bullets were inconsequential for Zhou Lin. Why have you never questioned us about how we acquired guns? Zhou Lin lay on the bed, watching Wu Shui pack her clothes. Although she did not need to change often when going out, she still had to wash what was necessary. Some matters, if constantly probed, could lead to annoyance. Even if you were not bothered, you would inevitably be cautious around me. In the past, if things became intolerable, divorce was an option. But that is no longer the case, wouldn't you agree? Truly, a moment of clarity. Zhou Lin was left speechless, his heart heavy. You have been monitoring my health data lately. Have you reached any conclusions? Yes. Wu Shui closed the wardrobe and sat beside Zhou Lin, eager to share. Naturally. So far, if my previous studies have not misled me, you are the one who is mistaken. What do you mean? Zhou Lin sat up, inquiring. Wu Shui pinched Zhou Lin's abdominal muscles. While the outward appearance showed little difference, human beings cannot possess such data. Yet, my worldview prevents me from accepting supernatural explanations. Thus, your existence is the greatest insult to modern medicine. After delivering her serious statement, Wu Shui could no longer suppress her laughter. Seeing your gloomy expression, fear not. Although you are robust to an unnatural degree, given the state of the world, what can I not accept? Moreover, no woman would resent her husband's strength unless he were abusive. Would you ever lay a hand on me? That is hard to say. Zhou Lin suddenly sprang up and pinned Wu Shui down, declaring it was time for her to experience something new. Evolution level, surpassing 3 signifies that Zhou Lin's physical prowess is thrice that of an average person. Earlier, he confidently stated that no woman would mind a strong husband. Soon, she would discover the fallacy of that belief. Happiness is one matter, yet after the joy, Wu Shui found herself troubled again. However, this was not something she could confide in Zhou Lin. She needed to seek out her mother-in-law, Zhang Yali. Fear not, our family's resources are more than sufficient. In the past, when I was with Lao Shou, we were preoccupied with our careers, but now we are left with time to spare. Yet, Wu Shui remained concerned. Under current conditions, a natural delivery would be manageable, but what if a cesarean was necessary? Could she perform the operation on herself? Furthermore, resources at home are finite. Living off reserves will eventually lead to depletion. At that time, would they allow their child to suffer hunger? Living off reserves? Zhang Yali paused slightly before quietly assuring her, I cannot guarantee everything, but you need not worry about food and supplies. Whether it's 1 or 2. Even if you have 10 or 8 children, we will have more than enough. 10 or 8. Wu Shui gasped, pondering just how much the Zhou family had stockpiled. Several tons? Or perhaps dozens of tons. Surely not hundreds of tons. Moreover, such an abundance of supplies could not possibly fit in their home. She frequently visited the tool room. Could the reserves be hidden elsewhere? Even so, Wu Shui's concerns remained unaddressed, merely tucked away in her heart. A couple of days later, Su Ziyuan made a special trip to deliver bullets and express gratitude to the Zhou family. In addition to the more than 1,200 pounds of frozen pork, they had also discovered over 100 chickens in the cold storage. So, 100 chickens equate to 20 bullets? Zhou Lin laughed. To be precise, it's 10 bullets. The other 10 are a bonus, Su Ziyuan clarified. How generous. Please convey my thanks to the commander. I am quite satisfied with this transaction. Su Ziyuan smiled slightly, about to speak, when Zhou Lin interrupted. No more transactions in the future. Su Ziyuan awkwardly took his leave. Having not even sipped a cup of tea. Will this not offend him? What if we end up in a difficult situation? Zhang Yali expressed her concern. And Wu Shui felt it unnecessary to strain relations with an official. However, Zhou Lin held a differing opinion. This is the end of days. The end of days. Kindness and weakness are original sins. If you do not assert yourself, you will be the meat upon others' plates, true meat. Wu Shui felt a shiver run down her spine, trembling as she remarked, It cannot be that cruel. How can humans consume? Sister-in-law, You are naive. My brother is right. The most ruthless thing in the world is humanity itself. Zhou Lin raised her phone, revealing that someone had already admitted to it on the forum. Admit? Admit to what? Cannibalism. Wu Shui's complexion turned pale, and she promptly dashed to the restroom. Brother, the road ahead is long and arduous. Zhou Lin pointed at chapter 56. I have parents too. Eternal night is devoid of sunlight. Daylight is a shroud of darkness, while the night is even more profound in its blackness. Many have succumbed to disrupted circadian rhythms, yet the Zhou family remains unscathed. With warmth and illumination, Wu Shui, serving as the family's health advisor, insists that everyone adhere to a regular schedule for the sake of their well-being. Past midnight, while others slumber, Zhou Lin remains on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. The Forum for the End Times Human Alliance has seen a surge in new members, with various sections buzzing with activity. Recently, a regional section was launched, and Zhou Lin is currently perusing the Basha section of Xia Country. With fewer than 2,000 posts overall, today alone boasts over 500 new threads, most of which are pleas for companionship or resources, alongside a number of exceedingly bored individuals engaging in analyses. Zhou Lin finds little interest in the search for people posts, but is intrigued by numerous resource exchange threads. Once highly valued antiques, gemstones, and luxury goods now bow before the demands of food and medicine. 10 pounds of rice for a diamond ring. Million yuan paintings traded for a mere 100 pounds of staple grains, and handbags worth tens of thousands exchanged for a few buns. Alas, transportation is inconvenient. Otherwise, he could arrange some trades. Perhaps once the eternal night has passed, he will reconsider, for this moment is inconsequential. As Zhou Lin's mind wanders, the monitor suddenly emits a beeping alarm. Someone is at the blast-proof door. At this hour, a thief, perhaps, silencing the alarm to avoid disturbing others. Zhou Lin mutters as he brings up the surveillance footage, only to be taken aback by the sight. It is Sun Qinghao, lurking at the entrance without even a flashlight, merely tapping on the door with varying intensity. Were it not for the camera, one would hardly notice. After confirming that only Sun Qinghao is outside, Zhou Lin opens the door. What brings you here? He inquires. Big brother, I have crucial intelligence. Significant information. Sun Qinghao glances nervously at the dark corridor. Can I come in to discuss? Crucial intelligence? Zhou Lin furrows his brow, allowing Sun Qinghao to step into the hallway. Speak slowly. The small coffee table remains where it is, transforming the corridor into a makeshift parlor for receiving guests. Big brother, that property manager, Manager Xiao, is in cahoots with young Kiki. They intend to seize you. Seize me? It may happen within the next few days, Sun Qinghao replies. Zhou Lin chuckles. Aren't you part of their crew? What prompted you to warn me? After pondering these past few days, I realize you resemble a protagonist from a novel. A protagonist? Zhou Lin is amused, inquiring how Sun Qinghao came to this conclusion. Primarily because of AI Bing and Yang Kiki, those two conniving individuals, typical green tea bitches. Generally, those who unabashedly flatter such characters are villains, while those targeted by them tend to be the protagonists. Brother, do you agree with my assessment? Is that really the basis? Zhou Lin replies with a smirk. Sun Qinghao rubs his hands together, gesturing toward the blast-proof door. Isn't it obvious? Indeed, no one alive is without complexity, and Sun Qinghao appears to have developed suspicions regarding the Zhou family's preparations. However, those suspicions do not imply any nefarious intent. He merely seeks to align himself with a stronger ally. Wait here. Zhou Lin steps inside to retrieve a package of food, intending to send Sun Qinghao on his way. Yet, to his surprise, Sun Qinghao does not accept it, gazing at Zhou Lin with a forlorn expression. I've lived my life and know my existence contributes little to society, but my parents are still alive. If given the chance, I would like to return to them. Even if I can't offer much help, just to be together as a family. Altogether? Zhou Lin's words leave Sun Qinghao momentarily speechless, tears welling in his eyes, unsure whether to cry or not. How about I give you a hand-cranked flashlight? As long as you have hands. You want to be left in the dark, right? Aren't you looking for your parents? They're divorced. Sun Qinghao wipes his face, offering an awkward smile. I figured as much. No. You could tell? Zhou Lin nods seriously. I lack food, but I possess other necessities. However, I am neither kind-hearted nor moral, nor do I harbor sympathy or pity. So, I understand. Sun Chunhao lifts the package of food from the coffee table. Brother, from now on, you are my brother. And I shall be your undercover agent in the enemy's territory. Not so dramatic. I mean, Yang Kiki and her lot hardly qualify as my enemies. They are merely minor nuisances, cockroaches, if you will. Got it. Brother, from now on, I will be your roach killer. One pill, and a whole nest is gone. Sun Qinghao departs. Whether he can eliminate an entire nest remains uncertain. He is but a true scoundrel, likely shaped by a troubled childhood and lacking personal capabilities, contributing to society primarily by mere existence. Yet, was Zhou Lin any different before his rebirth? No. Both Sun Qinghao and Zhou Lin were mere fillers, and in fact, over 95% of the population exists as such. Wu Shui might barely escape this categorization. But what does it matter? Zhou Lin believes that even without awakening any supernatural abilities or evolving post-rebirth, he would strive to live on. Sometimes, the will to survive transcends individual desires. Newborns possess no survival skills. By the time they can ponder such matters, they have already incurred a significant debt to repay. At times, Zhou Lin wonders if his rebirth is meant to settle this debt, considering he failed to care for his parents in his previous life, unaware of their very existence. Thus, it seems only fitting that he seeks recompense from AI Bing, Tang Ili, and others. I will repay the debt I owe, with interest. As for Xiaohang, he can only be blamed for harboring thoughts he should not. Perhaps Xiaohang believes he has committed no transgressions. As Sun Qinghao articulated, every individual yearns to survive, himself included. Yet, he possesses greater aspirations than mere survival. He desires a life of comfort and prestige, which leads him to ally with Yang Kiki. The locksmith has arrived, and Huang Xiefeng has brought the man over from the neighboring district for the price of a single bag of bread. He appears to be an honest, unassuming fellow. After all, if he looked like a thief, the police would likely deny him a locksmith license. However, even the most honest individual may resort to desperate measures in the face of hunger and death. Moreover, it is merely a matter of unlocking a door. This door cannot be opened. Upon seeing the blast-proof door of Zhou Lin's home, the locksmith begins to shake his head. How can you claim it cannot be opened without even trying? Huang Xiefeng slaps the locksmith on the back of the head, the sound sharp and clear. Brother, you said you need to open a security door. Isn't this a security door? The locksmith, one hand covering his head, points at the blast-proof door. What is it if not a security door? This is a blast-proof door. It's designed to withstand violence, not explosions. With the right tools, I can disable every lock on this door. It's more secure than bank vaults. You couldn't even blow it open with dynamite. Damn it. Huang Xiefeng turns to Xiaohang, boss. What do we do now? Chapter 57. Zhou Lin's baton. Is it truly the case that a private residence utilizes a vault of a bank? One can only declare that the wealthy deserve their fate. With such abundant wealth, would it not be more gratifying to donate it? How are thieves and locksmiths to survive? Xiaohang is genuinely inclined to confront Zhou Lin and inquire about his thought process. Waving off the locksmith, he gritted his teeth, preparing himself. The oxyacetylene flame, with temperatures soaring to 3,000 degrees, renders common metals utterly defenseless. Operating the oxyacetylene torch does not necessitate the assistance of outsiders. Huang Xiefeng is quite capable. Having worked in a factory before, the violet-white flames were particularly glaring in the dim corridor, causing Yang Qiqi to feel tears welling up, obscuring her vision with a shimmering blur. She hastily retreated a couple of steps, turning away from the flames, allowing her eyes to regain some semblance of comfort. In the shadows further away, Sun Qinghao concealed himself, silently clenching his fists. Although he may be a rogue, who says that rogues lack the ability to discern right from wrong? Rogues often favor good people more than the virtuous, for the good are easier to manipulate. Thus, Sun Qinghao refrained from approaching. He intended to maintain distance from Xiaohang and his associates, particularly that woman, Yang Qiqi. Typically, green tea bitches meet a tragic end, often dragging those around them into the fray. Having internalized Zhou Lin as the protagonist in his heart, Sun Qinghao believed it imperative to position himself correctly. Incessantly jumping back and forth risks a perilous fall. As he observed Huang Xiefeng gradually approach the blast-proof door, a sense of dread crept over Sun Qinghao. Would this truly be the end? Had they truly brought such a device? Inside, Zhou Lin's family had risen. Upon witnessing the brilliant flames on the screen, Zhou Lin sensed impending trouble. It was not that they were incapable of handling the situation. Defeating them would be a simple task, yet the aftermath could be quite troublesome, especially concerning Xiao Hang. During peacetime, he was merely a property manager, not a significant figure. However, it appeared that the authorities had begun to acknowledge his managerial status. As Su Ziyuan had reached out to Xiao Hang several times, it is essential to note that not all property managers garner official attention. The primary reason lies in Xiao Hang's demonstrated worthiness of such recognition. He is indeed a talent. I shall go and take a look, Zhou Lin declared, changing into appropriate attire before stepping outside. At that moment, Huang Xiefeng had adjusted the oxyacetylene flame to its maximum temperature, preparing to approach the blast-proof door. The door swung open. Yang Qiqi gasped softly. Huang Xiefeng halted in his tracks. Xiao Hang narrowed his eyes, and Sun Chenghao's eyes widened in disbelief. Truly fearless. Zhou Lin's gaze shifted from Huang Xiefeng to Xiao Hang. Manager Xiao, what does this mean? Cough, cough. Xiao Hang cleared his throat, having anticipated this situation, and stepped forward. It's nothing of great significance. I merely heard that your family possesses considerable resources and wish to invite you to share them. A blessing shared. Shared? With whom? You. Or her? Zhou Lin chuckled, revealing the baton behind his back. It was the type of rubber baton used by the police for crowd control, unless aimed at the head. It typically does not result in death, though it can inflict significant injury. Huang Xiefeng, having discarded the torch, revealed a similar baton from his waist, grinning at Zhou Lin. Kid, are you looking to make a move? You might be a tad too green. Xiao Hang was not accompanied by Huang Xiefeng alone. Besides the passive Sun Qinghao, there were two other tall, robust gentlemen. Yet, compared to Huang Xiefeng, they retained a semblance of shame. For the notion of stealing from their own was somewhat beyond their moral threshold. However, often, a moral compass can be cast aside when the stakes are high enough. Charge in. Xiao Hang pondered briefly and decided on a swift resolution. After all, they were on the top floor, as long as they did not create a ruckus. He could indulge in the spoils. Unless that wretched Yang Qiqi was lying. But even if the Zhou family lacked resources, there remained Wu Shui, did there not? Huang Xiefeng shouted boisterously, yet did not truly charge forward. He awaited the other two security guards. He presumed that wealthy individuals like Zhou Lin would not easily resort to violence, which speaks to his lack of genuine concern for Tang Yili. Otherwise, he would not be so naive. Fool. Zhou Lin emerged from behind the blast-proof door, raising his hand to strike Huang Xiefeng's head. A true master of the baton would not act so rashly, as it is too easily blocked, wasting effort. Huang Xiefeng reacted swiftly, raising his hand to block. Believing he could manage, he did not anticipate Zhou Lin's strength to be so formidable, catching him off guard. All he felt was a resounding thud in his head. And then darkness enveloped him. Perhaps it was due to Huang Xiefeng's rapid fall that the two security guards flanking him were unable to react in time. Standing frozen in place, eyes fixated on Zhou Lin, who nonchalantly retrieved his baton, swallowing hard. Shall you both come at me together? No, no. The two guards hastily waved their hands. What a joke. Huang Xiefeng's baton had bent at a 90-degree angle. A steel core rubber baton, bent like that. Moreover, Huang Xiefeng lay on the ground, a cautionary tale. Damn. The two guards' cowardice prompted Xiao Hang to curse under his breath. Unaware of the disparity between him and Zhou Lin, believing Huang Xiefeng had merely underestimated the situation and failed to evade. If Huang Xiefeng had wielded a knife, the scenario would have been vastly different. After all, a common person's reaction to a baton versus a knife is distinctly different. With Huang Xiefeng down and the other two reluctant to advance, Xiao Hang resolved to take action himself. He possessed a knife, a combat-grade dagger, boasting a blade over 20 centimeters long, gleaming ominously. Whether it was effective remained uncertain, but it was certainly intimidating. A white knife going in would undoubtedly yield a red knife coming out. Do not make me stab you. Kneel before me. Xiao Hang brandished the knife, feigning a fierce countenance. Zhou Lin lifted his baton, having exerted considerable force, causing it to slightly warp. Come now. Let us see if I do not strike you down before your mother recognizes you. Damn. Typically, Xiao Hang maintained a level head, Yet he was genuinely incensed now. Despite knowing Zhou Lin was not to be trifled with, he charged forward. A knife is more dangerous than a baton. That is the common perception. For a true expert, the level of threat often correlates directly to length. Otherwise, expressions like an inch longer, an inch stronger would not exist. And no distinction would be made between a baton and a knife. The evolution Zhou Lin experienced granted him not merely strength, but also speed and accuracy, both significantly enhanced. It appeared as though he casually swung the baton, yet he seemed to possess foresight. Striking precisely at Xiao Hang's wrist, this was only because Zhou Lin refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Otherwise, he was entirely confident he could disarm Xiao Hang before the knife even reached him. With a resounding crack, Xiao Hang yelped, dropping the knife. Clutching his wrist with his left hand, hopping backward in anguish. The pain was undeniable, but the fear was paramount. He dreaded Zhou Lin pursuing him, unyielding in victory. Stop! You wretched man! Zhou Lin chose to ignore Xiao Hang, his focus on Yang Qiqi in the corner. Upon noticing her intention to flee, Zhou Lin bellowed while swinging his baton towards her. Indeed, he aimed to strike. The horizontally flying baton whistled through the air, and as Yang Qiqi heard the sound and turned back. Chapter 58. A good dog. When Yang Qiqi turned back upon hearing the sound of the wind breaking, it was already too late. Zhou Lin's stick was not only thick and heavy, but it also moved with alarming speed. A sharp pain shot through her lower back, causing her to lose her balance and flail dramatically. Had she not managed to brace herself with her hand, her chin would have likely been shattered. Did I permit you to leave? Zhou Lin said, stepping onto Yang Qiqi's waist. He leaned down and continued. Is living with food and drink not enough for you? Why must you seek your own demise? I was wrong, Zhou Lin. I made a mistake. Please, I beg you, forgive me. Yang Qiqi strained to turn her head, but she still could not catch a glimpse of Zhou Lin. Afraid to struggle, she could only weep incessantly. Women are indeed made of water, regardless of circumstances. Tears come easily. Yet Zhou Lin was impervious to such displays. A person who had traversed the apocalypse would find even blood tears to be of no consequence. The pain in Yang Qiqi's back intensified, as if her very spine were to be crushed. Spare me, please. Have mercy. 2 security guards had fled, deeming the situation too brutal, attacking a woman. Xiao Hang also contemplated escape, but at Zhou Lin's cold snort, he froze, obediently pressing himself against the wall as if he were in the general manager's office. As for Sun Qinghao, Zhou Lin had just given him a glance, warning him to stay out of sight. I am willing to serve you. Truly, I won't cause trouble anymore. Not ever again. Yang Qiqi continued to plead. You. Come here. Zhou Lin pointed at Xiao Hang. Why yes, how may I assist you? Xiao Hang quickly straightened up, adopting a facade of sincere service to the owner. There is indeed something, this woman. I find her utterly detestable. What do you propose we do about her? Ah, well, she is not a resident of our community. I shall expel her immediately. Upon hearing this, Yang Qiqi felt a flicker of hope. Anything would suffice, as long as she could survive. She was acutely aware of Zhou Lin's murderous intent, sending chills coursing through her body. Expel her? No. A woman like her deserves to have her legs broken before being thrown out. Zhou Lin's words cut through the air. You Xiao are truly malicious. Yang Qiqi cursed vehemently, yet it was Xiao Hang, eager to curry favor with Zhou Lin, who silenced her with a kick to the face. Alliance. To hell with alliances. Better a dead comrade than a Chapter 59, stepping out to practice shooting. What if Xiao Hang turns against us? This is the concern of Cheng Yali and Wu Shui. Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li have no such doubts. He wouldn't dare. Zhou Kaijun stated, better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape. Brother. Next time act with more decisiveness. Hesitation does not befit a skilled chef. Cheng Yali could barely tolerate this, delivering a sharp reprimand to Zhou Li. What on earth are you saying? Constantly talking about violence, and you're still a girl. For heaven's sake, we must reject such naive ideals. The meaning of things becomes apparent with repeated study. You should read more post-apocalyptic novels. Zhou Kaijun stepped forward to hold Cheng Yali back. The child speaks the truth. You must slowly adapt. All you do is talk. Why didn't you go out just now? How can you call yourself a father while sending your son into danger? Cheng Yali was pulled away by Zhou Kaijun, and Zhou Li went upstairs, still half asleep. This left Wu Shui unsure of what to say, feeling somewhat helpless. She understood that Zhou Lin had not erred, yet she found it hard to convince herself. That woman, young Chi-Chi, deserved her fate. But, just think. If we didn't have the blast-proof door, if we lacked weapons, if I didn't possess my current strength. Wu Shui was a perceptive individual and soon began to tremble slightly. You are right. Taking a step forward, she embraced Zhou Lin, placing her still smoky hand against her lips. When will you teach me to shoot? I fear I might miss. Any time, but we must choose another location. In the eternal night, most of the time is eerily silent. As tranquil as paradise, devoid of the cries of the damned. Even when practicing marksmanship in the tool shed, the noise could carry for miles. A few shots may be manageable, but how could one truly hone their skills with only a couple? Thus, it is best to practice outdoors. Zhou Lin thought the last automobile city was quite suitable, as he could also gather some materials. Is that really necessary? The next day, Cheng Yali strongly opposed it. Yet, Wu Shui genuinely wished to get some fresh air. Those who labor with their minds govern others. Those who labor with their bodies are governed by others. I shall not go, Zhou Li declared. Familiar sleds and snowboards in tow, the two descended, and Zhou Lin made his way to the property office. The master has arrived. Xiao Hang exclaimed with joy, his delight unfeigned, despite the presence of other security personnel in the room. Rest assured, that woman is still alive. Xiao Hang gestured toward the stove, where the filthy young Chi-Chi curled up under a blanket of indeterminate color, casting a murderous glare at Zhou Lin and Wu Shui. This woman has surely usurped her position in Zhou Lin's heart. Otherwise, how could he treat her this way? If glares could kill, Wu Shui would be riddled with wounds. Yearning for death yet unable to escape. Well done. Zhou Lin tossed a pre-prepared case of liquor onto the sofa, distributing it with caution. But don't get drunk. Thank you. Master, should we not all express our gratitude? The chorus of thanks included Huang Xiefeng, whose head was bandaged. One must admit, this fellow had a strong constitution. Zhou Lin had thought a single blow would send him to practice his new tune, yet he had surprisingly endured. It matters not. As the sleds passed through the community gate, Zhou Lin glanced around, noticing many traces at the entrance. Though chaotic, he could discern various types of vehicles that had left their mark. Due to the swift pace, strong winds, and low temperatures, Wu Shui remained silent throughout the journey, unaware of the distance or duration. The last time Zhou Lin had ventured out with Huang Minjing, he had not prepared a heater or thick fur blankets for her. With such protective gear, Zhou Lin could have charged straight to the automobile city. It hasn't snowed much lately, Zhou Lin noted, sensing something amiss from afar. The once flat expanse of snow had vanished, replaced by numerous excavated pits, with sloped paths allowing vehicles to reach the bottom. Someone had been here. A substantial force at that. One could surmise that only the government in Jiazhua City possessed such might. Damn it, we're late. Wang Pingping had voiced similar concerns when he received reports that many off-road vehicles and parts were missing from the automobile city. He immediately recalled his previous experiences. We Muse Chapter 60. An unexpected surprise. The treasures discovered in the exhibition hall and garage brought a smile to Zhou Lin's face. Although he had spent a considerable amount of time, it was still early for dinner. Occasionally, he exchanged a few words with Wu Shui over the intercom, feeling no concern about any unforeseen events on her end. The endless night served as the perfect cover, unless one possessed Zhou Lin's night vision capabilities. They would be exposed from a distance by the light. In the general manager's office of the dealership, the general manager might be merely a high-ranking employee. But the dealership itself was different. Zhou Lin had little interest in perusing it until he noticed a particular door. A similar blast-proof door raised his suspicions. Standing outside, he pondered for a moment before retrieving a small piece of explosives from the Laifu ship. He lacked the means to open the door. Even ordinary explosives might not suffice, but the wall was relatively weak, made up of little more than a layer of red bricks. How strong could it really be? The thick layer of snow acted as excellent sound insulation. Fortune was on his side, as the only consequence of his efforts was a sizable hole blasted into the wall. Zhou Lin, did you hear that? He called out. Dawn and Appos, be afraid. I just set off a firecracker. Wu Shui fell silent. A firecracker? What was the point of that on an ordinary day? Frustrated, yet unable to voice her irritation, she reluctantly loaded a magazine full of bullets into her gun. However, Her right hand had yet to recover. Her fingers, palm, wrist, and even her entire arm ached. Forcing herself to practice under such conditions was not only pointless but also risky. Her left hand would suffice. In a fit of frustration, Wu Shui disregarded where her bullets might land and fired recklessly. Yet, after emptying a magazine, she was taken aback. Was her left hand actually more accurate than her right? Indeed, most skilled surgeons possess dexterity in both hands. But was there truly a correlation between surgery and shooting? Determined to give it another shot, Wu Shui thought that with the large boxes of bullets Zhou Lin had left her, she could shoot all day without exhausting her supply. Hearing the distant gunfire, Zhou Lin chuckled, surprised to discover Wu Shui was also a bit of a rebel. The office was quite spacious. After entering through the blasted wall, Zhou Lin surveyed his surroundings. The decor and furnishings indicated that the general manager was no ordinary individual. The ebony tea table alone was worth a fortune. A fine acquisition, indeed. The desks and chairs were undoubtedly expensive as well, but Zhou Lin had little interest in industrial products. He made a beeline for the large desk and quickly began to open the drawers. Inside, he found precious cigars, a high-end lighter, exquisite office supplies, and a string of antique Z-beads. He collected those. A few sets of keys lay scattered as well. He ignored the paper documents entirely. Is that all? He mused, feeling that something was amiss. What could possibly be missing? As he sat in the chair, turning side to side, a sudden thought struck him. What about a safe? It was inconceivable for such a lavish office to lack one. With a clearer direction, he easily located the small cabinet nestled against the wall beside the desk. It had seemed oddly placed earlier, and upon turning the handle, he discovered it was indeed the outer door of a safe. Damn! Upon seeing the metal that matched the blast-proof door's hue, Zhou Lin realized he was in trouble. He didn't even want to consider its self-destruction capabilities, let alone whether he could use explosives on it. However, Zhou Lin quickly devised a plan. With considerable strength, he pried the safe from the wall using steel bars, then retrieved a water jet cutter from the maintenance warehouse of the Lai Fu. The water jet cutter, a tool that relies on the high-pressure jetting of water mixed with diamond particles for cutting, worked like a fine, crystalline saw, gradually slicing through the half-height safe. Half an hour later, the back of the safe fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Inside, apart from some seemingly important documents, lay 50 100-gram gold bars and 3 exceptionally fine men's watches. Zhou Lin thought he had found everything until he stumbled upon a metal box emitting a soft white glow. Expecting it to contain jewelry, he was astonished when he opened it. The ability orb? How could that be? There were still nearly 5 years until the first orb appeared. Why would the owner of a car dealership in Jiazhou possess such an orb? The pure white orb, resembling a large, round, and lustrous pearl, lay silent till Chapter 61. The advancing neighbors. Although humans possess the most intelligent brains in the animal kingdom, the vast majority remain confined by their own perceptions. Had it not been for Zhou Caijuan's suggestion, Zhou Lin would never have considered stockpiling feed. Is feed unimportant? Certainly not. Typically, people perceive feed as something meant solely for livestock, believing humans cannot consume it. However, it is indeed edible, albeit with potential adverse reactions, which is far preferable to starvation. Dad, why didn't you mention this earlier? Zhou Lin exclaimed. I just remembered, but I wonder if the government will take it away. That seems unlikely. I still see many large supermarkets buried under the snow in the city, Zhou Lin replied. Just give me the locations, and I will check it out myself. All right. Zhou Caijun did not insist. His health had never been robust, and with age, venturing outside might hinder Zhou Lin rather than assist him. Darling. Zhou Lin was momentarily taken aback. What? Hand me the gun. You've called me a double-gun old lady. If trouble arises when you're not around, sure. Zhou Lin felt such a request warranted the term darling and was eager to oblige. Little did he anticipate that what Wu Shui casually mentioned would soon come to pass. More than 20 days had passed since the perpetual night began. In Jiazhou City, 1/3 of the populace had sought refuge in official shelters. A quarter had retreated to rural relatives, and the remaining individuals were struggling to survive. Xiao Hang initially intended to organize a second collective resource gathering, but the security personnel he sent to scout were nearly beaten to death, resulting in the plan being abandoned. However, the inhabitants of Lanshan community refrained from venturing out. which did not prevent outsiders from scheming, especially after nearby areas had been thoroughly searched. Somehow, Lanshan, renowned as a wealthy district, had become rumored to harbor a vast stockpile of resources. Zhou Lin sensed something amiss during his last outing, yet he did not expect events to escalate so rapidly. Remarkably, less than 2 hours after Zhou Lin departed, a scattering of lights appeared at the entrance of Lanshan community. Are they from the shelter? Director Su didn't notify us. Xiao Hang mused, moving toward the window as the flickering lights began to infiltrate the community, revealing a considerable number of shadowy figures. Boss, it's bad. The security guard rushed in, shouting, "They're here to rob us." Rob us? Xiao Hang was momentarily taken aback, thinking, well, I haven't even gone out to rob anyone yet, and now I'm being robbed at home? Grab your weapons. Let us take them down. After the disaster struck, the property management had only 16 security guards remaining, and with the additional personnel Xiao Hang gathered, their total was barely 30. Fortunately, they were all men, and their youth afforded them a degree of combat capability. About 30 individuals, including Xiao Hang and Sun Qinghao, rushed into the community courtyard, charging toward the scattered lights. No questions were asked, nor were any necessary. Armed with a long knife, Xiao Hang struck first, aiming for the forehead of the first person he encountered. We're killing them. Fight back. Take them down. It was unclear who first cried out, but the previously scattered lights began to converge, many extinguishing or being Chapter 62. Wu Shui unleashed what's with all the bluster? A mere firearm doesn't intimidate us. Indeed, and she possesses a rather fetching physique. Let's seize her. Charge. It must be acknowledged that humanity is susceptible to the sway of collective sentiment. Under normal circumstances, the sight of a genuine firearm would invariably elicit fear, however, fueled by the prevailing group mentality. They disregarded the lethal potential of bullets and even harbored lecherous intentions toward Wu Shui. Observing their escalating fervor, Xiao Hang inwardly cursed, "This is dire." He pivoted towards Wu Shui, exclaiming, "Hand me the weapon and promptly secure the door." His reasoning was sound, as even Sun Qinghao nodded in agreement. Yet, in the subsequent instant, Wu Shui leveled the firearm at Xiao Hang, retorting, "Step aside." You. Xiao Hang reluctantly retreated, inwardly seething, "Indulge your arrogance for now. Your demise is imminent. When Zhou Lin returns, he shall bear no blame upon me." Witnessing the discord between Wu Shui and Xiao Hang, those assembled at the entrance perceived an opportunity. With a boisterous cry, they surged towards Wu Shui. Bang, bang, bang. No one anticipated Wu Shui's immediate and unwavering resort to gunfire. Even more astonishingly, she wielded not one, but 2 firearms, engaging in ambidextrous marksmanship with uncanny accuracy. Virtually every projectile found its mark, striking either an arm or a leg. Though thick cotton garments may deflect blades, they proved impotent against bullets. As Wu Shui exhausted both magazines, nearly all those present at the entrance lay prostrate. Gulp. Observing Wu Shui's practiced reloading, Xiao Hang's visage paled. He had never imagined that this seemingly delicate woman possessed both exceptional marksmanship and a ruthless disposition. Any ulterior motives Xiao Hang may have harbored were now thoroughly extinguished. Having reloaded, Wu Shui strode past the writhing figures without a second glance. In an unexpected turn, she halted just before exiting and discharged a final round at a prone figure. Damn! Ag! The individual, previously unscathed, had feigned death. Alas, Wu Shui had discerned his ruse. Though not fatal, the impact was excruciating. Having endured the agony of a gunshot wound, he now understood the fallacy of cinematic portrayals. The notion of retaliating after sustaining multiple bullet wounds was preposterous. The pain alone induced foaming at the mouth, rendering any counterattack impossible. The reverberations of gunfire alerted those outside. While some, possessing greater prudence, had already turned tail and fled, others remained undeterred. The night vision device proved invaluable to Wu Shui. Though unfamiliar with the residents of the complex, she could discern their intentions through their actions. Those who brandished weapons and charged towards her were deemed enemies. Against such adversaries, hesitation was unwarranted. She merely squeezed the trigger. The experience mirrored her training at the automotive city, requiring only minor adjustments for trajectory prediction. In the rare event of a misfire, the consequences would simply befall the unfortunate recipient. As another volley of ammunition was expended, no one dared approach. As sister-in-law, you are formidable. Xiao Hang, his face etched with trepidation, cautiously approached Wu Shui, uttering, "These individuals shall be deposited at the entrance of the complex. Their fate lies in the hands of destiny." Subsequently, some shall be tasked with sealing the complex's main gate with snow, reinforcing the perimeter walls, and fortifying them with water to induce freezing. Such instructions are self-evident. Are they not? Indeed, they are. Xiao Hang puffed out his chest, proclaiming, "Rest assured, sister-in-law, your directive shall be executed flawlessly. Those who perform these tasks shall receive a portion of rice. Should any sustain injuries, regardless of whether they are carried or dragged, I possess the means to heal them." Having spoken, Wu Shui departed without removing the night vision device. Zhou Kaijun chuckled at Xiao Hang, remarking, "Young man, your efforts are appreciated. It is no hardship, elder." Xiao Hang was elated by Zhou Caijuan's commendation. Sister-in-law is undeniably cool. Back in the residence, Cheng Yali's countenance paled upon hearing Zhou Caijuan's account, while Zhou Li was visibly excited, exclaiming, "Next time, I shall accompany you." "Nonsense," Cheng Yali retorted. "With your diminutive stature, you would be trampled to death, believe me." "Humph." Zhou Li rolled her eyes, then turned to Wu Shui, smiling, "Sister-in-law, I was correct, was I not?" Indeed. Initially, Wu Shui had experienced some trepidation, as she was targeting living beings rather than inanimate targets. Fortunately, she recalled Zhou Li's instructions upon departure and switched the night vision mode to infrared, transforming the figures into animated red silhouettes. This greatly alleviated her discomfort, as Zhou Li had predicted, making it feel akin to playing a video game. To avoid further distress, Wu Shui switched back to normal mode only upon ascending to the upper floor. Throughout the ordeal, she had neither seen a single face nor witnessed a drop of blood. While somewhat akin to self-deception, this approach effectively minimized the mental impact. Moreover, Wu Shui's background as a physician, having dissected countless cadavers, provided her with a significantly higher level of resilience in this regard than Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali. By the time Zhou Lin returned the following day, the complex had been largely cleaned up. He paid a visit to Xiao Hang, confirming that Yang Qiqi was still alive. Zhou Li had provided real-time updates, which allowed Zhou Lin to remain calm and successfully transport several hundred tons of finished feed and over 200 tons of raw materials to the Lai Fu Hao. He then released the Lu Xiaofeng Hao, enjoyed a hearty meal, and slept soundly before leisurely returning. "Here, take this." Zhou Lin tossed a walkie-talkie to Xiao Hang, whose face bore traces of blood, instructing, "In the event of similar circumstances, you may contact me directly." "Understood, master." Refrain from addressing me as master. It gives the impression that I harbor peculiar proclivities. Zhou Lin had always found the term master somewhat unsettling. It was only when he recalled the defunct island nation that he felt a sense of revulsion. "Understood, boss. Kindly convey our gratitude to the esteemed sister-in-law for her miraculous healing prowess." "Acknowledged." Zhou Lin waved his hand dismissively, then glanced at Yang Qiqi, who lay unresponsive by the stove, resembling a vegetable. She remained steadfast. "What of Tang Ili?" "Boss, Tang Ili is deceased." Sun Qinghao approached and whispered, "As Tang Ili's friend, he was the only one concerned about his well-being. Tang Ili had succumbed to starvation, or rather, to the combined effects of excruciating pain, hunger, and illness, dying a torturous death." Sun Qinghao was indifferent, and Yang Qiqi was in dire straits herself. The incapacitated Tang Ili had been left to suffer the pangs of hunger and thirst until his demise. He was spared too lightly. Zhou Lin had anticipated that a fitness instructor like Tang Ili would last longer, but he had perished within days, much to Zhou Lin's regret. He reiterated to Xiao Hang, "Ensure that Yang Qiqi does not die. Boss, I have assigned Sun Qinghao to provide round-the-clock care, ensuring her survival. In fact, she may even prove useful." "That is of no concern to me." Zhou Lin stated, "Let us ascend. Those deserving of rewards shall receive them without fail. 200 caddies of rice, neither insignificant nor excessive. Rationed carefully, it would sustain their group of 20 to 30 individuals for approximately half a month." The security guards, led by Xiao Hang, were ecstatic and repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Zhou Lin. "The ice walls remain insufficient. Expedite their reinforcement. Secure the main gate and summon assistance as needed." Zhou Lin had spared Xiao Hang's life solely because he was loath to direct the security guards himself. Now, It appeared that his decision had been sound. News of the bloody battle at the Lanshan complex spread rapidly, even reaching the inhabitants of the official shelter. Was it not decreed that firearms should not be discharged indiscriminately? Wang Pingping raged. Observe the consequences. Over 40 individuals have sustained gunshot wounds. The repercussions are dire. I insist that the firearms be confiscated and that severe punishment be meted out. Chapter 63. Military perspectives. Life within the shelter has grown increasingly arduous. The supply of food has dwindled, with resources being consumed faster than they can be replenished. Despite daily efforts to gather provisions, the returns have become scarcer, with some teams returning empty-handed. The city of Jiazhou lacks an oil refinery, and with long-distance transport nearly severed, gasoline has become a non-renewable resource, diminishing with each use. Particularly, vehicles modified with tracks are notorious for their fuel inefficiency. The available gas stations have been depleted, and concerns about fuel reserves loom large. Under the current circumstances, survival may be limited to just one more month. A month of perpetual night has cast a shadow over humanity's once proud cities, leading them to the brink of collapse. The shelter, having undergone continuous transformation and expansion, has successfully established a set of hydroponic systems, utilizing LED lighting and liquid fertilizers to nurture the first crops of vegetables. Although they are not yet mature, their growth signifies a viable path forward. However, a pressing issue confronts the shelter's leadership: the insufficient supply of liquid fertilizer. Initially, no one anticipated the necessity of agricultural production within the shelter, resulting in a lack of stored chemical fertilizers. If traditional farming methods were employed, the abundance of people within the shelter would alleviate concerns regarding organic fertilizers. Yet, organic fertilizers cannot serve as a viable source for hydroponic cultivation. Despite the presence of agricultural and chemical experts, this conundrum remains unsolved. Thus, the urgent search for fertilizer has become paramount. Unfortunately, Jiazhou also lacks a fertilizer factory, leaving only the hope that exists among the fertilizer merchants in the outskirts of the city. Consequently, Wang Pingping had to embark on a personal journey, successfully securing some fertilizer. However, while passing through the automotive district, he felt an impulse to investigate further, only to discover signs of recent activity. Upon seeing the destruction wrought by Zhou Lin's explosives in the severed safe, Wang Pingping's expression shifted dramatically. It was not the contents of the safe that concerned him, but rather the explosives and the tools used to breach it, items that ordinary individuals could not possess. He immediately summoned several criminal investigation personnel. Wang Pingping could not leave. His duty compelled him to clarify the situation, especially regarding the source of the explosives. Soon, forensic experts and military explosives specialists arrived, hastily analyzing the scene and reaching a conclusion. This is no ordinary explosive, they stated. Such materials have never been sold to civilians. In Chapter 64. You Are Not Worthy. The Olympus Project, a collaborative effort involving numerous developed nations, comprises several shelters and has partnered with various research institutions. In the early days of the apocalypse, it accommodated over 25% of the European populace. Subsequently, it expanded and underwent renovations until, with the emergence of those possessing extraordinary abilities and evolved beings, over 90% of the shelters across Europe had joined the Olympus Project. This was not the case for the country known as Mao. In Zhou Lin's memory, Mao did not seem to have any notable doomsday plans. However, by the time of his previous demise, Mao had not succumbed to annihilation due to the apocalypse. Rather, it existed in a relatively isolated state, with the outside world largely unaware of its condition. Nonetheless, Zhou Lin vaguely recalled that approximately 7 years into the apocalypse, 30,000 evolved beings and those with extraordinary abilities entered Mao, attempting to seize its population and resources. Ultimately, it was said that this contingent, which bore the banner of the Olympian gods, was entirely decimated on Mao's soil. Following this, the Olympus Project sought clarification from Mao but received no response whatsoever, even when nuclear threats were issued by Olympus, which yielded no results. Ultimately, whether Olympus did indeed launch a nuclear strike remains unknown, but Mao became a forbidden zone, with no one willing to risk their lives unnecessarily. Before Zhou Lin could discuss matters pertaining to Olympus with Wu Shui, he was interrupted by the call of Xiao Hang. Military personnel? Understood. Zhou Lin initially thought this would not significantly concern him. However, Xiao Hang soon called him again, stating that the military had specifically come to seek him regarding the recent brawl. "I'll go. I was the one who fired the gun," Wu Shui declared. "Do not jest. Stay home and behave. No one is allowed to leave after I depart," Zhou Lin asserted, blocking the door, disallowing any rebelliousness on this matter. After all, he was no ordinary individual now. Symbiosis. Intermediate 21-20-10,000. Currently symbiotic vehicles. Laifu, large surface transport. Ulxiafeng, medium ground transport. Available symbiotic vehicles. 0 storage space. 1-2 strength symbiosis. 4. 5 minutes 24 hours evolution level 1. 4. 5. For 1,512 10,000. His comprehensive physical quality had reached over 4 times that of an ordinary person. And with the various weapons and equipment aboard the Laifu, it could be said that Zhou Lin alone could wage a localized war if he so desired. Perhaps even more exaggerated than a mere skirmish. Thus, regardless of the military's intentions or how they would treat him, Zhou Lin remained unafraid. Downstairs, Xiao Hang had found a clean place to receive Wang Pingping. At this moment, he was unaware of Wang Pingping's name. Only sensing that this middle-aged military man exuded an imposing aura, one he certainly could not provoke. Xiao Hang even contemplated which side he would take should a conflict arise between Wang Pingping and Zhou Lin, with the outcome being evident. How could an arm possibly contend with a thigh, let alone a mere hair? "You are Zhou Lin?" Wang Pingping inquired with a serious expression, seated with a commanding presence. Flanked by several fully armed soldiers, their helmets and masks obscuring any semblance of expression, creating an atmosphere of oppression. "Indeed, that is I. What seems to be the matter?" Despite his extraordinary abilities, Zhou Lin, as a citizen of Xian Nation, felt a twinge of unease under Wang Pingping's hawk-like gaze, as if a heavy stone pressed upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. "My name is Wang Pingping, representing, regarding the recent brawl. Your gunfire resulted in over 40 casualties. I believe it was self-defense. Had they not assaulted our community armed, attacking indiscriminately and pressing forward, we would not have needed to fire to repel them. We only shot to deter them and prevent those ruffians from further harming other citizens. Such a defense is mere sophistry." Wang Pingping slammed his palm on the table. "This is precisely why I assert that firearms should not be distributed to civilians. There are far too many self-righteous individuals like you. Do you comprehend the potential consequences of indiscriminate gunfire? The only consequence is that we protected law-abiding citizens like ourselves, striving to sustain ourselves without burdening the state, instead contributing to it." Gradually acclimating, Zhou Lin dared to confront Wang Pingping directly. "It appears you cannot see reason until faced with dire consequences. Then let us discuss this in the shelter. Are you attempting to arrest me?" Zhou Lin's complexion shifted slightly. "So you would indeed burn bridges and repay kindness with enmity?" Wang Pingping's countenance faltered. After all, he had partaken in that batch of frozen meat. "And although it was a fair trade, when did I ever state I would arrest you? Is your hearing impaired? If it is not an arrest, then I see no reason to go," Zhou Lin shrugged. Wang Pingping did not anticipate Zhou Lin to be such a formidable adversary, as stubborn as a piece of tough meat. What frustrated him further was Zhou Lin's audacious demeanor. "Do not forget that Xian Nation still exists, the government still stands. And we are still here. Unless you leave Xian Nation, you will forever be a citizen of Xian Nation and must abide by its laws and social morals." "Commander Wang, I believe you may have misunderstood something. Whether I have committed a crime is not for the military to adjudicate. As for social morals, even if I were to concede to any wrongdoing, does that warrant execution?" Wang Pingping found it challenging to contain his frustration, but prior to his departure, Yi Xinxiao had specifically instructed him to avoid any form of violent confrontation. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Zhou Lin was not an enemy of the state. The military had no grounds to act against him. Thus, Wang Pingping pondered that if all else failed, he could at least take Zhou Lin to the shelter, confining him in a dark room for a few days, and eventually, everything would be clarified, as long as he could obtain a confession of Zhou Lin's wrongdoing. The remaining matters would be straightforward. Yet, Zhou Lin's complete lack of cooperation left Wang Pingping in a quandary. To act forcibly against him would contradict the commander's orders. To refrain from action would seem to concede to Zhou Lin. "Are you resolutely opposing the government?" Wang Pingping sneered. Do you not realize that your actions could result in the entire Lanshan community being excluded from the rescue list? What rescue list? Xiao Hang, who had been listening in, suddenly interjected. Oh, you were unaware? The shelter is now capable of cultivating fresh vegetables. The next step will be to expand production, and soon, aside from internal consumption, there may be external trade. Fresh vegetables? A glimmer of excitement sparked in Xiao Hang's eyes. This might be a valuable commodity beyond mere grains, as anyone deprived of vegetables for an extended period would inevitably face health issues due to vitamin deficiencies. The shelter will only engage in trade with communities that pass inspection, and communities like yours. Wang Pingping cast a deep glance at Zhou Lin. I believe do not qualify as trading partners. I would like to inquire, Commander Wang, when did our Xia nation begin to practice collective punishment? Regardless of whether I have committed any infractions. Do you truly intend to implicate others as well? If such thoughts crossed your mind, it would be a pity for the uniform you wear, for you are not worthy. Chapter 65. Agreement reached. Wang Pingping, filled with rage, abruptly stood up to draw his gun. However, he never anticipated that Zhou Lin would be even quicker. Before he could aim, Zhou Lin's figure flickered, and he appeared behind Wang Pingping, forcefully twisting the gun from his right hand until the barrel was pressed against Wang Pingping's temple. Don't move. Release the officer. Lower your weapon. Several soldiers took a moment to react, and by the time they did, Zhou Lin had already completely subdued Wang Pingping. As a commanding officer accustomed to leading troops into battle, Wang Pingping felt a desperate urge to end his own life. Shoot. If you dare, then shoot. He bellowed in exasperation. He attempted to struggle, only to find himself utterly powerless against Zhou Lin, as insignificant as an ant. This realization left Wang Pingping both frustrated and perplexed. He had risen through the ranks from a soldier, once earning the title of King of Soldiers. Although he had become somewhat complacent in recent years, he believed he should still be vastly superior to Zhou Lin, a mere youth. What was the source of his formidable strength? It was evident that Zhou Lin's identity was likely quite extraordinary, and he would need to investigate further. Zhou Lin could hardly fathom that his instinctive action would provoke such rich associations in Wang Pingping's mind. General Wang, if you do not draw your weapon, we may still be friends. Fine. Let go of me first, Wang Pingping replied, his face flushed. All right. Zhou Lin was unperturbed by the possibility of Wang Pingping turning against him. He respected the military. Wang Pingping and the soldiers could tell from his accent that he was neither from Jiazhou nor even Bashu. In the face of disaster, had their families not suffered? Did they not need them? Yet, clad in military garb, they were bound by the code of a soldier, compelled to fulfill their sacred mission. Zhou Lin questioned whether he could adhere to such principles. Lower your weapons. Once freed, Wang Pingping glared at his subordinates before addressing Zhou Lin. Your skills are impressive. I barely had time to react. Would you be interested in joining the military? Me? A soldier? Zhou Lin shook his head. No, my temperament is not suited for that. Wang Pingping stretched his neck, fixing his gaze on Zhou Lin. I can overlook your actions, but you must explain how you intend to compensate for the injuries of over 40 individuals. Compensation? It was clear that this was Wang Pingping's true objective. What do you want? Zhou Lin pondered for a moment before asking. Anything will do. Grains, meat, vegetables, fruits, anything consumable. Zhou Lin, in fact, lacked for nothing. In many respects, he was far more affluent than the sanctuary. However, one must conceal wealth. Thus, he remained silent. If Wang Pingping did not speak, he would not either. Do you have any grains? Wang Pingping could no longer contain himself and inquired. Zhou Lin shook his head. Frozen meat? Dehydrated vegetables? Or fruits? Warm clothing? Feed. How much do you need? What? Wang Pingping thought he had misheard. Who in their right mind would hoard animal feed? Oh, right. The Zhou family had built their fortune on breeding. How could he have overlooked that? Do you have 5 tons? Wang Pingping tentatively asked. More than that. At most 1 ton, high-protein pig feed, fit for human consumption. 3 tons. That is impossible, absolutely impossible. So, you plan to appease a general with 2 tons of feed? Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali were somewhat incredulous. In their eyes, 2 tons of feed held little value. Under normal circumstances, those pigs would devour it in minutes. Times have changed. With a 35 protein content, it's a valuable commodity, Zhou Lin scoffed. feeling he was at a disadvantage. He would have to make another trip back to the countryside. How tiresome. Dad, that Wang Pingping revealed an important piece of information. What news? The sanctuary is engaging in soilless cultivation. Do we have a fertilizer factory in Jiazhou? No, Zhou Kaijun replied with certainty. I don't and Oppos, know much about fertilizers. And besides, we have no need to compete with the sanctuary, do we? It's not about competing, we need fertilizers too. Zhou Lin was thinking ahead. From the onset of the eternal night until 5 years later, the climate would be unsuitable for the cultivation of vegetables and fruits. When he risked his life to seize the fortune, he had envisioned implementing soilless cultivation aboard it. Once the snow melted and the environment stabilized, he could find a suitable place to deploy the fortune, transforming it into a stronghold for the family. However, by that time, Zhou Lin glanced at Wu Shui, who was engrossed in her studies. She truly was a diligent scholar, even in these circumstances, diligently poring over professional literature, occasionally gesturing as she recited passages. It was beneficial. The stronger Wu Shui's medical skills became, the more valuable she would be in the future. Zhou Lin had no intention of selling her skills, it was simply a fact. Outside, Sun Qinghao anxiously rubbed his hands together. He did not knock, but merely smiled at the camera. If no one in Zhou Lin's household noticed him, he would certainly wait, unwilling to disturb the esteemed figure lightly. It was cold, but he would endure. After all, he would not freeze to death. Humans possess a remarkable ability to adapt to their environment. Currently, the outdoor temperature hovered around -30 degrees, yet aside from the initial wave of cold, very few had succumbed to freezing, particularly among those under 30. As long as they had no underlying health issues, they had likely acclimatized to the low temperatures. Had it not been for the eternal night, they might have resumed normal outdoor activities. In the north, temperatures were even lower, in places like the desert of summer country. Nighttime temperatures could plummet to -70 degrees. Yet, some resilient individuals had even taken to drilling holes in the ice to fish. Sun Qinghao did not wait long before the blast door opened. Stepping into the Zhou household for the first time, he felt a mix of trepidation and caution. Greeting everyone with utmost respect, each person was a significant figure, deserving of his deference. From now on, you will stay in the tool room, tending to crops and raising chickens. Is that to your liking? Zhou Lin chuckled, patting Sun Qinghao on the shoulder. Thank you, esteemed one. This is truly my dream come true. Sun Qinghao spoke earnestly. Despite the unpleasant odors of the tool room, the security dormitory was hardly any better. Just remember, while food and shelter are provided, there will be no salary. Do not go to the labor department to report me in the future. Boss, you jest. After Zhou Lin outlined the important details, Sun Qinghao officially began his duties. Finally, no more cleaning rabbit droppings. How wonderful. Zhou Li licked an ice cream cone, her small tiger teeth visible as she beamed with delight. Wu Shui shared her happiness. The two sisters-in-law held remarkably similar views. It wasn't a disdain for hard work, but rather a simple desire to avoid labor in the tool room, which would impede their studies. Recently, Zhou Li had been self-studying knowledge in electricity and communications. She was aware that Zhou Lin planned to establish a base, and as the second in command, she needed to possess genuine skills to command respect. Everyone must remain vigilant, especially you two young ladies. Do not venture upstairs unaccompanied. If you require anything, have him leave it at the door, and we will retrieve it. Understood, Dad. Zhou Li and Wu Shui responded in unison. Hu Minjing, why is she here again? Zhou Lin frowned upon seeing the figure appear on the monitor. Chapter 66. The military uniform. As Huang Minjing arrived, Chang Yali was determined to extend a warm welcome. However, the more enthusiastic Cheng Yali became, the more pronounced the embarrassment in Huang Minjing's eyes. Once, Huang Minjing had assets exceeding 10 times that of the Zhou family, but now, please don't mock me, Sister Chang. We are out of coal at home, and our food supplies are dwindling. Huang Minjing spoke with an air of dignity, though she was concealing her true circumstances. While there were still some dehydrated vegetables available, one cannot subsist solely on vegetables. Even if she could endure, she would never allow her elderly mother to go hungry. Regarding the last batch of instant meals, wasn't it agreed upon for a 50-50 split? Zhou Lin thought Huang Minjing had reconsidered. Indeed, she wished to renegotiate, but not because she felt shortchanged. Rather, she was willing to relinquish a portion, proposing a fair division of the resources, with 50 packages per box and 2,000 boxes in total. Zhou Lin's journey could yield him 1,000 boxes of instant meals, 50,000 packages. In a couple of years, a single package could fetch a woman to bring home a genuine hard currency. If you're amenable, I would like to trade 500 boxes from my 1,000 in exchange for coal and other food supplies. Other food? While coal was useful, it wasn't as critical as many believed. In a maximum of 2 months, temperatures would rise significantly, leading to a steep decline in coal consumption. Eventually, there would be individuals mining coal in open pits for sale, and once the industrial demand ceased, the supply would be ample. As for other food supplies, they existed but could not be excessively shared. After all, the living space was limited. Staple foods, meats, and even seasonings were all options. Huang Minjing instinctively licked her lips, revealing that she had not savored anything truly flavorful in quite some time. We can discuss the exchange later. When do you plan to go? The sooner, the better. Ideally, you could provide me with some coal and food first. Trust me, no one besides myself knows where that batch of instant meals is stored, Huang Minjing hurriedly clarified. Fearing Zhou Lin might doubt her sincerity, I will deliver the coal and food shortly. Please provide me with the address for the instant meals. With more people venturing out and official teams collecting supplies, it has become rather troublesome. All right, the address is. The 2 garages are connected, and no one usually frequents that area. Huang Minjing spoke without a hint of hesitation, revealing the location of the 50 tons of instant meals, catching Zhou Lin off guard. At this point, surviving is more important than anything else. I cannot bear to watch my mother starve. Huang Minjing wiped away her tears, inhaled deeply, and forced a smile. Though devoid of makeup, her natural beauty surpassed that of many celebrities from the pre-apocalyptic era. Yet, this fleeting beauty could not distract Zhou Lin. After a decade of surviving in harsh conditions, he had learned to overlook a woman's appearance. A vase merely holds flowers. If there are no flowers, what use is the vase? Zhou Lin did not rush to deliver the supplies to Huang Minjing. After exercising for nearly 3 hours at home, he indulged in a hearty meal before finally dragging the sled outside. Wu Shui had seen the sled before. It could no longer be stored in the Lefenghao. 2 tons of coal, 500 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of flour, and 200 pounds of frozen meat. Huang Minjing was astonished as she watched Zhou Lin repeatedly carry in the supplies. Isn't anyone home next door? Zhou Lin inquired. Given his current physical condition, it was quite difficult for him to break a sweat. There was, but the last time the government shelter recruited people, they met the criteria and left. That's fortunate, Zhou Lin replied, worried that if so many supplies were piled at the door, someone next door might spy through the peephole, causing trouble later. With this batch of supplies, they should be able to endure until the end of winter nights. Winter nights, as referred to by the official terminology of the Xia Kingdom, had gradually been adopted by the populace. Are you leaving already? Huang Minjing asked, a hint of awkwardness in her eyes. I just wanted to ask if you would like to come in for a glass of water. It's rather cold. It has always been cold. I'm used to it. Zhou Lin tightened his cold weather gear. I'm leaving. Call if you need anything and lock the door. As he closed the door, Huang Minjing sighed deeply. Call only if it's urgent? I suppose I am getting older. What am I thinking? A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips as she steeled herself. It was time to add more coal to the stove. She needed to raise the room temperature above 15 degrees today, ensuring her mother wouldn't take off. And yes, she would stew some meat, add dehydrated vegetables, and boil a large pot of rice. In this apocalyptic world, what more could one desire when able to enjoy such meals? Unlike Zhou Lin's household, hers was not to be compared. Yet, despite the hardships, the nation had not ceased its efforts. The Jiazhu shelter had received a shipment of supplies from the provincial capital today, astonishingly delivered by airship. The low temperatures and poor air quality severely impacted aircraft engines. But airships were different. As long as the gas bags remained intact, the electric-powered fans could function normally, propelling the airship forward. However, currently, only the provincial capital of Bashu had envisioned and begun to implement airship transportation. Other regions lacked the capability or had no means to produce such ancient flying vessels. Zhu Guanghan stood in the biting wind, his eyebrows and eyelashes coated in frost, forcing him to squint. Yet he remained reluctant to return to the shelter for warmth. What is hope? This is hope. A long breath of white vapor escaped his lips, quickly dissipating in the cold wind, yet it left traces of existence in the world. Much like every person striving to survive. At the very least, heaven and earth would remember that he had once been here. Yi Xinxiu possessed significantly better physical conditioning than Zhu Guanghan, so no frost was visible on his face. To his surprise, the most abundant item in the first batch of supplies was radios, which reportedly consumed very little power. A single AA battery could last for several months. Why had he never heard of such a device before? Even if it existed, would you know how to use it? Zhu Guanghan retorted. True. It was similar to this device. It had long been obsolete. Perhaps only our country still had it. Why are we transporting radios instead of food? This reflects a national-level consideration. In the face of natural disasters, high technology falters, while radios, once only manipulated by the elderly, exhibit advantages absent in many high-tech communication devices. Power efficiency is one, and their signal reception capabilities are strong, requiring minimal resources to maintain radio stations. Finally, radios are low-tech, durable, easy to repair, and highly reusable. Immediately arrange for personnel to distribute them. We will keep 1,000 units at the shelter and distribute the rest to every community. Ensuring at least one radio in every building occupied by residents, Zhu Guanghan instructed the mid-level management around him. As the airship unloaded its cargo and began to ascend slowly, Yi Xinxiao and the other soldiers raised their hands in salute. Although their ranks far surpassed those of the soldiers aboard the airship, the bravery of those soldiers, who risked their lives to deliver supplies, warranted a solemn military salute from leaders like Yi Xinxiao. It was recognition and the embodiment of a soldier's romanticism. May they return safely. Absolutely. Wang Pingping's eyes glistened with tears. Within those soldiers, he saw a reflection of his former self. No. It was more accurate to say that donning the military uniform instilled a profound sense of sacred duty within his heart. Through mountains and rivers, amidst perilous trials, how could one falter? With unwavering resolve. If in the initial days following the disaster the most casualties were among the elderly and the infirm, now, the highest daily sacrifices were among the soldiers. Wherever there was a need, soldiers were destined to appear. In Xia Kingdom, that military uniform represented not only glory but also an unimaginable commitment and sacrifice. Chapter 67. Sun Chenhao longed for home. That Zhou Lin. I find him quite peculiar. Upon returning to the shelter, Wang Pingping eagerly reported to Yi Xinxiao. Apart from the two of them, only Yi Xinxiao's guard was present, allowing Wang Pingping to speak without reservation. Physically stronger than you? Yi Xinxiao expressed his surprise, well aware of Wang Pingping's capabilities. How could an ordinary person possess such strength? Moreover, I suspect he possesses an abundance of resources, which prompted me to investigate his background upon returning, and the findings were rather strange. You suspect that he holds more than 2 tons of fertilizer? It should be far more than that. This individual is exceedingly cunning. Commander, do you think it's possible he is not a normal person at all? Yi Xinxiao squinted, speaking directly. Commander, have you ever read those apocalyptic novels? Yi Xinxiao shook his head. He hardly had time for such things. However, he had heard the children at home mention them during meals, dismissing them as mere fabrications. What was Wang Pingping implying? I have investigated the Zhou family. Their behavior before the disaster was exceedingly abnormal, as if they had foreseen the calamity. Could it be that someone in their family possesses a special ability? If there is such a person in the Zhou family, I believe it must be Zhou Lin. Unless, of course, there is more than one. Since you think it's plausible, delve deeper, but do not inform Zhu Guanghan and the others for now. Wang Pingping nodded. Some matters must remain known solely to our military. I can divulge a little to you. This catastrophe may persist for several years, if not longer. Our military's next mission is to ensure the survival of human civilization, particularly that of our Xia country. Thus, if necessary. Though Yi Xinxiao did not finish his thought, Wang Pingping understood the implication. A flicker of reluctance crossed his gaze, yet he maintained his silence. Yi Xinxiao patted Wang Pingping's shoulder. We are soldiers, bound by duty while adhering strictly to orders. Additionally, I have another piece of news for you. It remains unconfirmed, but some research institutions believe that, With environmental changes, humanity may undergo mutations. Those with robust physiques and youth, like you, may have the greatest opportunity. As for me, I'm getting old. Mutations? Evolution? Wang Pingping pondered. Commander, do you think Zhou Lin could be one? Regardless of whether he is or not. Do not disclose this to others. If confirmed, report it. Refrain from unnecessary actions. Do not forget, besides natural disasters, we must also guard against man-made calamities. Anyone capable of holding a commanding position cannot be simple-minded. Despite being in his 50s, Yuxin Xiao's mind remains remarkably clear. His assessment of the current disaster is far more pessimistic than Zhu Guanghan's. Zhu Guanghan is undoubtedly an idealist. His unwavering optimism in the face of disaster keeps him tirelessly engaged. Yet, perhaps it is this very optimism that will ultimately lead to his downfall. Optimism is not inherently wrong. In this dire world, it can make existence somewhat more bearable, much like Sun Chenhao, who, despite the myriad tasks before him, always finds reasons to persist, even if it means conversing with the chickens and ducks for an hour or two. It seems you are faring well. Well, you are managing your tasks admirably. Arrange the food as you see fit, and let me know if supplies run low. Currently, the only one visiting the tool room was Zhou Lin. He did not come specifically to see Sun Chenhao. The generator required fuel. So he fetched 2 barrels from the fortune and tossed some instant food to Sun Chenhao, along with a box of dehydrated vegetables. Thank you, big guy. Thank you. Sun Chenhao exclaimed excitedly, quickly organizing the provisions. He had come to regard the tool room as his home, even more so than his actual residence, where he seldom took the time to tidy up. After refueling the generator, Zhou Lin surveyed the tool room. Some vegetables on the hydroponic rack were already ready for harvest, and Sun Chenhao was busy replanting seedlings to ensure the equipment was utilized. The young rabbits born a few days prior had grown quickly, no longer resembling tiny, naked creatures. Their eyes were open, and their ears had developed, frolicking about with joy. The chickens, ducks, and geese remained unchanged. Due to limited space, Zhou Lin had no immediate plans for hatching. When the Fortune base officially commenced operations, he intended to dedicate an entire floor to cultivation and breeding, necessitating careful planning on how to allow sunlight into the lower deck while maintaining temperature control. Winter nights were less than 2 months away. Reports suggested that in some areas, faint lights could be seen at noon, which was indeed encouraging. Some optimists had begun to celebrate, proclaiming that the cold night was soon to pass and dawn was approaching. While the first part of the statement held truth, dawn did not necessarily herald something beautiful. The plants and animals that perished during the winter nights would not flourish again simply because dawn had arrived. Their demise could have been caused by the winter night or perhaps even by the sun, which symbolized light. Perhaps the world possesses a compensatory mechanism after prolonged freezing. It requires an extended period of high temperatures to compensate. The imbalance lies in the fragility of most living beings that inhabit this world. If possible, Sun Chenhao smiled. I would like to see if I can contact my parents. Big guy, what do you think? Sure. Zhou Lin contemplated before agreeing to bring Sun Chenhao a phone capable of sending and receiving messages, akin to a stripped-down version of what Wu Shui used. It was evident that Sun Chenhao was intelligent, and given that he bore no deep-seated grudge against Zhou Lin or the Zhou family, it was improbable that he would jeopardize his life for revenge against Tang Yili. Thus, he was unlikely to engage in any treachery. Today, Zhou Lin needed to deliver feed to Wang Pingping. He did not intend to go directly to the shelter, as it was their territory. And who knew if Wang Pingping might set a trap for him? Finding a relatively neutral location, Zhou Lin placed bags of fertilizer in an empty room and sent Wang Pingping a location message. Before long, 5 tracked military vehicles arrived. Wang Pingping disembarked and greeted Zhou Lin before sending his men to unload the fertilizer. From this point on, we are even. If you need anything next time, trade with bullets or firearms. You have quite the audacity, daring to mention bullets to me? Wang Pingping chuckled, chastising him. After a few encounters, he was fairly certain that Zhou Lin could not be deemed a bad person, though he was not necessarily good either. However, in the adult world, things are rarely black and white. Aside from firearms and ammunition, is there anything else you can offer in exchange? Zhou Lin smiled, aware that Wang Pingping had some reservations, as many matters could not remain concealed in Xia. Yet, What good was suspicion? They could not simply dissect him based on doubts. Moreover, Wang Pingping might not even be able to capture him. Don't be foolish. The government will not allow firearms and ammunition to circulate among the populace. You are already a special case. Just as he was speaking, Wang Pingping's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 68. Has it been exposed? Don't ask, even if you do. I won't answer. Before Wang Pingping could speak, Zhou Lin swiftly cut him off. He had been pondering whether the issue lay with Su Ziyuan or Wang Pingping. It seemed likely that their esteemed individuals simply tended to forget. Wang Pingping's lips quivered, ultimately giving way to a long sigh. He recalled the revelation from the commander. When matters escalated to that point, would it even matter if the common folk possessed firearms? Moreover, Wang Pingping harbored a suspicion. Would the mutated creatures from apocalyptic novels truly manifest? In recent days, he had taken to voraciously consuming those narratives, finding an uncanny resonance between art and reality, albeit a reality far too brutal. Here we are, just the two of us. Could you speak honestly? HM? Seeing Wang Pingping adopt a brotherly demeanor momentarily disconcerted Zhou Lin, who retreated a half-step. What? Our relationship is hardly that close. I told you not to ask. I shall refrain from inquiring about bullets. Instead, I merely wish to know, did you only grow stronger after the apocalypse? Stronger? What strength are you speaking of? I have always been this way. Zhou Lin managed his expression well, at least he believed so, but Wang Pingping was no fool, having commanded troops numbering in the thousands. He was not easily deceived by Zhou Lin's feeble act. It seems my suspicions were correct. Wang Pingping stated solemnly, though you are not a soldier, I sense you are not a malevolent soul. I hope you wield your abilities wisely. One must care for oneself. Yet do not indulge in the senseless slaughter of the innocent. A beast hunts only out of hunger. So do not sink to a level beneath even that of a beast. I am uncertain of your meaning. All I know is that good people do not endure long. Zhou Lin shook his head, unwilling to acknowledge anything, nor could he. It is often said that with greater power comes greater responsibility. Yet Zhou Lin was reluctant to be the one to shoulder such burdens. One must care for oneself, as Wang Pingping advised. Zhou Lin merely acted accordingly. With the fertilizer loaded, Wang Pingping prepared to depart. Perhaps we shall meet again soon. I hope not. By the way, do you need a radio? No need. Yesterday, someone distributed radios in Lanshan community, free of charge, though the initial batch was limited, only 20 units for the entire community, essentially one per unit. For ordinary people, it could still prove useful. The central and provincial stations broadcasted round the clock. They provided disaster updates, missing person announcements, emergency measures, survival skills, and occasionally lighthearted comedy shows. Even movies and television dramas late at night, quite a rich assortment. Yet for Zhou Lin's family, it was of no use. Zhou Li had prepared extensively, and Zhou Lin found no utility in state-level news. As for Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali, their days were now spent either rigorously exercising or binge-watching shows. In Zhou Caiyuan's words, aside from the lack of sunlight and freedom, life was even more comfortable than before. As the vehicle drove away, Wang Pingping cast a lingering glance at Zhou Lin. For reasons unknown, that gaze made Zhou Lin feel as though his very being had been laid bare. How much did Wang Pingping truly know? Was he the sole bearer of this knowledge, or had others been informed? Zhou Lin felt a surge of anxiety. It seemed he must adopt an even more discreet demeanor moving forward. After watching Wang Pingping's convoy vanish, Zhou Lin turned and departed, heading to retrieve the 50 tons of instant food. Huang Minjing possessed a house in the suburbs. It was not in a villa district, somewhat lower in status. Yet the environment was pleasant. Each household comprised 2 or 3 stories, with garden spaces on the lower levels and terraces above. Even the underground parking was separated by iron gates, allowing each family exclusive access. After purchasing the property, Huang Minjing had never gotten around to renovations. She was too busy and deemed it unnecessary to disturb her mother, leaving it as is. Who could have predicted that disaster would strike so suddenly? Ultimately, the last batch of supplies was retained by Huang Minjing with a sense of trial. Locked away in her designated garage, the community was somewhat remote, but for Zhou Lin, who navigated on skis, the journey was manageable, taking just over an hour. The wide-open gates revealed an almost desolate scene. How many residents remained in this complex? It was hard to say, but certainly fewer than in Lanshan. In the darkness, Zhou Lin moved at a leisurely pace, eventually locating the designated number Huang Minjing had mentioned. This must be the place. Zhou Lin approached and touched the massive brass padlock. With a pinch of his fingers, the garage door swung open, revealing 3 small trucks parked inside. These vehicles were clearly overloaded. However, when Huang Minjing had driven them in, there were no road officials in sight, nor many traffic police to be found. The small trucks, rated for under 5 tons, bore 3 times their intended weight, bending under the strain that should not have been theirs to bear. Fortune smiled upon him. Gaining access to this garage was not particularly difficult. Even without Zhou Lin's physical prowess, a crowbar would suffice to achieve the same end. This suggests either the community had indeed dwindled in population or that no one perceived any value in automobiles under such circumstances. If vehicles held no purpose, who would care for the garage that housed them? There was simply too much. Zhou Lin had no choice but to revert to his voracious eating mode. While collecting supplies, he continued to consume. Initially, the pre-made burgers aboard the Laifu seemed abundant to the point of existential doubt, yet now he found them woefully insufficient. Who would believe he could devour 10 burgers in one sitting? As his evolution progressed, Zhou Lin felt capable of polishing off every last burger on the Laifu. Consuming burgers and cola, he prioritized high-calorie options, for none would critique his eating habits in this current state of affairs. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, Zhou Lin, albeit slightly dazed, returned to the Laifu. Once he had gathered all the instant food, he released the modified Xiaofeng. There was no time to return home tonight, as sleeping in an empty garage or a cramped truck offered no comfort. The 12-meter-long vehicle was furnished with all the essentials, far exceeding mere convenience. With warmth circulating and tea in hand, he could even indulge in a film for entertainment. The only regret he harbored was the absence of a space for exercise within Xiaofeng. Sleep beckoned. Noticing the hour was suitable, Zhou Lin prepared his bedding and washed up, then blissfully nestled into the covers, pure comfort. However, before he could truly drift into slumber, the alarm of Xiaofeng blared, signaling the approach of an individual outside. The infrared surveillance camera captured a figure clearly. A resident of the community? In such cold, are they out scavenging for supplies? Best not to seek trouble with me. Otherwise, yet, contrary to his wishes, trouble found him. Bang, bang, bang. The visitor did not hold back, rapping sharply on the door of Xiaofeng. Chapter 69. Relative Suddenly. The lights blazed to life, the intense brightness causing the figure at the doorway to instinctively retreat, as if seeking refuge in the shadows. Observing the scene through the monitor, Zhou Lin furrowed his brow. If he wasn't mistaken, he recognized his cousin-in-law, Yang Min. There were few relatives who usually interacted with Cheng Yali. Among them was his cousin Cheng Dong, who owned a renovation company. During festive occasions, their families would occasionally meet for a meal. Cheng Dong's successful business enabled him to purchase a residence in this neighborhood. Yet, why did Yang Min appear to be terrified? After dimming the lights, Zhou Lin alighted from the vehicle. At that moment, Yang Min had not fled, but rather huddled in a corner, arms wrapped around herself. Her scant clothing offered little protection against the biting cold. Cousin-in-law, Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin? Zhou Lin? The dazed Yang Min seemed to regain her strength upon hearing his voice. She staggered toward him, sobbing, "Hurry, help your uncle." Help Cheng Dong? Had something gone awry? Yang Min's condition was evidently abnormal. Zhou Lin noticed evident bruises on her face. Her hair disheveled, and her attire was in disarray, starkly contrasting with her usual polished appearance. Take it easy, Aunt. The beam of his flashlight was limited. But Yang Min appeared oblivious to the darkness as she dragged Zhou Lin along, nearly causing him to trip several times with her frantic pace. Nevertheless, she refused to slow down, murmuring, "Faster, faster, or it will be too late." The journey from the underground garage to Cheng Dong and Yang Min's residence typically took about 10 minutes. However, under Yang Min's manic insistence, they arrived in merely 4 or 5 minutes. Cheng Dong's home was a duplex, and as they approached, Zhou Lin noticed flickering lights through the glass windows. Someone inside was wielding a flashlight. Drawing nearer, he could hear voices emanating from within. The accents were distinctly foreign, not belonging to Cheng Dong, and at least 3 individuals were conversing. Yang Min seemed to have forgotten Zhou Lin. Rushing directly to the door, throwing it open and calling out, "Darling, where are you? That woman has returned. Perfect timing. Catch her. Xiao Duan. Go apprehend her. This family has so much stuff." Amidst the clamoring voices, Zhou Lin observed two figures lunging toward Yang Min, akin to ravenous wolves. He remained silent, sprinting forward while retrieving a military dagger from his waistband, a serrated, long, and wide blade. This dagger likely belonged to a soldier from a certain foreign country, distinct from their standard-issue bayonets. Zhou Lin was uncertain of its quality, however. It sufficed for his needs. As the assailants advanced, Yang Min instinctively halted, attempting to retreat but unable to control her body. The foremost figure almost grasped Yang Min's neckline, his laughter escaping his throat, only to be abruptly silenced as the dagger met its target, severing his breath. In the dim light, Zhou Lin stood like an avenging spirit between the attacker and Yang Min. No one could discern how he had appeared. They merely noticed a flicker of silver light. Xiao Duan. Reactions varied among the onlookers, but Zhou Lin paid them no heed. He retracted the dagger, glancing at the bloodied blade, and with an elegant motion, he swung the weapon once more. Xiao Duan Chapter 70. Love's lingering echo. The dagger appeared unwieldy in Yang Min's petite hand. Yet she gripped it with such force that the taut sinews were visible to Zhou Lin. He had anticipated her intentions upon handing her the weapon. What solace could surpass the act of personal vengeance? Deeming it unjust to deny her this, Zhou Lin's sole concern was to thwart any desperate countermoves by Zhang Jiaoyi. His foresight proved accurate. As Yang Min knelt, Zhang Jiaoyi attempted to seize her neck. Undeterred, she plunged the dagger with brutal force into his shoulder blade. Zhou Lin paused, Zhang Jiaoyi's hand recoiling before making contact, a primal instinct taking over. Yang Min then thrust the dagger into Zhang Jiaoyi's abdomen. This time, he faltered, his pleas for mercy echoing through the air. Zhou Lin lit a cigarette, a rare indulgence prompted by the scene unfolding before him. Each subsequent stab diminished Zhang Jiaoyi's cries, the coppery scent of blood thickening the air, seemingly suffocating even the tendrils of smoke from Zhou Lin's cigarette. Yang Min finally desisted, her form drenched in gore, splattered across her face, body, and hair. The congealing blood lent her an eerie, almost macabre appearance, her once delicate features contorted into a semblance of a composed lunatic. "Zhou Lin," she uttered, "upstairs. By the bed in the master bedroom, there's a safe. The passcode is, could you open it and retrieve the gold bars inside?" "No?" Zhou Lin furrowed his brow. Yang Min gazed at him, a smile gracing her lips. "Yes, let's take them and leave for your home." "All right." Zhou Lin scratched his head, recognizing the untenability of Yang Min remaining here, both for her safety and well-being. Such a tragedy was unforeseen, and Cheng Yali would undoubtedly be devastated. Yet, in this apocalyptic era, death was a daily occurrence, a consequence of either natural disasters or human depravity. Zhang Jiaoyi and his cohorts had evidently not yet ascended to the second floor to ransack the place, as everything appeared orderly, a testament to Yang Min's domesticity. The master bedroom was easily located, the safe concealed within the nightstand. Though compact, it was suitable for safeguarding valuables. Upon entering the code, Zhou Lin discovered documents, essential identification, a jewelry box, and several small gold bars. It was true, Chengdong was not affluent enough to amass larger denominations of gold. After pocketing 5 gold bars, Zhou Lin turned to descend the stairs, only to be met with an unsettling silence. His enhanced hearing detected no signs of life. Yang Min. She wouldn't have left, would she? Upon rushing into the dining area, Zhou Lin discovered Yang Min prostrate beside Chengdong. The dagger was embedded in her chest, the 30-centimeter blade buried to its hilt. What resolve, what force, must have been required to commit such an act? Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, Zhou Lin would have deemed it impossible for such a delicate woman to so ruthlessly end her own life. Yet, Yang Min's face bore no trace of pain. Nestled in Chengdong's embrace, a faint smile playing on her lips. So, love did exist in this world, after all, merely awaiting the right souls to intertwine. Perhaps Chengdong had not wished for Yang Min to join him, hence his desperate struggle against Zhang Jiaoyi and his men to allow her to escape. Had she not encountered Zhou Lin, Yang Min might not have sought death, her character dictating that she would have sought vengeance, clinging to life, even as a shell of her former self, until justice was served. Zhou Lin had granted her closure, allowed her to personally avenge her loved one. Therefore, there was no longer any need. Perhaps had they had a child, the outcome would have been different. But who could know? Zhou Lin wiped away the tears that had welled in his eyes and retrieved several bedsheets from upstairs. Regardless of one's belief in the supernatural, his aunt and uncle deserved a proper resting place, lest he face the wrath of Qing Yali. Thinking of Qing Yali, Zhou Lin retrieved the walkie-talkie and moved to the window. Dong Dong and Min Min are both. Qing Yali recoiled, tears streaming down her face, alarming Zhou Kaijun, who retreated upon receiving a glare from Qing Yali. Dong Dong and Min Min are dead. What? Zhou Kaijun exclaimed. Cheng Dong? Dead? Who did it? Min Min is also dead. Awa Qing Yali wailed, the sound echoing through the living room, prompting Wu Shui to rise to her feet, while Zhou Li remained composed, engrossed in her book. Lily. Mom is. Time reveals true character. You'll get used to it, sister-in-law. Zhou Li replied without looking up. Wu Shui reluctantly sat back down, resuming her reading of the ancient medical text. She had discussed with Zhou Lin the obsolescence of Western medicine in the wake of the collapse of modern industrial systems, while the use of natural remedies and traditional practices would become more relevant in this apocalyptic world. Along the banks of the Chunjiang River surrounding Jiazhou City, a roaring fire pierced the darkness. The biting wind intensified the flames as Zhou Lin watched Cheng Dong and Yang Min gradually dissolve, leaving behind a pile of ashes. Traversing the frozen Chunjiang River on foot led to Yunshao Mountain. Atop the mountain stood a secluded Taoist temple. Zhou Lin did not intend to enshrine Qing Dong and Yang Min's remains within the temple, but rather to enter them in boxes beneath the largest pine tree outside its walls. From a feng shui perspective, this location seemed auspicious, offering a commanding view. Zhou Lin had consulted Qing Yali, who had no objections. The first encounter with relatives after the apocalypse had become a farewell, leaving Zhou Lin feeling despondent. Instead of returning home, he revisited Cheng Dong and Yang Min's residence, intending to tidy up and dispose of the bodies of Zhang Zhaoyi and his men. However, to his astonishment, the corpses were gone. The dark brown bloodstains had frozen into layers of ice, visible at the entrance and in the dining area. It was impossible for Zhang Zhaoyi and his men to have risen and left on their own accord. This wasn't a zombie film. Numerous chaotic footprints marred the icy bloodstains, indicating that someone had entered the house, removed the bodies, and ransacked the place, particularly the kitchen, where cabinet doors were either ajar or wide open. And even the condiments had been disturbed. Were they neighbors from the community or outsiders? Or perhaps, Zhou Lin pondered and retrieved a UV flashlight, illuminating the bloodstained footprints. Following the trail, Zhou Lin arrived at another house. Standing before the staircase, Zhou Lin could hear voices emanating from the upper floors. It seemed everyone was up there. He wondered what they intended to do with the bodies. Could they be planning to eat them? Surely, things hadn't deteriorated to such a desperate state. Instead of using the stairs, Zhou Lin relied on his enhanced physical abilities to scale the outer wall directly to the third floor. Through the double-paned glass windows and thick curtains, Zhou Lin could hear numerous voices. Prying open the window and lifting the curtain, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. Chapter 71. The Mysterious Organization Madness. The temperature in the room was not high, yet the men and women present were clad only in shorts. The bodies of Zhang Zhaoyi and two others lay in the center of the room, surrounded by flickering candles. The half-clad individuals knelt in concentric circles around the corpses, their eyes half closed as they chanted in a language inaudible to Zhou Lin, resembling those in a trance. Even upon Zhou Lin's entrance, they remained oblivious to his presence. Zhou Lin contemplated leaving, wishing to avoid entanglements with these lunatics. However, as he turned, he caught sight of another candlelit room. On the wall opposite the door hung a white cloth adorned with an eerie pattern. This design bore a resemblance to a hexagram but had undergone several transformations, resembling a unique snowflake pattern. A flash of realization struck Zhou Lin. Was this not the fabled symbol of the mysterious organization? Prior to eavesdropping on AI Bing and Chao Bowen's conversation, Zhou Lin was already aware of this organization, which had begun to emerge into the open approximately 7 to 8 years after the apocalypse. It was said to have numerous formidable evolvers and supernatural beings, with its leader referred to as the Sect Master, possessing strength akin to that of a deity. Regardless of the Sect Master's true power, The organization's might was evident. Daring to confront government-sanctioned shelters, expedition teams, and law enforcement agencies in certain areas. Many claimed that this organization was composed of fearless lunatics, a notion Zhou Lin had previously found hard to believe. So, this was the embryonic form of that mysterious organization? Its origin? Who then was the sect master? Among the madmen in the Grand Hall, no distinctive individuals were apparent, nor could one discern hierarchies. Zhou Lin suspected they were merely ordinary followers, prompting him to explore the room further. In contrast to the brightness of the living room, the interior of the room appeared somewhat dim. Before reaching the doorway, Zhou Lin discerned the breaths of two individuals within, one light, one heavy, one slow, one fast. With another step, he detected a heartbeat akin to that of a normal person. Yet upon reaching the door, he found the other person's heartbeat conspicuously absent. Something was amiss. Just as Zhou Lin prepared to enter the room, the breath of one had vanished, and the previously normal heartbeat intensified. Had he been discovered? Without hesitation, Zhou Lin burst into the room. On the large bed against the wall, a man and a woman were separating. The frantic heartbeat emanated from the man, reflecting the terror etched on his face, while the woman, appearing to be in her 20s or 30s, scrutinized Zhou Lin with a piercing gaze. "Who are you?" Her voice was melodious, even more alluring than her appearance. "Leave first," Zhou Lin replied, gesturing towards the bewildered young man. "Go on, it's fine." The man, wrapped in a blanket, shuffled past Zhou Lin, leaving behind a trail of fragrance. "It seems you are not here to join us. How did you find your way here?" The woman casually rose, seemingly unbothered by her state of undress, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. At that moment, Zhou Lin could finally hear her heartbeat, slow yet imbued with a sense of power. This was no ordinary heartbeat or breath. Zhou Lin's mind was reeling with shock. He surmised that even if she were not a supernatural being, she was undoubtedly an evolver. "Blue Yaya, pleased to meet you. I have no desire to know you," Zhou Lin responded, pointing towards the living room filled with lunatics, questioning the character of their leader. Blue Yaya exhaled a plume of smoke. "So you think I'm a wicked woman? Oh, and regarding what you just witnessed. Very well, if you are unwilling, then be gone. I shall not keep you." "What is your supernatural ability?" Zhou Lin inquired suddenly. "What are you talking about?" Blue Yaya's tone turned sharp, and Zhou Lin felt a sudden sharp pain in his head, as if pierced by a needle, causing him to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Supernatural being. Mental attack. These two thoughts flashed through Zhou Lin's mind. Although his head throbbed, he relaxed, realizing Blue Yaya posed no real threat to him. Her abilities would merely cause discomfort, and as long as his will remain steadfast, he would be unharmed. Seeing Zhou Lin only retreat a couple of steps rather than collapsing in pain as she had imagined, Blue Yaya began to panic. Impossible. How could her abilities fail? Why was Zhou Lin not succumbing like those outside under her power? The reason was simple. Blue Yaya's abilities were still at a rudimentary level, insufficient to harm Zhou Lin, who had reached an intermediate stage. If her abilities were not of the mental type, the level suppression might not have been as pronounced. It could only be said that Blue Yaya was simply unfortunate. Her abilities likely worked flawlessly on others. The upgrading of supernatural abilities required repeated use, which consumed internal energy. And energy acquisition relied on sustenance. This adhered to the law of conservation of energy in the material world. The dilemma was that food was exceedingly scarce in the post-apocalyptic world. Blue Yaya sought to mold herself into a deity in the minds of those outside to have them gather food for her. Her original plan was to elevate her abilities to the intermediate level within 6 months, then assess the situation for further advancement. She never anticipated encountering Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin, armed with the knowledge of his previous life, understood the situation, while Blue Yaya lacked such foresight. The failure of her abilities left her flustered, and in a moment of desperation, she seized a knife hidden beneath the blanket. Kill. It seemed Blue Yaya had taken a life before, evident in her fierce gaze. Unfortunately, her physical prowess paled in comparison to Zhou Lin's, and she was swiftly subdued as he effortlessly seized her knife-wielding hand. As Zhou Lin gradually tightened his grip, Blue Yaya felt the pain intensifying in her captured right hand, as if it were about to snap or lose sensation altogether. However, she had no intention of surrendering easily. She abruptly lifted her left foot, aiming a kick at Zhou Lin's neck. It appeared she was trained, her movements precise and efficient. The absence of clothing was somewhat provocative. With precision, Zhou Lin grasped her ankle, then with a swift motion, hurled her toward the window. Ah! Blue Yaya cried out in midair, believing she would crash into the glass. Yet, in the next instant, Zhou Lin outpaced her, smashing the glass and turning to catch her midfall, not in a princess carry, but by firmly grasping one of her hands and one of her feet. The frigid wind, dropping to -30 or 40 degrees, rushed in, instantly coating Blue Yaya's hair with frost. Her previously fair complexion turned pale, her pores constricting under the cold, causing her fine hairs to stand on end and goosebumps to emerge in various places. Cold, cold, cold. Blue Yaya's teeth chattered, her eyes pleading. At this moment, the individuals in the living room finally reacted, rushing in like madmen. Yet, they arrived too late. Zhou Lin, holding Blue Yaya, leaped from the third-floor window. Chapter 72. She was not the leader. Boom. Zhou Lin leaped down the stairs, clutching Lan Yaya, the turbulent wind lifting the snow on the ground. Despite this, Zhou Lin's feet sank nearly to his knees. Lan Yaya, in his grasp, fared even worse. Her skin was now marked with faint shades of purple, a sign of ruptured capillaries due to the biting cold. At this moment, she could no longer utter a word, only gritting her teeth to avoid clashing them together. Above, the deranged individuals wished to pursue Zhou Lin, yet they were all disheveled, swaying with the gusts of wind, their initial fervor rapidly dissipating in the plummeting temperature. Some of the more resolute among them even began to waver in their admiration for Lan Yaya. Zhou Lin, however, had no intention of harming her. He sought to unravel the mystery of her abilities and whether the enigmatic organization had indeed possessed the ability orbs long before, as Chao Bowen had claimed. Now, with Lan Yaya as a lead, Yang Qiqi had become utterly irrelevant. In his previous life, everyone believed that the ability orbs descended from the heavens, a notion Zhou Lin had accepted without question. Yet, now, counting Lan Yaya, he had encountered at least 3 orbs. It seemed evident that even if these orbs did fall from the sky, they certainly were not a phenomenon that emerged 5 years after the apocalypse. After running for a while, darkness enveloped Zhou Lin and Lan Yaya completely. Even if those deranged individuals dressed properly and pursued them, they could never catch up. Zhou Lin released Lu Xiaofeng, pulling Lan Yaya into it. In the comforting warmth, she gradually regained consciousness, having fainted from the cold. Gazing at the opulent surroundings, Lan Yaya thought she was dreaming. "If you use your abilities on me again, I will throw you out," Zhou Lin said, sipping hot tea and nibbling on snacks. Where is this?" Lan Yaya inquired, a hint of trepidation in her voice, trying not to look at Zhou Lin, yet unable to resist stealing glances at his reaction. A normal person fears for their life, and so did she. When she discovered that her once invincible abilities were ineffective against Zhou Lin, she realized she could not afford to act recklessly. "Speak. How did the ability orbs come into existence?" He placed a steaming cup of milk before her. "Answer, and you shall have it. Is a cup of milk enough to threaten me?" A trace of disdain appeared at the corner of Lan Yaya's mouth. Yet her stomach gave an unmistakable growl. "And a fine hamburger from the United States." "Humph." Lan Yaya turned her head, adopting an air of dignity. 2 bags of chicken feet and a self-heating hot pot. "Deal. I want the hot pot first. Is it spicy?" Indeed, no woman could resist the allure of Sichuan hot pot. As she devoured the self-heating hot pot, Lan Yaya began to recount her life experiences, as if narrating the tales of another. This year, she was actually 35. And regardless of her attire, Zhou Lin felt she appeared much younger. Undeniably, fate had been kind to her, while her features alone might not be striking. Together they exuded a unique charm, complemented by her curvaceous figure and delicate, fair skin, particularly appealing to affluent men of middle age and beyond. At 18, she was taken from a hotel lobby by a 50-year-old man to a villa, and by 21, that man introduced her to his influential benefactor. Thus, she became a well-kept secret among the powerful men of Basha province. According to her, she had merely come to Jiazhu to unwind, never anticipating the apocalypse. As for her abilities, they came from a pearl bracelet gifted by someone else. Lan Yaya explained that prior to the apocalypse, the bracelet was ordinary. Until one winter night when she noticed one particularly bright pearl. Perhaps it was hunger or a fleeting whim. She thought to bite it, but upon swallowing it, Something miraculous occurred. Honestly, it's rather useless, she remarked, having already finished 2 self-heating hot pots. The appetite of an ability user was considerable, and she looked at Zhou Lin, still yearning for more. The hot pot is finished. Zhou Lin pushed a chicken leg hamburger toward her. Eat up. You'll need your strength for the journey ahead. Thud. The fragrant hamburger landed on the table, and Lan Ye's face turned pale. Why, you want to kill me? That thought did cross my mind. You possess too much knowledge and could pose a threat to me. If I let you go, you might amass a following to seek revenge. Zhou Lin shook his head. That won't happen. I assure you, I have no grand ambitions. I just want enough to eat, Lan Yu hurriedly replied. Fixing his gaze on her, Zhou Lin fell into contemplation. Mental abilities pose little threat to other ability users, but when employed against ordinary individuals or non-powered evolvers, they become a formidable weapon. From this perspective, Lan Ye still held value. The crux lay in whether she could be controlled. Is the pattern on your wall one you designed? Quite beautiful. The pattern? Oh, you mean the one on the white cloth? I didn't design it. It was him. Him? Yes, the owner of the house, my previous. Lan Ye trailed off, winking at Zhou Lin. Where did he go? Don't tell me he was the one in your bed just now. Impossible. Lan Ye wrinkled her nose. Such an action from a 35-year-old woman might seem pretentious, but she exuded a naive charm. He left shortly after the disasters began, claiming he had important matters to attend to and told me to wait at the house, assuring me he would return soon. He didn't even leave enough food for me. How could I wait for him? Should I turn into a zombie and await his return? According to Lan Ye, she was not the head of that mysterious organization, and that man might not be the leader either. Zhou Lin could not ascertain the truth of her words. If she was not lying, then the organization was indeed formidable. By the way, the pearl bracelet was a gift from him. Perhaps sensing Zhou Lin's murderous intent had waned, or merely wishing to indulge herself. Lan Ye continued to munch on the hamburger as she spoke. What is his name? You probably wouldn't know him. Many men around me are not well known on the outside, but each is more powerful than the last. I'm not referring to that aspect. Cut the chatter. Or you want to get to eat? Okay. His name is Chao Boding. Chao as in Chow Chow, Bo as in knowledge, and Ting as in courtyard. I'm not sure exactly what he does, but he is definitely not from Jiazhu or Bashu. He is very wealthy and talented, at least speaks 6 languages. For the sake of a meal, Lan Ye divulged everything she knew about Chao Boding. However, Zhou Lin absorbed little of it, his mind drifting to another name, another face. Chao Bowen, the deputy commander of the Ningnan Sanctuary, one of AI being S past pawns. Chao Boding, Chao Bowen. Just a single character apart, could there be a connection? If he had previously worried about finding something genuinely useful in Lan Ye's account, he could now rest easy. Yang Chi-Chi was utterly useless. Chapter 73. Shelter. The appearance of Lan Ye revealed 3 significant truths to Zhou Lin. The extraordinary ability orb he had procured from the automotive city could be utilized far sooner than the originally anticipated 5-year wait. The enigmatic organization was not a phenomenon that emerged solely in the aftermath of the apocalypse, and it was indeed plausible they possessed additional ability orbs. And he could potentially locate Chao Bowen, provided he first found Chao Boding. Fate, it must be said, is a curious thing. Had Huang Minjing not been willing to trade her hidden instant food for Zhou Lin, he would never have fortuitously encountered Yang Min, who had escaped from her home. This chance meeting led to the demise of Zhang Jiaoyi and his companions, and subsequently, the discovery of Lan Ye through their remains. Without encountering Lan Ye, he would have been unable to ascertain the orb's usability, nor would he have made any connections to Chao Bowen. Reflecting on Chao Bowen's clandestine actions at the Ningnan Sanctuary, they bore a striking resemblance to those of the mysterious organization, suggesting that he might be an undercover agent embedded within the governmental apparatus of Xia country. It was conceivable that Chao Bowen and Chao Boding were brothers or perhaps cousins. Zhou Lin was unaware of the ultimate objectives of this enigmatic organization in his previous life. He lacked the standing to comprehend such matters. However, he was acutely aware of the malevolent deeds attributed to them, including rumors of their hunting of ability users and evolved beings for live experimentation. If these rumors held any truth, the organization's essence could only be deemed wicked. Had there been no intersection between their paths, Zhou Lin might have chosen to remain uninvolved. Yet the likelihood that Chao Bowen was affiliated with this organization rendered peaceful coexistence impossible. As an undercover operative, Chao Bowen had achieved the rank of deputy commander at the Ningnan Sanctuary, indicating he was no mere foot soldier within the organization. Should he fall to Zhou Lin in the future, the organization would undoubtedly seek retribution. Conversely, Zhou Lin would never let Chao Bowen escape, thus sealing his fate to eventually confront the organization. Perhaps it would be prudent to disclose this information to the state, leveraging their power to eradicate the organization before it could fully manifest. Yet the dilemma remained, how to convey this message to the government. If the state was still oblivious to the existence of ability users and evolved beings, an entirely plausible scenario, how could Zhou Lin substantiate his claims, using himself as evidence? That was utterly unthinkable. Given the myriad uncontrollable risks involved, he would not court such peril. Thus, Zhou Lin resolved to consult with Zhou Li at the earliest opportunity, for her intellect surpassed his own. The immediate concern, however, was Lan Yeye. It was evident that this woman was far from ordinary. While it would be expedient to eliminate her, she might very well be the sole remaining ability user or evolved being in the world. Aside from Zhou Lin himself, a tragic loss indeed. You promised not to kill me. Perhaps sensing Zhou Lin's murderous intent, Lan Yeye looked at him with an expression of pitiful vulnerability, her red lips and lashes quivering slightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Truly, she had the makings of a favored darling among the elite. Her performance at that moment rivaled that of an Oscar-winning actress, augmented by an innate allure that would have undoubtedly overwhelmed Zhou Lin had he not endured a decade of apocalyptic trials. Though Lan Yeye spoke no words, her gaze seemed to beckon, silently conveying to Zhou Lin that he could do as he pleased, even if she might resist. Escape from his grasp was a mere fantasy. If you wish to survive, it would be wise to temper your defiance. It holds no value against me. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend, Zhou Lin muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose before stepping out of the vehicle. Why disembark in such frigid weather? Fortunately, he had no intention of allowing Lan Yeye to perish from the cold and provided her with a set of warm clothing. It must be said, this woman was a natural for fashion. Even bulky winter attire seemed to drape her form elegantly. As Zhou Lin exited the car, before Lan Yeye could acclimate to the chill, he swiftly rendered her unconscious. He could not allow her to witness the process of concealing Lu Xiaofeng's identity. The existence of ability users must remain a closely guarded secret. Should adversaries decipher its intricacies, it could easily become a death knell for those endowed with such powers. When Lan Yeye regained consciousness, it was to find herself outside the Lan Mountain community, where Zhou Lin intended to temporarily house her in Wu Shui's residence, necessitating some modifications to the property first. Follow me. You are not permitted to speak without my consent, he cautioned her. However, upon her arrival at the Zhou family home, the expressions of Zhou Kaijun and the others varied considerably. Who is she? She isn't yet another enemy of yours, is she? Cheng Yali circled Lan Yeye, her instincts warning her that the woman was far from harmless. Wu Shui maintained a tense expression, her gaze fixed on Zhou Lin. Should Lan Yeye have any connection to him, Wu Shui would sever ties without hesitation. She could not abide the presence of another woman by his side. At least not at this moment. How shall I put it? You may regard her as a significant individual, yet she is also my captive. Shue. I plan to make some alterations to your apartment to temporarily confine her. Very well. Although Wu Shui felt a twinge of displeasure. As long as her boundaries were not breached, she could still support Zhou Lin unconditionally. The modifications were not overly complex. The first step was to weld the main entrance of Wu Shui's apartment shut, followed by creating a circular opening in the corner of the living room, installing a locked iron door that Zhou Lin could secure, and finally designating a bedroom for Lan Yeye, ensuring she had adequate heating and insulation. What seemed straightforward proved to be no small task. Zhou Lin divided the labor accordingly. He would handle all physically demanding tasks, while Zhou Kaijun and his wife would focus on technical aspects like welding, running electrical lines, and cutting channels. Fortunately, with the absence of daylight, it was akin to having no night at all. As long as the neighbors did not complain about the noise, they could complete the work in one go. Zhou Lin left the finishing touches to Zhou Li, primarily the installation of surveillance cameras to monitor Lan Yeye's every move. Lan Yeye raised no objections to this arrangement. Faced with the grueling realities of an apocalyptic world and lacking the courage to end her own life, she found herself willing to accept anything for the sake of survival. What did surveillance matter, after all, when privacy and freedom were already distant memories? After a grueling 30-plus hours of labor, Zhou Lin finally collapsed into a deep slumber for over 10 hours, emerging refreshed. He had initially intended to deliver some instant food to Huang Minjing, but with 500 boxes, her home could hardly accommodate such a bounty. Thus, he would have to deliver it in portions. Moreover, as winter nights passed, the top floor of Lan Mountain would soon become uninhabitable, necessitating a move for Huang Minjing and her daughter, should they still be alive. That woman below insists on seeing you, and she is quite urgent. Wu Shui informed Zhou Lin as she brought him breakfast. She wishes to see me? When did this happen? She began gesturing in front of the camera 2 hours ago, yet refuses to divulge why. It cannot be. Wu Shui's eyes glimmered with curiosity, but Zhou Lin shook his head. Let me finish my meal, and we shall go together. Wu Shui's expression shifted from a cloud of jealousy to one of relief. She recognized that her possessiveness might have been excessive. Yet was this not a fundamental aspect of human nature? Could Zhou Lin accept her entanglements with other men? Certainly not. Upon opening the iron door between their two apartments and descending the ladder, Zhou Lin and Wu Shui reached the ground floor, where they were met by a visibly anxious Lan Yeye. Chapter 74. The unconventional role of mental abilities. It was evident that Lan Yeye was indeed anxious, more so than when Zhou Lin had captured her or even threatened her life. What was the matter? Speak plainly without resorting to physical actions. Zhou Lin stepped back, deftly avoiding Lan Yeye's attempt to grasp him. Wu Shui let out a cold snort and positioned herself in front of Zhou Lin, facing Lan Yeye directly. Don't misunderstand. Lan Yeye waved her hands. I have a terrible feeling. Both Zhou Lin and Wu Shui were perplexed. What could a terrible feeling possibly mean? In this apocalyptic world, who could honestly claim to feel good? That's not what I meant. Zhou Lin, are you sure you want her to know? Lan Yeye glanced at Wu Shui, igniting her ire. What secrets do you two share that I cannot know? Upon seeing Wu Shui's expression, Zhou Lin understood that there was no way to brush this off. He surmised that what Lan Yeye intended to reveal was likely related to her abilities. Speak, he urged, rubbing his temples. Last night, shortly after I fell asleep, I had a dream. A dream? Is that worth mentioning? Zhou Lin's face slightly changed. Ordinary individuals certainly dream, and even those with abilities or mutations are not exempt. However, certain psychics seldom dream, or rather, they do not do so lightly. It is said that whenever a psychic dreams, it often pertains to impending events. What did you dream about? Ignoring Wu Shui's astonishment, Zhou Lin inquired gravely. An earthquake. Lan Yeye trembled. A massive earthquake. Where? Here. I even saw this building swaying precariously during the quake, with enormous fissures appearing in the ground, and some structures being swallowed whole. Did you see any places that are safe? Zhou Lin did not naively ask Lan Yeye if she knew the exact timing of the earthquake. Typically, one cannot ascertain time within a dream. Yes. Lan Yeye's eyes widened as if recalling something, and she eventually described the safe locations surrounding Jiazhu City that she had seen in her dream. However, upon hearing her description, Zhou Lin was taken aback. Wasn't that the area around the Zhou family's farm? So, they were considering moving back there? In his previous life, Zhou Lin had never heard of Jiazhu or the entire Bashu region being affected by an earthquake. At that time, he was scouring the deep market with AI Bing and Tang Ili for food, exhausted every day yet never able to satisfy his hunger. Without the ability to communicate with others and lacking official information, how could he possibly know what transpired over 1,000 kilometers away? So, did his parents and younger sister perish at the onset of the apocalypse, or were they victims of the impending earthquake? Or perhaps they succumbed to the subsequent floods, plagues, or oppressive heat? At this thought, Zhou Lin couldn't help but slap himself. How utterly despicable. He would soon deal with Yang Qiqi. What on earth are you talking about? Wu Shui's intuition told her that Lan Yeye was not jesting with Zhou Lin, but how could a dream be considered prophetic? Observing Zhou Lin's demeanor, it seemed he actually believed her. Had he been enchanted by this woman? May I attack her once? Lan Yeye suddenly proposed. No. Zhou Lin shook his head. Who could fathom if Lan Yeye aimed merely to demonstrate the existence of mental abilities to Wu Shui, or if she was stealthily implanting something in Wu Shui's mind? He could neither sense nor inspect it. Nevertheless, Zhou Lin had a more effective method to prove his point. He led Lan Ye and Wu Shui directly downstairs to the property management office. Recently, Xiao Hang had been enjoying a rather comfortable life. He hardly needed to worry about supplies. As long as he fulfilled Zhou Lin's directives, everything was provided. As a result, Xiao Hang had begun to seriously doubt his role as the protagonist, occasionally pondering if Zhou Lin were the true main character, the one possessing vast resources stored within a dimensional space. Xiao Hang firmly believed that Zhou Lin indeed had a dimensional space, yet he was uncertain if it contained light, springs, soil, or anything that could sustain life. Wasn't that what novels often depicted? Boss, you've arrived. In Zhou Lin's presence, Xiao Hang became noticeably more obsequious, almost akin to an eager sycophant. Zhou Lin frowned, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Where is that woman? Here, alive and well, eating 4 meals a day. 4 meals? Wu Shui expressed her discontent. She didn't even receive such treatment. Why should she? The boss specifically instructed that nothing less than 4 meals would suffice. Xiao Hang counted on his fingers. 3 meals at set times during the day and 1 at night for in total. Get lost. Understood, boss. In the corner. Yang Chi-Chi had long since heard Zhou Lin's voice. However, she was genuinely frightened. 4 meals a day, although they were merely bamboo strips that could not kill her, they were excruciatingly painful. The key was that Xiao Hang, that brute, applied medicine to her wounds but never allowed them to heal completely. The sensation of bamboo striking freshly healed skin was more agonizing than tearing flesh. Just let me die. Yang Chi-Chi averted her gaze to the wall, refusing to look at Zhou Lin. Fine. Wait. What did you say? You want to kill me? Yang Chi-Chi turned abruptly, her filthy face reflecting so be it. It is thus. While vengeance must be sought, the living hold greater significance, whether they are kin or adversaries. Chapter 75. The earthquake approaches in the Zhou family. Everyone gathered around the dining table, their gaze fixed intently on Zhou Lin. I have a space. Zhou Lin began, but Wu Shui, arriving late, nodded in understanding, empathizing with the situation. To elaborate, Zhou Lin described his space as a form of extraordinary ability, revealing that Lan Ye was the first person he had encountered with such a power, a mental ability that could influence the thoughts and actions of ordinary individuals to a certain extent. After elucidating the nature of this extraordinary ability, Zhou Lin finally broached the subject of the impending earthquake. This was a unique facet of mental abilities, although dreams were uncontrollable. The success rate exceeded 90%. Lan Ye had dreamt of something ominous the previous night. Upon hearing Zhou Lin recount the dream, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali turned pale. An earthquake capable of devastating the Lanshan community, did that not imply their demise? In the frigid, snow-laden landscape, lacking a sanctuary was akin to awaiting death. The only solace was that Zhou Lin possessed a space to store supplies, ensuring they would not suffer from a lack of food and necessities. She mentioned the farm is safe, but it is already buried in snow. Should we not dig out the house now? Cheng Yali inquired. Zhou Lin nodded in agreement. Generally, the timing of a mental ability user's dreams could not be precisely determined. Lan Ye had merely sensed that something would occur soon. Zhou Lin's anxiety stemmed from the fact that Lan Ye's dream still depicted a landscape shrouded in snow, with less than 2 months remaining until winter's end. Thus, if a significant earthquake were to manifest, it would inevitably happen within that time frame. Just as everyone thought Zhou Lin had concluded, he produced an exquisitely crafted metal box. This is an ability orb. Whether it can be integrated, and what powers it might grant upon fusion, remains uncertain. You all may give it a try, starting with Lily. The younger one is, the higher the likelihood of successful integration. Unfortunately, in this apocalypse, those willing and able to bear children are exceedingly rare. I don't want to, came the unexpected response from Zhou Li, who declined to be the first to try, citing her aversion to unpredictability. Zhou Lin glanced deeply at her, then placed the ability orb back on the table. Shui, it's your turn. Both Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali urged. Me? Wu Shui felt taken aback yet profoundly touched. Though she was a scientist and an avowed atheist, this did not hinder her from grasping the orb's significance. The couple's willingness to offer her such an opportunity conveyed their immense trust and affection. Dad, Mom, thank you. Time was of the essence, so Wu Shui Suppressing her emotions, expressed her gratitude to Zhou Kaijun and his wife, then followed Zhou Lin's instruction to pick up the orb, resembling a luminous white pearl. Zhou Lin. Should I try putting it in my mouth? The method of activating the ability orb was not uniform. Lan Yeye had inadvertently activated hers by placing it in her mouth, and Zhou Lin believed Wu Shui could attempt the same. Wu Shui complied, yet the orb remained inert. Zhou Lin shook his head slowly. It seemed Wu Shui was not destined to connect with this ability. Understanding. Wu Shui took the orb to wash it before handing it to Chang Yali. It's all right. There will be more opportunities in the future. I promise you will become an ability user, Zhou Lin comforted, enveloping Wu Shui in his embrace. Before he could finish, Zhou Caijuan's exclamation interrupted them. Wife. Wife, you. A brilliant light erupted from Chang Yali's hands, as if she held not a mere orb, but a sun. Is it activated? Did it really activate? The commotion was so intense that, had the living room's windows not been sealed, onlookers outside might have thought day had broken. Fortunately, though blinding, the light posed no harm to the eyes and faded within a few seconds. The ability orb vanished from Chang Yali's grasp, leaving her in a daze. Honey, are you all right? Zhou Kaijun, at Zhou Lin's gesture, cautiously patted Chang Yali's shoulder. Chang Yali jolted awake, her face alight with excitement as she shouted, Son, it worked. It really worked. The volume of her voice overwhelmed all, even Zhou Lin, who winced at the piercing sound. Surely, her newfound power wasn't related to sound waves, was it? Sound wave amplification. Son, my ability can. Zhou Lin interjected, do not disclose the specifics of your ability or its uses to anyone. He glanced at Wu Shui and Zhou Li, aware that certain abilities could compel one to speak the truth. It was not a matter of distrust, but rather a protective instinct. Zhou Li shrugged. Mom, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Speak softly from now on. I'm already deafened. Mom, you need to strengthen your training. Ability users are inherently evolved beings. Once you evolve, your physical attributes will improve, and diligent training can enhance your abilities further. This is what you should know. Do not share it with others, especially. Zhou Lin indicated downstairs, where Lan Yeye remained blissfully unaware. Unfortunately, my ability is of little use against earthquakes. When shall we begin moving? With newfound abilities, Chang Yali felt invigorated about the future. Without the precise timing of the earthquake known, it was prudent to relocate as soon as possible. The family divided tasks and set to work. You say ability users are inherently evolved, yet not all evolved beings are ability users. Thus, ordinary people can also become evolved, right? So even without an ability, I can still become an evolved being like you? In the room, Wu Shui inquired as she organized her belongings. Now, Zhou Lin no longer needed to conceal the truth. He effortlessly loaded Wu Shui's packed boxes into the truck. Indeed, however, for an ordinary person to evolve, their physical condition must meet a certain threshold. I am unsure of the exact measurements, but it may require a significant stimulus, whether mental or physical, to surpass a particular limit. I understand. Don't worry. I will strive for it, Wu Shui declared, clenching her fist. Zhou Lin affectionately patted her cheek. Rest assured, I will ensure no harm comes to you. But we face not only human disasters, but also natural calamities. What if the earthquake strikes now? Zhou Lin was about to caution Wu Shui against her ominous words when he felt the ground tremble beneath them. An earthquake? Lan Ye's dream has manifested so soon? Zhou Lin swiftly pulled Wu Shui into his embrace, urging her to flee outside. Lily. Lily. The stairs to the second floor creaked ominously, as if they might splinter under the tremors at any moment. Everything around them swayed, and the once sturdy floor rippled like waves. Unsecured items cascaded to the ground, crashing with a cacophony of sound. Chang Yali's voice rose above the chaos from upstairs. Zhou Lin. Lily, where are you? Come to Mom. Hurry. In the master bedroom. Chang Yali cradled her diminutive husband, shielding him with a thick pillow, embodying a pillar of strength, determined to protect her family at all costs, even if the sky were to fall. Chapter 76. Tent-dwelling. The earthquake struck swiftly and departed just as quickly. Before Zhou Lin could locate Zhou Li, the tremors ceased. Is it over? Wu Shui asked, still shaken. It should be. Zhou Lin hesitated, uncertain about the possibility of aftershocks. The priority was to evacuate. They abandoned all non-essential items, and under Zhou Lin's urging, Yali and her companions quickly descended the stairs. In the tool room, Sun Qinghao looked at Zhou Lin with tears streaming down his face. The earthquake had nearly terrified him to death. Although it had stopped now, the boiler pipes were damaged. The generator was offline, and even the hydroponic pipes were swaying precariously, with liquid fertilizer spilling everywhere. Take your belongings and find my dad downstairs. Zhou Lin decided to give Sun Qinghao another chance, acknowledging his efforts despite the lack of significant contributions. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin waved his hand, temporarily relocating the entire tool room to the deck of the Leifuhu, leaving behind only a large cage wrapped in thick blankets to protect the poultry from freezing. If they ultimately suffocated, it would simply be a matter of bad luck. After tidying up the tool room, Zhou Lin sought out Lan Yeye, dragging her out from beneath the bed. Is this the scene from your dream? Lan Yeye shook her head. No, far from it. Zhou Lin cursed under his breath as he pulled her downstairs. A large crowd had gathered below. Anyone capable of walking dared not remain upstairs, uncertain if another quake would follow. Indeed, there had been subtle aftershocks, though no one had noticed. Here it comes again. It's moving. A stronger aftershock sent everyone spiraling back into fear. Zhou Lin. Huang Minjing emerged from the throng, dragging her elderly mother with her. Sister Cheng. Minjing, are you all right? Cheng Yali warmly assisted Huang Minjing's mother. Their bond strengthened through shared cards during the apocalypse. This place is uninhabitable now. I saw cracks appearing in the ceiling. Though anxious, Huang Minjing maintained her composure, whispering in Zhou Lin's ear. Zhou Lin did not respond, tacitly agreeing. What are your plans moving forward? He hesitated, reluctant to allow anyone to join them, yet Huang Minjing and her mother's situation was unique. Son, come here. Xing Yali beckoned. And upon Zhou Lin's arrival, they whispered together. Minjing, if you don't mind, you can come with us, but I need to clarify a few things, Cheng Yali stated. Sister Cheng, you can ask anything. I'll comply. Huang Minjing, wise and experienced, was determined that only by following Zhou Lin could they secure a better future. Cheng Yali served as a vital link, earning Huang Minjing's respect and trust. As the crowd swelled, Zhou Lin gestured, let us move. Without snowmobiles. He instructed Huang Minjing's mother and the less agile Lan Yeye to sit in the sled, while he feigned retrieving some ski gear from the basement. Surprisingly, Wu Shui turned out to be an adept skier, and Zhou Li quickly mastered the skill under her guidance, living up to her reputation as a prodigy. As an entrepreneur, Huang Minjing had also learned to ski, while Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali could only manage to sit on a makeshift board together. Brother, are you leaving? Xiaoheng hurried after them, eyes wide with hope. Yes, our roof is cracked. Zhou Lin wanted to avoid delays since they had little supplies. And if someone returned upstairs to find it empty, it was better to leave sooner. Can I come with you? Xiaoheng pleaded. It's inconvenient for me right now. Let us do this. If the situation permits later, I'll contact you, and you can join then. But, no buts. Zhou Lin glanced around and lowered his voice. Remember, don't linger indoors. Carry enough food and water. Use the walkie-talkie to reach me. You must find me once you're settled. Xiaoheng, left with no choice, waved a reluctant goodbye. Through the pristine white snow, the group advanced slowly. The sled and makeshift board were cumbersome, but the skis eased their progress, preventing them from sinking into the snow. Normally, the journey from the city to the farm took about 20 minutes without traffic, yet they spent 4 exhausting hours traversing the landscape. I'll set up a couple of tents first, then start digging. In a concealed area, Zhou Lin erected tents for the group, settling them down before they succumbed to fatigue. Once they were asleep, he retrieved an excavator from the warehouse. Digging manually through several meters of snow would take an eternity. Just as he prepared to start digging, a figure suddenly emerged, lifting the layers of tent flaps. Planning before acting? Are you foolish? Zhou Li yawned, still with remnants of sleep in her eyes. What do you mean? Oh, brother, your mind is truly muddled. Have you not considered that being buried under snow is rather advantageous? Advantageous? Zhou Lin pondered her words, realizing the truth. The catastrophic earthquake that Lan Yeye had dreamed of had yet to arrive. Being snow-covered meant protection. If luck was on their side, they might escape significant damage. However, unearthing it could lead to disaster. So, are you suggesting we wait until after the earthquake to dig? The uncertainty of the earthquake's timing loomed large. Where would they stay if they didn't excavate? Would everyone crowd into the tents? Right, the Luxia Feng. Zhou Lin revealed the location of the Luxia Feng, situated in the front yard of the original house. Even if the snow shifted during the quake, it would not crush the house. Wow. Zhou Li circled the 12-meter-long Luxia Feng, satisfied. It's mine now. Zhou Lin ignored her and unveiled a converted bus-style RV, which rivaled the Luxia Feng in size and utility. Since you're awake, lend a hand. Relying solely on the RV's insulation could fend off the cold. Yet maintaining the internal temperature would consume vast amounts of energy. Zhou Lin's plan was to erect an additional layer of tent around the RV. When the others awoke to find both tents in the RV, they were left in awe. Darling, I dug it out from the yard last night. Don't worry, it's all usable. With 2 RVs and a large tent, Cheng Yali, Wu Shui, and Huang Minjing settled into the Luxia Feng, while Zhou Kaijun, Zhou Lin, Sun Qinghao, and Lan Yeye occupied the RV. I refuse. Among them, only Lan Yeye voiced her dissent. Zhou Lin glanced her way. Oh, then I shall find you another spot. Chapter 77. The mysterious message. Lan Yeye initially believed that Zhou Lin was captivated by her charm. However, as Zhou Lin led her to a secluded spot far from the RV and began to dig in the snow with a shovel, comprehension dawned upon her. No need for that. I think you've arranged everything quite well, she protested. Are you not feeling wronged? Zhou Lin persisted while continuing to excavate the snow. Not at all, truly not. I've already stated that I'm not feeling wronged. Why do you keep digging? Zhou Lin chuckled. If we don't dig a proper pit, how will we manage the waste later? Especially with a major earthquake looming. Who can guarantee we won't end up tumbling into it? That would be utterly revolting. Lan Yeye felt particularly aggrieved as Zhou Lin insisted she assist in digging the pit. I haven't done such menial labor since I turned 18. And what of it? Zhou Lin set down the shovel and glanced skyward. Can you see clearly? Where? Lan Yeye scanned her surroundings. Don't look at the tent, aside from the illuminated areas. What else can you see? How can I see clearly? Though I've masqueraded as a cat, I am not one. Do you lack night vision? Zhou Lin nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Once satisfied with the depth of the snow pit, Zhou Lin laid down a thick waterproof membrane and escorted Lan Yeye back to the tent. Given the imminent threat of an earthquake, the tent contained only a few small camping stoves, which provided reasonable warmth, albeit requiring firewood every 3 to 4 hours. As Zhou Lin began his rest, chaos reigned in the city's official shelters. The earthquake registered at a magnitude of 6.5, with aftershocks reaching as high as 5. Zhu Guanghan, his head bandaged, perused the latest documents under the flickering light of a gas lamp. His luck had run dry. When the earthquake struck, the light fixture above him had fallen, striking his head. Fortunately, the bulb remained intact. Otherwise, the situation would have been far worse. Old Yi, what is the casualty count? Yi Xinxiao, his hair adorned with icicles, entered, his expression grave. Several work sites that were underway have collapsed. At least a few hundred are buried beneath. Wang Pingping and his team are currently digging, hoping to rescue more. Zhu Guanghan sighed deeply. In addition to those trapped in the rubble, the shelter was overwhelmed with injured individuals, compounded by a dire shortage of medical personnel and supplies. Many injuries remained untreated. Fortunately, the cold temperatures mitigated the risk of infection. Otherwise, the situation could have been catastrophic. Commander, we VE received an urgent telegram from the provincial government. Another urgent message? Zhu Guanghan felt a surge of anxiety as he took the telegram, tears welling in his eyes. Jiazhou City has reached a magnitude of 6.5 at the epicenter. It's devastating. The provincial government estimates the death toll could exceed 10,000. The most critical issue is that, aside from ourselves, no one can provide assistance. Natural disasters are not terrifying. No one can dictate where calamity will strike. However, in Xia country, when disaster-stricken citizens see those green-clad figures, they feel a sense of security and warmth. Yet now, winter nights severed the roads, and volcanic ash grounded the plains. Even if they wished to provide aid, one could not rely solely on their legs to traverse the distance. Before Zhu Guanghan could finish speaking, Yixin Xiao's guard entered urgently. Commander, emergency orders. Read them. Yixin Xiu lit a cigarette, as if already anticipating the content. Your unit is to swiftly assess local casualties and the required rescue efforts. If you have the capacity, report immediately for the command to organize support to the epicenter. After the guard finished reading, Yixinxi remained silent. But Zhu Guanghan could no longer contain himself. What? We are also a disaster area. How can we? Furthermore, how will you reach there? Run. Old Zhu. Disasters have varying degrees of severity, and matters require prioritization. What is wrong with running? Our forebears traversed the grasslands and scaled snow-capped peaks on foot. The soldiers exist for the people. If the people are in need, reply that we can send half of our personnel to the epicenter. Please provide guidance from higher command. Old Yi, you. Sigh. Zhu Guanghan stomped his foot, realizing that no amount of protest would change anything. Although he had been appointed as the commander, Yixinxi was merely the deputy commander, and military affairs were beyond Zhu Guanghan's purview. What about the follow-up work for our half of the personnel? Zhu Guanghan muttered, while Yixinxi calmly replied, we can endure a little longer. A bit of cold and hunger is merely discomfort. It doesn't equate to losing our lives. However, over there, even a minute's delay could cost several lives. Old Zhu, how would you decide? Zhu Guanghan waved his hand, sighing deeply. None of this is easy. It's all difficult. Wang Pingping will stay to assist you. I will personally lead the team over. Yixinxi stood, bracing himself on his knees, preparing to leave. Before Zhu Guanghan could react, Wang Pingping entered, lifting the curtain. Commander, I have just received news that you may wish to hear. Speak. Though pressed for time, Yixinxi could afford a few minutes' wait. Wang Pingping produced a special phone and began to play a recording. The synthesized voice resonated ominously. Shelter command, I bring you a message. Believe it or not. But it is in your best interest to accept it without doubt. The apocalypse has arrived, and anything is possible. What I am about to say is crucial. Those who receive this message must relay it to your commander. Otherwise, you will be deemed a traitor to the nation and its people. The voice's grandiose tone elicited skepticism from Zhu Guanghan, while Yixinxi simply smiled, urging him to listen further. This is merely the beginning. A greater earthquake is imminent in the near future, a super earthquake. 80% of Jiazhou City's structures will be destroyed. If preparations are not made, many lives will be lost. Gather supplies from the buildings while you still can. Once the earthquake strikes, retrieving anything will be impossible. With that, the recording concluded. Zhu Guanghan scoffed. How naive. The country cannot predict earthquakes. Why should we heed such alarmist claims? Besides, having just experienced an earthquake, isn't it said that once energy is released, the danger subsides? How can another quake follow so soon, let alone be more severe? Old Yi, I see no reason to take this seriously. Yixinxi did not respond immediately, instead focusing intently on Wang Pingping. Why do you think it necessary for us to hear this? He understood Wang Pingping's nature. Unless the recording had significant importance, she would not have brought it forward. The recording itself is unremarkable. It has undergone random synthesis, and our current devices cannot restore it. However, one aspect astonishes me. What is the secret? Speak quickly. We're all busy here, Zhu Guanghan interjected, somewhat irritated. Commander, it pertains to certain military secrets. Wang Pingping hesitated until Yixinxi nodded for her to continue. Do you remember the incident involving the USS Theodore Roosevelt before the disaster struck? What does the Roosevelt have to do with this recording? Zhu Guanghan inquired. Yixinxi, seemingly struck by a realization, whispered, this recording was sent by the Theodore Roosevelt? Not exactly. Wang Pingping shook her head. But our electronic warfare experts received the recording simultaneously with the identification code of the Theodore Roosevelt, both perfectly synchronized. Identification code? How is that possible? We are in Bashu. Even the composed Yixinxi could not maintain his calm demeanor at that moment. Chapter 78. A pair of little rivals. Do you think the command center will believe it? Zhou Lin and Zhou Li sat by the stove. The breeze cannot read. Do not disturb me as I read. Zhou Li glared at Zhou Lin with impatience. The matter had been resolved. Whether they believed it or not was their concern. This was what one called doing one's utmost, and leaving the rest to fate. Zhou Lin was merely an ordinary person, neither a deity nor a Buddha. Was it really necessary to fret so much? So many lives at stake. When it came to settling scores, Zhou Lin was unyielding. He could even wield deadly force against those not of his kin, but when it concerned innocent compatriots, He simply could not match Zhou Li's indifference. What is a person? What is life? Mountains are not mountains. Little sister, I did not provoke you. Not far away, Lan Yeye, who was helping Qing Yali pick vegetables, caught a glimpse of Zhou Li out of the corner of her eye. She misheard. Zhou Li had said, mountains are not three, largely due to the Sichuan accent. Humph, a line of white egrets soaring in the azure sky. While a lowly person stands before me, do not think that just because you possess powers, you can act arrogantly. It won't work in front of me. Little girl. Lan Yeye was incensed and abruptly stood up. If it weren't for your brother and your mother protecting you, I could ruin your social standing in an instant. Do you believe that? As the two began to quarrel, Qing Yali and Zhou Lin initially paid it no mind. Neither anticipated that Lan Yeye would explode like a firecracker in front of Zhou Li. Zhou Li coldly scoffed, urging Lan Yeye to come at her. Lan Yeye truly unleashed her powers upon Zhou Li. Only after the abilities had been expended did she suddenly realize that if anything happened to Zhou Li, Zhou Lin would tear her apart. Lan Yeye, are you out of your mind? Zhou Lin exclaimed, still beside Zhou Li. His hand poised barely a centimeter from Lan Yeye's cheek as he spoke. It was only a matter of several meters. Yet Zhou Lin had not taken even a second to react. Before the slap could land, a strong gust of wind swept Lan Yeye's hairpin away, leaving her dark tresses wildly flying about. Is that all? Zhou Lin halted, turning to scrutinize Zhou Li. Are you certain you're unharmed? No, it cannot be. Lan Yeye could hardly believe it. She had not held back in her fury. Even an evolved being might have been struck. Yet how could a mere girl like Zhou Li withstand such force? The fact spoke volumes. Zhou Li's disdainful expression left Lan Yeye feeling utterly helpless for the first time after obtaining her powers. Zhou Lin had almost been taken down by her once. You are not human, are you? You are not human. You are worthless. Zhou Li pouted, seemingly disinterested in further conversation with Lan Yeye as she resumed her reading. For a time, Zhou Lin could not comprehend why Zhou Li was utterly unfazed by Lan Yeye's mental powers. Perhaps it had something to do with her intelligence? After the earthquake had passed, he would have the opportunity to test it. Even so, he imposed a punishment on Lan Yeye, 24 hours without food. For an ordinary person, 24 hours without food might be bearable, but for Lan Yeye, who had just expended her powers, it was excruciating. While everyone else enjoyed their meals in the RV, Lan Yeye could only sit outside, pitifully clutching a handful of snow, occasionally licking it. However, the more she did so, the more her stomach churned. As if her gastrointestinal tract were staging a revolt. If they did not feed her soon, it felt as though she would be consumed by her own hunger. No one dared to express a hint of sympathy for Lan Yeye in front of Qing Yali. Ever since gaining her powers, Qing Yali had not only grown louder, but seemed more robust. The originally petite Shou Kaijun appeared utterly diminutive beside her. At present, apart from the amusing rivalry between Lan Yeye and Zhou Li, the others seemed to coexist quite harmoniously. In contrast, the leaders in the shelter were deeply troubled. Yuxin Xiao had instructed Wang Pingping to report the information in full to higher-ups, awaiting their response. After approximately 6 hours, a reply finally arrived. Surprisingly, the command from above was remarkably simple. Prepare for battle and stand by. Prepare for what battle? Stand by for what? Clearly, the higher-ups were adopting a better safe than sorry approach regarding the news. They not only halted military support for the quake's epicenter, but also ordered preparations for combat. Since that was the higher-ups' directive, it was time to notify the others. Has the radio resumed? It has resumed, Zhu Guanghan's secretary replied. Old Yi, how should we phrase this? The wording of the notification was crucial. If it was too mild, people might not take it seriously, but if it was too severe, it could incite panic. If they ended up tense for several days only to find nothing amiss, it would damage the shelter's credibility. Just state it as it is. We received mysterious news that a major earthquake may occur soon. Out of a sense of responsibility for the lives and property of the populace, the shelter will suspend all construction and return to the surface for a period. Yuxin Xiu dictated a message, which Zhu Guanghan's secretary recorded, revised, and submitted for broadcast. Soon, everyone in Jiazhou City and the surrounding areas who possessed a radio or any device capable of receiving broadcasts heard the shelter's announcement regarding the impending earthquake. An earthquake? No way. Something bigger? We must find a safe place to move. Let us relocate now. I want to go. I'd rather die at home than venture out. What if we don't die in the quake but freeze to death instead? People are diverse, and a certain segment is particularly fond of opposing the government. If instructed to move east, they would stubbornly go west. However, the majority took precautionary measures. For instance, some moved from high-rise buildings to bungalows or shifted their sleeping arrangements closer to the front door. Those who genuinely trusted the government and had the means packed their families into tents or temporary structures made of lightweight materials. The impending earthquake loomed like the sword of Damocles, suspended above, with no one knowing when it would fall. But once it did, it would undoubtedly strike a heavy blow. 2 days passed swiftly. Apart from aftershocks from the previous quake, all seemed normal. Even Huang Minjing began to doubt the accuracy of the shelter's news. Unable to resist saying that continuing like this was a waste of time and that they should excavate the breeding grounds and houses first. It wasn't that Huang Minjing was being unreasonable. No matter how luxurious, the RV's interior space was limited, and squeezing 4 or 5 people together was hardly convenient. Minjing, we must trust the government. Cheng Yali continued to comfort Huang Minjing when, suddenly, Sun Qinghao, responsible for caring for the small animals in the tent's corner, rushed over, exclaiming, "The rabbits have gone mad! The rabbits have gone mad! The rabbits have gone mad?" Cheng Yali and the others followed Sun Qinghao to find the once docile rabbits attacking each other frantically. Their snowy white front teeth became blades, relentlessly piercing into their companions' bodies, tearing away chunks of flesh. "Quick, separate them." The larger rabbits were fighting, and the smaller ones were suffering. It would be a terrible loss if the little rabbits they had painstakingly bred perished just like that. However, before they could rescue all the little rabbits, the poultry in the chicken coop suddenly became agitated, crowing and squawking, some even ramming their heads against the metal cage and kicking at it with their feet. Something is about to happen. Cheng Yali whirled around, shouting toward the RV, "Be careful, it might." Chapter 79. Magnitude 9 at first. Zhou Lin suspected he was merely suffering from a cold. His ears buzzed as if muffled by an unseen force, and his nose felt particularly uncomfortable. However, he soon realized it was not merely tinnitus. Everyone around him was hearing the same dull hum. Suddenly, vibrant colors erupted in the dark sky: blue, yellow, red. These 3 hues dominated the spectacle. "This is Earth light," Zhou Lin murmured softly. She had somehow moved from the car to Zhou Lin's side, seeking his attention. "What?" Zhou Lin inquired. "An earthquake, the great earthquake that Lan Yeye dreamed about. The unusual behavior of animals, the low-frequency sound waves, combined with the appearance of Earth light in the sky, are all signs that one can recognize with a modicum of experience." This is precisely why Zhou Li had exited the vehicle. Remaining inside in this open area was far less secure. "How long do we have?" Zhou Lin often forgot Zhou Li's actual age, perhaps due to the disparity in their intellect. It could be anywhere from 2 to 3 hours to 2 or 3 days. The Earth light continued to flicker above them. Technically, it was midday. Had it not been for the peculiar winter night conditions, sunlight would have rendered the Earth light invisible. Thus, for Zhou Li, this presented a remarkable opportunity for research. Although Zhou Lin believed there was little to study about earthquakes, given their unpredictability, Zhou Li insisted, "Can we not predict the appearance of Earth light? What's the point of that?" Zhou Lin retorted, reluctantly retrieving a camera from his pocket, the kind typically utilized on the Laifu. However, he could not remain by Zhou Li's side indefinitely. He trusted her judgment, but needed to ensure that everyone was prepared. The once frantic rabbits seemed to have regained their composure, tending to their wounds. Zhou Lin instructed Sun Qing how to bring out Heisey from the car, ensuring it was securely tied to prevent it from fleeing in panic when the earthquake struck. The others were distributed among the tents, sitting quietly in anticipation. Will it definitely come? Cheng Yali stepped out of the tent to ask Zhou Li, who was still capturing images of the Earth light. It's becoming increasingly intense. Zhou Li seemed to answer obliquely, yet Cheng Yali understood, returning to the tent to alert everyone to prepare for the impending tremors. In truth, the Earth light was visible beyond Jiazhu City. Nearly all of Basha could perceive the flickering lights above, though not everyone understood their significance. As a region prone to seismic activity, coupled with the shelter's warning, the inhabitants of Jiazhu City were actively seeking safe havens, even if it's cold for a while. What if we find ourselves trapped beneath collapsed buildings? Even if we don't die instantly, can we truly expect others to come to our rescue? To speak frankly, The entirety of Xiagu and indeed the world seemed to operate on a city-by-city, region-by-region basis, each governing itself, while the national level could issue orders. Compliance was another matter entirely. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhou Lin suddenly felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him, as if his blood had surged to his head, igniting a sense of restlessness. Perhaps it was. He turned to Cheng Yali and Lan Yeye. Both appeared visibly affected, while the others showed little reaction. Before Zhou Lin could utter a word, the ground began to tremble. Earthquake. Watch your footing. Cheng Yali's voice boomed, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Clearly, this tremor was far more potent than the last, starting with vertical shakes before shifting to horizontal jolts. The intense, compound shaking rendered it nearly impossible to stand. Nearly everyone, save for Zhou Lin, instinctively crouched or lay flat. Snow began to collapse under the onslaught, and Zhou Lin witnessed the RV sliding toward a crevice in the snow, having lost its support. As the 2-meter-high vehicle teetered on the brink of being engulfed, Zhou Lin staggered forward and, in a final act of desperation, pulled it into the Laifu just in time. Somehow, the tent was uprooted, caught in a violent wind unleashed by the earthquake. Yet, in that moment, no one felt the chill. They could only maintain their positions, silently praying for the calamity to pass swiftly. Far to the north, officials receiving the earthquake report were pale with terror. Magnitude 9. Preliminary assessments indicated that the earthquake in Bashu exceeded 9 on the Richter scale. The devastation from the 8-point earthquake years prior had yet to heal, and that was during a time when conditions were stable. Is there no way to respond? Someone inquired. No, we have only 30 airships at our disposal, and 2/3 of those were sent as support from various regions. Even if we deployed them all, it would be but a drop in the bucket. Better a drop in the bucket than inaction. An elderly man interjected, raising his hand decisively. Send all 30 out, without exception. But then we would have no mobility left, another warned. What if something goes wrong? What if? What does what if even mean? A 9-magnitude earthquake, comrades. Why do we have this mobility? Is it to ensure our own safety? To satisfy our material needs? Or is it to address the calamities that befall our people? Some of you have become selfish and narrow-minded. To take a little, to be selfish. Is the behavior of those below utterly superficial? Which of you is lacking anything? No one, I presume. Anyone who can sit in this room is already receiving the best care from our nation. So what further aspirations do you have? If, at this level, you are still coveting material pleasures, then I must say, you do not deserve to be here. Since time immemorial, who among us has escaped death? What you should contemplate is how to prove to the world that you have existed. Enough. I shall not speak further. In short, I refuse to become a sinner in the eyes of the people, bearing the weight of eternal condemnation. I am prepared to disregard my personal safety, to place life and death aside. If any of you are unwilling, you may leave. What the others ultimately thought remained unknown, but under the elders' insistence, all 30 airships, laden with supplies and rescue personnel, took flight one by one, embarking on a perilous journey of thousands of kilometers toward the disaster-stricken Basha region, just less than an hour after the 9-magnitude earthquake had ended. Fortunately, the epicenter was not in a densely populated city, nor did it lie near any towns. If anyone were to reach the epicenter at that moment, they would discover that the terrain within 100 square kilometers had been utterly transformed. Once lush forests now lay buried beneath layers of steaming earth and rock, with countless ravines crisscrossing the area, some fissures measuring 7 or 8 meters wide, leading into an abyssal darkness. Jiazhu City was situated 300 kilometers from the epicenter, with the maximum tremor intensity nearing 7. Over 30% of the buildings in Jiazhu City had collapsed, and more than 60% exhibited cracks and damage, half of which were at risk of imminent collapse. The disaster was severe, with cries of despair echoing throughout the area. The flickering lights and flames appeared to be the most poignant testament to the catastrophe. Is everyone all right? Zhou Lin asked, embracing the shaken Wu Shui as he emerged from the snowdrift. Chapter 80. She actually escaped at the onset of the earthquake. Everyone managed to maintain a semblance of balance. But as the most intense tremors struck, the thick blanket of snow on the ground was lifted, obscuring everyone's vision. Zhou Lin had just pulled the RV into the Rifu number 1 when he sensed something amiss and hurriedly lunged toward Wu Shui. He had intended to embrace Zhou Li as well, but at that critical moment, She rolled over to the side of Qingyali. As more snow swirled up and then settled back down, it quickly buried everything on the surface. This was not Zhou Lin's first experience of being buried in snow. Perhaps due to the tremors causing the snow to be less compact, he did not feel any difficulty in breathing. At least for the short term, he should be fine. His only concern was whether Wu Shui would be overly startled and whether the ground beneath the snow would crack. Lan Yeye had remarked that this area was the least affected in the entire Jiazhou city, and Zhou Lin suspected it was related to the geological structure. The breeding farm was once an ancient riverbed, with the entire foundation formed by river sediment. Although this type of geology lacks sufficient strength, it is difficult for it to develop fissures due to tremors. This is also one reason why Jiazhou City has never developed in this direction. The cost of building high-rises with deep foundations is exorbitant. Suddenly, not far from Zhou Lin and Wu Shui, a plume of white snow erupted. Had it not been for the familiar voice, one might have thought there was an explosion. I can't breathe. Hubby, Lily, are you all right? Qingyali emerged from the snow pit like a winter bear awakening from hibernation, stretching her limbs. Following her were Zhou Li and Zhou Kejun, both looking somewhat pale, but otherwise seemingly unscathed. Seeing the three of them relieved Zhou Lin's anxiety. As for the others who had yet to appear, what others? Nearby, a hand emerged from the snow. Qingyali spotted it and hurried over to assist. Soon, Huang Minjing and her mother were unearthed. Aside from feeling cold, they appeared fine. Further away, He Zai's head popped up, followed by Sun Qinghao. After the man and his dog emerged, they turned around to rescue the poultry and rabbits they had sheltered beneath them. Good dog. Zhou Lin patted He Zai's fluffy head and casually offered him a large piece of dried beef. Sun Qinghao looked on eagerly, nearly drooling. You're not so bad yourself. Zhou Lin patted Sun Qinghao's shoulder, handing him a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Next, they needed to dig out the Zhou family's small courtyard. Otherwise, they would have no shelter at all. Fortunately, the Lu Xiaofeng No. 1 was still intact. Although half of its body was buried in snow, it was still possible to clear a path to enter and exit. Zhou Lin directed everyone to go inside and warm up while he found a secluded corner, where he promptly brought out a bulldozer to begin work. With the formidable power of the bulldozer, dealing with the 2 to 3 meters of snow left in the aftermath of the earthquake was hardly a challenge. Blocks of snow were pushed aside, gradually revealing the farmhouse courtyard. The yard was filled with standing water, but thankfully, when Zhou Kaijun and Qingyali left, they had secured the doors and windows, so there was not much water inside the house, just a few broken doors and windows. On the Lu Xiaofeng No. 1, everyone was relieved to have survived. Suddenly, Zhou Li exclaimed, "Where's Lan Yeye? Who is Lan Yeye? Lily, what are you talking about? Is she your friend?" Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Zhou Li immediately stood up. I'll go find him. Lan Yeye? While Zhou Lin continued to unload various furniture, tools, and supplies from the Rifa No. 1, he conversed with Zhou Li. You didn't get caught up in this too, did you? Wake up, wake up, Zhou Li shouted, tugging at Zhou Lin's ear. Zhou Lin rubbed his face vigorously. Zhou Li's shout was indeed effective, making him feel as if something in his mind had suddenly cleared. He then recalled everything about Lan Yeye. Undoubtedly, this woman had fled. Taking advantage of the chaos during the earthquake, both Zhou Lin and Qingyali had no time to keep an eye on her. Thus, she had activated her powers in an attempt to erase her existence from Zhou Lin and the others' minds before making her escape. The plan was meticulously crafted and resolute. Who told you to be so soft-hearted, to cherish her? No, I didn't. Don't say that. Forget it. We'll settle it when we meet again. In the frigid, dark expanse, Zhou Lin believed that Lan Yeye could not have gone far. Given her delicate lifestyle, it was likely she would freeze or starve before making it back to the city. He decided to focus on the immediate task at hand. You go fetch the others. We have to tidy up. Stepping outside, Zhou Lin glanced at the direction and made his way toward the back of the house. The terrain here was significantly elevated compared to the other side of the house, rising about 10 to 20 meters before extending for several kilometers. Zhou Lin deployed the bulldozer again, followed by an excavator. He planned to dig a pit right next to the high bank, a pit over 300 meters long, 80 meters wide, and over 30 meters deep. It would be challenging for Zhou Lin to complete such a massive project alone, even with an excavator and bulldozer. Fortunately, By utilizing the long high bank and appropriate soil stacking, he could significantly reduce the workload. No one knew what Zhou Lin had been occupied with these past few days. All they could hear was the roar of machinery. Zhou Lin even kept the vehicle lights off, rendering any curiosity futile. The official shelter in Jiazhou was surprisingly not severely damaged in this earthquake. Once the aftershock subsided, Zhu Guanghan began organizing personnel to repair the shelter. Before the temperature rose and the winter night ended, the importance of the underground shelter was undeniable, not to mention insulation. The underground structures could provide several layers of protection compared to the surface. Thus, restoring the underground shelter became an urgent task. At this moment, Zhu Guanghan regretted not having collected resources promptly. Now, with destruction everywhere, how much manpower and resources would it take to excavate? In the end, it would likely be a futile endeavor. With a furrowed brow, Zhu Guanghan exited the tent, gazing at the construction site illuminated by lamps. The number of workers had noticeably decreased, as many had gone out to help. Even without staying in buildings during a magnitude 7 earthquake, safety was not guaranteed. Bad luck could lead to being struck by falling debris, or worse, being swallowed by fissures. Some individuals, skeptical of the shelter's warnings, either unwilling or unable to evacuate the buildings, bore some responsibility for their predicament. However, that did not exempt them from rescue efforts. Everywhere needed manpower. Yuxin Xiao's team had been dispatched, yet it was still insufficient. Even Yuxin Xiao herself was on the front lines, digging through rubble with her own hands, striving to save those who were buried. The disaster did not only affect Jiazhou. Neighboring provinces near the epicenter suffered varying degrees of damage. The entire Basha region was enveloped in a cloud of despair, with cities closer to the epicenter experiencing greater losses. In the skies over the provincial capital of Bashu, beams of bright light descended. Chapter 81. Come forth, Laifu. The airship. The airship has arrived. In the city of Bashu province, jubilant cheers filled the air as lights and flames illuminated the surroundings of the 8 shelters positioned in various directions. Within the leading airship's gondola, Ning Shanyu, who had been awake for 2 days and nights, strained to keep his bloodshot eyes wide open. He searched below for any signs of light. Though the navigation indicated they had reached the skies above Bashu province, the airship could not descend blindly without visible signals from the ground. Each ascent and descent posed significant challenges for the airship. Of the 30 initially dispatched, only 26 remained, and Ning Shanyu was determined to prevent any further losses. At last, he spotted glimmers of light at around 11 o'clock. Maintain formation. Search for signals. Keep communication open. Activate the signal lights to identify ourselves. A flurry of commands streamed from Ning Shanyu's lips, relayed via intercom to each airship. The massive size of the airships made it impossible for them to maneuver like planes or military jets in a neat formation. At times, the line extended for several kilometers, and a moment's inattention could result in disastrous collisions caused by fierce winds or lightning strikes. As the commander of this transport fleet, Ning Shanyu felt the weight of immense pressure, akin to a duck being forced to paddle rapidly just to stay afloat. Without the iron will forged during his years in the military, he might have crumbled under the strain. Regardless, they had finally arrived in Basha province. His superior had instructed him to deliver supplies and personnel to the provincial capital and await further instructions from the local Disaster Relief Command Center. This is the Bashu Province Disaster Relief Command Center. The radio crackled with calls, and Ning Shanyu picked up the intercom, responding in a hoarse voice. Basha Province Disaster Relief Command Center. This is the capital support team. Please indicate the landing site with emergency wartime lights. We require 3 minutes. Please allow us 3 minutes. Under normal circumstances, if ground personnel dared to keep Ning Shanyu waiting for 3 minutes, he would have sent them straight to a military tribunal upon landing. However, given the current conditions, it was already a considerable challenge to prepare the landing guidance in that time frame. The airship's size necessitated a larger landing area compared to conventional aircraft. Yet the requisite conditions were lacking. Our airship will land. Others stand by. Without waiting for the airship to fully touch down, Ning Shanyu eagerly opened the hatch and leaped down the moment he felt the gondola connect with the ground. Time was of the essence. Every second counted. Just as he was about to merge with the approaching crowd, a frantic call crackled through his intercom. Wind speed at level 9. Loss of control? My airship has lost control. Descend. Watch for high-rise buildings. Avoid them. Ning Shanyu halted abruptly and looked up. The twinkling lights, shaped like airships, were swiftly transforming from orderly to chaotic. Some were ascending rapidly, while others plummeted dangerously, with several on the verge of collision. Do not attempt to regain control. Ning Shanyu shouted into the intercom, his voice filled with urgency. Over 20 airships colliding would yield catastrophic consequences. At the Zhou family farm, the old residence had been tidied up and reinforced. Supported by a high-capacity boiler, the temperature in a dozen rooms, including the kitchen and bathroom, remained comfortably stable. Thus, the elderly and women felt significantly more at ease, as they were naturally averse to the cold. However, Zhou Lin had been acting strangely in recent days. Even Wu Shui rarely caught sight of him. Had it not been for his occasional voice crackling over the intercom, everyone might have suspected something unfortunate had befallen him. Zhou Lin was indeed busy. He was excavating foundations while also making necessary modifications to the Laifu. The unique characteristics of his powers allowed him not only to understand every device connected to Laifu, but also to alter it through his consciousness, provided he had the necessary materials, similar to when he transformed the Lu Xiaofeng. During the extensive modifications of Lu Xiaofeng, Zhou Lin realized that his current capability to alter things through his consciousness was still at a macro scale. If likened to computer assembly, he was akin to a standard assembler, needing specific components without significant mental strain. However, attempting to become a regular maintenance worker, disassembling small parts on the motherboard and soldering circuit boards, would quickly drain his mental energy, leaving him dizzy and nauseated, unable to continue. Whether this would improve with future upgrades to his powers remained uncertain. Nonetheless, for the time being, he did not require modifications at a finer scale. The foundation excavation had progressed considerably over the past 2 days, aided by the advantageous use of the terrain. The final modifications to the Laifu and the storage space were also nearing completion. After a long, restful sleep, Zhou Lin summoned Cheng Yali to join him. "What are you up to?" she asked, puzzled. "What is this huge pit for? Isn't this our backyard?" Due to the lighting, Cheng Yali could only glimpse a fraction of the massive pit. Zhou Lin chose not to explain, merely instructing her that if she saw him faint, she should not panic and immediately feed him a chocolate bar. Before she could inquire further, Zhou Lin's eyes fluttered shut, and his arms moved slightly. In the next moment, Cheng Yali felt as if a fierce wind had arisen beside her, and the vast pit was abruptly filled with something. Zhou Lin stumbled, collapsing to the ground. "Son." Cheng Yali rushed forward, cradling him in her arms, and promptly stuffed a chocolate bar into his mouth, reminiscent of over 20 years prior. Zhou Lin's consciousness remained relatively clear, but his physical stamina was nearly depleted, leaving his mental energy almost drained. In esoteric terms, it felt as if the flame of his soul flickered precariously, on the brink of extinguishing. Fortunately, the high-energy chocolate bar provided a necessary supplement. With each bit of restored stamina, his mental state improved slightly. Cheng Yali not only fed him, but instinctively kept him warm, both actions significantly aiding his recovery. Yet even so, Zhou Lin knew he would not regain consciousness anytime soon. He could only hope that Cheng Yali would last a little longer and that no one else would discover his predicament. What on earth is this? Unbeknownst to Zhou Lin, Cheng Yali had no intention of leaving. She was utterly bewildered. How could such a massive building suddenly appear in their backyard? This peculiar development stemmed from the orientation Zhou Lin had chosen for the Laifu. The airship was positioned with its stern facing the old residence, aligned almost at a right angle along the ridge. Cheng Yali and Zhou Lin were not at the stern, but rather near the right aft section close to the island. Therefore, the towering structure she beheld was, in fact, Zhou Lin's cleverly disguised island. He had enveloped the radars, antennas, and other equipment atop the island with abundant materials and ingeniously segmented the floors to create the illusion that the island was simply an oddly shaped building standing 38 meters tall. This height was achieved by constructing an elevated layer 6 meters above the flight deck, which was approximately 1 meter shorter than the pit surface to facilitate future soil covering. After the soil was laid, only 38 meters of the island would remain visible above ground. In other words, aside from the portion of the island structure that rises above the ground, the entire vessel, the Laifu, is actually buried more than a meter underground. Consequently, even if someone were to pass by or observe from above, they would merely perceive a building. However, as the earth covering has not yet been completed. When Cheng Yali slowly swept her flashlight across the excavation site, she was utterly stunned. Chapter 82. The dream of the super aircraft carrier Zhou Lin had slept soundly in Cheng Yali's embrace for a full 4 hours. To be precise, his body was immobilized, yet his consciousness remained alert. Unbeknownst to Cheng Yali, her musings were absorbed by Zhou Lin verbatim. What has become of that little rascal? What is this nonsense? Is there anything else that has not been disclosed to me? Why has T. Wushui's belly shown any signs? Goodness. How long have I been with Wushui? If there were signs, wouldn't that be monstrous? Zhou Lin opened his eyes and spoke. What monster? Oh, my precious son. You're finally awake. You gave me quite a scare. Come, let me have a look at you. Mom, I'm fine now. Allow me to show you the ultimate retirement home I've prepared for you. Zhou Lin chose to disregard Cheng Yali's earlier musings. After all, how could a son hold grudges against his mother? The ultimate retirement home was no mere figment of Zhou Lin's imagination. At that moment, his experience with his supernatural ability had surged significantly. Symbiosis, Intermediate 3121 10,000, Current Symbiotic Vehicles, Laifu, Large Surface Vessel. Luxiafeng, Medium Ground Vehicle. Available Symbiotic Vehicles, 0 Storage Capacity, 1-2 Strength Symbiosis, 5, 3 minutes 24 hours Evolution Degree Level 1, 5, 3, 53 51 10,000. The enhancement of his supernatural experience was intrinsically linked to both the frequency and intensity of usage. Through the recent transformation of the Laifu, Zhou Lin gained a deeper understanding of his symbiosis ability. He was uncertain if his powers would undergo further changes in the future, but he harbored a feeling that, with sufficient materials, he could ultimately modify the Laifu into a super aircraft carrier capable of traversing both sky and earth. If that day were to come, it would not matter whether Cheng Yali and the others gained supernatural abilities or evolved. Even in the face of an apocalyptic scenario, they could survive serenely within the Laifu, even if the planet itself were to perish. However, with only a few people, life might become rather solitary. Perhaps it would be better to seek out additional companions. What are you dawdling for? I'm waiting. Oh, I've just awoken. Please, be patient. With a smile, Zhou Lin swiftly led the way to the main entrance of the island tower. As they entered the tower, Cheng Yali was greeted by an exceedingly spacious and lofty hallway, exceeding 8 meters in width and over 15 meters deep, nearly spanning the entire floor. The height also reached above 8 meters. This expansive design was intended to accommodate vehicles like Luxiafeng and others that might require access in the future. Weapons, either concealed or overtly displayed, adorned the walls and ceiling, primarily consisting of the Vulcan machine guns Zhou Lin had procured from the warehouse. Regardless of their functionality, the mere presence of such armaments rendered Cheng Yali momentarily motionless. These are all fake. What if someone barges in and sees these things? Would they dare to act? Zhou Lin jested half seriously. Cheng Yali smacked him in response, causing Zhou Lin a twinge of pain. It is worth noting that Zhou Lin's physical capabilities were currently 5 times that of a normal person, making Cheng Yali's strength akin to a mere tickle. Mom, what is your current evolution degree? Zhou Lin could not help but inquire. What evolution degree? How should I know? Don't know? So you can't see your supernatural level and evolution degree? Zhou Lin pressed further. Beginner. Mom, how can you ascertain that your ability is at the beginner level? Well, it's something one just knows instinctively. Do I need a reason? Hey, how does this door open? Password. Zhou Lin assisted Cheng Yali in unlocking the door. He could not yet retrofit high-tech features like facial recognition or fingerprint input. He would leave that to Zhou Li when she arrived, as she was the expert in such matters. The hallway they had just entered served as the parking area for the entire building. Due to its size, Zhou Lin had opted not to divide the parking space into 2 levels. It was only after passing through the password-protected door that they truly entered the building's interior. To Cheng Yali, the structure appeared rather austere, composed entirely of metallic materials with no visible decorative elements. Fortunately, this did not hinder the building's functionality. Rather, Cheng Yali found it gave her a more solid sense of security. It's a bit cold, she remarked. Insulation will definitely be addressed later. I have merely completed the basic construction work. This will be our home from now on. As for our old residence, it will serve to conceal our activities. You see, this place has electricity, and I assure you the power supply here is far more abundant than you might imagine. Really? That is wonderful. The structure of the island tower was quite intricate. Zhou Lin had invested considerable effort into its transformation, aiming to make it resemble a typical building. Of course, in a post-apocalyptic world, one could not expect every room to have windows, as that would compromise safety and impact energy efficiency. Many rooms had been sealed off, primarily to hide equipment and other items that could not be relocated, yet they could be accessed when necessary. Moreover, Zhou Lin believed that residing in the island tower was not a permanent arrangement. Over time, he might gradually open up the lower levels for use, and at that time, he would also redesign and modify the entire Laifu. He felt that such matters were best discussed with Zhou Li. Even within the building, intercoms were still functional. Zhou Kaijun had called for Cheng Yali several times, and ultimately, she had to abandon her plans to explore the entire building and return to the old residence with Zhou Lin. On their way back, Cheng Yali asked Zhou Lin when they planned to move in. It wasn't that she was fickle, rather, the steel walls provided an overwhelming sense of security. And as a mother, the safety of her family was always paramount. We should wait until the basic renovations are completed. Wait for what? Do you really think you can handle this alone? Don't the others have hands? All right, Mom, whatever you say. Zhou Lin quickly surrendered, for he knew another smack would be forthcoming from Cheng Yali. He truly couldn't comprehend how it was that Cheng Yali's physical capabilities had improved so rapidly, especially since he hadn't observed her engaging in any form of exercise. Yet, upon reflection, Zhou Lin recognized that her foundation was inherently different. Upon returning home, Cheng Yali discreetly briefed her family, namely Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li, informing them that the tower had been pre-existing and that Zhou Lin's extraordinary abilities must remain concealed. She then shared the news with them. As for the tower's peculiar steel structure and interior, she deemed no explanation necessary. Anyone with objections could simply choose not to move in. However, before Cheng Yali could announce this news, Zhou Lin suddenly sprang to his feet and dashed outside. Hey, what are you doing? It's time for dinner. Cheng Yali attempted to restrain him but was unsuccessful. Outside, Zhou Lin gazed up at the inky black sky, where distant glimmers were descending toward the old residence. Chapter 83, The Fallen Star. Alas, Zhou Lin had no time to calculate the probability of his ancestral home being struck by that object from the sky. Such calculations were simply too perilous. Come out, quickly. He called urgently through the intercom. As for the supplies he had just meticulously arranged, what value do they hold if one's life is lost? Fortunately, the family was gathered around the dining table, responding to his call. Even the dog Hazai rushed out, barking fiercely at the sky. What is that? There seemed to be lights in the heavens. The others, lacking Zhou Lin's keen eyesight, could only vaguely discern a couple of bright spots. But it soon became apparent that the object was descending at a considerable speed. Zhou Lin, possessing clarity beyond the others, received information from the Laifu ship. It was the radar on the Laifu that had sounded the alarm, prompting him to abandon his meal and dash out. The current simulation results on the Laifu indicated a collision probability of 0 to 43. This peculiar probability stemmed from the erratic trajectory of the object. Fortunately, Zhou Lin soon discerned the truth. Is it an airplane? Wu Xuan, nestled beside him, inquired. No, it appears to be a dirigible. Zhou Lin could hardly believe it. Anyone with even a modicum of historical knowledge would know that dirigibles have been obsolete for many years. To entertain such a notion would only indicate a lack of understanding. Zhou Li scoffed at the others' reactions. Do you not know that dirigibles are still in use? Indeed, that was the case. Not only were there dirigible competitions held abroad annually, but they also continued to play significant roles in various fields. However, the dirigible in Zhou Lin's view was extraordinarily large, several hundred meters in length, perhaps. Observing the spiraling descent of the dirigible, Zhou Lin made a difficult decision. Mother, take them to the new house. If that thing is filled with fuel and explodes, we'll all be in trouble. The others exchanged glances, bewildered. Go. Cheng Yali shouted, startling everyone back to reality. There was no time for hesitation. What if? No one bothered to gather their belongings. Nor did they notice Zhou Lin's lack of intent to leave. Even if it were to explode, Zhou Lin harbored no fear. Besides, The actual likelihood of a direct hit on the old house was not particularly high. Regardless, they were all headed towards the Laifu. It would be prudent to relocate everyone in the meantime. Moreover, the dirigible was undoubtedly being piloted. Zhou Lin had yet to devise a plan should there be survivors aboard. The covering layer on the Laifu was merely 1 meter thick. If the dirigible were to explode, it would expose the steel plating beneath, potentially compromising their situation. Zhou Lin wished to avoid becoming the target of public ire too soon. Having enemies scattered across the land would be inadvisable. Just moments ago, Zhou Lin had fantasized about the possibility of searching for military vessels at ports in the beautiful nation someday, perhaps securing a few large warships to sustain the Laifu, nurturing it to greatness. The dirigible continued its descent. Though not rapid, it was clear it had lost the ability to ascend, its direction and altitude no longer under control. As Qing Yali and the others entered the Laifu, the dirigible finally came into full view for Zhou Lin. Is anyone there? Is there anyone nearby? We are a dirigible convoy from the capital, encountering severe winds, attempting to make an emergency landing near Jiazhua City. The repeated message fluctuated in tone, indicating it was not a recording. The calmness of the announcer under such circumstances spoke volumes about their mental resilience. With a sigh, Zhou Lin opened his headset. To the dirigible above, you are approximately 100 meters from the ground. How may I assist you? Thank you. Are you affiliated with the Jiazhua City authorities or the military? Why concern yourself with that at this moment? You can regard me as a civilian radio enthusiast. Speak quickly. I may not be able to assist, but you have to take a chance. Zhou Lin replied. All right, we need ground fire or lights as guidance. The dirigible can still be somewhat controlled. Please direct us to an uninhabited area to avoid casualties. Given this plea, Zhou Lin resolved to offer them a glimmer of hope. After calculations aboard the Laifu, he sprinted to a nearby field, 800 meters from the old house, and set down a laser beacon. In the pitch-black night sky, the laser light was perhaps the most dazzling illumination aside from searchlights. We see it. We will do our best. Thank you. The communication from the dirigible abruptly ceased. Zhou Lin shrugged. As long as it didn't T-explode near his home, he was content. But why would the state deploy dirigibles? Could it be a rescue operation? Contemplating this possibility left Zhou Lin feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. Thus, no matter how much the outside world slanders and maligns Xia country, when one observes the actions of the nation and military during calamities, it becomes evident that living in Xia country is indeed a commendable choice in this world. The dirigible descended lower, though swaying. It persisted towards the direction of the laser light. Zhou Lin, initially intending to quietly depart, hurried home to retrieve some supplies with his sturdy old sled. Racing towards the beacon, if the occupants of the dirigible were to perish, he would collect what he could and perhaps preserve some relics for Su Ziyuan. It wouldn't do to leave the families of these heroic rescuers in the dark. Conversely, if there were survivors, the supplies in the sled might still prove useful. Boom. Despite its seemingly light appearance, the dirigible was indeed quite heavy. This batch of dirigibles varied in size, yet even the lightest cabin weighed over 10 tons. Coupled with the weight of the gas envelope, a complete loss of buoyancy would result in a catastrophic fall. Snow erupted as the impact reverberated like thunder, creating a sensation akin to an earthquake within a radius of several hundred meters. However, Zhou Lin recognized this as merely an illusion. Had it truly been an earthquake, the Laifu would have sounded the alarm. Fortunately, it was but a singular impact. No explosion or fire ensued, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. After observing for a moment, assured that no imminent danger remained, Zhou Lin hastened forward. While the prospect of valuable supplies was tempting, he still retained a modicum of compassion, especially when it involved military personnel, well, except for Wang Pingping. Without activating any lights, Zhou Lin relied solely on his night vision as he advanced, soon spotting the fallen cabin and its massive gas envelope, resembling a deflated whale. The gas within the cabin had not entirely escaped, causing part of the structure to remain upright, swaying with the night breeze. One could only lament the weight of the cabin, otherwise, it would not have crashed so violently. If Zhou Lin's observations were accurate, 2/3 of the cabin had plunged directly into the snow. Even if there had been passengers at the time of the fall, prolonged entrapment could lead to suffocation. Did they not consider lightening the load? Was this not common knowledge for dirigible or balloon navigation? Chapter 84. The foolish driver. The intercom crackled with a persistent zzz as signals from the airship echoed through the air. Zhou Lin tentatively called out twice but was met with silence. As he gazed at the pod, two-thirds of it buried in snow, a wave of distress washed over him. It was only after the Lai Fu No had transitioned into a base that Zhou Lin realized a grave issue. There was no longer any space. To be precise, the vast storage space had vanished. The Symbiosis ability only granted storage for symbiotic vehicles. Once released, that exclusive space could no longer be utilized. Thus, the only space Zhou Lin could access now was within the RV, Lu Xiaofeng. While it could accommodate a few items with some tidying up, it paled in comparison to the Lai Fu No. Zzz, yes, I am still here. A feeble voice emerged from the earpiece, and Zhou Lin's heart leapt with joy. How are you? What are the casualties? The pod is buried in snow. I can't even find the door. The door is at the rear of the pod. The highest point. You can dig. It was clear that the speaker was exerting every ounce of strength to convey these few words. And anything more was beyond their capacity. All right, just wait, Zhou Lin replied. He maneuvered to the rear of the pod. And perhaps due to luck, or perhaps the front being heavier than the back, the rear appeared to be less buried. The basic tools in Lu Xiaofeng were still available. Zhou Lin seized a multifunctional shovel and began to excavate fervently. No one else could have matched his fervor, as he burrowed like a mole, sending up mounds of snow that soared several meters high, resembling a miniature snowstorm. Minutes later, Zhou Lin felt the shovel strike metal and promptly slowed down, illuminating the area with a flashlight strapped to his shoulder. The dark door panel appeared to be made of a special aluminum alloy, not particularly sturdy, as evidenced by the scratches left by the shovel. Continuing to excavate along the door panel, Zhou Lin soon spotted the doorknob. However, merely seeing the doorknob was insufficient. The pressure of the snow rendered it impossible to open. It wasn't until he had cleared nearly the entire rear door that Zhou Lin set down the shovel and attempted to pry it open once more. Click. The sound of a lock echoed, evidently secured from within. Fortunately, this was no challenge for Zhou Lin. He raised the shovel and targeted the lock with a few decisive strikes. Indeed, there was no lock that could withstand sufficient force. Slowly, he managed to create a small opening in the rear door and waited for a few moments, ensuring silence prevailed before cautiously stepping inside. 1, 2, 3. The rear door appeared to be a cargo hold, filled on both sides with packaged supplies, leaving a passage barely 60 centimeters wide, where soldiers clad in camouflage lay sprawled. They were not dead. Rather, they seemed to have fainted, as their heartbeats and breaths indicated. Zhou Lin refrained from rushing to their aid, recognizing their exhaustion and seizing the opportunity to allow them to rest a little longer. Traversing the cargo hold, which occupied nearly half of the pod, Zhou Lin's gaze fell upon a group of disoriented figures. Approximately 50 young and robust soldiers were present. The likely culprit behind their collective unconsciousness was the lack of oxygen due to depressurization. With the rear hatch now open, he was confident they would awaken shortly. Seeking a conscious individual to inquire further, Zhou Lin reached the cockpit, where he heard movement within. The sound of a gun being cocked. Don't be alarmed. Zhou Lin called through the hatch. I was the one communicating with you just now. Don't you remember? Are you from the local government or military? A voice replied from the cockpit, sounding remarkably youthful. What the hell? A child on the battlefield? Zhou Lin thought, inwardly cursing. Had the personnel shortage reached such an extent? No, but I have already entered, Zhou Lin said, uncertain of how to clarify. I came in through the rear hatch. The rear? You opened it so quickly? Can you inform me of the situation back there? The situation back there? Is there no camera in the cockpit? Zhou Lin retorted. They were all unconscious, but as far as he could tell, there were no casualties. Do you not have pressurized oxygen equipment in the cockpit and cargo hold? No, those devices are too heavy and wasteful of lift. Can you help save them? How can I help? Zhou Lin felt a surge of frustration. It seemed disrespectful to be pointing a gun at him while refusing to open the door and then asking for assistance. I don't know. Just please help. Additionally, we cannot contact the local government or military. Do you know why? Even a fool could deduce that the inability to communicate stemmed from the aftereffects of the earthquake. Most power and communication equipment had yet to be repaired, and establishing long-distance radio communication was not something that could be accomplished in a short time. Actually, I have already saved them. Once the oxygen levels rise, they will naturally awaken. Zhou Lin thought to himself, pondering that if they were to freeze or perish, it would no longer be his concern. Without the Lai Fu No as an alternative space, he could no longer conjure supplies at will. Thank you so much. But I still cannot open the door. I must wait until the local government or military. Wait, you want me to help again? I'm not some genie. Zhou Lin's mind screamed in exasperation. Did they not recognize the gravity of the situation? I cannot serve you. Would it not be acceptable for me to leave? Why are you not responding? Is it that you refuse to help? Rest assured, the government and military will express their gratitude, as will the affected populace. Upon hearing mention of the affected populace, Zhou Lin hesitated, reconsidering his next steps. All right, I will give it a try. Using the powerful transmitter aboard the Lai Fu No, Zhou Lin managed to establish a connection with the Jiashan shelter. The airship? Zhou Lin, are you jesting? Shouldn't you be at Lanshan Community? The response came from Suzy Yuan. The top floor was uncomfortable, so I moved back to my hometown. Director Su, you wouldn't abandon this matter just because it isn't your territory, would you? If you truly wish to disregard it, just say so. I could take the scrap to the recycling station and make a bit of money. Scrap station? Suzy Yuan thought. When did he ever say he wouldn't help? The key issue was that he couldn't handle it alone. It had to be reported. After all, the current situation was tense. Even Commander Zhu Guanghan and Deputy Commander Yixin Xiao had personally gone out for disaster relief. He had just returned when the radio management team conscripted him. Who else could take charge in this area? Wait for me a few minutes. I will report immediately. Suzy Yuan was hesitant to promise anything, and for good reason. What if Zhou Lin were lying? If Zhou Lin had indeed returned to his hometown and his house collapsed due to inadequate earthquake resistance, trapping his family beneath the rubble, then seeking official assistance would be futile if he didn't speak the truth. There was no precedence for prioritizing distant rescues over those nearby. All right. There are several tons of supplies and around 50 to 60 individuals. Oh, the airship's hull number is 024. Zhou Lin concluded the communication and turned to gaze at the airship's pod, noting that frost had begun to form on the open rear hatch, indicating the encroaching cold. Damn it, I should have brought some oxygen tanks. Wait, maybe there are some in those supplies. To maintain the temperature within the pod. He could not leave the hatch open, but closing it would result in a decline in oxygen levels. Chapter 85, The Flowers Outside the Long Pavilion. As dozens of oxygen tanks were simultaneously activated, Zhou Lin closed the tail compartment. He had also dragged several soldiers from the cargo passage into the cabin, allowing everyone to share the oxygen and ensuring no one was at a disadvantage. With the gradual increase in oxygen concentration within the cabin, some soldiers began to experience accelerated heartbeats, indicating they were on the verge of awakening. Zhou Lin, are you there? The voice of Suzy Yuan crackled through the intercom. Your efficiency is quite lacking. Are you disregarding dozens of lives? I apologize, but I must adhere to protocol. Can you provide us with an accurate location? We will arrive promptly at the fastest speed. Fine. Who am I to deny your authority? Zhou Lin relayed the specific coordinates and reminded Suzy Yuan to bring additional cargo vehicles. If necessary, sleds capable of carrying goods would suffice. As the airship was undoubtedly rendered inoperable, Zhou Lin hoped the officials would not establish a prolonged presence here for the sake of these supplies. If the island fortress were discovered, it would spell trouble. He knocked on the cockpit door and said, I've contacted the authorities. They will arrive shortly. Speak up. Thank. Separated by a door, Zhou Lin was unaware that the faint sound was barely audible, as it emanated from someone pressing their lips against the door. The cockpit of the airship had sustained deformation during the crash, with 1/3 of it crushed. The front seat pilots had perished instantly, and the communications officer had succumbed to unconsciousness due to impact. It was Xiao Lu, the female soldier who had accompanied Zhou Lin, who managed to awaken the communications officer to complete the exchange with Zhou Lin. Tragically, she later succumbed to excessive blood loss. Lu Yun refrained from opening the door for Zhou Lin due to her uncertainty regarding his identity. Unlike the cargo hold, the cockpit entailed numerous state and military secrets. An entry was strictly prohibited without prior authorization or a trustworthy individual. This was Lu Yun's responsibility. She was injured as well, and her wounds were severe. Had she opened the door upon Zhou Lin's arrival, perhaps he could have saved her life by notifying Wu Shui or transporting her to the old residence, where her medical expertise would have surely made a difference. However, in that critical moment, Lu Yun prioritized her duty over her own safety. By refusing to open the door, she ensured that those outside could not fully control the airship, providing a form of deterrence while safeguarding state secrets. When Su Ziyuan and his convoy finally arrived, several soldiers within the cabin had already regained consciousness. They bore no doubts regarding Zhou Lin's actions to save them. Rather, they lamented the loss of the oxygen supplies. Those were disaster relief materials. Am I at fault then? Zhou Lin chuckled. Disaster relief materials? Tell me, who proclaimed that man could triumph over nature? As soldiers of our great Xi'an nation, when did you begin to rely on external conditions? Do you believe the souls of dozens of soldiers are worth less than a mere handful of oxygen tanks? Without those tanks, would you render yourselves useless and incapable of saving lives? Who saves more, the oxygen tanks or the countless lives you embody? Though I have never served, I hold immense respect for you. Remember, when you deem the lives of the common people more precious than your own, how do you think those whom you assist, rescue, and protect perceive you? Do not dwell on the loss of materials. It is you who constitute the true wealth of our nation and the people. Despite Zhou Lin's age being comparable to that of the soldiers, as a reborn individual, he felt a paternal instinct toward them. Young soldiers, your innocence, fervor, and unwavering commitment to the nation and its people render you the most commendable among us. He wished for their survival, for a bright future. Even amidst the pervasive darkness of the world, he hoped they would remain steadfast, pure, passionate, and forever uphold the values of fairness and justice, standing alongside the people. A series of knocks resonated from the tail compartment. Zhou Lin rose silently, urging the soldiers to rest as he speculated the arrival of government officials. Upon hearing it was the government, the soldiers ceased their activities. 2 minutes later, a weary Su Ziyuan entered the cabin, accompanied by his entourage. Who is in charge? I am Su Ziyuan, Deputy Director of the Logistics Management Office of the Jiazhou City Shelter. Here are my credentials. The person in charge is in the cockpit. One soldier replied. In the cockpit? Zhou Lin, why don't you go check on them? Zhou Lin shrugged. I cannot enter without permission. A young soldier interjected. Permission? Although Su Ziyuan has always been within the system, there is a significant difference between the system and the military. With the soldier's explanations, Zhou Lin finally comprehended why the occupant of the cockpit had consistently refused to open the door. Once Su Ziyuan expressed his willingness to assume full responsibility, the soldiers consented to forcibly breach the door. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lu Yun lay at the door, barely clinging to life. A pool of blood beneath her painted a grim tableau, and even as she lingered on the Chapter 86, a new home once again within the Ship Island building. Although Zhou Lin was absent, Cheng Yali was present. Having already grasped the general allocation plan, Cheng Yali arranged the rooms accordingly. Primarily, all individuals would conduct their daily activities on the 6th floor. Beginning from the ground floor, the space above the entrance hall, spanning nearly 200 square meters, was divided into 10 small rooms, 3 bathrooms, and a combined kitchen and dining area, with no living room provided. This level could only be accessed from the entrance hall and was specifically designed for individuals like Sun Qinghao. The 5th floor could be reached via a small staircase from the entrance hall, leading up to the 6th floor. But it featured a sealed hatch door that could be locked if necessary. This floor also comprised nearly 200 square meters, divided into 4 suites, a kitchen, and a dining area currently occupied by Huang Minjing and her mother. The 6th, 7th, and 8th floors were designated for Zhou Lin's family. Due to the tapered design of the ship island, the area of these 3 upper floors was less than that of the 2 lower ones. Yet collectively they exceeded the usable space of the residents in Lanshan. Upon entering the ship island building, the astonishment of the group deepened. The cold metallic material, while somewhat chilling in appearance, seemed far more secure than typical concrete constructions. Various soft furnishing materials prepared by Zhou Lin were stacked in each room, not encroaching upon their duties, as he was simply lazy. Electricity and heating? Huang Minjing was particularly taken aback, fully aware of the substantial cost required to construct such a building. How wealthy could the Zhou family possibly be? No, wealth was not the crux of the matter. The true intrigue lay in how the Zhou family conceived the idea of erecting such a grand structure. How did they negotiate with local authorities? And what means did they employ to secure the necessary permits? As for Sun Qinghao, his thoughts were less complicated. Although he had once been infatuated with Huang Minjing, the harshness of reality had fostered rapid growth within him. His singular desire now was to survive and reconnect with his family. Regrettably, this aspiration was fraught with challenges. At present, the state could ensure that most individuals received updates on local government movements and higher-level concerns via radio. But the restoration of prior communication channels was undoubtedly a distant dream. Since Zhou Lin had entrusted the room allocations to Cheng Yali, she ceased her involvement after arranging the spaces. As a pragmatic individual, Sun Qinghao resolved to merely furnish one room for habitation, minimally preparing the kitchen. While dismissing the need for a dining area, was it not sufficient to dine in his room? Huang Minjing harbored similar sentiments. Her mother was of an age where living separately was a cause for concern. Thus, the two would share a suite, with a functional kitchen sufficing for their needs. Naturally, Heizi would reside upstairs with the Zhou family, while Zhou Li's hydroponic dreams and the surviving poultry and rabbits were relegated to the basement, with the first floor designated by Zhou Lin for workshops and storage, ostensibly for the communal living supplies. Currently, both Huang Minjing and Sun Qinghao found themselves in dire straits. While the Huang family retained some clothing, Sun Qinghao was truly left with nothing for the foreseeable future. Both Huang Minjing and Sun Qinghao would need to work for the Zhou family, lest they become burdensome dependents. Consequently, Sun Qinghao's primary responsibilities revolved around cleaning the entrance hall and learning vehicle maintenance and other physically demanding tasks. Huang Minjing, alongside Wu Shui and Zhou Li, would manage the relatively lighter duties on the basement level, as the more arduous tasks would inevitably fall to Sun Qinghao. Zhou Li's foremost objective was to implement the smart upgrades for the entire building, with the immediate focus on installing surveillance cameras. After Su Ziyuan and others departed, Zhou Lin did not return to the Ship Island building right away. Instead, he went to the old residence to transport some usable supplies from the Luxia Feng to the entrance hall of the Ship Island, inviting everyone to help with the move. Afterward, he made another trip, and on the third journey, he finally brought Sun Qinghao along to haul his redeployed camper and the last batch of supplies to the Ship Island. Upon placing two large vehicles in the once spacious entrance hall, it now appeared somewhat cramped. Zhou Lin instructed everyone to return and rest, advising them not to wander unnecessarily to avoid any potential misunderstandings, especially since the building bore the Zhou surname. His words were primarily a warning to Sun Qinghao, while simultaneously serving as a precaution for Huang Minjing, as one could never be too cautious. Moreover, it was inevitable that more individuals would join their ranks in the future, and establishing rules early on would provide a framework for newcomers to follow. Since the onset of the catastrophic earthquake, Zhou Lin had not enjoyed a moment of genuine rest. Even the most resilient person could not endure such relentless turmoil. Thus, he intended to catch up on sleep, reminding Cheng Yali not to disturb him unless absolutely necessary. While he could finally rest, many others still had no time to close their eyes. The immense earthquake that shook Bashu had wrought unfathomable destruction. Although the winter nights had drawn a multitude of individuals into relatively sturdy shelters, these sanctuaries were not impenetrable vaults. They were ill-equipped to withstand a magnitude 9 earthquake, with the extent of damage merely varying in scale. Shelters converted from underground stations and subway tunnels faced even more dire circumstances. When the earthquake struck, countless individuals were buried beneath the rubble. As time passed, some could no longer endure and perished, while others continued to struggle. Those who remained alive could only rely on the assistance of others. In the face of such a monumental disaster, only the state and the military could shoulder the burden. The news that the 024 airship had been located at the Jiazhou City shelter ignited a wave of jubilation in the provincial capital's shelter. The sudden tempest had caused 3 airships, including the 024, to lose their way. Originally dispatched for disaster relief, the airship team, upon learning that the 024 had crashed and was temporarily beyond repair, ordered the support team and supplies aboard the 024 to be directed to the Jiazhou City shelter for centralized management. Excellent, Wang Pingping exclaimed, pumping his fist upon hearing the news. He had been tirelessly occupied for nearly 3 days, his appearance noticeably gaunt, bloodshot eyes betraying his fatigue, and his lips cracked from exhaustion and lack of nourishment. Yet, Even amidst his weariness, Yuxinshu could not allow him to rest. In Wang Pingping's own words, "The brothers are all working. Why should I take a break?" He felt a deep sense of empathy for the soldiers below him, having risen through the ranks himself. Even if it meant enduring hardship and sacrificing his own rations, he was determined to ensure that those under his command were well-fed and warm. Of course, he never hesitated to train and push them when necessary, for they were soldiers. Sweating in peacetime meant less bloodshed in war, a principle of rigorous training. "Let me assign you a task," Yi Xinxiao contemplated, recognizing the need for this young man to catch his breath, lest he truly wear himself out. "What task?" "I want to take a break," Wang Pingping retorted. "Who said anything about resting? The wreckage of the 024 airship cannot go to waste. It contains valuable materials. Bring it back to me." Chapter 87. Who are you calling good brothers? After the release of the Lai Fu Hao, the symbiotic relationship between Zhou Lin and it remains unaffected. Rather, the liberation into the real world allows it to fully utilize many of its inherent capabilities. For instance, it can employ radar and other detection devices to monitor the surrounding environment. To put it bluntly, as long as Zhou Lin desires, he could effortlessly surveil the entirety of Jiazhou City using the electronic apparatus aboard the Lai Fu Hao. No creature larger than a cat would escape its gaze. Thus, when Wang Pingping led a grand convoy towards him, Zhou Lin awoke from his slumber in an instant. He lamented the brevity of his rest, merely a few hours. The agony of tugging at his hair ensued. Even as an evolved individual with supernatural abilities, he was still human and required respite. Fortunately, Zhou Lin's morning irritability dissipated as swiftly as it arose. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, one cannot afford to linger in anger. Each day was a battle for survival. Exhausting in its pursuit of sustenance, one needed to conserve energy for such endeavors. Ascending to the top tier of the ship island, others would find little use in their efforts, as the darkness obscured all visibility. However, Zhou Lin was different. Evolution had endowed him with remarkable night vision. As long as he remained aboard the Lai Fu Hao, he could directly harness its capabilities, employing various detection methods alongside his enhanced vision. This synergy allowed him to not only spot the convoy but also clearly discern the drowsy face of Wang Pingping in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle. It seemed unlikely that they were coming for him. Zhou Lin surmised that their primary interest lay with the downed airship. Yet, he grappled with the decision of whether to engage with them. On one hand, he feared Wang Pingping's aimless wandering might lead to trouble if they collided with the ship island. On the other hand, Zhou Lin was not particularly inclined to converse with Wang Pingping, whose straightforward military demeanor felt out of place in this transformed environment. Those adaptable to change, however, were often more susceptible to the whims of their surroundings, sometimes even straying towards corruption or malevolence. Black's Eye, let us go. Upon hearing the prospect of venturing outside, Black's Eye wagged its tail in delight. Presently, it was inconvenient to let it frolic with the rabbits and fowl. Zhou Lin feared it might succumb to melancholy if confined indoors. Considering the frigid temperatures outside, Zhou Lin dressed Black's Eye warmly, donning it with a coat and snow boots. For they currently had no veterinarian on hand. At this hour, everyone was preoccupied. Zhou Li was busy setting up surveillance, Wu Shui assisting her, while Zhou Kaijun took charge of tending to the poultry and crops on the second basement level. Cheng Yali busied herself with preparing lunch. "I may not return for the meal," Zhou Lin remarked. "Why?" came the reply. "What will you eat outside? Can you even order takeout?" "I'm not hungry," Zhou Lin retorted as he ushered Black's Eye into the elevator. Passing through the foyer, Zhou Lin felt that the vehicles he had prepared were insufficient. Fortunately, the Lai Fu Hao was replete with various vehicles. He planned to modify a few for communal use. When Su Ziyuan and his companions departed, they had intentionally left a radio beacon aboard the airship, which Wang Pingping now followed. Along the way, they noted the tracks left from their previous journey, avoiding any unnecessary detours. As the searchlight atop the vehicle illuminated the outline of the airship, Wang Pingping finally roused from his stupor. "Are we almost there?" he inquired. "Just ahead, Commander," was the response. "Seems I woke up just in time. Everyone listen up. Maintain speed and distance. Do not collide." After relaying a few commands over the intercom, Wang Pingping redirected his focus to the front. Even with the vehicle modified to tracks, there remained a risk of slipping on the thick snow. Consequently, the driver halted the vehicle several dozen meters from the airship. Damn, it's cold. Accustomed to the warmth of the cabin, Wang Pingping shivered as he stepped into the biting wind. Yet, humanity's capacity to adapt to its environment was remarkable. Even in such harsh conditions, the drive to venture outside remained unimpeded. Surprisingly, the incidence of severe frostbite or cold-induced illnesses had become increasingly rare. No wonder it was once said that, apart from pests, humans were among the most resilient creatures on the planet, making them the fifth pest, more formidable than the other four combined. As the convoy came to a stop, Wang Pingping had already circled the airship, contemplating its disassembly and transport logistics. He recalled hearing that the Zhou family resided nearby. It struck him as unusual that they had not come to seize such a lucrative opportunity, which seemed out of character for Zhou Lin. Wang Pingping had not forgotten Zhou Lin. Perhaps due to their past disagreements or the discomfort of knowing a civilian like Zhou Lin legally possessed firearms, or perhaps for other reasons General Wang has personally arrived. Zhou Lin approached slowly, wielding a flashlight. The two soldiers who initially intended to block his path were waved off by Wang Pingping. What is the matter? Aren't we all sharing in this endeavor? He gestured toward the disassembled pod. I considered it, but a gentleman acquires wealth through rightful means. A gentleman? Wang Pingping scoffed. I see you perfectly embody that concept. Oh, and which aspect do you refer to? Zhou Lin replied, unfazed. A gentleman does not stand on perilous walls. Don't you think this applies to you? Wang Pingping demonstrated a surprising depth of insight beneath his rough exterior. I concede, standing on a precarious wall is foolish, indeed. Yet, I perceive you as a fool. You may say that about me, but not about us. Do you understand why I refer to you thus? It is because I do not regard you as a stranger. Zhou Lin extended his hand. Wang Pingping, bewildered, could not recall when he and Zhou Lin had become friends. The thick gloves rendered the handshake almost imperceptible, leaving him in a state of confusion. Are we all moving out? I knew you were akin to a weasel. Zhou Lin shrugged, stamping his foot. Even the thickest snow cannot alter the fact that this land bears the surname Zhou. The land belongs to the state. Wang Pingping retorted sharply. The state has leased it to my family. Within the contract's duration, it is rightfully Zhou's. Zhou Lin asserted. To be candid, this is merely a matter of disaster relief. Were it any other scenario, if it fell upon my land, no one would dare intervene. Wang Pingping frowned, pondering the implications. What do you mean? Nothing of consequence. Zhou Lin surveyed the area. Upon my return, I shall construct a fence. As long as the government exists, they must acknowledge the original contract, correct? This is my domain, and I am its master. You're going to make me laugh. In this darkness, who would see your iron fence? Wang Pingping countered. Besides, if it weren't for the airship landing here, no one would dare approach your territory. They'd have to be mad suddenly. Wang Pingping halted mid-sentence, a look of suspicion crossing his face. Don't you think the days have been brighter lately? Or do you believe our world lacks any self-repair capability? His words jolted Wang Pingping from his reverie. In recent days, he had scarcely found time to sleep, let alone contemplate the skies. If Zhou Lin was indeed correct, could it imply that the perpetual night was soon to end and the world would return to normalcy? Chapter 88. A change in the weather. What do you mean? No, I said nothing. Zhou Lin vehemently denied. Your subordinates are quite efficient. They are all commendable young individuals. Wang Pingping cast a peculiar glance at Zhou Lin, who, despite appearing to be in his 20s, spoke as though he were a man in his 40s or 50s. Indeed. You could join them. Not at all. Zhou Lin, having previously broached this topic, was disinclined to discuss it further. He shifted the conversation. Before the earthquake, I saved someone. She told me some things that I took as mere stories. You mustn't take them seriously. Do tell. Wang Pingping, of course, was skeptical of such ghostly tales. How could someone like Zhou Lin, who was known for his self-interest, have the leisure to spin stories? There exists an organization, perhaps having been established long before the apocalypse, shrouded in mystery and wielding considerable power. Does it not sound like a tale? Zhou Lin recounted fragments of knowledge from his past life, blended with hearsay from Lan Yeye in this life. Even devoid of mention of supernatural abilities or evolution, his narration left Wang Pingping astounded, prompting him to inquire about the whereabouts of that individual. She escaped during the earthquake, and I currently have no idea where she has gone. However, You might be able to find her name, though it would be prudent not to involve government officials. Why? Wang Pingping's expression soured. Do you have an issue with the government? Because that woman is named Lan Yeye. If you encounter a strikingly beautiful woman in the city who appeals to you, tread carefully. A woman who appeals to me may not yet exist, Wang Pingping scoffed. Fine, I shall remember this. If I do happen to meet her, I will certainly have her interrogated thoroughly. Old Wang, I advise you to be cautious. That woman possesses some formidable abilities, and a moment's negligence could lead to your detriment. Why call me Old Wang? It sounds rather unseemly. Then I shall refer to you as Young Wang. Young Wang? Young Wang Ba? Wang Pingping shot Zhou Lin a fierce glare. I'm leaving. Don't come to me when you run out of bullets. At times, the camaraderie between two men can devolve into childish banter, yet this very immaturity often signifies a deeper bond. Even Zhou Lin was taken aback by the friendship blossoming with a military officer nearly 2 decades his junior. Perhaps it was due to a shared mental age or complementary personalities. Zhou Lin found numerous traits in Wang Pingping that he admired but could never emulate. Much like many others, people often express profound emotions over various matters, yet when faced with personal experiences, they might choose to avoid them. Nevertheless, this does not diminish admiration for noble qualities such as kindness, bravery, greatness, and loyalty. Thus, Zhou Lin held a genuine appreciation for Wang Pingping, desiring subordinates of his caliber to accompany him. In the apocalypse, one cannot conquer alone. Even if he had ventured onto the path of supernatural abilities and evolution ahead of others, he could not claim invincibility, especially in a few years. As these abilities became more prevalent, he might encounter beings stronger than himself, perhaps even those capable of countering his powers. At that juncture, without ample assistance, how could he safeguard his family? If acquiring supernatural abilities necessitates favorable timing, location, and human connections, evolution diverges in that it favors individuals with superior physical attributes. Soldiers and the military represent the pinnacle of physical prowess, as Zhou Lin personally witnessed in his previous life. However, he hoped this life would not repeat the circumstances of his past, for those who share a common origin should not hasten to bring harm to one another. Luckily, their light-hearted banter had at least deterred Wang Pingping from wandering about, thus preserving the secret of the shipyard. Yet, this concealment could not last indefinitely. The signs of a return to light were already discernible. If Zhou Lin recalled correctly, it would begin to illuminate within a few days. Thus, he needed to act swiftly. Once the snow began to thaw, it would not only result in drastic temperature fluctuations but also create surface runoff, potentially leading to urban flooding and water disasters. The Zhou family's ancestral home was situated in a low-lying area, making it susceptible to inundation. Fortunately, the Lai Fu vessel was impervious to flooding. The only concern was the earthen embankments. If the snow melted too rapidly, it could wash away the embankments on the starboard side of the Lai Fu, exposing the metal hull and inviting trouble. Given the current situation, reinforcing it with reinforced concrete was impractical and wasteful. Zhou Lin's plan was to compact the earth using an excavator. Once compacted, it would be more secure. If a collapse were to occur, it would be a matter of luck. In the aftermath of a magnitude 9 earthquake, while various regions faced calamities, these very disasters fostered a closer bond between the public and the government and military. After all, it was the soldiers and government who came to aid and organize rescue efforts. Such bonds of blood are impervious to any flowery rhetoric. Consequently, Basha became a region difficult for insidious forces to infiltrate. Some believed that the disaster in Basha would incite public unrest, thinking that persuasive words might achieve their ulterior motives. However, they soon discovered otherwise. Reports of enemy activity began to surface. Recently, the shelter in Jiazhou City received multiple reports regarding these activities. While it should have been the government's responsibility to address these issues, the information somehow reached Wang Pingping, who suddenly recalled a name. Lan Yeye? Lan Yeye? I believe I have heard that name before. Yixin Xiao furrowed his brow, slowly reminiscing, and indeed, he recalled. After all, Basha was not vast. He had heard about Lan Yeye at a private gathering and had even met her. She is just a woman. What's the big deal? Commander, you clearly exhibit the traits of a stereotypical ironclad man. Wang Pingping relayed Zhou Lin's assessment to Yixin Xiao. Just a woman? A woman who can appear before you? You dare to speak to me like that? I am a married man. And what about you? A solitary dog. I am solely devoted to my career. Wang Pingping retorted. Zhou Lin advised me to investigate Lan Ye thoroughly, as she may be connected to a powerful, mysterious organization, though Wang Pingping did not explicitly state it. In Xia country, anything labeled as mysterious typically signified unsavory elements. Yuxin Xiao pondered for a moment. How do you intend to investigate? We have had little interaction with the local authorities. It would be best to locate this woman named Lan Ye. Zhou Lin is a trustworthy individual. Since you have made a decision, pursue it without concern. I am here to support you. Wang Pingping held great respect for Yi Xinxiu for this very reason. Perhaps this was a testament to Yi Xinxiao's leadership skills. Yet the results were undeniably effective. As Zhou Lin had surmised, Lan Ye had indeed not ventured far. She remained within Jiazhou City. Chapter 89. All concealing from the poor Wang Pingping, although the earthquake played a role in her escape, Zhou Lin felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He was acutely aware that this woman was extraordinary, a perilous psychic ability user, and he should have taken more precautions from the beginning. If necessary, eliminating her would not have been out of the question. Zhou Lin was certain that he was not bewitched by the beauty of Lan Ye. That was impossible. In retrospect, perhaps he had merely fancied he had withstood her psychic assault, only to realize it might have been a mere illusion she had crafted to draw closer to him. Gleaning information before making her discreet exit, the more he pondered, the more plausible that possibility seemed. Psychic ability users remain enigmatic even a decade later, as their powers naturally incline towards self-concealment, making them difficult to detect unless one possesses superior psychic abilities themselves. Informing Wang Pingping about Lan Ye was, in fact, Zhou Li's intention. Whether by driving a wedge between adversaries or letting them contend with each other, Zhou Li was content with whichever outcome did not disrupt her family. Simultaneously, she insisted that Zhou Lin refrain from divulging any details about their abilities or evolution, as the risks were too great, particularly for Zhou Lin and the Zhou family. Should the higher-ups discover Zhou Lin's status as an ability user and an evolved individual, they would inevitably impose various demands and expectations. Whether to comply or not would present its own challenges, thus, maintaining a low profile was the wisest course. With a concerted effort from everyone, the atmosphere within the ship island gradually transformed into one of warmth, excluding the foyer and the quarters occupied by Sun Qinghao. This stark contrast underscored the fundamental difference between a household with and without a woman. While Zhou Lin believed that the ornamental decorations held little significance, they at least provided a sense of comfort. Indeed, most women are visually oriented, with Zhou Li being the exception. Yet, in terms of age, Zhou Li could hardly be considered a woman. She was merely a girl. These past few days had worn her out. As she busied herself setting up surveillance cameras in each room, managing both overt and covert operations and various switches. However, what surprised Zhou Lin most was Zhou Li's newfound interest in operating an excavator. In the biting cold, Zhou Li nestled within Zhou Lin's winter attire, her small hands clad in thick gloves, deftly maneuvering the excavator's controls. So, it was you who stole the Teifu Hao. How can it be called stealing? For ability users, this is merely borrowing, let's say for a few hundred years. When they signed the treaty with us back then, did they not wish for it to last for centuries? I didn't expect you to be so naive, Zhou Li remarked, her panda hat bobbing as she shook her head. Ah, the eternal youth of men. Why stop now? Brother, look at the sky ahead. It seems a bit brighter. Zhou Li remarked. Had she not mentioned it, Zhou Lin would not have noticed. Upon checking the time, it was nearly midnight. Indeed, a faint glowing area appeared in the southeastern sky, where the excavator faced. Sometimes, Zhou Lin truly admired Zhou Li, who spent her days reading. Her eyesight was remarkably keen, not only free from myopia but superior even to that of a pilot. Perhaps this was a blessing from the heavens. It seemed not only Zhou Lin and Zhou Li observed the luminous patch in the sky, the citizens of Jiazhou City, and indeed the entire Basha region, witnessed it as well. Consequently, tales of the world regaining its light spread like wildfire, leading many places to spontaneously celebrate. After all, humans are creatures of the sun. In the California shelter, Zhu Guanghan and Yuxin Xiao learned from Wang Pingping about Zhou Lin's predictions. The unmistakable light patch was irrefutable evidence supporting Zhou Lin's foresight. What else does he know? Zhu Guanghan gently rubbed his left shoulder, which had been strained the previous day, swelling by morning. Though an old Chinese medicine practitioner had realigned it, his age meant it would take at least 3 to 5 days to heal completely. Wang Pingping had indeed dedicated effort to investigating Lan Yeye, but the results were disheartening. Someone had informed him that she had previously been seen in the city. But due to the current disaster relief efforts, the population was in such flux that locating her was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Left with no choice, Wang Pingping sought the assistance of Yi Xinxiao, who, after careful consideration, accompanied him to consult Zhu Guanghan. "How did you come to know of Lan Yeye?" Zhu Guanghan inquired, initially surprised. As Wang Pingping explained, his astonishment deepened. How could Lan Yeye possibly be in Jiazhou City? And have met that young man named Zhou Lin? A secret organization? If Lan Yeye were affiliated with a special group, we might be in serious trouble. Old Zhu. Can you refrain from overreacting? What trouble could a woman possibly cause? Zhu Guanghan shook his head, discreetly scanning the surroundings for any eavesdroppers before continuing in a hushed tone. Let me mention a surname. Him? With Lan Yeye? Yi Xinxiao frowned, while Wang Pingping sensed the gravity of the situation, yet was at a loss, anxiously scratching his head like a master apprentice. Indeed, Zhu Guanghan turned to Wang Pingping. Thus, this matter you've presented could have significant consequences. Even if you find her, do not act recklessly. Otherwise, no one can guarantee your safety. Old Zhu, I find that sentiment unappealing. No matter how formidable she is, can she truly dictate my actions? Yu Xinxiao rarely wore a stern expression, but when he did, it signified a serious predicament. Wang Pingping disregarded the old commander's warning, asserting, "All right, I understand." "Hey, you little rascal, whose advice are you following?" Yi Xinxiao pressed, displeased. "Of course. I heed those who treat you well when the sky falls. I want to let you bear the brunt of it. You little scoundrel." Yu Xinxiao could not help but scold again, yet the paternal affection in his gaze was unmistakable. Though he and Wang Pingping were not bound by blood, their years of companionship had forged a bond deeper than that of father and son. As Wang Pingping departed, Zhu Guanghan suddenly spoke. "Honestly, I envy you." "Envy what?" "Envy you, envy your bond. Indeed, we soldiers are straightforward. Whoever treats me well, I return that goodwill. You officials are different, always weaving intricate webs of deceit." "Old Yi, I never told you any falsehoods." Zhu Guanghan feigned anger. "Didn't you? Heh, you dare claim not to know Lan Yeye? I see not only do you know her, but you also know her whereabouts. Am I right?" Yi Xinxiao's face bore the shrewd smile of an old fox, his piercing gaze fixated on Zhu Guanghan, whose age had not dulled his formidable presence. "Well," Zhu Guanghan's expression grew awkward, and after a prolonged pause, he finally said, "I simply do not wish to mislead Wang Pingping. Let us not even mention capturing Lan Yeye. If he merely draws attention to her, his life could be over." Zhu Guanghan's words were not lost on Yu Xinxiao, who would have directly refuted them if he disagreed. "Do you believe Zhou Lin's claims are genuine?" "I believe." Yu Xinxiao suddenly recalled a piece of information, one that neither Zhu Guanghan nor Wang Pingping was privy to. Chapter 90. National Secrets in the Xian Nation. If the state is determined to investigate an individual, there is virtually no one they cannot scrutinize. The last time Wang Pingping reported his suspicions regarding Zhou Lin, the response from the higher-ups was simply to let it unfold. 4 words. To be precise, the entire response was not merely those 4 words. It was Yi Xinxiao, adhering to protocol, who only disclosed those 4 characters to Wang Pingping. The additional remark was, upon investigation, Zhou Lin had departed the country on June 27th for an island nation, with no subsequent records of re-entry. His specific whereabouts remained to be verified. Zhou Lin was acutely aware that the absence of an entry record constituted a significant loophole, a gap that his abilities could not bridge. He could only hope for an apocalyptic event, where data might be lost or, better yet, where his insignificance would render him unnoticed. Reality, however, proved Zhou Lin to be mistaken. The Xia Nation's vast intelligence apparatus could uncover any information they desired. As a commanding officer of station forces, Yi Xinxiao possessed intelligence far surpassing that of Zhu Guanghan and Wang Pingping, especially concerning matters of national security. The world was aware of the Ford being hijacked, the release of all American soldiers, and their mysterious disappearance. Yet, only a select few knew that the hijackers had transmitted all relevant data to the Xia evacuation fleet. Though Yi Xinxiao was not officially privy to this information, he astutely inferred from the feedback that Zhou Lin had undoubtedly conferred significant advantages to the state. Otherwise, the response would not have been so nonchalant. It was absurd to assume that if Zhou Lin were a serious suspect, he would be permitted to act freely. This could only suggest that the higher-ups had conducted a thorough review and determined that Zhou Lin posed no threat to the nation or its people. With the state as a guarantee, Yi Xinxiao had no reason to doubt Zhou Lin's words. Regrettably, these reasons were not ones he could articulate. Old Zhu, we are not under each other's command, and I cannot compel you. However, you must consider whether you can bear the weight of certain matters. Zhu Guanghan wore a bitter smile. Whether I can bear it or not, I must. Otherwise, I truly do not care for this commander's title. What is so great about it? But I do not know to whom I should turn. Would it be acceptable to turn to you? If not you, who else would it benefit? If I randomly appoint someone, what will happen to the hundreds of thousands of citizens in the city? At this point, Zhu Guanghan could not help but sigh again. Old Yi, the government is not like your military. I have my own difficulties. Yi Xinxiao shook his head but recognized the truth in Zhu Guanghan's words, resigning himself to sigh and abandon the topic. As time progressed, the rescue efforts in the aftermath of the earthquake were nearing their conclusion. If, under normal circumstances, there exists a golden 72 hours for rescue, then now they had barely reached half of that precious time. Few could endure 36 hours in temperatures plummeting to 30 or 40 degrees below zero. Typically, if the human body is exposed to such low temperatures without movement, frostbite would soon threaten life within mere hours. Reports compiled from various regions indicated that after 24 hours post-earthquake, there were virtually no survivors left. Any occasional discoveries were extraordinary anomalies. In a near state of despair, the rescue teams persevered for an additional 48 hours, during which only 8 lives were saved in the entirety of Bashu province. 7 of whom faced amputation. Faced with no alternatives, the post-disaster command center of Bashu province dispatched orders to halt rescue operations. This was not an act of indifference, but rather a decision born of necessity, as personnel and resources could no longer be sustained. Ultimately, in those 48 hours, although 8 individuals were rescued, 18 rescuers lost their lives, and the resources expended were incalculable. The news of the cessation of rescue efforts struck Zhou Lin with a profound sense of lament. Had he foreseen this day, he would have long since advocated for an earlier announcement to stop the operations. Zhou Lin pouted, her audacity to speak her mind a testament to her character. Fortunately, there was no online platform at present. Otherwise, her words would certainly have drawn scorn. Branding her a fool. Today is slightly brighter than yesterday. Zhou Lin tossed a piece of rib into his mouth. Yali had recently devoted herself to culinary arts. And whether it was due to her abilities awakening something within her, the flavors improved daily, to the point that Wu Shui and Zhou Li expressed disdain, joking that if they continued indulging as such, they would become little pigs. Yali, however, maintained that having food meant they should eat heartily. After all, when food was scarce, those reserves of fat could serve them well. What lies beyond the winter night? Wu Shui inquired. Greater calamities, Zhou Lin replied with a bittersweet smile. He wished to shield them from despair, yet the truth lay plainly before them. Deception would only lead to greater disappointment later. Plague, zombies, floods, or extreme heat. Zhou Li ventured wildly, surprisingly hitting upon a kernel of truth. Flooding was a certainty. With so much snow melting, it was bound to cause havoc, leading to disease outbreaks due to contaminated waters. Extreme heat would also become frequent. As for zombies, let us not conflate fiction with reality. Zhou Lin interjected. Wu Shui's complexion turned ashen. The cold she could accept, but if it were heat coupled with floods, it would mean a surge in pests like mosquitoes and flies. The mere 40 degrees below zero would not suffice to eradicate their eggs. Given the right warmth and humidity, they would hatch and proliferate in no time. Rest assured, mosquitoes and flies cannot infiltrate. Do you truly believe our filtration system is merely decorative? Zhou Lin reassured, patting Wu Shui's hand, their long-standing relationship enabling him to perceive her fears. Wu Shui blushed. Given their abundance, was there truly any need for him to venture out into danger? Fear not. I have my plans, Zhou Lin said, pinching her cheek before rising to descend to the basement level to prepare. Symbiosis, intermediate 4217-10,000, currently symbiotic transport vehicles. Laifu, large watercraft, and Luxia Fing, medium ground vehicle. Available symbiotic transport vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1-2. Strength symbiosis, 6. 0 minutes 24 hours. Evolution level I, 6. 0, 6,001 10,000. Unbeknownst to him, the experience points for symbiosis had increased by nearly 1,000. And the evolution level had risen by a full magnitude. Zhou Lin felt quite satisfied with this pace. After all, in his previous life, he had no opportunity. Much was mere hearsay, and he had to rely solely on his own exploration along the paths of abilities and evolution. He found a stylish American pickup truck, preparing to modify it. Although he could not directly utilize consciousness without symbiosis, being aboard the Laifu allowed Zhou Lin to manipulate the equipment on board with ease. The maintenance workshop adjacent to the hangar was equipped with various tools, and with a mere thought, Zhou Lin animated the entire workshop. Numerous robotic arms and movable devices began to surround the pickup, methodically disassembling and assembling parts per his commands. Meanwhile, the special-sized components and materials he required were gradually taking shape on the machine tools and metal 3D printers. Had anyone been present to witness this, they would undoubtedly suspect that AI had initiated a plan for human obliteration. 2 hours later, a pickup truck that barely resembled its original form appeared before Zhou Lin's eyes. Chapter 91. Do not return in the next life henceforth, you shall be known as Monster Number 1. Zhou Lin declared, patting the remarkably reinforced engine cover with satisfaction. Compared to its former self, the pickup truck now resembled a fearsome beast, armed to the teeth. The front bumper had been replaced with a resilient steel plate, upon which 9 claws, akin to those of a Tyrannosaurus, were securely welded. These claws could rend asunder any carbon-based entity that dared to obstruct Monster Number 1's path, while the sturdy lower bumper ensured that the claws remained unscathed upon impact. Having fortified the bumper, Zhou Lin naturally did not overlook the entire vehicle body, from the engine hood to the front fenders and all the way to the rear bumper. He had reassembled it using spare steel plates from an aircraft carrier, plates robust enough to withstand conventional rocket fire. This enhancement alone had added a staggering 1.5 tons to the truck's weight, but fortunately, the pickup boasted ample horsepower. In addition to the vehicle's defensive capabilities, offensive power was indispensable. Utilizing the truck bed, Zhou Lin fashioned a mount for a machine gun, while it lacked the finesse of the Lan Xiaofeng, which featured an adjustable protective shield. It would suffice for the time being. In dire situations, he could remove the machine gun from the Lan Xiaofeng and set it up, likely deterring many adversaries. Furthermore, the enclosed truck bed provided a greater sense of security for both cargo and passengers. The tires remained unmodified as the accumulated snow had largely hardened, allowing a 4-wheel drive vehicle equipped with tire chains to navigate without issue. Capitalizing on the dim light before dawn, Zhou Lin intended to venture into the city mall to procure gold. As the saying goes, in prosperous times, antiques, in chaotic times, gold. The intrinsic properties of gold dictated its utility. Contrary to many novels suggesting gold could not procure sustenance, such scenarios would only manifest in transient or isolated circumstances. After all, as long as human society persists, trade remains inevitable, and gold retains its status as a medium of exchange. Zhou Lin opted not to exit through the main hall of the tower, but rather through a side door on the starboard side. Having decided to utilize this entrance while piling earth with Zhou Li the previous day, he constructed a makeshift ramp. Though rudimentary, it was sufficiently sturdy for the pickup to ascend and descend once frozen solid. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, with only a few beams of light occasionally slicing through the night sky from Jiazhou City. Despite the significant energy consumption, Zhu Guanghan had steadfastly maintained this practice since the earthquake, proclaiming it a beacon of hope for the populace. The persistence of these beams signified that the nation endured. The government remained intact, and hope persisted. Simultaneously, the unyielding light served as a warning to those contemplating nefarious deeds. Those who might seek to exploit and harm others should not indulge in false hopes. Even if they succeeded momentarily, there would inevitably come a day of reckoning. However, countless areas within the city remained shrouded in darkness, even if individuals survived. Most of the available energy was allocated for warmth rather than illumination. The roar of the pickup echoed defiantly in the hushed, shadowy expanse. Yet Zhou Lin had no intention of driving straight into the city. He planned to explore the outskirts first, hoping for unexpected gains. What Zhou Lin could not have anticipated was that before he could reach the city's edge, he was nearly blinded by two beams of laser light. Cursing under his breath, he slammed on the brakes and, relying solely on memory in his moment of blindness, maneuvered the vehicle to the side. If his recollections served him right, there was a slope nearby that could shield him from the source of the lasers. Unbeknownst to Zhou Lin, the two beams of green laser light were either a warning or an aim. While the truck's body was bulletproof, the glass was not, and should they employ a sniper rifle, his newly modified pickup would be rendered useless. Boom. The noise of the pickup barreling down the slope was considerable, and the snow below was much fluffier than the road surface, causing the front half of the vehicle to plunge into the wide expanse. Though the engine continued to roar, Zhou Lin swiftly turned it off. He had no desire for his freshly modified pickup to meet an untimely end. Little brats, don't let me catch you. Enraged, Zhou Lin leaped from the vehicle and charged up the slope. In his hand, he wielded a rifle commonly used by American soldiers, the renowned M16. The beams of laser light had vanished, but it mattered not. Zhou Lin had memorized the direction, and now he would proceed cautiously. He held little faith that anyone could see farther or clearer than he could, unless they possessed superior night vision equipment. Was that even a possibility? Likely not, unless they hailed from the military's most advanced and elite ranks. Not far along the route into the city, a few individuals lay hidden on the other side of the slope. One of them muttered, "Didn't they say this type of laser pin could blind the driver? Where's the vehicle?" "Shut up. I saw the truck go down. They might be dead by now. Wouldn't it be better to go retrieve the body?" Another inquired. "What if someone else got to it first?" A third chimed in. "Are you out of your mind? We're the only ones around here. Where would anyone else come from?" "I just saw someone." "Ah, you, right next to you." Damn it. Zhou Lin had never anticipated nearly encountering a fatal misstep. Indeed, in the wake of the apocalypse, humanity's moral thresholds continually lowered until they were completely breached. Even this urban-rural fringe had its share of highwaymen. What of the city itself? It was likely overrun with people, for humanity's resilience and adaptability could rival that of cockroaches. "Hey, buddy, we were here first. Let's reason this out. Attack him. Take him down." One man attempted to distract Zhou Lin, hoping to ambush him with sheer numbers. However, he had miscalculated. Upon confirming that the trio possessed no firearms, Zhou Lin switched to a tactical dagger he had previously wielded. He cared not for the trio's origins, familial backgrounds, or the reasons behind their robbery. He was indifferent to their names. With sixfold physical prowess, Zhou Lin's reactions were swifter, his speed greater, and his strength unmatched. Respect was due to the leader. Hence Zhou Lin's first strike was aimed at him. The sharp blade sliced through the leader's throat before he even registered pain. It felt as though a chill wind had penetrated his chest as he raised his hand to touch the wound. Zhou Lin's dagger had already plunged into the chest of the second robber. The dagger had barely fallen short of its intended depth, yet Zhou Lin's force was tremendous, crushing the second robber's chest and driving the blade through his back, severing two ribs in the process. At this moment, the third robber finally reacted. Zhou Lin's ferocity in dispatching the first two left him trembling. He attempted to flee, but as he turned, he felt a chill creep into his nape. His body fell limp. Zhou Lin did not decapitate him. He had simply severed his cervical spine, disrupting the spinal cord. Significantly, Diff, Chapter 92. Maggots in the darkness gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground. Zhou Lin found himself envious of those possessing spatial abilities. The notion of obliterating evidence became trivial. Simply tossing the remains into a spatial realm to dry out might render them a delicacy in a few years. Of course, not for human consumption, but for those other entities. It is essential to recognize that the world is fundamentally equitable. Zhou Lin later learned that the ability orbs do not discriminate between humans and animals. All life is equal, and there should be no hierarchy based on value. Ah. Let the three brothers rest in peace, Zhou Lin mused as he inadvertently touched a corpse, only to discover something peculiar. A laser pointer. While an ordinary laser pointer might dazzle a regular individual unless exposed for an extended period, Zhou Lin's physical prowess was 6 times that of an average person. How could he nearly go blind from a mere glance? This tiny laser pointer's intensity rivaled that of a true laser, far from what one could procure in a store. Judging by the attire of the 3 bodies, such an item seemed unbefitting. Where, then, did this laser pointer originate? Was it pilfered from someone else, or perhaps merely found? Or was it given to them by someone who intended for them to engage in such actions? Zhou Lin could not ascertain. The pickup truck posed no significant issues. After Zhou Lin extricated it from the snow, it only bore slight deformations that did not hinder its functionality. After some contemplation, he decided against using it for the time being. What if the next time he entered the driver's seat, it was not a laser but rather a sniper bullet? Better to rely on his trusty skis. Concealing the vehicle, Zhou Lin ventured into the city on foot. Once darkness enveloped him, Zhou Lin indeed discovered 2 or 3 groups of individuals, each consisting of 3 to 5 members or 7 to 8, meandering at intersections and bends, utilizing dim lighting. Could it be that numerous vehicles were entering and exiting the city? As the saying goes, flies do not alight on a seamless egg if there were not sufficient benefits. Why would these people squander their time here when they could be searching for food and drink? Unless, contemplating this, Zhou Lin silently trailed a group of individuals. With his current capabilities, he could easily remain undetected in the shadows, to the point that if he chose to play the specter, he could terrify them to death. As he drew close enough, he could effortlessly overhear their conversation. Why hasn't the big fish arrived yet? What's the rush? Trust me, didn't we manage to score yesterday? Right now, we lack weapons. If we encounter a solitary police car, brothers, do not be afraid, charge right in. If there are too many, we will retreat. The police won't dare to fire if we haven't struck first. If there are few, we will fight. Once we secure a weapon, we can roam freely in this city. The boss is right. Alas, it's a pity we haven't encountered any women lately. That one from a few days ago, what a waste. We shouldn't have killed her. If we had played it smart, we could have enjoyed her company a bit longer. Indeed, as the apocalypse progressed, humanity began to unveil its darkest facets. Taking advantage of the police's sense of duty and the trust placed in them by the common folk, they dared to wield real weapons to rob? Zhou Lin shook his head, suddenly realizing he had no standing to judge them. Wasn't the Lai Fu also seized by him? How many of the supplies within were procured through his own resources? Ultimately, humanity is inherently selfish. Some possess higher thresholds, while others are lower, and some. Drawing out his dagger, the metallic scent instantaneously filled Zhou Lin's nostrils, reminiscent of his previous life. In the final years, any gains he sought were primarily reliant on ambushes and team assaults. After all, abilities and evolution were often not discernible at first glance. And acting alone without backup could lead to disastrous outcomes. Back then, Zhou Lin was with AI Bing, Tang Ili, and several others. Though he had later perceived an ambiguous relationship between AI Bing and other men, the daily struggle for sustenance had dulled romantic inclinations. As long as he did not witness it with his own eyes, he could endure. He wondered what sort of enchantment AI Bing had cast upon him in his previous life. As he followed along, Zhou Lin's thoughts drifted, primarily because this group had yet to stumble upon their target and moved at a leisurely pace. Now that AI Bing was dead and Tang Ili had also perished, he had avenged a portion of his past grievances. However, Chao Bowen remained alive, along with that Blue Yaya. Originally, Zhou Lin harbored no animosity toward Blue Yaya. But her opportunistic escape during the earthquake right before his eyes felt like a slap in the face. If word spread that the esteemed leader of a survival base had been abandoned by a woman, how would he preserve his dignity? Though he might not yet be the leader of a base, it seemed a logical progression. What joy could there be if only one's kin survived? Humanity is inherently social. While a large gathering might invite questions, what harm is there in having problems? Solutions exist. Either resolve the issues or eliminate those who pose them. Zhou Lin ceased his musings as another group approached, 6 individuals, both sides suddenly aware of each other's presence. Is that Xin Laosan? The group Zhou Lin was following flickered their flashlight and inquired quietly. Centipede, you've crossed the line. This is our territory. Yes, we merely stepped on the boundary. Rest assured, we won't violate the rules. Have you made any gains? Do you want a hammer? Get lost. If you don't scram, I'll kill you. Qin Laosan's temperament was evidently more volatile, and Zhou Lin sensed a noticeable air of superiority in the way Qin Laosan addressed Centipede. Logically, given that everyone was risking their lives, such a clear hierarchy should not exist. It undermined Centipede's authority in leading his subordinates. Yet, the silence from Centipede's followers indicated their acknowledgement of Qin Laosan's superior status. This was intriguing. In merely a few days, such order had already developed. Zhou Lin firmly believed this order was not a natural occurrence. Someone was undoubtedly manipulating events from the shadows. No, he must clarify the situation. Zhou Lin intended to remain in Jiazhou City for some time. He could not allow others to slumber peacefully beside his sleeping mat. While government shelters could be tolerated, any clandestine forces or organizations must be extinguished at their nascent stage to prevent future complications. In 5 years, more precisely. Within 4 years and 10 months, there should not be a significant emergence of abilities or evolution. Thus, all battles surrounding resource contention would predominantly involve ordinary individuals. During this phase, Zhou Lin's greatest reliance, aside from his own abilities, lay in the weaponry within the Laifu. As long as he had sufficient manpower, he even harbored the confidence to conquer the entirety of Jiazhou City, except for government shelters, of course. Yet, that was merely a fleeting thought. It would be madness to act thusly. This was not a quest for dominance over the realm. It was a post-apocalyptic world with scarce resources. Nurturing so many idle hands served little purpose. Talent, talent, talent. Experts, experts, experts. From this moment forth, only these two types of individuals were Zhou Lin's focus. As Centipede began to lead his team back, Zhou Lin contemplated and ultimately decided to abandon following Centipede, stealthily trailing Qin Laosan's group instead, for he might reap even greater rewards. Chapter 93. Zhou Lin's blade is too cold. The team led by Qin Laosan, in terms of physique, presence, and the seamless camaraderie observed in their movements, exhibited a superiority far beyond that of the Centipede squad. They appeared to embody a certain organizational essence. Well, some thoughts must remain unspoken by Zhou Lin, as they could lead to complications. Indeed, in any era, wherever humanity gathers, there exists a spectrum of colors. To refer to the underworld as a jianghu seems to elevate these individuals unduly. Suddenly, Qin Laosan, who was leading the group, came to an abrupt halt, his eyes scanning the surroundings intently. The flashlight in his hand began to rotate, casting a yellow beam that swept back and forth, nearly grazing Zhou Lin's concealed position on 2 occasions. Intriguing. It seemed Qin Laosan sensed something amiss. In truth, human sensory organs are not as deficient as they may appear. The fact that some individuals, after rigorous training, can rival animals in perception indicates that the issue lies not in our eyes, noses, or ears. It is akin to assembling a computer. Once all the hardware is in place, any sudden enhancement in performance, without hardware modification, must stem from a change in the software system. Modern computers boast features like throttling and energy-saving modes, so why should the brain be allowed to slack off? After all, consciousness emanates from the brain, and when it chooses to be idle, awareness often remains oblivious. Only when the brain feels compelled to exert itself does it fully engage the sensory organs, resulting in those who achieve such heightened perception being labeled as anomalies. Qin Laosan likely belonged to the category of individuals whose cognitive faculties were notably diligent. Yet his capabilities fell short of Zhou Lin's level, hence his evident perplexity. They continued onward. Furrowing his brow, Qin Laosan truly perceived a disturbance. The sound seemed to follow them persistently. Could he be mistaken? Hidden in the shadows, Zhou Lin hesitated between following closely or opting for distance. Ultimately, he chose to stay close. If Qin Laosan truly discovered him, what would it matter? After all, lives were expendable, a trivial concern. This decision, however, proved disastrous for Qin Laosan. Not far along, he halted again, swinging the flashlight back and forth, yet still found nothing. After several such attempts, not only did the team begin to question their leader's state of mind, but even Qin Laosan rubbed his ears and tapped his head, fearing he might be malfunctioning. Zhou Lin could only stifle a chuckle. Why was Qin Laosan so dedicated? Did he not consider taking a moment to rest? Let us send 2 people inside to investigate. If all is well, we can take a break. With no fruitful outcome and growing paranoia, Qin Lao San suspected he was merely fatigued and that a brief nap would be beneficial. The building was a small house on the outskirts of the city, long abandoned. Once Qin Lao San and his men entered, Zhou Lin nimbly leaped onto the second-floor rooftop. Although there was some noise, it paled in comparison to the racket generated by Qin Lao San's subordinates inside. "I need to sleep for a bit. Keep the noise down." Once the fire was lit and the temperature rose, Qin Lao San instructed everyone to rest. Indeed, cold-weather sleeping bags had become essential for outdoor excursions. Otherwise, one risked vanishing without a trace. The underlings busied themselves, some prepared hot food, others dozed off, while a few were left to Zhou Lin's discretion. One of the guards, initially intent on calling for help, was deterred by the gleam of Zhou Lin's knife, especially by the pungent aura it exuded. "Do you know who your leader, Qin Lao San, associates with?" Zhou Lin inquired softly. Yes, please don't kill me. I'll tell you. We are the Apocalyptic Kitchen Knife Gang, and Qin Lao San is the branch leader." "The Kitchen Knife Gang? How down to earth. Why not call it the Axe Gang instead?" "Brother, axes are not as easy to wield as kitchen knives. Look at our weapons. They are primarily kitchen knives." "What is the leader's name?" "I don't know his real name. Everyone just calls him Dragonhead." "Dragonhead? It sounds somewhat fitting, but combined with the gang's name, it feels peculiar. Kitchen Knife Gang's Dragonhead?" Zhou Lin stifled a laugh, though he felt it was disrespectful to the deceased. The guard felt Chapter 94, the prosperity of Su Laosi in the time-honored gold shop. Su Laosi's journey to wealth is a tale that eludes Zhou Lin's memory. In the chaotic world, it is not uncommon for a few individuals to rise above the fray. Over the past 2 decades in Jiazhou City, Su Laosi has been one such figure, amassing a following of subordinates and acquiring various businesses, including a sand and gravel yard, nightclubs, and numerous establishments. His intelligence is key. He has vowed to sever ties with gambling and drugs, abstaining from them himself, while allegedly aiding the police behind the scenes. Assisting others ultimately benefits oneself, and through a myriad of connections, Su Laosi has flourished in Jiazhou City. However, merchants with a sordid past seldom enjoy long-lasting success. When the city's leadership changes hands, there are always those who covet their downfall for personal gain. Fortunately, the apocalypse has arrived. For those unscrupulous individuals, perhaps the end times are tailor-made for their kind. Of course, this is contingent on not encountering someone with extraordinary abilities or a rebirth. Otherwise, even the most formidable would merely play the role of a side character. Often, reality can be more outrageous than fiction. Yet most people prefer to believe only what they wish to accept. "You once claimed you wouldn't kill me," Qin Lao San lamented, sensing the inexorable passage of life. Zhou Lin nodded. "Promises must be honored, mustn't they? Everyone is in this for survival. How naive could one be? Or do you perceive me as benevolent?" "Typically." Zhou Lin does not indulge in smoking, yet after taking many lives, he finds solace in lighting a cigarette. The curling smoke seems to cloak the twitching at the corners of his mouth, easing his tense spirit. Perhaps it carries away the restless souls like that of Qin Lao San. The sentiment remains, in this mortal realm, it is better not to return. One can only remark on the fortunate fate of those associated with the Centipede Gang. Otherwise, they would have found themselves dispatched by Zhou Lin. Having dispatched a small number of foes, the pent-up resentment dissipated somewhat. Now that he had entered the city, Zhou Lin leisurely wandered about. In a few years, gold's purchasing power would surge, yet in the initial years of natural disasters, it experienced a remarkable decline. It is indeed miraculous. Just a few paces from Zhou Lin stood a gold shop, its neighboring bubble tea store thoroughly looted, while the gold shop's glass door remained unscathed. Are the people of the Xia Kingdom particularly law-abiding, or are the locals simply not very astute? Amidst the deepening night, Zhou Lin shattered the tempered glass door without a hint of concealment, stepping over the shards to enter. The air was thick with a damp odor, and the tiled floor was coated with a thick layer of ice, creaking beneath his weight. This was fortunate, as the shop was situated on the second floor. And given the elevation, the lower levels in the southern part of the city remained buried in snow. Inside the rectangular counters, many areas were empty, likely cleared out by the owner during the closure. Upon inspection, the pure gold items were scarce, while gemstones and jade scattered across the counters indicated the disparity in value. Zhou Lin had no interest in those worthless stones. Instead, He collected a few gold ornaments from a small counter that the owner had presumably forgotten to retrieve before heading to the back office. The office was modest, yet the safe was conspicuous. Upon seeing the securely locked safe, Zhou Lin understood there was no escape. The simplest approach was to dismantle it violently, first extracting it from the wall and then breaching it from the rear. Claims of self-destruction were mere nonsense. Which safe manufacturer would dare sell self-destructing safes in the Xia Kingdom? Zhou Lin was unconcerned about the commotion he might cause in this frigid weather. As long as the building didn't collapse, few would be inclined to meddle. A few minutes later, the safe lay open, though it bore no weapons. Yet a considerable amount of money had spilled forth. Zhou Lin was somewhat surprised that such a remote shop harbored nearly 3 kilograms of gold ornaments and bars, which hardly seemed to be acquired through legitimate means. It was either dirty or illicit. He had no idea who the owner truly was. But it certainly wasn't he the person listed on the business license. Initially, Zhou Lin had intended to leave some for the shop owner, but now it seemed unnecessary. It was merely a case of black eating black, and there was no guilt to be had. It was a fortuitous start, though one couldn't help but wonder if it was stained with the blood of Qin Laosan's associates. Exiting the gold shop, Zhou Lin glanced at the time. He had lingered longer than intended. He recalled there were perhaps 2 more gold shops nearby, even though it was somewhat late, having come this far. He resolved to walk over and take a look. Every city harbors those hidden jewelers tucked away in narrow alleys, their facades unimposing. Some might underestimate these small shops. But it is overly simplistic to think that way. One must consider why they endure the relentless tides of change and remain steadfast. Each has its own path. The profitability of these diminutive gold shops often lies hidden from the ordinary observer. Some openly present as gold and silver shops, yet operate as pawn shops, while others serve as informal banks. Zhou Lin halted at one such establishment, its sign indicating a long history. The weathered marks on its facade more pronounced than the wrinkles on Zhou Zaijuan's face. The door was an old wooden one, solid yet not entirely secure. With keen attention, one could hear the wind whistling through the cracks, as well as the sound of breathing from within. Someone. Zhou Lin narrowed his eyes, contemplating turning away. He was here to gather, not to rob. He still held on to this principle. However, in the next moment, he heard a blood-curdling scream, a woman's cry, emanating from within the gold shop. Even without thinking, one could surmise it was likely yet another tragedy unfolding in this apocalyptic era. Zhou Lin pondered briefly before slowly turning back. To be a savior? Unlikely. He merely sought a pretext to intervene, for after all, a killer is always pursued. The ancient door, no matter how sturdy, had succumbed to the ravages of time, and faced with someone like Zhou Lin, who reveled in violence, it offered no resistance. Amidst the cacophony, a man's voice barked, "Who dares to interfere? Get lost." In a corner of the shop, an emergency light flickered, its glow nearly obscured by the counter, which explained why Zhou Lin had not seen any light through the door crack moments ago. A robust figure gradually emerged into the light, shadows obscuring his head as he approached Zhou Lin. "I want to exchange some gold. Is that possible?" "Exchange? What do you have to offer?" The burly man seemed puzzled, questioning whether this visitor was even a customer. "Surely, you must have something edible. Can a pack of instant noodles trade for a gram of gold?" Had this man lost his mind? A pack of instant noodles for a gram of gold? Why not just rob me instead of wasting perfectly good noodles? From the corner of the counter, 2 men engaged in conversation, their words punctuated by the muffled sounds of a woman in distress. "So, how do we trade? How many packs of instant noodles do you have?" The burly man did not smile. His face was a canvas of coarse features and a thick beard. Clearly not a good person. "Many, though not all on me. 1 pack for 1 gram. Is that a deal?" "Deal," the man exclaimed. "You really mean it? Gold is gold, after all. But it can't be eaten." The burly man shouted back, his frustration evident. The mystery unraveled. Zhou Lin's gaze shifted toward the counter, where it appeared the true owner of this gold shop was an unfortunate woman. Chapter 95. Another calamity. Jiang Lanlan is a woman of exquisite charm. The jewelry store she owns is situated in a building where she resides on the upper floors, a convenient arrangement comprising 2 interconnected levels. This building has stood for over 30 years, though Jiang Lanlan has only lived here for approximately a decade. 10 years can feel both lengthy and fleeting. For instance, The burly man who conversed with Zhou Lin, named Shenfeng, was merely a high school student 10 years ago. Upon encountering Jiang Lanlan in her elegant black dress, he became irrevocably captivated by her alluring silhouette and the enchanting scent that lingered in the air. At that time, Jiang Lanlan was still in her 30s. The pinnacle of a woman's beauty. Is it true that one glance can dictate a lifetime? Shenfeng had a penchant for martial arts novels, longing for the thrilling escapades filled with blade and sword, accompanied by the allure of fine wine and beautiful women amid the vibrant nightlife. In his youthful heart, Jiang Lanlan represented the divine beauty destined for him. To see her every day, he relinquished the opportunity to pursue higher education and even abandoned the prospect of working elsewhere, opting instead to set up a bicycle repair stall at the alley's entrance. Eventually, he expanded his endeavors to include repairs of various two-wheeled and three-wheeled vehicles. Youthful affection often breeds impractical fantasies. A woman who manages a jewelry store would never be interested in a mere bicycle mechanic, especially one nearly a decade her junior. Indeed, Jiang Lanlan never even cast a glance at Shenfeng, despite his attempts to draw her attention by riding a freshly repaired motorcycle in front of her store. If not for a fateful coincidence, where Shenfeng witnessed a luxury car delivering Jiang Lanlan home, accompanied by a man who ascended with her to her dwelling. Perhaps he would have remained in his dreamlike state indefinitely. The following day, Shenfeng drowned his sorrows in alcohol. This pattern persisted for several days. The alley was filled with unruly children, or those neglected. The Chun brothers, Chun Mingyun and Chun Mingdong, one tall and the other short, one lean and the other stout, resembled their respective parents in appearance. Yet, in academics, they unerringly showcased their twin characteristics, perpetually occupying the last two positions in their class. In their childhood, the brothers delighted in Shenfeng's repair shop. The bicycle chains were amusing, the spokes entertaining, and even the oil used for lubrication provided endless fun. Following their parents' divorce, the brothers were left to their own devices, becoming frequent visitors to Shenfeng's establishment. When Shenfeng rented a storefront, they often slept there. Eventually, following the death of their grandfather and their father's employment elsewhere, they dropped out of school and became apprentices under Shenfeng. In truth, their apprenticeship consisted mainly of idling together. Regardless of the circumstances, Shenfeng did not neglect his childhood companions. Whenever he had food, he ensured they did not go hungry. Initially, Chun Mingyun and Chun Mingdong were oblivious to Shenfeng's secret until one day he drunkenly called out Jiang Lanlan's name while clutching a pillow. They realized their elder brother was ensnared by love. However, what could they do to assist him? Kidnapping Jiang Lanlan was not a viable option, although they had briefly considered it until Shenfeng intervened. Shenfeng believed his life would remain stagnant, yet the apocalypse arrived unexpectedly. Faced with destitution, the three brothers clung to two old houses and a storefront, with nothing to their names. Within 2 days, they ran out of food. 3 days later, their home was devoid of warmth. What to do? The Chun brothers, somewhat impulsive, resorted to theft. They first raided nearby vacant houses, seeking anything edible or burnable, which surprisingly yielded some rewards, alleviating their hunger and providing warmth against the cold. As supplies dwindled and abandoned homes were depleted, the Chun brothers turned their attention to their neighbors. Although it is said that one should not prey upon those nearby, the brothers were undeterred. They concocted excuses, recalling past grievances with their neighbors, and any minor conflict became justification for their robberies. If doors were not opened, they would resort to breaking in. Chapter 96. Women are not simple creatures. Zhou Lin was disinclined to squander time. He had come solely in search of gold. And if these two brothers were intent on courting death, he had no qualms about facilitating their demise. Wait a moment, Jiang Lanlan interjected suddenly. Do not fire. They are not truly villains, merely momentarily impulsive. Spare their lives. Oh, that is your concern, Zhou Lin replied. All I desire is gold. He gestured with his gun, instructing Jiang Lanlan and the others to retreat to the corner. Faced with the gun's muzzle, Chun Mingyun and Chun Mingdong fell silent. Yet, surprisingly, it was Jiang Lanlan who urged the brothers to comply, whispering reassurances to them to refrain from rash actions. After all, she was the one who had truly experienced the world. She could discern that Zhou Lin was not jesting. His threats were genuine. The gold is in the counter. You may take it at your leisure. A woman who understood the gravity of the situation, Zhou Lin nodded and began to gather the valuables. The shop was small, and the genuine gold on display was scant, totaling less than 3,000 grams, which was swiftly pocketed by Zhou Lin. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Jiang Lan Lan." "Very well, you may leave." Zhou Lin waved his gun dismissively. "And what of them?" Jiang Lan Lan glanced back at the Qin brothers. "They just threatened me. I prefer to eliminate potential troubles, especially those younger than myself." The Qin brothers, who had been so aggressive moments ago, were now utterly subdued. Unable to utter a single retort in the face of Zhou Lin's arrogance, their eyes pleadingly fixed on Jiang Lan Lan. It was somewhat ironic. They had just been scheming to intimidate her, and now they sought her intervention to save their lives. They are still just children. "Ah, you are quite the good Samaritan," Zhou Lin remarked, abruptly pivoting the gun to press against Qin Feng's forehead, rendering him immobile as he attempted to strike Zhou Lin with a chain. "So he is a good man too?" Zhou Lin had already discerned Qin Feng's awakening earlier, but had chosen not to expose it. He anticipated that Qin Feng would attempt a surprise attack. Zhou Lin refrained from executing Qin Feng, curiosity piqued. Logically, after the kick he had received, Qin Feng should have been incapacitated, yet here he was, attempting to retaliate. Could it be? With a racing heartbeat and labored breaths, Qin Feng's displayed vigor was far from ordinary. A martial artist? In both his past and present life, Zhou Lin had never encountered such a person. Modern combat skills, whether martial arts or otherwise, paled in comparison to an evolved being. After all, brute strength could easily surpass skill. Indeed, you possess some courage. Why not join me? Zhou Lin pressed forward, forcing Qin Feng to retreat. Though Qin Feng's gaze continually darted towards Jiang Lan Lan. "Seems you share a history," Zhou Lin teased. "Not quite a couple. Are you harboring feelings for her?" Zhou Lin chuckled. "Then let us go together." The confines of the Jian Island building were limited, yet the Laifu ship could accommodate hundreds with minimal adjustments. Reminiscent of the time Zhou Lin had organized the American sailors during his stay in the island nation, his curiosity about Qin Feng lingered. Was he perhaps another evolved being? "Join you?" Qin Feng grumbled, rubbing his chest. "What isn't it for me? Survival. Is that not a sufficient incentive? Or do you wish for me to assist you in abducting her?" "That is out of the question. One must maintain certain boundaries." "You think she is a virtuous woman?" To Zhou Lin's surprise, Qin Feng laughed, pointing at Jiang Lan Lan. "You believe she is a good woman?" Jiang Lan Lan, upon being accused, remained silent. Her expression one of disappointment directed at Qin Feng. "How fascinating. What does her character have to do with me?" "Of course, it matters. You have stolen her gold. She is not currently retaliating because you can eliminate her at any moment. But once her man learns of this, you are doomed, utterly doomed." "Qin Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? My man is long dead." Jiang Lan Lan could no longer contain herself, her tone sharp as she admonished Qin Feng. Yet Qin Feng was beyond redemption, his past affections now twisted into deep-seated resentment. "Dead? Are we all blind? That vehicle, can we not see it? Xiao Xiaodong, what say you?" "Indeed, she is nothing but a harlot." It was quite the turnaround. Moments ago, she was their savior, yet now Jiang Lan Lan was labeled a wretch. Thus, do not always seek to exchange sincerity for sincerity, apologies, but who besides one's parents would offer genuine goodwill? Even in times of peace, such exchanges are unattainable. For modern individuals have long understood a vital truth: living without emotional burdens is far less exhausting. Zhou Lin too comprehended that Jiang Lan Lan was most likely some man's mistress. To afford a woman of her caliber and provide her with a gold shop was no ordinary feat, however. This realization did not serve as justification for Zhou Lin to assist Qin Feng in seizing a woman, as every individual has their limits, and Zhou Lin's was. "I know who her man is. It is that Su fellow." Chun Mingdong, who had remained silent thus far, suddenly spoke up. "Su." Zhou Lin's brow furrowed in surprise. "What a coincidence." Jiang Lanlan's expression turned resolute. "Shin Mingdong, you are courting death. Do you truly fear nothing?" "I fear nothing." Shin Mingdong spat defiantly. "In this apocalypse, can Su Laosi continue to reign as Su sire? I scoff at that. Without food and clothing, who would follow him? Next time his car comes, my brothers and I will seize it. Do you believe it?" Chun Feng chuckled awkwardly. Before encountering Zhou Lin, he had shared that bravado, but after Zhou Lin's kick, He realized he was nothing in comparison. Indeed, it is Su Laosi. Zhou Lin could not suppress a laugh. Jiang Lanlan, is it? Can you reach him? Jiang Lanlan hesitated, but the mirth in Zhou Lin's smile instilled a profound dread within her. This man exuded an inexplicable charm that even she could not fathom. Yes, eventually. Jiang Lanlan conceded. Then attempt to contact him now. I have already been in contact. As she spoke, Jiang Lanlan produced a black device from her waist, which Zhou Lin recognized as a high-end walkie-talkie, a rarity in the country. Not surprising for Su Laosi. He possesses such fine equipment and is willing to provide it to his mistress for protection. Chen Mingyun's expression darkened as he glared at Jiang Lanlan. It was evident that the walkie-talkie had been active, implying that Su Laosi was aware of what had transpired. So, had this woman genuinely been advocating for them? Of course not. She merely sought to buy time until Su Laosi's men arrived, and later could use the recordings to assert that they had instigated the conflict. Deserving of their fate. One might argue that Chen Mingdong's logic was flawed. After all, who had invited trouble? Had they not come seeking it? Jiang Lanlan would have remained a compliant mistress, content in her survival. The roar of engines approached, and Zhou Lin was taken aback. Someone was indeed coming. Chapter 97. The person behind it all was actually her so. The people from Susai have arrived? Truly, they are loyal and righteous. Yet, Zhou Lin harbored a different opinion, for what he beheld was a modified white off-road vehicle. It was not that Susai could not ride in such a vehicle, but one worth 200,000 to 300,000 would hardly be used for safety considerations. If it weren't Susai arriving, then who could it be? Zhou Lin cast a glance at the eagerly anticipating Jiang Lanlan, secretly amused. Women are inherently contradictory. They profess a desire to share the world equally with men. Yet in critical moments, they yearn for a man to descend like a divine savior. Little do they realize that those who profess their love for you often harbor intentions to take your life. The white off-road vehicle crushed the snow as it sped towards the jewelry store. Before it had even come to a full stop, the door swung open, followed swiftly by the doors on either side, as three figures rushed towards the shop. Their demeanor did not suggest they were there to rescue. Rather, it appeared they were. As Zhou Lin continued speaking, he suddenly noticed the man in the lead raising his firearm, commanding, "Stop." Without further ado, the man dodged to the side, while the two following him split left and right, one of them loudly proclaiming, "Friend, it's a family matter of size. If you wish to live, do not interfere." A family matter? Zhou Lin quickly glanced at Jiang Lanlan. At this moment, Jiang Lanlan was utterly bewildered, even with her limited wits. She could discern the gravity of the situation. Such aggression could hardly be construed as a rescue. Yet, she could not fathom why Susai would want her dead. Had their years of affection meant nothing? Not only was Jiang Lanlan perplexed, but Qin Feng too was at a loss. Only the Qin brothers cowered in the corner, trembling yet exhilarated. What a spectacle! Was this not the grand scene they had anticipated countless times? One last time. If you leave now, you may still breathe. Otherwise, prepare to meet your end. This was a clear threat. Zhou Lin shrugged, retorting, "I shall say it just once more. Leave now while you still can, or await your demise." No sooner had Zhou Lin uttered these words than gunfire erupted from 3 or 4 directions simultaneously, bullets whizzing past, demolishing the walls, counters, and ceiling where Zhou Lin had just stood. Was there no sense of restraint? It was evident that Susai possessed formidable resources. Otherwise, who would waste ammunition so recklessly? Upstairs, Jiang Lanlan crouched on the ground, gesturing towards the staircase. She dared not move, hoping Zhou Lin would assist her as he passed. But how could Zhou Lin abandon such an exhilarating scenario? Moreover, the second floor was more confined. If they were cornered, it would be even more dire. Qin Feng, have you made your decision? Will you join me? And what about them? Qin Feng, covered in dirt and grime, gritted his teeth and asked. Together, if we survive. Zhou Lin replied, I seek vengeance. Qin Feng pointed towards the outside, and Zhou Lin understood his intent. Very well. I shall fight alongside you. Upon hearing Qin Feng's resolve, Zhou Lin nodded and then swiftly fired a shot. Although he fired but once, the effect was worlds apart from the 4 outside. With that single shot, Zhou Lin blew the head off the driver of the off-road vehicle. Why should he tolerate a fool hiding? Chapter 98. The return of light may not be a blessing. Zheng Ping has perished, slain by Qin Feng. The concepts of justice or evil hold little significance. Zhou Lin merely sought to have Qin Feng practice a bit, rather than just relying on mere words. As for Zhang Lanlin's foolish desire to confront Lan Yeye, Zhou Lin would not entertain such nonsense. It was time to return. Ultimately, after Qin Feng had shot Zhang Ping dead, he decided to follow Zhou Lin. The sensation of controlling another's life and death. Qin Feng may not possess high academic qualifications, yet he had indulged in some literature, albeit mostly novels. It was truly intoxicating. Now, reflecting on Zhang Lanlan, he felt rather foolish. Indeed, men are like this. When enamored with a woman, she becomes the entirety of their universe. Yet upon awakening, she becomes nothing. Even if Zhang Lanlan were to actively pursue Qin Feng now, he might dismiss her entirely. After all, once the halo of infatuation fades, a woman nearing 40, regardless of her enduring charm, may not captivate a man as much as an 18-year-old girl. Zhang Lanlan followed closely behind the Qin brothers. Regardless of whether they wished to accompany Zhou Lin, the face of Lord Su was at stake. Who would bear the brunt of any future repercussions? Certainly not Zhou Lin. Thus, even though she could not accept Zhou Lin's disregard or Qin Feng's disdain, Zhang Lanlan could only swallow her pride and cling to the sole lifeboat amidst the flood. The pickup truck comfortably seats 5. Zhang Lanlan intended to occupy the passenger seat but was shot down by Qin Feng's glare. Before starting the vehicle, Zhou Lin turned to survey the group, delivering a stern warning. While you may be here for survival, this vessel is not Noah's Ark. Boarding is simple, but disembarking, do not even consider it. Make your decisions. I will give you 3 minutes. 3 minutes was ample time for Zhou Lin to enjoy a cigarette. Qin Mingjin picked up the cigarette Zhou Lin had placed on the central armrest of the front seat, lighting it contentedly before offering one to his brother Mingdong. Qin Feng also extracted a cigarette. In the blink of an eye, the truck's cabin was enveloped in a haze of blue smoke, causing Zhang Lanlan to cough. Yet no man paid her any heed. Very well. Zhou Lin started the vehicle, the pickup roaring forward, kicking up snow as it sped toward the Lai Fu ship. Upon passing the specially modified island tower, it was rare for any light to escape. Zhou Lin had no intention of revealing the existence of the island tower to Qin Feng and the others. He drove directly to the side door of the Lai Fu ship, smoothly ascending the sloped entrance. My heavens, where on earth is this place? After disembarking from the pickup, Qin Feng and the others were utterly astonished. Steel structures surrounded them from all directions, as if they had been transported to a futuristic realm, an illusion often experienced by those unfamiliar with large warships, especially since this area had been deliberately altered by Zhou Lin. While the living conditions may not rival those of the island tower, the space was indeed expansive, with over 2,000 square meters across 3 levels. It provided ample room for parking, activity, accommodation, and living. There were sailors' quarters, but they were not currently accessible to Qin Feng and his companions. Nonetheless, for them, as long as there was water, electricity, gas, and an abundance of food, it felt akin to paradise. Follow me, Zhou Lin instructed. Ignoring how the Qin brothers and Zhang Lanlan settled in, he led Qin Feng through an isolation door and down a lengthy corridor. Just how vast is this place? For just as few? It can't possibly be larger than the official shelter, can it? Qin Feng arrived at the hospital feeling anxious. Stripped down. I need to conduct an examination. Under the harsh glare of bright lights, Qin Feng felt extremely uncomfortable, yet had no choice but to comply with a series of tests. Although Zhou Lin was not a professional, having been constantly tormented by Wu Shui, he finally relished in the joy of causing discomfort to others. Is it over? Qin Feng inquired. Zhou Lin nodded in satisfaction. You are unlike them, so it's best you keep today's events to yourself. Understood, Qin Feng replied. Thoroughly awed by everything he had seen, he dared not argue. Zhou Lin ventured out twice more, each time returning with modest gains. The sky grew brighter, and everyone eagerly anticipated the end of the eternal night and the return of light. Life within the island tower was monotonous, with little to do beyond farming and raising livestock. Wu Shui and Zhou Li were daily urged by Cheng Yali to exercise, having evolved into a supernatural being. Cheng Yali began to exhibit traits reminiscent of a powerhouse. This might not bode well for women, as few wish to become overly robust. However, Cheng Yali remained unconcerned, even feeling a sense of joy, especially upon hearing Zhou Lin mention that those evolving toward the powerhouse direction could ultimately withstand conventional firearms. She was so delighted she nearly enveloped Zhou Lin in a crushing embrace. What a peculiar taste! Zhou Lin began to worry for his father. Should any hint of infidelity or impropriety be discovered by his mother, it could lead to dire consequences. In truth, Zhou Lin was uncertain how many days had passed since the onset of the endless night. The distribution of volcanic ash in the sky was not uniform, and atmospheric currents could cause some areas to be thicker with dust while others remained sparse. Upon awakening one morning, Zhou Lin felt a surge of excitement. He approached the sealed windows on the third floor and gradually opened them layer by layer. A faint yellow glow appeared on the bulletproof glass. Could it be the sun? The sun has risen. Zhou Lin exhaled a long breath of relief and gently pressed the intercom. Everyone, the eternal night has concluded. Cheng Yali and Zhou Kaijun flung open the windows, embracing one another in the sunlight. Huang Minjing wheeled her elderly mother into the sun's embrace. Feeling the warmth that brought tears to her eyes, despite its absence, Zhou Li sat at the bedside, rubbing her eyes and pouting in disdain, yet ultimately could not restrain a smile. The second floor lacked windows but featured an eastern atrium. Sunlight streamed in, encircling the elated Sun Qinghao. But before he could let out a joyous cry, Heizai ruthlessly nudged him aside, spinning joyfully before curling up in the radiant glow, showcasing his glossy black coat. The jubilation was not confined to the island tower. It is said that sunshine is a rarity in Bashu. Perhaps the heavens wished to compensate for the devastation caused by the earthquake. Strangely enough, the first place in the Summer Kingdom to bask in sunlight was Bashu. In Jiazhou City, Zhu Guanghan, appearing a decade older, was assisted by Su Ziyuan into the sunlight. At merely 50, his hair was already streaked with silver. Yet amidst the biting cold wind, a smile broke across his face, revealing the lines and age spots that marked his visage. In contrast, Yuxinshu laughed heartily. Like a clarion call to awaken, her voice robust. Indeed, darkness shall pass, and dawn has finally arrived. This joyous news reached every corner of the nation, and each living soul rejoiced in response. Light signifies hope, and hope imparts the courage to endure. Future days may prove more challenging, yet as long as hope remains. The radio waves carried this good news far and wide, yet Zhou Lin's smile did not linger for long. A shadow fell upon his countenance, startling Wu Shui. Chapter 99. The cursed light. The sky was still veiled with thick floating dust, black, yellow, brown, in clusters and patches. The sun, in its plight, squeezed through the crevices of the dust, casting its light upon the ground, the ice, and the faces of the people. The temperature lingered at a chilling -30 degrees. Yet many chose to unveil their thick face masks to bask in the long-awaited sunlight. Wu Shui was messaging her parents, eager to share the joyful news, when she noticed the stormy expression on Zhou Lin's face. It was rare to witness such a demeanor from him at home, causing her heart to skip a beat as she tossed her phone aside and approached Zhou Lin, asking, "What's wrong?" If this place was among the first to see the sun, then, in his previous life, when the eternal night came to an end, Zhou Lin was not in Bashu. At that time, he had no interest in knowing where the sunlight first appeared. But one thing he distinctly remembered was the curse of the sun. The curse of the sun, though it may sound somewhat mystical, it was a tangible reality. Wang Pingping. "It is I, Zhou Lin." Wang Pingping was taken aback by the sudden message from Zhou Lin. "How did you know this frequency?" "That is not the point," Zhou Lin replied. "Every word I am about to say may concern countless lives in Jiazhou City and the entirety of Bashu, so you better remember it well." "What do you mean?" Wang Pingping was still bewildered, but Zhou Lin offered no further explanations. First, immediately organize personnel to establish a clean water reservoir, preferably under your military's protection. Second, evacuate all personnel from the low-lying shelters, sealing off all entrances and exits. Third, maximize the collection of insecticides, disinfectants, and medicines. Fourth, I wish you all good luck. With those 4 points, Zhou Lin concluded the communication. He was uncertain why he had chosen Wang Pingping, as their previous interactions had not been particularly harmonious. Perhaps it was due to his appreciation for Wang Pingping's character. Is it really that serious? Wu Shui inquired softly from the side. Far more serious than you can imagine, Zhou Lin sighed. He had originally intended to celebrate with everyone, but it seemed that such festivities were now unnecessary. The sun had just emerged, and the temperature would not rise so swiftly, yet certain preparations must be made in advance. Starting tomorrow, no one is allowed to enter or leave the building without my permission. Sun Qinghao, you are responsible for installing screens on all ventilation ducts, with openings no larger than 1 millimeter. Lily and Huang Minjing are prohibited from entering the planting and breeding areas. Only my mother and I may go, and all entries must undergo disinfection. What about me? Wu Shui realized that Zhou Lin had not assigned her any tasks, suspecting he might have ulterior motives. I do not wish for you to have a role in this, but in any case, you should rest well these days. We can discuss other matters later. In the shelter, Zhu Guanghan remained skeptical about the content relayed by Wang Pingping. This is too exaggerated. Isn't it a good thing that the sun is out? Anyone with some common sense knows that ultraviolet rays can disinfect. Even if there is some illness, the shelter is not devoid of medicine. However, Zhu Guanghan acknowledged the potential for flooding due to the melting snow. Yet, he believed there was no need to evacuate everyone from the shelter. They could simply address the low-lying areas at the entrance. The shelter was now home to so many people, with numerous facilities and ongoing projects. A hasty relocation would incur significant losses. Who would oppose the leader unless they were foolish? Not opposing was one thing, but harboring other thoughts was another matter altogether. Wang Pingping had intended to voice her opinion, but was subtly silenced by Yixin Xiao's gaze. Since there are no objections, let us proceed as I just stated, Zhu Guanghan declared, waving his hand with a sense of self-satisfaction. The sun was out, and old Zhu seemed rather buoyant. Wang Pingping entered Yixin Xiao's office, where he shook his head with a wry smile. I know what you want to say. In fact, I believe Zhou Lin's words even more than you do. What? Wang Pingping was taken aback. You believe Zhou Lin more than I do? But the commander has never even interacted with Zhou Lin. How can he trust him so readily? Yixin Xiao, of course, would not elaborate. As a collective, I cannot contradict Zhu Guanghan directly, but I will not allow our people to accompany him into danger. Therefore, after nearly 2 months of winter nights, the entire garrison of Jiazhu City and their families numbered 20,000, a loss that Wang Pingping was reluctant to contemplate. Yixin Xiao's intention was to first relocate all families. Soldiers must stand firm when the time calls for it, but it was essential to ensure their peace of mind. Fortunately, the military families exhibited a level of obedience distinct from ordinary citizens, promptly beginning their relocation upon command. A collective movement of over 10,000 would naturally draw the attention of others within the shelter. The military families, having received orders, uniformly claimed they wished to bask in the sun sooner. Basking in the sun was an age-old tradition among the people of Bashu, especially in winter. Enjoying the sun while engaging in casual conversation over a cup of tea was a delightful experience. We also want to go out and soak up the sun. Some individuals with ulterior motives and their easily influenced companions began to stir discontent among the shelter's management. The situation quickly escalated to Zhu Guanghan. Want to leave? That's fine, but leave everything the shelter has provided behind. Anyone wishing to return to the surface for sunlight may go. We won't miss them. Zhu Guanghan readily agreed, stipulating that supplies must remain untouched. Upon reaching such a conclusion, many ceased their uproar. The sun had indeed emerged, yet the outside remained frigid. Would the arrival of the sun guarantee food? Would warmth be unnecessary? Or would everything simply revert to normal with the sun's emergence? Those with any semblance of reasoning understood the impossibility of such assumptions. Even if the snow melted and temperatures rose, under the current surface conditions, relying on agriculture to sustain oneself within 6 months was utterly unrealistic. Thus, survival still depended on the state and government. The following day, sunlight continued to grace Bashu, which stirred unease among many in other regions. Could it truly be the fabled land of abundance? Why else would only Bashu bask in the sun? Not only was there sunlight, but during the day, lighting was also unnecessary, and reports indicated that temperatures were beginning to rise. Indeed, the temperature was rising. The surface temperature recorded at 10 o'clock yesterday morning was minus 37 degrees. Today, it was minus 29 degrees, an increase of 8 degrees. While many viewed this as good news, Zhou Lin held a different perspective. Hurry. The temperature is rising too rapidly. Tomorrow, it may only be -10 degrees. And the day after, it could be above zero. Once the temperature reaches above zero, the sunlight will swiftly melt the ice and snow. At that point, Bashu, being a basin, if only this region were to thaw rapidly while the rivers downstream remained frozen, those frozen areas would act as natural dams, trapping the melting waters within Bashu's Great Basin. The outcome would be, in his past life, the melting snow had caused flooding in various regions, with the only difference being the severity of each case. Zhou Lin now sensed that Bashu could potentially experience the most severe flooding, at least among the regions. Cursed sunlight. Let us only hope it comes more slowly. Chapter 100. United in purpose, their strength is unyielding. The results of Chun Feng and Apos' examination have been obtained. In Wu Shue's words, he is certainly not an ordinary person, yet his data differs from that of Zhou Lin and Cheng Yali, indicating he is likely in a transitional phase. Due to the lack of further reference subjects, Wu Shui could not provide any specific insights. But Zhou Lin has developed a novel perspective on the evolution in the apocalypse. Is it possible that human evolution actually began during the eternal night of freezing? The reason everyone in the previous life believed that abilities and evolution only commenced 5 years after the apocalypse might simply be due to their initial lack of consideration in that direction. However, that seems incorrect. At the onset of the apocalypse, humanity was rife with fantasies, especially within the cultural sphere of Xia. There were those who anticipated extraterrestrial civilizations, those who dreamed of a revival of spiritual energy, and those who awaited the emergence of abilities. Much like today, the forum where Zhou Li and Wu Shui frequently engage is filled with similar notions, and some have even taken action, only to find their threads left untouched, possibly indicating their demise. If human evolution indeed began with the arrival of the apocalypse, then the only explanation is that the initial pace of evolution was exceedingly slow, so much so that it went unnoticed. A gradual accumulation, evolution concealed for 5 years, until it blossomed among humanity? If this is the case, how could one identify those who have already begun to evolve? Is there, I mean to say, a straightforward method or means to intuitively ascertain whether a person has commenced their evolution within a short period? Upon hearing Zhou Lin's request, Wu Shui shook her head, indicating that theoretically it is possible, but I would require the relevant equipment, reagents, experimental subjects, and a supercomputer for simulations. At first glance, Wu Shui's rational demand seemed unattainable, yet Zhou Lin nodded, exclaiming, "Yes. I mean, if everything were available, would you have the confidence to produce results? It should be feasible, right? Simply assessing various bodily metrics is not difficult. Let us go. Where to? To the place of your choosing." Zhou Lin initially wished to keep a low profile, yet to gain a clearer understanding of evolution, he set aside his reservations. If he could manage the area where Chen Feng and the others resided to obscure its true nature, erasing all traces of the beautiful country from the hospital on the Fuhao would be an insurmountable challenge. For instance, with the simplest ultrasound machine, Zhou Lin might manage to obscure the characters and patterns on its exterior, but would he dare alter the software within? A professional like Wu Shui would immediately discern the truth upon activation. Even if a single machine cannot resolve the issue, there is still an entire hospital to contend with. Minutes later, the confusion on Wu Shui's face was undeniable as she frequently glanced at Zhou Lin. "All right. I'll lay my cards on the table. This is the missing aircraft carrier, which I've repurposed as our new home. Are you satisfied?" Wu Shui was momentarily taken aback, then lowered her head, muttering about new homes and how he did not know her back then. "Who says I didn't know you? Have you forgotten our first meeting? But you had just returned from the island nation then. Do you think I'm foolish?" After exchanging a few remarks, Wu Shui seemed to forget to continue inquiring about the aircraft carrier. Once she became somewhat accustomed, Zhou Lin granted her special access, allowing her to descend directly from the top floor of the island tower to the 3rd deck, and then proceed through the corridor straight to the hospital, without encountering anyone along the way. However, Zhou Lin underestimated Wu Shui's passion for her profession. She opted not to return for a meal with him, claiming she could manage with instant noodles, as she needed to dedicate herself entirely to researching the evolution detection project, striving for early results. In truth, There was no need to rush. No. Oh, right. I may need Lily's assistance. She excels in certain areas far beyond my capabilities. Lily's assistance? Zhou Lin felt a twinge of headache. If Wu Shue's realm could essentially be confined to the hospital, then Zhou Li was undoubtedly the wild card. Releasing Zhou Li from the island tower could spell the swift demise of the Fuhao. You underestimate Lily. She is no child and understands the gravity of the situation. I'll vouch for her. I'll bear any responsibility. It was unclear when the bond between the two women had grown so strong. Ultimately, Zhou Lin could not withstand Wu Shue's persistent pleading, and together they sought out Zhou Li. Unbeknownst to the true nature of the mountain, awakening a flock of seagulls, brother. You are this. Zhou Li sat in a workspace prepared specifically for her, giving Zhou Lin a thumbs up. Establishing a workspace for Zhou Li within the hospital was not particularly challenging. The necessary equipment was readily available. As Zhou Lin was only responsible for providing the hardware, while Zhou Li could manage the rest independently. Thus, parental figures serve merely as a transition. Independence is the true destination. I have decided, from now on, I shall reside here. It seems that the minds of geniuses resonate on the same frequency. As both Zhou Li and Wu Shui exhibited identical attitudes, which left Zhou Lin feeling overwhelmed. A singular thought suddenly cast a shadow over the hospital and workspace. Let it be clear, I am the master of my domain. You may pursue your endeavors, but they must not encroach upon our lives or health. Cough, cough. Cease the pinching, cease. In truth, Wu Shue's grip was not particularly strong. It was merely Zhou Lin's sensitivity to tickling. Although Chen Feng and the others were also aboard the Fuhao, they were entirely separate from the island tower and the areas occupied by Wu Shui and Zhou Li. Strictly speaking, the four individuals, including Jiang Lanlan, possessed no specialized skills. Perhaps only Chen Feng barely had some mechanical aptitude, limited to vehicles with no more than 3 wheels. Supporting them was primarily for Chen Feng's sake. However, it was not feasible to provide perpetual support without reciprocation. Zhou Lin planned to send Jiang Lanlan to the planning area while the Chen brothers would work alongside Sun Qinghao. As for Chen Feng, he would certainly undergo intensified training and serve as Wu Shue's research subject. Is it cruel to use a living person as a test subject? Zhou Lin certainly did not think so, nor did Wu Shui. They were not intending to harm or even kill Chen Feng, at most. He would undergo a few blood draws, which posed no issue given his current constitution. After all, the 4 of them would not be leaving the Fuhao anytime soon. Nor would they be able to communicate with the outside world. Chen Feng and the Chen brothers essentially had no family. Their disappearance would go unnoticed. But Jiang Lanlan was different. The 4 who dealt with Jiang Lanlan had yet to return, leaving Su Sijie with an uneasy feeling. Lanlan, deep within. Su Sijie sensed something amiss. Why was there a need to eliminate Lanlan? What was the reasoning behind it? She knew too much. If she fell into the hands of their enemies, it would become their greatest vulnerability. To survive, she must perish. Not far away, Lan Yeye sat regally, elegantly cutting into a piece of steak. Is it so? The once astute Su Sijie gazed at Lan Yeye with the eyes of a naive freshman, clear, foolish, and brimming with ignorant hope. Yeye, when will you marry me? Chapter 101. Su Si's dreamlike experience in the aftermath of the apocalyptic calamities. Su Si remained remarkably unperturbed. As one of the few individuals who had emerged from the depths of society in Jiazhua City, his philosophy for survival was simple, with grain in hand. There is no fear in the heart. Like many affluent individuals, Su Si had a penchant for residing in grand houses. However, not every wealthy person could boast of a completely independent estate, or more accurately, a small manor like Su Si's, with a 5-meter wall and a 4-meter gate. Encompassing 2 acres of courtyard and 3 acres of land, his 3-story above-ground and 2-story underground abode was not for the faint-hearted. Su Si was adept at navigating this lifestyle, having acquired wealth with relative ease. With many subordinates at his disposal, he not only had guards, but also agricultural laborers. His basement was stocked with various essential supplies, including staple foods, cooking oil, toilet paper, and other items best left unmentioned. Thus, when the eternal night of frost commenced, Su Si felt no anxiety whatsoever. Particularly after indulging in post-apocalyptic novels, he found himself increasingly exhilarated. as if the world had been crafted for him. Deep within, akin to Xiao Hang from Lanchan community, he sensed that his destined realm had finally arrived. Once conditions stabilized, Su Si wasted no time. The strong never bemoan their circumstances, they seize every moment. He organized his men to modify vehicles, feverishly gather supplies, and even discreetly raided 2 grassroots police stations to procure some firearms. Though Su Si possessed weapons, who could ever have too many? Tasting the sweetness of power, he grew increasingly reckless, raising the walls of his villa, constructing watchtowers and sniper positions, while simultaneously expanding his ranks with the resources at his disposal. Many young people chose to join Su Si, initially seeking mere sustenance, but soon found themselves assimilated into his fervent ideology. Fortunately, Su Si had not completely lost his sanity. He mandated that his subordinates refrain from flaunting his banner when scavenging for supplies and to avoid conflict with government-sanctioned shelters, especially military forces. A month into the apocalypse, Su Si commanded a force of 300, each armed with cold weapons and a stockpile of handguns and ammunition. Some of these firearms were previously acquired, while others were seized from government agencies in the chaos, and some were obtained through violence. While Su Si was not the only one to rise in the city, he uniquely thrived amidst the apocalypse. Knowing his adversaries well, Su Si did not hesitate to send his men to confront former foes, eliminating those who resisted and sparing only the leaders of dissenting factions. Ideally, Su Si could have thrived without attracting the ire of the government and military, continuing his prosperous existence until the emergence of supernatural abilities and evolutions. If fortune smiled upon him, and he found a matching ability crystal, he might even attain the reputation of a formidable power broker. Alas, it was all due to Zhou Lin that the situation escalated, capturing Lan Yeye and instilling fear within her. During the earthquake, Lan Yeye, battling her inner terror, fled toward the city. She feared for her life and the prospect of being under Zhou Lin's control for eternity. As a renowned socialite in the provincial capital, Lan Yeye had once held no expectations for life until the apocalypse bestowed upon her a significant gift, psychic abilities. With her newfound powers, she finally understood the joy that the men around her experienced and realized what she truly desired. Therefore, Lan Yeye could not accept that her abilities were ineffective against Zhou Lin and Cheng Yali, nor could she tolerate being mocked by a mere girl. Even if it was merely a matter of pride, she was determined to take a gamble. Fortune favored Lan Yeye amidst the trembling earth. She was neither consumed by the fissures nor crushed by collapsing structures. Instead, she fortuitously encountered Su Si's subordinates, even without her abilities. Lan Yeye's beauty and poise were enough to captivate Su Si's men. Their first instinct upon seeing her was to present her to Su Si, seeking favor. Just as tales recount generals returning from battle with beautiful captives and treasures for their lord. In this chaotic world, Su Si was the lord, and Lan Yeye was the coveted prize. Initially, Su Si believed he had transcended the mundane, free from the burdens of power. Yet, the moment he laid eyes on Lan Yeye, he was ensnared. How could such a captivating woman exist? What misfortune led her to wander this realm? Promptly, Su Si rewarded his men and took Lan Yeye by the hand, showing her the dominion he had secured for her. From that moment, the king ceased to attend court, or at least Su Si believed so. In reality, Lan Yeye merely granted him a fleeting moment of respite. As long as she wished, she could lead Su Si into a blissful oblivion. The reason Su Si remained alive was simply that Lan Yeye had yet to desire a change in her circumstances, for his presence still held significance, calming his subordinates internally and shielding them from external threats. Today, Su Si proposed marriage once more. Lan Yeye chuckled, reminding him that she had previously stated, "Once you dominate Jiajua City, I shall await your grand procession." She gestured to the brightening sky, questioning whether the apocalypse was nearing its end and if he feared a return to normalcy. What is there to fear? I have done nothing. Since the calamity arrived, I have not even stepped outside. The affairs beyond the door hold no relevance to me. Rest assured, regardless of what the future brings, it shall not involve us. We shall surely grow old together in happiness. Su Si's heartfelt declaration would undoubtedly have moved any other woman to tears. Yet, Lan Yeye had encountered men of far greater caliber than Su Si. To touch her heart with words would be an endeavor more challenging than winning over the entire Xia kingdom. I am truly delighted. Enough of this. Do you recall the Zhou family I mentioned? You mean the ones who sought to bully you and wished to imprison you for life? Su Si's expression darkened. His teeth clenched. Of course, I remember. Once the temperature rises further, I shall personally lead a charge beyond the city. I know the place you speak of. Rest assured. I will ensure they are dealt with thoroughly. I promise you, anyone who dares to harm you shall not escape retribution. Indeed. Lan Yan nodded emphatically, her smile radiant. Her demeanor stirred something within Su Si, prompting him to draw closer. Alas, he found himself ensnared once more. Lan Yan unleashed her powers, and Su Si's eyes rolled back as he lifted her into his arms, heading toward the bed. Moments later, they became entangled in a passionate embrace. Lost in a world of ecstasy. Bored, Lan Yan glanced out the window, surprisingly finding herself longing for Zhou Lin. Or perhaps she merely yearned to witness him once more. To see him weep and beg for mercy. Oh, and that loathsome woman and the detestable little girl, like Zhou Lin, they too deserve their fate. Chapter 102. Leadership's inefficacy as temperatures continued to rise. It initially appeared to be a fortuitous development. The increasing duration of sunlight each day rekindled hope among those still shrouded in darkness. At the Leifahao base, Zhou Lin was overwhelmed with tasks. He conducted temperature readings at least 4 times daily and monitored the melting of snow, and the prognosis was far from reassuring. According to the numerical model established by Zhou Lin, it was predicted that all surface snow might completely melt within 3 days. 3 days? Wang Pingping found this conclusion hard to believe, for he was outdoors, surrounded by a blanket of white. As a professional soldier, he struggled to grasp the concept of exponential progression, which simply meant that by the last day, half of the snow he currently observed could be gone. I'm sorry, but I am powerless. The command center has made a decision to continue reinforcing the shelters. Wang Pingping felt a twinge of guilt at this, for in a sense, Yu Xinxiao's decision amounted to desertion. How could a soldier be a deserter? Wang Pingping feared no battle, yet what if there was no enemy to face? Zhu Guanghan was not an enemy, nor were the others at the command center. They merely held differing positions. I have done my utmost, Zhou Lin sighed. If the model proved correct, the entirety of Jiazhou City might soon resemble a marshland. What do you mean? Zhou Kaijun inquired, furrowing his brow. Father, some matters can only be addressed through human effort. The rest is left to fate. I understand, but I still believe in you. You've performed admirably thus far. Zhou Kaijun patted Zhou Lin on the shoulder, swallowing the words he had initially intended to voice. He, too, was a father but did not wish to burden Zhou Lin with additional difficulties. At the shelter, Wang Pingping observed the last group of evacuees, families trudging through the snow, forming a slow-moving column. They were headed for the nearby highest peak, Tiger Head Mountain, where infrastructure had begun to be constructed 2 days prior, with preliminary plans to accommodate 20,000 people. However, Wang Pingping now felt that expansion might be necessary. It's a daunting task. The construction team members shook their heads vigorously upon hearing Wang Pingping's thoughts. Resources, equipment, and transportation posed significant challenges. Even lowering standards would not meet Wang Pingping's demands in such a short time frame. Your responsibility is to devise solutions. If there aren't enough people, recruit more. If materials are insufficient, I will source them. If equipment is lacking, utilize more manpower. I require results, regardless of your methods. 3 days, remember. You have no more than 3 days. In national research institutions, amidst a chorus of praise, some voices had raised contrary opinions, suggesting that rapid warming could lead to issues in Bashu. Regrettably, their dissenting views were too feeble to create any meaningful ripples. Almost everyone believed that sunshine and warmth were blessings until the morning of the 3rd day, when they awoke to find the snow that had once blanketed rooftops to the 2nd floor had vanished, leaving only filthy water and chunks of dirty ice in its wake. There is too much water. The frigid, bone-chilling water was everywhere, replacing the snow but seeping into buildings more readily, corroding everything it touched. Ordinary doors and windows sufficed to block snow, yet preventing the intrusion of this water proved exceedingly difficult. At the shelter, the waterproof sandbags hastily erected overnight were now level with the chests of average individuals, yet icy water still trickled in from the bottom. turning the ground near the entrance into a muddy quagmire, indistinguishable from a rice paddy after repeated trampling by those entering and exiting. Zhu Guanghan had lost weight. The smile that often graced his face had vanished since last night. The water had risen overnight. If there had been any hope that the water might recede by dawn, those hopes had now been utterly dashed. Move quickly. Where are the sandbags? I need the sandbags. There's no one here. Go find them. We won't have time otherwise. Left side. Add another layer on the left. Hurry. Who collapsed? Take them to rest. Switch personnel. We cannot be without anyone here. Su Ziyuan was in charge of the field command. Although it was not originally his role, the original leader had collapsed from exhaustion earlier that morning. Covered in mud and water, Su Ziyuan inadvertently glanced back and spotted Zhu Guanghan. Shark arm. Su Ziyuan lowered his head, while he was dissatisfied with Zhu Guanghan. He lacked the courage to openly berate him. Wang Piping had shared Zhou Lin's suggestions with Su Ziyuan, and while he believed in them, what was belief worth if he couldn't even dare to send his family out of the shelter for fear of rebuke? Looking back, Su Ziyuan felt foolish for overthinking. Why should his family bear the brunt of danger for his ambitions? He should have entrusted their safety to Wang Pingping. Surely, he would not refuse. Zhu Guanghan was also cursing, but his ire was directed at Yi Xinxiao, Wang Pingping, and Zhou Lin. The snow had melted, and the waters had risen. Was this Zhu Guanghan's doing? No, he had done nothing wrong. The fault lay with Zhou Lin. Why had he predicted so accurately? And why inform Wang Pingping? What were his intentions? As for Wang Pingping, whose words did he heed? Why report back, only to bring it up in meetings? And Yi Xinxiao? Humph. What kind of person disregards collective decisions, neglecting public safety, hoarding power, and fleeing at a critical moment? Just wait. Once I recover, I will ensure you face consequences, even if I have to take it to the highest authorities. As for Zhou Lin, he would be easy to deal with. First, have the police arrest him for spreading panic, then water is flooding in. Quick, everyone run. A shout from behind interrupted Zhu Guanghan's reverie. Flooding? No, everything is blocked. Zhu Guanghan frowned and glanced at the entrance, intending to reprimand whoever was causing such panic, a behavior that must be dealt with swiftly and severely. It's really flooding. Without waiting for the secretary to investigate, panicked individuals poured out of the shelter, some carrying bundles of belongings. Ignoring Zhu Guanghan and the other leaders as they rushed toward the sandbag dam, demanding to be let out. We can't stay here. There's water everywhere. We need to find a higher place. Even if we don't drown, we can't stay here. Let us out. My home is on the 20th floor. I don't care what happens after this. Open the door. Zhu Guanghan never anticipated that it would take only one day, or one water intrusion, for him to transform from a people's savior to an object of scorn. The leak in the underground shelter was not yet catastrophic, but who among those inside would gamble their lives or the lives of their families? As for Zhou Lin, the situation was equally dire, perhaps even worse than that of the city's shelters. Due to the terrain, the snow at the breeding grounds was already substantial. In addition to the melting snow, it was now compounded by runoff from surrounding areas. Within a single night, the rooftops of the old houses had completely vanished. Zhou Lin was not particularly concerned about the rising water levels. What truly worried him was the earth piled up on the right side of Lei Fouhao, which, after being soaked and eroded by the melting snow, had begun to destabilize. Chapter 103. The man in a dismal position. The draft of the aircraft carrier Laifu is approximately 11 meters, meaning that when the surrounding water depth exceeds this measurement, the vessel will begin to float. Even though the current water level is only 1 or 2 meters, the soil, when saturated, will become increasingly loose and may eventually collapse. At that point, the entire right side of the Laifu will be fully exposed, leaving it vulnerable to discovery. As for the matters concerning the aircraft carrier, only the Zhou family and Wu Shui are privy to this information. Zhou Lin is undoubtedly confident in his family, but once exposed, the situation becomes precarious. What if the state requires it? Would they be compelled to give it up? It is certain that they cannot and will not relinquish it. Yet it will undoubtedly pique interest. Various schemes and conspiracies would inevitably follow, creating an overwhelming burden. Even a tiger may doze. But while a thief may operate for 1,000 days, one cannot guard against them for 1,000 days. In this moment of uncertainty, Zhou Lin could not devise a suitable plan and could only reassure himself to take it step by step, hoping for divine favor. Meanwhile, high-ranking officials in Xia have received the latest reports from Bashu, and disbelief swept through the assembly. What had initially seemed a boon had suddenly transformed into a calamity. What should be done? The airship fleet dispatched during the last earthquake had returned, albeit only partially, and combined with the airships produced during the recent mobilization. The total number had swelled to over 70. This figure, while indicative of Xia's formidable production capabilities, would not suffice against the impending flood disaster. Moreover, only yesterday, someone had proposed halting airship production, suggesting that the winter night had passed and normalcy might soon be restored. The focus, it was argued, should instead be on reviving agriculture and aquaculture to ensure adequate food supply for the populace. Many shared this sentiment. The 2-month winter night had obliterated over 90% of terrestrial flora and fauna, and even with the winter now behind them, it would take at least 3 to 5 years, if not more, for the natural environment to recover. Channeling vast resources into constructing potentially useless airships seemed ill-advised. It would be better to pause and reassess. Upon observing the situation in Bashu, concerns arose regarding the capital and other populous urban centers that might face similar predicaments. How could they prepare in advance? As the meeting concluded after 4 grueling hours, a pall settled over the attendees. No conclusions had been reached, and the consensus was merely to wait and see. Without directives from the national level, the provincial capital dared not hastily make decisions, opting instead to broadcast a message across the province. This was intended to unify the military and civilians of Jeju City in combating the disaster and to caution those in surrounding areas against flocking to Jeju merely for sunlight, as this would exacerbate the city's burden and potentially endanger lives. Naturally, Zhou Lin's family was also privy to this information. They would not heed the warnings unless the sun shone over all of Bashu the following day. Currently, the only person willing to engage in light-hearted banter with Zhou Lin was Zhou Kaijun. At the table, the two shared a drink, smoked, and munched on peanuts for an extended period. Zhou Kaijun had been quite industrious in recent days, although the Zhou family had primarily engaged in livestock farming. Zhou Kaijun demonstrated considerable prowess in agriculture, equaling that of professors and experts from agricultural institutions, truly embodying the philosophy of integrating theory with practice. He was responsible for the theoretical guidance of the planting and breeding areas on the -2nd floor, and he actively participated in their implementation, which was progressing well. In terms of planting technology, bolstered by the abundant electrical supply from the Laifu, Zhou Kaijun designed hydroponic, substrate, and aeroponic systems tailored to the growth characteristics of various plants. For solanaceous crops like tomatoes, eggplants, and peppers, aeroponics proved optimal. Theoretically, these 3 types of plants could grow indefinitely under suitable conditions, potentially evolving into semi-woody species. I estimated that, at peak fruiting, a single plant could meet the daily needs of all of us. Really? Just one would suffice? How large must it grow? Zhou Lin exclaimed, astonished. I'm not joking. This is just the beginning, Zhou Kaijun replied, taking another sip. For tuberous plants, I employed both aeroponics and substrate methods. We will see how it goes. High humidity in aeroponics can lead to secondary sprouting and reduced yield, which is troublesome. Leafy vegetables are best grown hydroponically for cost-effectiveness. For instance, the lettuce and bok choy we planted in Lanshan can be harvested in a maximum of 30 days. Currently, we are using 2-meter-tall, 6-layer racks for cultivation, enabling us to harvest approximately 300 leafy vegetables per cycle. If we consume 8 vegetables daily, theoretically, 1 rack suffices. As an outsider, Zhou Lin gasped in astonishment. Just 1 2-meter, 6-layer rack? Zhou Kaijun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we have 20 such racks in operation. Only a small portion is dedicated to vegetable cultivation, while the remainder is devoted to research. I even plan to use hydroponics for staple crops like wheat and rice. Beyond agriculture, livestock farming was also ready to be unleashed. The first batch of fertilized eggs had nearly hatched after a week, and 2 female rabbits were about to give birth. For Zhou Kaijun, these were minor concerns. He even encouraged Zhou Lin to bring back some horses, cattle, and sheep when he had the chance. With ample space and sufficient power, He was confident in fostering livestock within the Laifu. In the end, we can trade any surplus we have. Am I not capable? At this moment, Zhou Caijuan's competitive spirit was fully on display, though Zhou Lin understood the context. Over the years, especially since Cheng Yali integrated the ability pearl and became an evolved being, Zhou Caijun's standing in the family had dwindled, almost to the level of Haizi. Now, having finally found a role where he could shine, he was naturally elated. Zhou Lin then reflected on his own situation. Symbiosis, intermediate 6012-10,000, current symbiotic vehicles, Laifu, large surface transportation vessel. Luxiafeng, medium ground transportation vehicle, potential symbiotic vehicles, 0 storage space, 1-2 strength symbiosis, 6, 5 minutes 24 hours evolution level 1, 6, 5, 6,517 10,000. The linear growth of ability experience still brought Zhou Lin comfort, but the evolution experience appeared to have hit a bottleneck. Perhaps this was related to his reduced training time recently. Zhou Lin resolved to prioritize personal growth, setting aside less critical matters. He also thought of his mother, Cheng Yali. The image of his once robust mother now transformed into a formidable figure elicited sympathy for Zhou Caijun. The poor father likely felt insignificant in the presence of his wife, especially without the awakening of any abilities. As a son, how could he stand by idly? Zhou Lin decided that he must find a matching ability pearl for Zhou Caijun to restore his former glory. Zhou Lin, are you there? This is Wang Pingping. The call interrupted Zhou Lin's thoughts. It was surely another trivial matter. Frowning in annoyance, he picked up the intercom. Chapter 104. Suspicion arises, a calamity has struck. Water is gushing from multiple locations in the shelter, and during the mass evacuation, a stampede has occurred among the residents. The command center is overwhelmed, unable to maintain control of the situation, and has reached out for assistance from Yixin Xiao. Wang Pingping refrained from recounting how Zhu Guanghan wept bitterly, regretting past decisions. Discussing such matters now seemed futile. But what purpose does your account serve? Zhou Lin queried. Is that something he can resolve? Absolutely not. Even if he possesses extraordinary abilities and commands the Laifu, how many can it accommodate? 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. I'm sorry, but Zhou Lin is rather selfish. He might extend a hand within his capacity, yet he cannot bear to compromise his own comfort for others. Wang Pingping wasn't overly concerned. It was Yixin Xiu who had instructed him to contact Zhou Lin. I mentioned it, didn't I? The commander wanted me to reach out to you. Consider this a heads up. Those fleeing the shelter are scattering in all directions. They might head toward your residence, so do take care. It seems you enjoy a good rapport with that commander, Zhou Caijun remarked, narrowing his eyes. No, Zhou Lin replied gravely. As a reborn individual who had endured a decade of struggle in this dystopian world, while Zhou Lin may lack the specialized knowledge of Zhou Caijun, his sense of crisis far surpassed it. Why would Yixin Xiao have Wang Pingping contact him? Merely to inform him? That seemed unnecessary and improbable. What then? Was the underlying logic? Previously, during a critical moment, Zhou Lin had utilized the Laifu's wireless frequency to send out a message. Coupled with Yixin Xiao's position and Zhou Lin's prior dealings with the military, he had reason to suspect that Yixin Xiao might already be aware of something, or at least harbor doubts about him. Thus, this was undoubtedly a test. Should Zhou Lin display any sign of eagerness to assist, it could potentially expose everything. Observing his naive father, Zhou Lin suddenly felt that Zhou Li and Cheng Yali were more akin to him. He, the father, ought to yield his position to more capable hands lest he squander the family fortune. In a fit of frustration, Zhou Lin arrived at the second residential area where Chen Feng and the others were situated. Big brother has arrived. Chen Mingyun and Chen Mingdong, who were learning about car repairs from Chen Feng, immediately stood and bowed upon seeing Zhou Lin, their demeanor a stark display of sycophancy. In contrast, Jiang Lanlan appeared somewhat stiff, perhaps still grappling with the situation. Are you all accustomed to this? Zhou Lin remarked, adopting a demeanor that was anything but approachable. There was no need for it. To put it plainly, he was the master now, and Chen Feng and the others relied on him for sustenance. To call them servants would be an overstatement. In this apocalyptic setting, being a servant to a powerful individual was a fortunate circumstance for an ordinary person devoid of abilities or evolution. Zhou Lin cared little for how Chen Feng and the others perceived him. He was unwilling to linger, for three-legged frogs are rare, but two-legged individuals are plentiful. Familiarity, indeed. It's almost heavenly. Compared to Jiang Lanlan and the Chen brothers, Chen Feng was, paradoxically, the most fearful of Zhou Lin among the four. Come, spar with me. Zhou Lin requested of Chen Feng, seeking to engage in some practice. Evolution enhances physical capabilities across the board, yet without corresponding combat skills, it would be in vain. Training with a partner of equal strength could be the most effective method to improve practical abilities. With no professional arena available, Zhou Lin improvised by laying down some wooden boards and tossing a few protective mats to Chen Feng to safeguard vital areas. Thus, the bout commenced. As a minor thug, Chen Feng had a modicum of fighting experience. After testing his endurance, Zhou Lin initiated an offensive. It was clear he was pulling his punches, yet even so, Chen Feng quickly succumbed, drenched in sweat and pallid, trembling from pain. You are too strong. I cannot compete. Fool, Zhou Lin shook his head. From now on, I will increase your daily beef ration by ½ a pound to enhance your training. If you perform this poorly next time, I will expel you. Chen Feng nodded, his face a mask of distress, while the Chun brothers watched enviously. ½ a pound of beef daily was tantamount to a divine blessing. Come with me, Zhou Lin commanded, pointing at Jiang Lanlan, who displayed a look of resignation, only to receive a slap from Zhou Lin that sent her spinning, a significant portion of her teeth loosening. Clear your mind. You are no different. Remember, I can provide you with sustenance, but I can also dispose of you as fertilizer. Zhou Lin's stern demeanor and merciless actions made the Qin brothers gulp nervously, nodding vigorously to avoid inciting trouble. Having been slapped, Jiang Lanlan finally came to her senses, lowering her gaze and daring only to fixate on Zhou Lin's knees. With each step Zhou Lin took, she followed suit. I have stated before, I do not support idlers. From now on, you will adhere to his directives. Sun Qinghao, upon catching sight of Jiang Lanlan, was momentarily taken aback. He had never been fond of women, much less someone of Jiang Lanlan's caliber. However, after merely glancing at her, he quickly lowered his head. The fear of Zhou Lin expelling him or transforming him into figures like Yang Qiqi or Tang Ili overshadowed any admiration. Assign her some tasks, but ensure no trouble arises. Everything is to be done according to my father's plans. Should anyone harbor inappropriate thoughts, that won't happen. Rest assured, big brother, I will be obedient and do whatever you ask. Sun Qinghao nodded fervently while Jiang Lanlan, with half of her face still swollen, was utterly astonished by the scene before her. Rows upon rows of planting supports, neatly arranged seedlings and partially grown vegetables, flourished under red and blue lights. On the wall, cages filled with chickens, ducks, and geese clucked and quacked, while nearby, several brightly lit incubators displayed orderly rows of eggs in the process of hatching. Such industrialized farming and breeding scenes were something Jiang Lanlan had only witnessed on screen. What is all this, HM? Zhou Lin furrowed his brow. Do you have any questions? No. Jiang Lanlan quickly averted her gaze, fearful of receiving another slap that would surely dislodge her teeth. After giving the two a final glance, Zhou Lin departed. The atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence until Sun Qinghao broke it. Have you ever done this before? No, what should I call you? My surname is Sunday. No need for such formality. We are all fellow lost souls. Jiang Lanlan smiled coyly, causing Sun Qinghao to stare wide-eyed. Yes, lost souls, you are quite cultured. Rest assured. When my brother is away, I will take charge. I will try to assign you lighter tasks. In truth, there isn't much to do here daily, especially in the planting area. We check the readings every 6 hours. As long as they remain within normal limits, all is well. The rest involves tending to the livestock. Sun Qinghao rambled on, blissfully ignorant of the cunning glint that flickered in Jiang Lanlan's eyes. Our guide is your brother's father? Indeed, he visits daily. Oh, when he arrives, be respectful and avoid causing any disturbances. Chapter 105. Your husband is seeking another woman on the 10th floor of the ship island. Zhou Lin initially did not intend to open this level. The center housed a massive antenna base, making it impractical to partition the remaining space. Furthermore, if the antenna needed to be utilized, the metallic walls forming a Faraday cage would need to be entirely retracted, rendering the space unsuitable for living. Currently, Zhou Lin only utilized it as a gym for himself and Chengyali. The plethora of fitness equipment designed for ordinary individuals held no significance for evolvers. Advanced training often required only simple apparatus. For instance, the dumbbells Chengyali was currently lifting were tungsten steel discs Zhou Lin had salvaged from the aircraft carrier, weighing approximately twice that of standard steel discs of the same size. A single dumbbell weighing 40 kilograms seemed merely a typical load in Chengyali's capable hands, akin to how young women might feel when handling 1 kilogram weights. After a hearty meal, Chengyali could effortlessly complete hundreds of repetitions without breaking a sweat. As Zhou Lin picked up another pair of dumbbells, he trained while discussing Jiang Longlong with Chengyali, another shameless woman. Chengyali never concealed her straightforwardness. She was not the delicate type. After giving birth to Zhou Li, she had quickly transformed from a fierce tigress into a formidable rhinoceros. Presently, Zhou Lin believed only a Tyrannosaurus could aptly describe his esteemed mother. Regarding why he wanted to bring people aboard the Fortune, Zhou Lin had previously conversed with Chengyali about it. She was not opposed to the idea and emphasized that if he encountered difficulties, she would step in. For the sake of their family, Chengyali would never show weakness or hesitation. Concepts of karma and retribution held no sway over her. Even if such notions were true, so what? She would willingly face eternal damnation. Though Chengyali did not articulate these sentiments explicitly, Zhou Lin was no fool. He understood her intentions perfectly. "There is something else I'm uncertain about," Zhou Lin said, wiping the perspiration from his brow. "Speak," Chengyali urged, her copper-ringed eyes fixed on him. "The official sanctuary may be utterly doomed. The city is in disarray, and many may perish due to flooding. Do you wish to help them?" Chengyali set down the dumbbells, regarding Zhou Lin intently. "You must consider carefully. Without the strength to handle such burdens, one should not undertake perilous tasks. If you lose your life, who will support me in my old age?" "That is not my intention." Zhou Lin pondered briefly. "Didn't I just say we need manpower?" Waiting idly is not a viable strategy. This was not a whim of Zhou Lin's. Currently, the flooding in and around the city was confined to relatively low-lying areas. If they did not act soon, the situation could worsen. Recruiting personnel is inconsequential, as long as you don't play the role of a benevolent deity. "Rest assured, mother. I am not a naive fool," Chengyali finally nodded, adding, "By the way, don't always seek out the beautiful. Beautiful women can be disastrous, you know." "All right." Zhou Lin mused, recognizing that in his mother's eyes, he would forever remain a child. Conversely, the experience of being admonished by a mother was among life's most precious gifts. With a mother present, there was a sense of belonging. Without her, life would merely be a journey home. Having experienced death once, Zhou Lin understood this bittersweet reality more deeply. Furthermore, Chengyali was not a difficult mother to deal with. Although she could be domineering and somewhat brusque, she was, for the most part, a reasonable parent. One could verify this with Zhou Kaijun. Throughout the years, Zhou Kaijun had not returned home battered every day. Especially as they both aged, Chengyali often remarked, "I can't bear to hit you anymore. I fear it might lead to tragedy." At the Fortune Hospital, upon hearing that Zhou Lin planned to venture into the city to recruit individuals, Wu Shui inquired whether he could procure some biological and chemical reagents. The Fortune Hospital lacks nothing in terms of diagnosis and treatment, but it is not focused on research. Wu Shui noted, "Jiuhua Pharmaceutical must have what you need in their laboratory. If it's convenient for you, go there. Safety comes first." Zhou Lin was aware of Jiuhua Pharmaceutical, once the largest enterprise in Jiazhou City. In its heyday, it employed thousands, and for many in Jiazhou, working there had been a dream. However, it had fallen from grace, unable to pay retirement wages for several years. Eventually, like many similar companies, it underwent restructuring and privatization, managing to regain some vitality, though it could not reclaim its former glory. Wu Shui mentioned she had visited Jiuhua Pharmaceutical, where the research and development department occupied an entire old building, rivaling some multinational pharmaceutical corporations in scale. The items she required should be found within that building. "I still remember their factory layout. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring them back for you." "Lily, do you need anything?" "No," Zhou Li replied, engrossed in coding. It was only as Zhou Lin reached the door that she suddenly added, "Be careful." Considering the circumstances, Zhou Lin chose not to take a pickup truck into the city. Instead, he arranged for an off-road motorcycle. Given his evolved physical capabilities, he felt confident in managing it. Besides its mobility, the motorcycle could be stored in a designated rack on the tail of the Lu Xiaofeng, making it exceedingly convenient. Currently, the area surrounding the fortune was submerged, with the deepest parts reaching 2 to 3 meters. Upon exiting the lobby, Zhou Lin produced a mini jet ski. As the engine roared to life, the jet ski propelled him swiftly forward, leaving a long white wake in its trail. The splashes of icy water were chilly, yet the breeze carried a touch of warmth. After approximately 5 minutes of navigation, Zhou Lin spotted land. Slowing down to approach the shore, he switched to the motorcycle and activated his phone to pinpoint his location. Thanks to the navigation satellites launched by the summer government, Zhou Lin quickly identified his destination, the Su family courtyard, the residence of Old Master Su. According to Sheng Ping, ever since the apocalypse began, Old Master Su had remained at the Su family courtyard, which, perched on elevated terrain, was unlikely to be inundated at present. However, the future remained uncertain. If Old Master Su decided to relocate in light of worsening conditions, Zhou Lin would find it increasingly challenging to track him down. Zhou Lin refrained from disclosing the truth, fearing opposition from Cheng Yali and the others. Yet Zhou Li seemed to perceive his thoughts, prompting her to caution him before he departed. In contrast, Wu Shui was considerably more straightforward. She was still expressing her admiration for Zhou Lin, declaring him a wonderful husband. Indeed, your husband is truly great. Go for a ride and address any issues as they arise, Zhou Li remarked, gesturing toward the latest version of the program displayed on the screen. Concerning her inability to merge with the power bead and the absence of any signs of evolution, Zhou Li felt a twinge of reluctance. If assisting Wu Shui in her research could expedite the unveiling of the mysteries surrounding abilities and evolution, Zhou Li was eager to contribute. She had been unable to rest properly for days, even needing Wu Shui to insist she sleep, which was telling. By the way, have you considered that my brother might actually be seeking another woman? Zhou Li jested, feeling buoyant after the successful test results. Intending to tease her brilliant sister-in-law as a light-hearted retaliation for Wu Shui's earlier praise of her husband. Chapter 106. The Genius Idea in the Su Family Courtyard. Beside the large window of the master bedroom, Lan Yeye basked lazily in the gentle sunlight, reclining on the chaise longue while the family beautician applied nail polish to her fingers. Elegance, timeless, and ever-present. For these past few days in the Su family courtyard, Lan Yeye felt as though she had returned to a world of civilization. With no worries about food and clothing, indulging in baths and spa treatments, and enjoying manicures, life was rather pleasant. On the bed, Su Sai lay in a state of lethargy. After a night of revelry, had he consumed even a little less tonic, he might well have been beyond revival. Rumor had it that the maid in charge of laundry had voiced her grievances, complaining about the frequency of changing the sheets, which had drastically increased her workload. In the past, a generous reward from Su Sai would have sufficed, but now, who could fathom how much longer the Su family courtyard could sustain itself? When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The Summer Kingdom had long been liberated. Who would still harbor thoughts of serving the family head? As a deep, laborious snore escaped him, Su Sai slowly opened his eyes, the weariness of 50 years weighing heavily upon him. His eyes, bloodshot and weary, reflected a profound fatigue. Yet, he could not comprehend why Lan Yeye appeared not only unscathed but increasingly vibrant and radiant. Was their consumption roughly the same? Each time, it was he who had been the one to bring her to plead for mercy. Why, then Su Sai suddenly felt a quiver in his corpulent frame. Could it be that Lan Yeye had siphoned away his vitality? Su Sai is awake. Lan Yeye ceased her nail grooming, twisting her waist to draw closer, teasing Su Sai's stubble like a playful kitten. Something else wrong? Su Sai squinted, inquiring. My back is nearly breaking. Tonight I wish to change rooms, or else I fear I shall be done for. The beautician by the window lowered her head, hesitant to speak. Could Su Sai truly bring about death? Hadn't she already witnessed it? Such a manipulative charmer. Yet, Su Sai was quite pleased. Any doubts he had harbored about Lan Yeye were swiftly cast away. Embracing her slender waist, he declared, Very well, tonight I promise to be gentle, and ever so gentle. I shan't return. After a moment of playful protest, Lan Ye remembered the beautician's presence and quickly sent her away. Su Sai, the weather has been clear for several days now, yet you promised to help me exact my vengeance. Alas, it need not be so dire. But just the thought of the hardships I endured at Zhou Lin's hands makes my heart ache, rendering me disinterested in all things. Disinterested? That cannot be. Su Sai had just been contemplating how to indulge himself that evening. Should he ruin Lan Ye's mood, he would find no joy for himself. It could only be said that Lan Ye's abilities were indeed formidable. Whatever Su Sai could conceive, she could bring to fruition. Otherwise, how could he have found himself in such dire straits in mere days? Wait, I shall make arrangements immediately. In Su Sai's view, a mere ordinary person, even with a bit of wealth, could not possibly compare to him. In the past, he would not have needed to involve himself directly. A single phone call would have sufficed. Half an hour later, half of his underlings gathered in the living room of the Su family courtyard. Having changed his attire and tidied his appearance, Su Sai appeared somewhat revitalized. Before him lay 3 handguns, 6 magazines, and 2 boxes of ammunition. Take these. Go to the Zhou family's breeding farm outside the city and find that young man named Zhou Lin. His fate is inconsequential. 3 of the 8 young men emerged, stowing the handguns, magazines, and bullets. Once these 8 young men had departed in an orderly manner, Lan Yu slipped in through the side door. Unfazed by the presence of others, she leaned against Su Sai, her form soft and pliable, melting into the man's embrace like warm butter. The elasticity and suppleness of her figure caused even the seasoned Su Sai to draw a sharp breath. Thank you, Su Sai. Lan Ye's dulcet voice brushed against Su Sai's heart like silken threads, instantly invigorating him, restoring his vigor and youthfulness. However, with Lan Ye's caliber, she would not easily satiate Su Sai. A man, after all, must be tantalized to maximize the benefits. Beyond seeking revenge, Lan Ye harbored grander ambitions. After lunch, under the pretext of needing to rejuvenate, Lan Ye stealthily slipped out the back door of the Su family courtyard when no one was watching. She did not stray far, finding herself at a former farmhouse less than a mile from the Su family courtyard. The whereabouts of the original inhabitants were now a mystery. Upon entering, a sharp voice echoed from the back room. It's me. At that moment, Lan Ye stood poised, her demeanor dignified, devoid of any frivolity. A tall figure emerged, perpetually shrouded in shadows, rendering his features indistinct. How have you fared these past days? Have you felt anything? Lan Ye stood tall, her hands demurely folded over her abdomen, her gaze clear and bright as she looked at Lin Min. Yes, it's powerful. Lin Min slowly raised his arms, and his fists, akin to stone mortars, emitted a resonant crack as he clenched them tightly. Lan Ye nodded in satisfaction. Su Sai may not have long left. Are you prepared? At any moment. Upon hearing Su Sai's name, Lin Min's fists involuntarily trembled slightly. Sit down. I shall begin. Following Lan Ye's command, Lin Min obediently sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. In synchrony, Lan Ye also shut her eyes, activating her abilities. Soon, Lin Min, who had been motionless, began to tremble violently, his muscles visibly swelling at an astonishing rate. His already sizable frame, uncommon for a southerner, became even more exaggerated, resembling a hairless gorilla. A deep, suppressed roar erupted from Lin Min's engorged, reddened neck, creating an invisible shockwave that stirred the dust around him into a gray mist. With a sudden gasp, Lan Ye opened her eyes, her body relaxing as beads of sweat adorned her forehead, her complexion as pale as if she had just received a long-lost relative. Staggering to the side, she retrieved beef jerky and chocolate, devouring them while keeping an eye on Lin Min's transformation. Without Lan Ye's abilities to sustain him, Lin Min's body visibly shrank. Yet the bulging veins on his forehead, behind his ears, and around his neck indicated that his consciousness remained trapped within the dreamscape Lan Ye had conjured for him. Having regained a modicum of strength, Lan Ye nodded slightly, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Lin Min was one of her followers, an unremarkable thug, merely possessing a robust physique and a reckless approach to fighting. Shortly after escaping Zhou Lin's clutches, they fortuitously reunited near the Su family courtyard. Conversations with Zhou Lin had given Lan Ye fresh insights into her abilities. If evolution is a transformation inherent to humanity in the apocalypse, could it not be triggered through one's own consciousness? Lan Ye yearned to explore this audacious notion, with Lin Min as her first experimental subject. Chapter 107. A benevolent disposition prevents inquiry. Having weathered a decade in the apocalypse, Zhou Lin's paramount realization was to never underestimate women, disregarding their abilities in evolution. Chang Yali's combat prowess alone could obliterate most men, while Zhou Li and Wu Shui possessed an intellect that surpassed his by a considerable margin. From Lan Ye's daring escape during the cataclysmic earthquake, Zhou Lin sensed her complexity, yet he still underestimated her. To employ her psychic abilities to stimulate the brains of ordinary individuals, thereby initiating their autonomous evolution, was an act of sheer lunacy. If Lan Ye was a madwoman, then Lin Min was a simpleton. From the outset, Lan Ye professed her ability to make Lin Min several times, if not dozens of times, stronger than an ordinary person, albeit with the potential for fatal consequences. Lin Min agreed without hesitation. He chose the latter between a wretched existence and a desperate gamble. During their initial experiment, Lan Yin nearly perished, and when she regained consciousness, Lin Min remained comatose. As he lay there, dark blood trickled from all his orifices. Due to the frigid temperatures, the black blood congealed into ice shortly after exiting his body, forming fetid, ebony shards. Lan Ye presumed Lin Min was dead, and had she not been moved by compassion to close his eyes, he might have truly succumbed. Lin Min blinked, then blinked again. 3 minutes later, he stared in wild elation at the wall he had effortlessly punched through. With their inaugural endeavor complete, the two resolved to attempt the procedure daily. Today marked the 5th day. Unbeknownst to Lan Ye, Lin Min's evolution had surpassed her expectations, trailing only slightly behind Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin had required over a month to reach this plateau, whereas Lan Ye and Lin Min had achieved it in a mere 5 days. One can only imagine Zhou Lin's reaction upon discovering this. However, every gain comes at a cost. The accomplishments of Lan Ye and Lin Min were purchased with Lin Min's vitality. Yet, would Lan Ye even care if she knew? From the moment she acquired her abilities, she vowed to subjugate all men, refusing to allow any man to covet her, be it her body or her untamed spirit. Thus, during the earthquake, she chose to flee. Despite the considerable risks, as she lacked the means to control Zhou Lin and could not even contend with Zhou Li. It was for this reason that Su Si, despite his impending demise, never truly tasted the pleasures of Lan Ye. He had dispatched half of his men, believing this to be the opportune moment. As Lin Min rose, invigorated like a newly satisfied addict, Lan Ye stood with her hands clasped behind her back to Lin Min. What are we waiting for? Indeed, Lan Ye did not turn around. She strode confidently, her gait steady, exuding an aura of composure despite her fashionable attire. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin sped along on his motorcycle. As its name implies, the foremost attribute of an off-road motorcycle is not necessarily its power, but rather its superior suspension and tires, which ensure optimal traction. This maiden voyage was so exhilarating that Zhou Lin nearly collided with 2 oncoming off-road vehicles. Damn! The passenger window of the leading Japanese off-road vehicle lowered, revealing the dark aperture of a gun pointed directly at Zhou Lin. This vehicle is quite exquisite, and I shall now relieve you of its possession. Zhou Lin was incredulous. He was being robbed again. Was it truly necessary to consult an almanac before venturing out? Damn, you value a vehicle over your life? Aye. The gunman's words were cut short as a blur passed before his eyes, and both he and the vehicle vanished. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Did I just witness a spectral apparition in broad daylight? A dark object suddenly descended from the vehicle's roof, grazing his nose before entering the passenger compartment. As he turned to investigate, Zhou Lin leaped from the roof, soaring like a great bird toward the vehicle several meters behind. He's flying over here? The occupants of the second vehicle had a clearer view than those in the first. Yet, they too were incredulous that someone could move with such speed as to leave a residual image. The quickest among them had barely grasped the door handle when Zhou Lin disappeared from view. As Zhou Lin leaped from the hood of the second vehicle to its rear, a brilliant conflagration engulfed the first vehicle. The incendiary grenade detonated within the passenger compartment, and the intense heat, reaching nearly 2,000 degrees, instantly ignited all flammable materials. The 4 occupants, caught completely off guard, were transformed into burning pyres. Foo, foo, foo. In the second vehicle, the driver was utterly speechless, while his companion stammered, "Ru, are you? Run?" Zhou Lin had no intention of allowing them to escape. He needed to ascertain which faction they belonged to. Otherwise, he would not know whom to seek compensation from. Having been subjected to highway robbery, Zhou Lin felt deeply aggrieved and believed that he was entitled to restitution. Thus, he swiftly punctured the rear tires of the vehicle. Puncturing tires required skill, lest one injure oneself. "Get out here." Zhou Lin dragged the driver from the vehicle, then hurled his dagger, pinning the man in the passenger seat, who had attempted to aim a pistol at him. "Quite an arsenal. What affiliation do you have?" Zhou Lin inquired. He kicked the driver to his knees and brandished a grenade. "Perhaps you would like to experience the warmth of this device?" At this point, no one dared to resist. They complied with Zhou Lin's demands, exiting the vehicle and kneeling beside the driver. Only the man who remained inside, who was now clinging to life, was spared. Zhou Lin decided to forgive him. We are under the command of Fourth Master in Jiazhou City." The only individual known as Fourth Master was Su Si. What a coincidence. Zhou Lin paused, then reconsidered. "You are so organized and premeditated. What exactly were you planning to do?" "We were going to the Zhou family's farm outside the city." After listening to their disjointed explanations, Zhou Lin nearly burst out laughing. So this is what they call a serendipitous encounter? If the fellow in the lead vehicle had not succumbed to avarice, the 8 men would have quietly carried out their mission and avoided such an untimely demise. Qing Yali did not attain her current physique by subsisting on vegetables alone. These 8 individuals would barely suffice to satiate her appetite, let alone the little demon who frequently mused, "Since death is inevitable, let us eradicate our enemies and scatter their ashes." By encountering Zhou Lin, they could at least depart this world peacefully, like the burning figures in the lead vehicle, who had not struggled from beginning to end. They were indeed at peace. "So you are unaware of my identity?" Zhou Lin inquired. "No, we are not. We were mistaken. Please spare us. We have elderly parents and young children." Zhou Lin nodded. "You make a compelling argument. I am in a benevolent mood today and shall refrain from inquiring where they reside." Upon hearing this, the 3 men were dumbfounded. Was this a demon? Was he planning to eradicate their entire families? Who was the true villain here? If they had the courage to ask, Zhou Lin would have gladly provided them with an answer. Even without their inquiry, Zhou Lin demonstrated his intentions through his actions. However, the price was slightly exorbitant. Chapter 108. The paucity of equipment dropped by Su Si's 8 henchmen was rather disappointing. This can be attributed to Zhou Lin's suboptimal skill selection, which resulted in some equipment being obliterated along with the corpses. Nevertheless, he wasn't overly fastidious. A small pistol was preferable to nothing. More importantly, Su Si's demise, along with his underlings, served as irrefutable evidence, ensuring that Zhou Lin could claim self-defense in court. Whether the judge would deem it a mutual brawl was inconsequential. Eliminating the judge would be a viable option. Zhou Lin considered anyone who acted inhumanely as an outsider, deserving of extermination. He regarded those who amassed wealth through illicit means as a regression of civilization, warranting rectification. Releasing his motorcycle, Zhou Lin resumed his journey, humming a tune. En route, he noticed a verdant hue on a distant hillside. Grass, perhaps? Approaching closer, his suspicion was confirmed. Thus, the resilience of life triumphed over 2 months of darkness and frost, allowing the snow lotus to burgeon more brilliantly amidst the icy peaks. Witnessing the resurgence of flora, Zhou Lin's spirits soared, and the motorcycle seemed to glide effortlessly. Before long, the vermilion perimeter walls of Su's manor came into view. The audacity of using red brick walls would have been punishable by execution in bygone eras. Finding the gates firmly shut, Zhou Lin attempted to ring the doorbell, but received no response. He shook the iron gates, and with a few forceful shoves, they crashed open, sending mud and water splattering. "Su Si, Su Lao Si, is anyone home?" The courtyard was deserted. Zhou Lin detected a faint scent of blood in the air. Inside the main hall, several figures knelt, trembling, while Lin Min sat regally in Su Si's chair, his eyes gleaming with an imperious aura. For the first time, Lin Min experienced the taste of supremacy. Lin Min's elation was imperceptible to Su Si and his loyal subordinates, as they were deceased, mostly felled by Lin Min's punches. Save for Su Si, Because Lan Yeye found Su Si repugnant, Lin Min pulverized Su Si's limbs before finally ending his life. Let's investigate. The commotion of the gates collapsing was considerable, and Lin Min awaited the arrival of the intruder. He resolved to treat him as an equal. As he was no longer a nobody, Zhou Lin entered, bearing two individuals as gifts. "Su Laosi, you're so young," Zhou Lin remarked, finding the rumors of Su Si's age dubious. "Su Laosi?" Lin Min paused, then realized Zhou Lin had mistaken him. "I'm Lin Min, not Su Laosi." "Oh, where's your godfather?" Zhou Lin inquired. "Who are you?" "Your godfather sent people to harass me, yet you're unaware of my identity?" "Shut up. I have no connection to Su Laosi. I just twisted his head off. It's still warm. Want to join him?" Zhou Lin discerned that Lin Min's breathing and heartbeat differed from those of ordinary people. "An evolver? Release my people, or else." Lin Min threatened, suppressing his impulse to act rashly. "Lin Min, how did you become?" Zhou Lin mouthed the final words, trusting Lin Min would comprehend. Lin Min's expression shifted, and he replied, "You too. Let's talk elsewhere." Zhou Lin followed Lin Min to the backyard, noting the bloodstains and wreckage that attested to a recent battle. Abruptly, Lin Min halted, realizing Zhou Lin's identity. "It's you." "You? Lan Yeye?" Zhou Lin guessed. "So it is you." Lin Min's face twisted with rage, and he unleashed a thunderous punch towards Zhou Lin's head. Chapter 109. No depth of emotion is worth starvation. How swift. With Zhou Lin's current physical capabilities, 6 times that of an ordinary person, he found Lin Min's punch astonishingly fast. Fortunately, it was just slow enough for him to react calmly and block it. It wasn't that he couldn't evade. He simply wanted to test Lin Min's strength to gauge his level of evolution. From Lin Min's earlier reaction, it was evident that it was connected to that woman. Lan Yeye, a lover? No, more likely a little puppy. Wow. As Zhou Lin felt the tremor in his arm, he silently acknowledged the immense power behind Lin Min's punch. The young man's level of evolution was indeed impressive. Lin Min, on the other hand, was surprised that his full-force punch was blocked without Zhou Lin even furrowing his brow. Ever since his evolution was triggered by Lan Yeye, this was the first time he felt somewhat powerless. How could this be? After enduring so much hardship, how could he be weaker than Zhou Lin? The more Lin Min pondered, the more his anger boiled. If one punch was insufficient, he would throw another. If strength was lacking, he would compete in speed and stamina. Infuriated, Lin Min unleashed 150% of his power. His punches and kicks moved so swiftly that they left after images, and the fierce wind stirred the dust within a 5-meter radius, transforming him into a living, breathing wind machine. Zhou Lin squinted his eyes, successfully blocking all of Lin Min's attacks. It was evident that Lin Min's level of evolution still fell short compared to Zhou Lin's. Although the difference seemed slight, the reality was worlds apart. It was clear that Lin Min had learned some combat techniques, making his strikes more structured than Zhou Lin's. However, many of these techniques seemed to originate from countries known for their martial arts, lacking practical application. In contrast, Zhou Lin's methods were far more diverse. Honed through blood and sacrifice in his previous life during the apocalypse, simple, effective, and even somewhat insidious. Yet, he refrained from using those techniques on Lin Min, as he still had questions to ask. After all, even the strongest of evolvers were still human and must adhere to the laws of physics in this 3-dimensional world. Energy does not manifest or vanish without cause. The frenzied, lightning-fast attack required substantial energy reserves and support. Despite Lin Min's towering stature, the greater his mass, the more energy he would expend. Zhou Lin estimated that Lin Min could maintain this frenetic pace for no more than a minute. In terms of knowledge regarding abilities and evolution, nobody, not even Lin Min's mentor Lan Yeye, could rival Zhou Lin's expertise. Just over half a minute into the skirmish, Lin Min felt a burning pain in his lungs. His limbs grew heavy and weak, as if filled with lead. The speed of his attacks visibly slowed, and his strength diminished from overwhelming force to an inability to break through Zhou Lin's defenses. The young man simply lacked endurance. Zhou Lin smirked, seizing the opportunity to step forward and deliver a swift slap to Lin Min's face. Ever since he had slapped Jiang Lan at home, Zhou Lin had developed a fondness for the immediate gratification that such direct confrontations provided. The quick response allowed him to witness the imprint of 4 or 5 fingers rising on Lin Min's cheek. Coupled with the young man's mixture of resentment and helplessness, was Chapter 110. I eliminate threats for the people indeed. Lan Ye had been here before. Shortly after Zhou Lin had forcefully entered, she stood at the doorway, gazing at the prostrate iron gate for a full 30 seconds. During that brief interval, countless possibilities flickered through her mind. Ultimately, caution compelled her to retreat for the time being. After all, the sheer strength required to uproot such a heavy iron gate from its hinges was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Had there been any visible signs of impact on the gate, or if an unfamiliar vehicle belonging to anyone other than the Su family had been parked nearby, or even chaotic tire marks, Lan Ye would have considered investigating further, at least from a distance. Unfortunately, there was nothing amiss, as though the gate had chosen to lie flat of its own accord. Regardless of whether Lin Min was a match for the intruder, Lan Ye deemed it unwise to gamble with her own safety. Psychic abilities, in simpler terms, could be likened to fragile sorcery. Direct confrontation was never their forte. She decided to leave immediately. Once resolved, she did not linger, even though she momentarily lacked direction. It was only after she had distanced herself from the Su family estate that her tumultuous emotions began to settle. She suddenly felt that there was little in Jiazhou City worth her attachment. Even if Lin Min triumphed and took control of the Su family estate, it would not matter. Jiazhou City was too small, and Lan Ye aspired to a grander stage. To the provincial capital. There, she had not only her old connections but also a plethora of people and resources at her disposal. Lan Ye believed she could thrive in the provincial capital. If she had previously navigated the intricacies of male interactions with ease, now she could charm both men and women alike without leaving a trace of scandal. After all, human desires are insatiable. Her unique abilities were perfectly suited for such pursuits. Ultimately, all gratification serves the mind. And what could be more fitting than to directly influence the mind itself? As for how to reach the provincial capital, she had devised a plan during her journey. The military. She had witnessed airships during disaster relief operations. In a time when most other forms of transportation had ceased functioning, airships remained the sole means of inter-city communication. Jiazhou City had 2 airships, originally managed by the military, and when Yi Xinxiao parted ways with Zhu Guanghan, he took both airships with him. They were of no use to Zhu Guanghan, who among the common folk could operate them. Instead of letting them languish, he chose to maintain a connection with the military. As Zhu Guanghan was quite adept in the realm of politics, using a military airship to reach the provincial capital seemed to her the most prudent course of action. As for whether the military would grant permission, once she met with them, the decision would rest in her hands. Unless, of course, the military also had psychics among their ranks, or monsters like Zhou Lin. Meanwhile, in the Su family estate, Zhou Lin had finally satisfied his hunger. The most advanced trait of an evolved being might very well be their teeth and digestive system, for despite consuming copious amounts of food, Zhou Lin's abdomen showed no signs of expansion. Since you can't locate Lan Ye. Suddenly, faced with the threat of death, Lin Min's mind raced. Brother, I can serve you. Just give me some grass, brother. Please consider it. I still have some strength left. At that moment, all notions of Lan Ye's deep affections and the dignity of manhood were cast aside by Lin Min's survival was paramount. If one could not win, one must join. It was not shameful. Yet, Zhou Lin was not reassured. He suddenly seized Lin Min by the throat, lifting him off the ground. As regrettable as it was to eliminate an evolved being so close to his own level, the saying went, if one did not possess complete control, it was best to extinguish the threat in its infancy. Given that Lin Min had garnered Lan Ye's attention, who could say whether he was linked to a mysterious organization? Zhou Lin could not delve into Lin Min's mind to verify, so, you will meet a wretched end. Ye will not spare you. Resigned to hopelessness and devoid of strength to struggle, Lin Min's face contorted with bitterness as he uttered the most venomous curse he could conjure. Foolish bird. Sensing the life ebbing away, Zhou Lin flipped Lin Min downward, driving him into the ground. Bang! Even with the skull hardened several times over by evolution, it shattered spectacularly, painting the ground in a surrealist tableau of red, white, and black. With Lin Min's brain obliterated, Zhou Lin doubted there was any chance of resurrection. After all, did not the ancients often proclaim to eradicate evil without exception? Zhou Lin considered himself a traditionalist. In the reception hall, news of Lin Min's gruesome demise spread quietly, sending shivers through the remaining individuals. It was not that they wished to flee. Lin Min had previously demonstrated the speed of an evolved being, illustrating the vast gulf between a tortoise and a locomotive. Those with sense understood the course of action. You were all under Su Laoxi's command? Zhou Lin seated himself in the chair Lin Min had recently occupied, which originally belonged to Su Laoxi. It felt strangely comfortable. Indeed. Sometimes being the villain was far more pleasant. Everyone, disperse. Oh, and bring me a cup of tea. This should still be available in Su Laoxi's residence. After consuming so many high-calorie dishes, Zhou Lin felt a touch of greasiness in his mouth. This big brother will fetch it immediately, replied a middle-aged man, the gardener. The true authorities had been dealt with by Lin Min, just as Zhou Lin had harbored reservations about Lin Min, who similarly distrusted those favored by Su Laoxi. As Zhou Lin sipped his tea, he contemplated and retrieved a walkie-talkie to contact Wang Pingping. I am quite busy. Do I sound like I have leisure time? The shelter is gone. Aren't there many people left without a place to stay? Are you aware of the Su family estate? The Su family estate. Isn't that a private residence? You killed Su Laoxi? Ah, let's not jump to conclusions. I have witnesses. The one who killed Su Laoxi was someone else. However, I have avenged Su Laoxi. Special circumstances call for special measures. This can't be considered illegal, can it? On the other end, Wang Pingping seethed with frustration. You kill someone and then ask if it's illegal? Clearly, you're toying with me. The critical point was that he could not express his anger. For the location of the Su family estate was indeed advantageous, being among the highest elevations surrounding Jiazhou City. While there were higher terrains, they were devoid of anything but vegetation, lacking even a road suitable for vehicles, making them impractical for sheltering disaster victims. In contrast, the Su family estate was far more convenient. Although the road Su Laoxi had built was not particularly wide, the solid concrete surface significantly improved transport efficiency. I will report this to the commander right away. Just wait. Ah, don't forget my reward. We agreed upon a fair exchange, after all. While awaiting Wang Pingping's response, Zhou Lin also reached out to his family, particularly regarding the pharmaceutical factory mentioned by Wu Shui, which he had yet to visit. It was already afternoon, and he feared he might not return tonight. If he couldn't return, then so be it. He could always spend the night aboard the Lu Xiaofeng ship. He would not deny himself comfort. Meanwhile, upon hearing that the Su family estate was now in Zhou Lin's possession, Yixin Xiao wore a cunning smile. He beckoned Wang Pingping closer, saying, Now, you must convey this to him. Chapter 111. Turning against each other what? The right to use satellites? Upon hearing Wang Pingping's words, Zhou Lin felt a buzzing in his head. The right to utilize satellites is indeed a valuable asset. Given that the national power grid is nearly in ruins, data communication can only rely on satellites. Xia Nation is relatively fortunate. Before the apocalypse, due to its formidable technological prowess, it possessed thousands of satellites in space, most of which could be utilized for data communication. In contrast, many countries lack even a single satellite of their own. When the apocalypse struck, they either had to beg for the use of satellites from other nations or exchange precious resources for access. However, most of these nations often cannot endure for long during the apocalypse, ultimately witnessing the collapse of their governments and the dispersal of their citizens, like yesterday's flowers. No. Do you truly possess this authority? Zhou Lin was not foolish enough to take Wang Pingping's words at face value. That simply wouldn't do. Believe it or not. No. Zhou Lin pondered for a moment. Despite its value, he had surely to consider. What? This time, it was Wang Pingping who was left dumbfounded. In truth, the right to use satellites was merely a gimmick, even if a portion of the bandwidth allocated to Jiazhou was shared with Zhou Lin. Would he really occupy it all day to download films? The key point was that there was nowhere to download them at the moment. Doesn't he want it? Yixin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, her expression soon taking on a more profound significance. Young man, being without internet is akin to losing one's life. Yet, Zhou Lin expressed no need for it. What does this imply? If he doesn't want it, then let us inquire what he desires. I will first contact Zhu Guanghan. Since the shelter began to leak, Zhu Guanghan had hardly slept these past few days. His superiors had expressed grave doubts about his capabilities. And if not for the inconvenient transportation, he would likely have already been replaced. Old Su has died? Yuxin Xiao's words reignited a spark in Zhu Guanghan's eyes. Relying on the Su family estate to rebuild the shelter might become a pivotal turning point in his political career. As for Zhou Lin, Zhu Guanghan generously stated that not only would he absolve Zhou Lin of any punishment, but he would also present him with a banner in the name of the Disaster Recovery Command. Upon hearing this, Yuxin Xiu nearly burst into laughter. A banner? Even if one could find a place to make it, would Zhou Lin truly cherish it? Nevertheless, the matter had already been broached, and Yuxin Xiao was too weary to elaborate further. The remaining discussions could be handled directly by Zhu Guanghan with Zhou Lin. However, Zhu Guanghan held a different view. Eliminating Old Su and taking control of the Su family estate was indeed a positive development, but the disparity in their statuses was stark. Arranging for Su Ziyuan to communicate with Zhou Lin was, in his eyes, already a considerable concession. Thus, in the end, Zhou Lin was met by Su Ziyuan. Upon seeing Su Ziyuan, drenched in mud, Zhou Lin frowned. Originally, the commander had instructed me to give you a call, but I thought it best for us to communicate face-to-face, as we are old friends. The implication of face-to-face communication was to exchange the banner for the Su family estate? Not even willing to part with 500? The commander said that this is your contribution to all the people of Jiaju City, and it will be recorded in our local chronicles. Is it truly rare? In normal times, it indeed holds considerable value, as it is something that would be remembered for generations. Let us not discuss it. Zhou Lin showed no inclination to entertain Su Ziyuan's pleas. He understood that Su Ziyuan was fundamentally a decent person, having worked at the grassroots level for a long time, aware of the suffering of the common folk, and possessed a spirit of dedication. Yet, in matters of authority, his voice was diminished. In situations like today, he lacked even the qualification to offer suggestions. A single command from Zhu Guanghan could leave him in disarray, so much so that he had no time for his own family. Rushing over to speak favorably to Zhou Lin. In truth, such a large place wouldn't even be fully occupied by your family. Who said my family was moving in? Zhou Lin, this matter is no laughing matter. If I recall correctly, the terrain of your family's land is quite low, and the water is rising. You need not concern yourself with that. Just ask the commander if he intends to obtain something for nothing. Upon hearing Su Ziyuan's response, Zhu Guanghan erupted in fury. What is this talk? Something for nothing? Ask him if he still considers himself a citizen of Xia Nation. Are the rules to be disregarded? Is the law to be cast aside? Is the Su family estate his? Does he have any evidence to support such claims? In the legal sense, Zhou Lin certainly had no evidence. Seeing Su Ziyuan distressed and pacing in place, Zhou Lin sighed. Very well, old Su, for your sake. I shall forgo this place. However, in the future, do not come seeking my assistance. Remember this, or else I will demand repayment in full. And relay this message to that ridiculous commander. Young Shou, such words cannot be spoken lightly. If this were to leak, alas, it would be detrimental for everyone. Perhaps in the future, you might need to seek his aid. Zhou Lin laughed. Does he need to seek Zhu Guanghan's help? Even Stephen Chow wouldn't dare portray such a scenario in his comedic films. He had initially planned to leave, but now he felt compelled to say a few words to Zhu Guanghan. Young comrade Zhou, you must possess some awareness. The concerns of the populace are not trivial. Sacrificing a bit of personal interest for the greater good is your privilege. Privilege? I privilege your entire family. Listen closely, Zhu. Do not ever come to me seeking assistance again. You, along with everyone in your official shelter, do not dare bring your pleas to my doorstep, or I will have you all begging on your knees to lick my shoes. Over there, Zhu Guanghan was left dumbfounded. Though his rank was not high, when had he ever been so publicly insulted? Do you know who you are speaking to? Ah, well, if you insist on speaking this way, then wait for it. I will send someone to summon you. And I have already prepared Chapter 112. The airship disappeared. Su Si had accumulated some wealth after many years in Jiazhou City. As a person who had risen from the lower ranks, he had no frivolous hobbies. His collection consisted of items that could easily be liquidated, always prepared for a sudden escape. The entrance to his safe was hidden within his bedroom, disguised as an ordinary door. This was a secret divulged to Zhou Lin by an elderly housekeeper responsible for the household chores. Having severed ties with Zhu Guanghan, Zhou Lin had no intention of searching for any concealed mechanisms. He simply swung a hammer against the wall until the sound indicated he had struck the right spot. With a resounding crash, the wall cracked, dust billowed, and the entrance to the safe, more accurately, a small vault, was revealed. Inside the windowless chamber, approximately 10 square meters in size. 3 walls were lined with shelves and glass cabinets, while the center was cluttered with leather suitcases. A beam of light illuminated the scene, casting a glaring golden hue. It was no surprise that Su Si was the underground tycoon. The gold bars, ingots, and jewelry alone weighed nearly 50 kilograms, valued at approximately 20 million before the apocalypse. Aside from the various luxury watches and jewelry, Zhou Lin found no interest in the foreign currency notes stuffed in the suitcases, merely worthless scraps to him. However, within a wall niche, he discovered 3 brand-new handguns with matching magazines and bullets, as well as several authentic foreign military knives. Upon exiting the vault, Zhou Lin conducted a cursory inspection of Su Si's bed and unexpectedly unearthed 2 more handguns, along with a tang sword hidden beneath the pillow. Was it truly comfortable to sleep with such a weapon? Zhou Lin found it difficult to comprehend Su Si's peculiar fondness for blades. Yet, the sword was undeniably exquisite. Drawing it sent a chill through him, and a mere caress of the blade drew blood without him even realizing it. What was I thinking? Staring at the wound, Zhou Lin contemplated inflicting the same on himself, realizing the absurdity of his actions. Fortunately, the physical changes brought about by his evolution allowed the wound to heal rapidly. By the time he exited the main building, it had stopped bleeding, and cleaning the blood revealed skin that appeared entirely normal. What was happening? The sight of Su Ziyuan and several uniformed officers at the entrance extinguished Zhou Lin's good mood instantly. Zhou Lin, why not accompany us to meet the commander and apologize? I'll count to 3. Old Su, don't test my patience, Zhou Lin retorted, drawing his blade with a frosty demeanor. The 3 officers instinctively retreated at the sight of his weapon, one of them making a clear motion to reach for his gun. Damn. Zhou Lin's gaze swept over the trio, and with a sudden burst of energy, he lunged forward, reversing the grip of his knife towards the officer's chest. With a crack, the officer who attempted to draw his weapon was sent flying, landing immobile on the ground, groaning in pain, had it not been for his audible suffering. Others might have assumed he had been struck dead by Zhou Lin's overwhelming force. Su Ziyuan was at a loss for words. Zhou Lin's exaggerated display of strength far exceeded his comprehension. You too, stay put. Don't move. The 2 auxiliary officers had already grasped their batons. Yet even without Su Ziyuan's warning, they dared not. Chapter 113. You can survive on your knees. Had Lan Yeye escaped? Or had she fled from the military district with a stolen airship? What had prompted such a thought? Zhou Lin mused that Lan Yeye's intelligence was nearly on par with Zhou Li's. As for Wang Pingping's inquiry about pursuing her, Zhou Lin merely chuckled. How could he chase after her? Even if the military district provided him with another airship, how would he track Lan Yeye's whereabouts? The ground radar had ceased functioning, and the satellites above could not penetrate the thick clouds. It would be absurd to suggest sending a dog ahead of the airship. In this round, it seemed Lan Yeye had emerged victorious. After some contemplation, Zhou Lin decided to divulge a portion of what he knew about the mysterious organization. He refrained from mentioning events that might unfold, fearing the consequences of being captured. Upon hearing his account, Yuxinia was taken aback and promptly reported the matter to her superiors. Zhou Lin always believed that in the apocalypse, the foremost priority was survival, followed closely by the pursuit of a joyful existence. If the era of peace emphasized endurance and hard work, then the apocalypse surely advocated for seizing the day. Thus, while Lan Yeye was a nuisance, Zhou Lin adopted a nonchalant attitude, choosing to set aside thoughts of her for the time being. What could be more significant than fulfilling Wu Shui's entrusted task? Glancing at the sky, Zhou Lin resolved to find a place to rest for the night. Although traversing the night posed little danger, why subject himself to unnecessary hardships? The Lu Xiaofeng airship was fully equipped and spacious. Despite some areas being cluttered with his recent acquisitions, Zhou Lin required minimal space. After conversing briefly with his family, he refrained from mentioning Su Si, only stating that he had gathered a considerable bounty during his journey. He slept soundly until dawn, and once he confirmed the area was clear, he stowed the Lu Xiaofeng and continued his journey toward the Jiuhua pharmaceutical factory. Geographically, the factory was positioned directly south of the Su family compound. necessitating a passage through the entirety of Jiazhou City for the shortest route. Given the current state of affairs within the city, Zhou Lin deemed it wiser to take a detour. Today, the weather seemed less than favorable. The sun, which had shone brightly in recent days, appeared to be lingering in bed. Without the sun, the world took on a dreary hue. Some individuals began to worry that darkness might once again descend upon them. The air felt damp, and an unsettling sensation crept into Zhou Lin's heart, prompting him to quicken his pace. Most of the accumulated snow both in the city and beyond had melted away, and those who emerged from shelters mostly chose to return to their original residences. Those residing in higher floors naturally moved back home, while those in lower levels either sought out uninhabited nearby areas or turned to relatives and friends, banding together for survival. The first order of business upon settling down was to gather supplies. By now, ordinary citizens had largely exhausted their provisions, except for the elderly who could barely move and children needing care. As soon as dawn broke, families ventured out en masse in search of resources. Zhou Lin had already witnessed several altercations sparked over a single packet of instant noodles or other meager sustenance. Human compassion was rendered worthless in the face of hunger, and civilization held no significance in the apocalypse. In dire straits, a group of starving individuals could resort to any manner of actions. This was merely the beginning. The true days of suffering lay ahead. Had Zhou Lin not traversed back in time and possessed the ability of coexistence, his family's situation would likely be no better than that of the others, perhaps even worse. Shaking his head, Zhou Lin navigated through the crowd, his relatively polished appearance often attracting numerous gazes. However, the greedy stares quickly faded upon noticing the ancient long knife strapped to his back. A man bearing a blade strode through unperturbed. Anyone with a modicum of sense understood the potential danger. Unless two conditions were met, a crowd and overwhelming numbers. Zhou Lin had initially assumed that fewer individuals would be encountered along the city's outskirts. Yet he was mistaken. In their quest for food, even the laziest of souls, who would typically shun stepping outside their neighborhoods without transportation, were now willing to traverse great distances. The outskirts were not devoid of life. In fact, the less populated areas were rife with potential prey. Due to the density of people, Zhou Lin refrained from riding his bike, only to find himself cornered in the end. "Kid, hand over that knife on your back. And the food on you. I want your clothes, pants, and shoes too." Zhou Lin rubbed his forehead. Was it possible to encounter robbers in such a manner? The four individuals before him appeared robust. Indeed, with no place to work, it was only natural for them to resort to theft. "If you kneel by the roadside now, I can pretend this never happened," Zhou Lin said, slowly drawing his tang knife. The gleaming blade glinted ominously, dazzling in the light. "Who are you trying to scare?" "We have the numbers," they shouted. In the 2 months since the apocalypse began, anyone daring to commit robbery would not be lacking in weaponry. The four men wielded not mere kitchen knives or hatchets. Their long blades, designed for two-handed grips, clearly indicated their deadly intent, with the subtle rust suggesting they had tasted blood before. The four men spread out, creating ample space for their blades to swing. Their decisive demeanor indicated they had no intention of sparing Zhou Lin a single breath. Ironically, Zhou Lin shared their sentiment. The tang knife he had acquired from Su Si, while of fine quality, had always felt lacking in some regard. Now he understood, it was the absence of bloodshed. A blade that had never tasted blood, no matter how exquisite, was merely a decorative piece, a collector's item, ultimately a useless object. Kill. As one of the assailants swung their knife toward Zhou Lin, a more lethal strike came silently from another direction. Clearly, these four men had developed considerable synergy. Even against a single opponent, their swift and cunning assault, which they believed to be clever, seemed to Zhou Lin as sluggish as a snail. As the adage goes, in the world of martial arts, speed is paramount. Unless Zhou Lin wished to toy with them, they would not even graze the hem of his clothing. The dramatic clash of blades accompanied by sparks was a scene best left to captivating films. A true master of the blade would never recklessly collide their prized weapon with another. To kill with a knife should be akin to a skilled chef butchering a cow, employing precision and grace, moving like flowing water. With a swift motion, Zhou Lin seemed to flicker in the eyes of the four, but in truth, he had merely circled around them while dragging his tang knife. The razor-sharp blade, propelled by speed and strength, effortlessly severed the four men's necks. The swiftness of the act rendered it a singular sound. Zhou Lin sheathed his knife with an elegant flourish, the sound echoing like a dragon's roar. For corpses collapsed, sending mud and blood splattering in all directions. Gasps of shock. Chapter 114. A young couple, Zhao Xiaogang, at the tender age of 16, was a second-year student at Jiashou High School in Jiazhou City, known for his exceptional academic performance. He had envisioned a future paved with the promise of attending a prestigious university, following in the footsteps of his predecessors to establish a family and a career, blissfully unaware that fate had a different plan in store for him. With the arrival of the apocalypse, the passionate ideals of youth melded with the mindset of a top student, leading Zhao Xiaogang to embrace the harsh realities of this new world. He began to entertain thoughts of seizing this as a grand opportunity bestowed upon him by the heavens, believing that with determination, one could transcend their station. A notion he gleaned from online novels. Thus, when the quartet of robbers fell, their blood spilling across the ground like a gushing tap, Zhao Xiaogang gritted his teeth and chose to stand his ground. "What's your name?" "Zhao Xiaogang." Zhou Lin observed the boy, forcing himself to maintain composure, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Do not be alarmed. I do not feast on the innocent, nor do I take lives indiscriminately. Take what you desire. But first, I require a single answer. Speak. Do you know anyone from Jinhua Pharmaceutical?" Zhou Lin was aware of the factory's location. Yet the building Wu Xuan mentioned seemed enigmatic. The old factory, with its decades of history, featured rows of nearly identical red brick structures. Without familiarity, one could easily lose their way. To expedite matters, Zhou Lin sought a guide. "I am not, but my friend is. She can lead you." A fervent warmth surged within Zhao Xiaogang. Zhou Lin's earlier actions had captivated him. Despite the chaos of the apocalypse, he had yet to witness any signs of supernatural powers or evolution until Zhou Lin's emergence. Su Chimei, Zhao Xiaogang's girlfriend, was 21 years old and had known him for merely 7 days, yet their bond was unshakable. She adored Zhao Xiaogang, particularly the resourcefulness he displayed in procuring food and supplies. Scavenging was not merely a task of effort, it demanded a keen intellect and sharp eyes. Moments earlier, Su Chimei had concealed herself, fearing that whether the robbers or Zhou Lin emerged victorious, they might covet her beauty. Had Zhao Xiaogang not called her, she might have remained hidden despite Zhou Lin's gentle demeanor. Ultimately, it was Zhou Lin's offering of chocolate, imported from a distant land, that truly swayed her. A treat she had always cherished. "I am familiar. My parents have worked at Jinhua Pharmaceutical, as did my grandparents." Such familial ties were commonplace in the past, a tradition of inheriting one's profession. This was not an innovation of the Xian nation. A glance at its historical household registration system would reveal its roots. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. Jinhua Pharmaceutical had afforded Su Chimei's grandparents a prosperous life, just as it had plunged her parents into despair for an extended period. After Zhou Lin articulated his destination, Su Chimei readily agreed to assist him. Not only could she guide him to the building, but she could also help him locate other items within the factory. However, all this hinged upon the provision of food. "My vehicle is nearby." To bolster his persuasion, Zhou Lin fabricated a tale. The trio set forth, leaving behind the 4 lifeless bodies. Initially, Zhao Xiaogang intended to avoid them, but ultimately acquiesced to Su Chimei's insistence, resulting in a 5-minute delay. "Why are you not the least bit hungry? Is your residence capable of providing bathing facilities? Surely, you must have an abundance of food?" Xiaogang mentioned that some influential figures established survival bases in this apocalypse. "Do you have a base of your own? Are you interested in the machinery at the pharmaceutical factory? What of the veteran workers? My parents were key staff members, and my grandfather was a senior engineer. Though he perished from starvation not long ago, were it not for the necessity of Su Chimei's guidance, Zhou Lin might have been tempted to silence her incessant chatter. He had encountered loquacious women before, yet none had displayed such a lack of self-awareness. Zhao Xiaogang, though youthful, possessed a certain intrigue. Should he merge with supernatural abilities or evolve without meeting an untimely end, he could become a noteworthy figure. How could someone like him associate with Su Chimei? Was it merely her physical allure? Su Chimei, despite appearing disheveled like a beggar, retained a certain appeal. In a world of scarce resources, Some aspects of her figure still held promise, potentially advantageous if cultivated appropriately. The robbers had little of value, so Zhao Xiaogang surrendered the snacks he found to Su Chimei, selecting two superior-looking long knives to strap to his back while wielding two others in hand. As for the bodies, someone would undoubtedly come to collect them, even if not. This place would soon be swallowed by the chaos, rendering the corpses, and perhaps the very buildings, mere remnants of the past. The gates of Jihua Pharmaceutical stood wide open, and upon entering the premises, they discovered the security booth had been smashed, stirring Zhou Lin's concern. What if the items Wu Shui sought had been pilfered? Do not fret. Chapter 115, The Insightful Young Man, the Conqueror RV, whether appearing at any moment or place, emanates an explosive aura that leaves the vast majority of people in awe. After Zhou Lin's modifications, the Lu Xiaofeng model surpasses the original in size, appearance, and presence. Thus, the astonishment of Su Chimei and Zhao Xiaogang is hardly surprising to Zhou Lin. As for what thoughts might cross their minds, it is evident from their expressions that they are likely contemplating how splendid it would be if the Lu Xiaofeng were their own. Such sentiments are understandable, however. When Su Chimei covertly traced her fingers along Zhou Lin's large hand while receiving a hefty bag of food, it crossed a line, especially with Zhao Xiaogang standing nearby. He, too, was caught up in the moment, neglecting his own hunger, nearly ready to embrace the Lu Xiaofeng in sheer delight. "This vehicle must be quite expensive?" he inquired. "Ordinary," Zhou Lin replied, engrossed in his task of connecting wires to maximize the power of the cutting machine in hand. Zhao Xiaogang wished to say more, but the noise of the machine drowned him out. While Zhou Lin was busy drilling a hole in the large iron door, Su Chimei attempted to open the door of the Lu Xiaofeng. "Why is it locked? This is rather untrusting." After several failed attempts, her frustration began to surface, and she knocked on the door, oblivious to Zhou Lin and Zhao Xiaogang observing her every move. "Qingmeiyu." Zhao Xiaogang felt his face flush, his toes curling in embarrassment. "I just wanted to take a look inside, nothing more," she asserted, her calm demeanor contrasting with the fleeting panic in her eyes. Zhou Lin chuckled inwardly, questioning how she could be so naive, even in a world that had not succumbed to chaos. Associating with such a woman could lead to trouble. It was her choice to contemplate. After patting Zhao Xiaogang's shoulder, Zhou Lin turned and entered the large door. "What kind of person is that?" Su Qingmei rolled her eyes, approaching Zhao Xiaogang and whispering, "Xiaogang, you won't take his words to heart, will you?" Noticing Zhao Xiaogang's silence, she lifted the food bag and remarked, "This won't last 2 days. Surely, there must be more in his vehicle?" "If enough." Zhao Xiaogang inhaled deeply. "This bag of food is yours. You should leave." Su Qingmei was momentarily taken aback. "Leave? Break up? On what grounds? Just because Zhou Lin said so? What did I do wrong? Why should I be the one at fault? What is Zhou Lin anyway? Have you considered this clearly? You could survive without him. If I leave, you won't be able to bring me back." Her agitation elicited only a frown from Zhao Xiaogang. Seeing his reaction, Su Chimei placed her hands on her hips and shouted, "Zhao Xiaogang, I misjudged you. Humph. A person like you will never amount to anything. Just wait. One day I will make you realize that guy is nothing." With that, Su Chimei turned on her heel and walked away, taking all the food Zhou Lin had provided without leaving a morsel for Zhao Xiaogang. Inside the building, Zhou Lin retrieved the order from Wu Shui and began his search room by room. Not being a professional, he often needed to call the audience outside for guidance, confirming each item under Wu Shui's direction. Only when both of his oversized travel bags were filled did he appreciate the utility of having a personal space. He wondered if upgrading his powers would yield another, symbiotic, mode of transportation. If so, it would need to be exceptionally spacious, kept hidden for storage purposes. Contemplating this, Zhou Lin could not resist checking his data. Symbiosis. Intermediate 6135 10,000. Currently symbiotic vehicles. Laifu, large watercraft. Lu Xiaofeng, medium ground vehicle. Available symbiotic vehicle slots. 0 storage space. 02 symbiotic strength. 6. 5 minutes 24 hours evolution level 1. 6. 6,543 10,000. Over the past couple of days, he had not dedicated time to trainings, allowing his progress in both ability and evolution experience to stagnate. He reminded himself to remain vigilant and not grow complacent with his current achievements. The true apocalypse had only just begun. Stagnation could lead to regret. Halfway there, Zhou Lin, are you there? Zhou Lin, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied that both travel bags were full, and he needed to return to the vehicle to switch them out. Leaving? Upon exiting the building, he was surprised to find only Zhao Xiaogang waiting. Young men are often easily swayed by emotions, with many straying from the right path due to women's influence. Yes, Zhao Xiaogang replied quietly, watching Zhou Lin intently. Is there anyone else at home? Come up, it's fine. Zhou Lin invited as he entered the Lu Xiaofeng to change bags. They're gone. Zhao Xiaogang's expression darkened, his eyes reddening. Zhou Lin paused, taken aback. He had not perceived any signs that suggested Zhao Xiaogang had just lost a loved one. In truth, if death could be painless, living might not always be preferable. Isn't that right? He wiped his eyes, forcing a strained smile that appeared more ghastly than cheerful. There is some truth to that, however. Living in hardship is better than not living at all. If you have no desire to live, there is no need to follow me. After all, you are still a child. I'll be 17 soon, Zhao Xiaogang countered. Everything an adult can do, I can do too. Zhou Lin pondered whether Zhao Xiaogang and Appo's aspirations were connected to Su Chimei. For a base to thrive, manpower was indeed necessary. Zhao Xiaogang seemed fit for various tasks, and his lack of specialized skills could be compensated by his potential in security work. Another factor to consider was loyalty, which would take time to demonstrate. Why do you wish to follow me? Have you given up on your girlfriend? Girlfriend? Zhao Xiaogang chuckled. Though I am young, I understand that a woman acquired through my efforts can easily be taken away by someone else, perhaps even with a simple offering. Such clarity? Zhou Lin was somewhat surprised. Was this a common trait among today's youth, or merely a consequence of the apocalypse? Reflecting on the little demon at home, Zhou Lin suddenly felt he might have uncovered the reason for the world's descent into chaos. Humanity was evolving in increasingly alarming ways. Was it a societal issue or something else entirely? I'm not sure how to comfort you. I can only say you are not at fault. However, you still haven't answered my question. Why do you want to be with me? Because you are strong and ruthless. In this world, only by following someone like you can one survive and live, without feeling stifled. Am I truly ruthless? Zhou Lin shook his head, feeling he lacked the necessary fierceness, even compared to Zhou Li. Very well, I must return to gather more items. Keep an eye on things here. Call me if anything arises. Handing Zhao Xiaogang a walkie-talkie, Zhou Lin took his 2 travel bags and re-entered the research building. This trip should suffice for Wu Shui's needs. Little did he know, just moments after he stepped inside, several shadows stealthily approached the Lu Xiaofeng. Chapter 116. Heart like a viper in the Su family courtyard. Upon seeing the gaping hole in Su Si's bedroom, Zhu Guanghan's countenance darkened significantly. Who did this? Who? The scattered items in the small treasury ignited a fury within him. He was certain it was Zhou Lin's doing. Who else could it be? Fetch Su Ziyuan for me. What kind of incompetence is this? Is it so difficult to apprehend an ordinary person? What happened to your execution capability? Zhu Guanghan unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Su Ziyuan. Not only did you fail to detain him, but you also allowed him to harm others. I see Zhou Lin as a heinous criminal. I wonder what benefits Yixin Xiao has received from him. I'm assigning you a task. Bring Zhou Lin and his entire family back to me. Entire family? Su Ziyuan thought he had misheard. Even the ruffians knew the principle of not bringing disaster upon one's wife and children. How could Zhu Guanghan advocate for total annihilation? As the head of the organization, this behavior was too. What do you understand? I hope to communicate with his parents and relatives, persuading them to encourage Zhou Lin to become a law-abiding citizen, contributing to the nation and its people. In this time of national peril, amidst the suffering of the populace, he as a young man should endure hardship first and enjoy comfort later. How can he be so selfish and seize what belongs to others? Belonging to others? Su Ziyuan suddenly understood. Someone must have informed Zhu Guanghan about something, likely related to the items in Su Si's treasury. So who exactly is being selfish? Yixin Xiao represents the militaries while in Jiazhua City, and Zhu Guanghan was risking everything for wealth, disregarding even Yixin Xiao's authority? If he were to confront the military during Zhou Lin's apprehension, could a mere street office director, the deputy director of the logistics department of the post-disaster command center, withstand that pressure? What? Are you ignoring my words? Even if you disregard me, Zhu Guanghan, you should at least respect the organization's opinion. I am making it clear that capturing Zhou Lin and bringing his whole family to the Su family courtyard is the organization's directive. Commander. Su Ziyuan pondered and replied softly, this matter bears grave responsibility. I fear I may not be up to the task. Waste. The organization does not need people like you. In such times, you exhibit a serious mindset of complacency. It would be better to raise a pig than to sustain an official like you. Zhu Guanghan was infuriated. The consequences were dire. Ultimately, Su Ziyuan was nearly expelled from the living room, and Zhu Guanghan even suspended his duties, instructing him to reflect on his actions. Times had changed. The personnel in the command center were now distributing supplies daily. Suspending Su Ziyuan's duties effectively severed his access to resources. After the shelter began to leak, Su Ziyuan and his wife returned home. Their son and daughter-in-law worked in the provincial capital and could not return after the apocalypse struck. Su Ziyuan's wife, Zhang Ruihua, fell ill shortly after winter set in, worried about their young grandson, and had yet to recover. The supplies they had prepared at home were scant, and Su Ziwen had to barter some for medicine for Zhang Ruihua, resulting in a slight improvement in her health. Yet they now lacked even the essentials for a night's meal, relying solely on the resources he collected daily from the command center to survive. Old Su. Zhu Guanghan is sending us to our doom. Zhang Ruihua, not yet 50, bore deep wrinkles around her eyes and lips. Her complexion sickly pale from 2 months of winter nights and malnutrition, her eyes unnaturally yellow. Even in moments of emotional agitation, she spoke with a feeble strength. My dear, it is my inadequacy. I should not have agreed to stay in the street office, climbing the ranks while ignoring my conscience. Perhaps today Zhang Ruihua's eyes reddened again as she reached out her frail hand to grasp Su Ziyuan's. It's all right. A day or two without food won't kill us. You are capable. Zhu Guanghan will eventually call you back. Let us hold on just a bit longer, all right? Just a bit longer. It was evident that Zhang Ruihua was genuinely weak. In her condition, relying solely on medication would be insufficient for a full recovery. Nutritional support was imperative, otherwise serious complications could arise. The doctor treating Zhang Ruihua had repeatedly cautioned Su Ziyuan, who was anxious, yet under the current circumstances, even filling their bellies was a significant challenge. Initially, Su Ziyuan firmly stood by the government, resolutely supporting every decision made by the command center, even willing to make sacrifices for it. But now, my dear, rest for now. I will go out and see if I can find something to eat. Without a salary. Su Ziyuan believed that a living person should not perish from neglect. Others could search the ruins for food. He could do the same. Old Su, you. Zhang Ruihua could not stop him, and could only call out reminders from afar, urging him to be cautious and avoid conflicts with others, even while bedridden. She was aware of the changes in the outside world. Outside the Jiuho Pharmaceutical Research Building, as Zhao Xiaogang waited for Zhou Lin to emerge from the Lu Xiaofeng, he remained oblivious to the figure stealthily approaching from behind, merely steps away. When he heard the faint sound of footsteps, the assailant lunged at him, executing a chokehold that subdued him. Before hitting the ground, Zhao Xiaogang caught sight of several individuals emerging, and to his astonishment, Su Chimei was among them. How could she do this? How did she find these people? Had they been lurking nearby? Zhao Xiaogang was indeed correct in his suspicion. As a member of Jiuho Pharmaceutical, although Su Chimei did not work at the factory, she was acquainted with many people, especially those around her age, some of whom she had attended school with or were neighbors. The factory area was connected to the housing district, and after the winter nights, some who had gone to the shelters returned. During ordinary times, they would frequent the vicinity of the factory. As Su Chimei stepped out, she happened to encounter a group of young people wandering about. Initially, they only noticed the bag of food in Su Chimei's hands, but she recognized 3 of them, with Jiang Weihong, her former neighbor, leading the group. Although he was several years older, they were not strangers. Jiang Weihong felt a twinge of annoyance at recognizing Su Chimei. They coveted the food she carried, yet felt it was beneath them to rob a childhood friend, especially since their parents had been close colleagues. Unbeknownst to them, Su Chimei almost without hesitation sold Zhou Lin and Zhao Xiaogang out. Upon hearing Su Chimei's description, Jiang Weihong immediately realized the value of the RV. Although it might not be useful in the apocalypse, it clearly indicated that it belonged to an affluent family. Wealthy families should not lack food. Or they wouldn't have handed Su Qingmei such a sizable package so casually. After a brief discussion, Jiang Weihong resolved to execute this plan. When they spotted Zhao Xiaogang from a distance, Su Qingmei casually informed Jiang Weihong that he was her ex, a mere 16-year-old brat. She then urged Jiang Weihong in the Others Chapter 117. Lethal intent in the present day, the Lu Xiaofeng vehicle bears little resemblance to the original Conqueror model of yore. Jiang Weihong, like many men, cannot afford it, yet this does not prevent him from indulging in it during idle moments, discussing it over tea and meals as if he possessed it. After circling the Lu Xiaofeng vehicle, Jiang Weihong furrowed his brow in contemplation. This is troublesome. What about that person you mentioned, Zhou Lin? He should still be searching for something inside the building, replied Su Qingmei, who was reluctant to bring up Zhou Lin out of fear. Look at this: facial recognition, fingerprint passwords, bulletproof steel plates, bulletproof glass. Even the tires are custom-made. Tell me, how do we get in? Brother Hong, is there no other way? Su Qingmei clung to a flicker of hope. She wished to avoid a confrontation with Zhou Lin. Jiang Weihong shook his head. With sufficient tools and time, it could be breached, but it would be best if he willingly handed over the password and keys. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Qingmei's vehement denial made Jiang Weihong sense her concern over Zhou Lin's lack of cooperation. Isn't there a ready-made solution? Liu. Each of you take a weapon. Let us see if Zhou Lin is willing to relinquish the vehicle. Why must we cloak it in civility? It's robbery, after all. Jiang Weihong remarked, prompting laughter from the other three. It's merely civilized robbery. We excel at it. Inside, then, Liu, block the door for me. I fear that if he can't handle our enthusiasm, he might flee. Jiang Weihong's laughter echoed, joined by the others, save for Su Qingmei, who could not find humor in the situation. The thought of Zhou Lin committing murder invaded her mind. As she involuntarily envisioned herself and Jiang Weihong in that grim scenario, the blinding flash of a blade, blood spraying like mist, convulsing limbs, and lifeless eyes. Yet, she did not stop Jiang Weihong and the others, uncertain of how to intervene and reluctant to do so. After all, there is always a chance. Perhaps Zhou Lin's previous victims were woefully inept? In Su Qingmei's mind, Jiang Weihong, being a few years older, was nearly invincible. This was merely a childhood misconception of a leader's strength. Although Jiang Weihong was tall and appeared formidable, it did not equate to true power, especially in comparison to Zhou Lin. Even with a weight of 180 pounds, Zhou Li Chapter 118, provincial city Zhao Xiaogang was indeed somewhat bewildered. He only recalled being choked, gradually losing consciousness, followed by an excruciating pain from a specific area. He pondered whether he had committed some transgression, questioning why Zhou Lin felt compelled to punish him in such a manner. It hurt terribly. Zhou Lin drew in a sharp breath, his gaze roving over Zhao Xiaogang. You actually survived. This shouldn't be possible, just moments ago. Your respiration and heartbeat had ceased entirely, a death most definitive. Upon hearing Zhou Lin's words, Zhao Xiaogang was consumed by a singular thought. What a thrill. The experience of being dead and then revived sent a shiver down his spine. No, something is amiss. Let me see you. Zhou Lin listened intently to Zhao Xiaogang's heartbeat. And if his ears were functioning correctly, it seemed that the issue lay with Zhao Xiaogang. Is there something wrong? Zhao Xiaogang shifted awkwardly, feeling around. Aside from the pain in that one area, everything else seemed fine. You, Zhou Lin contemplated, retrieving a walkie-talkie to contact Wu Shui. I believe I may have found another one. What? Wu Shui replied. I am quite busy. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. I will bring him back shortly. Boss, do you think it's too late to run? Zhao Xiaogang's face turned pale. Oh, do not worry. I have no intention of using you as a guinea pig. The one who intended to kill you has already been dealt with. Most likely, she was behind it. Would you like to avenge yourself? Zhou Lin gestured towards Su Qingmei, lacking any desire for interrogation. Did it matter if Su Qingmei was wronged? I understand. Zhao Xiaogang was, in fact, more aware of the situation than Zhou Lin. He did not reach for a knife. Instead, he crouched by Su Qingmei's side. Xiaogang, save me. I will be your servant for life. You're thinking too much. Su Qingmei. Zhao Xiaogang mounted Su Qingmei, adopting the same position as Jiang Weihong had when he strangled him, tightening his grip around her delicate neck. At first, Su Changmei struggled and screamed, but gradually, her movements ceased, culminating in a muffled thud. Sighing, Zhou Lin shook his head from a distance. "Boss, did I do something wrong?" Zhao Xiaogang inquired cautiously. "Not exactly. I was merely contemplating whether to have you get into a vehicle." "Never mind. Wait here while I fetch another one." Zhou Lin, imagining Zhao Xiaogang atop Su Qingmei, felt it would surely taint the air of the Lu Xiaofeng, so he opted for a motorcycle instead, more open and airy. "Hold on tight. Do not touch me, or I shall throw you off." "Understood, boss." Zhao Xiaogang felt somewhat aggrieved, though Zhou Lin remained oblivious. The motorcycle sped towards the outskirts, while over 100 kilometers away from Jiazhou City, a dirigible was gently descending outside the provincial city. Thud. The cabin landed heavily, causing a rattle. Yet, Lan Ye stood firm, as if her feet had taken root. Although she had not deliberately enhanced her evolutionary degree, she was still superior to ordinary individuals. Even well-trained soldiers could not compare to her as an evolved being. "At last, I've arrived." Lan Ye's gaze swept over the three individuals in the cabin, a smile gracing her features. "I shall take my leave now. You all wait here." The expressions of the three soldiers were dull, clearly abnormal. While it seemed a pity to abandon the dirigible, there was no alternative at this juncture. Shortly after Lan Ye hastily departed, one of the motionless soldiers suddenly let out a loud roar, proceeded to strike his head with his fist a few times, then looked around in confusion. "What has happened? Old classmate, wake up, wake up." Though the provincial city lay merely over 100 kilometers from Jiazhou during the day, it was still shrouded in a dim light, unlike Jiazhou where the sun blazed overhead. Some claimed that only Jiazhou could bask in sunlight because of a great Buddha residing there. Lan Ye scoffed at such notions. In truth, she held disdain for all traditions. No matter how resplendent the facade, it could not conceal the hatred within her heart. As a woman who had endured much to reach this point, Lan Yu harbored resentment towards her family, those around her, society, and even the world itself. Thus, when they sought her out a year ago, hoping she would join their ranks, she agreed without hesitation. Navigating among the powerful elite, Lan Ye could amass considerable wealth. And by merely relaying the words of the influential or secretly perusing their phones and documents while they slumbered, she could obtain even more, such as a nationality attainable without any conditions, an identity, or even the chance to sever ties with her past entirely. Lan Ye was acutely aware of her actions and the consequences that awaited her should she be discovered, yet she plunged into this world without a second thought. What was there to fear? At worst, she would die, a fate she had already encountered. Women like Lan Ye, if given access to the launch buttons of nuclear weapons from powerful nations, would undoubtedly press them without hesitation. What was destruction but an end? She was weary of life. Her only reason for enduring was the belief that she had yet to exact sufficient revenge on this world. Though devoid of warm sunlight, the temperature in the provincial city had improved significantly compared to the winter nights. During midday, it was surely above zero, causing some snow to melt. As a city that once boasted a population exceeding 20 million before the apocalypse, even in its most peripheral areas, one could witness a multitude of individuals bustling about. To ensure the survival of such a vast populace during the frigid winter nights, the authorities transformed all subway tunnels into underground shelters. Additionally, the basements and parking garages of many tall buildings served as makeshift refuges that, with minimal modifications, could withstand the cold. In comparison to small cities without subway systems, the threat to life posed by the apocalypse was comparatively lesser, provided there was no overwhelming pressure of population. Of course, this was contingent upon an adequate food supply. For merely 3 to 10 days, or even half a month, the provincial city would not experience a food shortage, whether in shopping malls, warehouses, or logistics parks. There existed considerable food reserves. Furthermore, the government had always prioritized strategic food stockpiles, which, if properly allocated, could sustain the populace for an extended period. However, the reality was that the government-managed shelters had begun to restrict food supplies 10 days prior, allowing each adult only the equivalent of 1,000 calories per day. Indeed, it was a food rationing system precise to caloric intake. What would 1,000 calories look like? Using rice as a reference, it would equate to approximately 5 bowls. It may sound ample, but remember, that is the daily allowance. Moreover, rice was merely a reference. The actual distribution could consist of a few eggs and a handful of nuts, or 3 donuts, or even 200 pieces of candy. In summary, individuals accustomed to diet meals would find themselves in tears when faced with this 1,000 calorie allotment. What to do when there isn't enough food? On the day the winter night concluded, the government urged everyone to take matters into their own hands to ensure their sustenance. Thus, Lan Ye observed the throngs of people moving amidst the dim light. She too felt hunger gnawing at her, yet at that moment, she was more eager to locate that individual, the one with whom she had established a singular line of communication. Chapter 119. The security guard's path to avoiding 30 years of detours. Motorcycles cannot glide on water. Swim over, Zhou Lin instructed, pointing at the ship island building 100 meters away. The sun had vanished, leaving a gloomy atmosphere that suggested an impending storm. A breeze stirred, carrying the scent of the tide. Swim over? Zhao Xiaogang swallowed hard. He feared not for his life, yet the murky water, dark and treacherous like a pool of deadly poison, made him hesitate. Boss, what if I can't make it halfway? Don't worry, I won't save you. Hurry up. I sense a change in the weather, Zhou Lin replied coolly. Ultimately, Zhao Xiaogang plunged into the water. The toxic water was less daunting than Zhou Lin's presence, and he found himself questioning his decision several times along the way. As Zhao Xiaogang swam further, Zhou Lin turned and exchanged the motorcycle for a jet ski. The high-speed jet ski sliced through the water, creating 2 white waves, sending the floating debris bobbing up and down. Zhao Xiaogang, caught off guard, was drenched, and as he gazed at Zhou Lin's distant figure, tears streamed down his face. You've passed the basic test. Zhou Lin clapped his hands in mock encouragement before the entrance of the ship island building. Boss, is this a boat? Zhao Xiaogang asked, his eyes wide. Huh? Zhou Lin halted abruptly, turning back. What did you say? Gathering his composure, Zhao Xiaogang looked down at the steel plate beneath his feet. Boss, you're impressive. This must be the Tefyu, right? You definitely have a space. Otherwise, your mode of transport wouldn't change so frequently. Damn. Are kids nowadays this clever? Zhou Lin felt like a fool, having concealed everything only to have it laid bare. You. Boss, rest assured, I will never betray you in this life. Didn't novels say that while the protagonist's sidekick may die, betraying the protagonist guarantees a tragic end? Boss, after all, I'm a top student from our city's one high school. Zhou Lin was at a loss for words and merely patted Zhao Xiaogang's shoulder. All right, as long as you're aware, I won't silence you. Just remember, not everyone will appreciate what you understand, so keep some things to yourself. A younger brother must know the boundaries. Moreover, being a top student means little here. Perhaps you might only end up as a security guard. Being a security guard is great, Zhao Xiaogang exclaimed cheerfully. It's a straightforward path, avoiding 30 years of detours. Child, spend less time watching videos and more time reading. It might extend your life. Sun Qinghao, come here. Zhou Lin introduced Zhao Xiaogang to Sun Qinghao, marking the beginning of their partnership. Once Wu Shui finished her research on Zhao Xiaogang, he would likely be assigned to security duties. Upon Zhou Lin's return, the most delighted were surely Zhou Kaijun and his wife, as a mother's worry never fades, especially in these perilous times. Son, have you noticed your mother has become stronger? Chang Yali boasted, flexing her biceps and triceps in front of Zhou Lin, much to Zhou Caijuan's embarrassment. Perhaps her arms were thicker than his thighs, and every night he lay awake, fearing a mere turn could spell his doom. Yes, I can see that, Mom. Impressive, Zhou Lin flattered while petting the dog. Dinner was lavish. 5 people plus a dog, all thoroughly satisfied. At Cheng Yali's suggestion, the fully automated mahjong table was unveiled. Considering personal preferences, Zhou Lin graciously stepped aside and invited Huang Minjing and her daughter to join his parents for entertainment. As a person from Bashu, how could one not play mahjong? This was Cheng Yali's greatest disappointment with the 2 girls. Such noble spiritual entertainment and cultural heritage must not be interrupted by the apocalypse. Utterly meaningless. Zhou found mahjong uninteresting. With her intellect, she viewed such a simple numerical game as beneath her. Coding was far more enjoyable. Perhaps only top scholars could dismiss it so easily. Wu Shui also disliked mahjong. She longed to meet Zhao Xiaogang or to have Zhou Lin organize the collected chemical and biological reagents for her to classify and tidy up, starting her new research tomorrow. What is the situation? You may not believe it, but that kid is definitely dead, I can't be mistaken. His breathing and heartbeat have been absent for at least 5 minutes. Wu Shui nodded. Typically, that indicates death, but the current international standard is based on brainwaves. His case is rather special. Regrettably, it cannot be replicated. Otherwise, then we could mass-produce evolved beings. Only a lunatic would do that. Yet this world is never short of madmen. Just because you refrain from doing something doesn't mean others will. On the other side of the earth, deep underground in a facility known as Eden, a long-standing experiment was reaching a critical moment. Behind thick bulletproof glass, Missy Polant focused intently on the naked man on the stainless steel bed. The number of the test subject mattered not. The failures before were inconsequential. What mattered was that, according to the data, this man maintained a relatively active state even after his breathing and heartbeat had ceased. Doctor, 10% of the brain cells are beginning to die. Should we activate the program now? Not yet. Missy Polant smiled, her voice magnetic. Let us see where the limits lie. Theoretically, even with just one brain cell still alive, the experiment is a success. The sacrifices of the pioneers illuminate the path for future generations. Their names will be engraved on every step of human civilization's progress. A stirring ode. Yet all the researchers present knew that the subjects were numbered, devoid of names, even if they had once possessed them. 30% of brain cells deceased. 50%. Doctor. 60%. Once death begins, it accelerates. The further along it progresses, the more difficult it is to reverse. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of several researchers involved in the operations. Although they were leaders in their fields, they still felt inadequate before Chief Scientist Missy Polant. Activated. Let us pray to God, hoping for rebirth. At that moment, a benevolent glow radiated from Missy Polant, creating an eerie atmosphere for everyone present. Zzz. Blue arcs of electricity danced within the glass chamber, flashing between the ceiling, floor, and the stainless steel bed, resembling miniature lightning bolts. Amen. As Missy Polant's fervent prayers echoed, everyone witnessed the test subject convulsing violently. The high-voltage shock not only failed to destroy the subject's body, but also prompted the monitoring devices to emit simultaneous beeping sounds. Doctor, heartbeat restored. Breathing resumed. Brainwave activity intense. Thank God. Missy Polant spread her arms wide, gazing at the ceiling, slowly spinning in place. And thanks to all of you present. Now, let us together admire the greatest achievement of human civilization this century. Chapter 120, a sudden surge of experience. It was raining. At midnight, Zhou Lin was preparing to sleep when a sudden clap of thunder jolted him awake. As for why he was still awake at such a late hour, well, it is said that only a fool would go for a morning run when they had the luxury of legs to rest upon. Most men are not afraid of thunder. And Zhou Lin was no exception. His insomnia was not due to fear, but rather an inexplicable sensation that washed over him as the thunder roared. He glanced at his ability metrics. Symbiosis. Intermediate 84 37 10,000. Currently symbiotic vehicles. Live Fu, large watercraft. Lu Xiaofeng, medium land vehicle. Available symbiotic vehicles. 0 storage space. 02 strength symbiosis. 6 minutes 24 hours evolution level 1. 6,684 10,000. Although his evolution experience points remained unchanged, his ability experience points had mysteriously surged by nearly 2,000. 2,000 points. Normally, natural growth would take about a year, and even with frequent usage within physical limits, it might take around a month. Yet, a single clap of thunder had granted him this incredible boost. Beside him, Wu Shui had already succumbed to a deep slumber. Even if she were awake, she could hardly discuss anything with Zhou Lin, so he picked up the intercom and called his mother. Son, you scare me to death. Mom, do you feel something is off with your body? Yes, no, I'm fine now, just your father. My father? What's wrong with him? Zhou Lin asked, confused. His father had not merged with any ability orbs, and the thunder should not have affected him. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Just catching my breath. That's all, bye. In their bedroom, Cheng Yali, having hung up the intercom, felt a wave of embarrassment as she rubbed Zhou Caijun's chest. Old Zhou. I truly did not mean to. Now that you've recovered, can't we just forget it? Zhou Caijun gasped for air, his breath sounding like a broken bellows. When the thunder struck, Cheng Yali's substantial form jolted upright from the bed. Perhaps due to the violent tremor, Zhou Caijun, who had been sleeping soundly, rolled over 360 degrees. Cheng Yali, in a panic, turned 180 degrees midair, landing heavily upon Zhou Zaijuan's frail frame. Had it not been for the thick latex mattress, at least 20 centimeters deep, he would have surely been crushed. If Cheng Yali could have flipped off immediately, perhaps Zhou Kaijun would have been fine. The critical moment was that in her fright, she forgot her weight and enveloped him as if he were a mere doll. In that moment, Zhou Kaijun gasped, feeling as if he had encountered the king of hell. Fortunately, Cheng Yali came to her senses and slapped his chest twice. Zhou Kaijun was left pondering who had taught her such a technique of resuscitation. His ribs ached painfully, leaving him speechless. Dear, perhaps we should sleep in separate rooms. If not, at least separate beds. You dare. Cheng Yali roared. Zhou Kaijun, you must be itching for trouble. Do you fancy Huang Minjing or that Jiang fellow? Zhou Kaijun fell silent, while other wives might jokingly threaten their husbands. Cheng Yali's threats were delivered with an air of seriousness that was utterly chilling. Son, you must work hard and acquire an ability for your father soon, or else I fear your father may never witness the birth of his grandchild. As for why his ability points had surged by 2,000, Zhou Lin could not fathom it. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a fortuitous event, and after waking, he found everything to be normal, save for the inexplicably added 2,000 points. The rain continued to pour, and the atmosphere was far from pleasant. At breakfast, Zhou Kaijun sported 2 conspicuous dark circles under his eyes, though he kept his head lowered. None of the diners were blind. Is it still raining? Cheng Yali asked while standing by the window, periodically sipping from a 2-liter milk jug. I don't know. Zhou Lin felt a pang of anxiety at the thought. A night of torrential rain had likely raised the water levels significantly, and the melting snow in the nooks and crannies would certainly cause drainage issues. With that thought, he hastily donned a raincoat and dashed outside. 5 meters 3. It should be fine. What nonsense. The Lai Fu would only float if the water depth exceeded 11 meters, and it was still far from that. However, the mounds of earth on the starboard side had completely vanished after the night's downpour. The entire starboard was now exposed, and even the covering soil on the deck had been washed away almost entirely, revealing the ship's silhouette in full. He wondered if satellites above had captured any images, for sunlight was breaking through the clouds. Theoretically, satellites equipped with remote sensing capabilities could indeed take photographs. Yet, one must consider if those controlling the satellites would bother to photograph this area. Lily, Zhou Lin suddenly realized, rushing into the ship island building to find Zhou Li. Zhou Li, who was just preparing to finish some tasks, responded irritably, small matters cannot be overlooked. How on earth did your sister-in-law fall for you? Beside them, Wu Shui stifled a laugh, presumably recalling something amusing. After her laughter subsided, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly excused herself to visit the hospital. On a serious note, I've been busy. Speak. You seem capable of managing those satellites, right? Zhou Lin inquired. Zhou Li furrowed her brow, signaling him to continue. Is it possible? I mean, can you ensure that the satellites flying overhead do not capture any images of our area? I'll give it a try. Typically, Zhou Li rarely spoke in such ambiguous terms, indicating that Zhou Lin, an outsider in this realm, was making an almost fantastical request. Indeed, theoretically, if one could hack into satellites, they could alter the internal programming to some extent. The challenge lay in the sheer number of satellites in the sky. Achieving 100% success in this task would require an enormous amount of work. Even Zhou Li, confident as she was, would not dare claim that it could be accomplished in a short time. Zhou Lin, what? I need a supercomputer, the more powerful, the better. Had the apocalypse not arrived, Zhou Lin would never have made such an outrageous request. Perhaps Zhou Li would have gradually achieved this dream through her own capabilities, as Zhou Lin certainly lacked the means. Is it not sufficient? Zhou Lin stamped his foot. The strongest bow cannot shoot through silk. Zhou Li responded knowingly. Understood. A supercomputer, then. I'll procure one. I believe you may have a misunderstanding about supercomputers. Zhou Li shook her head. Typically, supercomputers were constructed only by highly advanced research institutions or super enterprises, as the costs were exorbitant, even disregarding the initial investment. For instance, the artificial intelligence developed in the United States prior to the apocalypse had initial setup costs nearing $1 billion. with monthly electricity bills reaching $150,000, a truly staggering figure. Yet, Zhou Lin spoke of acquiring a supercomputer as if he were simply going out to buy cabbage on sale. Chapter 121. The significance of home. The torrential rain did not merely affect the Lai Fu vessel. The city of Jiazhou was inherently enveloped by several grand rivers. Certain low-lying areas had already suffered from severe flooding, and with the onset of last night's deluge, many places experienced a rapid rise in water levels. Tragically, some individuals were swept away in their sleep as water invaded their homes. In the morning, Zhang Ruihua awoke from a nightmare. "Old Su," she exclaimed, her gaze darting around until she recalled that Su Ziyuan had left the previous day in search of food and had not yet returned. "No, old Su, please be safe. Please." As she gazed out at the relentless downpour, tears streamed down her face like pearls slipping from a broken string. Her heart consumed by a singular thought: may the deities protect Su Ziyuan from harm. Su Ziyuan himself was a skeptic of divine intervention. The previous night, when the raging waters surged into his space, his first thought was one of despair. The water level in the room rose at an alarming rate, and the distance from where he lay to the doorway was merely a few steps, yet each movement became increasingly arduous. By the time the water reached his ankles, it had already risen to his waist by the fifth step, the overwhelming force of the current significantly hindering his progress. Had he entertained even a flicker of resignation, he might have been lost to the waters. In this critical moment, Su Ziyuan's thoughts were not of his own life or death, but rather of Zhang Ruihua's fate should he perish. He was convinced she would not survive without him. The thought of her starving alone in their home was unbearably bleak. "Wife," he bellowed in desperation, summoning an unexpected surge of strength that enabled him to push against the mounting pressure of the water and escape. Once he burst out of the room, the pressure lessened considerably. Su Ziyuan fixed his gaze on the staircase at the end of the corridor and sprinted with determination. Though he was of middle age, he had not eaten a morsel in 48 hours. Despite having 2 bags of biscuits and some candy in his pack, he could not bring himself to consume them, believing that Zhang Ruihua needed the sustenance far more than he. He clung to the hope that if Zhu Guanghan ceased his punishment, he could once again procure rations from the command center and alleviate his concerns over food. "Damn you, Zhu Guanghan!" Su Ziyuan shouted as he raced forward, channeling his anger into speed, believing it would propel him further and faster. It is said that anger is the most primal source of strength. Ultimately, he reached a staircase that remained above the floodwaters, yet the crisis was far from over. For the rain continued to pour and the waters would rise further. He regretted not having sought a taller building the previous night. Had he done so, he might not have found himself in such perilous circumstances. However, exhaustion had prevented him from moving, and had he possessed even a modicum of strength, he would not have slept through the thunder or the rain. The water continued to rise, soon engulfing the staircase where he had taken refuge, forcing him to climb higher until he reached the rooftop of the 4-story office building. There was no further escape. Standing in the downpour, Su Ziyuan struggled to keep his eyes open, yet all he could see was a vast expanse of white. In the distance, he discerned some tall shadows. But within the reach of his vision from the platform, there was nothing but water. It was clear that he had chosen poorly. This area was low and sparse in buildings. Yet what choice did he have? The bustling locales had either been thoroughly searched or were currently being scoured, and as a solitary figure, he would not fare well if he crossed paths with others. Was this to be his final resting place? Su Ziyuan felt a deep sense of injustice. The stagnant waters surrounding the platform indicated that they had nowhere to drain, signifying that the situation would not improve anytime soon. As long as the rain persisted, the water would inevitably rise. There must be a way. Su Ziyuan repeatedly struck his head, seeking an escape. He resolved to take a gamble. The rooftop door was wooden, and perhaps, with some foam blocks left by the janitors, he could fashion a makeshift raft. Although such a vessel would offer little safety, it was preferable to waiting for death. Decisive by nature, Su Ziyuan cast aside all doubts and began his work. Even as the water lapped at the platform, submerging his ankles. 15 minutes later, the raft took shape, and the water had risen sufficiently to allow it to float. Cautiously, he climbed aboard to test its buoyancy, and it seemed stable enough. Seizing a broom he had just discovered to use as a paddle, Su Ziyuan found that, Under his guidance, the rudimentary raft gradually drifted away from the submerged platform. The still waters, devoid of movement, significantly reduced his risks. Although the rain obscured his sight, he could still determine a general direction. The journey ahead would depend on his luck and whether he possessed enough stamina and resolve to persevere. Wife, I will return. Trust me. The rain swiftly sapped Su Ziyuan's body heat. Although the temperature was not as frigid as before, prolonged exposure could lead to severe illness, if not death. In the entirety of Jiazhou, many shared Su Ziyuan's plight, yet most lacked his unwavering will and profound desire to survive. The world is material, yet for the individual, the essence of life and death may largely hinge upon one's spirit. The question of whether the people of the Summer Kingdom possess faith was a hotly debated topic before the apocalypse. Detractors argued that the citizens were selfish, blinded by self-interest. However, in the wake of calamity, the Summer Kingdom might be faring better than most, primarily because a strong sense of family bonds compelled many to endure. Faced with the bleakness of existence, they opted to struggle for survival, not for themselves alone, but for those awaiting their return, those they had given life to, or perhaps, for the one they longed for. Amidst the torrential rain, some chose to face death alongside their families, while others fought desperately to place their loved ones aboard the lifeboat of salvation. Yet not everyone held family in such high regard. Some individuals harbored intense desires for power. At the Su family estate, Zhu Guanghan had just concluded a conversation with his relatives, perhaps for the sake of his image or other reasons. He had not brought his family to the estate after relocating the command center. Instead, he had instructed them to remain in their original community. Provisions were not a concern, as supplies were being delivered regularly. But with the rain intensifying and the water levels rising ominously, his family grew anxious and hastened to contact him. Ultimately, Zhu Guanghan assured them that should genuine danger arise, he would arrange for their rescue. But for now, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 122, the magnificent behemoth of the beautiful nation. The torrential rain severed the connection to the outside world. Zhou Lin, reluctant to brave the downpour, wandered within the confines of the Lei Faheo, when he suddenly stumbled upon an extraordinary find, the SSC, an air cushion landing craft, measuring 27 meters in length and 15 meters in width. It boasts a standard displacement of 95 tons and a full load displacement of 200 tons. It is powered by 4 TF-80B gas turbines, enabling it to reach a maximum speed of 55 knots on water, 40 knots on marsh, and 35 knots on land. The vessel is equipped with a cockpit and propellers on either side, with a vast deck space in the center for transporting personnel and vehicles. Theoretically, the SSC can carry an impressive payload of 80 tons, easily accommodating a main battle tank or several infantry fighting vehicles, alongside dozens of fully equipped soldiers. When fully loaded, the SSC has a maximum operational range of 300 nautical miles. While 300 nautical miles may not seem extensive, it translates to approximately 555.6 kilometers, further than many high-displacement cars can travel on a single tank of fuel, a feat even more unattainable for numerous electric vehicles. Upon understanding the capabilities of the SSC, Zhou Lin grasped the situation. As the latest generation of military air cushion vessels from the beautiful nation, the SSC has yet to officially enter service. It was merely en route for testing, and aircraft carriers do not typically deploy air cushion vessels. Thus, this discovery was an unexpected delight. The SSC was ideally suited to the current environment surrounding the Lei Faheo, with its flooded and muddy terrain rendering other modes of transport ineffective. Had it not been for the deluge outside, Zhou Lin would have eagerly taken the vessel out for a spin. Although he was not symbiotically linked with the SSC, operating it was not particularly challenging. As a product of the new generation, the SSC boasts a high degree of digitization, allowing a single individual to pilot it effortlessly, aligning perfectly with the beautiful nation's requirements for modern military equipment. In truth, navigating this craft is no more complicated than driving a truck. Patting the rubber skirt of the SSC, Zhou Lin mused aloud, "My friend, we shall venture forth to explore the wonders of our homeland." Fortunately, since the Lei Faheo serves as Zhou Lin's symbiotic transport, upon exiting its storage, he remained connected to the vessel, allowing him to modify it through sheer thought, provided he adhered to the fundamental laws of physics regarding raw materials. Altering the internal structure of the Leifaheo posed no challenge for Zhou Lin. It required minimal resources and exertion while simultaneously enhancing his ability. Only he could transform the Leifaheo's interior to facilitate the seamless emergence of the massive SSC. Most importantly, his symbiotic abilities assured that any modifications he made would maintain the structural integrity and safety of the Leifaheo, preventing any issues from arising due to haphazard alterations. As he observed the substantial steel structures shifting in response to his thoughts, Zhou Lin felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Ultimately, a grand passageway materialized between the space occupied by the SSC and the large hatch on the starboard side, perfectly accommodating the vessel and Apos' passage. "Brother, did you just hear?" Chen Mingyun perked up at a nearby location. "Stop talking nonsense. Have you learned to operate that engine yet?" Chen Feng gently rapped Chen Mingyun's head. In contrast, Chen Mingdong remained far more focused. Although he did not appear as clever as Chen Mingyun, Chen Feng favored him. Teachers tend to appreciate diligent, eager-to-learn students who cause no trouble. Had it not been for Chen Mingyun's presence as an older brother, Chen Mingdong might still be attending school. Fate is indeed inscrutable. Who can guarantee that if Chen Mingdong were diligently studying, he would be happier than he is now? Upon seeing Zhou Lin, both Chen Feng and Chen Mingyun quickly rose to their feet, displaying a modicum of social awareness, while Chen Mingdong continued to examine an oil pump in his hands. "What vehicle have you disassembled?" Zhou Lin inquired, surveying the area and nodding in approval. "Just a standard off-road vehicle from the islands," Chen Feng replied. "Before the apocalypse, it was considered a luxury car, but now, well, the islands are gone. It's perfect for practice." As for the eventual skill level of the Chen brothers, Zhou Lin was not overly concerned at the moment. The symbiotic link meant they were not required to repair it, and there was no pressing need for repairs in general. Nevertheless, he encouraged the brothers before asking Chen Feng to accompany him. "Boss, are we going for a checkup again?" "This isn't the first time," Chen Feng admitted, now somewhat apprehensive about visiting the hospital. Despite Wu Shui's beauty, she was not someone he could covet. Moreover, after his experience with Jiang Lanlan, Chen Feng had become somewhat jaded about women, embodying a classic case of once bitten, twice shy. "Unwilling? Of course not. I'm definitely willing. It doesn't hurt. It's just a blood draw. With how well you feed us, what's a little blood draw?" Chen Feng's voice trailed off, becoming barely audible by the end. For Wu Shui, as long as the sky did not fall, she remained unperturbed, diligently attending to her tasks each day. She could hardly be bothered to exchange more than a few words with Zhou Lin, merely greeting him before directing Chen Feng to the examination bed, where he began connecting various devices: blood oxygen levels, heart rate, blood pressure, brain waves. 3 vacuum blood collection tubes followed in succession. Zhou Lin couldn't help but shiver at the sight. During his time at Lanshan Community, Wu Shui had insisted on daily checkups, but under less daunting conditions. They hadn't seemed as terrifying, yet they were indeed quite intimidating. "Would you like to undergo a checkup as well? It's been days since I've updated your data." "No, I have other matters to attend to." "Oh, I'll go fetch that fellow for you," Zhou Lin replied. Unwilling to be subjected to blood extraction, food was far too precious, especially for those of them who were evolved beings. Chen Feng understood this all too well. Since arriving here, Zhou Lin had imposed no restrictions. Chen Feng could eat as much as he desired, and it was simply delightful. Consequently, if anyone were to entice Chen Feng to betray Zhou Lin, they would first need to consider his appetite. "Brother," sweating profusely, Sun Qinghao spotted Zhou Lin and quickly wiped his hands on his clothing, having just fed the poultry and now covered in dust. Zhao Xiaogang, equally dirty, had only been assigned to assist Sun Qinghao, and due to the gradual manifestation of his evolutionary effects, he appeared far more relaxed than Sun Qinghao. "You should assign him more strenuous tasks in the future. I mean, let him handle the more labor-intensive work," Zhou Lin suggested. "Ah, understood, brother." Sun Qinghao blinked, promptly agreeing. "Let us go. It's time for your checkup." "Okay, brother." Adapting to local customs, Zhao Xiaogang now also referred to Zhou Lin as brother. Zhou Lin was indifferent to how he was addressed, as long as he wasn't called Godfather. "By the way, how have you been feeling these past few days?" Chapter 123. A life and death moment. Zhao Xiaogang's transformation into an evolver, as Zhou Lin sees it, is merely a stroke of luck. To have died once and then emerged as an evolver is more improbable than winning the lottery, except, of course, for the lotteries in Xia country. Brother, I feel. Perhaps being an evolver isn't as formidable as you claim? My current strength seems comparable to Sun Qinghao's. Take your time, Zhou Lin reassured Zhao Xiaogang. Did you have Sun Gu assign me heavy labor to expedite my progress? Is it true that if I train vigorously, my strength will escalate dramatically? Well, the nature of being an evolver is still a nascent phenomenon. Even I am navigating this path cautiously. Thus, all we can do is experiment. Certainly, exercising more will yield benefits. However, Zhou Lin withheld a significant truth from Zhao Xiaogang. Both his instincts and Wu Shui's previous assessment indicated that Zhao Xiaogang was unlike ordinary evolvers. Perhaps his resurrection was a factor. Wu Shui had deduced from the discrepancies in their basic metrics that, in terms of pure physical prowess, Zhao Xiaogang did not measure up to natural evolvers like Qin Feng, Cheng Yali, or Zhou Lin. As Wu Shui opined, Zhao Xiaogang resembled a unique type of evolver from the current analytical indicators. His strengths might lie in repair or perhaps even immortality. While this sounded impressive, it was improbable that he was truly immortal. Rather, his bodily tissues exhibited extraordinary regenerative capabilities, allowing for rapid recovery of damaged tissues when energy levels were sufficient. Yet, due to his choice of this particular evolutionary path focused on survival, he lagged behind conventional evolvers in enhancing physical attributes, being only marginally stronger than an average person. Zhou Lin found himself in a quandary. While ordinary evolvers could enhance their abilities through relentless training, how could Zhao Xiaogang improve his unique evolutionary direction? Must he endure blows? There were indeed protagonists who grew stronger through suffering, but Zhao Xiaogang was not that protagonist. Upon their arrival, Qin Feng had just completed his physical examination and was surprised to see Zhao Xiaogang, as they had never met before. Allow me to introduce myself. Zhou Lin discreetly sidled away to engage with Wu Shui, but was swiftly dismissed after a few exchanged words. From now on, we are all comrades. So let us be mindful of our conversations, shall we? Brother, I must return to work now. Xiaogang, let us have a drink sometime. Sure, Feng Gu. Zhao Xiaogang beamed with innocent delight until he noticed Wu Shui approaching with a needle and vacuum tube, causing his smile to falter involuntarily as he cast a hopeful glance at Zhou Lin. Unfortunately, Zhou Lin's standing at home was only marginally superior to that of a pet. After a brief pat on Qin Feng's shoulder, the two shared a tacit understanding and departed. In stark contrast to Qin Feng and his companions, life was considerably harsher for those in the city. Zhang Ruihua grew increasingly anxious waiting for Su Ziyuan's return. Zhu Guanghan, may you meet your demise. If anything happens to my Su, I swear I will make you pay. In her view, Su's perilous endeavors stemmed from Zhu Guanghan's suspension. If it were truly Su's fault, that would be one thing, but was it really his fault? As the morning dragged into the afternoon, the rain lessened, yet Su Ziyuan remained absent, consumed by despair. Zhang Ruihua grasped her cane and stepped outside, determined to confront Zhu Guanghan. Wife, I'm back. Where are you going? From the third-floor window, Su Ziyuan trembled. His face pale and lips tinged with blue, his hands resting against the frame. He had no strength left, fortunately. A neighbor heard Zhang Ruihua's cries and came to assist, or Su might have struggled to climb back in. I'll go prepare hot water for you. Upon entering, Su Ziyuan collapsed. He had forced himself to endure until he reached the lower floor, and now, with the tension released, he not only felt drained, but also suffered from severe hypothermia. Feverish, shaking, and disoriented, Su Ziyuan's condition was dire, even in a pre-apocalyptic world. Symptoms like his warranted immediate medical attention, lest he succumb. Medical assistance? Where would one find a doctor? Even if there were a doctor, hospitals have vanished. And with the outside world submerged, how could we transport him? Old Su, please don't scare me. With no recourse, Zhang Ruihua could only embrace Su Ziyuan, her voice breaking into sobs. Perhaps the couple truly could not endure any longer. Yet at such a critical juncture, who could extend a helping hand? Currently, Jiazhua City appeared more dire than on the coldest winter nights. Many had survived those frigid hours only to succumb in the sunlight that followed. Over 100 kilometers away in the provincial capital, sunlight graced the day. Thus, many emerged from their hiding places, either relentlessly seeking provisions or finding solace in basking under the sun. As one of those lounging in the sun remarked, if they didn't expel the cold from their bodies, they might never escape the confines of a furnace for the rest of their lives. In a high-end residential area of the provincial capital, after her morning ablutions, Lan Yeye languidly sat by the window, allowing sunlight to caress her exquisite features. Despite enduring the entire winter night, her skin remained as pale, delicate, and radiant as ever, reminiscent of youthful vitality. A tall man appeared at the door. Yeye, you've come from Jiazhua City. Are you familiar with this place? Jiazhua City is vast. My knowledge is limited. As she spoke, Lan Yeye accepted the tablet from the man. In the provincial capital, few had the luxury of electricity, and even fewer, like the Su family, maintained online communication with the outside world. However, Lan Yeye showed no signs of surprise as her slender fingers glided across the screen, her autumn-like eyes fixed on the enlarging map. Moments later, she inhaled sharply. Is there something special about this location? Siyu's gaze sharpened. Do you recognize it? Not precisely. I was once kidnapped here. Is it related to that Zhou Lin? Lan Yeye nodded. Yes. If I recall correctly, his home is nearby. At that time, Jiazhua City was still in the depths of winter. Think carefully. Did you see anyone else in the vicinity or any illuminated dwellings? Siyu evidently regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. What could possibly warrant such concern from Suyu? Instead of responding, Lan Yeye contemplated how to leverage this situation for personal gain. Lan Yeye, suppress those unrealistic thoughts. Otherwise, you may never escape Xia country. Remember, I wield absolute advisory power. You misunderstand. I was merely reminiscing. I believe there was no one else, at least not that I saw. This area likely only hosts Zhou Lin and his family, and he is an evolver. His mother too, and his 13-year-old sister, who is equally extraordinary. The mention of Zhou Lin's family stirred an unstable response in Lan Yeye. Very well. I shall report this immediately. If the information you provide proves valuable, the organization will not forget your contribution. With that, Siyu turned to leave, but Lan Yeye, trailing a fragrant aura, obstructed his path. Are you leaving just like that? Chapter 124. Armed Squad. What you desire, the organization shall provide. Suyu furrowed his brows. It was already against organizational regulations for Lan Yeye to approach him. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the true nature of this woman. Her pitiful demeanor was nothing but a fade. Her sole aim was the pursuit of personal gain through exchange. With a light chuckle, Lan Yeye remarked, I once watched a film that claimed the organization is unreliable. The protagonist frequently asserted that one must rely on oneself. Though Zhou Lin did not perceive Lan Yeye as a virtuous individual, he wholeheartedly concurred with her assertion. Having endured the trials of a post-apocalyptic world, he harbored no trust for outsiders. Although the ability of Symbiosis may not boast the formidable prowess of skills like space, its extraordinary functionality became evident once Zhou Lin commandeered the Lei Faheo and transformed it into a stronghold for survival. Beyond the aforementioned capabilities, within the realm of Zhou Lin's abilities and available materials, he could modify the symbiotic vehicle at will. As a symbiotic entity, he possessed an omniscient awareness of the symbiotic vehicle, including the supplies stored within and any living beings present. Whenever he so desired, he could both see and hear everything, including the ability to shift to any occupied space within the symbiotic vehicle, even merging directly with it, rendering himself undetectable by any means of observation while still existing inside. Zhou Lin's understanding of this phenomenon could be simplistically summarized as a state of resonant quantum mechanics. However, every action demanded a certain expenditure of energy from his body. So unless absolutely necessary, he refrained from doing so. After all, in a world ravaged by catastrophe, food remained a precious commodity. Even though he had amassed a considerable stockpile, the increasing population on board Lei Faheo, especially with the addition of evolved beings, would inevitably accelerate the depletion of supplies over time. Contemplating this, Zhou Lin felt a pang of frustration. Had he foreseen this, he would have stockpiled more, rather than succumbing to a complacent mindset. Indeed, the state often proclaimed the value of proactivity in all endeavors. As the rain subsided, Zhou Lin resolved to venture outside, particularly to the nearby counties of Jiazhou City, one of which piqued his interest due to information he gleaned from Zhou Chai Jun about a colossal granary established by the government in that county. Outsiders often lacked awareness of the intricacies within certain circles. Take, for instance, the small county of Anping, which boasted a registered population of merely 30,000, with actual residents barely exceeding 40,000. Yet, the state had established a granary exceeding 500 acres adjacent to this diminutive locale, complemented by a stationed military unit for its protection. The granary was not far, a mere 70 kilometers away, according to Zhou Chai-jun. Even if the entire population of Anping County were to occupy the granary, consuming resources day and night, it would take months to exhaust even a fraction of its supplies. As a national-level storage facility, it comprised 20 warehouses, each with a capacity of 50,000 tons, and 50 silos, each capable of storing 10,000 tons, culminating in a total reserve of 150,000 tons when fully stocked. This assertion is not an exaggeration. It is said that the nation harbors two phobias: inadequate firepower and hunger. According to the data released shortly before the apocalypse, the grain stored in national-level granaries could suffice for over 10 billion people for a week. And given the state's penchant for underreporting figures, one can only imagine the true scale of reserves. What of Zhou Chai-jun's intimate knowledge of this? He was, after all, a reputable figure in Jiazhou, a professional in the field, holding positions in several relevant associations. Considering his unfamiliarity with the area, Zhou Lin realized he could not undertake this mission alone. He would need to mobilize Chen Feng and his companions. However, before setting out, it was crucial to gather everyone, distribute the necessary equipment, and communicate vital information. Chen Feng, Zhao Xiaogang, Sun Qinghao, and Huang Minjing were all present. The Chen brothers were ordinary individuals, relatively young and emotionally volatile, thus not suitable for this undertaking. As for Jiang Lanlan, Zhou Lin remained uncertain of her utility, originally retaining her in case of complications from Su Si's side. Ultimately, Su Si met his demise at the hands of others, yet she remained, albeit under close scrutiny. Huang Minjing, however, had proactively requested to join. While Zhou Lin had merely mentioned to Cheng Yali that he intended to venture out, Huang Minjing eagerly sought to accompany him. Her motivation was not merely restlessness but the realization that being deemed unnecessary could lead to exclusion or abandonment. For her own sake, for her mother, and for the comfort of her current environment, despite the knowledge of the hardships and dangers that lay ahead, Huang Minjing resolutely insisted on participating, even overriding Cheng Yali's objections. Regardless of what you encounter or acquire, do not be surprised or inquire further. Questions will lead to ignorance. If you are unsure of how to utilize something, ask me. But refrain from acting recklessly. Zhou Lin laid out the morning's operational arrangements, assuming a commanding posture as Chen Feng and the others appeared as eager recruits. Their expressions filled with curiosity, particularly Sun Qinghao, the eldest, whose eyes occasionally darted toward the 5 large metal boxes at Zhou Lin's feet. Our target tomorrow is the National Granary in Anping County. This granary is located. We will depart promptly at 6 in the morning. Upon arrival, Zhao Xiaogang will be responsible for safeguarding our transportation. Remember, anyone attempting to approach the vehicle, if warnings prove ineffective, may be shot. Guns. The eyes of all 4, including Huang Minjing, instantly gleamed with excitement. They were aware that Zhou Lin possessed firearms, yet they had never imagined he would distribute them among them. That was an entirely different matter. What are you so excited about? Zhou Lin kicked the metal box at his feet. Since you are so eager, come and take one each. With that, Zhou Lin dragged one of the boxes aside and awaited Chen Feng and the others to distribute their gear. Now, remove the contents of the boxes and place them at your feet. I will demonstrate how to don the equipment and its basic functions. Brother, there are no bullets, Zhao Xiaogang exclaimed after emptying the contents, refusing to relinquish the M9 in his grasp. The metal box contained 3 empty magazines, along with one already in the handgun, totaling 4 empty magazines. Despite searching thoroughly, not a single bullet could be found. What's the rush? Do you even know how to use it? Zhou Lin replied calmly. For now, follow my lead in putting on the gear and helmet. Given the uncertainty surrounding the situation at the Anping National Granary, Zhou Lin could only ensure the utmost safety for Chen Feng and the others. Chapter 125, Fortunes and Misfortunes, Fully Armed. The term fully armed was something Chen Feng and his companions might have frequently heard before, yet it was only today that they truly grasped its meaning. If they were to add handguns, rifles, and grenades to the mix, a more fitting phrase would be armed to the teeth. Brother, I feel. Sun Qinghao twisted his body a few times and attempted to walk a few steps, to put it mildly. It felt like learning to walk all over again, awkward to the extreme. They were decked out in the genuine combat gear of the American Marine Corps, which could essentially be likened to the special forces of Xia country. From the Kevlar composite bulletproof helmets to the steel plate-enveloped combat boots. Every piece was of the highest quality among mass-produced equipment. Yet, even on the Rifeng, there were only a mere 500 sets available. Indeed, Zhou Lin felt this was somewhat inadequate. Although bulletproof helmets, vests, and even bulletproof pants were of little use against the abilities of supernatural beings and evolved individuals, those would not emerge in significant numbers for over 4 years. During this interim, he and the base would predominantly face ordinary people armed with conventional weapons. Having 500 sets did not equate to arming 500 individuals. The sizes had been painstakingly chosen for Qin Feng and his 3 companions, while the majority were tailored to American physiques. It was not that Americans were particularly tall, but the baseline data was what it was. Zhou Lin could not bring himself to fabricate lies for the sake of appearances. If possible, he still wanted to recruit a few individuals skilled in modifying equipment. At the very least, the sizes of clothing and pants should be appropriate. Otherwise, they would become a burden. Is that feasible? Zhou Lin inquired of Huang Minjing. Absolutely. Carrying a burden of approximately 15 kilograms was somewhat strenuous for a woman, and as Huang Minjing donned all the gear, beads of sweat began to form on her brow. Don't push yourself if it's too much, Zhou Lin frowned. There was no need for unnecessary chivalry. Even the shrewdest adversary could not compare to the terror of a negligent ally. A key moment of hesitation could cost the lives of an entire team. I can manage. Sensing Zhou Lin's concerns, Huang Minjing straightened her back to demonstrate that she still had strength to spare. However, as she puffed out her chest, Zhou Lin remained unfazed. But the 3 men beside her were left wide-eyed. Zhao Xiaogang, though still a second-year student, had experienced enough to react strongly to the sight. Get lost, Zhou Lin barked, his glare snapping the 3 back to reality as they hastily lowered their heads and departed with their boxes. You too, gather here at 7 tomorrow morning. Zhou Lin waved his hand, signaling Huang Minjing to leave promptly, lest they jeopardize the mission. In Huang Minjing's eyes, Zhou Lin had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was worth noting that when Huang Minjing was the CEO of a fast food company, her wealth and management capabilities far surpassed those of the Zhou family, by a factor of 10 or even 20. Therefore, not only Zhou Lin but even Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali were merely inconsequential figures in her perspective. Had it not been for their business interactions, compounded by the fact that Cheng Yali and Huang Minjing's mother were friends at cards, they might never have crossed paths. Yet, in just over 2 months, their roles had completely reversed. Huang Minjing found herself devoid of any arrogance in Zhou Lin's presence. It was this profound self-awareness that allowed her and her mother to remain stable aboard the Rifeng. Even so, Huang Minjing was still filled with a sense of impending crisis. For her, this operation represented a moment to prove her worth. After all, even if she was certain of Zhou Lin's intentions, he might not be inclined to desire her physically. It was not a matter of morality in a world on the brink of collapse. Those hypocrites who spoke sweetly would likely be the first to kneel, desperately clinging to the strong, even if it meant grasping a foot afflicted with athlete's foot. Huang Minjing was the type of person who remained acutely aware of reality. Given such dire circumstances, there was nothing wrong with doing what needed to be done to survive, as it was merely a matter of whether one could reconcile with their own conscience. However, as someone who had received higher education and once held an executive position, she understood that humanity's moral standards were not as lofty as they might seem, and they could shift dramatically based on one's environment. The infuriating downpour finally ceased during the night, yet when dawn broke, the residents of Jiazhu City realized that conditions had not improved. Even with the rain stopped, the city's flooding situation remained dire. In fact, conditions were likely to worsen. The sun's reach was gradually expanding. Since noon the previous day, much of Bashu had already basked in sunlight. In other words, the temperature in Bashu was steadily rising. From a global perspective, this was undoubtedly good news. People surrounding Bashu had already begun making their way toward it. Even if it meant gaining a day of sunshine, it was a boon. Especially for those whose bodies were in extreme distress, sunshine and warmth could indeed be life-saving. Yet, most people had forgotten that Bashu was a basin. Therefore, when water and air moved slowly, the basin was prone to accumulating water and heat. The rapid warming of Bashu upon the arrival of sunlight was, in fact, a consequence of its geographical shape. Under normal weather conditions, Bashu was already susceptible to extreme heat and humidity, let alone now, when the accumulated snow in Bashu melted entirely. It could very well mark the onset of another disaster. Zhou Lin arrived at 5 o'clock, as was customary, to engage in physical training. Evolved individuals seemed to sprout like bamboo shoots after rain. Only through diligent exercise could one maintain their leading edge. Symbiosis, Intermediate 8901 10,000, Current Symbiotic Transport, Rifeng, Large Surface Transport, Luxiafeng, Medium Ground Transport. Available Symbiotic Transport Quantity, 0. Storage Space, 1-2. Strength Symbiosis, 6. 9 minutes 24 hours. Evolution Level 1, 6, 9, 6,945 10,000. Seeing the current progress, Zhou Lin nodded in satisfaction before tidying up to head to the assembly area. While it was possible to teleport aboard the Rifeng, he lacked proficiency and it would consume energy. There was no need for that. A leisurely walk also served to condition the body, and time was not of the essence. At 6:55, Wang Minjing arrived at 6:50. When she came in, Qin Feng and the others were already there, fully equipped. Even the youngest among them, Zhao Xiaogang, showed no signs of fatigue, sitting cross-legged on the ground, disassembling his M9. To say this gear was heavy would be an understatement, but to avoid unnecessary awkwardness, Wang Minjing had changed into it indoors and was slightly out of breath as she walked over. "It seems you all are well prepared," Zhou Lin remarked, satisfied with the state of the four as he handed out boxes of ammunition. Each was allocated 100 rounds, with 10 minutes to load their magazines. While he headed straight to where the SSC was parked, little did they know they would be using this massive machine today. To whom much is given, much is expected. For now, it was the most suitable for the external environment. Besides, today's mission was to collect food. No matter how luxurious the Luxiafeng was, it could not compare to this beast in terms of maneuverability, load capacity, or cost. When they heard the roar, and then beheld the imposing figure of the SSC, Qin Feng and his companions were utterly dumbfounded. What the heck? How could such a thing exist in the base? Is this something an individual can possess? Oh, it belongs to the big boss. Then it's no problem. Get on. We're off. Chapter 126. The moth flies towards the flame in the provincial city, Su family. So you had just deciphered a piece of information. Even amidst the apocalypse, caution remains a timeless virtue. It had been confirmed. It was most likely Zhou Lin. The outbound records matched. And the absence of inbound records was because he was on the aircraft carrier. But how to investigate? This was a person audacious enough to hijack an aircraft carrier. Wouldn't he be walking into a death trap? Unless... The image of Lan Yeye flashed through his mind, but Siyu quickly shook his head. It probably wouldn't work, regardless of whether Lan Yeye would agree. He did not believe Zhou Lin to be foolish. However, the orders from above were quite troubling. After a period of contemplation, Siyu encoded his intended report and sent it off. Direct communication was not impossible, but it could easily expose him, potentially endangering the entire Su family. Minutes later, Suyu received a reply, which piqued his curiosity. The organization claimed to have mastered the technology for mass-producing superhumans and was continuously refining it. Currently, no issues had been discovered, and they could reserve 3 slots for Suyu, provided he completed the mission to investigate Zhou Lin in Jiazhua City. It was evident from the wording that the organization's interest in Zhou Lin far surpassed that in the Laifu. Otherwise, they could have simply handed over satellite images and the enhanced photographs to Xia Country as evidence. If Xia Country obtained such evidence, they might directly capture Zhou Lin for research, leaving nothing for the United States. Unless nuclear threats were involved. But threats are always threats. If the world reached such a state where nuclear weapons were used to cleanse, humanity would undoubtedly face annihilation. Was dawn approaching? Upon exiting the dim room, Xi was startled by the light outside. It was as though the world had reverted to its pre-apocalyptic state. The sun had revealed itself. and the temperature had noticeably risen. The snow on the withered plants in the courtyard was melting at a visibly rapid pace. How delightful. Removing his thick winter attire. Siyu wore an elegant smile. His upbringing in a Western aristocratic manner had instilled in him a sense of poise and decorum at all times. Even when Lan Yeye pointed her finger at him in mockery, he remained unfazed. I merely wish to discuss this with you. If you are unwilling to meet Zhou Lin, I can arrange others. All you need to do is take them along. What do you say? The broadcast mentioned that Jiazhua City had become a swampy land. Do you think I resemble a mermaid? Despite her inner fury, Lan Yeye maintained her habitual faint smile, a mask she could not remove. It must be said that the two were indeed evenly matched, both hypocritical and entwined. I can ensure your safe arrival in Jiazhua City. Suyu wanted to give it a try. He wasn't without acquaintances in Jiazhua City, but mere familiarity wasn't enough. One needed capability. Lan Yeye would not easily fall for deceptions, especially those of men. And then? Who can guarantee my safety in Jiazhua City? Am I to gamble my life by cooperating with you? If you refuse, you may choose to leave the Su family. Suyu finally furrowed his brow. Are you certain? Do you think I can keep my mouth shut, or do you believe I lack benefactors in the provincial government? At this moment, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Suyu's eyes. Little did he know that had this not been the Su family, Lan Yeye would have certainly risked using her abilities to ensure Suyu met a grim fate. What about Zhu Guanghan, the commander of the post-disaster command center in Jiazhua? With his status, he can guarantee your safety. Once the task is accomplished, you could also gain an opportunity to become a superhuman. Superhuman? Lan Yeye's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, not out of greed, but rather because the term superhuman sounded somewhat. Did Zhou Lin count as a superhuman? And what about that extraordinarily strong woman and the enigmatic little girl? If that were the case, Lan Yeye truly did not believe that becoming a superhuman would allow her to contend against Zhou Lin. Extremely powerful. I believe no one in Xia country could surpass a superhuman. The headquarters only granted me 2 slots, and if you assist me this time, one of those slots will be yours. What about the remaining slot? Naturally, it will be mine. Do you think I would miss such an opportunity? The resources required to create a superhuman amount to at least $100 million. If Siyu were to casually offer the last slot, Lan Yeye would undoubtedly refuse. Who knows what price one must pay to become a superhuman? Yet, Suyu valued this opportunity, as the safety it guaranteed was at least tenfold. I only offer suggestions. And as for your commander, why would he heed your words? Each individual's desires differ. Zhu Guanghan craves power, and I can fulfill that desire. Your reasoning makes it seem as though I have no grounds to refuse, but I must remind you, I am a thief, and I stole a military airship. Siyu chuckled. What does stealing an airship matter? A single phone call could resolve that. As for Jiazhua City, as long as Zhu Guanghan does not pursue the matter, who would still bother? Lan Yeye wished to change her name, and Siyu had no objections, as long as the mission could be completed in the shortest time possible. Everything was negotiable, even if it meant accompanying Lan Yeye. 2 combat personnel, 2 technical staff, and 1 analyst, bringing the total to 6. I will arrange a modified vehicle with 7 seats to ensure your safe arrival in Jiazhua City within half a day. It sounded quite promising, and with combat personnel included. Lan Yeye pursed her lips and agreed. Siyu finally felt a sense of relief, secretly deciding that once the mission was complete, prepare yourself. We will depart after lunch, Siyu stated. Gather some supplies. I do not wish to endure hunger. Understood. Siyu agreed almost without hesitation. Zhou Lin likely had no inkling that Lan Yeye, who had already hijacked an airship to the provincial city, would return. However, even if he knew, it would only bring him joy. After all, Lan Yeye's choice to flee initially solidified her connection to the mysterious organization. For the sake of his family's safety, Zhou Lin would undoubtedly not let Lan Yeye slip away. The SSC boasted a formidable carrying capacity, but the noise upon activation was considerable. Even though the crew cabin had some soundproofing, without headsets, one could hardly hear a conversation just a step away. As he gazed at the rapidly passing scenery outside the window, Sun Qinghao couldn't help but lament, had he not shamelessly clung to Zhou Lin back then. He would likely be struggling in floodwaters or enduring hunger at this very moment. Huang Minjing remained oblivious to what Sun Qinghao had done with Tang Ili in the Lanchan community. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly not agree with him. Zhou Lin could hear their conversation, but he was too indifferent to speak. After all, many remarks carried a tone of flattery. As a participant in flattery himself, wouldn't he that make him a fool? Better to remain a good driver. The distance from the urban area to Anping County was just under 30 kilometers, which normally would take half an hour by car. Yet now, as far as the eye could see, everything was a vast expanse of white waves. Not only were the roads obscured, but even the roofs of shorter buildings were invisible. Zhou Lin could only rely on offline maps and a compass on his phone, constantly cross-referencing with his mental memories to ensure he did not stray off course. "Brother, there's someone on the left waving," Qin Feng suddenly shouted over the intercom. Chapter 127, The Master of the Granary. It is not surprising that 2 months of winter nights are insufficient to extinguish the majority of lives. Particularly after surviving the first month, the frigid temperatures pose little threat to those who remain, as long as they can warm themselves and fill their bellies. Even in these suburbs, devoid of towering edifices, those with a modicum of manual skill can learn from the Inuit, constructing igloos or digging snow caves for shelter. The true peril confronting these suburban dwellers arises from the flooding caused by melting snow, compounded by the deluge of rain from 2 days prior, which inundated even the previously secure 2- and 3-story homes with filthy water. Despite the water surrounding them, it is unfit for consumption, without filtration and disinfection. Even boiling it could lead to gastroenteritis, resulting in mild diarrhea or vomiting, and in severe cases, it could prove fatal. A scarcity of water, coupled with the inability to procure food, will inevitably drive individuals to desperation over time. Among the four, Qin Feng was the earliest to embark on the path of evolution. Lacking extensive education but possessing the sharpest eyesight, he was the first to spot a figure on the distant rooftop. With his call, Zhou Lin also took notice, even perceiving the scene more clearly than Qin Feng. It appeared to be a large family, or perhaps a coalition of several nearby families, comprising not only adults but also the elderly and children, all gathered atop a structure that was originally 3 stories high but now only boasted a rooftop platform. The immense noise from the SSC likely attracted their attention, and the SSC's exaggerated design and typical military coloration led these individuals to mistakenly believe it was a government or military vehicle, prompting them to wave and call for help. In times of crisis in the Summer Nation, whom can one rely upon? Not divine beings, but rather the olive green of military uniforms. We shall discuss this upon our return. Zhou Lin cast a glance and chose not to dwell on it further. In this apocalyptic reality, even divine entities would find it nearly impossible to save every soul, especially with a mission at hand. When would they return? Would the water level continue to rise? Would those individuals survive? Regrettably, Zhou Lin could not afford to contemplate such matters. Upon hearing Zhou Lin's words, the expressions of the four varied, yet they remained silent. Better the death of a friend than the death of a monk. For those who had not awakened to the reality after 2 months of winter nights would find survival increasingly elusive. Theoretically, the journey along the 30-kilometer highway would take approximately 40 minutes at SSC's full speed. But due to unfamiliarity with the route and the necessity to navigate areas not entirely submerged, such as mud flats, it took nearly an hour for Zhou Lin to spot the iconic government building of Anping County. To his astonishment, several lights were still illuminated atop the government building, even in broad daylight. Is fuel free? Perhaps they were utilizing solar power. Glancing up at the sun, Zhou Lin considered that the mere presence of lights did not confirm human activity within the government building, nor did he intend to approach it. He was not there for disaster relief. The National Granary was situated on the outskirts of Anping County. Perhaps its elevation was deliberately chosen to mitigate flooding risks, as much of its surrounding wall remained above water. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhou Lin furrowed his brow. The iron-barred gate was entirely obstructed by a dense barricade of sandbags. The SSC was no icebreaker, and breaching the door or wall was impossible. A change of plans was necessary. Originally, Zhao Xiaogang was to remain with the boat alone, but since they could not directly access the granary, and the conditions on both sides remained uncertain, Zhou Lin resolved to take Qin Feng with him in a small boat to scale the wall, while the other 3 would guard the vessel. If they were to face an attack, managing such a large boat alone would be unfeasible. Positioning the SSC approximately 50 meters from the wall, sonar data indicated that the water depth was only 1.5 meters. and the terrain suggested that the water on the other side of the wall might be even shallower. Lowering the small boat, Zhou Lin and Chun Feng each took an oar. After a brief period of acclimatization, they effortlessly reached the base of the wall. Originally, the granary's wall stood over 3 meters high, but now only about 2 meters remained above the waterline. Zhou Lin assessed the situation, feeling confident. "I'll go first." The 2-meter-high wall, when accounting for Zhou Lin's height and arm length, left little distance to cover. With a slight exertion, and without much disturbance to the boat, Zhou Lin's hands grasped the top of the wall. To his dismay, even through his Kevlar gloves, he felt the sharp sting of shattered glass. Such antiquated anti-theft measures had proven remarkably durable. Utilizing his considerable strength, Zhou Lin grasped the wall with one hand and drew his dagger, sweeping the blade across the wall's edge. The sound of clattering glass echoed as countless shards fell into the water below. Even so, Zhou Lin dared only to stand on the wall's edge with his military boots. Within the enclosure, the most prominent features were the rows of neatly arranged storage rooms and large barrels. Both the storage rooms and barrels were elevated on over a meter of concrete foundations, ensuring that each door remained above the water's surface. "Wait on the boat," Zhou Lin instructed. His keen eyesight, even from dozens of meters away, caught a fleeting shadow in one of the storage rooms near the ceiling. It was not surprising to find individuals within the granary. As long as no military forces had occupied the area, Zhou Lin felt little fear, even if they bore arms. After all, not everyone could become a marksman. Given Zhou Lin's current agility, unless surrounded by dozens of gun barrels, it was unlikely he would be hit. Leaping from the wall, Zhou Lin found the water on the ground only reached his thighs. For an ordinary person, such depth would render running impossible, and even walking would prove challenging. Yet Zhou Lin found it manageable. As he approached the nearest storage room, the one where he had spotted movement, he discovered a group of people seated around a central fire pit, engaging in hushed conversation. "Xiaoping, are you certain that person was in military uniform?" inquired a middle-aged man, his face obscured by the remnants of broken glasses, his balding head adorned with unruly strands of hair, lending him a somewhat comical appearance. His name was Zhang Fengyan, the director of the granary, a position just shy of the county magistrate in administrative hierarchy. At that moment, the occupants of the storage room primarily consisted of warehouse employees and their families. Following the granary's construction, it was customary to erect family quarters nearby. As times changed, some employees improved their living conditions and moved to homes in Jiazhou City, commuting daily by car. Zhang Fengyan, however, remained dedicated, with his daughter working in a distant location. He resided with his wife in the old building adjacent to the granary. Other than him, new employees and retired workers still occupied the family quarters. Little did anyone anticipate that those who chose to reside in this less desirable family building would find themselves fortuitously sheltered when the apocalypse struck. In addition to an ample food supply, the granary housed emergency generators, stored fuel, and even weapons for extraordinary circumstances. Although only 2 police-issued shotguns were available, they proved immensely useful in the harsh winter nights. In close-quarters combat, shotguns were nearly invincible. Chapter 128, When Will There Still Be Nepotism? 2 shotguns. One held by Zhang Fengyan, the other entrusted to his distant relative and most trusted deputy, Zhu Jijun. Typically, Zhang Fengyan and Zhu Jijun take turns on duty, while the younger ones like Li Xiaoping are responsible for monitoring the entire granary. If outsiders approach, the monitoring personnel must immediately issue a warning, prompting either Zhang Fengyan or Zhu Jijun to enter a state of readiness upon receiving the signal. During a winter night, some nearby individuals stealthily infiltrated the granary. And while a few of the more honest ones remained, the others were buried in the backyard, potentially enriching the soil for future crops. Li Xiaoping swore he hadn't misjudged the situation. Logically, Zhang Fengyan should have been elated if the army of Xia country truly arrived. Yet there was not a hint of excitement on his face. It was troublesome. 2 months, neither too long nor too short, had surely been arduous. Yet Zhang Fengyan gradually tasted the flavor of authority, the taste of a local despot. Not to mention, he had bedded 3 women, all of whom he deemed young and beautiful. Although the granary seemed a modest establishment, including family members, it housed nearly 200 individuals. Zhang Fengyan's established authority, combined with the intimidation of shotguns, deterred any thoughts of rebellion. Those who dared were swiftly dealt with, leaving their families intact. Eventually, the others learned to behave. Zhang Fingyan was not one to impose difficulties on others. Aside from the daily distribution of staple food, anyone wishing for more could negotiate, provided they offered something of value. One must admit, Zhang Fingyan had mastered this art. It is no wonder that prior to the apocalypse, voices online claimed that the innate bravery of the Xia people had been eroded by mutual strife, and their inherent kindness had been extinguished by the fear of helping others. There were even arguments that Xia country was no longer nurturing humans, but rather docile chives. Among 200 individuals, if even 10 could unite and seize an opportunity. Even with Zhang Fingyan and Zhu Jijin present, 2 shotguns would be insufficient against overwhelming numbers. Alas, such a scenario had never materialized. Perhaps this reflects the prevailing worldview and outlook on life among most Xia people today. Endure as long as one can survive. If a society perpetually favors the honest while punishing them, then there is little hope. So much grain. Standing in the granary, gazing at the mountain of accumulated food, Zhou Lin couldn't help but swallow hard. The provisions on the Laifu ship were considerable, supplemented not only by supplies from the island nation but also by purchases made later by Zhou Kaijun and Chang Yali. At that time, it seemed sufficient. Yet since his body began to evolve, Zhou Lin realized his naivety. He had long pondered a question: why must those with abilities inevitably become evolved beings? What connection existed between the two? Now he understood. Without the evolution, granting extraordinary digestive capabilities to those with abilities, they could not sustain the immense energy consumed by their powers. Perhaps in the future, other means of energy supplementation would emerge, akin to what many novels depict: spiritual energy, energy stones, cosmic magic, and so forth. Yet, for now, the only way to acquire energy remained food. It appeared that this granary building was near full capacity, possibly around 50,000 tons. If 1 ton sufficed for an adult for a year, then this building could feed 50,000 individuals for a year. With 20 such granary buildings in total, if all could be transported, Zhou Lin, in his excitement, began to envy those endowed with spatial abilities. Even a mere 1,000 cubic meters could effortlessly hold tens of thousands of tons of grain, ensuring a lifetime of sustenance. The SSC's transport capacity was formidable. Yet its limit was about 100 tons, meaning transporting just this single building would require 500 trips. Madness to undertake such a task. Not to mention the time required. The fuel costs alone would be untenable. Even with ample fuel reserves aboard the Laifu, while food could still be cultivated post-apocalypse, extracting oil was a different story altogether. Furthermore, oil could not simply be utilized after extraction. It required refinement, which could be done through crude methods. Yet it inevitably came with low efficiency, high energy consumption, and significant pollution, thus impractical. Therefore, the best course of action was. Zhou Lin closed his eyes, envisioning the surroundings of the granary in his mind. Wait, 50,000 tons of grain wouldn't even fit on the Laifu. An aircraft carrier does not possess infinite space, nor could it solely accommodate food. Zhou Lin felt he must have lost his mind as he entertained such a ludicrous idea of wanting to swallow the entire granary whole. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Not to mention 150,000 tons of grain. Even this one warehouse would be challenging to manage without utilizing the Laifu. The distant sound of footsteps interrupted Zhou Lin's reverie. More than one person. Yet still some distance away, at least separated by a granary. With his heightened senses from evolution, Zhou Lin's hearing now surpassed that of cats and dogs. When he concentrated, he could form a relatively accurate three-dimensional image in his mind, and the more familiar he became with his surroundings, the more precise the auditory representation became. Was that the figure he had just seen? Zhou Lin could not be certain. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he leaped to the highest vent of the granary and remained still, silently waiting. He was unsure whether they had spotted him, so he refrained from making conclusions about whether those individuals sought him. After nearly 2 minutes, he heard voices. Li Xiaoping, are you certain he is in this granary? Yes, he hasn't left since entering. I've been watching the door the entire way here, and it hasn't opened, unless what? Unless he could escape through the window above. The vent? Impossible. It's too narrow, and there are iron bars. All right. You and the 3 fools guard the door. If I capture him, I'll reward you with 10 jin of rice. Thank you, Brother Zhu. Thank you. What do you mean, Brother Zhu? It's Station Chief Zhu, right? Zhu Station Chief. No, Station Chief is my sister's husband. I'm just a temporary worker. Though Zhu Jijun immediately dismissed the notion, he could barely contain his laughter. Before the apocalypse, he was an ordinary courier. And his connection to Zhang Fingnian's family arose when Zhang Fingnian's wife recognized his hometown accent during a delivery. After some casual conversation, it turned out they were somewhat related. Having entered society at 16, Zhu Jijun was no fool. He quickly ingratiated himself with Zhang Fingnian's wife, addressing her as sister. And over time, Zhang Fingnian became his brother-in-law, albeit a distant one. On the day of the apocalypse, Zhu Jijun happened to be out delivering packages and, unable to escape, decided to stay with his sister and brother-in-law. Thanks to his robust physique honed from years of delivery work, he quickly became Zhang Fengnian's top enforcer. You are surrounded. Come out and surrender. Zhu Jijun bellowed triumphantly at the entrance. This fool, Zhou Lin, perched by the vent above, nearly burst into laughter. Chapter 129, Super Soldier or Copper-Armored Corpse. Zhu Jijun was accompanied by 6 robust young men, truly capable individuals who could easily outpace Kunin. Each held a weapon, machetes, steel spears, or the kind of chopping knives one might find in neighboring farms. None were empty-handed. Zhu Jijun, however, carried his prized shotgun on his back, believing it unnecessary to wield it. With a 1-to-7 ratio, the thought of defeat was utterly inconceivable. Even though Zhang Fingnian had repeatedly emphasized the need for caution, Zhu Jijun, lacking formal education, would likely have retorted, "What is a ship that sails for 10,000 years? A mere 10,000 years is too long. I only seek the dawn and dusk." As the gate was slowly pushed open by a young man wielding an axe, Zhou Lin remained still, uncertain of the identity and armament of those who approached. Whether they were endowed with supernatural abilities or had undergone evolution, they ultimately remained carbon-based beings. Even the most formidable high-tier supernatural beings from his past life could not withstand conventional firearms. While standard handguns and rifles might struggle to kill advanced supernatural beings or evolved individuals, a coastal defense cannon would yield different results. If ordinary people would be reduced to nothing, then supernatural beings and evolved individuals might fare slightly better, leaving behind mere fragments of flesh. In his previous life, Zhou Lin had witnessed a group of supernatural and evolved individuals attempting to seize a government-controlled base, initially believing their success to be assured. Little did they know. The final layer of defense was a coastal defense cannon. Good heavens. Given Zhou Lin's then physical resilience, he could hardly manage 3 meals a day. Come out. We see you. Your feet are sticking out. Surrender, and we won't harm you. The 6 intruders grew increasingly audacious as they circled the narrow alleyways, poking their weapons into corners they deemed suspicious, only to unearth nothing but white rice. Sensing a heartbeat and breath at the entrance, Zhou Lin deduced that it must be a lookout, paying it little mind. Where is he? Damn. Did he go underground? It was impossible to descend below. Over a meter of concrete stood in the way, leaving only the sky above. Zhou Lin sighed, expecting to be discovered shortly. Yet 10 minutes passed in silence. Were these 6 clever or foolish? Leaping down from the skylight, Zhou Lin grasped his Tang sword, momentarily refraining from lethal intent. Adhering to the principle of courtesy before aggression, as they were all compatriots of Xian Nation. Thus, Zhou Lin warned them to behave, lest they meet their demise. Dressed in what resembled military attire, with an incongruous Tang sword in hand, the 6 young men exchanged glances, one unable to contain himself, exclaiming, "Put down the sword. This is our territory. Can't you count? Do you want me to slice you into 4 pieces? 4 pieces?" Zhou Lin was too weary to inquire how one achieved such a feat in any case. He would not be the one to be severed. Who is the leader here? Of course, Zhu is our leader. Well, it appeared that in critical moments, the blame must be shifted. Zhu's Haijun stood at the entrance, not out of any sense of danger, but rather influenced by cinematic tropes, believing a figure of his stature should not simply appear. With the atmosphere perfectly set, he strode in with what he believed to be a composed demeanor, his face smeared with oil from days without washing, his eyes wide with feigned intensity. "I am Zhu Jijun. Which unit do you belong to? What is your rank?" "Unit? Rank? It seemed his impressive military attire had led to a misunderstanding. Following Zhu Jijun's lead might have been beneficial, but in the end, it would only serve to tarnish the military's reputation. Zhou Lin dismissed the thought morality could be sacrificed. But a bottom line must be maintained. Not a soldier? Then what brings you here? To rob? Zhu Jijun's expression shifted rapidly, leaving Zhou Lin no time to react as he suddenly aimed his concealed shotgun towards Zhou Lin and pulled the trigger. Boom! In the relative confines of the granary. The gunfire was deafening, causing Zhu Jijun's ears to ring, while those nearby instinctively covered their ears. Amidst the haze of smoke, everyone, including Zhu Jijun, assumed Zhou Lin was dead, even though his silhouette remained upright. Ah, a familiar trope from films, though he might not have fallen. He would likely utter a final retort, or so Zhu Jijun thought, neglecting to realize he was using a shotgun. Even if the pellets were rubber, at this distance, they could certainly send a person reeling. There was no way Zhou Lin could remain unscathed. At that moment, Zhou Lin could only describe his feelings with two words: impressive. In truth, he could have evaded the shot. With his speed, even if he couldn't prevent Zhu Jijun from firing, he could have decapitated him before the sound dissipated. Yet, he refrained, eager to test the effects of the skill-intensity symbiosis. Fortunately, his evolved reflexes allowed him to activate the skill just before the barrage of bullets commenced. He then felt as if someone had flicked sand at him. He could sense it on his face, but it was minimal. Naturally, he instinctively shut his eyes. In a moment of excitement, Zhou Lin glanced down and couldn't help but curse himself for his foolishness, as his combat suit was riddled with holes. The shotgun pellets, lacking armor-piercing capabilities, could not penetrate his bulletproof vest, but the combat attire and pants, especially the pants, were now covered in numerous gaping holes that sent a chill down his spine. Thank goodness the ability was instantaneous. Had it required a cooldown, the consequences would have been dire. At the very least, Wu Shui would have sought vengeance, or they might have bid farewell to each other. Damn, why aren't you down yet? Zhu Jijun, emboldened, raised his weapon again, despite sensing something amiss with Zhou Lin. The intensity symbiosis skill was still active for 7 minutes, but Zhou Lin had no intention of enduring another shot. In a flash, he appeared before Zhu Jijun, lifting his hand effortlessly, causing Zhu Jijun to lose grip on his shotgun, which crashed against the ceiling with a resounding crack, shattering into pieces. The 6 individuals, still bewildered by the unfolding situation, were utterly flabbergasted. Was he even human? No. He could either be the legendary copper-armored corpse or a super soldier from the movies. Neither option seemed within their ability to confront. The best course of action was to flee. However, rushing past the copper-armored corpse blocking the entrance was hardly a wise decision. Without needing to confer, the 6 of them instinctively darted in different directions. After all, the granary was vast, and if all else failed, they could bury themselves in the grain. As for whether their fright would soil the food, who cared? How many guns do you have here? Zhou Lin inquired nonchalantly, gripping Zhu Jijun by the throat. Chapter 130. Kindred spirits at the military base. Yi Xinxiao's bodyguard located Wang Pingping, who was energetically engaged in work. Commander, why are you drenched in sweat? The manpower is insufficient, and I have nothing else to do, so I thought I'd lend a hand, Wang Pingping replied, wiping his brow. He had just received word from above. Special circumstances warranted special measures. The national granary in Anping County was now accessible. Really? Wang Pingping exclaimed, momentarily forgetting to continue wiping his sweat, draping the towel over his shoulder. Then I shall. Commander, how much grain did you say was stored there last time? The exact figure might be known to Zhu Guanghan, but it was certainly no less than 1,000,000 tons. What? Are you planning to bring it all back? Wang Pingping chuckled. How could I? 1,000,000 tons? We wouldn't even have space to store it. You are absolutely right, Yi Xinxia remarked, his expression devoid of mirth. His brow furrowed with deep concern. The granary in Anping County was exceedingly vast, with an immense quantity of grain. Given the current weather conditions, if another heavy rain were to arrive, the granary could very well be inundated, and all that grain would be ruined. Transporting it is one thing. Let us not even discuss finding a barge that can carry thousands of tons. Even if we find one, where would we place the grain once it's out of the granary? Grain is, in fact, quite delicate, especially in the humid and sultry climate of Bashu. It is ill-suited for storage. Zhu Guanghan must have received news as well. There are likely around 100,000 people at the Su family courtyard now, and the grain consumed daily by such a multitude is considerable. He would surely send someone to the granary, and they would need to discuss the situation together. We cannot simply stand by and watch the grain be ruined by floods. Commander, leave the heavy lifting to me, Wang Pingping declared, thumping his chest. Though he was reluctant to deal with Zhu Guanghan. 1,000,000 tons of grain. Just thinking about the daily struggle to provide for over 20,000 people made him wish he could sprout wings and fly to the granary, though flying there would be futile. The key was to transport the grain back. We must find a boat. Although the specific situation in Anping was unclear, military maps and basic common sense indicated that Anping was likely a marshy land. Ordinary speedboats were available at the base, but only barges could transport substantial cargo in shallow waters. Fortunately, the rivers around Jiazhua were numerous. Merely the 10 or so floating restaurants along the river equated to having a dozen barges at our disposal. Wang Pingping organized a team of proficient swimmers, boat operators, and individuals from Anping County, while simultaneously dispatching 3 teams to search for boats. As the saying goes, time waits for no one. No one could guarantee whether it would rain again or how heavily it would rain. If the granary were indeed flooded, everyone would have nowhere to lament their losses. Zhu Guanghan shared this sentiment. Although the number of people at the Su family courtyard was nearly 10 times greater than at Symbiosis, the number of individuals capable of being effectively mobilized was dismally low. Aside from those in uniform, Zhu Guanghan could likely command only about 1,000 people. Despite 1,000 individuals sounding like a significant force, managing the vast number of over 20,000 people was no small feat, fortunately. Thanks to the Su family courtyard and the groundwork laid by Su Si recently, mobile phone service had returned in this area. While full functionality was impossible, apps that supported local messaging and even voice calls were operational, much to the delight of many. Long lines formed at the charging stations surrounding the Su family courtyard, filled with anxious individuals awaiting their turn to charge their devices. With communication issues resolved on a small scale, administrative efficiency increased significantly, providing a platform for those loitering in the nearby woods to converse. Utilizing various available apps, numerous online organizations began to form, illustrating the diversity among 100,000 individuals. Once the order allowing the Jiazhua Disaster Command Center to utilize the national grain reserves was issued, a great weight was lifted from Zhu Guanghan's heart. He had authored the report. Although it carried risks, the outcome was satisfactory. The primary concern was the severe flooding. Water levels were rising rapidly, and the grain in the granary could be compromised at any moment. The national leadership, acknowledging this dire reality, agreed to special measures. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to a crime, which explained why Xiao and Zhu Guanghan had never attempted to exploit the 10,000-ton granary until now. I must act swiftly. You there, gather everyone immediately. In stark contrast to Xiao's composure, Zhu Guanghan was visibly agitated, even trembling slightly as he spoke. However, as an administrative leader, he was entirely ignorant of the granary's current status and how to transport the grain. This was emblematic of the circumstances faced by many grassroots leaders in the Summer Kingdom before the apocalypse. Driven by personal ambition, they often implemented impractical policies that squandered resources, leaving behind a mess for the locals to endure. When those summoned by Zhu Guanghan learned that the national government had agreed to activate the Anping County granary, smiles spread across their faces. Yet, their joy was short-lived as Zhu Guanghan issued a command. Within 3 days, I want every grain in the granary moved here. During this special period, I do not want to hear any conditions from anyone. If you can work, do so. If not, you are dismissed. Suddenly, a light chuckle emerged from the crowd, causing Zhu Guanghan's expression to darken. Who was that? Step forward. Dozens of eyes turned in unison to one individual, who was immediately engulfed in embarrassment. Who are you? Which department do you belong to? Yuan just swallowed hard, intending to explain that he hadn't meant to laugh, but Zhu Guanghan, brimming with fury, interrupted. Get out. I don't care who you are. Leave at once. From now on, you are no longer part of the command center, and you will never be employed again. Yuan Zhao was stunned. A distinguished graduate of a prestigious university, having entered the system through a Le Chapter 131, 7 minutes is too short. What can be accomplished in 7 minutes? If one were to casually interview women on the street, the responses would likely be quite amusing. The intensity of the symbiotic convergence made Zhou Lin involuntarily conjure unsettling associations. 7 minutes? Not nearly sufficient. Far from it. Zhu Yuan claimed that the entire granary was left with only Station Master Zhang Fengyan wielding a firearm. A statement Zhou Lin found hard to believe. What about the troops stationed near the granary? Where had they gone? I don't know, Zhu Jijun replied honestly. My sister said that before the winter night set in, that unit had already departed. Departed? The entire unit? Having never served in the military, Zhou Lin was unaware that such occurrences were not uncommon. It was almost certain they had received a special order. Moreover, the troops stationed at the granary were not under Yi Xinxiao's command, but rather an independent ground unit of the Air Force. The purpose of their presence next to the granary, whether to protect it or for some other reason, remained a mystery even to Yi Xinxiao. Let us go find your brother-in-law, Zhou Lin said, shaking the gun barrel to signal Zhu Yuan to head outside. He then retrieved a padlock, securing the granary door. Since the 6 individuals inside seemed to enjoy playing hide and seek, they might as well remain concealed for the time being. He could deal with them later. Something has happened. Station Master, your brother-in-law has been captured. Captured? Zhang Fengyan sprang to his feet, perhaps a bit too vigorously, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. Had he not clutched the armrest of his chair, he might have toppled over. What on earth is going on? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Fengyan endeavored to calm himself, retrieving a bottle of heart medicine from his pocket. I don't know, the young messenger said, raising his hands in surrender. I'm merely the bearer of news. Even the observer responsible for keeping watch could not have seen what transpired inside the granary. In a vague sense, Zhou Lin felt as if someone were watching him. Following that instinct, he turned to gaze at the small, ventilated window of the granary. It was indeed a favorable vantage point. As the saying goes, those who stand tall see far. Moreover, the window was so minuscule that even a sharpshooter might struggle to hit anyone inside. Knock on the door, Zhou Lin commanded. The time for symbiotic convergence had elapsed, and he had no desire to be sprayed at close range. If the station master Zhang Fengyan proved to be obstinate, Zhou Lin would not hesitate to send him on his way. Zhu Jijun's singular thought was a fervent wish that Zhang Fengyan would not shoot him dead. All he wanted was to survive. What was wrong with that? However, despite Zhu Yuan's desperate shouting, the door remained utterly silent. How could Zhang Fengyan possibly allow anyone to enter? That would be madness. Zhu Yuan had entered with a firearm and 6 companions, all of whom Zhou Lin had easily subdued. Now, besides Zhang Fengyan, the granary held only a handful of capable fighters, yet the opposing side possessed at least 1 shotgun. Zhang Fengyan was acutely aware of his advancing age. His reflexes and physical abilities were no match for the younger generation. In the event of a gunfight, he held no confidence whatsoever. Thus, it seemed prudent to adopt an ostrich-like approach and remain behind closed doors. Yet, Zhang Fengyan had overlooked one crucial detail. Although the granary's door had been reinforced with 2 layers of iron sheeting, its frame remained wooden. After enduring 2 months of winter nights, it had become quite fragile. Boom. Zhou Lin's patience had worn thin. You refuse to open the door? A shotgun is not merely for display. The iron sheeting could withstand the first shot, perhaps the second, but it would not hold indefinitely. Boom. Amidst the smoke, a gaping hole appeared in the wooden door, leaving the remaining structure precariously intact. Inside the granary, exclamations of shock erupted, accompanied by the shrieks of women and the cries of children, prompting Zhou Lin to feel like a villain straight out of a novel. Let me be the villain, he thought, unaffected by the label. Concealed behind the doorframe, Zhou Lin shouted, Zhang Fengyan, I offer you a chance to surrender. Who are you? Why are you dressed in the uniform of the beautiful country? Are you a traitor or a spy? Zhang Fengyan's voice echoed from within the granary. As expected of a station master, he quickly discerned Zhou Lin's attire, attempting to incite the others inside to unite against him. However, Zhang Fengyan's subtle manipulations were rendered futile by the gunfire. Who among his troops would be bold enough to disregard a shotgun? Such bravery would be foolishness. Whether it be a handgun or a rifle, one shot could at most injure or kill a single person, but a shotgun was a different beast altogether. capable of causing widespread devastation in the confined space of a granary. Seeing no one respond, Zhang Fengnian began contemplating an escape route. The reason he had chosen this granary as his refuge was its rear exit. He had always kept the key to the back door, which was cleverly concealed and difficult for outsiders to discover. Boom. Zhou Lin fired again. He missed hitting anyone, but the blast shattered nearby objects, inciting further screams and cries. Silence. Zhang Fengnian, if you do not come out, I shall resort to throwing grenades. Please, don't throw. Zhang Fengnian has escaped. A voice called out from within the granary. No one doubted Zhou Lin's resolve. After firing so many shots without restraint, tossing a few grenades seemed trivial. Escaped? Zhou Lin turned to Zhu Jijun. Does this granary have another exit? I don't know, Zhu Ziyuan stammered, fear evident in his demeanor. He was terrified Zhou Lin might take out his frustration on him, so he hastily activated what few brain cells he had left. It should be on the other side. I can lead you there. Quickly. The remaining occupants of the granary were of little consequence to Zhou Lin, and he had no intention of killing for no reason. Had it not been for Zhang Fengnian's possession of a firearm, he might not have bothered to pursue. Surprisingly, when Zhu Ziyuan and Zhou Lin rounded the back of the granary, they found no trace of Zhang Fengnian. This is the back door. He runs fast. With Zhou Lin's keen hearing, he could faintly detect the sound of someone fleeing into the distance. Zhang Fengnian had likely concealed an electric scooter outside the back door and was now making his escape, given the granary's vast expanse. As long as Zhang Fengnian did not head toward the front entrance, Zhou Lin saw no reason to chase after him. He was neither there to restore order nor to rescue anyone from peril. Go and find a few people to help me move the grain, Zhou Lin instructed, directing his gun toward Zhu Jijun. He then revealed a grenade to emphasize his point. All right. To preserve his life, Zhu Jijun swallowed his pride. This sentiment was shared among the other occupants of the granary. They were unarmed. What right did they have to engage Zhou Lin as equals? Besides, moving some grain was hardly outside their purview, was it? Zhou Lin had forcibly created a breach in the sandbag wall at the granary's main entrance. Even though the SSC could not enter, they could position their cargo deck right beneath the gap. Thus, Zhu Jijun and the others only needed to transport bags of grain from the nearest storeroom using wheelbarrows, while Zhou Lin himself tossed them onto the sandbag wall, eventually transferring them to the SSC's cargo deck. Although the efficiency was not optimal, it was the only course of action available at the moment. It was only when Qinfeng, observing from atop the wall, raised the alarm that they had loaded less than 50 tons. Chapter 132. Age and Inevitability. Though Qinfeng's vision may not rival that of Zhou Lin, it undoubtedly surpasses that of the average person. Coupled with the aid of military binoculars, he is certain not to misidentify anything. While the origin of the army remains unknown, they would undoubtedly recognize the SSC at a glance. Qinfeng observes keenly as others hasten their efforts. Ultimately, Zhou Lin resolves to retreat, acknowledging that with an army's arrival, the colossal food depot, weighing in at 100,000 tons, is far too much for a single individual to consume. It is best left in the hands of the military. After all, he has already secured several tons, hardly a loss. Upon Qinfeng's third warning, Zhou Lin activates the SSC and departs swiftly amidst the astonished gazes of Zhu Jijun and others. Almost concurrently, a speedboat adorned with the national flag arrives at the entrance of the grain depot, where two soldiers leap onto the sandbag wall. Although they do not draw their weapons, their keen eyes scan Zhu Jijun and the others repeatedly. Welcome, warmly welcomed. Zhu Jijun finds himself wishing for 2 bouquets of bright red flowers to wave in celebration. Wang Pingping, however, is no deity. He cannot conjure a barge at will. To ensure the mission proceeds without a hitch, he decides to divide his forces into 3 groups. Given the significance of the grain depot, he personally leads one, wary of Zhu Guanghan's potential for unprincipled behavior. Upon sighting the sandbag wall at the depot's entrance, Wang Pingping breathes a sigh of relief. He fears not the presence of individuals within the depot, but rather the prospect of unattended grain being inundated by water, a catastrophic loss of 100,000 tons. Who is in charge here? Zhang Fengnian has fled, Zhu Jijun has been disarmed, and Wang Pingping's group is clearly an official military contingent. The remaining individuals feel no inclination to resist, casting their gazes toward Zhu Jijun. Even Zhu Jijun himself cannot believe the absurdity of the situation. Is he truly to be recognized as the deputy leader? In truth, had Zhang Fengyan not eliminated dissenters earlier, the remaining individuals would hardly submit to Zhu Jijun's authority. Furthermore, everyone is now astute. The expression "shoot the leading bird" resonates profoundly. Scratching his head, Zhu Jijun offers a foolish smile in capitulation. Wang Pingping is indifferent to who assumes leadership. Since he is present, all must adhere to his commands. Otherwise, shall we revisit the martial regulations? I hereby announce. Wang Pingping proclaims that the grain depot is now under military management, due to a lack of personnel and in the spirit of accountability to the populace. Zhu Jijun and his group may remain at the depot, residing in the modified warehouse. However, they are forbidden from privately procuring grain. All must undergo registration. Beyond basic rations, any desire for additional supplies must be earned through labor, accumulating work points. The mere mention of work points evokes nostalgia among some elders, reminiscent of days gone by. Yet, what good is reminiscing in this post-apocalyptic world? The focus must be on living well in the present. Unexpectedly, Wang Pingping discovers that Zhu Jijun attempts to flee, only to be apprehended by vigilant soldiers. Tie him up and keep watch. I will find out more. Half an hour later, Wang Pingping storms back, his face ablaze with fury, and unceremoniously throws the bound Zhu Jijun to the ground, following up with a couple of kicks. Damn it, you nearly deceived me. Now, where is Zhang Fengyan? I don't know. Zhu Jijun wails. I truly don't know. He was frightened away by that person. Are you referring to the group with the hovercraft and American equipment? Wang Pingping has also learned about Zhou Lin, but the camouflage obscures his features, leaving only Zhu Ziyuan capable of offering a vague description. I seriously wish to execute you. Wang Pingping gestures for Zhu Jijun to be taken away. He is not a judge, and Zhu Jijun's misdeeds were not directed at the military, nor did they occur solely after his arrival. Thus, despite his resentment, he cannot simply execute Zhu Jijun. In Wang Pingping's view, Zhang Fengyan embodies true ruthlessness, abandoning his original wife without a second thought. What a scoundrel! Yet, upon reflection, Wang Pingping finds solace in his own single status, free from the burdens of marriage and children. Not everyone shares his sentiments, otherwise, would humanity continue to propagate? Men like Zhang Fengyan, who abandon their spouses in times of crisis, are indeed few. True partnerships require mutual support through life and death. In the Su family courtyard, now referred to as the Jiazhou City Official Shelter Command Center, Zhu Guanghan is entertaining a group of distinguished guests, even behind a veil. Lan Ye's physique and grace draw the ardent gazes of men. Moments ago, Zhu Guanghan's eyes held a glimmer of desire, but upon recognizing Lan Ye, he adopts a serious demeanor. Rest assured, Miss Lan, this place is entirely secure. As for these individuals, they are the ones who will take action. My role is merely to escort them and arrange accommodations. You need not concern yourself with the details. Oh, and for any provisions, please keep a ledger. You know whom to approach later. As Zhu Guanghan smiles amiably, a knock at the door announces Su Ziyuan's arrival. What brings him here? Lan Ye wishes to limit her interactions with Zhu Guanghan, preferring a comfortable space to await the completion of necessary business, after which she can escape this wretched place. Ideally, the world would gradually return to normal, allowing her to seek refuge in a location where no one knows her and begin anew. In truth, Zhu Guanghan would prefer to avoid lingering with Lan Ye. Her allure is overwhelming, and she is not within his reach. This internal conflict causes him significant distress, prompting a decision to meet Su Ziyuan. After being detained for so long, he ought to have learned his lesson, Zhu Guanghan muses. Thus, he appears before Su Ziyuan with a stern countenance. As Su Ziyuan surveys the room's sole elderly figure, Zhu Guanghan furrows his brow. Ah, Su Ziyuan, where is your attitude? Where is your sincerity? Commander, I am here, Su Ziyuan rasps in response. You are Su Ziyuan? Zhu Guanghan expresses disbelief. His recollection of Su Ziyuan is of a man with graying hair, always exhibiting vitality, certainly not a feeble old man. What has happened to you? What has happened to me? Have you heard of Wu Zishu crossing the Zhao Pass? Is there any greater sorrow than a heart that is withered? You ask how I have changed. And Su Ziyuan's eyes gleam with a mad light as he murmurs, Commander Zhu, I have a secret to share. What secret? Zhu Guanghan's stern expression remains. I do not wish to hear your secrets. This is a workplace, and Su Ziyuan, you are on suspension. Look at yourself. One might think we are starving. Return home. Return when you are fit for duty. We need elites, not waste like you. Waste? Su Ziyuan scoffs coldly, suddenly drawing a long dagger from his pant leg. Zhu Guanghan. I will kill you. Chapter 133. Is there hope in living? Gazing at the mountains of grain, Chen Feng, who had little knowledge about granaries, wore an expression of sheer delight. In a post-apocalyptic world, what holds the highest value? Even a fool knows that it is food. Humanity is akin to iron, and food is as essential as steel. We possess several tens of tons of superior steel. Brother Feng, if what you say is true, then the granary we just visited must be akin to a steel mill, Zhao Xiaogang remarked, shaking his head. Oh, why do you say that? Granaries cannot cultivate food. Chen Feng responded, puzzled. Heh, Zhao Xiaogang replied with a bitter smile. Do you have any idea how much grain is stored there? At the very least, 1,000,000 tons. Our meager amount is but a drop in the ocean. Are you still pleased? Sun Qinghao, standing nearby, wore an astonished expression. He understood that in such a scenario, his voice was unnecessary, yet 1,000,000 tons of grain, how does that differ from a bank vault before the apocalypse? Why didn't they take more earlier? We're almost there. Call everyone to unload the cargo shortly, Zhou Lin said, glancing toward the distant ship island building, subtly urging Chen Feng and the others to refrain from idle chatter. Upon hearing that food was returning, Cheng Yali and others came to assist, and upon seeing the SSC, they were left dumbfounded. Forget it, Zhou Lin thought. Feeling no need to conceal his thoughts, he would remain silent regardless. Thankfully, no one was foolish enough to inquire if the cargo of grain was enticing. Why indulge in such curiosity when life is at stake? Only Zhou Li was absent. It seemed her assigned task was somewhat demanding, considering she was merely 13 years old. However, anyone familiar with her would likely forget her true age after a brief conversation. Zhou Lin pondered the oddity. In his memories, Zhou Li, though clever during her childhood, was not exceptionally so until the past 2 years. As a reincarnate, his memories of the apocalypse were vivid, while recollections of the world before had long since blurred. After all, people easily forget happiness, and subsequently, the mundane. Among them, Cheng Yali appeared the most elated. Thus she contributed the most. 100-pound sack of grain seemed as light as a packet of instant noodles to her. If she had more hands, she could easily carry away 10 or 8 sacks at once. Zhou Lin was not idle either. With their collective effort, 60 tons of grain were swiftly transported. Cheng Yali could not help but ask Zhou Lin if they should make another trip. No need, Zhou Lin replied, shaking his head. We have enough grain. Let us think of what else we can stockpile before the weather changes. He recalled that after the winter nights, the coastal regions faced an unprecedented heat wave lasting several months, with surface temperatures exceeding 45 degrees Celsius, peaking at 50 degrees from noon to 2 in the afternoon. Merely enduring the heat was not fatal. The coastal regions suffered from an inexplicable drought, defying all known geographical and climatic principles. In such dire conditions, many could not hold on and began relocating. He wondered what the weather would be like in Basha next. Would it be scorching heat or something else? Not every place experiences high temperatures and drought. Zhou Lin knew that the neighboring country was not dry at all. Instead, it faced frequent torrential rains. It was said that over 250 typhoons made landfall there within 6 months. 250? Zhou Lin mused, unsure if that figure was exaggerated. If true, that would mean more than one every day on average. Individuals like Chun Feng and the Chun brothers were unlikely to offer suggestions, as their social circles had predetermined their fates. Conversely, Jiang Lanlan, standing on the periphery, raised her hand silently when no one else spoke. There's a distillery under Susi. A distillery? Who cares about drinking in the apocalypse? Chun Feng and the others rolled their eyes, believing Jiang Lanlan was desperate to showcase her importance. Losing all sense of reason. Where is it? Zhou Lin inquired, stepping closer to Jiang Lanlan. At the Bunker Mountain area, she replied, involuntarily taking a step back. It's not too far from here. I've been there twice. Originally, Susi planned to turn it into a farmhouse, but later decided it wouldn't be profitable and abandoned the idea. However, he mentioned there was an old tunnel there, once used by a mining company for transporting materials, which has been abandoned for many years. He bought it along with the distillery. Indeed, Bunker Mountain was not far, and utilizing the tunnel's constant temperature and humidity for aging the liquor was an excellent idea, enhancing its flavor and quality. According to Zhou Lin, the area was likely uninhabited. Everyone has their roles. I will go check it out. Zhou Lin glanced at the time, feeling it was still manageable, and disregarding Cheng Yali's protests. He mounted his jet ski. Compared to a few days prior, the clouds above had thinned considerably, and if it didn't rain that evening, he might even glimpse the stars. Unfortunately, Zhou Lin had no inclination to indulge in such romantic notions. The lead Zhou Lin provided was invaluable. High-proof liquor, particularly that which was meticulously crafted from grain, would soon become a true luxury in the future. Chen Feng and the others could not yet comprehend how precious a slight intoxication would be for those who had endured years in the apocalypse, and would continue chapter 134. A little girl suggests relocation madman. Kill him immediately. Su Ziyuan ultimately failed to eliminate Zhu Guanghan, as Lan Yueming's people intervened and restrained him. Kill, I'll kill you. Su Ziyuan, pinned to the ground, was covered in blood, his eyes vacant, a veritable lunatic. Perhaps you should attend to your wounds first, Lan Yueming said, furrowing her brow. Yes. A doctor. Where are the doctors? What is your name? After Zhu Guanghan departed, Lan Yueming knelt, her gaze fixed on Su Ziyuan, silently activating her power. My name is. Seeing Su Ziyuan suddenly cease his raving, answering Lan Yueming obediently. A trace of astonishment crossed the faces of the 5 men Su Yu had assigned. There's more to her than meets the eye. Is this the legendary hypnosis? Initially, they had dismissed Lan Yueming as a woman who had risen through the ranks on her looks alone, but now it seemed appearances could indeed be deceiving. A few minutes later, Lan Yueming rose, her face pale. Take him away. Don't let Zhu Guanghan's people capture him. But, has Su Yu not instructed you to heed my commands on this mission? Lan Yueming retorted, her eyes flashing with a captivating intensity that even the seasoned men found unsettling. They couldn't help but wonder about this woman's background, speculating whether she had seen battle herself. Lan Yueming had never set foot on a battlefield, but she possessed psychic abilities, far more potent than any martial prowess. Where is he? When Zhu Guanghan returned, bandaged, he discovered that both Su Ziyuan and Lan Yueming's team had vanished. He sought out Lan Yueming, only to be turned away, informed that she was resting and that they had been unable to apprehend Su Ziyuan. 5 grown men couldn't restrain one old man, even a crazed one. How did you manage to control him earlier? Realizing their lack of cooperation, Zhu Guanghan, though enraged, couldn't vent his anger on Su Yu's men. After Zhu Guanghan reluctantly left, Lan Yueming opened the door, summoning the 5 men for instructions. Su Yu desired Lan Yueming to inspect the site and capture some photographs. However, she was reluctant to engage with Zhou Lin, as neither her beauty nor her abilities held any sway over him. The 5 men could go instead, ensuring that even if the mission failed, she wouldn't be implicated. She wished to live a long life. However, traversing from the Su residence to Zhou Lin's farm was no simple task. The area was flooded, impassable without a boat, necessitating Zhu Guanghan's assistance. Yet, Zhu Guanghan was also in need of a boat. Uxin Xiao hadn't deceived him. Wang Pingping was already at the granary. Zhu Guanghan feared that if he delayed any longer, he would be left with nothing. Despite his title of commander, Uxin Xiao, with his military strength, disregarded him. If he had to beg Uxin Xiao for provisions, his position would be meaningless. I've located the place Jiang Lanlan mentioned. The seals on the tunnel entrance are intact, indicating that no one has entered. According to Jiang Lanlan, the tunnel, several kilometers long, held at least 100 tons of grain alcohol, some aged up to a decade. A treasure trove. Zhou Lin barely resisted the urge to break the seals, ultimately relenting as the ark could only accommodate a few casks. Su Si's skills were undeniable, as the location he had chosen was auspicious, with a vast reservoir nearby. I know that reservoir, Zhou Kaijin mused. I've gone fishing there with old Lin and the others, so there was a distillery there. I always detected the scent of distillers' grains whenever I passed by, and I thought my nose was playing tricks on me. Zhou Lin, boat, problem, Zhou Li abruptly interjected. What? Although everyone present was aware of the situation, no one had broached the subject of the Ark, making this Zhou Li's first direct mention. Wu Shui quickly lowered her head, signaling her non-participation in the discussion. Recently, I tested, Zhou Li continued, clearing her throat, perhaps due to her extensive coding. Her speech had become devoid of idioms and colloquialisms, though somewhat terse. Immersion, softening, structure, alteration, uneven, stress, deformation. Is that so? While Zhou Lin shared a symbiotic bond with the Ark, allowing him to control it at will, he might not necessarily detect subtle structural changes. Minor deformation might not pose a significant issue, but if the soil supporting the Ark was compromised by prolonged immersion, a sudden subsidence could damage the vessel. Theoretically, Zhou Lin could repair the Ark, but the materials and energy required might be astronomical. If repairs were delayed, how would he accommodate everyone? Distillery, visit, she added, seemingly anticipating Zhou Lin's thoughts, breaking the silence. Can you stop spitting out words one at a time? It's awkward. I prefer your mangled idioms, Zhou Lin quipped. Zhou Li retorted with a blank stare before resuming her meal, as if she hadn't spoken. Despite his annoyance, Zhou Lin understood her meaning and began to contemplate the situation. The current environment was indeed unsuitable for the Ark's long-term mooring. The terrain was too flat, and after the flooding, the island was visible from afar. With much of the covering soil eroded, any passing vessel would likely discern the Ark's outline. If we were to relocate, Dad, how deep is the Thousand Island Reservoir? Deep. Zhou Kaijun squinted. Very deep. It's one of the city's water sources. The banks are usually 5 or 6 meters deep, and the islands are about the same. But in the center, it's at least 10 meters deep. Ordinarily, it was at least 10 meters deep. And now it would be even deeper. Moreover, the Thousand Island Reservoir had 3 sources, ensuring that even in the event of extreme heat and drought, the water would likely remain plentiful. It seemed like an ideal location. That evening, as Wu Shui practiced yoga, Zhou Lin reclined on the bed. Any news from your parents recently? I haven't heard from them in over a week. They said they were required to participate in a secret experiment, forbidding them from contacting the outside world, and instructed me to wait and not to contact them, Wu Shui said, her face etched with worry. This is proving difficult. Zhou Lin sighed, feeling helpless. Despite their marital status, they both understood the superficiality of their bond. Their relationship was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement in the apocalypse. Lily suggested we move to the Thousand Island Reservoir during dinner. What do you think? Wu Shui met Zhou Lin's gaze, knowing that he had already made up his mind. He was merely seeking her opinion out of courtesy. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I have no objections, as long as it doesn't disrupt my research. By the way, I'm making progress. Chapter 135. Taking action. Wu Shui is undoubtedly a product of an academically accomplished family. Zhou Lin suspects that she possesses an innate intellectual advantage, akin to a built-in buff, while he himself seems to embody the traits of a perpetual underachiever. Yet, this notion may not hold entirely true, as Zhou Kaijun was also an academic prodigy, a quality that manifests quite evidently in Zhou Li. Thus, one might ponder, is the fool truly oneself? In any case, the next half hour was dominated by Wu Shui's discourse, with Zhou Lin merely nodding along. Indeed, he was merely nodding without comprehension. He recognized each word, yet collectively they made little sense to him. Eventually, it was Wu Shui who noticed Zhou Lin's vacant gaze and paused, pondering whether she had spoken too much. Not at all. Please continue, he feigned interest. But Wu Shui was not one to indulge his act, bluntly asking, sleep? Sounds good. Instantly, Zhou Lin perked up. How curious that the mention of sleep invigorated him. This enigma could only be unraveled by the two of them. The following day, Zhou Lin indulged in a late slumber, while Wu Shui rose at her usual time. Bustling about in the kitchen alongside Qing Yali. Shui, has there been any news? Qing Yali stood beside Wu Shui, reminiscent of a basketball player beside a gymnast. While Wu Shui was not particularly short among women, nearing 1.7 meters, Chang Yali towered over her, having seemingly continued to develop since gaining her abilities. In moments like these, Wu Shui often felt a sense of pressure. Not yet. Mom, Zhou Lin mentioned moving today. Moving? Cheng Yali replied, somewhat astonished. Wasn't it just a casual mention during dinner last night? How swiftly things are happening. The complexities of moving were not to be underestimated. even with their peculiar boat. It would entail numerous trips. Noticing Chang Yali's expression, Wu Shui quickly offered reassurance. Zhou Lin said the move would be straightforward, perhaps even requiring no effort on our part. You two discussed this last night. Chang Yali was displeased. This is not acceptable. Your father and I are not getting any younger. If you don't seize the opportunity, I want to be able to help you with children later. Not able to help with children? Wu Shui watched as Chang Yali effortlessly lifted a jug of mineral water onto the dispenser, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, after changing the water, Chang Yali shifted the conversation to discuss lunch and dinner options for the day. The energy consumption of evolved beings is staggering, especially for those like Chang Yali, Zhou Lin, and Shen Feng, whose physical enhancements come at the cost of greater energy expenditure for even the simplest actions. As always, unless a new, more efficient means of energy supplementation is discovered, evolved individuals must rely on copious amounts of food to offset their bodily depletion. After 9 o'clock, Zhou Lin finally awakened. It wasn't that Wu Shui was exceptionally remarkable. Rather, he had simply been on a continuous grind for several days and yearned for a moment of relaxation. After consuming what could only be described as breakfast for 10, Zhou Lin patted his stomach contentedly and announced, "Spread the word. After lunch, we move." Aside from the Zhou family and Wu Shui, most were left bewildered. They could not determine whether the move would occur or not. But what could it mean to leave behind everything? Is it really not necessary? That seems excessively wasteful, even in normal times. Few affluent families would dare to be so extravagant. Yet, no one dared to contradict Zhou Lin's wishes. Their trust in him compelled them to accept his decision silently. There was no vehicle more suitable than the SSC for transportation, despite its ostentatiousness. The curiosity of those who had never experienced an SSC was piqued as they wondered where Zhou Lin intended to take them. Despite the significant alterations to the landscape caused by flooding, they still recognized the familiar silhouette of Bunker Mountain. The Qinao Reservoir was not only a popular fishing spot, but also a favored retreat for many residents of Jiazhou City during the weekends. Wait here for a moment. I need to prepare. It should take a few hours. Mom, don't wait for me to eat. The Lai Fufu, half buried in the muddy waters, would certainly create a commotion once Zhou Lin retracted it. Though perhaps not cataclysmic, it would certainly be loud. Despite the somewhat dubious notion of concealing the event, human nature often leans toward wishful thinking. Still riding the jet ski, Zhou Lin returned to the Lai Fufu, taking a moment to scan the surroundings, ensuring no one was near. He carefully prepared several chocolate bars, took a deep breath, and stored them in his spatial pocket. Boom. The scene before him resembled a cinematic special effect. The exposed portions of the Lai Fufu first blurred before vanishing entirely after approximately a second. The space left by the Lai Fufu, now filled with mud and water, erupted with a thunderous sound, generating towering waves that surged several meters high. Fortunately, Zhou Lin had activated the jet ski in time. Otherwise, he would have surely capsized. However, after a short distance, Zhou Lin had to halt. A mere few chocolate bars could not sustain the energy required to retract the Lai Fufu into storage. If he were to weigh himself now, he would likely find himself 10 pounds lighter. Indeed, aside from direct sugar, only fat could effectively generate energy to replenish his body. However, the process of metabolizing fat into energy would overwhelm the organs of an ordinary person, leading to a total collapse. Symbiosis. Intermediate 9901 10,000, currently symbiotic vehicles. Lai Fufu, large surface transport. Lu Xiaofeng, medium ground transport. Available symbiotic vehicles. 0 storage space 22 symbiotic strength, 7. 0 minutes 24 hours evolution level 1, 7. 0, 7,045 10,000. At present, Zhou Lin's physical prowess has reached 7 times that of an ordinary person, allowing him to endure. Even so, a few chocolate bars merely kept him alert. To return to a normal state, he needed a considerable energy intake. Finding a rooftop peaking above the water, Zhou Lin hastily retrieved 20 beef burgers from the Lai Fufu, neglecting to heat them, and began to devour them ravenously. Given his constitution, whether the burgers were heated was inconsequential. Even raw meat posed no challenge for digestion, merely presenting a degree of difficulty in swallowing. In under 20 minutes, Zhou Lin polished off the burgers, yet his stomach still felt hollow. Fortunately, he felt somewhat better, no longer burdened by the discomfort that had threatened his consciousness moments before. Still insufficient. Contemplating, Zhou Lin took out a kerosene stove and a large iron pot to begin boiling beef. While chocolate bars could swiftly replenish lost energy, they only served to replace energy. To store more energy within the body, protein and fat were essential. Since grasping the nature of his abilities and the energy of evolution, Zhou Lin finally understood why individuals depicted in various ancient novels as possessing extraordinary combat prowess were often described in terms like broad-shouldered and powerful. As the first pot of beef neared completion, the blood froth yet to settle, Zhou Lin suddenly paused, gazing into the distance. On the water's surface, a speedboat was slicing through the waves, racing towards him. Chapter 136. A significant discovery of superpowers. The speedboat was not initially heading directly towards Zhou Lin. If it weren't for the conspicuous black smoke, it might have been difficult to discern Zhou Lin's presence. Zhou Lin paid little attention to the approaching vessel. His gaze fixated solely on the beef simmering in the pot, although it was merely boiled in broth, which did not quite align with the culinary habits of the people from Bashu. The modest conditions dictated such simplicity. He retrieved a steaming piece of beef and, disregarding the near boiling point, chewed it a few times before swallowing. The substantial nourishment invigorated Zhou Lin, prompting him to repeatedly scoop up more beef, filling his mouth. Just as the speedboat docked at the platform, he managed to shove the last piece into his mouth. Thus, 10 pounds of beef had vanished into his stomach, yet externally, he exhibited no change at all. "Hello. Are you from around here?" Li Chun was the first to leap off the speedboat onto the platform. Although he did not draw his gun, it was holstered at his lower back, and he was confident that if Zhou Lin exhibited even the slightest hint of hostility, he could swiftly retrieve it. Zhou Lin savored the broth, relishing the essence of the meat, refusing to waste any of it. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, being able to drink a mouthful of meat broth was a luxury for many. Just observe the expressions of the 4 individuals aboard the speedboat. Zhou Lin could even hear the sound of their swallowing. The Su family's supplies were indeed abundant, but they were not intended for them. "Do you know of a Zhou family farm nearby?" Li Chun swallowed hard, although he concealed it well. "The Zhou family farm? You aren't looking for me, are you?" Zhou Lin thought quickly, though his face showed no sign of it. "Yes, but right now." He gestured toward the vast, wide expanse of water, his meaning clear. Li Chun's group possessed a photograph of Zhou Lin, albeit one taken when he was around 17 or 18 years old. Aside from the changes in his features due to evolution, the most significant alterations were in his demeanor and aura, coupled with Zhou Lin's current greasy appearance from the food. They did not recognize him immediately. Yet, despite any transformations, there were limits. "Oh, if that's the case, then I won't disturb you further." Li Chun smiled as he stepped back, leaping onto the speedboat at the platform's edge. "Brother," one of the men began. But Li Chun shot him a glare. "Let's go, we'll search nearby." The speedboat powered up and gradually accelerated away. Watching the vessel retreat, Zhou Lin pulled out a piece of paper to wipe his mouth, noting their swift departure. "They are quite vigilant. Did I reveal any flaw?" Zhou Lin had clearly observed Li Chun's reaction, which indicated he had recognized him. "So why did they flee?" "You may not have noticed what he was drinking." On board the speedboat, Li Chun held a pair of binoculars, scanning the platform where Zhou Lin stood. Even with military-grade binoculars, he could only see a small figure. Any farther, and it would likely be indistinguishable. "Broth? It smells quite fragrant, likely beef." "Yes, definitely." "Fragrant?" He directly scooped it up and poured it into his mouth. "It's not quite boiling, but close enough. Impressive, isn't it?" Li Chun casually handed the binoculars to another crew member. "Keep an eye on him. Let us see where he goes. We'll follow." Li Chun was the true leader of this operation, hailing from an unusual department, technically not even under Su Yu's command. His involvement in this endeavor was complex. Indeed, like a swarm of flies. With his keen eyesight, Zhou Lin could see the distant speedboat without binoculars, though he only glanced at it from the corner of his eye. Thus, to Li Chun and the others, it seemed as if Zhou Lin was oblivious to their presence, as they did not believe a human eye could perceive such a distance. "Hurry, he seems to be leaving." "What is that? A jet ski?" "Oh no." One would assume that a speedboat was unrivaled in speed, yet who would have thought? While there were speedboats capable of rivaling others in speed, The one Li Chun and his companions operated was certainly not among them. Virum. Two white wakes surged behind the jet ski. Zhou Lin cast a glance toward the speedboat, offering Li Chun and his group a knowing smile before twisting the throttle, pushing the jet ski to its maximum power. Only due to his exceptional physical capabilities was he able to navigate such a complex aquatic terrain at near jet ski speeds, effortlessly dodging every obstacle, leaving Li Chun and his companions far behind. Damn it! What should we do? If only we had a drone. Is that even helpful? Oldly, do we keep pursuing? Pursue or not? Surely they could not catch up. Zhou Lin was cunning, having calculated the speed of the speedboat long ago. He made several loops in the area, creating chaotic waves on the water's surface, making it impossible to discern his direction. Not pursuing felt unsatisfactory. Yet Li Chun eventually found a rationale to convince himself. Let us head back. I'm worried about running low on fuel if we chase any longer. Zhou Lin, however, was not overly concerned. The speedboat could not escape his line of sight, as long as he could not see them. They would never detect him unless they employed satellites or high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. Moreover, to cross over here, they would have to navigate a fortress hill. Could they abandon their speedboat to follow him? Upon returning to the SSC, Zhou Lin was greeted first by the incessant chatter of Black Dog. All right, old Black. Do you not realize how foul your mouth is? Zhou Lin instinctively rubbed the dog's head, only to suddenly remember. Oh no. He had been so preoccupied with people that he nearly forgot about the dozens of large chickens and over 100 recently hatched chicks aboard the Laifu, along with various rabbits, geese, ducks, and quails that had just begun breeding. What a disaster! Zhou Lin hastily plunged his consciousness into the storage space, arriving at the breeding and planting area. However, contrary to his fears of total destruction, all the small animals behaved just as usual, eating, sleeping, and burrowing as they pleased. Thus, Zhou Lin couldn't help but smack his forehead. Why hadn't he thought to try this before? If the small animals could thrive aboard the Laifu, did that not imply that humans could as well? If that were the case, then, the more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Why not give it a try? However, when he approached Sun Chinjiao, intending to retrieve him like an ordinary item into the Laifu, a sudden wave of dizziness nearly caused Zhou Lin to faint. How could it not work? He waved off Sun Qinghao, who attempted to assist him, insisting he was fine. Merely disappointed. No, extremely disappointed. If he could transport living beings directly into the Laifu's storage space, then the skill of Symbiosis would be incredibly powerful, capable of yielding various intriguing outcomes. Damn it, prepare something delicious. I want to feast. Since he could not directly bring people inside, he would have to release the Laifu. The Qinao Reservoir covered a vast area, and Zhou Lin planned to find a relatively secluded and suitable spot to deploy the Laifu. Then use the SSC to transport people there. If his calculations were correct, Symbiosis would soon be ready for another upgrade. Yet, one thing puzzled Zhou Lin. In his previous life, he had heard that upgrading superpowers was exceedingly difficult. Why did he not feel the same? Chapter 137. The second transformation of the Laifu. When Zhou Lin concealed the Laifu, it was an event of monumental significance. Now, as he released it, the act was almost imperceptible. The timing was deliberate, chosen for the night, as after meticulous measurements, he identified a geomantic treasure spot. Flanked by islands that peaked above the water's surface with verdant foliage, a slender waterway stretched between the two isles. Remarkably, this narrow channel, several hundred meters long, was perfectly suited for the Laifu's movement, as if it had been custom designed for this purpose. Furthermore, the distance from this location to the edge of the Thousand Islands Reservoir was a mere 2 kilometers, providing Zhou Lin ample time for response. Regardless of whether water levels rose or fell, should any adversaries attempt to launch an assault or clandestinely board the Laifu from the shore, this distance would grant Zhou Lin sufficient opportunity to detect and react to them. Releasing the Laifu was also a significant test for Zhou Lin's current physical state. If he had nearly succumbed to unconsciousness while storing it, then the act of releasing it rendered him truly faint. Fortunately, he had consumed 10 chocolate bars beforehand. Otherwise, he might have remained in a state of oblivion for an indeterminate duration. Thankfully, the jet ski remained upright, sparing him from an unceremonious plunge into the water. Upon regaining consciousness and glancing at the sky, he was relieved to see the moon. The moon? It dawned on Zhou Lin that he had not beheld the moon for quite some time. Typically, the moon's presence heralded a clear day to come. Yet, an unsettling notion crept into Zhou Lin's mind. Something felt amiss, but he had no time for contemplation. He was driven by a singular desire, to eat. As he munched on various high-calorie, high-energy foods, now devoid of any interest, he navigated through the Laifu. It was evident that the Laifu had truly transformed into a vessel, floating upon the surface of the Thousand Islands Reservoir, likely raising the water level significantly in the process. The ship's island retained its modified appearance. The 6-meter-high elevated deck remained intact, enhanced by the Symbiosis skill, giving it a remarkably sleek finish, more polished than the original. As if the Laifu had always been meant to look this way. However, the soil covering the elevated deck had vanished entirely. After some reflection, Zhou Lin decided to delineate sections for planting, intending to excavate some fertile soil from a nearby island to commence cultivation. The entire elevated deck spanned nearly 20,000 square meters, equating to approximately 30 acres. If utilized effectively and cultivated meticulously, the yield could indeed be substantial. Ultimately, however, the outcome would depend on the whims of fate. Upon returning to the Laifu's planting and breeding area, Zhou Lin had no intention of relocating the small creatures and plants to the deck's elevated section. The variability of climate was unpredictable, and he regarded this area as a backup. Upon encountering the small animals, Zhou Lin was taken aback. He recalled them being lively during his last observation. How was it that they now appeared so listless? Confused, he hurried to inspect the monitoring equipment, only to discover that the oxygen levels had plummeted to a critical low. They were asphyxiated. In such dire conditions, their mere survival was a stroke of luck. More critically, Zhou Lin identified a significant hazard. Should he ever find himself compelled to compress the storage space alongside the Laifu, he must not overlook this detail. The storage area lacked air. Relying solely on the Laifu's internal atmosphere would prove insufficient for sustaining consumption. If left unaddressed for an extended period, the animals within could perish from oxygen deprivation. Conversely, plants, under adequate light, would merely consume carbon dioxide. However, relying on flora to provide oxygen was undeniably challenging. According to the most widely accepted scientific research, maintaining the requisite oxygen concentration for a single individual necessitated around 700 plants. How was this figure derived? A towering tree could not be compared to a mere seedling. To arrive at a relatively accurate answer, one must begin with the fundamental unit of oxygen release in plants, a single leaf. Scientists have determined that approximately 150 square meters of tree leaves are needed to satisfy the oxygen demands of an adult. If these leaves were substituted for more specific plants, such as common tomatoes, around 50 mature tomato plants would be required, ensuring ample spacing to allow each plant's leaves sufficient sunlight for optimal photosynthesis, necessitating roughly 60 square meters of space. Thus, it is evident that utilizing plants to absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen to sustain human respiration comes with stringent conditions. Although the planting and breeding chamber was quite expansive, the number of small animals it could house was also considerable, especially given the high metabolic rates of birds, which are significant consumers of oxygen. Zhou Lin was fortunate that so few had perished. Had he delayed his arrival, the poultry might have all succumbed, resulting in a significant loss. After cranking the ventilation system to full power, the air within the chamber became noticeably more comfortable, and the small creatures gradually regained their vitality. Zhou Lin collected the unfortunate deceased animals, contemplating their fate. Rather than discarding them, he opted to place them in a large container for storage in the freezer. After all, they represented potential sustenance, no matter how small. Despite the earlier scare, Zhou Lin gleaned valuable insights, rendering the loss of those small creatures somewhat meaningful. Once he concluded his tasks both inside and out, he noticed that dawn was fast approaching. At that moment, Zhou Lin felt an overwhelming weakness. Yet he could not afford to rest. He needed to hasten back to the SSC and navigate the vessel before daybreak. However, he had overestimated his own stamina. As he ascended to the SSC, his eyelids grew heavy. Somnolence was a clear indication of profound fatigue. Fortunately, before succumbing to slumber, Zhou Lin remembered to mark the Laifu's location for Zhou Li. When he eventually regained consciousness, he found himself in the Laifu's infirmary, with Cheng Yali snoring like a lumberjack in the adjacent bed, while Wu Shui busily attended to matters just outside the glass door. "Mom," Zhou Lin croaked, his throat parched, his voice rasping like sandpaper. Perhaps his voice was so faint that, despite calling Cheng Yali several times, she remained unresponsive. Who was truly caring for whom? "You're awake?" It was Wu Shui, who, upon noticing Zhou Lin's movements, hurried to open the door and entered, her face lighting up with joy as she began to assess his various health indicators. Zhou Lin felt a tinge of disappointment that she did not greet him with a kiss. "Perhaps you should wake her first," he suggested. Wu Shui stuck out her tongue, attempting to persuade Cheng Yali. But who could thwart a mother fiercely protective of her child? "What have you infused me with?" Zhou Lin inquired, noticing a remarkable improvement in his physical state, feeling invigorated even before indulging in excessive eating. "Energy. I observed your extreme fatigue and decided to directly administer energy." "How does it feel?" "Energy? Is it truly possible to administer it intravenously?" Zhou Lin suddenly felt as though he had stumbled upon an extraordinary discovery. Chapter 138. I and Oppos. VE laid my cards on the table in the realm of medicine. The energy administered directly to critically ill or needy patients does not adhere to a universally fixed formula. Beyond essential nutrients, it encompasses components that sustain human physiological functions, such as inosine, coenzymes, adenosine triphosphate, and insulin. To avert electrolyte imbalances, sodium, potassium, magnesium, calcium, and other elements are supplemented based on the ionic variations in the patient's bodily fluids. Fortunately, I have a medical professional by my side. Let's not call her an expert, but at least a specialist. Moreover, during this period, Wu Shui has been diligently studying the physiological differences between evolved individuals and ordinary people, enabling her to promptly adjust the energy supplementation based on Zhou Lin's bodily data. This method appears to be swifter than conventional eating, albeit costly. Is the expense a drawback? Zhou Lin chuckled. Certainly not. At least it is not a flaw of this method, but am I short on funds? You may not be, but these reagents are in short supply. The hospital's inventory is quite limited, Wu Shui candidly remarked. Even though there are 5,000 souls aboard the Laifu, they are predominantly hand-picked soldiers, resulting in a sparse stock of medical agents. As for purchasing them, what utility does money possess? Even if it were useful, where could one procure these items? How many pharmaceutical factories can operate normally before returning to a state of normalcy? Presently, it seems that only the capital's sanctuary harbors a pharmaceutical factory. Other provincial sanctuaries might lack such facilities. From this perspective, both energy reagents and common cold medications will soon become scarce commodities. Zhou Lin pondered where one might acquire them in Jiazhou City and casually patted Jean Gang, his shoulder, "Mom, it's time to rise and dine." "Oh, it's mealtime? Son, you are awake?" Thankfully, Cheng Yali did not bite Zhou Lin's arm, indicating that she had not truly succumbed to slumber. During Zhou Lin's unconsciousness, it was actually the Qin brothers and Jiang Lamon who were profoundly shaken. The hijacking incident involving the beautiful country's aircraft carrier was a hot topic online. Who among the civilized populace was unaware of it? They had once speculated and even fantasized about it. Upon realizing that they had been living aboard the Laifu during this time, they were utterly bewildered. How did Zhou Lin manage to commandeer the Laifu? How did he arrive in Jiazhou City? Such a colossal vessel cannot simply be towed by a flatbed truck, can it? As for traversing waterways, when has the river of Jiazhou City been navigable by an aircraft carrier? Even cargo ships of 10,000 tons hesitate to enter. Zhao Xiaogang and Qin Feng had gleaned some insights, while Huang Minjing had a rough idea as well. Sun Qinghao, on the other hand, remained rather naive. Since he had identified Zhou Lin as the protagonist, he would not be astonished by any extraordinary occurrences surrounding him. Hadn't he read online novels? Understanding the protagonist's aura was essential. Clinging to the thigh was the way to go. Why overthink it when he was not the main character? The next day, Zhou Lin sensed a commendable recovery in his body. Although he still appeared noticeably thinner, his spirit was relatively intact. Thus, he summoned everyone to announce certain matters. Regarding the Laifu itself and its origins, Zhou Lin refrained from elaborating, as those who needed to know were already informed. and those who did not need to know had no necessity for such knowledge. Gathering everyone served two purposes: to foster familiarity amongst one another and to clarify each person's role within this context. While it is often deemed unjust to categorize individuals into hierarchies who would concern themselves with fairness in a world where survival is at stake, the Zhou family was undeniably at the top tier, followed by Huang Minjing, who benefited from her proximity, placing her in the second tier. Chen Feng and Zhao Xiaogang, as evolved individuals, belonged to the third tier, while Sun Qinghao and the Qin brothers currently occupied the fourth tier. Jiang Lanlan, on the other hand, fell into a category devoid of rank. Do not pity Jiang Lanlan. In Zhou Lin's classification, there exists a category labeled enemy. In simple terms, anyone designated as an enemy would either perish now or meet their end after being drained of all value. Individuals like Jiang Lanlan at least possess the fundamental assurance of survival. Her work would undoubtedly be arduous, but she would not be subjected to extreme exploitation. I can now unequivocally inform you that there is no hope. Abandon your fantasies. In the coming decade or two, the world will only deteriorate further. It is impossible to yearn for a return to the past, and whether you can survive to see 10 or 20 years hence is a monumental question mark. The collapse of the state, the regime, and the society you are familiar with is but a step away, and it could occur at any moment. Those who wish to leave can voice their intentions now. Those who seek to relinquish life may also express their desires to me. The world of the future will demand that everyone exert their utmost efforts to survive. Do not think I am being alarmist. No one shall be exempt. Consider this a fortuitous opportunity. If you are fortunate enough, you might become an evolved individual or possess special abilities. Why are Chen Feng and Zhao Xiaogang classified as Tier 3? Because they are evolved individuals, capable of generating value that far surpasses yours. Whether or not you become an evolved individual or possess special abilities is inconsequential. As long as you can create value, specifically the value I recognize, you can elevate your tier. As for the benefits stemming from these tiers, they are plainly evident. Following the revelation of these classifications, only members of Tier 3 and above will qualify to reside in the superior environment of the island tower. Sun Qinghao, the Qin brothers, and Jiang Lanlan will be relegated to the dimly lit cabins beneath the deck, with accommodations determined by cabin size. Be it shared by 2 or 3 to 4 individuals, lower tiers will inhabit increasingly inferior quarters. Zhou Lin's arrangements faced no opposition, nor did anyone dare to voice dissent. Subsequently, the specific duties aboard the vessel will be managed by Qingyali. In essence, there will be minimal changes. The Chun brothers will continue to focus on mechanical maintenance and repair, while Jiang Lanlan will remain responsible for various tasks in the agricultural and livestock sectors. Collaborating with Zhou Kaijun and others, Chen Feng and Zhao Xiaogang will be required to intensify their training, with no restrictions on food. Huang Minjing will primarily assist Qingyali in managing numerous affairs, while Huang Minjing's mother will be cared for in a purely nurturing capacity. Wu Shui and Zhou Li's responsibilities do not necessitate Qingyali's oversight. Zhou Li is beyond her purview, and Wu Shui, aside from her medical duties, has little else to attend to. I fear it may take several days for me to fully recuperate, Zhou Lin remarked to Wu Shui, reclining on the bed. Fresh from a shower, Wu Shui exuded the allure of an intelligent woman. Well, it seems there isn't much to do lately. You should rest and not overestimate your significance, she advised. Yet, could Zhou Lin truly afford to rest? Chapter 139. The terrifying trend. Though Zhou Li possesses an eccentric personality, she does not shy away from responsibilities, especially those concerning her family. The design of a 20,000 square meter deck's elevated layer is no simple task, but ultimately, it was Zhou Li who utilized the central computer of the Laifu to devise a solution. Here, we need an elevator. This, a staircase. This, a lift. Despite Zhou Li's explanations, Zhou Lin found himself increasingly bewildered. If it were possible, he would gladly delegate all subsequent tasks to Zhou Li. Yet, he mused, that would likely be deemed as child abuse. Perhaps a brief respite was in order. After acquiring a preliminary understanding of the blueprints, Zhou Lin resolved to take a couple of days off, for the planting process would inevitably take months, rendering a 2-day delay inconsequential. Jolie remained silent, silently placing her phone screen before Zhou Lin. To be frank, he had not touched his phone in recent times. It seemed futile. In a situation where transportation was nearly non-existent, what value was there in knowing about the outside world? It was far more prudent to focus on the immediate surroundings, minimizing risks and stress. What does this mean? The screen displayed a message: daylight has begun to break across the globe. The ash from the volcanic eruption in the island nation has nearly settled. What was Jolie implying? Did she believe the world was progressing positively? This was troublesome. Jolie pointed to the sky, indicating the climate, visibly irked. Zhou Lin inquired how she arrived at this conclusion, but was met only with her exasperated glare. I was merely asking what was wrong. Zhou Lin felt frustrated, yet Jolie paid him no mind and departed. After all, her responsibility lay solely in the design. She could not assist further. Zhou Lin had initially intended to scrutinize the design for faults to undermine Jolie's confidence, but after nearly half an hour of examination, he conceded defeat. One should never challenge their understanding beyond its limits, lest they be met with humiliation. What did you just say, dear? Wu Shui, freshly returned, caught the tail end of Zhou Lin's remark. Who slapped your face? I meant. Zhou Lin began to clarify, only for Wu Shui to casually shift the topic to her recent developments at the hospital, pertaining to evolution. Scientific research is seldom instantaneous, in Wu Shui's view. It represented a phase of progress. However, the barrage of technical data that flowed from her lips was akin to a second blow to Zhou Lin's already beleaguered spirit. Was he truly that foolish? Staring at the ceiling, he wore a blank expression. He now harbored concerns. It was said that a boy's intelligence typically derived from his mother. Yet he yearned for a little prank. Chapter 140. The notion of the apocalypse is a fallacy as temperatures continue to rise. More and more regions are experiencing extreme conditions characterized by scorching daytime heat followed by torrential rain at night. The weather knowledge accumulated over thousands of years by humanity has become obsolete, with all prior experiences now rendered laughable. Take the Qingdao Reservoir. For instance, by 8 in the morning, the temperature soared to 28 degrees Celsius, leaping to 38 just 2 hours later. By 2 in the afternoon, in an unobstructed outdoor environment, the air temperature reached 43 degrees, while the surface temperature of dark objects could attain 75 degrees. To illustrate, placing a black nonstick pan under the sun for mere minutes would suffice to scramble eggs. This is not a gentle frying but a rapid stir-fry. Such extreme temperatures were once a rarity across the globe before the apocalypse, yet they have now become commonplace. On the deck's elevated platform, Chun Feng and others were diligently following blueprints for foundational planning. Enclosing the planting areas with carbonized wood, they intended to lay down a series of modern agricultural facilities, including root barrier layers, water retention layers, and water deflection boards. All materials exposed to sunlight were to be carbonized wood, a renewable resource in the post-apocalyptic era. Known for its superior resistance to decay, UV radiation, and high temperatures compared to many seemingly better materials. In recent days, Zhou Lin's life has revolved around a cycle of eating and sleeping, punctuated by exercise upon waking. He has completely abandoned his aspirations of becoming a muscular figure. After all, without sufficient energy reserves in his body, he might falter when truly needed, which would be dire. Moreover, in this apocalypse, does a man truly need to rely on his appearance to win over women? Dowries? Flattery? As long as one possesses strength, changing partners daily becomes effortless. And those women would be more than content. Surprisingly, after several days of recuperation, his evolution level has noticeably increased. Symbiosis, intermediate 99, 88, 10,000, currently symbiotic vehicles. Rueli, large watercraft. Luxiafeng, medium ground vehicle, available symbiotic vehicle slots, 0 storage space. 1-2 strength symbiosis, 7, 8 minutes 24 hours evolution level I, 7, 8. 78, 13, 10,000. The intensity of his recent workouts has indeed led to a significant rise in his evolution level. However, the higher the evolution level, the slower the progress. In contrast, the experience points for his abilities are on the verge of leveling up, despite his 2 lifetimes of experience. Zhou Lin felt a sense of restlessness upon waking that morning. He grappled with the decision to either continue his routine or intensify his training. Ultimately, after contemplating the date, he resolved to take his time. During his leisure hours, Zhou Lin would often seek out Qin Feng and Zhao Xiaogang after dinner to engage in friendly sparring. Both were evolved beings, albeit with slightly different evolutionary paths. Qin Feng's trajectory closely mirrored Zhou Lin's, though he clearly lagged in speed. However, he was notably resilient, able to endure punches for several minutes. In contrast, Zhao Xiaogang appeared less durable, often mocked by Qin Feng for being the type who could be brought to tears by a single blow. Yet, Zhou Lin refrained from revealing this to either of them, understanding that Zhao Xiaogang's evolutionary path was simply different. In a scenario involving a formidable enemy, Qin Feng might charge in recklessly, willing to sacrifice himself, while Zhao Xiaogang would likely find himself overwhelmed shortly after the battle commenced, left gasping for breath. However, just when the adversaries celebrated their apparent victory due to Zhao Xiaogang's invisibility, he might unexpectedly rise and strike. Each has their strengths and weaknesses. Zhou Lin believed that as the leader of this space, he must possess foresight and not overlook Zhao Xiaogang's potential simply because Qin Feng appeared more useful at present. After all, nurturing one more individual would hardly waste any resources, and Zhao Xiaogang was far from being a burden. If one were to meticulously count every grain of food, would Huang Minjing's mother not deserve to be cast out to feed the fish? Even if Zhou Lin and Zhou Li could accept such a fate, could Qing Yali truly do so? Though she might support Zhou Lin's decisions, it would undoubtedly weigh heavily on her heart. Zhou Lin perceived Qing Yali as embodying the traditional farmer mentality of Xia country. She could be cold to outsiders, but could not bear to be cruel to those already close to her. Upon reflection, it seemed reasonable, all their efforts, aside from seeking vengeance, were fundamentally to ensure their family's survival in this harsh world, striving for a decent life. With such capability, they could not confine their parents like canaries in cages or isolate them in sterile glass houses. Surely, a life lived that way would be more torturous than death itself. Let them remain. After all, it was merely a matter of sustenance for their parents' morale. If a crisis were to arise, Zhou Lin wouldn't overly value the lives of these individuals, treating them as cherished pets nurtured in better times, and when conditions permit, they would be cared for again. Having endured a decade of apocalypse, one's disposition naturally becomes more frigid, the blood runs cold, and only family can evoke a glimmer of warmth within Zhou Lin's heart. Paradoxically, it is not solely the apocalypse that breeds such emotional detachment. Crises compel individuals to forsake thoughts of tomorrow in favor of mere survival today. Poverty can compel people to sever familial ties. How many have turned against each other over a mere handful of silver? Not to mention those who disregard everything for profit. Reflecting on the scandals that surfaced before the apocalypse, while a scant few continued to harbor hope for tomorrow, the majority had long since grown indifferent. The facade of prosperity and celebration remains, yet it is not only the chilling viruses and monstrous zombies that signify an apocalypse. Perhaps it has already begun. With the aware choosing silence, the perceptive opting for discretion, and the observant simply turning a blind eye. As for the remaining individuals, they are not so different from Zhou Lin before his rebirth, striving for love in a world where merely surviving is an arduous endeavor. Little do they realize that in the hearts of others, they barely register as decent individuals. After all, AI Bing, having had her fill of play, would never choose to marry Zhou Lin, and he would never hear the words "I'm sorry." The only difference may lie in the manner of their demise. August 15th. The Mid-Autumn Festival. Every festive occasion amplifies feelings of longing for family. For Zhou Lin, the greatest joy of his rebirth is the ability to live alongside his parents. Living with his parents is the ultimate happiness. I want to eat mooncakes, Zhou Li suddenly proclaimed at the dinner table. Have you overcome your stutter? Zhou Lin inquired. With your intelligence, it's challenging for me to explain. Let me put it this way. If one does not frequently challenge oneself to change, today becomes merely a repetition of yesterday, rendering such a life utterly meaningless. Lily, what books have you been reading lately? Zhou Kaijun furrowed his brow and asked. Philosophy. Issues that science cannot resolve can often be found in philosophy. There seems to be a preponderance of books on suicide, Wu Shui whispered to Zhou Lin. My sister wouldn't. Those who contemplate suicide typically lack the intellect. I'm different. Enough of this, Zhou Kaijun directed at Qing Yali. This child will be rendered useless if not corrected. Do you know what I am about to say? Cheng Yali's voice boomed, stirring the dinner table as if a tempest had erupted, causing bowls and dishes to tremble. Is this where your abilities come into play? Zhou Lin mused. He suspected that without utilizing his skills, he would no longer stand a chance against Cheng Yali. He was curious about his mother's current evolutionary level. She had always been the diligent bee of the family, and after evolving, if she happened to witness a task and had the time, she would invariably lend a hand. The cumulative effect of her involvement was likely more beneficial than mere exercise. Cheng Yali, in a fit of rage, was a fearsome sight, akin to a ferocious beast ready to devour. With a cold snort, she nearly overturned the dinner table, declaring, "Mark my words. If you dare to indulge in those nonsensical materials again, I shall gouge out your eyes." Do not mention Zhou Li. Even Wu Shui, seated beside her, is discreetly swallowing her saliva. How terrifying. Is this what one would call a woman of steel? What are you staring at? Zhou Lin inquired with a furrowed brow. Chapter 141. Ability Upgrade. Strange Fish. Wu Shui originally intended to inquire whether Zhou Lin might one day resemble Cheng Yali. However, upon reflection, she realized that such a question could lead to a reprimand, prompting her to quickly lower her head and exchange a glance with Zhou Li, who was also looking down. Indeed, they were two unfortunate souls. Child, the days have been growing increasingly hot. Will the earth truly explode if this continues? Cheng Yali questioned. The earth will not explode. But other matters remain uncertain. Zhou Lin's words seemed prophetic, for that very evening, Zhou Li stumbled upon a related post on the Doomsday Human Alliance forum. Unbelievably, there is a gas canister near my home that exploded this afternoon. Can you believe it? An explosion from a gas canister? That's nothing. The septic tank of the building next door exploded and half the building collapsed, claiming over 20 lives. All exploded? I witnessed an electric bike explode today. An electric bike? Where can one charge it? Using solar power, of course. It would be a dreadful waste not to harness such abundant sunlight. Speaking of solar power, I wish to purchase a solar power generation system. Who can sell me one? I'm willing to pay a premium. I'm interested as well. And I will pay 10% more than the one above. The building, which had begun to lean, caught Cheng Yali's attention, prompting her to ask Zhou Lin whether they should install one at home. Solar power generation? Zhou Lin shook his head, questioning its necessity. The Lifu reactor has always operated at low power, which seems wasteful. Given the current consumption rate, 50 years is far from the limit. And with the advantages brought by Symbiosis, Zhou Lin was able to gain comprehensive insights into the Lifu's various systems, minimizing the risk of potential disasters. Is solar power generation truly so desirable now? Unfortunately, due to Lifu's self-sufficient nuclear reactor, Zhou Lin did not prepare to collect additional solar power devices, particularly silicon crystal panels, which are virtually worthless in Jiazhou. Just 50 kilometers outside Jiazhou lies a place dubbed the Silicon Valley of the world, where it was reported that a factory paid 60 billion in taxes last year, reflecting its production and sales prowess. Had it not been for the industry upgrade a few years prior, those factories would have still been producing lower-grade polycrystalline silicon or monocrystalline silicon materials. It was only about 3 years ago that they began directly manufacturing end products, including solar panels. Despite the extreme heat that followed the last generation's climate anomalies, sunlight remained abundant. Although solar power generation is influenced by sunlight intensity and duration, using polycrystalline panels could still yield some electricity throughout the day, sufficient for basic lighting, operating a fan, or even simple cooking. As ability users began establishing personal survival bases, solar and wind energy generation equipment became exceedingly coveted. In the post-apocalyptic world, silicon crystal panels are considered a non-renewable resource. While generators can be crafted by hand, manufacturing silicon panels by hand is merely a fanciful thought. Should I consider stockpiling some? Even if I cannot utilize them myself, trading or using them as favors in the future would be quite advantageous. Moreover, with the factory merely 30 kilometers away, it is akin to having the bank vault wide open while one sits at the entrance deliberating whether to enter. Only a fool would hesitate. However, it is not yet time to go. Zhou Lin planned to upgrade his abilities first. If all went well, Reaching a higher level would allow him to symbiosis, another mode of transport, at the very least providing additional storage space, thus preventing the need to haul too much at once. For now, Zhou Lin would not easily put away the Laifu. His body could not withstand it. And the number of individuals and animals reliant on the Laifu was steadily increasing, complicating relocation. Moreover, if they were not relocated and suffocated in the storage space, it would be a tragic loss. I have packed these, Zhou Lin stated as he placed all the food from the table into a container before departing. To expedite his skill upgrade, the simplest method was to repeatedly summon and retract the Luxia Fang. While it appeared deceptively easy, the energy expenditure was substantial. Though not comparable to the Laifu, each summoning and retraction required Zhou Lin to replenish a significant amount of food, necessitating a brief rest for the food to convert into energy within his body. It remains true that abilities and evolution are interdependent. Without a robust body and digestive capacity to swiftly convert food into energy, aspiring to upgrade one's abilities would be akin to chasing a dream. Moreover, Zhou Lin felt that his ability was rather unique. In his past life, he had never heard of ability users upgrading with ease. It was said that some users might not level up for several years. Selecting a secluded spot free from interruptions, Zhou Lin commenced his training. The method was simple, yet the process was quite arduous. Eating when hungry is undoubtedly a pleasure, but when the food is monotonous and requires repetitive consumption, the experience is truly one that can only be understood through experience. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Each time he summoned and retracted the Luxia Fang, he could gain 2 points of ability experience, yet this cycle demanded nearly 4 hours of Zhou Lin's time to replenish the expended energy. This process was mentally taxing, leaving him feeling dazed and sleepy after just 2 cycles. After nearly a full day, approximately 24 hours later, a thoroughly exhausted Zhou Lin finally arrived at the moment of his ability upgrade. Without time to examine the changes brought by the Symbiosis upgrade, Zhou Lin's mind drifted into slumber as he relaxed. Had he not informed her in advance, Qingyali would likely have been furious. 8 hours later, Zhou Lin slowly opened his eyes and yawned. His mind was still somewhat foggy, and after a brief moment of bewilderment, he suddenly jolted awake, recalling what he needed to do. Good heavens, how incredible! Upon witnessing the transformation following the upgrade to Advanced in Symbiosis, Zhou Lin nearly leaped 3 feet into the air though. Given his current evolutionary level, that height may indeed be considered an insult. Child, where are you? Qingyali's booming voice nearly overwhelmed the intercom, threatening to burst it with its intensity. I am calling out. Zhou Lin, you must hurry here. They caught a fish today? Catching fish? Who on earth has the time for that? Is the food in the freezer running low? Or is the workload insufficient? Yet, Qingyali's excitement did not seem unwarranted. After all, it was hardly newsworthy that the Qingdao reservoir contained fish. The absence of fish would be the true headline. Child, come quickly and see. This fish is simply extraordinary. Extraordinary? What could be so peculiar about a fish? At that moment, on the Laifu's elevated flight deck, a group of individuals huddled together under the scorching sun. Chen Feng, Sun Qinghao, and the Chun brothers, who were already working in the elevated area, were joined by Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali, with even Wu Shui in attendance. All eyes were fixated on the lively creature before them, or rather, the creature that had just been lively but now appeared somewhat lethargic. I think it resembles a mudfish, Zhou Kaijun remarked after a long observation. Does your mudfish have scales? Cheng Yali shot her husband a disapproving glance, admonishing him not to speak out of turn. Let my son handle this. Just then, Zhou Lin arrived. What is it that requires my attention? Support me, as is the inherent and inescapable duty of every son. Chapter 142. The astonishing surprise of upgrading abilities. Is this truly a fish? Zhou Lin gazed at the peculiar creature encircled by the crowd, approximately 60 centimeters in length. Its form deviated from the typical flattened shape of fish, resembling the cylindrical body of a mullet, yet it possessed 4 additional limbs. Its body was adorned with shimmering silver scales, and its tail bore a closer resemblance to that of a snake or lizard. The head, albeit somewhat reminiscent of a mullet, revealed teeth akin to those of a dog. Woof! At some point, the exuberant black dog had trotted over, barking at Zhou Lin as if to protest the insult to its kind. This Must be some sort of mutated fish, judging by its teeth. It likely wouldn't be amiable. Who caught this? I did. Qinfeng shyly raised his hand, clutching a rudimentary fishing rod. It was more accurate to call it a fishing pole rather than a rod. A steel bar the thickness of a pinky finger hardly constituted a fishing rod. The fishing line was made of a film line, 0.8 millimeters in diameter, robust enough to effortlessly haul up an adult male. Such a bizarre fish could only be matched by this kind of fishing pole and line. As for what bait Qinfeng had used, Zhou Lin felt no need to inquire. Shui, take it back for research. It seems to have undergone a genetic mutation. For safety's sake, it's best not to consume wild animals unless absolutely necessary, Zhou Lin cautioned, providing a word of warning to everyone. In his past life, he had encountered various mutated creatures. Yet they were rare in the realm he inhabited. On one hand, they lacked survival skills in the wild. Once they left their sanctuary or base, they would likely perish within days. On the other hand, the mutated beings with abilities beneficial to humans were never found in the hands of individuals at his level, and opportunities to even glimpse them were exceedingly rare. The mutated creatures he typically encountered were often of little utility and possessed minimal combat prowess, like three-headed rabbits or eight-eyed dogs. He hoped that Black Dog would not evolve into something similar. Even if harmless, such appearances could be quite disconcerting. Wu Shui carefully placed the fish into a sterile bag, with Qinfeng and Zhao Xiaogang assisting in its transport. The reason for needing two people was primarily due to the concern that the creature might not be truly deceased. One could never be too cautious, as it might resort to trickery. A mere escape would be trivial, but a bite could lead to complications. After addressing the matter of the strange fish, Zhou Lin engaged in conversation with his mother, primarily to ascertain the current state of her abilities and level of evolution. Despite Wu Shui's boldness, she would not dare to poke a needle into Chang Yali's arm. Mom, you need to keep exercising. I suspect that after some time I may no longer be your match, at least not in terms of strength. As expected, evolution varies from person to person. Individuals like Cheng Yali seem to have been blessed by fate in terms of physical prowess. Zhou Lin could not fathom why he and Zhou Li had inherited none of that. Alas, let us focus on the upgraded abilities. Symbiosis, Advanced 100,000, currently symbiotic vehicles. Laifu, large watercraft. Luxiaofeng, medium ground vehicle. Available symbiotic vehicles. 2 storage space. 3-4 subskill 1, strength symbiosis. 7. 8 minutes 24 hours. Subskill 2, space utilization. Subskill 3, technical derivation. Evolution level 1. 7. 8. 7,813 10,000. Indeed. Ascending from intermediate to advanced not only directly added 2 symbiotic vehicles, but also generously provided 2 subskills. The subskill, space utilization, implies that once the symbiotic vehicle is released, its storage space can be directly utilized for storage, with time flow locked, and it cannot accommodate living beings. Moreover, while the storage space is in use, the symbiotic vehicle cannot be retracted. Lastly, utilizing this skill does not augment the experience points of the symbiosis ability. Despite its various limitations, the ability to utilize the vacant storage space is indeed extraordinary. For instance, once Laifu is released, its vast storage space can be employed for holding items, with time flow locked. If one were to compare it to spatial abilities, the distinctions would lie in size and the fact that once items are placed inside, the Laifu cannot be reintroduced. This singular skill, along with the 2 symbiotic vehicles, was enough to elate Zhou Lin, but the third subskill was even more explosive. Technical derivation. While its name may sound vague, it essentially serves as a shortcut for upgrading the symbiotic vehicle. In simpler terms, Zhou Lin can modify this symbiotic vehicle within the storage space with mere thought, making it remarkably convenient. However, his modifications are constrained by his understanding of the symbiotic vehicle and his academic knowledge. For example, if Zhou Lin wished to alter the appearance of Luxiaofeng to resemble a boat, that would be a minor task. However, transforming it into a genuine vessel capable of high-speed navigation would present significant challenges, from the power system to hydrodynamics, down to every component. Zhou Lin must possess a correct conceptualization, otherwise, modifications cannot be executed. In essence, The Symbiosis ability acts merely as a laborer and equipment during the transformation of this symbiotic vehicle, unable to substitute for a designer. Nevertheless, the emergence of the technical derivation skill, in a sense, aids Zhou Lin in achieving his desired direction for the modification of the symbiotic vehicle. After selecting technical derivation, Zhou Lin must first identify the symbiotic vehicle he wishes to modify and then propose the direction for the derivation. Similar to modifications, technical derivation must adhere to the laws of the real world. First, the derivation cannot be instantaneous. Upon determining the direction, a progress bar will appear, continuously consuming Zhou Lin's physical and mental energy to complete the derivation. Furthermore, if Zhou Lin can provide relevant technical materials or enhance his physical and mental investment, the progress bar's completion will accelerate, with the speed of acceleration dependent on the effectiveness of the technical materials and the degree of physical and mental investment. Once the progress bar reaches 100, it signifies the completion of this derivation, and all technical information will be directly reflected in Zhou Lin's mind, akin to him having personally designed and participated in the entire design process, allowing him to immediately modify the symbiotic vehicle. Lastly, it is user-friendly that technical derivation can simultaneously retain 4 derivation progress bars, but only one can advance at a time. Switching between derivation progress bars will not result in any loss. The progress bar will be locked. Each symbiotic vehicle can only have one derivation progress bar. Since Zhou Lin has yet to determine the object and direction for use, there is currently no information following technical derivation. Once the derivation commences, it cannot be retracted until completion, so Zhou Lin felt it necessary to proceed with caution, lest he find himself regretting the decision. It would be prudent to first ascertain the 2 symbiotic vehicles, what should be chosen for symbiosis. The decision regarding the technical derivation is significant, as once selected, it cannot be altered or retracted. Chapter 143. Nuclear submarines may not be the best option if Zhou Lin does not leave the Laifu in the near future. The options for symbiotic transportation are rather limited. To say they are limited might be somewhat pretentious, strictly speaking, aside from direct spacefaring vehicles. Nearly all modes of human transportation are already present on Laifu. From land to sea, air to undersea, the latter might indeed be a promising direction, albeit merely a direction. Zhou Lin found himself dissatisfied with the small submersibles aboard Laifu, as they did not align with the traditional aesthetic sensibilities of the Xi'an nation. Indeed, length and grandeur were essential for comfort. When discussing underwater transportation, those with even a modicum of military knowledge would likely think of the great behemoths from the Bear Nation, which boast a displacement of 20 to 30,000 tons and, like Laifu, are powered by nuclear energy. If acquiring Laifu was Zhou Lin's stroke of luck, he now felt he had the capability to procure such a vessel as a symbiotic transportation tool when the right opportunity arose. However, he soon reconsidered this option, realizing it may not be prudent. In the years following the apocalypse, as he knew, with the emergence of superhumans, mutated creatures began to proliferate, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to leave their survival bases or shelters. The reliance on superhumans and evolved beings escalated. It was evident that the oceans were teeming with mutated creatures. Rumors of such beings were frequent, though he had yet to witness them firsthand. It was said that due to their size, these oceanic mutations could be even more terrifying than those on land. Zhou Lin could not ascertain whether the imposing vessel he favored, measuring 184 meters and capable of reaching Laifu and Apos' underwater speed, would withstand the mutated creatures that might emerge in the future. If it could not, would he not be crafting a coffin for himself? Moreover, acquiring such a vessel was currently out of reach. This thought had to be shelved for the time being, while the symbiotic position could be retained for future developments. Thus, only one symbiotic position remained. Fortunately, this upgrade introduced the auxiliary skill of spatial utilization. Otherwise, Zhou Lin would have sought a trip to the coast to find the largest vessel available. In his mind, he had a suitable candidate, a bulk carrier manufactured by the Xi'an nation. While it may not excel in sheer size or deck area compared to other ships, its below-deck space of nearly 700,000 cubic meters was formidable. Moreover, since bulk carriers are designed for transporting minerals, their structural integrity surpasses that of standard oil tankers. Additionally, minerals cannot come into contact with seawater and the high humidity and salinity of the ocean air, resulting in a more sealed space below deck compared to container ships. For those pursuing storage capacity, leveraging the spatial utilization skill, the bulk carrier would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. Of course, there was also the option of aerial transportation, such as a helicopter or fighter jet. Commercial aircraft were out of consideration. Even a small business jet would struggle to find a safe landing strip in the apocalypse. Among the aircraft available on Laifu were the F-35C, the Osprey transport aircraft, and the MH-60RS helicopter. Each of these aircraft has its own advantages and disadvantages. The F-35C is the fastest and highest flying, while the Osprey likely boasts the greatest range. However, in terms of overall performance, it is the least conspicuous MH-60 that stands out. Though its design might appear antiquated, its service aboard Laifu attests to its superior capabilities. Few may be aware that the United States exports the MH-60 helicopter to allied nations at a staggering price exceeding $100 million. In comparison, the price of Japan's procurement of the F-35 from the United States might not even surpass that of the MH-60, illustrating the latter's significant value. Yet, after much contemplation, Zhou Lin still regarded these aircraft as symbiotic transportation tools, primarily due to their cost-effectiveness and relatively low frequency of use, which diminishes their significance in a symbiotic context. It would be wiser to prioritize further research with Lily on the direction of Laifu's technological evolution. Upgrading the aircraft carrier? What about that aerospace aircraft carrier from the movie? Lily expressed keen interest in this topic, her manner of speaking shifting, and her eyes sparkling with excitement. Although she was unaware of Zhou Lin's specific abilities, she presumed he possessed such capabilities since he had brought it up. An aerospace aircraft carrier? Zhou Lin could not help but swallow hard. The aircraft carrier from the Alliance of the Sorrowful Women was indeed impressive, yet the thought that it ascended into the sky using electric fans left him feeling quite unsettled. While a nuclear reactor would eliminate concerns about power outages, was the output truly sufficient? Moreover, with 4 electric fans lifting a vessel weighing over 10,000 tons. As a product of 9 years of compulsory education, Zhou Lin could easily calculate the immense burden placed upon those fan blades. One cannot have both fish and bear and oppose, as paw. To generate sufficient thrust, assuming the rotor blade shapes remain constant, it boils down to rotor diameter and rotation speed. A larger rotor diameter and higher rotation speed yield greater thrust. However, to ensure strength, enhancing these two factors inevitably imposes greater demands on rotor durability. Currently, it seems unlikely that suitable materials to achieve the performance of the aerospace aircraft carrier from the Alliance of the Sorrowful Women could be found on Earth. In truth, there are options. Jolie tapped her pen against the table, suggesting carbon fiber materials, though she was uncertain where to procure them. Additionally, there exists a new titanium alloy in Europe with exceptional performance, though its formula remains a closely guarded secret. Perhaps Jolie's eyes brightened. You could ask your sister-in-law. Wu Shui, isn't she involved in medicine? What does that have to do with this? Her parents are in Europe, aren't they? Do you think, in this situation, those research institutions can maintain strict confidentiality? Jolie made a valid point. Many research facilities likely had to merge to continue their work, making it common for multiple institutions to collaborate in one location. If the research facility where Wu Shui's parents worked happened to suddenly, an idea flashed through Zhou Lin's mind. It need not solely pertain to titanium alloy formula data. Any advanced technological documentation could be valuable, regardless of whether he could utilize it presently. It could be prudent to stockpile such information for potential future use. Furthermore, the technological evolution skill does not require complete data once a direction is established. Research materials merely serve to enhance the process. More relevant information is always beneficial. With this thought, Zhou Lin resolved to discuss the matter with Wu Shui to ascertain its feasibility. However, he had been unable to contact them for some time. The moment he mentioned her parents, concern clouded Wu Shui's face, filling Zhou Lin with guilt. He gently pulled her into an embrace, whispering, "Rest assured, they will be safe." Wu Shui responded with a soft acknowledgement, though an unsettling premonition lingered in her heart. Chapter 144. The death toll of the Divine Bull Nation reaches 700 million. The harsh winter night was drawing to a close. However, the suffering humanity, having endured 2 arduous months, did not find themselves greeted by a true dawn. The highest recorded temperature fluctuation was observed in the southwestern region of the Divine Bull Nation. During the winter night, the average temperature in the Divine Bull Nation plummeted to a chilling -33 degrees Celsius. Yet, merely a week after the winter night concluded, the daytime temperature soared to a staggering 45 degrees. While this temperature was not the highest in the nation's history, it was a stark contrast to the -30 degrees that prevailed just a week prior. The melting snow led to the inundation of numerous rivers within the Divine Bull Nation, causing urban flooding and devastating the populace. The extreme temperature variations incapacitated countless Divine Bull citizens, and the dire lack of medical resources resulted in many succumbing to illness and suffering. In other civilized nations, even in the direst of circumstances, the deceased would receive a proper burial or cremation. However, the tradition of the Divine Bull Nation dictated that the departed be returned to their mother river. Each day, over 100,000 corpses were cast into the mother river of the Divine Bull Nation. Although the river had swelled several times its size, it was unable to accommodate such a horrific number, resulting in countless bodies floating upon the surface, often obscuring entire sections of the river. These ceaseless layers of bodies not only attracted swarms of flies, resembling dark clouds, but also drew various birds, some feeding on carrion, others preying on insects, and yet others hunting fellow birds. Beneath this grim tableau, schools of fish gathered in droves. Despite this, the number of floating corpses showed no signs of abating. Due to the peculiar habits of the Divine Bull people, even in close proximity to heaps of corpses, they continued to bathe and drink from the river daily. Soon, retribution arrived. The decomposing bodies, the insects and birds that thrived upon them, and the excrement, all brewed various superpathogens in the oppressive heat and humidity. These pathogens infiltrated the river water, coming into contact with humans, and rapidly mutated, spawning dozens of variants with differing lethality, which began to spread among the populace of the Divine B. Chapter 145. Planning the 3-layer defense perimeter, Zhou Lin initially believed that the Qiandao Reservoir would remain sufficiently concealed and unlikely to attract attention in the short term. However, reality proved him to be overly naive. Brother, isn't it obvious? What else in the Qiandao Reservoir besides water? Fish, what are fish? Food, brother. Even Sun Qinghao understands this, yet you seem oblivious. Sun Qinghao interjected, what do you mean? What am I to you? Zhou Lin cast a sidelong glance at Sun Qinghao, contemplating how far they were from potential discovery. It was likely that they would not be approached within a day or two, but in the future, the situation could change. With more fishermen around, the area would inevitably become crowded, leading to a gradual spread of discovery. Sooner or later, they would find this place. A plan needed to be devised. Zhou Lin was determined to keep the Laifu ship hidden. The location he had chosen was indeed optimal. The ship was nearly perfectly nestled between 2 small islands. Once the vegetation began to flourish, the foliage on the islands would seamlessly blend with the plants on the ship's deck, making it exceedingly difficult for even satellites overhead to discern the contours of the Laifu ship. However, deceiving the human eye was a daunting task, except for well-trained snipers. Seemingly sensing Zhou Lin's inner turmoil, Zhou Li sighed and shook her head in despair. Even if the Laifu was discovered, so what? Would the garrison in Jiazhou dare to seize it? Or would the higher-ups obliterate it with a nuclear bomb? Neither scenario is plausible. There would certainly be trouble, but nothing life-threatening. Zhou Lin doubted that Zhou Li could overlook the thoughts he had entertained. Her melodramatic demeanor suggested she harbored other intentions. Just say it. What do you really want to do? Brother, have you ever heard the phrase harsh laws in chaotic times? What does that mean? Zhou Li, exasperated, shook her head. Didn't you say the Qiandao Reservoir could remain hidden for a long time? Zhou Lin nodded. Well, that's no longer the case. Zhou Li spread her hands and spoke with exaggerated gravity. We need to establish our territory. And how do we do that? Zhou Lin was not opposed to the idea, but found the execution somewhat cumbersome. We have sufficient electric power, the capability to establish localized communication, ample equipment, and various weapons. So we can proceed this way. On the tablet Zhou Li presented, Zhou Lin was met with a series of designs that felt utterly futuristic, not due to the equipment depicted, but rather the concept itself. Centered around the Laifu ship, the plan involved using fixed buoys equipped with cameras and infrared barriers on the water's surface, while the land perimeter would utilize dead trees or electric posts, similarly integrating cameras and infrared barriers to form a protective barrier. Remarkably, this barrier would consist of 3 layers. The outermost layer would extend approximately 2 kilometers from the Laifu ship. The second layer would be 1 kilometer, and the innermost layer would span 300 to 500 meters. According to Zhou Lin's vision, the first layer would primarily issue verbal and auditory warnings, directly confronting intruders with voice alerts. The second layer would focus on patrolling personnel, utilizing speedboats and jet skis to swiftly deploy personnel near any detected intruders, with the directive to eliminate them on site. Indeed, Zhou Lin's drawings explicitly stated the intent to eliminate without question, explanation, or mercy. The third layer would directly employ the Laifu ship's close-range weaponry. Should an adversary ignore the initial warnings and breach the patrols, it would indicate they possessed considerable strength, warranting the use of more valuable weaponry reserves. Coastal artillery, rockets, and handheld weapons would be called into action, regardless of whether a warship approached the Qiandao reservoir. Even if one did, it would not be allowed to close within 300 meters. Considering the Laifu ship was not without its missiles, did you come up with all this? Zhou Lin realized he had spoken something rather superfluous, earning a roll of the eyes from Zhou Lin. Upon further reflection, Zhou Lin's plan appeared to pose little difficulty in execution, albeit the first and second layers of defense might only be effective against a handful of intruders. Did you not notice that the first layer's position is not visible from here? Zhou Lin regarded Zhou Lin with a look of incredulity. If you can see the first layer, it means they can see us too. Are you foolish? Moreover, the current situation posed a shortage of personnel. Once they had sufficient manpower, they could extend the perimeter beyond 3 kilometers. You certainly have thought this through. A 2-kilometer radius translates to an approximate 6-kilometer defensive perimeter. Assuming we place a camera and infrared barrier every 200 meters, that would amount to over 30 sets. The second layer would require around 15 to 16 sets. We have an abundance of cameras and infrared barriers, but have you considered how to power them? Zhou Lin engaged Zhou Lin in discussion, asserting that relying on batteries would be impractical, as charging would be a cumbersome endeavor. I have designed 2 or 3 power supply options, so you needn't worry. Zhou Lin interjected. The first involves running an underwater cable, the most economical wiring method requiring only about 13 kilometers of cable. Don't you have that? Of course. This method is susceptible to cable damage, which could disable the defense perimeter. Therefore, the second option is to install independent solar power systems and battery storage for each device, using both systems in tandem, ensuring a robust solution. Solar power, along with battery storage and direct supply. How astutely comprehensive of you, Zhou Lin mused. With their conversation reaching this juncture, he found little reason to refuse her proposal. What remained was to inventory supplies and commence assembly. Half a day later, Zhou Lin identified the most significant issue lay with the solar power equipment. It was that he hadn't prepared, rather. The Laifu ship's nuclear power had lulled him into complacency, leading him to feel there was no need to fret about electricity during supply preparations. Now the question arose, should they visit the Silicon Valley of Xia country? Not long ago, Zhou Kaijun had raised this issue. But Zhou Lin had forgotten amidst other pressing matters. It seemed prudent now. That vast silicon crystal group produced far more than just solar panels. They manufactured nearly all types of silicon materials, which could hold strategic significance in the future, such as silicon wafers for computer chips. Silicon Valley was not far from the Qiandao reservoir, with a straight-line distance of less than 40 kilometers. However, the current situation there remained uncertain. It was at a lower elevation than Jiazhou City, essentially forming an island situated between 2 major rivers, albeit a rather narrow one. Theoretically, it should have been submerged. Nonetheless, even if the silicon materials were inundated, they would not be rendered entirely useless, especially those used for manufacturing solar panels, which could withstand immersion in water, after all. What would happen when it rains? I'm going now. Without further delay, Zhou Lin resolved to set off immediately, even planning not to take anyone with him. Ultimately, it was Zhou Lin who suggested he at least bring Zhao Xiaogang along for the journey. Chapter 146. The monster in the warehouse, the roar of the SSC engine startled many fishermen at the Qingdao Reservoir. Look over there. What is that? My goodness. An air cushion vehicle. With camouflage paint? Is that from our military? Could there be a military base nearby? Impossible. I fished here often. How could I not know? Who knows? Secret military bases might not be known to you. What if you're a walking 500,000? In the past, the location of the Laifu was not particularly concealed, as even the largest reservoirs eventually get explored. However, recent rainfall and melting snow had dramatically increased the size of the Qingdao Reservoir, pushing the fishermen further from the original shores, let alone the central area where Laifu was stationed. Though it was not his first time aboard the SSC, Zhao Xiaogang still felt a sense of novelty. Brother, can this thing really move? Don't worry. Zhou Lin's gaze was fixed ahead, despite the SSC's robust capabilities. The inflatable skirt was relatively fragile. A puncture could lead to complications, so Zhou Lin had prudently stored a speedboat and 2 jet skis in Laifu's storage space for emergencies. Covering over 30 kilometers, they reached their mapped destination in just over half an hour, even at a reduced speed. Brother, are we in the wrong place? This is the middle of the river, right? Zhao Xiaogang said, gazing at the endless expanse of white water. It should be correct. Do you see those flagpoles? Zhao Xiaogang followed Zhou Lin's finger and responded, Brother, isn't that just aquatic grass? Zhou Lin, unperturbed, maneuvered the SSC closer to the exposed flagpoles. This was a hallmark of Xia country. Any sizable organization or enterprise was expected to erect a few flagpoles. Some places even resembled the United Nations, boasting rows of poles adorned with various flags. However, the flagpoles were now bare, and from a distance, they could easily be mistaken for aquatic plants. Upon nearing them, Zhao Xiaogang felt a tinge of embarrassment. It should be right beneath us. The water's flow was not too swift. After anchoring the SSC, Zhou Lin began donning his diving suit, despite his current physical condition allowing him to remain underwater for 20 to 30 minutes without a breathing apparatus. The unknown conditions below warranted caution. Brother, should I go with you? Just keep an eye on the boat. This was Zhou Lin's rationale for bringing at least one companion, suggesting he had foreseen potential scenarios. Diving into the water, Zhou Lin activated the light on his helmet. The brilliant white beam cut through the murky water, revealing only 5 to 6 meters. Without Zhou Lin's exceptional vision, he might not have even discerned the light's reach. Perpendicular to the line of flagpoles stood the office building of the corporation, likely only 2 stories high due to investment costs and land prices, yet each floor was vast, saving much compared to constructing a skyscraper. To the south lay the factory area, while to the left was the residential area. Naturally, Zhou Lin's destination was the factory. The factory entrance, originally a width of over 10 meters, was blocked by a sliding gate. Zhou Lin effortlessly leapt over the more than a meter-high barrier. The barely legible sign indicated that the warehouse was to the right of the factory entrance, through the parking lot filled with trucks, leading to a series of massive gabled structures. With his keen eyesight, Zhou Lin could only make out vague shapes as he drifted past, finally spotting the first gabled building. Warehouse number 01. At that moment, the aluminum alloy roller door of the warehouse had collapsed, revealing a gaping black hole akin to an abyss. He wondered what lay within and whether it contained what he sought. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Lin checked the gas supply and cautiously approached the entrance, illuminating the interior with his waist-mounted flashlight. Amid the same murky water, he discerned neatly stacked boxes. Some cardboard had ruptured, exposing layers of black material. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be silicon crystal products, though he could not determine if they were wafers or solar panels. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Lin floated to the surface and tugged forcefully on one of the boxes. What the hell? They're just long black rods. Zhou Lin finally realized the contents of the box were far from his expectations. This was a stark reminder that different industries could feel like different worlds. In the pre-apocalyptic era, the raw materials for cutting wafers were quite valuable, and due to various reasons, they were often in short supply globally. It was worth noting that the previous year, this corporation's silicon industry had generated a staggering $60 billion in tax revenue, indicating a lucrative business. He had clearly come to the wrong place. No matter how large Laifu's storage space, Zhou Lin had no intention of stashing what he deemed useless. It was evident that this warehouse was filled with silicon rods, and he decided to search another warehouse. However, just as he turned around, a long shadow flickered at the edge of his flashlight's beam. What was that? A wave of unease washed over Zhou Lin as he hesitated, then quickly swam toward the warehouse entrance. Though his speed was remarkable, even world champions would struggle to match him. The distance of a few meters should have taken mere seconds. Yet, just as he was about to cross the threshold, he suddenly felt a tightness around his right ankle, followed by an immense force pulling his right leg back into the warehouse. Chapter 147. Brutality monstrous. A water ghost. Flee. On Thousand Island Lake. The small fishing boats that had been clustered together, employing seine nets, scattered in all directions like startled hornets. Only one remained spinning in place, its occupants vanished. Typically, such skiffs are manned by 2 or 3 individuals, their collaborative efforts maximizing efficiency in both navigation and net retrieval. Thank heavens I made haste. What in the world was that? It resembled, perhaps, a turtle. Nonsense. Have you ever beheld a turtle with teeth longer than a hound's? Precisely. I distinctly observed horns upon its head, exceedingly long ones. The dispersed skiffs reconvened after bolting 100 meters, their occupants engaging in vociferous exchanges despite the intervening distances. The recent events proving too terrifying to ignore. Among them were frequent anglers and native inhabitants whose ancestral homes lay submerged beneath the lake's surface, none of whom had ever encountered such a creature in Thousand Island Lake. Moments prior, as all labored to haul in the seine net, a colossal wave suddenly erupted. Initially, some attributed it to a large fish dwelling within the lake, as its size and age could allow certain fortunate specimens to attain several meters in length. However, in the wave's wake, a gargantuan head emerged, its jaws clamping down on a fisherman pulling the net. A scream pierced the air as the unfortunate soul was bisected by the monster's razor-sharp teeth, its upper torso dragged into the depths, leaving only the lower half, spurting blood. Upon the skiff, the onlookers were petrified. Before they could react, the grotesque head resurfaced, swiftly seizing the convulsing remains and submerging them as well. The remaining occupant of the ill-fated skiff was paralyzed with dread, his limbs trembling uncontrollably, his trousers soaked with. One would assume that the creature would be sated after devouring a man. Yet, mere seconds later, a head reminiscent of a prehistoric crocodile, albeit adorned with 2 horns, appeared beside the skiff. Emboldened, the monster extended forearms thicker than those of a grown man, gripping the edge of the skiff, causing it to rock violently and ejecting the remaining man into the water. The surrounding witnesses finally stirred, some shouting warnings, others panicking, but none contemplating rescue. A crimson stain soon bloomed on the surface, while the remaining skiffs scattered, racing toward the shore. None could ascertain whether the monster would be satisfied or if it would pursue them to the shore. Only the shore offers sanctuary. As they neared the shoreline, the occupants of the skiffs began to breathe easier, presuming the monster would not follow. That is, until someone inadvertently spotted a snow-white wave cresting on the lake's surface. What? What is that? It seems like nothing good. Paddle faster. Such is the peril of complacency. Had these individuals not paused their efforts as the shore drew near, they would have already reached safety or been within arm's reach of it. As the white wave surged toward the skiffs at an unbelievable velocity, the occupants of the skiff at the forefront were consumed by panic. Faster! Faster! It's too late! It's too late! The man at the stern paddled furiously, tears of regret streaming down his face. He did not wish to die. His wife and children awaited his return. Who would provide for them, protect them, if he perished? He yearned to survive, but his companion appeared resigned, staring blankly at the sky, making no attempt to row. Consequently, the skiff merely spun in place. Old Tang, row, row, damn you. The frantic oarsman glanced back, only to be overcome with despair. The white wave was a mere 5 meters away, and he could clearly discern the 2 horns cleaving through the water. Silicon Valley Warehouse having just activated Strength Symbiosis, Zhou Lin felt a powerful impact reverberate from his back. His skin and muscle were currently endowed with the fortitude of the Lifu-S hull plating, capable of withstanding rocket strikes. The fact that he could still perceive such a forceful blow was astounding. An even more astonishing sight went unseen by Zhou Lin. As the monster's claws raked across his back, sparks erupted at the point of contact. Were it not witnessed firsthand, one might not believe that fire could ignite underwater. Yet, this phenomenon is not entirely unheard of. The mantis shrimp, for instance, generates a flash of light akin to lightning when its high-speed appendages strike its prey. Zhou Lin somersaulted. Unsure of the extent of his augmented strength, he chose not to engage the aquatic monster head-on. Seizing the opportunity, he bent down, grasped the tail ensnaring his ankle, and plunged his dagger into it. Enhanced by his immense strength, neither the monster's metallic scales nor its resilient, rubbery hide could withstand the blade's edge. Though he failed to sever the tail completely, the dagger sank deep into the appendage, causing the monster to instinctively loosen its grip, freeing Zhou Lin's right foot. The injured monster, however, had no intention of relenting. From the darkness, two crimson orbs ignited. No, they were not lights, but the eyes of the monster's massive head. Though Zhou Lin could not discern its exact dimensions, the distance between the eyes suggested a head larger than an ordinary desk. As the monster lunged at Zhou Lin with its cavernous maw, its tongue shot forth like a harpoon, crackling with miniature lightning bolts aimed directly at Zhou Lin's face. Even with strength symbiosis providing protection, Zhou Lin dared not be careless. He dodged the attack, raising his left arm in defense while secretly amassing power in his right. Intending to deliver a devastating blow to the monster and Apo's coconut-sized eye as soon as its head drew near. But then, Zhou Lin felt an excruciating pain in his left arm as a bifurcated tongue pierced through his limb, stopping mere centimeters from his chest. His body, as resilient as an aircraft carrier's steel plating, had been punctured as easily as paper. Had Zhou Lin been overconfident, the consequences would have been dire. The searing pain ignited the bestial rage within Zhou Lin, a primal instinct honed by a decade of survival in the apocalypse. Ignoring the agony, he seized the trailing end of the tongue with his left hand and, with a silent roar, charged toward the monster. As he thrust the dagger forward, the tip of the blade crackled with electricity. Chapter 148, A Blessing in Disguise. Bang. Zhou Lin's dagger plunged heavily into the creature's eyelid, producing a dull thud as viscous blood floated through the murky water. Strangely, the dark red fluid did not disperse. Instead, it descended with the current. If Wu Shui had witnessed this scene, she would undoubtedly have been astonished. Yet, Zhou Lin's heart was filled only with bewilderment and anxiety. The ability of symbiotic intensity was time-limited, and once that time elapsed, he would completely lose the capacity to contend with the monster. With 6 minutes remaining, he faced a stark choice, either to fight the creature desperately or retreat. But could he truly outpace the monster in the water? Zhou Lin had no confidence in that. Or rather, he subconsciously harbored doubts. Once more, he thrust the dagger forward, but this time the creature exhibited a clear understanding of the situation, instinctively retracting its head and maintaining a distance just beyond the dagger's reach. It was, indeed, excessively clever. As the dagger approached, the creature seemed unervingly self-assured, even keeping its eyelids wide open, as if taunting Zhou Lin, challenging him to strike. However, in that moment of the creature's arrogance, Zhou Lin's dagger unexpectedly transformed into a 3-foot-long blade, the exquisitely forged tang knife. In the creature's terrified gaze, the 4-finger-wide knife swiftly penetrated its left eye. Had the creature not suddenly used its forepaw to seize the blade, Zhou Lin was confident he could have driven the entire blade deep into the creature's brain. Alas, he was a moment too late. During the struggle against the creature's forepaw, Zhou Lin realized that even with his 7-fold enhanced attributes, he was still inferior in raw strength. What shocked Zhou Lin even more was that the creature, having suffered a wound to its left eye, bit off the tongue that had been ensnared by Zhou Lin's left arm and then vanished into the darkness with a swift turn. It fled? Zhou Lin stood frozen in place. He never anticipated that the creature would retreat. Wasn't the fight supposed to continue until dawn? Damn it! How clever it was to escape. Seizing the fleeting opportunity while symbiotic intensity still lingered, Zhou Lin hastened towards the direction of the SSC. He dared not delay. His survival was entirely due to the favor of fortune. Had the creature ambushed him even a fraction of a second sooner, he would have surely met a dire fate. Chapter 149, The Surge of Evolutionary Levels. Zhou Lin could hardly fathom the astonishing transformation brought about by the absorption of the grotesque serpent's flesh. Symbiosis, Advanced 100,000, currently symbiotic vehicles. Reifu, large waterborne vehicle. Lu Xiaofeng, medium ground vehicle. Available symbiotic vehicle slots. 2 storage space, 2 4 attached skills, 1 strength symbiosis, 9 minutes 24 hours, 2 space utilization, 3 technological derivation, evolution level 1, 99 10,000. A mere 99 10,000 in evolutionary experience indicates that Zhou Lin is just 1 point shy of entering the next stage. Yet, if his memory serves him right, prior to his return, his evolution level was merely 8, which implies that the serpent's severed tongue had bestowed over 2,000 points of evolutionary experience. Remarkable, it is evident that the serpent is a mutated organism. In his previous life, Zhou Lin had heard tales of certain mutated creatures being immensely beneficial to evolutionaries, though the specifics eluded him. He could not even ascertain whether all evolutionaries could assimilate the flesh of mutated beings as he did. In truth, it was not so. Among the evolutionaries Zhou Lin knew in his past life, even the most reckless would never consider blending the flesh of mutated creatures with their own. For instinct would drive them to separate the two, much like Wu Shui's instinctive reaction earlier, to achieve the effect Zhou Lin just experienced. Aside from the fusion of mutated and human flesh, there is an immensely crucial technical criterion, the duration of their amalgamation. Zhou Lin fortuitously met this vital condition, and coupled with unexpected events that satisfied prerequisite requirements, he was thus rewarded with this delightful surprise. Upon reaching 9,999 10,000 in evolutionary experience, Zhou Lin sensed that it was not merely a matter of experience points lacking, but rather that some condition essential for propelling his body into the next stage had yet to be fulfilled. In simpler terms, he found himself at a bottleneck, awaiting an opportunity to break through. The effects of the elevation in evolutionary levels were manifestly evident. After completely consuming the serpent's tongue, the 2 wounds on Zhou Lin's left forearm began to scab over at an astonishing rate, leaving Wu Shui in utter disbelief, exclaiming that it defied scientific logic. Zhou Lin dismissed her with disinterest. Science? Is this the science of the apocalypse? The science of superpowers? Or perhaps the science of evolution? Since they were already entrenched in such a world, what significance did humanity's fleeting and trivial science hold? The essence of life itself, rather than the meaningful pursuit of living, is what truly matters. Before the apocalypse, many had misconstrued these 2 points, having been indoctrinated by a brainwashing education, stubbornly believing that their actions were for the sake of life, while neglecting the essence of living. Ironically, it was only after the onset of the apocalypse that many realized the paramount importance of life itself. If one's actions do not serve the purpose of living, then what significance do they truly possess? To many, Wu Shui's life appeared nearly flawless, having been the center of attention since childhood. A brilliant student and a campus beauty in her youth. Yet Zhou Lin felt that her moments of genuine happiness were perhaps encapsulated in that incident at the automobile city. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a delicate girl as Wu Shui could effortlessly fire off several boxes of bullets on her first encounter with a firearm, demonstrating remarkable marksmanship. Such a feat could only be achieved through the harmonious blend of interest, passion, and talent. The wound vanished. Wu Shui's eyes were fixed intently on Zhou Lin's left arm, and suddenly she turned to retrieve a long stainless steel needle. Zhou Lin was taken aback at the sight of the gleaming needle. What are you planning to do? Just a little prick. Trust me, it won't hurt. She insisted. Have you lost your mind? That is far too long and thick. You'll surely kill me. I'm still a wounded man, Zhou Lin protested. But Wu Shui was relentless, playfully sweet yet resolutely determined. In a moment of startled protest from Zhou Lin, she concluded this absurdity. The needle's tip bore a small fragment of flesh from near the bone of Zhou Lin's left forearm, and Wu Shui wore a satisfied smile. Zhou Lin's face turned pale. Yet he could not retaliate. What could he do? He could only endure his wife's whims. At most, he would seek to repay her in kind later, or rather, he would exact a vengeance of magnitudes. Upon learning that Zhou Lin had returned to normalcy, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, yet curiosity lingered about the events that transpired. That place, Zhou Lin knew he could not evade the inquiry today, even if others could turn a blind eye. He dared not ignore the penetrating gaze of Cheng Yali, whose eyes were as wide as saucers. Just how enormous was that serpent? Did it possess claws? Zhou Gu, you didn't slay a dragon, did you? If it were truly a dragon, wouldn't his sister-in-law have dealt with Zhou? What are you thinking? Ahem. Let us not dwell on dragons. I find it more reminiscent of the legendary Zhou Lin. Did you manage to count how many toes it had? Zhou Kaijun's question momentarily left Zhou Lin speechless. He ruminated carefully. It seemed to have either 4 or 5. No, father. We are not in a mythological realm. It was merely a monster. So you and your mother. No, wife, please don't strike. I admit my fault. Zhou Lin stammered. Despite Zhou Kaijun and Chang Yali being in their 50s with a son and daughter, their interactions often resembled those of youthful lovers. Filled with playful banter, entirely unperturbed by the presence of onlookers. Some might find it inappropriate. Yet Zhou Lin saw nothing wrong with their display of affection. Why shouldn't love be showcased? Moreover, who has to say that merely showing it qualifies as a display? Even if it were, they weren't putting on a show for anyone else to see. Zhou, we have a monster here too. Chen Feng suddenly interjected. Are you referring to the one you caught? Didn't Shuai take it for research? Any results? Wu Shui shook her head, indicating that there were none as of yet. Chen Feng also shook his head. The second young lady is aware. It is not the one I caught last time. It has consumed several people today. Consumed people? Zhou Lin was left agape, as were the others, astonished at this revelation. It was my instruction not to disclose it. Zhou Li interjected, clearing her throat, for fear you might not take it well. For those brave enough, you may view this footage. Zhou Li produced a tablet and began playing a video. It was evident that the footage was captured by a handheld phone. The camera occasionally swayed, revealing the bow of a speedboat. The wind's roar was deafening, yet it hardly mattered, as all eyes were captivated by the white waves appearing on the water's surface. It was clear that the waves were caused by something moving swiftly beneath the surface, and their direction pointed towards a small boat spinning aimlessly in place. On that small boat, a man, previously struggling to paddle, suddenly abandoned his efforts, gazing skyward, while another stood frozen, seemingly lost in thought. Just as everyone anticipated that the white wave would collide with the small boat, it executed a near 90-degree turn at the last moment, charging towards another small boat not far away. This speed, before anyone could express their astonishment, a massive shadow leaped from the white waves. Chapter 150. The opportunity for evolution's next phase. So, how many people did that monster consume yesterday? This question posed by Zhou Lin remained unanswered. When Chen Feng and his companions arrived on their speedboat, the creature had already vanished, leaving behind a bloodied leg on the small boat it had attacked. At least 2 individuals were captured on video. Following the incident, Chen Feng was reluctant to linger, ignoring the pleas of those on the small boat. And he swiftly turned back. It resembled a mutated alligator turtle, having grown to such a size in just 2 months. Speaking of which, Zhou Lin recalled the enormous serpent from the polysilicon group, which was also quite colossal. How could one assert it had only been 2 months? Zhou Li countered. Wasn't he the apocalypse upon them? Zhou Lin suddenly found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he couldn't definitively claim that the apocalypse had descended 3 days after his rebirth. He could only state that a significant event marking the apocalypse had occurred that day. But who could guarantee that the transformation of animals began at that moment? Lan Ye's ability orb was acquired before the onset of the apocalypse, and as for her claim that it only began to glow after the apocalypse, what if she were merely deceiving them? Additionally, Qingyali's ability orb likely had been stored in a safe long before the apocalypse. If ability orbs could manifest prior to the eruption at Shifushan, why could Zhou Lin assert that animal mutations had to be limited to 2 months? What humanity could ascertain was merely based on observation, but how much of the vast world had been observed by mankind? In relation to the entire universe, it would be scarcely a fraction. The presence of monsters in the Qingdao Reservoir, from a certain perspective, could be considered a fortuitous occurrence. Once this news spread, the number of audacious individuals daring to fish in the reservoir would dwindle significantly, thereby reducing the likelihood of the Laifu boat being discovered. In the ensuing days, Zhou Lin devoted nearly all his energy to the gym, fervently aspiring to elevate his evolutionary level to 2. Though he was uncertain of the benefits that level 2 would bestow upon him, he was certain it would differ from his current state. Each time he thought of the monstrous serpent in the polysilicon group's warehouse, his emotions conflicted, fear intertwined with desire. The flesh and blood of the serpent could replenish a powerful energy for evolvers, significantly accelerating their evolutionary pace. Yet, hunting that serpent proved to be a formidable challenge, for it evidently possessed intelligence. It could assess the strength of its foes, understand ambush tactics, and choose to flee at opportune moments. The crux of the matter lay in the environment. The serpent undoubtedly held an advantage underwater. Even if evolvers could hold their breath for 20 to 30 minutes, they would still be at a disadvantage compared to the serpent. Thus, engaging the serpent in a one-on-one confrontation seemed implausible unless a group of 10 or so evolvers, comparable to Zhou Lin, banded together, which might yield a 70 or 80% chance of success. However, among the evolvers surrounding Zhou Lin, excluding Qingyali, only Chen Feng and Zhao Xiaogang remained. Zhao Xiaogang was a rather peculiar kind of evolver, which made this path evidently unfeasible. It had to be a solitary endeavor. If he could advance to level 2 and achieve a leap in physical prowess, perhaps he could confront the serpent on equal footing. Beyond the serpent's flesh, the solar panels within the polysilicon group's warehouse also drew Zhou Lin back, for electricity remained vital for humanity. In a world where global temperatures soared, many yearned for the comfort of air-conditioned rooms. Even without air conditioning, a simple electric fan would suffice. Yet, the reality was that for the majority, not to mention electric fans, even basic lighting was hard to guarantee. Outside the National Grain Depot in Anping County, Jiazhou, Yi Xinxiao initially intended to split the grain with Zhu Guanghan. However, circumstances dictated otherwise. Wang Pingping, after a brief assessment, concluded that transporting the grain was less prudent than fortifying the depot, transforming it into a secondary military base or sub-base. The older state projects, especially those constructed before the 1980s, were of exceptional quality in design, materials, and construction, often surpassing projects built in the early 21st century. Although the people of that era faced dire living conditions, their spirits were remarkably resilient. From liberation to victories in 2 overseas confrontations with the beautiful nation, the Chinese people gained immense confidence and a strong sense of self-belief. The spirit of battling against the heavens and earth defined that era, where the notion of my fate is dictated by me, not by heaven, resonated with nearly everyone. The distinct spirit and beliefs of that time naturally resulted in a markedly different quality of construction. To speak candidly, the people of that era were willing to sacrifice their blood and lives to fulfill the nation's needs, while in the present, merely avoiding shoddy work had become the benchmark for quality. Take the grain depot, evidently constructed shortly after the founding of the nation. Its foundation was impeccable. Even with water levels rising to halfway up the walls, the integrity of the depot remained unaffected, with humidity levels inside scarcely changing. After thorough testing, Wang Pingping determined that rather than exerting immense effort to transport the grain, it was safer to leave it in the depot. The military base could request a specific quantity of grain, and even arrange for some military families to relocate to the depot, ensuring its smooth operation while alleviating the demand pressure on the base. Yi Xinxiao concurred, but a complication arose with Zhu Guanghan. Although the conditions at the Su family courtyard were favorable and free from concerns of flooding, the issue of grain remained significant. If Zhu Guanghan also coveted the grain depot, matters could become complicated. Fortunately, the depot posed an insurmountable drawback for Zhu Guanghan: its limited capacity to house individuals. Even with tents, it could not accommodate many. Upon seeing the untouched grain, Zhu Guanghan did contemplate relocating the command center, yet ultimately he relinquished the idea. As for Wang Pingping's intention to station troops there, Zhu Guanghan raised no objections. The 2 parties divided the remaining grain in the depot, with Yi Xinxiao assuring that he would not misappropriate Zhu Guanghan's share. And the matter was settled. Subsequently, Zhu Guanghan introduced Li Chun to Wang Pingping. Upon their first meeting, Wang Pingping sensed a familiar aura from Li Chun. "Have we met before?" Li Chun remained unfazed, stating, "If I recall correctly, during a national competition one year, you lost." "It was you." Wang Pingping finally remembered. If there was one significant setback he faced during his soldiering phase, it was that national competition. Had he secured first place, perhaps his current standing would have been even higher. One could only attribute it to the whims of fate, ordinarily robust. Wang Pingping fell ill with a cold and fever the day before the crucial match. Though he participated in the competition with the aid of military doctors and his own determination, the fiercely competitive arena offered him no respite. Before the competition concluded, Wang Pingping fainted, leaving him with a vague memory of Li Chun. The Li Chun that Wang Pingping remembered was a figure highlighted as a typical example in official reports. "What brings you to me?" Wang Pingping inquired. "I seek information about an individual," Li Chun replied. Chapter 151. The temptation to change the world. Wang Pingping did not divulge all that he knew about Zhou Lin to Li Chun. If it weren't for Zhu Guanghan's intervention, he would have shown little interest at all. As a soldier, he found it unacceptable that someone like Li Chun, trained and nurtured by the state and military, ended up as a mere servant to others. The phrase "each person has their own aspirations" seemed utterly inappropriate to Wang Pingping in reference to Li Chun. Indeed, he deemed Li Chun unworthy of such a notion. When did becoming a servant ever constitute an aspiration? Li Chun, of course, sensed Wang Pingping's reluctance to cooperate. Yet what could he do? He certainly could not resort to coercive measures against Wang Pingping. In this matter, Zhu Guanghan was of no assistance either. Even if he suggested going back to seek Yi Xinxiao, Li Chun knew it was likely futile. In terms of administrative standing, Yi Xinxiao surpassed Zhu Guanghan, and besides, she wielded authority over military matters. Nevertheless, Li Chun managed to ascertain the precise location of Zhou Lin's hometown. The following day, after leaving the granary, he set out on a boat to explore the area, but found nothing. Most of it was endless water, and even the most skilled professionals would struggle to uncover any useful clues. Li Chun found himself pondering the whereabouts of Zhou Lin's family. Upon returning to the Su family courtyard, he found Lan Yeye reclining on the sofa with a facial mask, clad only in a thin nightgown that barely concealed her form. Yet, Li Chun appeared oblivious, passing by her without so much as a glance. "Ah, you look quite dejected. Was your trip a waste?" she remarked. I had already told Su Yu that this matter would not come to fruition. Finally, Li Chun focused on Lan Yeye's face. "Do you have any suggestions?" Lan Yeye replied nonchalantly, rising with a slight tremor in certain areas that would have captivated any other man. Yet, Li Chun remained indifferent. "My suggestion is to leave promptly. The environment here is deteriorating." She gestured towards the window. A few days prior, rising water levels had forced some disaster victims to relocate to the Su family courtyard. As more people moved in, the atmosphere became increasingly chaotic, filled with incessant noise, and even the air seemed to grow murky. It was not merely an impression, but a reality. Lan Yeye genuinely wished to leave. However, without Su Yu's orders, Li Chun would not depart, unless she resorted to using her abilities against him, which would likely result in a complete rupture with Su Yu. While it might not affect the organization's view of her, without Su Yu's cooperation, escaping from Summer Country would prove exceedingly difficult. "Come with me." Lan Yeye finally decided to reveal some information to Li Chun, hoping to dissuade him from pursuing this path. Half an hour later, Li Chun emerged from Lan Yeye's room, his countenance grim. He had always possessed a strong confidence in his abilities, yet just moments ago, Lan Yeye had matched him in sheer strength and had introduced him to the concept of mental control. Just a fraction more, and Li Chun's beliefs would have crumbled. "Since she has confided in you, I shall reveal my own secrets. The organization has confirmed that the Tianfu number is in Zhou Lin's possession. If you can uncover useful clues, I can offer you a position." "What position?" "A position that will enhance your strength." Su Yu's voice came softly over the phone. It was not convenient to elaborate over the call, but I can assure you that Zhou Lin's and Lan Yeye's circumstances can be replicated. Do you understand? After hanging up, Li Chun found himself in a tumultuous state, for Su Yu's last remark implied that Zhou Lin and Lan Yeye's conditions were replicable. If it were merely evolution, it would not qualify as replication. Su Yu's implication clearly encompassed supernatural abilities. Li Chun's deduction was correct. In fact, Su Yu had only recently received this information from the organization. Perhaps the organization believed that Su Yu's lack of initiative stemmed from insufficient temptation and thus disclosed the matter of the supernatural ability orbs to him. However, neither Li Chun nor Su Yu anticipated that their satellite phone conversation would lead the higher-ups of Summer Country to analyze further implications. Among these was the existence of the supernatural ability orbs. The true origins of these orbs were best known to three nations: Beautiful Nation, Bear Nation, and Summer Country. The commonality among them was that all three nation spacecraft had reached the moon and returned with materials. Previously, Island Nation had attempted to reach the moon independently, but failed. As for what was brought back from the moon, only publicly available information has been disclosed, while classified details remain undisclosed. Initially, after the Tianfu incident, some higher-ups in Summer Country had mentioned the materials brought back from the moon. However, genuine breakthroughs had remained elusive, either due to excessive caution from the research personnel or sheer bad luck. After all, the mechanisms by which the supernatural ability orbs could activate abilities were poorly understood. And since hardly anyone had directly interacted with the orbs, it was not surprising that no supernatural beings had emerged thus far. Had it not been for Zhou Lin's information relayed to Wang Pingping and subsequently reported to the higher-ups via Yi Xinxiao, they would not have contemplated monitoring Lan Yeye and her associates, nor would they have traced the lead to Su Yu. In contrast to Summer Country, which had only recently landed on the moon, Beautiful Nation had retrieved numerous items from the moon decades ago, including over 100 supernatural ability orbs. Initially, these orbs were stored in a highly secure location, with many scientists, including Miss Polyant, engaged in their research. In the early days, these researchers were as cautious as their counterparts in Summer Country, hesitant to make direct contact, resulting in years of stagnant progress. Eventually, the orbs, which bore a striking resemblance to glass beads or crystal balls, became increasingly neglected, and their classification was downgraded repeatedly. Now, aside from a select few scientists, most individuals who participated in the original research had completely forgotten about these orbs, facilitating the mysterious organization's acquisition of them. Ironically, Beautiful Nation had even gifted some orbs as special tokens to its European allies years ago, in a large shelter near the capital of Summer Country. Several researchers clad in white lab coats and full protective gear were carefully extracting a faintly glowing supernatural ability orb from a titanium alloy box. Inside the sealed laboratory stood a young man, rigorously selected for his qualifications. His name was Wan Peng, a name signifying great aspirations. Besides his title as a warrior, his family background was also quite illustrious. This privileged status enabled him to emerge victorious over many equally talented competitors and seize this opportunity. "Come," Wan Peng said, gazing at the orb, taking a deep breath. Unlike his peers, Wan Peng pondered more profoundly. This experiment might entail risks, but should he succeed, he could become a harbinger of change in this era. Since his ancestors had forged a new epic, Wan Peng believed he too could become a creator of a new age. Chapter 152. Fishing is the pinnacle. The temperature during the day has risen significantly, yet many regions still experience torrential downpours at night. The peculiar climate maintained by nature remains a mystery. In Jiazhou City, however, the recent nights have not been marked by heavy rains, merely drizzles compared to earlier times. Nevertheless, the urban flooding shows no signs of improvement. The planting troughs on the deck of the Leifaheo have been completed and the piping finalized. Testing commenced yesterday. The data relayed by the sensors, analyzed by the computer, left Zhou Lin perplexed. He was not well versed in the intricate details of the data, as everything had been executed independently by Zhou Li. Eventually, she informed Zhou Lin that, given the current weather conditions, in order for the plants to thrive, a fixed sunshade must be erected above the planting troughs, not too high, just tall enough for an average person to stand upright. Let me see. This shading degree and angle. The materials you can use have all been marked for you. Some aspects you really need not strain to comprehend, for the more you struggle, the more you'll realize. It might be better not to understand it all, thus sparing you the knowledge of your own ignorance. Oh, perhaps you could consider it from another perspective. It's not that you are foolish, but rather, I am exceptionally clever. After all, it's impossible for an ordinary person to reach my level. Before I begin, you might as well leave. Zhou Lin clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking audibly as he attempted to assert dominance over Zhou Li. In a fit of impotent rage, Zhou Li merely shrugged and chose silence, departing. No one could guarantee that Zhou Lin would refrain from action, even if he wouldn't truly harm her. The embarrassment of an accidental mishap would be considerable. Zhou Lin felt that constructing the sunshade would not be overly challenging. Following the upgrade of the Symbiosis ability, similar modifications no longer demanded excessive energy from him. In recent days, he sensed that the peculiar snake's tongue might not only have propelled his evolutionary state to the peak of level 1, but perhaps also stored vast amounts of energy within him. Despite his vigorous training, he no longer experienced that intense hunger, consuming even less than Cheng Yali, Chen Feng, and Zhao Xiaogang. After frequent exchanges with Cheng Yali, Chen Feng, and Zhao Xiaogang, Zhou Lin ultimately discerned that the transformation bestowed upon him by reincarnation was not merely the early acquisition of the Symbiosis ability. While Cheng Yali struggled to grasp her newfound powers, both Chen Feng and Zhao Xiaogang, as evolvers, were equally incapable of evaluating their evolutionary levels and experience points, indicating that this ability was indeed a gift of reincarnation, lacking universality. What he initially believed would be a straightforward task of erecting the sunshade turned out to be a rude awakening. Perhaps due to the existence of the elevated deck, Zhou Lin could no longer employ his mind to construct the sunshade above it. If the Leifaheo were to be retrieved from the storage space, it might be feasible. Yet that would necessitate first releasing all items within the space and relocating everyone to the small island, a process both cumbersome and potentially energy-draining for Zhou Lin, possibly affecting his timeline for breaking through evolutionary levels. Taking matters into his own hands seemed the most prudent approach. Erecting a sunshade was hardly akin to launching a rocket. Chen Feng, the Chen brothers, Zhao Xiaogang, and even Zhou Kaijun could all lend a hand. Although Cheng Yali, resembling a humanoid Tyrannosaurus rex, was not adept at intricate handiwork. She excelled at transporting materials, easily lifting bundles of several hundred kilograms of hot-dip galvanized square tubes, with Zhou Li coordinating the efforts. The efficiency of each individual reached its zenith. Within merely 3 evenings, over 2/3 of the elevated deck area had been completed, as everyone prepared for further intensive work. Zhou Li suddenly declared the sunshade project officially concluded, announcing that the transplantation and planting of the seedlings would commence the following night. Zhou Kaijun had already prepared an ample supply of seedlings for fruit trees such as solanaceous and cucurbitaceous plants. Those not requiring seedlings would be directly sown once the planting troughs commenced operation, in a maximum of 4 months and as little as 10 days. A bountiful harvest of fresh vegetables awaited. Upon hearing Zhou Caijuan's announcement, cheers erupted from the crowd. The Leifaheo was not lacking in frozen or dehydrated fruits and vegetables, nor was there a shortage of hydroponically grown produce. However, in terms of both quantity and flavor, these could hardly satisfy everyone's needs. The official operation of the elevated deck planting troughs signified that, in the near future, a substantial yield of fresh fruits and vegetables would be produced. According to Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li's estimates, the daily output from these planting troughs would reach over 1,000 jin within 4 months. Some might deem this figure exaggerated, claiming that achieving such production monthly was plausible, but daily? Surely, that was absurd. Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li, however, were disinclined to elaborate. This was the allure of modern, intensive agriculture. The adage to each their own applied here, and the most compelling argument lay in the evidence itself. Of course, if one were to meticulously calculate the investment costs against the output, the price of these fruits and vegetables would be beyond the means of an ordinary household. Even before the apocalypse, the expenses of basic infrastructure were staggering, and once operational, continuous data collection and analysis via pre-programmed procedures would be necessary to determine intervention strategies. The so-called non-intervention in aquaponics was merely an ideal state. While it was not impossible, it often led to complications. Ultimately, equilibrium could be achieved. Yet such balance demanded both time and a sacrifice in yield. Once the sunshade was completed, Zhou Lin found himself largely uninvolved in the ensuing tasks. Despite several days of rigorous training, he had not managed to break through his plateau. Thus, he resolved to grant himself some respite, perhaps by indulging in fishing. Finding a spot on the Leifaheo shielded from the scorching sun proved exceedingly simple, given its surrounding waters. A shaded area beneath the ship's shadow often revealed schools of fish swimming in the cooler depths. These fish were not easily frightened. Casting a baited hook would quickly yield a catch, presenting little challenge. However, most of the fish caught were small white fish, enjoyable to catch yet not meeting Zhou Kaijun and Apos' requirements. The fish suitable for aquaponics primarily included the four major domestic fish species: carp, crucian carp, and grass carp, each easy to rear and sustain. After half a day of fishing, Zhou Lin had accumulated around 7 or 8 gene of white fish in his tank. Fried until crispy on the outside and tender within, paired with chili powder, they made for a decent snack, yet Zhou Lin was not particularly fond of them. Unless someone expressed interest, it was likely they would be fed to the poultry, as even Blackie showed little appetite for them, eventually losing interest and wandering off to frolic on the deck. After a morning of fishing, Zhou Lin began to feel fatigued and was about to reel in his line when the white fish, previously circling in the water, suddenly scattered as if startled by a frying pan. Before he could react, he noticed the bobber plunge deep, pulling the fishing rod beneath the surface. Whoa, a big catch. Chapter 153. The fortuitous encounter of Heizai. Zhou Lin's fishing rod was akin to the one once crafted by Qin Feng, constructed from reinforced steel and pressure-resistant line, renowned for its sturdiness, far surpassing that of traditional rods. Yet, despite its considerable weight, it was nearly yanked from his grasp, raising the question of what creature was on the other end. Buzz. As Zhou Lin wrestled with the rod, the battlefield shifted to the pressure line. The air around them seemed to ripple with the tension of the line, its immense force tautening instantly, nearly wrenching the rod from Zhou Lin's hands. What on earth is this? Zhou Lin cursed under his breath, straining to reel in the creature while being cautious not to overexert the fishing line. After several tense moments, he suddenly felt the resistance vanish, the once stretched line now curling back upon itself. In an instant, the water erupted, revealing a shadow the size of a dining table for 6. Zhou Lin's keen eyes discerned the creature's form, a tightly armored back with a prominent ridge, a disproportionately large head reminiscent of both a crocodile and a dinosaur, capable of accommodating a standard basketball in its gaping maw lined with 2 rows of sharp, white teeth. Its limbs were thick and nearly as long as its head, with claws even more menacingly pointed. But what captivated Zhou Lin's attention were its crimson eyes. Reminiscent of LED bulbs, it was undoubtedly a mutated creature. Judging by its appearance, it was likely a transformed alligator turtle, explaining its grotesque and fearsome visage. The monster spoken of in hushed tones by Qin Feng and the others seemed to be this very beast, though it remained uncertain if it was the same one. Boom. The mutated alligator turtle, having underestimated the height of Zhou Lin's fishing position and overestimated its own strength, lunged for the bait, only to snap at air before crashing back into the water. The commotion drew Heizai's attention, who stood beside Zhou Lin, barking furiously at the water. Whether it was an instinctive understanding of animal language or the sheer filth of its curses, the alligator turtle, still clenching the line in its jaws, shifted its animosity towards Heizai. Oh well. Sensing the turtle's formidable aura and intent to kill, Heizai cowered, retreating behind Zhou Lin, though still muttering curses. Indeed, it seemed the dog was emboldened by its human companion, causing Zhou Lin to stifle a laugh. However, this was hardly a moment for levity. The mutated alligator turtle lingered beneath, evidently not planning to spare either Zhou Lin or Heizai, and Zhou Lin had no intention of letting it go either. If the monstrous snake could not be slain, could this creature be any different? With a mere thought, a small gap appeared in the steel plate beneath his feet, just enough to insert the reinforced fishing rod, ensuring that unless the angle was precisely correct, it could not be pulled free. At most, the pressure line would snap. In truth, the line was nearing its limit. Thus, Zhou Lin swiftly retrieved a heavy sniper rifle, an AWP modified for marine conditions, far more suitable than its prototype. To leap into the water wielding a knife against the alligator turtle would be an act of folly. After all, the snake was merely scaled. A standard military dagger would struggle to penetrate its defenses. The thick armor of the mutated alligator turtle, with its head and limbs exposed yet formidable, glimmered with a metallic sheen, signaling that it was not to be trifled with. Therefore, unless wielding some extraordinary weapon, Zhou Lin believed that the firearm in his possession would prove more effective. Boom. The muzzle erupted in a blaze of fire, the bullet cutting through the air with a fleeting whistle, and the thrashing alligator turtle suddenly sank, its large head plummeting downwards. Cursing, Zhou Lin stowed the rifle and dove into the water, eager to claim the energy that could not be wasted. In the chaos, he failed to notice that Heizai, who had been hidden behind him, followed suit into the depths. No one could ascertain the weight of the alligator turtle's head, but after being struck by the sniper, it descended like a stone. Zhou Lin barely managed to keep pace. Simultaneously, Heizai swam toward the slowly sinking body of the turtle, its pace far more leisurely. It latched onto the turtle's gushing neck, greedily gulping down the blood. After the alligator turtle's head had sunk nearly 20 meters, Zhou Lin finally caught up. As he reached out to grasp it, he noticed the creature's eyes suddenly shift. Was it still alive? Zhou Lin instinctively withdrew his hand, but quickly remembered there was no cause for alarm. The alligator turtle could not bite him unless he foolishly thrust his hand into its maw. Adjusting his grip, Zhou Lin embraced the turtle's head, and indeed, its jaws began to snap open and shut, the eyes darting around as if seeking to ascertain the direction of its prey. One must acknowledge the remarkable vitality of reptiles. However, whether maintaining consciousness in such a state was a boon or a bane for humans was debatable. As Zhou Lin surfaced, clutching the alligator turtle's head, he heard Cheng Yali's thunderous voice, powerful enough to ripple the water's surface. "It's out! It's out!" Zhou Lin hastily replied, fearful that his mother would continue shouting and deafen him. "What the hell, brother? What are you holding?" Zhao Xiaogang, sharp-eyed, immediately spotted the alligator turtle's head Zhou Lin was grasping. The others gasped in astonishment, particularly Chen Feng and Sun Qinghao, who had recently witnessed this creature devouring a person. "Hey, there's still a part left. Heizai, what the hell? Get it?" At that moment, Zhou Lin realized he had not seen the body of the alligator turtle. Misguided by his experience, he had assumed the body would float even in death, prompting him to salvage the head first. Now, glancing around, he finally spotted a small segment of the tail protruding from the water about 20 to 30 meters away. If not for his familiarity with Heizai, he might not have recognized it. It remained unclear what posture Heizai had assumed to leave such a small portion of its tail visible, but when Zhou Lin dove down, he was nearly overcome with laughter at the sight. Beneath the surface, Heizai clutched the alligator turtle's neck with its large jaws, preventing it from sinking further. Perhaps due to its weight, Heizai's limbs flailed as if powered by tiny motors, struggling to remain afloat but unable to break the surface. The result was that only its tail emerged from the water. Was this the live-action depiction of a dog perishing for its meal? Zhou Lin suppressed his mirth and swam over, patting Heizai's head, signaling it to release its grip. Unexpectedly, the typically obedient Heizai hesitated, prompting Zhou Lin to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Heizai's eyes had taken on a slight reddish hue. Could it be? Zhou Lin scrutinized further and indeed spotted fragments of bone within Heizai's mouth. It had already begun its feast. In the water? While holding its breath. Chapter 154. An incident at the hot pot gathering. It should be nothing serious. Wu Shui removed the disposable rubber gloves and tossed them into the trash bin, then turned to Zhou Lin and the others with a reassuring expression. No one had anticipated that after being rescued, Heizai would suddenly faint, unresponsive to any attempts to wake him, which alarmed Cheng Yali greatly. Zhou Lin, too, was concerned, momentarily neglecting the mutated alligator turtle, and quickly asked Wu Shui to check on Heizai's condition. Even Zhou Li hurried over upon hearing about the incident, seemingly more worried than if it had been Zhou Lin himself in trouble. Though Wu Shui was not a veterinarian, she was still capable of performing a basic health assessment, and her assurance that everything was fine eased everyone's worries. As for why Heizai was unconscious, Zhou Lin had an inkling. "What should we do about this, kid?" The head and body of the mutated alligator turtle were separated and stored in 2 large containers, kept fresh with ice. Chen Feng, Zhao Xiaogang, follow me. Zhou Lin had no intention of experimenting on himself, nor would he risk Cheng Yali. Not all mutated creatures would necessarily benefit ability users and evolved beings. Zhou Lin was acutely aware of this, yet he was uncertain about the potential harm. He explained the situation to Chen Feng and Zhao Xiaogang, leaving it to them to decide if they were willing to take the risk. "I'll give it a try," Chen Feng replied after some thought, nodding his head. Zhao Xiaogang followed suit, prompting Zhou Lin to inquire about his thoughts. "It's quite simple, isn't it? Heizai is fine, right? Plus, I believe he must have gained something beneficial. ISNT had often written in novels that animals exhibit special behaviors before a breakthrough, like falling into a deep sleep. When he wakes up, he will surely have evolved. Is this the merit of being well-read? With both of them in agreement, Zhou Lin sliced off 2 pieces of flesh from the alligator turtle's head, each about the size of 2 fingers. How do you prefer it cooked? The thought of replicating the process of the mutated snake's tongue was dismissed, fearing the toxicity might be too potent to counteract in time. However, the question of how well cooked was met with confusion from Qin Feng and Zhao Xiaogang. After all, this wasn't steak. Brother, what is the best way to consume this? Qin Feng inquired. Typically, literature suggests that high temperata chapter 155, mother and son safe 30 meters deep, was not the limit of this location. But Zhou Lin had regained much of his consciousness. The intense heat surging within him began to dissipate under the combined effects of water temperature and pressure. Yet his scorched body had undergone a transformation. Although the changes might not be apparent on the surface, sensations are rarely deceptive. The most critical aspect was Symbiosis, Advanced 100,000 currently symbiotic vehicles, Lai Fu, large waterborne transport, Lu Xiaofeng, medium terrestrial transport, symbiotic vehicle capacity, 2 storage space. 3-4 attached skill 1, strength symbiosis, 10 minutes 24 hours, attached skill 2, space utilization, attached skill 3, technological derivation, evolution level 2, 0. 1-100-1000000. The evolutionary bottleneck had been breached. The tier had been elevated. Zhou Lin could only imagine how others might feel upon reaching such a level. For him, the sensation was one of profound strength emanating from within. Focusing his mind, he unleashed a powerful punch. His fist created a series of afterimages. And at the final position of his strike, a torrent of rapidly swirling water materialized. This vortex expanded swiftly, growing from the size of his fist to something larger than Zhou Lin himself. Its momentum hardly diminished as it ensnared everything around it, spiraling forward until it vanished from Zhou Lin's sight. It was not the vortex that disappeared. Rather, the dim lighting and murky waters obscured the view beyond 30 meters. Even Zhou Lin's extraordinary vision could not pierce the darkness. However, if someone were to stand on the Lai Fu and gaze toward him, they would witness the once clear surface water suddenly roiling with murkiness, extending into the distance as if some unseen force churned the depths, continuing for dozens of meters before falling silent. Liberation. Power. Suddenly, Zhou Lin recalled his mother, and he hastily propelled himself upwards with vigorous strokes. The 30-meter distance was effortlessly traversed, and without needing a second push, he emerged from the water, half his body breaking the surface. Ordinarily, Zhou Lin would swim alongside the Lai Fu and clamber aboard, but a thought struck him. With a powerful kick, he propelled himself, boom. It was as if a bomb had detonated underwater. The resulting splash nearly surpassed the height of the Lai Fu's deck. The immense recoil sent Zhou Lin soaring, leaving him momentarily startled as he flailed in midair, ultimately landing precariously on the fishing platform. Though the experience was somewhat awkward, the outcome was a testament to the extraordinary level of his physical prowess post-evolution to level 2. It was no exaggeration to say that the sequence of actions Zhou Lin had just executed would have been impossible, even for the world's finest athletes combined. Remarkably, he felt neither fatigue nor discomfort, as if he had merely risen from bed to visit the restroom. Right, my mother. Wrapping his forehead, Zhou Lin darted into the Lai Fu. As he appeared, drenched, before Qin Feng, the latter was startled and raised his fist. Brother, how did you? Qin Feng stammered, and after Zhou Lin's repeated inquiries, he finally clarified Cheng Yali's situation. Upon learning that his mother had been taken to the hospital by Wu Shui, Zhou Lin wasted no time and dashed away, unaware of his own speed, while Qin Feng stood dumbfounded. Was this the flash in the flesh? He even left afterimages. On board the Lai Fu hospital, Cheng Yali lay on the treatment bed, resembling an adult crammed into a child's safety seat. This was a treatment bed designed for the American populace, underscoring Cheng Yali's precarious situation. At that moment, she was covered in various monitoring devices, with surrounding instruments flickering and beeping. Wu Shui was replacing the ice pack on her head, which had lost its cooling properties in less than 3 minutes. Such an elevated body temperature was something Wu Shui had never even heard of. A sudden gust of wind rushed in, causing Wu Shui to instinctively squint. How is my mother? Zhou Lin's anxious voice startled Wu Shui, prompting her to force her eyes open. When did you arrive? She managed to ask. Just now. But Dad and my sister are still outside. Didn't you see them? I saw them, but they didn't see me. Zhou Lin replied patiently, eagerly extending his hand to check Qing Yali's pulse. Though he could hear her breathing and heartbeat, he felt compelled to confirm through touch. It seemed stable and strong. Well, that was the extent of his ability, coupled with his recent experience. He believed Qing Yali would be fine, perhaps even stronger. In terms of physical constitution, Zhou Lin recognized that he and Qing Yali were not in the same league. What just happened? Who was speaking inside? At the door, Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li peered in. They had been waiting outside for news when a gust swept by, making them feel as though something had passed. Upon opening their eyes, they found nothing amiss. Shortly thereafter, they heard voices from the treatment room. But Wu Shui was the only one present. Could it be Qing Yali had regained consciousness? Unable to suppress their curiosity, the father and daughter approached the door, spotting a familiar. What figure? Brother? You've grown again, Zhou Li exclaimed, her first words prompting Wu Shui and Zhou Kaijun to take note. Yes, darling. U.S. Chapter 156, a request for a commitment. Zhou Lin contemplated that the flesh of the mutated alligator turtle might only be beneficial to those with abilities. As both Qin Feng and Zhao Xiaogang exhibited no reactions after consuming it. For others, it was merely a matter of savoring the taste. After prolonged testing, Wu Shui could not derive any conclusive results. The meat appeared indistinguishable from that of ordinary animals. However, the high fever experienced by Qing Yali was undeniably real, which left Wu Shui feeling somewhat disheartened, as if her hard-earned knowledge had suddenly become worthless. It is common for individuals to experience phases of self-doubt, and if not addressed promptly, this can lead to a decline in mood, heightened mental pressure, and ultimately evolve into depression. The most effective remedy for such emotions is to engage in an easily achievable task, such as, well, Wu Shui chose to immerse herself in study. Given her life experiences, learning was what she considered the simplest and most joyful pursuit. Zhou Lin struggled to comprehend the mindset of an academic overachiever. Yet Zhou Kaijun found it admirable. He expressed a desire for Zhou Lin and Wu Shui to have a son, believing that, from a genetic standpoint, sons typically inherit their mother's intelligence. Thus, it would be prudent for them to have a son first, even if they eventually desired a daughter. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of a drone overhead, Zhou Lin might have continued to embrace his parents' familial teachings. The situation had been compromised. Observing the drone circling above, Zhou Lin furrowed his brow. The critical issue was not merely being discovered, but the potential complications that could follow. Zhou Li's surveillance cameras had identified the drone's model, which, as expected, belonged to the military. However, Zhou Lin was taken aback when military intelligence arrived later that afternoon. I am Zhou Lin. Faced with Yi Xinxiao's polite inquiry, Zhou Lin ceased to conceal his identity. Through radio communication, they exchanged casual pleasantries. Yet Zhou Lin sensed that matters were far from straightforward. Shall we meet? Yi Xinxiao eventually inquired. Given the directness of the request, Zhou Lin felt compelled to agree. After establishing the time and place, Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali expressed their concerns. A massive aircraft carrier, if the state harbored ulterior motives. Mom and Dad, you're overthinking it. If they truly desired an aircraft carrier, would they need to arrange a separate meeting? What were you planning for when the military arrived? Launch missiles or fire cannons? This is still the territory of Xia country, after all. Some matters can be deduced with a bit of reasoning. And what have you deduced? Zhou Lin asked. First, Zhou Li cleared her throat, evidently relishing the moment, her cheeks flushed with excitement. First, you have definitely been exposed. But this was inevitable. The secrets of our citizens are nothing short of a joke. Zhou Lin was uncertain whether this was a compliment or sarcasm, and he remained silent, allowing Zhou Li to continue. Second, while the higher-ups may not fully comprehend your specific abilities, it's clear that you can independently control an aircraft carrier and make it vanish in an instant. Third, the state is undoubtedly grappling with a dilemma that aligns well with your capabilities. That is all I have to say. Who agrees? Who disagrees? No one spoke up. And Zhou Li, with a sense of pride, resumed her meal. All right, since they are not here to apprehend my son or to demand an aircraft carrier, We shall address greater matters tomorrow, Cheng Yali declared, bringing the discussion to a close. The following day, Zhou Lin arrived at the appointed location at Qianshan Reservoir on a speedboat. From a distance, he spotted a large, imposing military vehicle parked on the shore. It was undoubtedly Yi Xinxiao's transport, and it was quite audacious for a commander to travel alone. Having interacted with Wang Pingping a few times, this was Zhou Lin's first encounter with Yi Xinxiao. The initial impression he received was of a gentle yet resolute demeanor. While he appeared kindly in accordance with his age, he would not yield an inch when it came to principles. The adage that one's appearance reflects their inner character holds true for those over 40. Even with a canopy erected by the guards, the air temperature remained above 30 degrees, yet Yi Xinxiao showed no signs of discomfort. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he refrained from mentioning the drone incident, as if today was solely for the purpose of meeting Zhou Lin. I heard rumors that there are monsters in this reservoir, and some have even claimed lives. Are you aware of this? Upon hearing Yi Xinxiao's inquiry, Zhou Lin understood. It seemed the mutated alligator turtle was responsible for the disturbances. The military's drone was likely dispatched to locate it and inadvertently discovered the presence of the Lei Faheo. However, Zhou Lin remained puzzled as to why Yi Xinxiao had come directly to him. Yes, there is indeed such a creature, but I haven't seen it around lately. Then you must exercise caution. If it comes to it, perhaps avoid entering the water for now. By the way, do you have any use for this amphibious vehicle? Yi Xinxiao gestured towards the vehicle beside him. No wonder Zhou Lin found the vehicle peculiar. It was amphibious. No, I wouldn't need it, he ultimately declined. Not out of lack of interest, but rather due to its unnecessary nature. Yi Xinxiao nodded. Very well. Then let me exchange another piece of information with you. Blue Moon. Blue Moon. Zhou Lin's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly lowered his head. Commander Yi, what exactly do you wish to exchange? A promise. A promise? Zhou Lin looked up at Yi Xinxiao, unable to discern his intentions, and thus inquired what he was expected to promise. When the need arises, specifically. When it is absolutely necessary, I will require your support. I don't understand. What kind of support could Yi Xinxiao need in Jiaju City? He had the military, the weaponry, the personnel, and had seized control of the largest granary in the city. What further support could he desire? Heroes emerge in chaotic times. I see you, Zhou. As that hero, Yi Xinxiao interrupted Zhou Lin's attempt to deny the label. Frankly, I do not see any signs of an end to this apocalypse. Wang Pingping once shared some thoughts with me that I initially dismissed, but upon reflection, they seem to hold some truth. I can provide you with information about Blue Moon. But I hope that in the future, should anyone attempt to establish dominance in Jiaju, you will lend me your support. Establish dominance? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Commander Yi, you possess genuine power. And what of genuine power? Yi Xinxiao replied with a faint smile. Human ambition knows no bounds. It may be in Jiaju or elsewhere. There will always be those who seek to claim power. Moreover, individuals like you exist. The might of the past may not necessarily prove useful in the future. Wouldn't you agree? I understand. Yi Xinxiao must have uncovered some truths. Perhaps even about abilities and evolution. Otherwise, how could he articulate such notions? Given that Yi Xinxiao was already aware, there was no reason for the higher-ups to remain uninformed. Zhou Lin realized that his act of providing those hard drives to the state had prompted Yi Xinxiao's visit today. Pointing to his head, Zhou Lin asked Yi Xinxiao, is the aircraft now capable of normal flight? Otherwise, how did yesterday's drone arrive? Chapter 157. What props enhance attack speed in the Su family courtyard? Bai Ye received the first piece of news from Yi Xinxiao regarding Zhou Lin. The second update revealed that the jet aircraft remained grounded, hampered by an excessive amount of airborne dust particles, particularly some highly corrosive ones. If these particles infiltrated the jet engine, it would rapidly lead to malfunctions. Thus, while it was feasible to fly for a short distance, no one could ascertain how far it could go before losing power. As for electric aircraft, they too faced limitations in range. Additionally, during their conversation, Yi Xinxiao subtly disclosed several pieces of information. The nation likely had already identified individuals with extraordinary abilities, though this had not been made public. Following the conclusion of the winter nights, neighboring countries began to show signs of restlessness. primarily eyeing the vast territories and immense grain reserves of Xia country. Even the United States had made statements, claiming that the world was well aware of Xia country and Apos' penchant for stockpiling grain and urging it to allocate a portion of its reserves to assist other nations, particularly themselves. Moreover, Zhou Lin was led to believe that the island nation was entirely vanquished. However, aside from Honshu, where Shifushan was located, several other islands of the nation had not been completely obliterated. A handful of survivors remained. Currently, the island nation had dispatched a fleet from Heizhou under the pretense of rescuing its citizens. Yet, two crucial pieces of intelligence emerged. Firstly, the scale of this fleet far exceeded expectations, and even the United States might find it hard to believe what the island nation had managed to conceal. The fleet comprised 3 quasi-aircraft carriers, each exceeding 50,000 tons, 2 supply ships of 100,000 tons, 10 transport vessels of 200,000 tons, and an astonishing dual-hulled workboat weighing 500,000 tons. This clearly illustrated the extent to which individuals had been indulging in self-aggrandizement on Xia country and Apos' internet prior to the apocalypse. While confidence is commendable, the notion that only Xia country could produce such large vessels is sheer folly. Nations like the United States, the island nation, and South Korea are certainly capable of constructing large ships. The reality is that Xia country and Apos' shipyards favored cost-cutting, which led shipowners to opt for lower-price construction, thus creating a misconception that only Xia country produced large vessels. In truth, the most sophisticated cruise ships still emerged from Europe, and formidable warships were crafted in the United States, with many advanced operational vessels still under the control of the island nation and South Korea. Xia country secured the orders, and in compliance with international treaties and laws, they could only rely on low wages and slim profits to ensure their shipyards remained solvent. Observing the island nation's fleet, one can see that none of the ships, apart from the aircraft carriers, originated from Xia country shipyards. However, Zhou Lin remained perplexed as to the significance of Yi Xinxiao sharing information about the island nation's fleet with him. He couldn't simply commandeer the Laifu to intervene. What if the United States discovered his intentions? Perhaps a visit to the Su family courtyard was in order. But gaining entry was no easy feat, given that it was a core area of the official shelter in Jiazhou City, where thorough inspections were mandatory. He couldn't just barge in. That would make him a public enemy. He suddenly realized that Yi Xinxiao's visit might have been a warning. Indeed, it served as a reminder not to act recklessly, or else they would be aware of his whereabouts. How close he had come to misstepping. Zhou Lin had a deep-seated aversion to political machinations. Why not speak plainly? The circuitous nature of such communications could lead to misunderstandings. If one misinterpreted the implications, it would reflect poorly on their capabilities, suggesting they were unworthy of their position. With that thought, Zhou Lin redirected his focus, contemplating how he could enter the Su family courtyard with minimal disturbance to others. Ideally, he would slip in and out discreetly, leaving no trace. "Hey Zai, are you awake?" Upon seeing the half-visible head of Hey Zai outside the door, Zhou Lin couldn't shake the feeling that the dog exuded a somewhat cunning demeanor, particularly in its gaze, which now appeared far more astute than before. Had it graduated to a new level of intelligence? Hey Zai emitted a series of playful growls, though Zhou Lin couldn't hear them. Yet, the challenge emanating from the dog's eyes was unmistakable. Was it vying for dominance in the household? What had emboldened it? Zhou Lin recalled the mutated giant turtle. Oh, the alligator-snapping turtle. If memory served correctly, Hey Zai had consumed a considerable amount of its meat. Yet, animal reactions seemed to differ vastly from those of humans. This ordinary dog, after feasting on the mutated turtle, had somehow become more enlightened. Its gaze reminiscent of that of a husky. Perhaps it had truly gained some intellect. However, if it had developed too much, it wouldn't be challenging Zhou Lin's authority in the household. With a swift motion, Zhou Lin grasped the dog's head and pressed it to the ground, rendering Hey Zai unable to escape despite its frantic wriggling. Remember this, the only one you can challenge in this household is your father. Should you dare to bar your teeth at any family member, I shall remove all your limbs. Do you understand? Hey Zai whimpered in surrender, seemingly comprehending that, despite its newfound strength, it was still not a match for Zhou Lin's authority. The thought of challenging Qing Yali or Zhou Li was far beyond its imagination. Observing the tail-wagging Hey Zai, Zhou Lin squinted slightly. Young one, a soldier is nurtured over 1,000 days for a moment of duty. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me on an expedition. Fear flickered in He Zai's eyes as it attempted to escape, but there was no way out. The next day, after a hearty meal, Zhou Lin prepared to depart with He Zai. Cheng Yali expressed her concerns repeatedly, insisting on ensuring He Zai's safety, which made the dog feel quite proud, as if to say, look at that. Your mother doesn't even care about you. Zhou Lin kicked at He Zai, who dodged effortlessly with a surprising speed. With that kind of agility, I wonder if even bullets could hit you. If you get hurt, it will surely be a ruse to garner sympathy and treats. What a sneaky dog. Cheng Yali nodded in agreement, acknowledging its cunning nature. Poor He Zai, in the end, understood the disparity between having blood ties and lacking them. It silently approached Zhou Lin, nestling its fluffy tail against his leg, sitting upright with its head held high. As they set off, Zhou Lin equipped He Zai with gear he had scavenged from the Laifu. After glancing at the blazing sun, he placed a sunnet on the dog, echoing Zhou Li's sentiment that He Zai looked rather distinguished in its attire. With that, they departed. Zhou Lin secured He Zai on the jet ski and gradually increased the speed. For the first time riding such a high-speed watercraft, He Zai's initial trepidation gradually transformed into sheer enjoyment. Isn't speed the greatest stimulant for a man? Zhou Lin shouted over the roar of the engine. Wong Wong, He Zai exclaimed, tongue lolling and drool flying. Good dog. Do you know what the best prop for acceleration is? He Zai appeared puzzled. That question, perhaps, could only be answered by someone truly knowledgeable. It certainly wasn't a curvature engine. Chapter 158. Possible uses of Lanya. If one were to inquire about the most precious commodity in the apocalypse, it would certainly not be black silk. After all, in the sweltering heat of 40 degrees, even mosquitoes are nearly extinct, leaving little place for black silk to thrive. Although the Zhou family estate is not at risk of flooding, it is consequently even hotter than other locales. The once lush woods on the mountain have nearly perished during the 2 months of winter nights, and the greenery that has recently emerged consists only of resilient shrubs and vines. While the scorching temperatures may be uncomfortable for humans, the nightly rains have created an environment conducive to plant life. Within a month, the previously barren mountaintop has begun to show patches of green. However, this did little to alleviate Lanya's spirits. Upon rising, she felt a severe palpitation, possibly due to the air conditioning ceasing in the middle of the night or some other cause. She could not recall whether she had dreamt the previous night, but the oppressive heat and the useless man. She referred to Zhu Guanghan, who could not even ensure a reliable power supply for the air conditioning. What else could he be but a failure? No, she had to leave. She had barely slept the night before, plagued by the heat and a restless mind. Something was amiss, and she called out, Li Chun, come here. Miss Lan, what is it now? Li Chun appeared at the door, his eyes red-rimmed. When can I leave? I do not wish to remain another minute. You may leave whenever you desire, Li Chun replied with a steady demeanor. Are you suggesting I should depart alone? Is there any need to ask? With that, Li Chun turned and walked away. Furious at his retreating figure, Lan Yeye overturned the coffee table, scattering its contents across the floor. After venting her anger, she resolved to leave now. She felt an ominous foreboding, as if something dire awaited her if she lingered. When she finally approached Zhu Guanghan, demanding a vehicle, he wore a false smile yet had no means of transportation to offer. Are you jesting? Prior to the apocalypse, sending a car from Jiazhou City to the provincial capital was a trivial matter. Even dispatching a fleet of police cars would not have posed a challenge. But now, with the current state of transportation, reaching the provincial capital is a gamble, let alone returning. Zhu Guanghan would have to be foolish indeed to squander a vehicle and a driver. Then surely there must be a motorcycle? Lan Yeye was growing increasingly anxious, her heart racing as if a beast were closing in on her from the shadows. Not all psychics possess Lan Yeye's capabilities, which was one reason Zhou Lin had refrained from terminating her. If she could be harnessed, a human early warning system would be invaluable. Should the situation deteriorate, Lan Yeye could even serve as a public relations officer. Zhou Lin harbored no qualms about utilizing a waste. At the foot of the mountain, not far from the Zhou family estate, Zhou Lin had just stored away a jet ski and was now retrieving a rugged off-road motorcycle. The alternating onslaught of rain and heat had rendered the mountain paths treacherous. In contrast, the main roads were undoubtedly easier to traverse. Yet they would inevitably lead to encounters with many people. Zhou Lin wished to avoid drawing attention to himself. He believed it was not yet the time for direct confrontation with the authorities. You can either get on and sit tight or keep up with me. Your choice. 1. Black Dog raised its paw, now at least twice as thick as before, regarding the off-road motorcycle with disdain, as if to say, this contraption is beneath me. Let's see about that, Zhou Lin thought. He would not indulge its arrogance. Minutes later, he discovered the motorcycle struggled to keep pace on the mountain trails. Indeed, it was no match for a dog. After all, how could one compare a human to an animal? Ultimately, Zhou Lin realized he could outrun the motorcycle with greater silence. Now, around the Su family estate, tents had sprung up everywhere. No matter how fast Zhou Lin and Black Dog were, they could not evade the throngs of people. The closer they approached the estate, the denser the encampments became, revealing tattered figures either wandering between tents or languishing in the shade. In times of scarcity, remaining still was the greatest respect one could show for each morsel of food. Many gazed at Zhou Lin with envy. To them, his clean attire and unblemished face marked him as either an official or a wealthy individual, especially with a formidable-looking dog by his side. What circumstances allowed one to keep a dog? In all of Jiazhou City, whose family had enough provisions to sustain a dog in such fine condition. Even Black Dog seemed to sense the predatory glances and kept its tail tucked tightly, walking closely beside Zhou Lin, as if fearing it might be snatched away for a meal, and it was not mistaken. Brother, would you like a woman? A fair-featured man approached Zhou Lin, whispering softly. Such propositions were not uncommon in the apocalypse. However, Zhou Lin felt it was premature, especially within the confines of an official shelter. This made him ponder how ancient trades often flourished despite environmental upheavals. Are you suggesting you prefer men? That's not out of the question. Just look at me. Get lost. Zhou Lin shot a cold glare at the man, prompting Black Dog to bare its teeth, growling softly in response. Please, don't be angry. I will leave. The man retreated hastily, yet his gaze lingered on Black Dog, which seemed to revel in its master's displeasure. Do you think he fears you? I wager he is contemplating how to stew a pot of dog meat soup. Come on, foolish dog. You remember Lan Ye's scent, do you not? As they walked, Zhou Lin chatted with Black Dog, and upon sighting the 3-meter-high wall surrounding the Su family estate, he pointed, Go in and find her. Black Dog looked skeptically at the wall, as if questioning Zhou Lin's sanity. It's a 3-meter wall. How do you expect me to leap over it? How will you know unless you try? Perhaps encouraged by this challenge or provoked by Zhou Lin's disdainful gaze, Black Dog took a few steps back, let out a roar, and charged forward, leaping high. Was it flying? In midair, Black Dog pondered its existence, never imagining it could leap so high. Feeling triumphant as it landed effortlessly atop the wall, it glanced back at Zhou Lin, only to feel a hand patting its head. Foolish dog, what are you staring at? Go down and find her. At that moment, Black Dog was utterly bewildered. How had it gotten up there? When had it made the ascent without a sound? It was, after all, a dog. The competitive spirit that had just ignited within it faded, and Black Dog obediently leaped down, then began to inhale deeply, analyzing every scent with its millions of olfactory receptors. 1 Seconds later, Black Dog turned its head toward the main building of the Su family estate. Keep your voice down. We are acting in secrecy. Zhou Lin patted its head again. Are you certain Lan Ye is here? This time, Black Dog nodded in silence. Excellent. Zhou Lin's eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the bustling main building. Gaining entry without being noticed would be impossible. Yet today, he was resolute in bringing Lan Ye with him, no matter who dared to oppose him. Chapter 159. The arrival of a canine servant. Despite Zhu Guanghan's disdain for Lan Ye, he still felt compelled to maintain the Su family's dignity. While a car was out of the question, acquiring a motorcycle posed little trouble. A mere 5 kilograms of rice could secure one. Even a model that once commanded prices in the tens of thousands. However, could Lan Ye ride it? It soon became evident that Zhu Guanghan had underestimated a wealthy woman with no obligations to a job. After testing the motorcycle, Lan Ye expressed her satisfaction. Beyond the motorcycle, she also procured some survival supplies and a handgun from Li Chan. Though she may not have required the firearm, its persuasive power was undeniable. Li Chun promptly reported Lan Ye's intentions to leave, but Suyu was indifferent. To him, Lan Ye had nearly exhausted her utility upon her return. He might indulge in her presence, though he generally preferred the comfort of his private vehicle, occasionally opting for public transport as a change of pace. He even contemplated sending someone to fetch her should her vehicle break down en route, for it would be a shame to let that occur. Unbeknownst to Lan Ye, she had barely stepped beyond the gates of the Su family estate before being exposed, by a dog, no less. Clearly, after consuming the flesh of an alligator turtle, He Zai had undergone a transformation that transcended mere physical prowess or olfactory and auditory senses, akin to an all-encompassing evolution. It was said that some dogs are born with poor eyesight, yet He Zai could now detect Lan Ye from hundreds of meters away. Did it truly remember her visage? Shameless dog. Zhou Lin could not help but kick He Zai in exasperation. This incited the canine's indignation, prompting it to turn and bark in protest. Zhou Lin's combat prowess was evidently persuasive even to dogs, for He Zai had developed a sense of reason. However, its bark was strikingly conspicuous in the Su family estate, where few animals roamed, drawing countless gazes, including Lan Ye's. Upon spotting Zhou Lin, she felt her legs weaken, not in the typical sense. Let's go. Now. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Ye revved the motorcycle and shouted, Li Chun. The person you're looking for is right here. Upon hearing her call, Li Chun rushed out with two companions. While he was swift, Zhou Lin and He Zai were swifter still. Almost simultaneously with Lan Ye's shout, they surged toward her. A distance of 100 to 200 meters would take even a world champion over 10 seconds. Yet Zhou Lin and He Zai covered that ground in mere seconds, halting just shy of 10 meters from Lan Ye. They paused only because of Li Chun, who brandished a loaded firearm. His reaction time and combat awareness were commendable, surpassing that of ordinary soldiers. Don't move, Li Chun commanded in a low voice. Are you willing to die for her? Zhou Lin pointed at Lan Ye. It was a lapse in judgment. He should have donned his gear earlier to avoid worrying about stray bullets. This has nothing to do with her. My employer wishes to ask you a few questions. Your employer? Zhou Lin frowned and glanced at Lan Ye, who dared not move. She was acutely aware of Zhou Lin's strength and did not believe a mere handgun could pose a threat to him, especially with He Zai at his side. Having not seen him for some time, Lan Ye noted that the dog had not only grown significantly, but also appeared more ferocious, particularly in its gaze, which was sharp and imbued with a palpable threat. Had she not lived through this experience, she would have never believed she could feel threatened by a dog. What is happening? A few police officers jogged over, eager to maintain order. Their enthusiasm stemmed from the assurance of their jobs. After all, they had families to feed and could avoid scavenging for food. While they were somewhat familiar with Lan Ye and Li Chun, Zhou Lin and He Zai were unfamiliar figures. How long has it been since you've had meat? I don't care who you are or who your employer is. I'm taking Lan Ye, one officer declared. If your employer has any issues, they can come to find me. Find you? Li Chun couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. If only it were that simple. Although Lan Ye never uttered Zhou Lin's name, Li Chun was not so naive as to overlook the connection. The officers primarily focused on He Zai, aware that the relationships between Zhou Lin, Lan Ye, and Li Chun were complex. They preferred to avoid entanglement in such murky waters, yet the dog must be retained. No. It was imperative to keep the dog, as regulations prohibited walking dogs without leashes. Want to know when that regulation was enacted? Well, let's just say it's best not to ask again. Observing Li Chun's determination, Zhou Lin lost patience. I will count to 3. Who do you think you are? An officer could no longer restrain himself, drawing a baton and swinging it at He Zai. Confucius said to capture the king before the thieves compared to humans. Dogs were easier prey, thus they must be subdued first. Aru. Sensing the impending attack, He Zai would not tolerate such audacity. In its world, only 2 women and Zhou Lin ranked above it. All others were beneath. How dare you ambush me? Prepare to meet your demise. With instinct and its evolved nature combined, He Zai leaped, leaving a blur in its wake. Before the officer could react, its formidable jaws clamped down on the wrist wielding the baton. With a resounding snap, He Zai landed and shook its head, flinging the severed hand and baton at Lan Yeye's feet as though to warn her, "Don't move, or this will be your fate." Lan Yeye felt paralyzed, the innate fear of a beast rendering her momentarily forgetful of her own powers. Meanwhile, the officer, now missing a hand, emitted agonizing screams, unsure whether from pain or the sight of his own blood gushing forth. "Capture the dog. Shoot it. Get a doctor, quickly." Amidst the chaos, Zhou Lin remained composed, as did Li Chun, who merely furrowed his brow. Hei's eyes' ferocity raised questions about Zhou Lin's whereabouts. It was no wonder that Lan Yeye often exhibited nervousness when discussing Zhou Lin. Li Chun now suspected that Su Yu may have underestimated Zhou Lin's capabilities. Capturing him with just their 5 bodies was an impossible task, even if he had once been a soldier. "Don't move. No one move." A figure scampered over, and Zhou Lin recognized him as Wu Jiankai. His impression of Wu Jiankai was far from favorable. In the early days of the apocalypse, he had acted with undue bravado, thinking himself a significant player. Such individuals were not uncommon, wielding authority over nothing and often causing more harm than good in their endeavors. Thus, Wu Jiankai's approach raised the question, was he here to defend the officer or merely seeking a death wish? "Zhou Lin, what are you doing? You're courting death by letting that dog harm others. Who gave you the audacity to defy the government? Just because you have a bit of money doesn't mean you can run amok." Chapter 160. This is lawlessness. Wu Jiankai harbored no particular grudge against Zhou Lin. He merely found him distasteful. Despite Zhou Lin's affluent background, Wu Jiankai hailed from a modest family. His upbringing was unremarkable, his appearance unexceptional, and his academic performance average, leading him to a rather mundane career. Not every staff member at the street office lacked a formal position. Wu Jiankai was an exception. Had he been content with mediocrity, or pursued a more challenging occupation, he would not have been the same Wu Jiankai. The apocalypse transformed him from a mere employee into a certified member of the shelter, and he seized the opportunity to impress Zhu Guanghan after Su Ziyuan's dismissal, eventually earning himself the minor title of Deputy Director of the Internal Affairs Division II. This position, though lacking in substantial power, nonetheless elevated Wu Jiankai's status considerably. Indeed, upon first laying eyes on Lan Yeye, he had already envisioned naming their future child. Rationality told him it was impossible, yet dreaming was a harmless indulgence, especially in a world where the extraordinary had become commonplace. Thus, when he learned that someone had brought a dog to intimidate Lan Yeye, he perceived it as an opportunity to play the hero. Of course, as he made his way over, Wu Jiankai engaged in some mental fortification. Beauty is precious, but life is even more so. If a situation proves futile, one ought to refrain from acting. That thought persisted until he caught sight of Zhou Lin. For reasons unknown, Wu Jiankai felt a strange confidence that he could handle Zhou Lin. Perhaps it was due to Zhou Lin's family's relatively humble demeanor in the Lanshan community. Or perhaps he believed that as a former official of Zhou Lin's parents, he deserved some respect. "Zhou Lin, behave. Do not resist, or you will regret it," he shouted, casting furtive glances at Lan Yeye. She was indeed watching him, yet her gaze held none of the admiration or affection he had anticipated. What a fool! Zhou Lin pondered, failing to recall Wu Jiankai's name. "Forget it. If you wish to avoid death, you should leave quickly." "Lan Yeye, are you coming or not?" "It's not that I don't want to go, but you must consult the others first." Lan Yeye's sorrowful expression stirred a protective instinct in Wu Jiankai and the police officers, instantly transforming Zhou Lin into a heinous criminal in their eyes. Some reached for Chapter 161. Who can truly comprehend Wu Jiankai never imagined that his life would come to an end at the jaws of a dog. In those fleeting moments of his demise, regret washed over him. Why did he choose to threaten Zhou Lin? What made him believe Zhou Lin was someone he could intimidate at will? Amidst his remorse, thoughts of his parents surfaced, an elderly couple, now waiting in vain for his return. Without him, what fate awaited them? A flicker of relief crossed Wu Jiankai's mind. At least he had yet to find a wife or have children. Perhaps the online voices were correct. If one is not strong enough, they should not force it. All it brings is suffering, not only for oneself, but also for one's offspring, incessantly feeding them the delusion that all hardships can be shattered through sheer effort. But can they truly be shattered? Especially in such an apocalyptic world. The weak can be bullied by anyone. Even a mere dog can effortlessly snatch away your life. While tangible sufferings may be confronted through hard work, what of those unseen, unfathomable trials? In his final moment, Wu Jiankai finally understood there is no ceiling to break. When one feels a sense of stability around them, it signifies the loss of the opportunity to become strong. Everything is covertly predetermined by the powerful. No matter what the weak attempt, they cannot tear apart the rules set by the strong. All actions perceived as rule-breaking are still confined within those very rules. Without a cognitive breakthrough, one will never truly comprehend this world. Wu Jiankai exhaled his last breath. Though this world was fraught with suffering, he yearned to live not out of greed, but from fear. In the Su family courtyard, nearly everyone was horrified by Wu Jiankai's lifeless body. To harm or kill. How dare that man named Zhou Lin? Outside might be one thing, but this was the Disaster Recovery Command Center, the political heart of Jiazhua City. In broad daylight, he dared to commit murder. Were Zhou Lin to hear such words, he would surely scoff. Did I kill anyone? At most, it was abduction. Murder and injury are the work of thugs. Why should the actions of a dog be attributed to me? If you have the ability, go kill the dog. In contrast, Lan Yeye was far more perceptive, having encountered numerous domineering men. Allowing a dog to kill was trivial. Those men could, with just a word or thought, endanger countless lives, often disregarding human life altogether. The lives of ordinary people were merely a series of numbers and a report. The truths perceived by ordinary people were merely those that the powerful wished them to see. Thus, she remained calm, not even attempting to struggle. It was unnecessary. She understood that Zhou Lin did not seek her life, at least not yet. As she got into the vehicle, Zhou Lin was wary of allowing Lan Yeye to sit behind him and instead had her sit on the fuel tank, albeit an awkward position. When the motorcycle could no longer traverse water, he switched to a jet ski, but this time, he bound Lan Yeye tightly. Is that really necessary? She scoffed. You're not trustworthy. The allure of a beautiful woman held no sway over Zhou Lin. After a decade of enduring an apocalyptic reality, he prioritized survival, sustenance, and safety far above any woman. Though Lan Yeye was experienced, she had yet to truly endure the harshness of the apocalypse. However, Zhou Lin would ensure she understood what the apocalypse entailed. For someone like her, the Lai Fu Hua Chapter 162, the fighting rooster Lan Yeye was forcibly taken away from the Su family courtyard by Zhou Lin, which incited great anger in Zhu Guanghan. His fury was not only due to the scathing rebuke he received from Su Yu over the phone, labeling him a worthless fool, but also because he questioned who had granted Zhou Lin the audacity to act with such impunity. In a desperate attempt to locate Zhou Lin, he offered a bounty of 100 jin of rice, knowing that such a reward could alleviate the food concerns of a family for several days. However, 3 days passed, and the bounty increased to 300 jin, yet no brave soul dared to claim the reward. Did no one know Zhou Lin's whereabouts? In truth, there were indeed individuals who provided leads, mentioning the Qingdao Reservoir. Zhu Guanghan rewarded the informant with 10 jin of rice. But mere knowledge of Qingdao Lake was of little use, as even the authorities were unaware of its vastness. Seeking assistance from the military for a drone was suggested by Li Chun, but Zhu Guanghan was met with refusal when he approached Yi Xinxiao. Various excuses were presented, citing that national resources were not to be used in such a manner, that the current environment was unsuitable for drone operations, and so forth, ultimately leading to no assistance being granted. Li Chun sensed something amiss and chose not to press Zhu Guanghan further. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin received a message from Yi Xinxiao, warning him that this was a one-time occurrence and would not be tolerated again. That evening, as father and son sat beneath a sunshade, sipping wine and enjoying the cool breeze, Zhou Kaijun could not suppress his thoughts. He expressed that while he did not object to Zhou Lin's violent actions, the dignity of the nation must be preserved. Otherwise, it would yield no future benefits. Father, some matters cannot be compromised. Take that Deus incident. For instance, if Wu Jiankai had lived, could he have let it go? Zhou Kaijun retorted, highlighting that his perspective was shaped by the era of extreme state control in which he was raised. The weight Zhou Kaijun placed on the nation might be 100, while for Zhou Lin, it was merely 30. Zhou Lin, in contrast, disregarded anyone outside of his family. Any external assistance was contingent upon long-standing prerequisites. It must not jeopardize his family's safety, disrupt their way of life, or expose their secrets. One could argue that Zhou Lin was selfish. Yet such selfishness is an indelible mark inscribed in the genetic memory of all beings, an imprint that no amount of moral persuasion could erase. Father, are the crops growing normally? Zhou Lin sought to shift the conversation, believing national matters were best left to those who ought to worry about them. When the topic turned to his daughter's accomplishments, Zhou Kaijun could not help but indulge in another drink, lauding her for liberating his hands and unleashing his potential, proclaiming her to be a revolutionary talent in modern agriculture. The more Zhou Lin listened, the more frustrated he became, realizing that while Zhou Li was their pride, he was merely an afterthought. Father, don't you think her performance is a bit too extraordinary? Zhou Lin had pondered this for quite some time. Were it not for Zhou Li's status, he might have resorted to extreme measures to uncover the truth. Indeed, it is normal for a few geniuses to emerge among billions. But can her performance truly be encapsulated by the term genius? Zhou Lin did not view Zhou Li as a genius, believing that no genius could surpass her. What are you saying? Is it possible that your sister could be reborn like you? How many incense sticks did I burn in my past life? Zhou Kaijun jested. Your family? How can you be so shameless, Zhou Kaijun? At that moment, Chang Yali arrived, overhearing part of their conversation and retorting. It must be my family's ancestral grave that is smoking, not yours. Yes, it is your family's grave that is smoking. Zhou Kaijun capitulated instantly. He had no choice. Cheng Yali now stood taller than him, even surpassing Zhou Lin by half a head. Both Zhou Li and Wu Shui expressed envy at Cheng Yali's continued growth at her age, as every woman dreams of possessing long legs. Cheng Yali's legs were indeed long. Reminiscent of an elephant's, one stomp could potentially damage the deck of the Leifaheo. You are still drinking while the breeding farm below is in disarray? Cheng Yali was not merely there to enjoy the cool air. Since marrying Zhou Kaijun, she had taken charge of the household's affairs. Initially managing a few dozen square meters, their wealth had since expanded to several hundred square meters, and now, it spanned tens of thousands of square meters. What's going on? Zhou Kaijun inquired, setting down his wine glass. Go take a look, Cheng Yali exclaimed, hands on her hips, her voice nearly lifting the table off the ground. The breeding farm aboard the Leifaheo had expanded to over 1,000 square meters after several rounds of renovations, filled with chickens, ducks, geese, quails, rabbits, fish, and even a pair of guinea pigs that Chen Feng and his companions had discovered floating on the water's surface some time ago. No one knew what these guinea pigs had endured to survive until today, nor how they had floated to the vicinity of the Leifaheo. Upon entering, Zhou Lin immediately sensed something was amiss. The animals were unusually agitated, their sounds filled with fervor, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Zhou Kaijun inspected all the animals, eventually presenting a chicken to Zhou Lin. Are you injured? Zhou Lin instantly noticed the blood on Zhou Caijun's hand. The wound was evident, with 2 puncture marks the size of a chicken's beak, clearly caused by the rooster in his grasp. This rooster was no ordinary specimen, typically. The largest roosters in the Summer Kingdom weighed around 10 jin, while the largest in the world, the Brahma, weighed about 12 jin. This rooster undoubtedly exceeded that. With a well-proportioned body, glossy feathers, and beady eyes that scrutinized Zhou Lin and Zhou Kaijun defiantly. Father, shouldn't you tend to your injury first? It's nothing. Just look at this chicken. I assure you it was normal just 2 weeks ago, but now it has undergone a remarkable transformation, almost like a monster. Father, we must adhere to scientific principles. No matter how it changes, it remains a chicken. Zhou Kaijun shook his head. No, it's not just the chicken that has changed. It is merely the most transformed among them. You should see the rabbits and the geese. Oh, and there's a hen quail that at first glance. I thought it laid a chick in the quail nest. A quail the size of a chicken the size of a goose. And what about the goose? A sense of foreboding crept into Zhou Lin's mind. Could it be that these animals had mutated? They were poultry. If even poultry could mutate, what about the wild animals? Sun Qinghao, have you all not noticed anything unusual lately? Brother, it was our oversight. Sun Qinghao glanced at Jiang Lanlan apologetically. This isn't about right or wrong. In this apocalyptic world, one must exercise caution in all matters. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. In Jiang Lanlan, you. Chapter 163, The Reluctantly Constrained Rooster. Since the unfortunate demise of Su Si, Jiang Lanlan has lived her life with great restraint. Suddenly confronted by Zhou Lin, she felt an unsettling wave of anxiety wash over her. I primarily oversee the hydroponic vegetables. The animals are not under my purview. So, what are you so anxious about? Zhou Lin furrowed his brow. I merely wish to remind you to prioritize safety. Should you encounter any unusual behavior from the animals, report it immediately. Jiang Lanlan exhaled in relief. All right, I understand. Zhou Lin then contacted Wu Shui via the intercom, instructing her to bring a first aid kit to tend to Zhou Caiyuan's injuries, while also summoning Qin Feng and Zhao Xiaogang. Brother. Maintaining a regimen of scientific exercise coupled with ample nutrition has led to a marked improvement in the physical fitness of Qin Feng and Zhao Xiaogang. Observing the data recorded by Wu Shui, Zhou Lin surmised that Qin Feng's physical prowess had reached approximately 3 times that of an average person, equivalent to evolution level 1. Tier 3. In contrast, Zhao Xiaogang, due to his divergent evolutionary path, was likely at level 1, Tier 2. Regardless of the tiers, both were significantly stronger than ordinary individuals. Go to the breeding chamber and capture any creatures that exhibit abnormal behavior. I need to relocate them. Qin Feng and Zhao Xiaogang nodded in agreement and departed alongside Sun Qinghao and Jiang Lanlan. Upon Wu Shui's arrival, she hurriedly began treating Zhou Caiyuan's wounds. How should I handle you? The once lively rooster, which had displayed remarkable vitality in front of Zhou Caiyuan, now appeared utterly subdued, merely crouching there like an oversized quail. Wu Shui and Zhou Caiyuan were taken aback. Was it truly this intelligent? It seems you possess some awareness, Zhou Lin remarked, seemingly unfazed, as he engaged in a dialogue with the rooster. All right, I won't harm you. Just gaze out the window. If you desire freedom, feel free to take flight. I believe you are capable of it. On the ground, the rooster remained crouched, yet it lifted its head, adorned with a sizable comb, and gazed out the window. The nearest island to the Leifaheo was approximately 20 meters away, a distance the rooster could undoubtedly cover. However, the island, battered by prolonged exposure to the sun and torrential rain, was now strewn with bare stones, making it exceedingly difficult to restore its former lushness, even through manual cultivation. This was still the Qian Island Reservoir. Conditions elsewhere were even more dire. After surveying the area, the rooster returned its gaze to Zhou Lin, tilting its head in curiosity. Stay here, and you'll have all the food you desire. Zhou Lin gathered a handful of feed and spread it in his palm. But you mustn't harm anyone. If you agree, just nod. To Zhou Caiyuan and Wu Shui's astonishment, the rooster indeed nodded. Rooster, can you truly comprehend? Wu Shui, filled with curiosity, couldn't help but inquire. Yet, curiously, the rooster ignored her. Zhou Caiyuan attempted to elicit a response, with similar results. Why is that? Wu Shui asked Zhou Lin. How should I know? Zhou Lin shrugged. He had a hypothesis. Perhaps his ability to communicate with the rooster stemmed from some latent power or evolutionary trait. Just then, Qin Feng arrived to report on the situation in the breeding chamber. With both him and Zhao Xiaogang intervening, the recently mutated poultry posed no challenge. Readily confined within large cages. Try greeting it, Zhou Lin suggested. Brother it? Qin Feng was taken aback, but, under the watchful eyes of the others, awkwardly waved at the rooster, exclaiming, Hi, you've got to be kidding me. Zhou Lin nearly kicked him, exasperated. When I said greeted, I didn't mean to say hi like that. Are you from Xia country? The rooster, displaying a touch of anthropomorphism, rolled its eyes and nodded several times. Can you understand him? Zhou Lin inquired of the rooster. It tilted its head, alternating between nodding and shaking, leaving everyone bewildered. Was it comprehending or not? Never mind. As long as I grasp the general situation, that's sufficient, Zhou Lin thought, not expecting the rooster to become an expert. It was likely that Cheng Yali could also communicate with the rooster. Even if verbal communication was impossible, the rooster would certainly understand her imposing presence. Come, follow me upstairs. Zhou Lin commanded, and to his surprise, the rooster obediently trailed him as they ascended to the deck. You may roam freely on this level, should you encounter any insects. Deal with them. However, you are not permitted to eat this. These are our domesticated creatures. Zhou Lin pointed to the bees buzzing overhead. Interestingly, the bee boxes were not initially retained by Zhou Lin. Perhaps, akin to cinematic narratives, life always finds a way. It was under Zhou Saijuan's whimsical notion, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, that he placed 2 bee boxes in a shaded area on the deck, and to their astonishment, bees soon took residence. Initially, Zhou Kaijun noticed the weary little creatures were few in number and appeared lethargic. He fed them sugar water, and over several days, they gradually regained their vitality. It was only after a couple of days that he finally witnessed bees emerging. Subsequently, Zhou Kaijun relocated the bee boxes to the elevated area, allowing the bees to assist in pollinating the fruits and vegetables. Finally emboldened, the rooster began to strut with confidence, patrolling the planting troughs. Is this really happening? Zhou Kaijun marveled. As a specialist in animal husbandry, he found the situation utterly incredulous. Roughly, yes, Zhou Lin replied, leaving his statement open-ended, as he intended to check on the other mutated creatures. Disregarding the rooster, Zhou Lin and the others descended into the breeding chamber. Captured by Qin Feng and Zhao Xiaogang were a single rabbit, a goose, and a quail, in addition to the rooster left above. Zhou Lin found it amusing to ponder whether only one member of a species mutated at a time. Moreover, the intelligence of these 3 animals was notably inferior to that of the rooster. They appeared dazed and unresponsive, lacking the rooster's sharpness. Sun Qinghao maintain their care. Ensure they are neither starved nor allowed to escape. Zhou Lin resolved to observe further, contemplating that perhaps, should the situation persist, they could fatten them up for consumption, potentially yielding the benefits of mutated alligator tortoise meat. Having completed his tasks, Zhou Lin made his way to the lower cabin of the Lei Faheo to check on Lan Yeye. Technically, Zhou Lin could monitor her condition at any moment, and he indeed checked periodically to promptly address any irregularities. "You've finally arrived." Lan Yeye lay in bed, gazing weakly at Zhou Lin. Since her confinement, she had not consumed a single morsel, and while she had access to water, drinking only intensified her hunger. Were it not for her certainty that Zhou Lin would not kill her but rather prolong her suffering, she might have succumbed long ago. Too much to manage. "I lost track," Zhou Lin replied nonchalantly, tossing a small bag of cookies to Lan Yeye. "If I were you, I would savor each bite for today. This is your sole provision. Stop torturing me. Just ask whatever you wish." Lan Yeye accepted the cookies, managing to refrain from tearing into them immediately. Zhou Lin's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly snatched the cookies back. "You." Lan Yeye attempted to protest, but it was too late. Chapter 164. The Susanu, the Su family. Suyu? Are you suggesting that their entire clan has already aligned themselves with that organization? After all this discussion, what is the name of that organization? The name? I only recall hearing Su frequently mention Judas be with you and Judas grant me eternal life during phone calls. As for whether Judas is the name of the organization, I truly do not know. You may eat the cookies now. Lan Yeye joyfully accepted the cookies, swiftly tearing open the package and stuffing them into her mouth. After having them snatched away by Zhou Lin once, she no longer dared to pretend otherwise. This was precisely the outcome Zhou Lin desired. It is not difficult to destroy a person's body. To truly make someone submit, one must utterly shatter their spirit, dismantling everything within their mind before reconstructing a suitable new identity. Viewed from another perspective, this is akin to PUA pickup artist tactics. The knife is not guilty. It is the wielder of the knife who bears the blame. A mere bag of cookies could hardly satisfy Lan Yeye. She gazed longingly at Zhou Lin, hoping for more food. What about Chao Boding? What is his situation? Him? Lan Yeye focused, as if contemplating how to articulate her response. His standing within that organization is even higher than Su Yu's. How much higher? I am uncertain, but he is still just another despicable man. So you mentioned that Chao Boding might be heading directly to Europe. Europe? Does that organization have a presence there as well? You underestimate that organization. Su Yu claims its history may span over 1,000 years, with origins far beyond the beautiful nation. The true Illuminati still resides in Europe. After centuries of infiltration, it can be said that their agents are present in every corner of the world. No, they are not mere agents. They are the organization's minions. Gaining true membership in the organization is no easy feat. Even Su Yu is merely a preparatory member. I didn't expect this organization to be so prestigious. Zhou Lin couldn't help but scoff. He had no interest in their history, culture, or background. He was solely focused on revenge. Whether Chao Boding deserves to die is uncertain. but Xiao Bowen must perish. If that pointless organization is indifferent to the loss of a few lives, Zhou Lin will not deliberately target them, as long as they do not provoke him. Your calculations may be flawed. How so? Do you think I am insane for returning to Jeju City? It is all because of you. The beautiful nation is already aware of your existence. There are no secrets that remain hidden. So you sent me to bring Li Chun and the others to find you. Zhou Lin had somewhat anticipated this, thus he was not overly surprised. He was more concerned about the beautiful nation's stance. Regardless, he suspected he had already been compromised in Xia country. It was merely a matter of time before they acknowledged it. He wondered what actions the beautiful nation would take next. It seems unlikely they will act. The jet fighters are currently of no use, and Xia country is not defenseless. If the beautiful nation dares to invade openly, it would certainly face a formidable counterstrike from Xia country. Thus, having a great power to rely on can indeed provide comfort, especially one as towering as Xia country. At that moment, Zhou Lin could not help but feel fortunate that he had risked handing over the hard drive to the rescue fleet for the nation. It was indeed a lucrative venture. You seem unconcerned? Well, you managed to stealthily seize an aircraft carrier 3 months ago. Compared to you, I feel like a mere bystander. Not entirely. Zhou Lin approached the door, turned, and tossed a bag of bread back. Live well, there will come a day when you will be of use. However, being my enemy will assuredly lead to a grim fate, so consider carefully which side you wish to stand on. Do I have a choice? Lan Yia quickly stuffed the bread into her bosom, thinking that Zhou Lin would not take it back from her. Once bitten by a snake. 10 years of fear of a rope. Upon returning to the ship island building, Zhou Lin was still pondering what exactly Judas was, when Zhou Li approached, holding a tablet. A good thing. Would you like to see? What? Seeing the mature smile on Zhou Li's face, Zhou Lin sensed that someone was about to face misfortune, be it him or someone else. I suspect your ability is related to ships, am I correct? Continue guessing. All right. I see. Therefore, you must be quite interested in this. The tablet displayed a blurry photo with several lines, as if serving as a reference for something. What? Oh, I almost forgot. Just a moment while I adjust this for you. Zhou Li's small hands swiftly navigated the tablet, occasionally switching programs. Although Zhou Lin could see each action clearly, it was of no practical use. Done. When Zhou Li stopped, a remarkably clear image appeared on the tablet. In the background, the ocean was visible, with a rather peculiar ship at its center. Peculiar, because the front half of the ship consists of 2 hulls, connected by a square deck at the midpoint, extending to 3/4 of the hull's length before tapering into an isosceles trapezoid towards the rear. This is. I restored a satellite photo. Did you not discuss the island nation's fleet with Yixin Xiao last time? This ship is the flagship of that fleet, referred to as the Susanu by the islanders. I believe I recall that name. What it should be is of little importance. What matters is the ship itself. Zhou Li adjusted the image's angle. Do you know how large it is? Could this be? Zhou Li nodded. I acquired some useful information from the intelligence departments of the beautiful nation and the island nation. Well, I want to show you everything. What on earth? Zhou Lin nearly exploded. But Zhou Li continued, this 50,000-ton catamaran is far from what everyone imagines. Firstly, this vessel is powered by nuclear energy, with reactor technology even more advanced than that of the Tefert. Secondly, based on the intelligence we have intercepted, there are at least 3 major factories within each hull. Yes, legitimate factories that can produce engines, machinery, and computer chips as long as raw materials are supplied. The broader section can facilitate offshore construction, oil drilling, and simple smelting operations. It is said that the rear of the ship houses the island nation's 2 most advanced supercomputers, codenamed Yuki Anna and Magina. Is this really a ship? Even Zhou Lin, completely unfamiliar with modern industrial systems, was stunned after a brief understanding of the Susanu. To say that half of the island nation is a bit of an exaggeration, but to claim it embodies 1/10 of the island nation's modern industrial essence is hardly an overstatement. So, Zhou Lin could not help but swallow hard. Pointing to the tablet, where is it located? Are you intrigued? Zhou Li wore an expression that suggested she anticipated this reaction. Even if you're interested, you cannot act. Why not? Your acquisition of the Tefert was sheer luck. The islanders are no fools. With such stringent defenses, do you think you still have a chance to approach? Do you view those warships as mere decorations? Indeed, there are 3 aircraft carriers alone. One can only imagine how tight the defenses are. Furthermore, now is not the right time. The island fleet has returned home, likely with grander ambitions. Grander ambitions? What do you know? Zhou Lin shrugged, imitating an adult. I am still investigating. I will eventually uncover the truth. If the island fleet were to encounter a natural disaster, wouldn't that be splendid? Brother, what do you think? A natural disaster? Where would such a fitting calamity occur? Zhou Lin's eyes widened in sudden realization. Chapter 165, The Sky Mothership Before the Apocalypse. There was a saying regarding typhoons. It was said that each summer, typhoons born from the sea would typically rush towards the eastern coast of the Summer Kingdom due to air currents. This eastern coast is home to over 80% of the Summer Kingdom's economically developed cities. Should a powerful typhoon make landfall, the economic ramifications for the Summer Kingdom would be significant, potentially hindering its path to ascendance. However, if one were to chart the trajectory of typhoons each year, it would become apparent that most typhoons often make a sudden sharp turn of over 90 degrees as they approach the eastern coast, heading straight towards the island nation. This phenomenon seems quite miraculous. Some netizens attribute this to divine intervention favoring the Summer Kingdom, while others dismiss any connection to celestial forces. Could it be that the Taoist priest in purple robes is merely a figurehead? Is the 9 tripod of Dao merely ornamental? And can the collective will of the summer people not withstand a mere typhoon? In summary, the heavens may send the typhoon, but the people of the Summer Kingdom are the ones who redirect it towards the island nation. If a typhoon were indeed to strike the Summer Kingdom, it would either mean the Taoist priest is in deep meditation, the Dao tripod is undergoing maintenance, or perhaps the citizens of the Summer Kingdom simply feel the heat of their homeland is too intense and are in need of water. At this moment, Zhou Lin was not pondering the validity of the aforementioned belief. Instead, he was contemplating a calamity. If the scorching heat following the winter night represented a cycle of temperature fluctuations, then such alternations must inevitably lead to air convection. The more intense the temperature changes, the more vigorous the convection. The Summer Kingdom was preoccupied with other matters at sea, yet Zhou Lin recalled that about a month and a half after the winter night, a tremendous storm had emerged in the eastern waters of the Summer Kingdom. This storm did not bring about any miracles. Its colossal form and enduring strength burdened the entire coastal nations and cities. It was this tempest, later named Godzilla, that directly instigated the onset of war between the southern and northern factions, with the northern leader, Intaro, boldly taking the initiative. Zhou Lin's memory of the enormous fleet of the island nation was somewhat hazy, perhaps due to the lack of action from the Summer Kingdom at the time, resulting in scant domestic information. Coupled with the poor circulation of information, these trivial matters had not captured his attention. However, Zhou Lin had first-hand experience with both typhoons and warfare, as his activities were still confined to the eastern coastal region. Although he did not directly experience the landfall of the typhoon, the torrential rains it brought exacerbated the flooding in the coastal cities, worsening the already dire environmental conditions. Yet, the typhoon also had its benefits. During its landfall, at least the temperature in the eastern coastal cities enjoyed a refreshing respite for about a week. But why did Zhou Lin seem to imply that she was aware of an impending super typhoon? It was known that even the higher echelons of the Summer Kingdom had not released any information before the formation and arrival of the typhoon, indicating that the meteorological department had neither monitored nor predicted this superstorm. Thus, it was improbable that such news could be gleaned directly or indirectly from the current online information. So how did Zhou Lin know? Speculation? Impossible. Zhou Lin had previously stated that the term speculation did not exist in her vocabulary. All conclusions must be substantiated by reason, or it would be an affront to her intellect. Yet, if Zhou Lin still believed it to be an issue of intelligence, he might truly have a problem with his own intellect. What are you staring at? Zhou Lin inquired. Li, are you? Zhou Lin hesitated to ask if Zhou Lin, like him, had also been reborn, albeit with different advantages. He had directly obtained supernatural abilities, while Zhou Lin had received over 100 free attribute points, which she might have mistakenly allocated entirely to intelligence. You're overthinking it. If I were reborn, this household would be under my control. Isn't this household already under your control? Zhou Lin retorted. Control? Wake up. First, ask Mom if she agrees. Zhou shook her head and departed. However, regardless of her denials, Zhou Lin remained skeptical. Something felt amiss. Zhou Li's behavior was indeed peculiar. Yet, it did not appear to be deceitful, so it was likely true that she was not a reborn individual. Yet, if she were not reborn, how could she possibly know of the impending typhoon and even suggest using it to stage a grand performance for the Islanders? Thinking of the Islanders inevitably led him to ponder that massive fleet. The Susanoo, both in size and capability, held immense allure for Zhou Lin. Even if its 50,000-ton capacity left little room, finding an appropriate location for it could yield considerable available storage space. If he could establish the Susanoo as a fixed survival base and free the Raifoku for defensive purposes, Zhou Lin's thoughts began to crystallize. He felt he had finally determined the trajectory for the Raifoku, a sky mothership. For the foreseeable future, the oceans would be perilous. The erratic temperatures would not only give rise to frequent superstorms, but, as time progressed, the mutated creatures within the seas would grow increasingly fearsome. 3 to 5 years might not suffice for those mutated beings to evolve to the point of threatening steel vessels. But what about 8 or 10 years? Not to mention the supernatural beings and evolved entities that would emerge in 8 or 10 years, capable of ignoring ordinary steel defenses. Even now, Zhou Lin found it exceedingly simple to dismantle a car with his bare hands. With a mere thought, the term technological progression appeared beneath the heading Raifoku Sky Mothership, followed by a progress bar. Although the current display showed only 0.01, it filled Zhou Lin with elation. He had initially worried that this idea was too fanciful, and if his supernatural ability did not accept it or lacked the capacity, it would be utterly disastrous. However, much later, Zhou Lin would come to realize that he had indeed taken a circuitous route. If he had communicated his current thoughts with Zhou Li, allowing her to conduct a technological dissection and have their symbiotic ability derive those technologies that were currently unattainable, it would not only expedite the entire progression process, but also allow each derived technology to be utilized independently. To this day, Zhou Lin still struggled to comprehend the true value of the technological progression skill. It was akin to a hidden gem. Symbiosis, advanced 2100,000, currently symbiotic vehicles. Raifoku, large surface vessel. Xiaofeng, medium ground vehicle, potential symbiotic vehicles. 2 storage space. 3-4 affiliated skills. 1 strength symbiosis. 10 minutes 24 hours. Affiliated skill 2 space utilization. Affiliated skill 3 technological progression. Raifoku, sky mothership. Progression 001 evolution level 2 003 317 1000000. Why does this not have an estimated completion time? If only I could accelerate the progression. Oh no. As soon as the thought of accelerating progression crossed Zhou Lin's mind, he immediately felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His head spinning as if he had gone several nights without sleep. Stop. No. Halt the acceleration. Cease technological progression. Chapter 166. The second development of Black Dog. The technique of technical evolution is a relentless drain on both physical stamina and mental fortitude. Zhou Lin was not unaware of this, yet he had no inkling that it could be accelerated, albeit at a terrifying cost. Had he not halted it in time, he feared he might have been drained to the very essence of his being. As for whether he could survive the ordeal, he dared not gamble on it. While merely exhausting physical energy was somewhat bearable, the extraction of mental acuity posed a grave threat. He might ultimately lose the ability to pause the skills, leading to utter disaster. Glancing at the progress bar of technical evolution, he was astonished to find it had only increased by a mere 0.01. At this rate, when could he expect completion? Zhou Lin found himself in a quandary, but resolved to observe for a couple of days first. In the provincial city, at the Su residence, Su Yu and Apos' expression was as hard as iron, his icy gaze fixed on Li Chun. Useless. Li Chun offered no rebuttal, silently standing there. When one bears another and Apos' burden, they must also endure the accompanying scorn. There is no fault in that. Drones, you say? There is no need for further discussion. Either bring back Lan Ye's people or her life. As for weaponry, a large-caliber sniper rifle would be preferable. Go fetch it. Suyu waved his hand, visibly irate at having lost Lanyaya. People often behave this way, despite looking down on her in their hearts, even contemplating her dismissal. They cannot accept being forced to relinquish her. Even if they might forsake her in the future, she must first be retrieved. This is indeed a flaw that needs rectification. Yet Suyu sees no fault in his actions. After a brief departure, Li Chun set off with equipment and 3 newly selected individuals. Not long after, Suyu received a message from the organization inquiring about the status of the mission. He found himself in a dilemma, although he wished to conceal the truth. The organization's rules compelled him to respond honestly. However, the information Li Chun had brought back proved useful. At least it confirmed that the Laifu was indeed in Zhou Lin's possessions, thus identifying him as the individual the organization had been seeking. Soon, the organization responded, stating they would arrange personnel to take action against Zhou Lin. And Suyu must comply unconditionally. Unconditionally? What did they take me for? Suyu felt a surge of indignation but dared not express open defiance, instead venting his frustrations on those around him. Recently, several individuals, desperate and out of options, had entered the Su household. There were designated personnel responsible for investigating these newcomers' backgrounds and providing training. Only after passing rigorous assessments would they be permitted to serve the core members of the Su family. Among them were various women, in a world where even the luxury of a full belly is a distant dream. The capital women once held for survival has dwindled to a mere naivety. Alas, today's girl could only silently endure Suyu's perversions, praying not to be subjected to too much torment. It is inconceivable that there is but one Suyu in the world. Nor is it possible that only one girl suffers thus. Such is the nature of the apocalypse, human life is worth less than that of a dog. Yet not all dogs are like Black Dog, who, instead of laboring, indulges daily in sumptuous feasts. Recently, it seemed to have begun a second phase of development. Its shoulder height surging from 70 centimeters to 90, and its body length from 1 meter 30 to 1 meter 60, with a weight increase of 25 kilograms, culminating in a formidable 60 kilograms, equivalent to the average weight of an adult male in Bashu. In other words, ordinary adult males are no match for Black Dog, which continues to grow. Even Qing Yali expressed concern. If this creature kept growing, would it not become a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Zhou Li scoffed at her mother's worries, asserting that she utterly misunderstood science. Every species has a limit to its size. Terrestrial animals, barring significant environmental changes, have their limits, with elephants and giraffes being prime examples. The result of ridiculing Qing Yali was inevitable. She would be thoroughly reprimanded. Black Dog, too, faced repercussions, being exiled to the deck's overhead area due to its current phase of development, as it was deemed to be affecting everyone's appetite. Life aboard the Laifu remained relatively harmonious. However, the most pressing issue in recent days was the increasing number of people venturing to fish in the reservoir. The threat of man-eating monsters paled in comparison to the fundamental need to fill one's belly. Faced with the choice between starving to death or being devoured by a monster, people opted to heed their primal instincts. The first line of defense that Zhou Li had planned was nearing completion, expected to be operational within a day or two. Yet, supplies aboard the Laifu were running low, particularly the solar panels. Zhou Lin found himself torn. Should he make another trip? Uncertain whether the half-tongued serpent would perish, his past experiences suggested it was unlikely to die. It is said that snakes harbor grudges. Thus, would an evolved serpent with a developed brain not hold an even deeper grudge? After the second-tier evolution, Zhou Lin had yet to test how much stronger his full-force attacks were compared to the first tier. Meanwhile, Wu Shui had derived from the foundational data changes that his strength had at least doubled compared to the peak of the first tier. This meant that Zhou Lin's physical attributes now reached 20 times that of an average person, effectively rendering him superhuman, much like the rooster later named Brother Kuan, which exhibited a stark contrast in behavior before Zhou Lin and before Chang Yali and Chen Feng. Before Zhou Lin, it shrank back as if faced with a natural enemy. Aside from that, only Black Dog could compel Brother Kuan to lower its proud head. Since moving to the overhead deck, Brother Kuan had begun to crow. Initially, Zhou Lin thought it was merely a cacophony, but 2 days later, Zhou Li informed him that Brother Kuan's calls were remarkably precise, crowing at sunrise, at noon when the sun reached its zenith, and again at sunset. Most astonishingly, regardless of whether the sun was visible, Brother Kuen's crowing had never faltered by even a minute. Perhaps this was an instinct of the species. Ultimately, Zhou Lin resolved to make another trip to Silicon Valley, not solely for the solar panels. The Susanoo harbored machinery for manufacturing computer chips. And if he could gather all the materials from Silicon Valley, who knows what could come of it? Zhou Li supported this idea, albeit with caution due to the inherent risks. After all, no one could guarantee that Zhou Lin could indeed best the serpent. Nor could anyone assure him that only one serpent lurked in Silicon Valley. What if there were more? Brother, do you truly believe that evolution mandates you to confront it barehanded? I have weapons, but the serpent's scales are far too tough. Ordinary knives cannot penetrate them. Brother, truly, you are human. What distinguishes humans from animals? Is it not the use of tools? Is a knife not a tool? Have you never considered employing other instruments? You mean a gun? But a gun may be less effective in water than a knife. Zhou Li was left speechless by her brother's lack of foresight. She could only pull up the specifications of the TEF on her tablet and pointed to an image of a device. Brother, you aren't thinking of selling this to a scrap dealer, are you? It can submerge to 1,000 meters. Do you think the serpent could damage it? And what of those massive pincers and drill bits? Surely you can wield them? If you truly cannot, I shall accompany you this time. Chapter 167. Li Chun's advantageous weaponry indeed. Within the vessel named Leifu, there exists a submersible designed for underwater operations. The complexity of its operation is such that it cannot be managed by a single individual. Typically, this submersible necessitates at least one pilot, 2 operators, and an observer to proficiently conduct underwater tasks such as excavation, welding, and cutting. However, after contemplating the intricacies of the apparatus, Zhou Lin ultimately declined Zhou Li's proposal. What a jest! If they were to encounter that monstrous serpent, Zhou Li would return with a piece of her flesh missing, and Chungyali would undoubtedly stew Zhou Lin. The peril of the serpent is overshadowed by the threat posed by Zhou Li, and Zhou Lin is acutely aware of this distinction, seemingly anticipating Zhou Lin's refusal. Zhou Li did not press the matter further, merely advising him to exercise caution. Should fortune favor them and they manage to slay the serpent, he must remember to bring back its gallbladder. Brewing liquor, perhaps? You wouldn't understand. Zhou Li waved her hand dismissively and departed. Early the following morning, Zhou Lin prepared for departure. As he stepped onto the deck, he was greeted by the cacophony of barking from Haizi. It is often said that where there is a master, there is a dog, and indeed, Haizi seemed to be emulating the direction of Chungyali, with a sound that was truly deafening. What is all this barking about? Does he not see it as me? Zhou Lin initially assumed Haizi was barking at him, only to realize the canine was directed towards the sky in the northwest. How presumptuous of me! Zhou Lin awkwardly glanced towards the northwest and soon spotted a small black dot in the sky, based on its trajectory and manner of movement. It was evidently not a bird. Could it be another military drone? To Zhou Lin's surprise, he had already identified the dot before receiving radar information from Leifu, indicating the detection of a drone. Indeed, as biological evolution progresses, current technology seems to lag behind. While contemplating this, Zhou Lin began utilizing Leifu's communication equipment to contact Yuxinshu directly, an arrangement established during their previous cooperative agreement. As certain matters must remain unknown to Wang Pingping for the time being. No, I have not ordered any drone to fly over Qiandao Reservoir, Yuxinshu stated, adding that the military drones had not been deployed either. If it is not yours, I shall not hold back. By the way, regarding Wu Jiankai, I have heard Zhu Guanghan intends to take action, and your location may have been exposed, though it was certainly not leaked from our military. Is that so? If they seek trouble, let them come, Commander Yi. Should they strike first, I will not show leniency. You must be vigilant and avoid attributing any blame of mutual conflict to me. My head is not large enough to bear such a burden without inciting my wrath. After a brief silence, Yi Xinxiao replied, for the sake of our shared nationality, if anything arises, inform me, and I shall handle it. Zhou Lin understood Yi Xinxiao and Apos' intentions. The military's involvement was certainly to protect Zhu Guanghan and his associates, as Yi Xinxiao was fully aware of Leifu and the catastrophic outcome should it open fire. Enough of this. That object is approaching ever closer. I must act now. It is not yours, right? No. Yi Xinxiao did not hesitate this time. Communication was severed as Zhou Lin squinted at the sky. The object was now more distinct. He could even discern the camera suspended beneath the drone. Unlike the previous military model, this one boasted 8 rotors and flew with remarkable stability, evidently superior to the military and Apo's technology. In this location, to possess a drone more advanced than the military's, this does not bode well. Zhou Lin swiftly retrieved his sniper rifle, engaging the safety and aligning the drone within his scope. Meanwhile, 2 to 3 kilometers away from Leifu, a speedboat was gliding through the waters. Boldly, damn it. I think I've been spotted. The operator of the drone, equipped with VR goggles, jolted violently, nearly dropping the drone's remote control. The direct connection to the drone's camera made the experience akin to being shot himself. Fortunately, Zhou Lin's initial shot missed the drone. But the operator dared not tempt fate further, knowing that such equipment was invaluable, even to Suyu. Should it be damaged or lost, he would undoubtedly face punishment upon return. The position has been relayed to navigation. Good heavens, I am certain that is a warship. Damn it, they are firing at me. If I get hit, I shall not be called Bird Demon. The operator relied on his exceptional drone piloting skills to ascertain their location. If he were to lose this ability, he would likely be dismissed by Suyu, leaving him unpaid. Thanks to his adept handling, Zhou Lin's successive shots missed the drone entirely. Understood. Be cautious. I must accelerate. Li Chun forcefully pushed the joystick, instantly increasing the speed of the previously frantic speedboat. The powerful engine churning up 2 wakes of white water, swiftly heading towards Leifu. Leifu, Zhou Lin lowered his sniper rifle. He and Heizi both heard the sound of the speedboat's engine, with Heizi seeming to have perceived it a second earlier. The dog expressed its frustration, wishing it could accept the fact that a human could match its prowess. What purpose would it serve then? It approaches. The rising water allowed Zhou Lin to see the speeding boat from a distance. In a moment, he would be able to discern the figures aboard. Although their features remained indistinct, he could identify Li Chun by his build. Wasn't this the same individual who had pointed a gun at him the other day? A sycophant of the Su family? How audacious of him to come here. Without hesitation, Zhou Lin once again raised his sniper rifle. Simultaneously, the speedboat slowed as someone took over Li Chun's task, while Li Chun lowered his head, opening a wooden box at his feet. Should Wang Pingping see the contents of that box, he would surely be astounded. It is said that the Xi'an nation has secretly developed numerous advanced weapons, and the item Li Chun now presented would undoubtedly qualify as one of them. Not only the external world, but even many military units have never encountered such technology. Wang Pingping had only heard about it from Yi Xinxiao, this anti-ship missile designed for individual use. Although termed an anti-ship missile, its size and speed cannot compare to true missiles. It is better described as a rocket designed specifically for targeting large vessels. However, its warhead possesses immense power, and it travels significantly faster than conventional rockets. Theoretically, this device can cover 2 to 3 dozen kilometers, but outside the visible range would necessitate auxiliary guidance. Currently, under the existing conditions, Li Chun had no choice but to risk using the visual guidance system of the rocket, while the speedboat was close enough to Leifu to ensure clarity of the target. Damn. As Zhou Lin observed Li Chun rising with the launcher, his eyes widened in alarm. This has escalated quickly. While Zhou Lin did not believe a mere rocket could obliterate Leifu, what if it harmed someone, even if no one were injured? Damaging the carefully nurtured flora in the aerial layer would certainly be regrettable. Li Chun, through the scope, noted the terror etched on Zhou Lin's face and smiled. Chapter 168. Compensate with your pain. Li Chun launched a shoulder-mounted rocket, which ascended rapidly before tracing a small radius descending arc in the air. The missile suddenly skimmed just 1 or 2 meters above the water's surface, entering what is termed the wave-piercing mode. At such an altitude, the target becomes exceedingly difficult to defend against, rendering many missile defense measures futile. Moreover, the distance between the two entities was barely 2 kilometers. Such a scenario would not occur in a genuine combat situation unless the entire fleet surrounding the aircraft carrier had already sunk. Thus, even if the Leifu had been prepared, it would have been impossible to intercept this diminutive anti-ship missile. Although Li Chun's expression remained stoic, the mirth and pride in his eyes were unmistakable. He recognized Zhou Lin's formidable abilities, yet what did it matter? he had still suffered under his foot. Just as the missile was about to strike the Laifu, an unexpected wall erupted from the side of the vessel, and the missile had no time to react, crashing directly into it. What is this? Li Chun's mind buzzed. He could not fathom the sudden appearance of the wall. As the flames dissipated and the smoke cleared, the Laifu re-emerged, appearing unchanged from before the impact. No. There was one notable difference: Zhou Lin's expression. Had he not ingeniously maneuvered a spare deck to shield the ship's side, even if the Laifu had not sustained severe damage, the painstakingly crafted farmland would have been jeopardized. More crucially, his reputation would have been tarnished. Here was a powerful ability user, a second-tier revolver, ambushed by an ordinary person with a rocket. If this were to leak out, but it wouldn't, for Zhou Lin leapt into the air, and a jet ski materialized beneath his feet, plunging into the water moments later. Foamy waves erupted as the engine roared to life. Indeed, Zhou Lin had dropped the FAAD. He was ready to confront the situation head-on. Turn around quickly. As a former soldier of great renown, Li Chun possessed formidable combat instincts. Upon witnessing Zhou Lin leap, the others on the speedboat were left bewildered. Was he fleeing or planning something? If retaliation was his intent, surely he would first acquire a means of transport? Only when the jet ski appeared out of thin air did everyone but Li Chun stand agape. Magic? Sorcery? Or perhaps some cinematic special effect? Fortunately, Li Chun's commanding shout roused the others, and they swiftly resumed their tasks. Zhou Lin, meanwhile, was not idle. He skillfully maneuvered the jet ski while donning tactical gear, bulletproof vest, helmet, and weaponry. Engaging Li Chun in close combat aboard the speedboat was unnecessary. In this vast expanse of water, the speedboat could not match the agility of the jet ski. Zhou Lin was now the hunter, and Li Chun and his crew were the quarry. As the speedboat barely turned, Zhou Lin's jet ski carved a white wake, swiftly overtaking from the left. Without needing Li Chun's command, the two individuals on the left side of the speedboat raised their weapons. The famed Type 99 rifles from the Summer Kingdom, known for their stability and precision, were at the ready. Rat-a-tat-tat. For tracer rounds were fired to effectively illustrate the ballistic trajectory, allowing the shooters to adjust their aim. Two fiery trails pursued Zhou Lin's jet ski, creating a curved line of fire between the two vessels. Yet, none of the bullets struck true. Both parties were in motion. And this display served primarily as intimidation and suppression, aimed at forcing Zhou Lin to decelerate. One individual subtly adjusted their aim, beginning to account for Zhou Lin's lead. The tracers provided a level playing field. Li Chun's team could see the trajectory, and Zhou Lin could perceive it even more clearly. Just as the jet ski approached the line of fire, Zhou Lin suddenly yanked the handlebars, propelled by the powerful motor, launching the jet ski clear above the water. The shooter, momentarily elated, quickly raised their aim, believing Zhou Lin would become an easy target suspended in midair. However, before a bullet could be fired, Zhou Lin forcefully pressed down on the handlebars, sending the jet ski plunging into the water like a dart. Damn, where did he go? Don't panic. He has to surface eventually. The crew on the speedboat ceased firing and began scanning for Zhou Lin and the jet ski's whereabouts. It is well known that while a jet ski may temporarily submerge and even travel a short distance underwater, it is not a submarine. Moreover, even if the jet ski could withstand the depths, the rider could not. Yet 10 seconds passed, and Zhou Lin did not reappear. 20 seconds elapsed, and still, there was no sign of him or the jet ski. Li Chun felt a vague sense of unease. He had lowered his speed to facilitate his comrade's aim. Could it be possible? Initially, the distance between them had narrowed to a mere 150 meters. But Zhou Lin had to retreat slightly to evade the bullets, now placing him over 200 meters away. Surely he couldn't have abandoned the jet ski and swum back in 20 seconds? Even a world champion couldn't achieve that. Nonetheless, Li Chun felt a sense of dread, akin to a sheep under the gaze of a predator. Thus, he instinctively accelerated, wishing to distance himself from this unsettling place. But in the next moment, two dark barrels suddenly emerged from the water less than 10 meters from the right side of the speedboat. Splash! Bang, bang, bang! The sound of water erupted alongside the gunfire, and the crew, save for Li Chun, was caught off guard. With Zhou Lin and Appo's current physical prowess, he could wield an M4 or M16 single-handedly, disregarding the recoil. As long as the weapon functioned properly, he could strike with precision. Blooms of blood blossomed across the speedboat. Some individuals, struck but not immediately killed, struggled to retaliate, yet they could not comprehend how Zhou Lin's weapon seemed to possess limitless ammunition. Despite being a rifle, the bullets never ceased. Their thoughts faltered there, for even the most resilient life could not endure the onslaught of dozens of rounds. Zhou Lin transformed the entire speedboat into a sieve. The absence of an explosion was solely due to his deliberate avoidance of the fuel tank. When the gunfire ceased, only Li Chun remained curled up in a corner, surrounded by a pool of scat. Chapter 169. The death of Li Chun was engulfed by regret. Perhaps many individuals, when faced with the specter of death, inevitably find themselves steeped in remorse. After all, few dare to claim their lives have been flawless, devoid of regrets and shortcomings. Li Chun was no exception, as he felt the inexorable passage of life, akin to a fish speared by a harpoon. All his struggles rendered futile, he was overcome by regret. Once, he harbored ambitions and ideals. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a commendable soldier. Like every naive newcomer yet to truly enter society, he believed he could carve out a realm for himself through sheer will. However, the harsh blows of reality came incessantly, leaving one battered and disheartened. In truth, only a rare few emerge resilient, while the majority are shattered, left with only a relentless pursuit of material gain. In comparison to spiritual aspirations, the attainment of material desires is often the simplest path, requiring merely the relinquishment of trivialities such as ideals, self-respect, and, ultimately, in confronting reality, Li Chun convinced himself that his choices were not erroneous. Enduring hardship does not guarantee elevation above others, yet to submit is to secure a life of comfort. It was the world that compelled him to make these choices, not the other way around. The fault lay not with him, but with the world itself. The torrential currents battered Li Chun, making it arduous for him to breathe. In truth, he found little need for breath anymore. The roar of the motorboat reverberated as Li Chun's world crumbled around him. Light faded, and the sounds of the outside world gradually dissipated. The last sound he perceived was Zhou Lin's merciless taunt. Unwilling to accept your fate? Alas, there is no next life, is there? How much more tragic is that? He hoped that Li Chun's awareness of this would render his demise all the more bitter. Zhou Lin felt no mercy for his adversary, regardless of who they were. Once he confirmed Li Chun's demise, he callously reduced the body to fragments with steel rods, fearing that larger pieces might choke the fish in the reservoir. Thus concluded the sudden ambush. Upon returning to the Laifu, Zhou Lin sought out Lan Yeye, eager to glean more information about the Su family. As is customary, Zhou Lin was never one to shy away from the moral code of martial ethics. Lan Yeye was now prepared to endure any torment, save for hunger. This perhaps represented the greatest vulnerability of both supernatural beings and evolutionaries. Their formidable physiques instinctively craved vast quantities of sustenance. Should that craving go unmet, lethargy was merely the mildest manifestation. Prolonged deprivation would lead to addiction-like responses. In his previous life, Zhou Lin had not become a supernatural being or an evolutionary. In this life, he had never known hunger. Had he not subjected Lan Yeye to torment, he might never have uncovered this significant flaw in their kind. Even Wu Shui, who observed through video, was taken aback upon witnessing Lan Yeye's plight, beginning to question whether being a supernatural being or an evolutionary was indeed a blessing. Finally obtaining food to swallow, Lan Yeye appeared a shadow of her former self, disheveled, with mucus and drool adorning her face, save for her clothing being somewhat clean. She was even less presentable than a beggar on the street. Suddenly, Zhou Lin comprehended why, in his previous life, supernatural beings and evolutionaries resorted to cannibalism. The sight of Lan Yeye revealed that, when driven by extreme hunger, they would not spare even their kin, just as all addicts often abhor their own behaviors post-indulgence. Those who consumed those around them to sate their appetite must initially suffer greatly, yet gradually, they would become twisted. Is it truly that terrifying? Wu Shui inquired. Close enough, Zhou Lin exhaled deeply. He had always believed that his food reserves were ample, even if he were to amass thousands in the future. Food scarcity would not pose an immediate concern. Yet now, it seemed he might have erred, unless his base consisted solely of ordinary individuals. or unless he could discover a new source of energy for the supernatural beings and evolutionaries. However, until the moment of his demise in his previous life, he had never encountered news on such matters. When he broached this topic with Zhou Lin, she confidently asserted that such sources must exist, albeit they would not be more accessible than food itself. "Why are you so certain?" Zhou Lin asked. "Because." Zhou Lin tilted her head, her twin ponytails swaying behind her, exuding a charming innocence. "Because what disappoints us is not the world, but ourselves." "Damn, you're not making sense. Can't you be more direct?" Zhou Lin shook his head. "Oh, what as for dinner tonight?" "Melons." "Eating melons?" "I meant you." Zhou Lin yawned. "All you think about is eating. What about the defense perimeter? We nearly faced a rocket attack today and will likely confront missiles tomorrow. Can the defense perimeter withstand missiles?" Zhou Lin questioned incredulously. Clearly, it could not. Previously, Zhou Lin had believed that maintaining a good relationship with the state would shield him from missile threats. Now, it appeared he had been naive. During times of peace, such threats were unlikely, but in the present, all manner of terrors emerged. The Laifu had exposed itself too early. Had it delayed a bit, the situation had shifted too rapidly, disrupting Zhou Lin's plans. To be honest, he had never truly formulated any plans. It was more a matter of proceeding step by step, much like writers who have no outlines, merely responding to reader demand. If readership dwindled, most would simply end up in the palace as eunuchs. "Tomorrow, I will head to Silicon Valley. I'm just afraid that once I leave, others will come. Are we all useless? Or do you think I cannot utilize the weapons aboard the Laifu?" Zhou Lin retorted. "Tomorrow, I still plan to bring Zhao Xiaogang along. That fellow is too timid and requires more training. Is that your concern? What does survival of the fittest mean? You aren't his father. If he can be of use, then great. If not, find another way." "Brother, you're in your 30s. Should I really have to teach you these things? Don't you find that embarrassing?" Even before the apocalypse, which boss truly nurtured their subordinates, the so-called training is merely using you as a beast of burden. So, what does Zhao Xiaogang's timidity have to do with you? Why not choose someone bolder? I feel like you've gone in circles just to suggest playing with that submersible. Haven to you?" Zhou Lin smirked, acknowledging the sibling bond that allowed for the simplest conclusions amidst complexity. "Not interested, it's tedious. The supercomputer, my supercomputer. If you wish for an easier time in the future, expedite the acquisition of the supercomputer. The mainframe on this aircraft carrier is subpar. Can the mainframe on the Laifu truly be inadequate?" Zhou Lin disagreed. The expansive machine room, spanning over 100 square meters, seemed to him a scene from a science fiction film. Was that not impressive enough? With his knowledge base, Zhou Lin could not fathom what a supercomputer entailed or why it was so vital to Zhou Lin. Yet, he always aimed to fulfill his sister's requests, especially as he yearned for that peculiar snake. If possible, he wished to savor the creature's flavor. Wu Shui also desired it. The last collection had yielded too little of the strange serpent's essence. Chapter 170. Suyu's decision returning to familiar grounds, Zhao Xiaogang appeared quite anxious. He had never laid eyes on the monstrous serpent, but he had witnessed the terrifying sight of mutated alligator turtles, whose formidable jaws could sever him into 3 pieces. It was indeed a source of great dread. In contrast, Zhou Lin exhibited a calm demeanor. His composure was not a result of meticulous preparation, but rather a product of habit. Anyone who has fought for survival in the apocalypse for an extended period learns to mitigate their perception of danger. After all, the threat of starvation outweighs other fears. He wished to advise Zhao Xiaogang not to flee if they encountered any disturbances below, but reconsidered. After all, Zhao Xiaogang could hardly operate the SSC. Where would he run to? As he had conveyed to Zhou Lin, the primary objective of this excursion was to bolster Zhao Xiaogang's courage, for he would prove useful in the future, possessing a resilient vitality well-suited to high-risk endeavors. Regrettably, Zhao Xiaogang remained oblivious to Zhou Lin's true intentions. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly choose to stay, for in the apocalypse, those of value tend to survive longer than the useless. As for those who would rather perish than endure a painful existence, they had mostly met their demise by now. Compared to several days prior, the water levels in Silicon Valley had receded somewhat. The scorching daytime temperatures followed by light rain at night had led to a net loss of water, and it seemed that in due time, these areas would resurface, provided the weather remained unchanged. Upon entering the second phase of the apocalypse, it appeared that experiences varied by region. In Zhou Lin's previous life, there was no rain in his locale. The relentless heat and drought rendered the land barren. Not even a blade of grass could thrive. Zhou Lin plunged into the water, releasing the 18-meter-long submersible, which proved somewhat cumbersome to navigate in the 10-meter-deep depths. Fortunately, his mission did not involve installing equipment or excavating a sunken ship. He could act with boldness. Under the powerful spotlight, every detail of the underwater realm was laid bare. Zhou Lin did not actively seek the monstrous serpent. Instead, he headed directly for a warehouse, utilizing mechanical arms to tear open a gaping hole in the roof. Even though the breach was large enough to accommodate a car, Zhou Lin lacked the skill to pilot the submersible inside. Thus, he exited the submersible, armed only with a flashlight, and ventured into the opening. Fortune was on his side. The warehouse was filled with urgently needed solar panels. Within the limits of his physical capacity, he busied himself transporting them to the storage space of the Fortune. The task proved laborious, requiring him to return to the submersible periodically for sustenance to replenish his strength. Completing the transfer of solar panels from a single warehouse took an astonishing 6 hours. Zhao Xiaogang had contacted him 5 times, clearly anxious about Zhou Lin's safety below. It seemed that the monstrous serpent would evade them today. Climbing aboard the SSC, Zhou Lin wiped away the water and exhaled a sigh. It was curious how one's desires could be so contradictory. The anticipation of what one cannot attain only breeds restlessness. Yet when faced with the reality, anxiety takes hold. This was reminiscent of the flavors of first love, was it not? Brother, shall we head back? Yes, let us return. Upon hearing Zhou Lin's response, Zhao Xiaogang visibly relaxed, even humming a cheerful tune. What are you humming? Red Rose, does it not suit my age? Let us return. I am weary. The ample supply of solar panels ensured the continued construction of their defensive perimeter, yet there remained a shortage of manpower, necessitating Zhou Lin to roll up his sleeves and lend a hand. Mother, in this sweltering heat, you ought to rest. Do you look down upon me? Shall we arm wrestle? Zhou Lin cast a glance at Qing Yali's brawny arms, thicker than his own thighs, and chose silence, silently mourning for his father. Occasionally, he found himself pondering the moral implications. If he were in his father's position, could he truly remain chaste? It was more a question of courage than capability. Indeed, the heat was oppressive. Through satellite networks, it became clear that many regions were beginning to suffer from water shortages. It could be said that Jiazhou City was in a relatively fortunate position. Even the provincial capital's shelters had begun rationing water, limiting not only drinking water, but also water for daily use to a meager 1 liter per adult per day. 1 liter, in such sweltering conditions, was scarcely sufficient for mere survival, let alone laboring for sustenance. The situation in the provincial capital was comparatively better. After all, the authorities, in their stinginess, still sought to ensure the survival of the populace. In areas that had completely descended into chaos, strength dictated supremacy. He who controlled the water supply held power. Countless lives had been lost, rivers of blood spilled, in the struggle for water. Zhou Lin often pondered why neighboring countries looked to Xia country. It was precisely because order allowed ordinary people to live with a modicum of dignity. The meager resources earned through labor were preferable to the loss of life. Yet, as time passed, the Xia government faced increasing challenges in maintaining order. With the emergence of numerous supernatural beings and evolved individuals, many regions had effectively declared themselves sovereign, nominally adhering to the Xia government's jurisdiction while privately ruling as local despots, their dominion unchecked. In his previous life, Zhou Lin felt a deep resentment towards this state of affairs, but as the old adage goes, the dragon-slaying youth inevitably becomes a dragon himself. Now, Zhou Lin had carved out his own territory. If the government sought to meddle, he would not readily acquiesce. In stark contrast to the external hardships, the affluent Su family fared considerably better. Not only could they ensure the livelihoods of their family members, but even the vassals within the Su household and their families enjoyed a quality of life far superior to that of the outside world. Take drinking water, for instance. The family had several deep wells that consistently provided sweet, fresh water, available for consumption as long as it was not wasted. However, as the head of the family, Su Yu's mood had soured considerably in recent days. Li Chun had failed to make contact as scheduled, which surely indicated her demise. Not that he felt sorrow, rather. He was left uncertain about whom to turn to for task completion. The organization had informed him that a special envoy would arrive the following day. And if they chose to exploit this situation, it could result in a significant financial burden to maintain the organization as favorable assessment of him and the Su family. In the past, Su might have been indifferent. No matter how much money was expended, it could always be regained. But now, who would desire currency? If he were to part with substantial resources, would there even be an opportunity to recoup them? A glance at the thermometer revealed the harsh reality. Such hopes seemed unattainable. At times, Su contemplated whether he should sever ties with the organization. Yet, these thoughts remained merely speculative. The Su family's entanglement with the organization had become too intricate. Should he express such sentiments, the organization would not need to deploy agents against the Su family. They could simply hand over the family's past transgressions to the Xia government. And within a day, the entire Su family would find themselves imprisoned, with individuals like Su facing execution. No, I must make arrangements. Su summoned his two younger brothers and instructed them to prepare separately. Sunan, you head north. Su Hua, you venture south. Here's the status of our assets in both cities. After you arrive, find suitable accommodations, but remain discreet and do not reveal your identities. At 27, Sunan's eyes glistened with concern. Brother, is something amiss with our family? Need I say more? Su Yu adopted a commanding tone. The entire world is in turmoil. How could our family possibly remain unscathed? I am sending you away to ensure the continuation of our bloodline. Should a day of tranquility dawn upon us, I shall certainly bring you back. Remember, discretion is paramount. Chapter 171. Visitors from the imperial capital. The gradually receding floodwaters brought great joy to Wang Pingping. Stationed at the National Grain Depot in Jiazhou City. Finally, he no longer had to endure sleepless nights battling the floods, and his comrades could enjoy a proper night's rest. Although the heat was somewhat oppressive, the presence of 3 deep wells ensured that drinking water was not an issue. With provisions and hydration, Wang Pingping considered their situation a veritable paradise amidst the apocalypse. Regrettably, the nearby waters had not completely receded, and the marsh-like terrain severely hindered transport capabilities. Large vessels could not navigate, and smaller boats had limited capacity. The frequency and quantity of food shipments to the military base had significantly decreased over the past 2 days. Had it not been for the prior stockpiling of supplies, Yixin Xiu would have likely been compelled to issue dire orders to Wang Pingping. Just when Wang Pingping thought he could enjoy a few more days of this idyllic existence, a phone call from Yixin Xiao snapped him back to reality. Visitors from the imperial capital? Surely they weren't arriving by airship? The new model, a high-speed airship, could reach speeds of 160 kilometers per hour, which hardly seemed fast. All right, I shall return immediately. Upon receiving the news, Yixin Xiao's mood soured. At such a critical juncture, how could anyone still be embroiled in the machinations of power struggles? It was no wonder that it was said the people of Xia would never unite until the last moment. The higher-ups had already made a decisive stance regarding Zhou Lin's situation, a decision Yixin Xiu wholeheartedly supported. Yet, there always seemed to be individuals intent on stirring up trouble. Wang Pingping hurried back, only to find the base unchanged, just as it had always been. Commander, what is the situation? Was it not said that someone was coming to cause trouble? What's the rush? They haven't arrived yet. At the latest, they will be here tonight. And you will soon be in the know. They haven't arrived? What exactly is going on? If you ask me, who can I ask? Yixin Xiao sighed, dropping any pretense of authority in front of Wang Pingping. He continued, it certainly relates to that Zhou Lin character. Alas, it could be a significant headache. Earlier, Yixin Xiao had disclosed some information to Wang Pingping that perhaps he shouldn't have. Upon learning that the higher-ups had identified a supernatural ability user and confirmed that Zhou Lin was likely one of them, Wang Pingping felt a twinge of envy. As a soldier, he inherently possessed a desire to grow stronger. Unfortunately, Yixin Xiao's rank rendered him unable to assist Wang Pingping in any meaningful way. Knowing certain information was the extent of his support. The individuals arriving from the imperial capital were not aligned with Yixin Xiao's former superior. However, they were coming under the banner of the higher-ups and might not heed Yixin Xiao's guidance. Zhou Lin is no pushover, Wang Pingping thought. If all else fails, we can simply observe from the sidelines. He crossed his arms, adopting a spectator and Apo's demeanor. That one and Apo's, do, Yushin Xia retorted, glaring at Wang Pingping in frustration. You are a commander. Being indecisive is not a virtue. A weak foundation can easily be uprooted. When will you develop the ability to take charge? You think just because I'm still young and vigorous, I should be your successor? You are mistaken. You should be prepared to serve another 20 years. Are you suggesting we must choose a side? Yushin Xiao narrowed his eyes. This decision was indeed challenging, yet a gamble was necessary. Although his superiors had not given explicit instructions, one must possess a keen awareness of political nuances. Often, the absence of directives served as a clear indication. Go speak with Zhou Lin and see what he has to say. Huh? I already told him everything. Isn't that? Wang Pingping initially hesitated, considering the implications of such actions as tantamount to leaking confidential information. However, upon reflection, he realized it might not warrant secrecy. Judging by Zhou Lin's behavior over the past period, aside from a slight overreach regarding the Wu Jiankai matter, he had generally adhered to protocol. Wang Pingping empathized, thinking that if he possessed Zhou Lin's abilities, he might be even more audacious. No more speculation. Overthinking would be a disservice to my own integrity. As for the investigation team from the imperial capital, upon receiving Wang Pingping's message, Zhou Lin felt both surprised and yet not entirely caught off guard. However, he wondered if their arrival was a bit too swift, given the current transportation conditions. A new high-speed airship? When was that developed? Impressive. The nation is indeed strong. What Zhou Lin did not realize was that the timely emergence of this high-speed airship was somewhat connected to him. Had it not been for the technical support provided by the data in those hard drives, the airship might have taken considerably longer to develop. If Zhou Lin were aware of this and could directly converse with the higher-ups, he would undoubtedly lambaste them for their ingratitude. Unfortunately, politics rarely accommodates personal relationships, and more often than not, even the most basic morals are disregarded. What is Commander Ye's stance? Zhou Lin inquired. We are certainly on the same side, however. There are matters beyond the commander's control, so we can only communicate with you for now. Should any developments arise, we will reconvene. In essence, I fully support you. Very well, considering your backing, as long as the visitors do not overstep, I shall try to keep the peace. Upon hearing Zhou Lin's words, Wang Pingping was at a loss for how to respond. Keep the peace? Does that mean we should be prepared for conflict? Commander, if it comes to blows, how shall we handle it? Conflict? How do you know it will come to that? Are you guarding Zhou Lin or the investigation team day and night? The documents explicitly state that we must not interfere with the investigation team's actions. By the way, don't you need repairs at the grain depot? To safeguard the food supplies and prevent the citizens of Jiazhou City from going hungry, we shall mobilize all combat personnel, leaving only the most basic security forces here. Are they all going? Indeed, everyone is going. Even I, with my old bones, must personally join the fray and contribute. Wang Pingping understood at last. Indeed, experience is often more valuable than youth. With everyone dispatched to the grain depot, given the current transportation conditions, even if the investigation team requested support, they would have to return to the base to retrieve equipment. By the time they prepared, the opportunity would likely have passed. The reasoning was sound. No one could find fault with it. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin also felt perplexed. What is your perspective? He asked Zhou Li. I am not Yuan Fong. Politics is much like writing a novel. It requires a strong heart. What does writing have to do with it? Zhou Lin queried. Court intrigue is akin to a narrative. Is it not? The political arena, much like a story, is fraught with treachery. If they lacked devious thoughts, could the characters in those tales be so wicked? That is a valid point. But we are not here to discuss storytelling. How do we deal with the investigation team? If it were me, I would certainly set an example. After all, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. Oh, how I've longed to be Wu Zetian. It all depends on whether you, as my elder brother, can rise to the occasion. Zhou Li licked her lips, eager for action. What is so appealing about being Wu Zetian? Fine, Zhou Lin confessed his knowledge of history was lacking, rendering him incapable of understanding Wu Zetian's perspective. However, annihilating the investigation team did not seem right. He had assured Wang Pingping of maintaining the peace. Perhaps we should simply keep the peace? Chapter 172. The the black-clad Great Ping after Wu Jiankai was fatally bitten by the black dog. Zhu Guanghan had once offered a bounty for a period of time. Initially, he firmly believed that a generous reward would surely attract brave souls. However, after being repeatedly faced with the harsh reality, Zhu Guanghan eventually relented. Especially after Li Chun and others vanished without a trace, he quietly ordered the withdrawal of the bounty and returned to his mundane duties. As for Wu Jiancai's relatives who came seeking justice, Zhu Guanghan merely dispatched them with 100 pounds of grain and a few pounds of cured meat. Indeed, a life now could barely be exchanged for a weight of grain, and if time passed, the price might even plummet further. At Zhu Guanghan's level, he could only be informed that an investigative team would soon arrive in Jiazhou, but he was entirely unaware of who would be coming or what they aimed to investigate. Due to the confines of information, those he could reach could not provide him with accurate updates, leaving him in a fog of uncertainty, with the sole hope of not being implicated. After all, everyone is susceptible to scrutiny. Not being apprehended does not imply innocence, but merely reflects the higher-ups' discretion. In the provincial capital, an airship, shaped like a missile and exuding a metallic sheen from its inflatable outer shell, was gracefully descending. Unlike traditional airships, this one lacked the suspended gondola. Rather, the gondola was seamlessly integrated with the aerodynamically designed hull. The rear of the hull sported a row of 6 military submarine-like rotors. Its appearance alone left one mystified as to how it controlled its ascent and descent, evoking a sense of mystery and power. As the airship steadied, a door opened at its base, revealing a ladder approximately 2 meters long that extended to the ground. Following this, a tall and formidable figure appeared at the gangway, Wan Ping. With hawk-like sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, Wan Ping strode down the airship with purpose. Trailing closely behind him were soldiers clad in military uniforms, followed by various staff members specifically designated for the Basha region. The investigative team led by Wan Ping did not linger in the provincial capital, as it was not their intended destination. Jiazhou City was their true objective. Ignoring the encroaching dusk and the provincial leader's desperate pleas, the airship ascended once more, accelerating toward Jiazhou City at a visibly rapid pace. For an airship capable of reaching speeds of up to 160 kilometers per hour, the 200-kilometer journey from the provincial capital to Jiazhou would take merely 2 hours, which was also why Wan Ping was reluctant to waste time in the provincial government. Not long after Zhu Guanghan received the notification, the silver-glinting airship appeared above the Su family courtyard, attracting a considerable crowd. Quick, prepare. How's the cafeteria? Is everything arranged? Zhu Guanghan instructed his secretary and other officials as he rushed toward the landing site. The landing of the airship posed little difficulty aside from its slow descent, unless, of course, it was a windy day. Wan Ping was the first to emerge, but upon encountering the obsequious Zhu Guanghan, he could not be bothered with insincere pleasantries, demanding instead that Zhu Guanghan ensure logistical support was in place. Yes, let's head to the cafeteria now. The high status of the investigative team rendered Wan Ping's rank irrelevant in Zhu Guanghan's eyes. Fortunately, the team members were predominantly military personnel who had modest expectations in terms of living conditions. After leaving the cafeteria, they did not even go to Zhu Guanghan's designated accommodation, promptly returning to the airship. Though slightly awkward, this ultimately relieved Zhu Guanghan's anxiety. Be cautious now that they have arrived. In the national granary, upon receiving the news, Wang Pingping loyally messaged Zhou Lin. Everyone returned to their rooms within 10 minutes. Until the true purpose of the investigative team was clarified, Zhou Lin preferred not to take any risks. The fruits and vegetables cultivated in the elevated garden, no matter how significant, could not compare to human life, at least in Zhou Lin's eyes. Without my command, no one is permitted to leave. Eat well and rest early. Any unfinished work can wait until you are refreshed. At all times and in all places, truly valuable and useful information will never reach the ears of ordinary people. Aside from Zhou Lin's family, no one else was aware of the investigative team's matters. They shouldn't arrive tonight, should they? Cheng Yali yawned. As someone of her age, tended to have a degree of trust in the state. At least not believing that the government would turn its guns on ordinary citizens like herself. In contrast, Zhou Kaijun was more apprehensive, as men typically possess a level of military knowledge and awareness that women do not. For tonight, rest assured, I have activated all detection equipment on the ship. Not even a fly can enter. We are also well prepared in terms of weaponry, unless the investigative team intends to engage me in a localized conflict at the Qingdao Reservoir. It must not escalate into a war. This young man, Zhou Lin, has contributed to the nation. In the imperial capital, a secret meeting was convened within a clandestine underground shelter. Those able to attend were the true power brokers controlling various aspects of the Xia country's lifeblood. Alongside the genuine elite, Old Yin, what is the real purpose of this investigative team? Why dispatch Wan Peng and his crew? What is the military thinking? The named general, Yin Ansong, trembled slightly, his steadfast gaze betraying his inner turmoil, as the pin he held revealed his suppressed anger. What are they thinking? He too wished to comprehend the situation. Initially, the report was not an investigation targeting Zhou Lin, but a study on adaptive experimentation. Yes, merely an experiment. A trial involving Wan Peng and others who were deemed successful subjects. In Yin Ansong's view, this was a trivial matter that did not warrant his concern. How dire is the current domestic and international climate? It is not an exaggeration to say that with a moment's negligence, the entire nation could collapse. And the true victims would undoubtedly be the common folk. Coming from a military lineage and having participated in numerous wars, Yin Ansong had ascended to his current position. He believed that extraordinary soldiers and super warriors were meaningless if they could not be widely implemented, while super soldiers might be formidable. What use would they be in the face of overwhelming numbers? The ordinary citizens and regular soldiers are the true foundation of the nation. They are what Yin Ansong genuinely values. After analyzing Zhou Lin's intelligence, the senior commander had once inquired whether Yin Ansong intended to recruit Zhou Lin into the military. In the grand scheme of national strength, Zhou Lin's individual will was ultimately insignificant. There would always be ways to compel his compliance, depending solely on the extent of investment and necessity. At that time, Yin Ansong had asserted that defending the homeland was noble if an individual lacked such lofty ideals. No matter how powerful they would be of no benefit to the country. Thus, unless Zhou Lin voluntarily proposed it, Yin Ansong would not consent to employing various means to compel Zhou Lin to submit. Yet, he could never have anticipated that there were still individuals within the military who could not restrain themselves. Commander, if this matter goes awry, I shall bear the full responsibility. Chapter 173. Worker bees and stingers. The concerns of Yi Xinxiao and Wang Pingping did not materialize. That evening, the airship was as silent as a stone, devoid of any external activity, with not even a glimmer of light escaping, as if it were entirely uninhabited. Wan Ping did not reach out to Yi Xinxiao or anyone else. As the leader of the investigation team, Wan Ping was entitled to a private room. As the first individual in Xia country to successfully merge with an ability orb, he possessed a commendable sense of pride. He had always been proud of his family background, proud of his academic achievements, proud of his military career, and now proud of his superiority. In the past, Wan Ping believed himself to be superior. His kindness and affability stemming from a sense of pity for ordinary individuals, akin to a cultured owner tolerating the playful antics of a pet cat. After all, what harm did a few scratches or a bite from a beloved pet cause? Such behavior was easily forgiven, for it was not human. Yet, he was aware that his perceived superiority was merely psychological and circumstantial. No matter how powerful he became, he remained within the realm of ordinary humanity. That was until the day when the ability orb fused with him, radiating warmth, and the world around him was tinted with a faint red hue. As metallic objects disintegrated into indistinguishable fragments within his palm, and he shattered the force gauge with a single punch. Power. The strength derived from his body allowed Wan Ping to truly comprehend what it meant to be superior. His ability was metal decomposition. In terms of its definition, he was remarkably suited to be a miner, especially for extracting difficult-to-retrieve metallic ores, which he could effortlessly refine from or within his control. However, Wan Ping lacked the numerical abilities and evolutionary capacity of Zhou Lin and had no desire to become a miner. He reasoned that since he could decompose metals, modern weaponry would be rendered ineffective against him. At least, that was his understanding. Theoretically, metal products could not harm Wan Ping, and all metallic barriers could be viewed as inconsequential. However, abilities had a prerequisite: energy. Wan Ping had recognized this during training. The cravings for sustenance in ability users and evolutionaries were encoded in their genes. Once one became an ability user or evolutionary, this truth became instinctual. Thus, Wan Ping was reluctant to leave the airship, fearing that any disruption in Zhu Guanghan's logistical support could prove detrimental. Aside from him, the 10 soldiers in the investigation team were all super soldiers secretly cultivated by Xia country. In fact, they were evolutionaries, having achieved their transformations through rigorous self-discipline. To date, the research institutions in Xia had yet to ascertain the precise training intensity required to transform ordinary soldiers into super soldiers. Comparatively, finding a master for an ability orb seemed simpler. Nonetheless, among nearly 10 million soldiers, local armed forces, militia, military academies, special police, a few super soldiers would occasionally emerge, resulting in Xia currently possessing over 1,000 super soldiers. It could only be said that a large population base was advantageous. The United States had exhausted every means, yet could not reliably produce evolutionaries in bulk, while Xia had succeeded. Wan Peng, too, was an evolutionary, though his level of evolution could not be compared to those who had undergone countless trials to evolve independently. However, with his abilities, he believed that unless it came to close combat, typical super soldiers would not match him, especially since his powers could shine in most missions. This assignment in the investigation team was a task Wan Peng secured after several discussions with his family. Upon becoming the leader, he immediately altered the objective from investigation to capture, meaning if Zhou Lin refused to cooperate, they could resort to force. Zhou Lin, a mere civilian, could not possibly hold the heart of the empire, nor could he seize a national treasure like the Fuhao. How could he be more exceptional than Wan Peng? The National Research Institution had assessed Zhou Lin as an ability user, with abilities likely related to space, and suspected his spatial capacity was considerable enough to accommodate an aircraft carrier like the Fuhao. According to current research, an individual could only merge with one ability orb, and Wan Peng had tested all remaining orbs in the research institution without success. Based on extreme analysis, Zhou Lin should not possess a second ability, and the gathered data corroborated this conclusion. Simultaneously, the institution had determined Zhou Lin was also an evolutionary. They recognized that ability users would likely become evolutionaries. But considering Zhou Lin's past experiences and the conditions following the apocalypse, they did not believe he could advance far on the evolutionary path. Citing a lack of systematic training and a scientifically conducive environment, the institution's findings instilled Wan Peng with great confidence. While spatial abilities were undeniably significant, he believed they served little purpose beyond acting as a human storage facility. Even if they allowed for the advantage of weapon swapping during combat, he felt he could easily overpower Zhou Lin. After all, 99 of weapons capable of causing harm to ordinary individuals were still metal products, and he could effortlessly decompose any metallic item that could be wielded by a human. As for the potential drawbacks of ability consumption, Wan Peng reasoned that such possibilities were negligible. He was a bona fide soldier, and even under conditions where their abilities might offset each other, he was confident he could incapacitate Zhou Lin in a very short time, or even kill him. The troublesome part remained his uncle's instructions. As the second-in-command of the research institution, Wan Peng's uncle, Gong Zio, had long wished for the state to capture Zhou Lin, believing that bringing him to the research institution would maximize his value. Yes, Zhou Lin's greatest worth lay in being studied as a pioneer of abilities and evolution, enabling Xia to advance more swiftly along this path. Thus, Gong Zio disapproved of the higher-ups' decision to allow Zhou Lin to roam free. With his nephew Wan Peng now an ability user and having secured this opportunity, Gong Zio subtly advised him to invite Zhou Lin to the research institute. If he could not be brought alive, then dead would suffice. Surely, the higher-ups would not abandon the future of Xia country for the loss of a single Zhou Lin. If Zhou Lin was to be regarded as a hero, then he deserved a hero's rightful place. Although Gong Zio was a highly accomplished scientist, his worldview was undoubtedly twisted. Perhaps it was this shared disposition that made Wan Peng feel a kinship with him. In their eyes, the greatest purpose of those below them was to provide resources for those above, whether material resources or otherwise. In the minds of individuals like Gong Zio and Wan Peng, the populace was viewed as worker bees, justifying their exploitation of every drop of honey with grandiose phrases, oblivious to the fact that each gram of honey required a worker bee to fly 400,000 kilometers to produce. However, Worker bees also possess stingers. And one day they will remember their weapons. Chapter 174. Warning. Severe warning as dawn broke past 6 o'clock. The temperature at Qianshan Reservoir began to rise sharply. Chen Feng, who had kept watch throughout the night, yawned as he stepped out of the monitoring room remodeled by Zhou Lin. Let's eat first. Zhou Lin gestured towards the food tray on the table, which had been brought in by Sun Qinghao. This position was soon to be handed over to Sun Qinghao. Zhou Lin need not remain here personally. Aboard the Lai Fu, there was nothing he was unaware of. Last night, Wang Pingping had engaged Zhou Lin in a lengthy discussion, primarily analyzing the investigation team. From Wang Pingping's perspective, the investigation team's understated approach and their failure to contact Yuxin Xiao indicated a pragmatic stance. The precise location of Lai Fu was not a secret to the investigation team, and their prolonged conversation with Zhou Lin was ultimately a plea for leniency to refrain from bombarding their vessels directly, given that ammunition was now a scarce and irreplaceable resource. Zhou Lin remained noncommittal to Wang Pingping's suggestions. While he would not open fire directly on the vessels, he would not tolerate any disrespect. For safety's sake, everyone was still barred from conducting operations outside the Lai Fu today. All matters were to be set aside. As for Zhou Saijiwen's concerns regarding delays in planting and potential losses, Zhou Lin believed they could easily be recouped from the investigation team, assuming they possessed at least a modicum of intelligence. At 9:30 in the morning, Sun Qinghao in the monitoring room issued a warning, and Zhou Lin received a pre-alert from Lai Fu 3 seconds prior. 3 speedboats were racing towards Lai Fu in a triangular formation, their straight trajectory confirming Wang Pingping's assertions. At this moment, Zhou Lin's foremost desire was to secure at least one supercomputer for Zhou Li. For only such a machine could accurately compute the satellites passing overhead and facilitate timely breaches and interferences, rendering Lai Fu invisible to ground reconnaissance satellites. Some military-grade satellites lacked external network connections, necessitating the use of Lai Fu's robust communication capabilities to disrupt these satellites directly and penetrate their internal communications. While this concept might appear uncomplicated, the technical challenges and intricacies involved, as Zhou Li would say, were more numerous than the hairs on their fathers' heads. By the way, Zhou Kaijun was not bald. He was neither a programmer nor under any existential pressures. Domestic supercomputers were out of the question. Each was a national treasure. And even amidst apocalyptic circumstances, these machines would surely be guarded by specialized departments and personnel. Any attempt at acquisition would undoubtedly lead to conflict, a scenario Zhou Lin wished to avoid at all costs. As for foreign options, only the southern neighbors and the island nations seemed viable, while the capabilities of the bears remained unclear and unworthy of inquiry. Ultimately, the most feasible solution lay with the 2 supercomputers aboard the Susanoo. Free of moral quandaries and psychological burdens, and perfectly synergistic with their extraordinary abilities, truly a delightful prospect. 5 kilometers remaining, echoed Sun Qinghao's voice aboard Lai Fu, marking perhaps his most illustrious moment thus far, as everyone was obliged to heed his words. The 3 speedboats advanced in their triangular formation, with Wang Peng aboard the center vessel alongside 2 others, while 4 soldiers from the investigation team manned each side, all fully armed and exuding an air of lethal intent. There was no hint of investigation. From the outset, Wang Peng had clearly intended to resolve matters through force. Typically, those who preferred to speak with their fists were often easily swayed by the same. This notion crossed Zhou Lin's mind as he observed the situation aboard the speedboats. Was it not their intent to impose their will through strength? How fortuitous, for such apocalyptic thinking was precisely Zhou Lin's forte. Attention, the 3 vessels ahead. You have entered the defense identification zone. Please reduce speed immediately, or we will open fire. I repeat, reduce speed at once. Following Zhou Lin's directive, Sun Qinghao utilized the external loudspeaker to issue a warning to Wang Ping and his crew. Not merely a warning. With a sudden thought, a CIWS, close-in weapon system, mounted on the side of Lai Fu sprang to life, swiveling to align its 2 ominous gun barrels towards the approaching speedboats. Despite its compact appearance on an aircraft carrier, the caliber of this weapon was formidable. Even the most standard munitions could easily surpass the firepower of a Vulcan. with a single round sufficient to sink the speedboat carrying Wan Ping and his companions. Damn! Wan Ping cursed under his breath, while Zhu Nianqing beside him furrowed his brow. Both were evolved beings, though the higher-ups in Xia country had yet to acknowledge the concept of evolution, instead labeling them as super soldiers. Revered from top to bottom, Zhu Nianqing and Wu Pinyu had gradually adopted an air of arrogance, bolstered by their abilities and the flattery they received. Yet before Wan Peng, they could not afford to be proud. His excellence was undeniable. Reduce speed. Wan Peng commanded impassively, fully aware that Zhou Lin's words were no jest. The combat-ready CIWS made the situation abundantly clear. After ordering the speedboats to activate their loudspeakers, Wan Ping gestured for Zhu Nianqing to identify themselves. Zhou Lin. We are from the investigation team of the Imperial Capital. We mean no harm. We merely wish to gather some information from you. Do not escalate tensions. Disarm immediately. The investigation team represents the state and the military. Zhou Lin, you must recognize the gravity of the situation. Repeat, disarm immediately, or we will consider this an act of aggression. Even if we are not your match, consider what lies behind us. What lies behind you? What? Is it more or fewer flowers? Zhou Lin's voice erupted at Qianshan Reservoir, though his tone was far from conciliatory. Wan Ping and the super soldiers Zhu Nianqing and Wu Pinyu seethed with indignation. They were accustomed to being treated with the utmost courtesy due to their status. It was rare to encounter someone like Zhou Lin who disregarded them entirely. Fortunately, as the speedboats reduced their velocity and continued their approach, Lai Fu displayed no intention of aggression, leading Wan Ping and his crew to believe Zhou Lin was merely posturing and lacked the courage to confront them directly. The research institution's analysis of Zhou Lin's past behavior seemed to align closely with this outcome. If Zhou Lin truly possessed such a character, he would be easily manageable. Wan Peng even imagined how Zhou Lin would react upon revealing his identity, as ordinary individuals would likely never have the privilege to approach someone of his stature. Those so-called societal elites and renowned figures were, in the eyes of individuals like Wan Peng, utterly inconsequential. In the blink of an eye, the speedboats were less than 500 meters from Lai Fu, and those aboard the boats with keen eyesight could discern Zhou Lin standing at the rail. 500 meters was still a tad distant, preventing Wan Ping and his companions from perceiving the mockery etched across Zhou Lin's face. Alas, having already issued a warning, why did they not heed it? It seemed they were entirely unaware of the great story of Colonel Magri. Chapter 175. A display of power. Wan Peng could hardly fathom that Zhou Lin truly dared to fire upon them. While other aircraft carriers might struggle to threaten targets within a kilometer, such limitations did not apply to Zhou Lin. Like the sudden crack of firecrackers, one jet of water after another shot into the sky, erupting less than 20 meters in front of the three speedboats. The helmsman instinctively turned the boat around. Had it not been for the intervention of the investigation team members on board, it is likely that all three boats would have fled in panic. The mist that hung in the air fell upon Wan Ping and his companions, drenching their faces and bodies, making them feel as if they had been spat upon by Zhou Lin. Wan Ping nearly crushed the walkie-talkie in his grip. How dare you? That last barrage of fire, had it not been for Wan Ping's steely resolve, might have caused him to soil himself. However, before Wan Peng could unleash his fury, Zhou Lin's laughter echoed through the air. I am not jesting. If you do not believe me, feel free to proceed and witness my accuracy. Madness. At that moment, the only sentiment shared by Wan Ping and his team was the belief that Zhou Lin had lost his mind. They had already declared their identities. The investigation team represented the will of the nation and military. Did Zhou Lin truly believe that he could stand against an entire country with merely one aircraft carrier? Contact the local garrison. I refuse to believe this. Wan Peng cursed under his breath. Yet, he dared not allow the speedboats to advance further. Who could tell if Zhou Lin was genuinely insane? There was no need for him to gamble on that, since this was an incident occurring in Jiazhou City. It was best to let the local authorities handle it. However, mere minutes later, Wu Pinyu and Apos' report left Wan Ping dumbfounded. What do you mean? Unable to reach the garrison commander? They have gone to assist with disaster relief at the National Grain Depot. The area is suffering from flooding, power outages, water shortages, and communication breakdowns. It will take at least a day for them to return. Glancing at the sky, He wondered if they would have to retreat in disgrace today. What about our aircraft? Our drones? We need to drop some bombs to suppress Zhou Lin's arrogance. Yet, the response from the garrison was utterly bureaucratic. Without the command of the commander, the drones cannot be deployed, let alone conduct live-fire exercises within Jiazhou City. Moreover, the drones are currently undergoing maintenance, and even if the commander returns, we cannot rely on them for a quick attack. In this apocalyptic era, maintenance supplies and parts are in short supply, and we are urgently seeking someone to expedite the process. We do not know when the repairs will be completed. Team leader, I can't shake the feeling that the local garrison is. What? Wan Peng shot Wu Pinyu a fierce glare. Some things simply could not be said. Even if it was just the two of them, it was a matter of political awareness and boundaries. The lower ranks might not grasp this, but he, Wan Peng, must understand. Even suspicion should not be verbalized without solid evidence to back it up. Wu Pinyu somewhat grasped Wan Peng's intent, pouting in acknowledgement that he could only do so much. Gritting his teeth, Wan Peng resolved to communicate with Zhou Lin once more. Zhou Lin, do not attempt to challenge the limits of the nation. We are here to seek information from you. If you have nothing to hide, why not accept the investigation? TSK. Zhou Lin did not feign indifference and immediately retorted, this is precisely why I detest people like you, who love to use so-called moral standards to bully the honest. Oh, so just because I have a clear conscience, I should submit to your investigation? That is akin to being stopped by a security guard outside a supermarket, who demands I strip naked, claiming that if I have nothing to hide, I should do so to prove my innocence. Why should I have to do that? There are countless guilty people out there. Why aren't you focusing on them first? If the security guard insists I remove my clothing to prove my innocence, then he must do the same and allow me to slap him twice. Or else, how is that fair? You might think I am being unreasonable, but why should I have to prove my innocence at your command? What is fairness? This is fairness. Do not speak to me of status or hierarchy. Treating everyone equally, without distinction of gender or rank, is true fairness. Any differentiation is discrimination. You have discriminated against me, yet you expect me to adhere to your moral standards? Are you out of your mind? Zhou Lin. Wan Peng truly did not anticipate that Zhou Lin would dare to voice such sentiments, embodying the notion that ignorance is bliss or an overconfidence in his own abilities. I am aware of your spatial abilities and that you are an evolved being. But do you comprehend that I possess abilities as well? Do you truly believe those shells could harm me? If you refuse to accept our investigation, then await my arrival. I will personally come for you. Such a menacing declaration failed to intimidate Zhou Lin. However, the revelation that Wan Peng was an evolved being piqued Zhou Lin's interest. Oh, if you say so? Then would not my allowing you to approach imply that I am fearful? Though I know you are merely trying to provoke me. I must admit I am susceptible to such tactics. Very well, come closer, but let us be clear, do not even think of boarding my aircraft carrier. Make no mistake. It is mine. Otherwise, do not blame me. One could not deny that at this moment, Zhou Lin bore a striking resemblance to a quintessential villain, at least in the eyes of Wan Peng's investigation team and the three individuals tasked with piloting the boats. Very well. Wan Peng exhaled heavily, issuing orders for the vessel to continue its advance while discreetly preparing for contingencies. No one dared to assure that Zhou Lin would not fire again. The thought processes of a madman eluded the understanding of a sane individual. With his preparations in place, even if the Li Fu fired again, he could at least buy himself some time to survive. As for the personnel aboard the two other vessels, Wan Peng believed their sacrifice would undoubtedly prompt a comprehensive response from the nation against Zhou Lin, which he deemed ultimately justifiable. With arms crossed, Wan Peng stood at the rail, coldly observing as the speedboats approached the Li Fu. After several attempts, Wan Peng and his companions began to ascend the rope ladder. Although constructing a landing platform along with a staircase was relatively simple, Zhou Lin was unwilling to oblige. Zhu Nianqing was the first to ascend, followed by Wu Pinyu. Then Wan Peng, with the elite warriors from the three speedboats trailing last. When all 10 stood in unison on the deck, their presence was undeniably formidable. Yet, Zhou Lin could not be bothered to acknowledge the elite warriors. His gaze remained fixated on Wan Peng. One could only wonder what Wan Peng's abilities were and to what extent he had evolved. Fortunately, the area they occupied was shaded, for the sun's rays were fierce enough to scorch a person. Even the most resolute elite warriors would eventually succumb to the heat, which could prove fatal. However, the awning did little to alleviate the heat. The sweltering 37 to 38-degree temperature combined with the humidity from the water made it feel akin to a sauna. Speak. What do you wish to investigate? Zhou Lin made it clear he had no intention of providing Wan Ping and the others with chairs, water, or food. Nor did he plan to relocate. They could either discuss matters here or not at all. A comprehensive investigation. Wan Ping wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Including the nature of your abilities, your current level of evolution, the weaponry and equipment aboard this aircraft carrier, as well as the types and quantities of supplies stored within your spatial realm. Only by gathering all this data can we make an informed judgment. Judgment? And then what? Sentencing? Chapter 176. The 1 in 10,000 Magnetic King. Though Zhou Lin appeared nonchalant, he was secretly on high alert. Had the investigative team not displayed such overwhelming assertiveness from the outset, he would not have resorted to open confrontation. He remained uncertain about Wan Ping's extraordinary abilities and whether they posed a genuine threat to him. We are sincere in our intentions, as long as, Wan Ping began, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhou Lin raising his hand. How many of those demands do you think I can fulfill? Not a single one. Now that you understand my stance, you may leave, Zhou Lin declared, disdain evident in his gaze as he gestured toward the water's surface. Wan Ping took a step back, casting a glance around. Suddenly, 2 super soldiers lunged toward Zhou Lin, drawing their daggers in unison. It was said that within 7 paces, a knife was swifter than a gun. Zhou Lin had always considered this a jest. How could a knife possibly be faster than a gun? Yet the speed of these 2 super soldiers proved him wrong, at least in regard to ordinary individuals. In less than half a second, they closed the 4 to 5 meters between them. Had Zhou Lin reached for his gun, his hand would barely have brushed the handle. Clang. Zhou Lin was quick to respond, summoning 2 batons that effortlessly parried the daggers. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a void in his grasp as the 2 daggers slashed toward his neck. If the earlier engagement was merely a test, this was a life-threatening assault. Cursing inwardly, Zhou Lin swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the lethal strikes. Yet the daggers pursued relentlessly, targeting his throat, heart, and kidneys, each blow aimed at a vital area. In truth, Zhou Lin could have accelerated further to sidestep the 2 aggressors entirely, or even dash straight toward Wan Ping, seizing the mastermind first. However, to ascertain the nature of Wan Ping's abilities, he resolved to endure another round. Clang. Pretending to evade, Zhou Lin manifested 2 more daggers, but this time he was prepared. Sure enough, in the next instant, the daggers vanished, leaving only 2 plastic handles. Disappeared? No. They must have disassembled, and only the metallic components were affected. The earlier batons, entirely metallic, had left no residue behind. Wan Ping's abilities appeared to be related to the disintegration of metals. Good grief, would he dismantle my aircraft carrier as well? Contemplating this, Zhou Lin felt a wave of unease wash over him, oblivious to the old adage that discussing toxicity without considering dosage was nonsensical. Choosing not to wield any more metallic weapons, Zhou Lin abandoned pretense, accelerating his fists and feet to swiftly bring down the 2 super soldiers. Though he had shown restraint, they would likely require hospitalization. Wan Ping's eyes twitched violently before he bellowed, "All together now." Perhaps Zhou Lin's earlier triumph over the 2 super soldiers had sparked discontent among the others, or perhaps the super soldiers still held the investigative team in high regard, leading them to forego firearms. Regardless, as Wan Ping witnessed 7 super soldiers charging at Zhou Lin with melee weapons, he found the scene utterly absurd. Had their muscles clouded their judgment? Did they not comprehend tactical distribution? A reckless charge, only to be felled one after another? At that moment, Wan Ping cursed the informant who had provided flawed analysis, asserting that Zhou Lin's evolutionary level was low and his combat prowess minimal. Such statements were utterly ridiculous. One by one, the super soldiers fell, and was Zhou Lin not strong enough? Even the mightiest among them, Wu Pinyu, could not keep pace once Zhou Lin unleashed his full speed. Tricked, Wu Pinyu's mind buzzed as he witnessed Zhou Lin dispatch a colleague with a mere flicker of movement. What had initially seemed a leisurely outing had turned into an encounter with formidable opposition. Among the combatants, apart from Wan Ping, the strongest were Zhu Nianqing and Wu Pinyu. Yet Zhu Nianqing could not withstand 3 exchanges with Zhou Lin. His blade had failed to even graze Zhou Lin's attire before a punch sent him crashing to the ground, unconscious or worse. What to do? Wu Pinyu hesitated. Unlike Yu Nianqing and the others, Wu Pinyu had a mission to protect Wanping. His role was akin to that of Li Chun. Yet due to the peculiar circumstances surrounding Wanping's family, Wu Pinyu retained his active status. The investigative mission paled in importance compared to safeguarding Wanping. With this thought, Wu Pinyu abruptly retreated to stand beside Wanping, halting his assault. Is this all? Zhou Lin took a breath. While ordinary Tier 1 evolved beings posed little challenge, the individuals Wanping had brought were elite soldiers, the Sea Army de la Sea Army. Summer Nation's military was renowned for performing miracles. They might appear unassuming and modest, but when the moment called for it, they never failed to deliver. When it came to professionalism, Summer Nation's soldiers were undoubtedly the sharpest blades in the world. A blade never errs. The fault lies solely with the hand that wields it. Wanping's eyes widened. He had always believed his powers could completely disarm Zhou Lin, never considering that Zhou Lin could be so formidable even unarmed. Zhou Lin, how could you? Wanping began, only to realize he had yet to learn Zhou Lin's name. Zhou Lin, the one who soared like a dragon. A commendable name, yet the man was anything but impressive. His ability involved the disintegration of metals? Wanping nodded. Then, why not disassemble my ship? This proposition left Wanping feeling rather awkward. Had there been no confrontation, he might have used such a statement to threaten Zhou Lin. But now it bore no significance. Disassembling the Tefyu? Setting aside whether he was capable, wouldn't that simply arm Zhou Lin? Did he wish to invite disaster upon himself? In truth, we harbor no ill intentions. Wanping wiped the sweat from his brow, uncertain whether it was the rising temperature or something else entirely. Zhou Lin chuckled, gesturing toward the deck strewn with unconscious super soldiers, implying that this was Wanping's notion of having no malice. Was this not a misunderstanding? Though Wanping's outward demeanor remained cheerful, he felt a sense of dread. There was no alternative but to concede to reality. I will grant you 5 minutes to consider whether to speak the truth. After that, Zhou Lin, you cannot kill Wanping. Wu Pinyu interjected, mustering all his courage to dissuade Zhou Lin from such a perilous thought, for the consequences would be dire. Oh, Zhou Lin raised an eyebrow. Is he, perchance, a prince? Wanping nearly laughed. What a ridiculous notion. What age was this? Yet upon further reflection, his identity was somewhat analogous. In truth, Zhou Lin was also feeling quite troubled. He did not wish to release any adversary. Strictly speaking, the individuals lying on the ground were not his enemies. The true threats were Wanping and Wu Pinyu standing before him. However, should he eliminate Wanping, matters might unfold as Wu Pinyu had warned, troublesome indeed. And imprisoning Wanping? Given that his ability involved metal disintegration, how could he be restrained? Plastic handcuffs or cling film? It posed a significant challenge. Gazing at Wanping and Wu Pinyu, Zhou Lin fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 177, The Intervention of Lan Yeye. Zhou Lin remained still, while Wanping and Wu Pinyu dared not move. However, maintaining this stalemate was not a viable solution. After all, they could not all stand in punishment indefinitely. Fortunately, Zhou Lin had a sudden inspiration about someone. He abruptly lifted his gaze toward the space behind Wanping and Wu Pinyu. To his astonishment, who would have thought that a powerful ability user, an evolved being capable of taking on 9 opponents alone, would resort to such childish tactics? As Wanping and Wu Pinyu instinctively turned to look behind them, Zhou Lin seized the moment, lunging forward to knock Wu Pinyu unconscious. What? Wanping was left utterly dumbfounded, questioning the situation. Glitch as it may be, it proved effective. Zhou Lin activated his walkie-talkie, summoning Chenfeng, Zhang Yali, and Zhao Xiaogang to come and bind the 9 super soldiers lying on the ground. As for the 3 boat pilots, they remained oblivious to the unfolding events above due to the height of the ship's railing. Without Wanping's orders, they could not leave. Thus, they would attend to those super soldiers first before dealing with them. I'll take you to meet someone. Who? Wanping's heart was in turmoil. Regret washed over him as he finally grasped the profound meaning behind the saying that overconfident soldiers are destined to fail. Were ability users truly powerful? Were evolved beings genuinely remarkable? That depended on whom one compared them to. He wondered how Zhou Lin had transformed into an ability user and an evolved being, and why he had been able to seize an aircraft carrier from the United States months ago. Had Wanping achieved such a feat? he would undoubtedly have been celebrated throughout history. Lost in thought, Wanpeng nearly collided with Zhou Lin. Mind your steps and stop daydreaming. I'm not daydreaming. Really? Your heartbeat is so erratic. You need not fear. I have no intention of ending your life just yet, Zhou Lin retorted coldly. I'm not afraid of dying. It's just, Wanpeng, feeling somewhat vulnerable, sighed, I find it rather meaningless. Since I can remember, I've tirelessly worked to accumulate strength, believing that effort guarantees success. Yet here you are, an individual emerging from the slums, easily dismantling decades of my endeavors. What, then, was the purpose of my arduous life? I might as well have been a prodigal second or third generation. Your perspective is flawed. Zhou Lin pondered for a moment before responding. Flawed? Spare me the motivational platitudes or wise sayings. I am more familiar with them than you are. They are all lies, mere tools we use to deceive you fools. What I mean is, your struggles in the first half of your life are misplaced. If you fail now, it will not merely be a wasted first half, but a lifetime of hardship. Let us go? Aye. Zhou Lin was taking Wanpeng to meet Lan Ye. What do you want me to do? Having been imprisoned for several days, Lan Ye's condition had surprisingly improved, as if she had adapted to her circumstances. It must be said that this woman possessed an extraordinary ability to acclimate. She could survive and thrive in even the harshest of environments. No wonder the ancients proclaimed that life is all about one's mindset. If your mindset is positive, you can transform a dilapidated house into a humble abode of significance. If your mindset is negative, you may end up lamenting in a ramshackle hut. Let us say I want to rescue him. Zhou Lin indicated Wanpeng, who was surveying Lan Ye. Ah, so you keep a hidden beauty? Let me see. Age-wise, do you have a preference for younger women? Perhaps it was due to never having faced defeat that Wanpeng's mental state appeared somewhat off after Zhou Lin's overwhelming victory. The usual composed demeanor was gone, and he seemed to have entirely let go. Preference for younger women. Lan Ye narrowed her eyes in disdain. You wish to save him? His mere existence tarnishes the air. He would be a detriment to the atmosphere, even in death. Have you both lost your minds? Am I discussing this with you? Focus. He is here to investigate me. Let him understand that investigating me is futile. I'll give it a try. What do you mean? The two reacted differently. But Lan Ye's smile vanished, while Wanpeng immediately crouched down, cradling his head. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Half a minute later, Lan Ye's complexion turned ashen, and she collapsed, weakly calling for Zhou Lin's help. Wanpeng also fainted, lying on the ground, unconscious. Oh, I forgot to mention. He came looking for trouble. If you meddle in this matter, before my misfortune, you will surely meet your end. Zhou Lin tossed a self-heating meal, a loaf of bread, and a pack of instant rice to Lan Ye. To express his appreciation, he even included a 2-liter bottle of soda, hoping she would enjoy it. After all, it wasn't tea sugar-free. No, that can't be. Lan Ye twisted open the soda and took a few gulps to regain her composure. I can roughly discern his background. People like him are never good. All right, take a break. Zhou Lin, uninterested in further conversation, hoisted Wanpeng up and departed. By nightfall, Wanpeng regained consciousness, discovering himself aboard a speedboat, with Wu Pinyu and Zhu Nianqing lying beside him. Not a single speedboat was missing, however, aside from the 3 pilots. The others were either still lying down or just beginning to awaken. Leader, are you all right? Am I not fine? Wanpeng hummed a cheerful tune, appearing in high spirits, leaving Wu Pinyu perplexed. How could he be in such good humor after the confrontation with Zhou Lin? Had Wanpeng somehow emerged victorious? Victorious? What do you mean by that? Let me share a secret. Wanpeng lowered his voice conspiratorially. Zhou Lin, you know, he has a penchant for hidden beauties. I never imagined he would be into that sort of thing. Please, don't spread this around. If it gets out, Zhou Lin might very well be doomed. At that moment, Wanpeng harbored no hatred or jealousy towards Zhou Lin. He simply viewed him as an ordinary investigative subject, and the investigation had been completed. As for the matters orchestrated by his uncle Gong Ziyo, Wanpeng had considered how to handle them. Simply put, he had no intention of engaging in conflict. Indeed, he had never engaged in conflict. Just look at Zhu Nianqing and the others. They were all injured. Had Zhou Lin not shown mercy, they would have all ended up as fodder. Gong Ziyo wanted Zhou Lin for research purposes, But that was beyond Wan Peng's capabilities. He would seek someone more capable. Although this might seem disrespectful to Gong Ziyou, at their level, no one would take offense. After all, it was not a matter of life and death. In this world, nothing is guaranteed, and when seeking assistance, one must maintain a proper attitude. If successful, it is a favor. If unsuccessful, it is merely a matter of course. Those who obsess over such matters risk losing friends. More friends mean more paths. Over time, one's journey may narrow significantly. Are they all awake? Then let S return. You all have a week off. Although the other super soldiers were somewhat bewildered, unsure how events had taken such a turn after their earlier ordeal. Their inherent obedience compelled them to remain silent. It was better than fighting to the death. After all, they were all from the Summer Kingdom. And Zhou Lin's actions ultimately enhanced the prestige of their nation. One could consider it a heroic deed. They've left? When Zhou Li arrived at the monitoring room to find Zhou Lin, she happened to hear the term hidden beauty, leading her to regard him with a peculiar expression. Chapter 178. Susanu? No, Changwei. A double-edged sword, when wielded skillfully, can harm others. When mishandled, it can inflict wounds upon oneself. Cough, cough. Where was your mind wandering? Zhou Lin felt somewhat at a loss. He intended to use Lan Ye's abilities, not in a frivolous manner, but in earnest. However, the attitude of the women at home suggested otherwise, as if they believed he could not exercise restraint. How could that be? Wasn't a private car more appealing than a bus? Zhou Lin's genuine concern lay with Wan Peng, or rather, the powerful individuals behind him. In his previous life, he lacked the strength to engage with the upper echelons of the state. He was not even qualified to approach the leaders of a shelter or survival base. Politics was, for him, an utterly alien domain. Politics? Zhou Li scoffed at Zhou Lin's worries. Did Einstein fret over politics? Did Superman concern himself with it? What do you mean? Zhou Lin inquired. When an individual's power reaches a certain level, what is politics, really? Yet I don't perceive that relying on supernatural abilities and evolution can elevate one to the status of a lone adversary against an entire nation. Zhou Lin clenched his fists, furrowing his brow. What kind of courage leads you to believe I am referring to your martial prowess? Zhou Li looked at Zhou Lin as if he were a fool. Am I speaking of you? Then, Zhou Li, with an expression of calm, pointed to her own nose. Do you understand? As long as I am here, you need not worry about politics. Is that true? Observing his sister, who was yet to turn 14 in 2 months, Zhou Lin felt something was amiss. You truly are not a reincarnated individual? Of course not, Zhou Li firmly denied. I have already stated that such occurrences are utterly impossible for me. After a pause, she added, but I can share a secret with you. What secret? I cannot. Nor am I able to merge with the ability orbs. A spark of realization flickered in Zhou Lin's mind. He felt as though he had grasped something significant. Even if one possesses supernatural abilities, it does not necessarily preclude the possibility of merging with ability orbs, as there is no evidence to support such a claim. Perhaps those who cannot merge simply encounter increased difficulty in secondary fusion, with prerequisites or mere bad fortune. But what does it signify when one cannot merge with the ability orbs? Similarly, in his previous life, Zhou Lin had never heard of such. Chapter 179. Departure. Target Changwei. Zhou Lin remained uncertain about how Zhou Li had established contact with someone and persuaded them. Nevertheless, by the following afternoon, Zhou Li triumphantly informed Zhou Lin that she had secured an ally. An ally? Zhou Lin was taken aback. Did you reach out to the higher-ups? Although, theoretically, the higher-ups were our natural allies, our allies need not solely come from them. It is essential to recognize that many nations share our disdain for the island nation. So, aside from the higher-ups, who could possibly trust you? This question occupied Zhou Lin's mind. Do not concern yourself with these trifles. I have acquired the precise location of the island nation as fleet. After my analysis, Zhou Li produced a tablet, launching a software application to elucidate tactical strategies and assign missions. The chosen location was a bay near the island nation, where the underwater terrain and surrounding conditions would prevent the fleet from maintaining a layered defensive formation. Zhou Lin could lay an ambush nearby, awaiting the opportune moment. What moment? Zhou Li merely replied, you will know when the time comes, opting not to elaborate further, instructing Zhou Lin to follow her directives. He felt as if he were a marionette on strings. Had it not been for Zhou Lin, he would never have acquiesced to such plans. You must depart by tonight at the latest. I have allocated time for potential issues along the way, along with secondary and tertiary plans. As for what to prepare, well, having spatial abilities is advantageous. While others may require a fully stocked airship, you can manage with empty hands. Zhou Lin refrained from arguing, accepting the notion of his spatial abilities. With the imminent departure, preparations for equipment were paramount. At the very least, he needed to transfer items from the Laifu to his storage space. Once away from the Laifu, he could not simply summon the equipment from it, particularly various weapons. He had to prepare whatever he could potentially utilize, as the circumstances could be unpredictable. In addition, there were various arrangements to be made, including sending messages to certain individuals, like Lan Yeye. During Zhou Lin's absence, only Zhou Li could safely deliver food to Lan Yeye. No one else could approach her. Oh, Qingyali could. But Lan Yeye was a dangerous individual. Upon hearing that Zhou Lin was leaving again for an extended period, Wu Shui became even more anxious than Qingyali. After all, Qingyali had Shou Kaijun and Zhou Li, while Wu Shui felt that without Zhou Lin, even if the Zhou family would not kick her out, the absence of Zhou Lin as a link would create a palpable difference. Alas, what she regretted most was that there had been no signs of movement in her belly thus far. In truth, she had privately examined herself and Zhou Lin, concluding that everything was perfectly healthy, with no issues. She suspected it was a matter of genetic compatibility. In reality, many couples face such dilemmas where both partners are healthy. Yet despite their efforts, conception remains elusive. Some couples even divorce, only to have children with new partners post-marriage. You, do not worry. I will return in a few days, and nothing will happen. You must believe in my capabilities. Please, do not say such things, Wu Shui quickly interrupted. She was not inclined to hear Zhou Lin utter any assurances. Ultimately, she only wished for his safe return, aside from Zhou Li. No one else was privy to Zhou Lin's true intentions. Was he really going to raid a fleet with 3 quasi-aircraft carriers, boasting a total displacement of over 2 million tons? Regardless of belief, merely voicing such intentions would send Qingyali into a frenzy. What would happen if the rampaging Tyrannosaurus ever lost control? It was an unthinkable scenario. Once Wanping ceased his provocations, Yixin Xiao also refrained from assisting at the granary. Considering her age, enduring hours under the sun was too taxing. After all, should any issues arise, who would bear the brunt of it? Following maintenance, the airship, fully charged, was ready for departure. The 3 female pilots received orders from their superiors. They were to follow Zhou Lin's commands unconditionally during the operation, even at the cost of significant sacrifices, with the added incentive of a personal first-class merit award. It was said that since the founding of the nation, few had received such accolades while standing. Fortunately, they were seasoned soldiers, not letting the promise of reward cloud their judgment. Fear and anxiety were foreign concepts to veterans living in these times. Breathing was a blessing in itself, let alone knowing their families were receiving the nation's best care. The notion of safeguarding the nation was reciprocal. While they defended the country, the nation equally protected their homes. Are you all prepared? Zhou Lin did not elaborate further. Yixin Xiao was already informed of what she needed to know, while the rest was unnecessary. Upon entering the airship, Zhou Lin marveled at the advancements in technology, especially military technology, that Xia country had achieved in recent years. This airship's internal facilities appeared several tiers superior to the Laifu, not in opulence, but in sheer technological sophistication. Sometimes, silence serves as the best form of protection, particularly when it shields one's ignorance. Gumu Yuan, the team leader, was 33 years old, married with children. Her husband, a soldier, lost a leg during a rescue operation shortly after the apocalypse began and was currently living with his family in a military shelter in the capital. The deputy leader, Zhou Lin, was 27, unmarried, and highly educated. Team member Zhao Cixi, 31, was originally a logistics personnel for the Air Force, a veteran who was also married with children. Following the apocalypse, she was hastily trained as an airship pilot. The decision to employ female soldiers as pilots underscored Xia country's pressing need for military personnel. However, these details held little relevance for Zhou Lin. Once the airship ascended, he discreetly informed Gumu Yuan of their destination. This distance, Our power supply may not suffice. Gumu Yuan expressed concern after confirming the location multiple times. The current situation was no longer as it once was. One could not simply land at any military airfield for refueling. Moreover, the time required for charging was considerable. If she failed to disclose this to Zhou Lin and it impacted their mission, she would bear significant responsibility. Electricity is not an issue. Zhou Lin pointed to the room assigned to him. Gumu Yuan glanced at it and was left utterly astonished. When had he moved in? As the current operator of the airship, how had she been unaware of this? If it were minor items, it could be excused. But Zhou Lin's room contained a generator and several oil drums. To ensure proper load capacity, every item had been meticulously calculated. So it was impossible for this to be part of the original plan. When the higher-ups issued orders, was there not an accompanying directive prohibiting inquiries? No. Gumu Yuan shook her head. Then do I qualify as your superior now? Yes. Good. Here's my command. You are not to ask any questions. Understood. Gumu Yuan snapped to attention, her feet together, responding emphatically. Watching Gumu Yuan depart, Zhou Lin felt a twinge of envy. Do not misunderstand. His desire was not for Gumu Yuan herself, but rather for the comfort of having such capable subordinates in a world rife with chaos. Perhaps, consulting with Zhou Li might not be out of the question. Chapter 180. The Cicada, the Mantis. And the Yellow Bird. The actions of the island nation are not a secret to countries with satellites in space. While the modified aircraft carriers may not entice these nations significantly, the Susanoo is undoubtedly a coveted prize that every country desires to possess. The islanders are acutely aware of this fact, which is why they have deployed the modified aircraft carriers Nishin, Asahi, and Mutsu to safeguard the Susanoo. The decision to risk sending the Susanoo is tied to a crucial mission. Thus far, intelligence agencies of major powers only know that the Susanoo is headed to its homeland on a vital assignment. Yet the specifics of this mission remain elusive, possibly known only to the fleet commander and a select few. However, just before departure, Zhou Li unexpectedly informed Zhou Lin that plans had changed. The airship would fly directly to Hokkaido without any mid-route stops. With the precise location written on a piece of paper that Zhou Lin was forbidden to open in advance. This air of mystery was somewhat irksome. Trusting her this time, Zhou Lin resolved that if anything went awry, he would no longer heed a single word from that girl. As the airship ascended from Jiazhou City in Bashu, the island nation's fleet was nearing Hiroshima, while Summer Country had also dispatched its fleet for routine patrols in the vicinity. However, adhering to traditional sentiments, they had no intention of pursuing further, considering the global landscape had not yet completely unraveled. The island nation was in a precarious position. Should they recklessly unleash dirty bombs or quasi-nuclear weapons on coastal cities of Summer Country, a failed interception could result in catastrophic civilian casualties. Beautiful Country had also sent out a fleet, but due to distance, they were still several days away, sharing similar concerns to Summer Country. The government might disregard the lives of ordinary citizens, but the capitalists needed to ensure that there were enough sheep in the pen. Otherwise, how could they continue to fleece the sheep, enjoy lamb, or sip mutton soup? As for other nations aware of the situation, they were either preoccupied with their own issues or simply too far removed to intervene. Remarkably swift, Zhou Lin mused, standing beside the circular porthole, observing the landscape below and feeling the airship's velocity. Commander, our current speed is 180 kilometers per hour, came the response. Didn't you say you would fly at 160 on the way here? Zhou Lin inquired, puzzled. That was calculated as the most energy-efficient speed to ensure we have enough power to reach Chengdu. In truth, our airship's maximum design speed can reach 249 kilometers, Zhou Lin elucidated. So, the 1 kilometer difference is merely a matter of aesthetics? Zhou Lin jested. Zhou Lin shrugged. In Summer Country, we typically have redundancies in military data. It's akin to stating that an aircraft carrier weighs over 80,000 tons. But it could very well be 2 or 3 tons more, all right? I understand. But there's no need to fly too swiftly. Just arrive at the destination according to my timeline. After all, this isn't our homeland. We can't just land early to admire the scenery, can we? However, Hokkaido is quite vast. Zhou Lin was not there to engage Zhou Lin in idle chatter. She had a mission to fulfill. Regrettably, Zhou Lin was unaware of the specific location, as Zhou Lin had instructed that the details should only be revealed upon their arrival in Hokkaido. Meanwhile, the formidable fleet of the island nation was undergoing a formation change. Strangely, Fleet Commander Hisakawa Satsuki had chosen the modified carrier, Kasuga, as his flagship rather than the Susanoo. Despite its significance, regardless of how other countries perceived it, within the island nation, these three vessels were not merely modified carriers but true aircraft carriers, constructed with the pinnacle of island technology. As the islanders would assert, the combat capability of an aircraft carrier was never measured by tonnage but by cruising speed, aircraft performance, and spirit, the spirit of the kamikaze. Hisakawa Satsuki was an ardent nationalist, fervently believing that the island nation should not venture far. Instead, they should seize the opportunity to dominate the north and south, all while capitalizing on the chaos of the world to expand into the vast territories of the Great Bear to the east and Summer Country to the west. With the fearless spirit of the islanders, he was confident they could replicate the glory of their forebears from 80 years prior. Fortunately, from T Chapter 181, the Shelby lightbulb life aboard the airship is rather monotonous. Although there exists a communication network on the airship, it is operated by the Summer Nation, and Zhou Lin is reluctant to use it frequently. One must always be cautious, as one can never be certain whether all audio, video, and even punctuation marks are being collected and analyzed. Furthermore, the satellite communication bandwidth established by Zhou Lin is limited. After all, Zhou Lin cannot utilize high-power equipment on the airship, for that would expose everything. In his boredom, he begins to study the airship, and Zhou Lin is well versed in this area. Her ascension to the position of deputy leader of the piloting team is attributed to her expertise. The history of airships is quite fascinating. They first made their appearance on the battlefield before the advent of fully functional airplanes, and by then, airships had already undergone significant iterations. There was once a model of airship that has been replicated numerous times in gaming, renowned among enthusiasts. Ah, I know this one. The Kirov airship manufactured by the Soviet Union, right? Zhou Lin finally seizes the opportunity to speak. However, Zhou Lin shakes her head with a smile. In fact, the prototype of the Kirov airship was not produced by the Soviet Union, but rather by its World War II adversary, Germany, specifically the Zeppelin airship. One cannot deny that during those times, Germany was unrivaled in military technology, even surpassing the United States. To put it succinctly, prior to the apocalypse, military technology worldwide was essentially benefiting from the innovations of the Third Reich. Many concepts, ideas, and technological mindsets were disseminated from the Third Reich, including the top scientists of later generations from both the Soviet Union and the United States, who were essentially inheritors of the Third Reich's legacy. Speaking of this, Zhou Lin appears quite sentimental. If only the Emperor had not engaged in conflicts on multiple fronts and had instead studied our Summer Nation's traditional culture, grasping the wisdom of building high walls, accumulating grain, and delaying hegemony, and understood what it means to have inept allies. Coupled with the strategic principle of distant alliances and near attacks used during the Qin dynasty, consolidating population, resources, and territory, then perhaps the world order would have been irrevocably altered. What benefits would this have brought to the Summer Nation? Zhou Lin is indifferent to the Emperor's actions. He is solely interested in understanding the potential ramifications of Zhou Lin's hypothesis for the Summer Nation. It is hard to say. I cannot be certain whether the Summer Nation would exist, but one thing I can assert, Zhou Lin steadies herself. The Juda tribe would undoubtedly vanish from the world. When she uttered this, Zhou Lin pronounced it in flawless German. One must admit that a scholar is indeed a scholar. Such an effortless pronunciation sent a shiver down Zhou Lin's spine. Wait, which organization did you just mention? The Judas organization will certainly disappear from the world? Judas? No, I am not referring to that traitor, but to the Juda tribe, which the Emperor despised the most, labeling them as the vampire tribe. Is your historical knowledge truly that lacking? Under the Emperor's directive, the Third Reich executed a genocide plan against the Juda tribe, yet the Emperor failed. And not only did the Juda tribe survive, but they also grew increasingly powerful. It is said that today, the Juda tribe controls at least a quarter of the world's economy. They lurk in the shadows like devils, manipulating the world at their whim. The Juda tribe. Judas, the Juda tribe, how did I not think of this? Zhou Lin scarcely absorbed the rest of Zhou Lin's words. nor did he notice the deep-seated hatred in her eyes. He rose to his feet, resolved to share this recent discovery with Zhou Lin. Oh, such a significant discovery. And you only offer a single word? Do you have any idea how many brain cells I expended to arrive at this conclusion? Then tell me, how many brain cells do you possess? When did they develop, and what substances do they require as energy for their operation? Which of those substances are beneficial for your brain cells, and which are detrimental? Is this something a person needs to know? A mere television viewer like me should also be a philosopher? So, you, a mere television viewer, are exerting your mind? Do you even know what is best for your brain cells? The answer is to leave them alone, for they are solitary and desolate. Wait a moment. Whose brain cells are solitary? Zhou Lin, let me tell you, if you cannot use idioms properly, then refrain from using them. Certainly not for others, but definitely for you. Otherwise, how could you question my choice of idiom? I can't be bothered to argue with you. I am investigating the Judas organization. You might as well let your orphan brain cells rest, for they toil endlessly yet cannot even savor 3 dishes. What's the point? Damn. Ugh, that won't do. Zhou Lin slapped his mouth, hastily retracting his expletive. Less Qingyali here. Commander, can you keep the matters we just discussed a secret? Zhou Lin approached Zhou Lin as he concluded his call, speaking cautiously. She was unsure how she had divulged so much to this stranger. While some topics may seem innocuous, they could be misinterpreted if analyzed by the wrong person. Thus, Zhou Lin hoped to salvage the situation. What? Did we discuss anything just now? Oh, the airship. You mentioned teaching me how to operate this thing. Alas, I truly struggle with learning. I had no idea airships could travel so swiftly. It is impressive indeed. In truth, it is not difficult to make an airship fast. Commander, have you ever heard the saying, great strength yields miraculous results? I provide the strength, and the rest is left to miracles? Zhou Lin was unsure what brain cells fancied, yet he easily grasped those internet memes. A trait that undoubtedly aligns with the standards of the contemporary university student. Roughly so, Zhou Lin could not help but chuckle. We have a saying as well. As long as the thrust is sufficient, even a brick can fly. Thus, speed is not the challenge. The true hurdles are flight control and navigation. Upon serious comparison, one would find that in many situations, the cost-effectiveness of airships surpasses that of airplanes. With minor improvements and iterations, their safety could rival that of airplanes. Then why had I never seen such a thing before the apocalypse? Zhou Lin inquired, puzzled. Because the Judah tribe once stated that a product lacking commercial attributes cannot be deemed a commodity. Unfortunately, airships, when compared to airplanes, lack commercial viability. I don't understand. This time, Zhou Lin unabashedly admitted his ignorance. After all, everyone has their limitations. Having just been ridiculed by Zhou Lin, his skin had grown noticeably thicker. Let me provide an example. There was once a company named Shelby, which specialized in manufacturing light bulbs. It was said that the light bulbs produced by Shelby could last for 100 years under stable current conditions without frequent switching. My goodness, that company must be incredibly successful now, among the Fortune 500 or even the top 100. No, wait, I don't believe I have ever heard of this company's name. Has it changed or restructured? Congratulations, you guessed incorrectly. That company has gone bankrupt. What? The light bulbs in my home are considered good quality if they last over a year. And Shelby's could last a century. Any fool would know which bulbs to purchase. How could such a company go bankrupt? This is simply unscientific. It is indeed unscientific. Yet it aligns with the saying from the Judah tribe, a product devoid of commercial attributes cannot be considered a commodity and should not circulate in the lower market to reach consumers. For that would yield no profit, and anything that cannot generate revenue is destined to be discarded by capital. Why do I feel? Zhou Lin widened his eyes at Zhou Lin, questioning, you are not studying airships. You are studying stocks, aren't you? Chapter 182. Who is the gunpoint aimed at Commander? We are about to cross the border. Gu Mu Yuan's sudden appearance interrupted Zhou Lin's conversation with Zhou Lin. While reporting to Zhou Lin, her peripheral vision occasionally darted towards Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin, though not particularly astute, quickly deduced from Gu Mu Yuan's demeanor that the cockpit might be able to hear their exchange. Are you suggesting I prepare my passport or perhaps arrange for a visa at the embassy? He inquired. Commander, that is not my intention. I merely wish to inquire if there are any arrangements in place Gumu Yuan hastily clarified, perceiving Zhou Lin's rising ire. Ah, I had already arranged for a direct flight to Hokkaido. The rest is up to you, as long as we don't plummet from the sky. Understood, Commander. Deputy Leader. Please come here. There are issues in the cockpit that require your expertise. True to her veteran and leadership status, Gumu Yuan discreetly guided Zhou Lin away. Not out of malice, but simply to protect her. Zhou Lin is too enigmatic. Staying too close to him won't do you any favors. She whispered to Zhou Lin in the cockpit. Furthermore, we are under surveillance. Zhou Lin glanced around the cabin, but saw no obtrusive devices. It seemed that microphones or cameras were exceptionally well concealed, beyond his capacity to detect. Under such circumstances, he could only resort to sleeping or eating. However, uncertain of any surveillance, he refrained from pulling out his own food and made do with the meager provisions prepared for the airship. To be honest, the rations were hardly sufficient and rather unpalatable, standard military fare, nutritionally adequate but lacking in flavor, leaving Zhou Lin feeling dissatisfied with the airship's velocity. They exited the skies above Xia country and arrived over Hokkaido in less than a day. Zhou Lin finally awoke, brushing his teeth while gazing out the porthole. To his dismay, the view was obscured by a shroud of volcanic ash clouds. Although the eruption of Mount Fuji had ceased, its activity persisted, resembling a chimney that never extinguished its fire. Thus, even though Bashu and the entirety of Great Xia had cleared to reveal a bright sky, the heavens over the island nation remained dreary, with their quality that was not only irritating to the eyes but also harsh on the respiratory system. One could only wonder if the snow falling on the island was black, hidden in the restroom. Zhou Lin cautiously unfolded the note given to him by Zhou Li before departure, a crumpled piece of white paper inscribed with a location name, likely accompanied by precise coordinates to ensure he understood where it was. The final note read, "Wait for the fleet to return before taking action." The news of this fleet's mission to Hokkaido was no secret among the great powers, and Zhou Lin was aware of the constraints faced by these nations. They could not extend their reach too far, as maintaining their dignity was paramount. The adverse atmospheric conditions over the island also rendered satellite surveillance ineffective, complicating the task of discerning the actions of the islanders. Faced with a fleet of over 1 million tons, no one dared approach without a formidable naval presence, leaving Zhou Lin as the only beneficiary. The airship circled the dark clouds over Hokkaido, hidden from both satellites above and radar below, providing him with an unexpected advantage. Under the command of Hisakawa Satsuki, the mixed fleet of the island nation drew closer to Hokkaido. Throughout the journey, Satsuki remained tense, aware that Great Xia might not act impulsively. However, he recognized that the surrounding waters were not devoid of other hostile forces, such as the southern faction, which would seize any opportunity for extortion. Furthermore, to the north lay the northern faction, lacking a powerful fleet or air force, yet possessing unpredictable missile capabilities. One could never predict if the chubby leader might decide to take down a few with him in a desperate attempt for survival. The final hidden adversary was the Great Bear Nation. The mere thought of the Great Bear Nation kept Hisakawa Satsuki awake at night. Despite their lack of a naval presence or fleet in the region, their military might was formidable, and they could easily unleash devastating firepower upon the fleet. This mission was fraught with peril. Should it succeed, it might alter the fate of the island nation, and Satsuki could secure his place in history. Perhaps even rise to a position of greater authority, standing just below the emperor. Conversely, failure would strip him of any semblance of dignity. As a soldier trained by the esteemed organization, he still valued his honor. Thus, on his desk lay a finely crafted dagger, which he meticulously maintained as a reminder to exercise caution. Upon receiving word that the port was in sight, Satsuki issued orders for 3 aircraft carriers to alter course and reduce speed, allowing the Suzuki no Mikoto to take precedence while the other warships formed a perimeter for defense. The eyes of the world are upon us. Thus, any subsequent events may unfold unpredictably. I urge you all to embody the spirit of our forebears and protect the Suzuki no Mikoto with your lives. As long as the Suzuki no Mikoto can return safely, the future will undoubtedly belong to our Yamato people. For His Majesty, for our nation, let us strive together. Hisakawa Satsuki activated the fleet-wide broadcast, delivering an impassioned speech before commanding the Suzuki no Mikoto to enter the port. signaling the commencement of their mission. As the Suzaku Makoto slowly approached the harbor, numerous warships, including 3 aircraft carriers, lowered their landing craft, carrying fully armed Special Forces soldiers from the island nation, eager to rush ashore. Their task was to secure the port, ensuring the Suzaku Makoto could dock safely and begin its mission. The appearance of such a colossal fleet on the horizon had not gone unnoticed by the indigenous people nearby. Most of them hovered at the brink of despair, moving like the living dead towards the shore. Upon witnessing the flags fluttering from the landing craft, some were so overwhelmed with emotion that they wept. "Your Majesty, have you sent someone to rescue us?" "It must be so. Long live His Majesty. Long live the island nation." Though many of these individuals were weak from hunger and carried various injuries, their excitement remained undiminished. Some dashed towards the docks, hoping to be among the first aboard, while others turned back to inform their families, eager to embark together. Every islander still drawing breath around the port stirred with anticipation. At long last, they could escape their hellish existence and finally glimpse the hope of life. As the first landing craft reached the shore, a dozen soldiers swiftly disembarked, preparing to establish a defensive line. Indeed, a defensive line. Opposite them stood their fellow islanders, compatriots, and perhaps even family. Yet, as more soldiers landed, 2 extensive lines were formed, completely severing the connection between the fleet and the civilians at the port. The civilians were bewildered. What is happening? Aren't they here to rescue us? Why do they seem to be treating us like enemies? Those dark, ominous gun barrels were truly aimed at their chests? In disbelief and uncertainty, a few individuals on the brink of collapse could not bear the weight of this stark reality. They screamed, rushing towards the defensive line, demanding to be allowed aboard. "Warning! Warning! All ineffective. Fire at will." Matsumoto, in charge of the landing operations, gritted his teeth and issued the command loudly. Chapter 183. The island nation's last reliance. The velocity of a bullet surpasses that of sound and despair. The first islander struck was obliterated before he could even register hopelessness. His skull shattered into fragments in a truly explosive demise. As the initial victim fell, others followed in quick succession. Those at the forefront were immediately felled. While instant death might have been merciful, those left clinging to life endured excruciating torment. This scene was unforeseen by the islanders at the harbor. Even more unexpected was the order relayed to Matsumoto from Hosokawa Goyu to execute all islanders at the harbor, leaving no survivors. Matsumoto struggled to accept this directive. While he understood opening fire on those approaching the defensive line to secure the landing, the massacre of his own countrymen seemed gratuitous. However, Hosokawa Goyu insisted it was a clandestine mission, deeming the civilians at the harbor collateral damage, their demise inevitable. Matsumoto attempted to argue, but Hosokawa Goyu asserted his authority as commander, threatening Matsumoto with immediate dismissal, detention, and court-martial if he disobeyed. Following the communication, Matsumoto slammed his hat down in fury, his chest heaving before regaining composure. He issued the command to eliminate all individuals in sight, leaving no one alive within the harbor's confines. Open fire. Indiscriminate shooting. As gunfire erupted, the islanders at the harbor realized the army was engaged in indiscriminate slaughter. "They're massacring us. Return fire. We have weapons too." Utilizing the harbor's architecture and their familiarity with the terrain, islander civilians with weapons began to retaliate against the landing troops, putting up a surprisingly effective fight. Unlike the superficial military training systems of South Korea and Taiwan, the island nation system was far more rigorous, cultivating such skills from a young age. Thus, despite appearing as civilians, at least half had served in the military, while the remainder had either received similar training or belonged to organized groups. It was no jest, as these individuals were more likely to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. Soon, soldiers began to sustain injuries, even mortal wounds, causing distress to Matsumoto, who cursed Hosokawa Goyu as a fiend. "Matsumoto, what's the hold-up? The Susanoo has reached the shore. They're awaiting my command to disembark. What should I tell them?" "Report. The civilians are skilled marksmen, making it difficult to swiftly defeat them." "Enough excuses. Mark the areas where the enemy is concentrated, and then take your useless subordinates and move away." The most effective way to resolve urban warfare is with artillery. Matsumoto's infantry used laser guidance, and naval vessels fired directly at visible targets. Failure to hit accurately under such conditions would be a disgrace to the gunners. As artillery fire ravaged the harbor, the civilians realized their situation was hopeless. Their only option was to flee. I think I hear something. Can the airship descend a bit below the cloud cover? Due to dust-induced density, the dark clouds above the island nation were relatively low. Zhou Lin's enhanced senses after his second-stage evolution allowed him to hear faint explosions from within the airship, which were, in fact, the sounds of naval guns. Unlike airplanes, the airship's gondola had observation windows at the bottom, which could be used to assist with takeoffs and landings and for tactical purposes. Gu Muyin considered it and agreed to Zhou Lin's request. While there was a risk of being discovered, the airship's underside was camouflaged like the rest of the hull, making detection difficult if they were cautious. Wow, it's a battle. You can see the ground? Zhao Cc, who had replaced Zhou Lin, was responsible for Zhou Lin's actions on the airship. Seeing Zhou Lin eagerly peering through the observation window, she tried to look but couldn't see anything clearly, which astonished her. Zhou Lin didn't seem to be joking. Yeah, I've always been farsighted, Zhou Lin said casually. Really? Zhao Cc wasn't the best student, but she wasn't stupid either. What kind of farsightedness allowed someone to see the ground clearly from this altitude? More like eagle eyes. However, her superiors and Zhou Lin had similar requests. Don't ask too many questions. So Zhao Cc had to restrain herself. The little islanders are having fun. They're not satisfied with using guns to kill each other, so they're using artillery. Oh, why did they stop? Of course they stopped. You can't just keep firing without a target. This isn't like the old days when Russia and Ukraine were at war and had excess ammunition to dispose of. Nowadays, even a single bullet is precious. So when the civilians began to retreat, Hosokawa Goyu immediately ordered the artillery to cease fire. Matsumoto's troops quickly established a defensive line, clearing all obstacles from the harbor to the target area. In fact, besides those inside the Susanoo, more than 1,000 island soldiers had already landed. Hosokawa Goyu believed that was enough, as the target was not far from the harbor, only about 2 kilometers away. It was an inconspicuous 3-story building, similar to other cheap islander dwellings. Its dilapidated appearance meant that no one had bothered to search it after the apocalypse. But in reality, this building was far from ordinary. Comparing the size of its above-ground portion to its underground portion, it could be described as the tip of the iceberg, extending 16 levels deep, with each level between 2.5 to 5 meters high. The center even had a massive space spanning 8 floors and over 25 meters in height. In this immense space stood a colossal figure. Its proportions were strikingly similar to those of a human. Those familiar with island manga would immediately recognize it. Gundam. Gundam is a transliteration of Gundam, which itself is an acronym. The first Gundam to appear in island manga was named General Purpose Utility Non-Discontinuity Augmentation Maneuvering Weapon System. In Great Xia language, it translates to General Purpose Continuous Strategic and Tactical Mobile Weapon System. Although Gundam is a type of device that appears in island manga, Great Xia enthusiasts have given this type of equipment a general name, mecha, that is, a wearable robot that integrates defense and offense, made with modern high-tech machinery. There had been rumors for years that the island nation was secretly researching Gundams, but most people dismissed it as a joke. After all, anyone with a basic understanding of science knew that it was extremely difficult to bring the Gundams from anime to reality, given the current level of human technology. Furthermore, from a purely combat perspective, humanoid mecha are not the optimal solution. For example, given the same equipment, could a human defeat a feline of the same weight? Feline creatures weighing approximately 150 pounds include the cougar, the jaguar, and the leopard. Perhaps we could have Tyson give it a try? Chapter 184. Gundam. The surprising revelation that the islanders were conducting research and development on Gundam in Hokkaido is something that many would not have anticipated. Zhou Lin himself was oblivious to this fact, not only in this life, but he had also never heard of it in his previous one. This ignorance was not merely due to his limited knowledge, but rather because, during his past life, the islanders had no opportunity to unveil the Gundam concealed in Hokkaido. The reason is straightforward. When the apocalypse ensued, the Teifu ship was stationed near the islands. Without Zhou Lin, the so-called cheat, even if the Teifu and the majority of its fleet had survived the 2-month winter nights, the islanders, who had relocated en masse to Hajou, did not dispatch the fleet led by Hisakawa Satsuki back after the winter ended. Instead, they divulged the existence of the Gundam to the Beautiful Nation. Initially, the Beautiful Nation was skeptical of the Gundam's utility, deeming the parameters provided by the islanders to be rather unremarkable. However, they could not have anticipated that someone would sell this information to the Great Bear and the Great Xia. Both nations promptly took action, and the Beautiful Nation began to pay close attention. Eventually, the Great Bear and the Great Xia concluded that time was of the essence and, sharing a common resolve to destroy rather than let the Gundam fall into enemy hands, launched a saturation attack on the research facility using medium to long-range missiles. At first, the Teifu carrier group attempted to intercept all the missiles from the Great Bear and the Great Xia, treating it as a live-fire exercise. However, it soon became evident that the Beautiful Nation had overestimated their technological prowess in warfare. Of the 30 missiles that were launched, only 17 were successfully intercepted, 6 were disrupted. And among the remaining 11, 3 struck the research facility, with the final and most devastating blow delivered by a penetrating missile from the Great Xia, truly a lethal strike. With a warhead exceeding 800 kilograms, even if it was not a nuclear weapon, it was sufficient to obliterate the entire underground research institution, rendering any protective excavation efforts meaningless. It is said that the most heartbroken individual at that moment was the Emperor of the island nation, as the Gundam project had been clandestinely pursued for nearly 40 years. For decades of labor, the efforts of generations had all been extinguished in an instant. However, the Beautiful Nation remained silent since the Great Bear and the Great Xia were not attacking them. The question was, could the islanders dare to speak out? Certainly not. In this apocalyptic era, could they still expect the two great powers to allow them the same liberties as before? Even if the Great Xia could tolerate some transgressions, would the Great Bear show them leniency? They could launch missiles with pinpoint accuracy without relying on computers or satellite navigation, merely using ballistic trajectories. And the proximity of the Great Bear's borders to Hajou posed a considerable threat. Even a deviation of a few kilometers would still place them within the blast radius. They could not provoke them. The issue lay within their own ranks. Following the Emperor's decree, the island nation initiated a self-examination, and within just 2 days, they uncovered the existence of the Great Glory Organization. Yet, upon reviewing the list, the Emperor found himself in a dire predicament, aside from his wife and son. The only trustworthy individuals, even his uncle from next door, was entangled with the Great Glory Organization. If they were to cleanse this situation, it would not merely be a case of scraping the surface, but rather akin to amputation below the neck. This was no game that could not continue. After 3 sleepless days and nights of anguish, the Emperor ultimately announced the legitimacy of the Great Glory Organization within the island nation, representing the nation and acknowledging their actions. He even became the honorary first-generation leader of the organization. Whether this was an upgrade or a downgrade remains uncertain. In any case, following this incident, Hajou became a territory jointly governed by imperial authority in the Great Glory Organization, with the former often serving merely as a spiritual presence while the latter wielded true control. As Superhumans and Evolved Beings Chapter 185, Midnight Turmoil. Alas, could it be true? How outrageous. This contraption can actually be produced? So the rumors circulating online were indeed authentic? How come I had never heard of this before? If this thing comes to fruition, it would undoubtedly render all challengers obsolete. What did you hear? After a bout of soliloquy, Zhou Lin AI suddenly realized, in his excitement, that he had forgotten about the person beside him. How terrifying. Zhao Cixi had never witnessed such an emotionless gaze from a person, devoid of any semblance of human sentiment, resembling a machine crafted solely for the purpose of killing. Well, to be honest, Zhao Cixi could hardly articulate Zhou Lin's expression at that moment. All she knew was that he might genuinely wish to eliminate her to silence her. After all, the intent to harm cannot be concealed. Thus, Zhao Cixi swallowed hard and cautiously remarked, "My academic credentials are modest, and my memory is poor." "Oh, is that so? Then never mind." Zhou Lin waved his hand, resuming his observation. Zhao Cixi finally exhaled in relief, truly wishing to vacate the premises. It was far too perilous. In truth, Zhou Lin was merely attempting to intimidate her. He had no intention of silencing her permanently. Besides, he had more pressing matters at hand. The unfolding events below were far more exhilarating. He watched with keen interest as the nearly 20-meter-tall contraption was placed onto a flatbed truck, subsequently covered with thick anti-radiation tarpaulins, a process he observed with clarity, as if he were capturing the moment with a camera. It was evident that this was a combat robot developed by the island nation, though it remained uncertain whether it required a human operator, remote control, or was managed by an intelligent program. Regardless of the method, Zhou Lin deemed it essential to acquire. It was simply too formidable, even if just for the sake of a large remote-controlled toy for his son to play with in the future. As for whether his son could operate it, Zhou Lin harbored no worries. If his son struggled, he could always seek assistance from his Aunt Wait. How did his son's aunt know about this towering creation? If it were deduced from information gathered online, Zhou Lin would never believe it. The islanders were not foolish. If Zhou Li could single-handedly analyze this intelligence, then the intelligence agencies of nations like Xia, the Beautiful Country, and the Great Bear should all be executed for gross negligence. If Zhou Li did not derive this knowledge from online analysis, then how did she come by it? The more Zhou Lin pondered, the more he believed that there was no plausible explanation apart from a rebirth, yet Zhou Li had repeatedly denied such notions. Logically, there was no reason to conceal the truth regarding this matter. What then was Zhou Li's actual situation? Was she prescient? Unlikely, as Zhou Li did not dabble in superstitions. Never mind, as long as she acted for the good of the family, that sufficed. Everyone harbors secrets, for instance. Zhou Lin often reflected with regret on his past misdeeds as an ungrateful son. Only through loss can one truly learn to cherish, a sentiment he had genuinely experienced and wished to avoid reliving. The islanders were undoubtedly on high alert. Matsumoto continually commanded his subordinates to patrol the vicinity, ensuring no unwelcome eyes lingered. Although Hisako Asaki had not disembarked, she remained restless aboard her flagship, the Kasuga, pacing back and forth. Ultimately, Ishikawa Misa had to use her gaze to compel Hisako Asaki to return with her to the captain's private quarters for some rest. You are a person of great importance. You must maintain your composure. Look at you. Where is the demeanor of my junior disciple? Are you feeling anxious? If so, allow me to help you relax. As she spoke, Ishikawa Misa began to loosen her attire. Hisako Asaki initially resisted, yet soon his expression shifted entirely. One must admit, this was quite characteristic of the islanders. Although less than 5 minutes had passed, when Hisako Asaki reappeared before his subordinates, he appeared significantly more at ease, even commanding with less severity. Everyone, let us expedite our efforts. The relocation operations at the research facility continued unabated. After all, such a substantial undertaking required numerous trips to transport various materials, dismantled equipment, instruments, and a wealth of research data, all crucial for the further study of the giant robot. No one wished to abandon any of it. Even with hundreds of personnel bustling about, the relocation persisted until midnight. Eventually, Zhou Lin grew weary of the scene. Passing the rifle scope to Zhao Cixi, instructing her to take over and inform him once the relocation was complete. This also illustrated that airships possess their unique advantages compared to airplanes. In situations like this, where hovering in place was possible, an aircraft would have long since needed to return. Commander. Zhou Lin was roused from his slumber by Zhao Cixi, rubbing his eyes. Have we set off? No. A battle has erupted. A battle? Has the fleet from the Beautiful Country arrived, or is it our Xia troops? No. Commander, you should see for yourself, it appears. They are fighting among themselves. Among themselves? Zhou Lin approached the observation window, setting up the rifle scope to peer down. Below, the scene had descended into darkness, with vessels illuminated by bright lights dotting the sea, while the shore glimmered with numerous lights. Yet, the predominant sight was the flames erupting from gun barrels. Not only were the landing soldiers firing their weapons, but sporadic gunfire erupted from all directions. The sounds of gunfire did not reach this height. But after a moment of observation, Zhou Lin sensed something was amiss. In terms of firepower, the military was overwhelmingly dominant. Logically, the surrounding civilians should not withstand such might. Yet Zhou Lin observed the military's firepower dwindling, with reports of military positions being silenced one after another. supposedly at the hands of snipers among the civilians, something few would believe. Why then were military personnel decreasing one after another? Moreover, observing the direction of the military-esque gunfire, it was evident that many were aimed inward, as if a formidable enemy lurked within. Can we descend a bit? Zhou Lin turned to inquire of Zhao Cixi. Zhao Cixi hesitated to respond casually and hurried to the cockpit. Continuing to descend could potentially expose them. Gumu Yuan personally approached Zhou Lin for discussion, as the higher-ups had commanded her to fully support him and comply with his directives. Thus, if Zhou Lin insisted on descending, even knowing it might lead to peril, she would comply, but some matters needed clarification. Let us descend slowly for now. I primarily wish to ascertain what is transpiring below. Zhou Lin had not disclosed the existence of the giant robot to anyone. As for Zhao Cixi, she had only gleaned vague details. And even if Gumu Yuan were informed, there was no point in directly reporting it. It would serve no purpose. The airship began to descend gradually. Thanks to the night's darkness and the airship's quietude, coupled with their position directly above the fleet, neither the naked eye nor radar detected the airship's presence. All right, I believe I can see clearly now. Zhou Lin commanded the airship to halt its descent, continuing to observe through the rifle scope. The battle below raged on. It was evident that the surrounding civilians were at a disadvantage regarding the quantity and quality of their weaponry. However, the military had evidently not concentrated all its forces against the civilians. Instead, they were divided into three groups. One group fortified the entrance of the research facility, where numerous soldiers established a defensive line, prepared for any eventuality. The second group consisted of approximately one-third of the soldiers maintaining fire suppression on the surrounding civilians. Lastly, the most significant number of soldiers was engaged at the internal port defenses. Amidst the dense gunfire, Zhou Lin finally discerned the true adversary targeting the island nation's military. Chapter 186. The First Battle of Qishang Mesa Monkeys. The assailants attacking the soldiers of the island nation are not humans, but a horde of monkeys, or perhaps, creatures that bear a striking resemblance to monkeys. Through the scope of the rifle, these beings appear humanoid, with elongated limbs and nimble movements that allow them to dart about with incredible speed. Zhou Lin was indeed not mistaken. It was a troop of monkeys. Before the apocalypse, Hokkaido was renowned for its hot springs, and equally famous were the playful monkeys that delighted in bathing. However, the creatures now appearing at the port, ferociously assaulting Hisakawa Mayu's subordinates, were far from the endearing hot spring monkeys. There was a stark contrast not only in size, but also in temperament. The monkeys on the ground stood at least 156 meters tall, their long limbs rendering them even more colossal. Their sharp claws could easily tear through the soldiers' combat uniforms. Even standard bulletproof vests offered no protection against their fierce strikes. Their agility allowed them to navigate through a hail of bullets, and only the sharpshooters within the ranks could hope to land a shot on these elusive monkeys, while regular soldiers found their chances grievously lacking. In summary, a bizarre assembly of over 100 monkeys had appeared, and no one knew how they had come to be there or why they were attacking Hisakawa Mayu's troops. This inexplicable battle had commenced, yet no one could foretell its conclusion. While the monkeys were unlikely to prevail, Matsumoto, the on-site commander, was in distress. The casualty figures were steadily rising, and those soldiers severely injured by the monkeys posed a considerable strain on the fleet's logistics. An even greater dilemma loomed, as at least half of the materials from the research institute remained unrelocated, along with a significant number of researchers whose evacuation was critical to the ongoing research on the Gundam. Matsumoto was resolute. Hisakawa Mayu could not endorse abandoning them. Yet, the losses on their side were already dire, and the damned civilians were taking advantage of the chaos. The monkeys may not wield weapons, but those civilians certainly would. Matsumoto was not jesting. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, despite enduring 2 months of relentless winter nights, many had survived in Hokkaido. If the fleet had come to rescue them, it would have been a joyous reunion. However, when the survivors realized that the fleet was, in fact, there to slaughter them, the rift between the two parties became irreconcilable. The locals were fighting back, scavenging weapons from fallen soldiers to continue the struggle. Initially, the military held the upper hand in terms of numbers and firepower, but as time passed, More and more civilians joined the fray from every direction. Indeed, it was a frenzy. A popular belief among the civilians was that those who could slay the soldiers would inherit their firearms. And if they could seize the vessels at the port, it would not only provide them with weapons and food, but also transportation, granting them the freedom to escape their grim fate. Hope ignited a fierce fighting spirit within the common folk, allowing them to disregard the very threat of death. The pressure mounted on the military. Though the civilians' retaliation might not pose an immediate threat, the monkeys, like silent assailants of the night, resembled mythical ninjas. They struck swiftly and lethally, vanishing into the shadows afterward. Their indifference to the soldiers' bodies or the weapons on the ground suggested a singular purpose: to kill, with their targets clearly defined. Such behavior was not typical of wild animals. It appeared they were being directed or commanded. Yet, no one was inclined to analyze the behavior of the monkeys. Both sides were fervently striving to secure their interests. The battle raged on, and Hisakawa Mayu was compelled to deploy more soldiers to support Matsumoto, whose position was on the verge of collapse. "I will head to the dock," declared Chishang Misa, now clad in combat attire, as she approached Hisakawa Mayu. Around them, chaos reigned, and no one paid heed to her assertive tone. "It's too dangerous. Those monkeys, what the hell are they? I've seen the footage they sent back. Rather than monkeys, they seem more like monsters, influenced by the culture of the Great Xia." The island country was steeped in legends of yokai, to the extent that even their deities were often considered yokai in the tales of Great Xia. Thus, one could argue that the people of the island were, in essence, descendants of these mythical beings, though they would never admit it. Had Chishang Misa possessed sufficient understanding of the yokai legends from Great Xia, she would recognize that within those tales existed a creature reminiscent of the monkeys on the shore, the Yamayuba. Tall and monkey-like, with sharp claws and immense strength. They moved with the grace of the wind. All the defining traits matched. Yet, it was clear that these monkeys were not Yamayuba. For the latter possessed more than mere physical prowess. They were indeed yokai. However, living in a land rich with tales of yokai, Chishang Misa was not deterred. She harbored the confidence to slay such creatures. "I am not here to negotiate. Prepare the speedboat." The distance from the gasai to the shore was considerable, and by the time Chishang Misa and a group of soldiers reached the edge, Matsumoto's defensive perimeter had contracted once more. "It's all those damned monkeys. My manpower is severely lacking," Matsumoto lamented before Chishang Misa, seeking justification for his predicament. His reasoning held merit. After all, one injured soldier equated to a loss of at least 2 men, given the rate at which the monkeys inflicted casualties. It was remarkable that the military had not yet collapsed entirely. Yet, Chishang Misa still regarded Matsumoto as ineffectual. "Stand aside." Without further words, she unsheathed the long blade from her back. The optimal means of confronting monsters had never been firearms or ammunition, but rather, it was courage and strength. It must be said that Chishang Misa's appearance was strikingly heroic at that moment, exuding an aura of valor, yet everyone present, including Matsumoto, deemed her utterly mad. Wielding a mere knife against creatures that could withstand a barrage of gunfire? Surely, she must be foolish. Chishang Misa offered no explanation, nor did she heed the gazes of those around her. She charged directly into the area where the monkeys roamed, soon confronting a monkey of similar stature. As expected, it was only upon facing them that one could truly appreciate the abhorrence of these creatures. The madness emanating from their crimson eyes was truly terrifying. "Beast, prepare to meet your end." Chishang Misa showed no signs of retreat. Instead, she launched the first strike against the monkey. With both hands gripping the blade, she swiftly swung it, the gleaming edge slicing through the night sky like a flash of lightning. Her speed rivaled that of the monkeys, and before the creature could react, she had severed its head from its body. "Do you see? You worthless lot." She hoisted the monkey's still blinking head upon the knife's tip and exclaimed, "Close combat. Where is the spirit of our ancestors? Advance with your bayonets and slay these monsters." Not only the soldiers surrounding her, but even Zhou Lin aboard the airship was taken aback by Chishang Misa's agility as she dispatched the monkeys. What the hell? An evolved being? Chapter 187. The typhoon approaches. Although Zhou Lin had not directly engaged with the monkeys below, the speed, strength, and lethality they exhibited suggested that even the elite forces of the island nation would be utterly powerless against them. Their prowess was undoubtedly superior to that of ordinary humans. Misasa Tsushima, as a woman, despite extensive training, could not have effortlessly decapitated a monkey in a direct confrontation. The only plausible explanation was that Misasa Tsushima was not merely an ordinary person, an evolved being. It was even possible that she was a supernatural entity. This explanation was the only one that made sense. Did the island nation also have supernatural beings? It seemed that in his previous life, he had been too naive, leading him to believe many things that were far from the truth. The notion that supernatural beings and evolved individuals only emerged 5 years after the apocalypse was merely a deception by the higher-ups to mislead the masses. Zhou Lin could not help but reflect. Indeed, humanity never forgets the existence of social hierarchies, or rather, the elite and the common folk are two entirely different species. Even if they appear identical on the surface, once the facade is stripped away, the commoners are left bleeding like sheep. Misasa Tsushima, having executed a monkey with a single stroke, undeniably instilled a sense of confidence in the soldiers to engage in combat. A portion of them eagerly affixed bayonets, ready to grapple with the monkey monstrosities. Admittedly, 1 or 2 soldiers might struggle against a monkey, but if 5 or 6, even 7 or 8 soldiers joined forces, the gleaming bayonets formed a lethal net, frequently achieving success, and the monkey's dying screams drowned out the gunfire at the port. Misasa Tsushima was far from idle. With her agile movements, she darted swiftly through the port like a tireless automaton, patching up gaps in defenses, either shielding soldiers from lethal attacks or assisting them in launching fatal strikes. In short, had it not been for Misasa Tsushima's intervention, the chaos and damage caused by the monkeys would have persisted indefinitely. As the monkey horde retreated amidst a cacophony of roars, a tremendous cheer erupted from the port. This was a tribute to Misasa Tsushima. Some soldiers even approached her to apologize, as they had initially perceived her, the logistics officer, to be of a less respectable nature. Everyone, for the future of our island nation, please continue your efforts. After inspiring the soldiers one last time, Misasa Tsushima turned towards the logistics tent, where Matsumoto had prepared a substantial amount of food. Given the current circumstances, the specifics of the meal were of little consequence. The priority was merely to fill their bellies. I shall return now. Misasa Tsushima had no intention of engaging with the commoners, not out of a sense of guilt, but simply because she deemed it unnecessary. Her abilities were not intended for trivial matters. If she were to address every small issue herself, what would be the purpose of the ordinary soldiers? Were they merely meant to chant praises? Perhaps the defeat of the monkeys had sapped the courage and confidence of the surrounding civilians. For no allure of food or vessels could outweigh the value of their lives. It was not that they were afraid to die, but rather that even fighting to the last breath seemed futile. That was not a struggle, but a death sentence. Who among the decent would willingly march to their demise? As dawn approached, the doors of the research institute reopened, and the relocation efforts resumed. The airship had to ascend once more to avoid being inadvertently spotted by the islanders. Commander, when shall we proceed? By noon, the relocation of the research institute was nearing completion, and they began to consolidate their defenses. Gumu Yuan approached Zhou Lin for guidance. We will follow their lead, maintaining our position directly above the Susanoo, awaiting an opportunity. In truth, Zhou Lin was uncertain what constituted an opportunity or when it might arise. If he was bewildered, Gumu Yuan and her companions were even more so. As a genuine soldier, Gumu Yuan possessed ample military acumen, and it was precisely because of her expertise that she doubted Zhou Lin and their chances, even if they risked the airship and their lives. They posed little threat to a 50,000-ton warship unless they packed the airship with nuclear warheads. Yet, if they were to use nuclear weapons, why go through all this trouble? Nevertheless, since Zhou Lin had issued the order, Gumu Yuan would not contest it. She would simply comply, for the outcome of success or failure bore little relevance to her. There is an ancient saying in the Great Xia, man's calculations cannot compare to heaven's. Especially in this bizarre climate, anything could happen on the sea. Just a day after the island nation's fleet departed the port, en route to a designated evacuation point for their citizens, a tornado no thicker than a chopstick suddenly manifested over the southeastern sea of Great Xia. Typically, Such abruptly formed tornadoes would dissipate quickly due to natural causes and would not affect humanity at all, often remaining unseen. However, in this extreme heat, the vast evaporation of seawater generated an updraft, causing this petite tornado to rapidly grow, visibly ascending until it became a vortex within the cloud mass. Few typhoons form in such a manner, but in the apocalypse, anything is possible. The rapidly rotating vortex began to draw in surrounding air. The swift circulation caused a drastic drop in air temperature, creating violent convective weather with torrential rain, thunder, and even hail, shrouding the world around the vortex in chaos. Typhoon detected, advancing swiftly. On the aircraft carrier Kasai, Mayuzumi Hisakawa was listening to a report from the meteorological officer. She expressed no surprise at the sudden emergence of a typhoon. After all, typhoons were not unfamiliar to her. As long as it was not caused by an earthquake or some other calamity leading to a massive tsunami, a carrier like the Kasai was generally safe. Even more so than on land. Commander, we have just received word that the wind speeds near the eye of the typhoon have reached 13 on the Beaufort scale. 13? For ordinary vessels, that would be a perilous wind speed. Yet conventional warships and carriers typically did not regard such a level as a significant threat. However, Mayuzumi Hisakawa dared not think so lightly. She was not merely the captain of the Kasai. She was the commander of the entire fleet, responsible for ensuring the non-combat safety of all personnel aboard. The number of non-combat casualties posed a considerable challenge for an aircraft carrier captain. While soldiers on ordinary warships could pass physical examinations as long as their fitness was adequate, the Navy and Air Force were different, besides basic physical capabilities. Psychological factors and mental states were crucial. Mayuzumi Hisakawa had risen through the ranks from the grassroots level, and although she had received support from Ms. Asa Chishima's father, her personal abilities were beyond doubt. Typically, Mayuzumi Hisakawa and Appo's judgments were sound. Yet she had overlooked that this was the bizarre world of the apocalypse, where anything could happen. She had also forgotten that, aside from the commoners and the monkey monstrosities, this voyage, which held the fate of the island nation in its balance, seemed unnaturally smooth. The Great Xia had not made its presence known, nor had the beautiful nation or the Great Bear. Were these nations not the slightest bit curious? Mayuzumi Hisakawa's oversight was soon met with consequences. In merely 5 hours, the typhoon barreled toward the fleet's position, with wind speeds reaching 16. Commander, we must make a decision immediately, or it will be too late. Gumu Yuan was visibly anxious. If the typhoon posed a threat to the fleet, for the floating airship, it would mean destruction. Chapter 188. The failed parachute drop. Mayuko Hisakawa's fleet ultimately chose to dock at the first port on the western side of Kyushu. Even prior to the apocalypse, the trajectory of such typhoons was notoriously deceptive. Initially, it seemed to be heading towards the Great Xia, only to make a sudden 90-degree turn, relentlessly battering the islands. When the island government officially announced a call for typhoon defense, lo and behold, the storm veered off to enjoy sightseeing in the southern regions. Such incidents had occurred more than once, prompting Hisakawa Mayuko to decide it was best to seek refuge. A Navy carrier of 30 to 50,000 tons might withstand the tempest, but the ordinary cargo ships acting as transport vessels would surely not endure. In these times, even a single screw was a precious and irreplaceable resource, let alone the supplies of an entire ship. Docking at the port of Kyushu would also allow the fleet to fulfill its nominal duty, evacuating islanders from the homeland. Indeed, the island government audaciously declared that their fleet was exclusively for islanders, prohibiting citizens from other nations, including those from the United States, from boarding. In previous times, the United Americans would have vehemently opposed such treatment, but now, the United States lacked even a proper channel to inform its citizens nationwide. Even if they had one, it was likely that, true to their nature, citizens would not concern themselves with compatriots on the islands. However, the American government would not remain indifferent. They leveraged this fact to threaten the island government. If they did not care for American nationals, they would have to face the consequences. Of course, if they wished to avoid punishment, they could simply pay up. Yet, who was interested in money now? Not even the island currency, let alone the American dollar, had any value. Tangible benefits in the form of resources or technology were their true objectives. In contrast, the Great Xia remained relatively composed. During the eruption of Mount Fuji, their evacuation fleet had already made a previous journey, and considering the still available civilian transport at that time, those Great Xia citizens currently stranded on the islands, perhaps they should no longer be called as such, given their unwavering resolve, were in a peculiar situation. In the air, Gumu Yuan could already see the looming cloud formation of the approaching typhoon. The peripheral winds necessitated her to push the airship's engine to its maximum power, barely maintaining the required hover above the fleet. "Commander, we can hold on for at most half an hour." "Understood." Zhou Lin's expression darkened. For the ally Zhou Li mentioned had yet to appear. Could it be that they had abandoned the mission? He asked Zhou Li, only to receive a response that he needed to devise a plan, insisting they stay with the island fleet and await an opportunity. However, keeping pace was becoming untenable. It was impossible to withstand the typhoon in an airship. If they sought shelter, finding the fleet again after the storm passed would be a daunting task. The vast ocean was no trivial matter. "Let us find a spot on land. I need to get down." After much contemplation, Zhou Lin resolved to act without delay. Take a chance. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. The Laifu was his bold gamble. Why should Chang Wei wait for assistance? He had succeeded before when he had nothing. What was there to fear now? Get down? "Commander, are you suggesting parachuting? Hurry, or the winds will make it too dangerous for me to jump." "But Commander, have you undergone parachuting training?" Zhou Lin paused, realizing his oversight. Had he ever been trained? Certainly not. He wasn't a wealthy heir seeking thrills. Nor had he ever been an airborne soldier. Where would he have acquired such training? "Can't you teach me now?" Zhou Lin said resolutely. "How could that be?" "Commander, do you think this is a novel?" Gumu Yuan pondered, seemingly making a significant decision. "If you are determined to parachute, for your safety, there is only one option." "What option?" Could there really be a crash course in parachuting? In truth, Zhou Lin felt somewhat confident. With the physical prowess of a Tier 2 evolver, learning to parachute should be straightforward. 10 minutes later, fully equipped, Chao Lin appeared before Zhou Lin, her expression conveying an ineffable awkwardness. "What does this mean?" "Commander, since you have not had parachuting training, for your safety, I will take responsibility and accompany you in a tandem jump." "A tandem jump? You mean one parachute for 2 people?" Upon imagining that scenario, Zhou Lin shook his head emphatically. Impossible, absolutely out of the question. It wasn't a matter of pride. Having another person would significantly hinder his subsequent actions. However, if he refused, Gumu Yuan would not allow him to jump at all, not even providing him with a parachute. As time slipped away, and the typhoon-esque cloud cover loomed ever closer, the airship rocked violently. Ultimately, Zhou Lin reluctantly agreed. After 3 minutes of urgent training, he and Chao Lin stood at the entrance of the airship's cabin. "Commander, we are about to." Just as Chao Lin prepared to secure them together, she turned to find Zhou Lin already manually opening the cabin door. "Commander, stay right there." In a flash, Zhou Lin bound Chao Lin to the cabin wall's handrail, transferring the parachute to himself and securing it tightly. Seeing Chao Lin's anxious expression, Zhou Lin smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. If I do fall to my demise, it won't be your fault. This was my choice. Farewell, young lady. I hope we meet again." With that, Zhou Lin leapt out without looking back. By the time Gumu Yuan arrived, there was no trace of him left. "Team leader, I'm sorry, It has nothing to do with you." Gumu Yuan sighed heavily, hoping only for Zhou Lin's safe landing. Otherwise, she could not fathom the consequences upon their return. In the air, Zhou Lin found himself surprisingly calm, having already jumped if it failed. He glanced up at the airship, which had begun to slowly veer off course, attempting to adjust his trajectory while silently calculating his time of descent. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deploy parachute. As he pulled the parachute cord, Zhou Lin felt a sudden jolt as the main chute was yanked from the reserve, the immense resistance halting his rapid descent. For an ordinary person, this initial sensation might have been disconcerting. However, for Zhou Lin, it felt akin to a mere tickle. Quite simple as long as... No. Wait, the direction seemed off. Darn it. Why was he drifting toward the ocean? Deploying the parachute was indeed straightforward. Boldness and finesse were all that was required. Yet controlling the descent in the wind was a true skill, especially now, with the coastal gales whipping up sand that stung against his skin. Simply avoiding direct gusts from the parachute was already a feat. As he drifted uncontrollably above the fleet at the port, Zhou Lin felt overwhelmed. Those islanders were not blind. Relying on them to overlook a parachute of this size was as improbable as expecting a thunderbolt to strike the fleet. Damn, should I go in head first? It was not out of the question, but the likelihood of failure was substantial. After all, they would not simply wait for Zhou Lin to land. Did they think their anti-aircraft missiles and dense artillery were mere decorations? In that moment, Zhou Lin found himself engulfed in a wave of panic. Chapter 189. Crossing the river with a stone. What should one do if they fall into a raging river and cannot swim? The answer lies in clutching a stone and slowly walking along the riverbed. For an ordinary individual, this feat is nearly impossible, as holding one's breath for 30 to 50 seconds is a significant challenge. However, what if the person in question is a martial arts master? As Zhou Lin found himself tumbling midair, he recalled a legend about Hui Yuanjia. Whether true or false is inconsequential. What matters is that this tale inspired him. If one cannot withstand the wind, perhaps it is due to a lack of stability, and all that is needed is to increase the weight. While others cannot augment their mass in midair, Zhou Lin certainly could. With a sudden thought, he summoned two M249 machine guns into his hands, along with 2 ammunition boxes brimming with bullets. The parachute was instantly yanked taut, audibly straining under the newfound weight. The several dozen kilograms not only steadied Zhou Lin but also propelled him straight down, rendering the surrounding winds powerless to sway him. However, the descent was a tad too swift. Fortunately, with his keen eyesight, Zhou Lin estimated his altitude to be around 50 to 60 meters above the ground and swiftly stowed away his weapons. His falling speed momentarily decreased, and with his robust physique, he executed a safe landing despite not having learned the proper technique. Alas, the off-road vehicle he landed upon suffered greatly, with its cockpit crumpled under his weight. After a few deft movements, Zhou Lin freed himself from the parachute, contemplating whether to store it in his spatial compartment, deeming it unnecessary to leave behind evidence. Looking up, he noticed that the airship had vanished from the sky. Unbeknownst to him, the airship had dropped a beacon before its departure, as Gumu Yuan intended to revisit the site after the typhoon had passed, just in case. In the distance, a cacophony of voices reached Zhou Lin's ears. Though he could not decipher the islanders' language, he surmised they were likely searching for him. After all, with such a sizable parachute descending, evading detection from the port fleet was an impossibility. Assessing his surroundings, Zhou Lin strode purposefully into a 5-story building. This structure had once served as a marketplace, but had evidently endured several rounds of plundering in the post-apocalyptic world, leaving it desolate. As the clamorous voices grew louder, Zhou Lin ascended the staircase. He was untroubled by the prospect of violence, but wished to avoid premature exposure to the islanders. After all, ensuring Chang Wei's safe return was of greater importance than eliminating a few islanders. The port lay less than 2 kilometers away. Upon reaching the rooftop, Zhou Lin gauged the distance to the adjacent building and, with a running leap, successfully forged a path. Perhaps due to the loud impact upon landing, someone looked up, but saw nothing amiss. As he traversed from one building to another, Zhou Lin felt an exhilarating rush, reminiscent of a full moon night atop the Forbidden City. Since reaching the second evolution stage, he had never indulged in such freedom. Suddenly inspired, he retrieved a black hood from his spatial compartment and donned it, securing his Tang knife on his back. Without the combat uniform, he appeared even more menacing. How exhilarating! Had the winds atop the roof not intensified, Zhou Lin might have sprinted straight to the port. The gale was indeed growing stronger. Standing atop a 4-story building and gazing southward, Zhou Lin's keen vision allowed him to discern the ominous shape of the approaching typhoon, as well as the debris swirling in the air, caught in its unrelenting grip. No one was monitoring the wind's ferocity at the typhoon's center. The island nation's government had long since become a mere shadow of its former self. Other countries lacked the leisure or resources to assess the situation. Zhou Lin was ignorant of wind ratings. He merely recognized a scene reminiscent of an old film titled Twister. If the typhoon wreaked havoc upon the land, its influence over the vast ocean was one of disturbance. Like an invisible hand, It stirred the sea's surface, transforming the previously tranquil waters into tumultuous waves. Sakurazaka Mayu's fleet had long since anchored beyond the port. The positioning of ships was meticulously arranged based on their draft, tonnage, and wind resistance. Weaker vessels were placed deeper in the harbor, while larger aircraft carriers like the Kasuga and Susanoo were stationed further out. This formation was deemed entirely adequate for withstanding a typhoon, as no enemy could attack from the skies or sea in such conditions. However, placing the Susanoo at the outermost position posed a disadvantage for Zhou Lin. Navigating through the port's layers of obstacles to reach the Susanoo was no trivial task. It was unrealistic to assume all islanders were oblivious. As Zhou Lin braved the fierce winds toward the port, he felt a deep sense of unease upon assessing the situation. He dared not use his equipment to contact Zhou Lin, uncertain if the islanders would exploit their warship's powerful communication systems to monitor the area. The glass windows creaked under the increasing pressure of the sea breeze. Zhou Lin pondered for a moment before deciding to relax. Knowing that no one could escape before the typhoon passed, he retrieved provisions sufficient for 10 people, heating and preparing food, pairing it with drinks and music to indulge in a hearty meal. After reaching the second evolution stage, Zhou Lin discovered that his body possessed a newfound capacity for energy storage. In the first stage, an evolver relied solely on their body's energy for combat or activities, meaning they could only use as much energy as they possessed, requiring replenishment afterward. However, upon reaching the second stage, this dynamic shifted. To illustrate, a first-stage evolver could only consume energy equivalent to their normal activity needs. If a battle depleted their energy reserves, they would begin converting bodily tissues for fuel, a process that was inefficient and damaging. Conversely, second-stage evolvers had an invisible organ that stored consumed energy, preventing it from becoming part of the body or engaging in normal functions, thus allowing it to be released as needed. However, this energy storage was not without limitations. First, the amount of energy stored was modest. For instance, if Zhou Lin expended an energy equivalent of 1 during 5 minutes of combat at peak first-stage performance, he could now store a maximum of around 10. Secondly, this stored energy had a time constraint, gradually diminishing over time, akin to evaporation or radiation. Zhou Lin had estimated that energy loss commenced 1 hour after consuming food, with losses accelerating as time progressed. With no prior experience in his past life, Zhou Lin could only explore this phenomenon gradually. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Zhou Lin finished his last self-heating beef meal, a sudden, vigorous knocking echoed from outside. Has someone come seeking him? Wiping his mouth, a sinister smile crept across Zhou Lin's face. Chapter 190. The people of the Great Xia? No, they are unworthy. Outside the door, the sounds of footsteps, breaths, and heartbeats were crystal clear to Zhou Lin as he concentrated. 2 men stood before him, with his Tang Dao unsheathed. Zhou Lin swiftly yanked the door open, leaving the 2 men knocking in utter bewilderment. Zhou Lin barely discerned one of the exclamations. Sensing it was far from complimentary, yet he dismissed it. After all, one does not need to learn the language of dogs merely to care for them. The manner of their barking is irrelevant, as it is the attitude that matters. Those who dare to bare their teeth must be ready to accept their fate. With a flash of steel, blood sprayed across the ceiling, and a severed head rolled to the floor, disappearing into the shadows. The fortunate survivor among the 2 men promptly soiled himself, paralyzed by terror, straining against the doorframe just to remain upright. In a world rife with brutality, Zhou Lin's unhesitating violence was a rare sight. Was there truly no semblance of law? Indeed, villains often operate in such a manner. When reason is presented, they resort to deceit, and when one sinks to their level, they suddenly become law-abiding. Kneel. The blade pressed against the man's shoulder, and Zhou Lin, indifferent to whether the islander understood him, exerted force, slamming him to the ground. You are from the Xia? Zhou Lin's interest piqued at the man's broken but recognizable Xia dialect. Come in and speak. Anyone who admires our great Xia culture deserves a chance. Now, tell me what you were planning outside my door. Outside your door? The man, Mifune Sakuma, regretted being dragged into the room like a dead dog. Had he known better, he wouldn't have returned. Even if he had found the door locked, he should have left. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered such a demon. Indeed, Zhou Lin's chosen residence was the hideout of Mifune Sakuma, and his deceased companion. Usually, they would hunt together, but the impending typhoon had hastened their return. The scent of food wafting from below had tempted them to take a risk, as their survival depended on it. Who could have anticipated Zhou Lin would so swiftly dispatch his comrade? If Mifyun had not been able to speak Xia, he too would have met the same fate. Oh, so that's how it is. After hearing Mifyun's account, Zhou Lin slapped his thigh. I was a bit impulsive earlier. I shouldn't have killed your companion outright. But now that it's done, do you have any objections? And no, none at all. Mifyun's gaze swept over the scattered packaging on the floor, swallowing hard. Do you want women? I can help you find some. Just give me something to eat. How direct? Zhou Lin replied. Aren't they your kin? And no. Mifyun, perhaps dazed from hunger, spoke without thinking. Most of them are your Xia people. Oh, no, I don't know. I know nothing. Too late. Zhou Lin's expression darkened. Where are they? I don't. Ah, I know. I'll take you there, right now. The sharp blade's relentless pressure caused Mifyun to tremble uncontrollably, wishing for unconsciousness. Yet Zhou Lin had no intention of granting him that mercy. The rain from the approaching typhoon began to fall, but Zhou Lin remained unfazed, continually prodding Mifyun with the hilt of his knife to hasten his pace. Here, this is it. Can I go now? Yes. Although they had yet to enter, Zhou Lin could already hear the commotion inside, mingled with male voices and the unmistakable sound of authentic Xia dialect. Mifyun stealthily turned to escape while Zhou Lin was distracted. But as he took a few steps, a chill coursed through him. Zhou Lin had not turned. He merely thrust the knife backward, piercing Mifyun cleanly through. Sheathing his blade, Zhou Lin kicked open the sturdy wooden door, the loud crash startling the 4 tattooed men guarding the entrance. Indeed, a dog cannot change its nature. These men, once part of an organization before the apocalypse, continued their nefarious activities in this new world. Zhou Lin was not a scholar. Aside from a few scattered phrases gleaned from dramas and action films, he understood little of their language. Yet, it mattered not. He was not here for a friendly visit. His purpose was to kill. From the outset, he had no intention of rescuing anyone, even when Mifyun claimed many were Xia women. To Zhou Lin, they were, at best, former Xia women. When peace reigned, they chose to come here, contributing to another nation's welfare. When evacuation ships arrived, any with Xia identity could board, yet they remained, indicating that either they were no longer Xia in identity or had mentally integrated into island culture. As adults, they must bear the consequences of their choices. Zhou Lin's mission was simply to reclaim the blood of the Xia that resided within them, with the strength of a Tier 2 evolved being. The 4 tattooed men at the door and the armed thugs rushing out were mere souls bound for his blade. Soon, disheveled women appeared, some recognizing Zhou Lin's demeanor and finally recalling the Xia language they had willingly abandoned. Help? Are you here to save us? That's wonderful. Thank you. I will definitely write you a letter of appreciation when I return home. A letter of appreciation? Return home? Zhou Lin turned to the woman speaking, noting several others behind her. Even in such dire circumstances, their gazes conveyed a sense of superiority, as if looking down upon a country bumpkin. Perhaps they had always thought this way. After all, they lived in an island nation, a place where many had once praised its superiority, believing it to be more advanced and civilized than the great Xia in every respect. Even a moment ago, they had lain there like dogs, yet somehow, those were the true islanders. Realizing their sentiments, Zhou Lin understood. Just as one woman opened her mouth to speak, the gleaming blade silenced her, severing her lips and part of her tongue. Before the others could react, Zhou Lin swung his blade repeatedly, slaughtering everyone within the building with the ease of chopping vegetables. The blood of the Xia could never be dishonored. After wiping the blade clean with a piece of cloth, Zhou Lin retrieved a bottle of alcohol from his space and meticulously disinfected the weapon. It was imperative to sanitize it. Who knew what infectious diseases might lurk in the chaos of blood? It would be on just Chapter 191. Enemy attack, opportunity arises. The typhoon has finally arrived. Even the colossal warship, the Gasa, weighing tens of thousands of tons, has been rendered akin to a mere skiff amidst the towering waves of 7 to 8 meters. Isolated and helpless. The crew's tension was palpable, yet only the 500,000 ton Susanoo remained stable, thanks to its substantial displacement and robust catamaran structure. weathering the tumultuous winds and waves. Just as Mayu Hisakawa silently prayed for the storm to pass swiftly, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly blared. Submarine, enemy attack. Torpedoes detected. Calculating targets. The harrowing cacophony of alerts left Mayu no time to react. The sonar systems of 3 aircraft carriers and other vessels echoed the warnings, culminating in a wailing harbinger of disaster. Calm down. What is happening? Where did the submarine come from? If one were to pinpoint the fleet's most vulnerable aspect, it would undeniably be the submarines. The island nation had possessed commendable conventional submarines prior to the apocalypse. However, it had a less conspicuous shortcoming: the absence of nuclear-powered submarines. Theoretically, a conventional submarine could never keep pace with an aircraft carrier group in terms of speed or endurance, particularly during this extensive voyage from Kurosa to the homeland, with no resupply points along the way. Ultimately, the fleet had no underwater anti-submarine capabilities. Initially, the islanders believed this issue to be minor. Yet who could have anticipated an attack from below the surface as the typhoon approached, forcing all warships into port for shelter? The targets have been calculated: the Hiryu, the Susanoo, and Argasa, Commander. Evasive maneuvers. Deploy countermeasures. Damage control teams, prepare. Mayu issued command after command with an impassive expression. Although the carriers remained in a sheltered condition, their engines had not been shut down. Had they been, the 3 carriers would now be nothing more than live targets for torpedoes. Whether it was due to distance or the enemy's relatively outdated torpedo technology, the first wave of torpedo attacks was entirely evaded by the fleet. Notify the Susanoo to proceed to port immediately, adjust the positions of the other vessels, and ensure the Susanoo is given priority. It must not be struck. Calculate the exact position for me. Mayu clenched his fist beneath the table, his anxiety known only to the nearby Misa Ikegami. Both the existing government and the emperor of the island nation, along with the Great Glory Organization, regarded the Susanoo and its cargo of Gundams as the nation's hope for resurgence in the post-apocalyptic world, even if they had to sacrifice the entire fleet. As long as the Susanoo could safely reach Kurozu, it would be worth it. Thus, even though he understood that repositioning the Susanoo under the current circumstances was perilous, small vessels were likely to sustain damage from the violent winds and waves without even being attacked, Mayu resolutely issued the order. A few ship captains voiced their dissent, believing there was no need for such a maneuver. The Susanoo was a formidable and durable vessel, even if it were attacked. It would be difficult to inflict fatal damage. In that case, why not allow the Susanoo to weather the storm and, once the typhoon passed, seek vengeance on the submarines? But in the next moment, a figure would suddenly emerge beside these captains. It could be the first or second officer, perhaps an aide from the command room, or even a maintenance crew member. However, their reactions were strikingly uniform. Approaching the captains, they drew their weapons and fired in seamless succession. In the name of the fleet and Appos, as Supreme Commander, I have sanctioned those disobeying military orders. Now, the ships without captains shall ascend in rank according to regulations and execute commands. Mayu Hisakawa's iron-fisted control hastened the fleet's repositioning. In the hurried maneuvering, 2 vessels collided. Although they did not sink immediately, one took on water rapidly, rendering damage control futile, and personnel transfer had to commence immediately. Yet, in such a tempest, stepping out of the cabin to conduct personnel transfer was akin to a game of Russian roulette. One unfortunate sailor could vanish into the depths, becoming a spirit of the sea. Meanwhile, the submarine outside the harbor continued launching torpedoes. A second wave of 6 torpedoes appeared on the gas's sonar, with at least 3 clearly aimed at it. Damn it, clearly. The enemy had locked onto the Gasa through its engine noise, and their concentrated assault on the flagship indicated they were fully aware of its significance. The intelligence had been compromised. Even though such information was challenging to keep confidential, Mayu was still seething with anger. Maneuver. Deploy countermeasures. Damage control teams. Prepare. The aircraft carrier had few defenses against underwater torpedoes, and affected by the terrain and weather, the Gasa could not accelerate or change course. Watching the torpedo indicators on the sonar approach ominously, Mayu could only grip the table tightly, silently invoking the name of Amaterasu. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions resonated beneath the waterline of the Gasa, reverberating through the steel structure into every sailor's ears. The tremendous shock knocked some sailors to the ground. Everything not secured, tables, walls, crashed to the floor. Damage control report. Orders to the Hiryu for cover. What is the situation with the Susanoo? Has it been struck by a torpedo? Upon opening his eyes and realizing he was still alive, Mayu felt a measure of relief. After all, for an aircraft carrier, sustaining 1 or 2 torpedo hits was unlikely to be fatal. The damage might be significant, but the impact would not be catastrophic. Report. 3 compartments are taking on water. The Susanoo has avoided the hit. The Hiryu has arrived and is locking onto the enemy's position. What on earth is happening? Back in the hideout of Miura Soma, Zhou Lin stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the harbor. Amidst the whipping winds and torrential rain, the island nation's warships suddenly began to move with astonishing speed, as if invigorated by some unseen force. 2 even collided, leaving Zhou Lin utterly bewildered. Had they all gone mad? Zhou Lin pondered, but it seemed unlikely. The other vessels could be disregarded. But when he turned his gaze to the enormous silhouette in the distance, where's the ship? Damn, how did it end up over here? Is it heading into port? Straightening his back, Zhou Lin felt a surge of excitement, the drowsiness within him dissipating entirely. If the Susanoo were to enter the harbor. Before Zhou Lin could fully process this thought, a pillar of fire suddenly shot into the sky. He could not discern which unfortunate vessel had been struck by a torpedo from the submarine, igniting the fuel depot and triggering a catastrophic explosion that pierced through the tempest. Resembling the fireworks released during celebrations in Xi'an Nation, someone is attacking the island nation's fleet? Underwater? So, this is what Zhou Lin meant by allies? If at ISNT Xi'an Nation, then which country could it possibly be? Shaking his head, Zhou Lin decided not to dwell on it. Since fate and allies had conspired to present him with this opportunity, he had every reason to seize it. Chapter 192. The Art of Evasion. Secrets of the Trash Bin. As Zhou Lin stepped outside, he felt the fierce resistance of the wind and rain, each raindrop striking him like a toy bullet against leather, producing a crackling sound that was almost unbearable even for his robust physique. However, time waits for no one. Pinpointing his target, Zhou Lin dashed forward. Anyone witnessing his figure would surely be left in awe of his astonishing speed, his 100-meter sprint clocking in at around 5 seconds. Before he ascended to the rank of a Tier 2 evolver, he had struggled to break the 8-second barrier. The distinction between Tier 2 and Tier 1 was indeed vast, with speed alone demonstrating a monumental difference. Beyond mere speed, the evolution had brought significant changes to his bones, skin, and internal organs as well. In essence, the path of evolution diverged greatly from that of supernatural abilities. If the latter were a gift, then evolution was a relentless pursuit of elevating one's limits. On board the vessel, the damage control team's desperate efforts had finally stemmed the inflow of water. The breached compartment was thoroughly sealed, potentially impacting the carrier's speed but not crippling it. Casualties among the crew were minimal and within acceptable limits. What truly infuriated Mayuko Hisakawa was that elusive submarine, which had mastered the art of hit-and-run tactics and employed a fully electric propulsion system. The tempestuous sea only exacerbated the situation, as several anti-submarine warships braved the risk of capsizing in their search, yet failed to pinpoint its location. With deep-water bombs deployed and anti-submarine torpedoes at the ready, Mayuko was reluctant to prolong the engagement. The vessel, Susanoo, had already reached safe harbor, rendering any hostages moot. It would be ludicrous for such a large fleet to be thrown into disarray by a single submarine. Moreover, meteorological instruments indicated that the eye of the typhoon was passing nearby, suggesting that in a few hours, the storm would subside. As if anticipating Mayuko's thoughts, or perhaps due to dwindling power reserves, the submarine soon vanished from sight, even if it had indeed departed. The day's exploits would be ample for its crew to boast about. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin was approaching the dock with great haste, perhaps due to the typhoon. The area from his position to the dock was devoid of any human presence, save for the howling winds, torrential rain, and the monstrous waves crashing against the breakwater. Though visibility was impaired, it did not equate to invisibility. Should Zhou Lin brazenly walk out, countless eyes would surely behold him. Should he wait until nightfall? Glancing at the time in the darkening sky, he deemed this strategy unwise. Who knew how long the fleet would remain moored? What if they departed before the storm fully abated? Even if they didn't leave, merely allowing Susanoo to vacate the dock would pose significant challenges. Surveying his surroundings, Zhou Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. He had a plan. He crouched low, akin to a lizard in a downpour, swiftly approaching a large, square trash bin. This receptacle, long since overturned, was empty save for some rainwater. Zhou Lin moved to the unseen side of the bin, exerting his strength to flip it over and then retrieved a tactical knife, cutting 2 fist-sized holes in the bottom. Through these openings, he could extend his hands to support himself, enabling him to steer the bin's movement. Now, he simply needed to wait for a gust of wind. When the typhoon raged, winds blew from all directions. Zhou Lin aimed to make the motion of the trash bin appear less conspicuous, ultimately positioning it near Susanoo. Minutes passed, and an umbrella, seemingly conjured from nowhere, tumbled through the gale, heading straight for Susanoo. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Lin braced himself against the ground, exerting force to send the trash bin rolling as if propelled by the tempest. Just as he had anticipated, the soldiers on the dock spotted the movement of both the umbrella and the bin. However, upon realizing that the wind was the cause, they soon lost interest. They could not comprehend why there was a need for such vigilance in this weather, aside from the submarine lurking offshore, who would dare venture out in such conditions. Attention! The trash bin. Beware of collisions. The umbrella soared off the dock, nearly crashing onto Susanoo's deck, prompting the guards to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, it rolled away in the wind just in time. Yet, before they could relax, the wheeled trash bin barreled toward them. Unlike the umbrella, this hefty object wouldn't be swept into the sky. If it gained too much speed, it might crash on his Susanoo's hull. Although Susanoo was not fragile, a direct hit from a metal trash bin would surely cause damage. Just as the alert soldiers awaited orders, the bin suddenly accelerated, bursting forth from the dock and arcing through the air, crashing into the sea nearly alongside Susanoo's starboard side. Alert cancelled. Repeat, alert cancelled. From the captain to the vigilant soldiers, everyone exhaled in relief, grateful that disaster had been averted. Little did they know, at that very moment, a figure clung securely to the underside of Susanoo. Drawing on his previous experiences with the vessel's Raifuku and Luciofing, Zhou Lin refrained from activating his powers immediately. He needed to replenish his energy first. The success of the Raifuku had been entirely due to the advantages bestowed by his abilities. In contrast, Susanoo's tonnage vastly exceeded that of Raifuku, leaving Zhou Lin uncertain of his capacity to absorb energy without mishap. Feeding amidst the turbulent waters was a novel experience for him. Yet no matter how arduous the endeavor, Zhou Lin resolved to persevere. He had no intention of gambling with his life. As time trickled by, the winds and waves wrought by the typhoon began to subside, and the submarine had evidently retreated to safety. After careful consideration, Mayuko decided to reposition Susanoo, allowing it to leave the dock and permitting the transport vessel to approach, enabling the Japanese personnel at the port to board. The number of personnel was inconsequential. What mattered was providing better cover. Feeling the ship shift, Zhou Lin, who had been resting, suddenly awakened. Checking the time, he realized that 2 hours had passed. Were they heading offshore? Pressing his face to the water's surface, he inhaled deeply before submerging once more. With each breath, he could remain underwater for half an hour. After 2 hours of recuperation, Zhou Lin sensed it was time to act. Changwei, let us begin. Chapter 193, Symbiosis. Changwei, what is the most crucial aspect of a colossal vessel? Undoubtedly, it is symbiosis. Fortuitously, no one witnessed the scene where Zhou Lin's body gradually merged with the Susanoo. Otherwise, they would surely think they were hallucinating. How could a human being completely integrate with metal? It is not as if he were a transformer. Zhou Lin never anticipated the formidable challenge that the 50,000-ton vessel, Symbiosis, would present to him. Just a moment longer, if it weren't for his heart, which had grown immensely resilient due to the relentless torment from Zhou Lin. If it weren't for the ample supply of ready-to-eat food in the storage of the Raifuku, if he hadn't advanced his mastery of symbiosis to a high level, and if not for his evolved two-tier body, he would have met his doom. Not in the literal sense of the word, but he would have succumbed to unconsciousness due to energy depletion during the symbiotic process with Susanoo. No one would discover him, even if the Susanoo were completely dismantled. His presence would remain undetected. This implies that even if someone wished to assist him, they would be incapable of doing so. He could only rely on gradually absorbing energy during his unconscious state until he reached the threshold for complete integration and regained consciousness. The duration required for this process, or whether he would ultimately succeed, remained uncertain. Thus, upon his success, Zhou Lin couldn't help but shudder, realizing the magnitude of the beginner's gift bestowed upon him by his abilities when he first acquired the Lifoku. Under normal circumstances, he might not have qualified for the symbiotic Lifoku until now. Fortunately, he had triumphed. Within a chamber of the Susanoo, Zhou Lin lay upon the cold steel deck, gasping for breath. It was not that he lacked the desire to move. Rather, a torrent of information was bombarding his mind, most of which he lacked the capacity to analyze, akin to an innocent hard drive overloaded with terabytes of learning materials. Symbiosis, Advanced 11730. 100000, currently symbiotic vehicles. Lifoku, large surface vessel. Luxiafing, medium ground vehicle. Unnamed, super large surface vessel. Available symbiotic vehicle slots. 1 storage space. 3-4 auxiliary skill 1, strength symbiosis. 11 minutes 24 hours. Auxiliary skill 2, space utilization. Auxiliary skill 3. Technical derivation, Lifoku, aerospace carrier. Derivation level 0, 12 evolution level 2, 0, 05, 5400 and 100,000. Chong Wei, he decided to name it Chong Wei. In the next moment, Symbiosis, Advanced 11730, 100000, currently symbiotic vehicles. Lifoku, large surface vessel. Luxiafing, medium ground vehicle. Chong Wei, super large surface vessel. Available symbiotic vehicle slots. 1 storage space. 3-4 auxiliary skill 1, strength symbiosis. 11 minutes 24 hours. Auxiliary skill 2, space utilization. Auxiliary skill 3. Technical derivation, Lifoku, aerospace carrier. Derivation level 0, 12 evolution level 2, 0, 05, 5400 and 100,000. At last, he had succeeded. Regrettably, messages could not be sent within Chong Wei, or else Zhou Lin would have eagerly informed Zhou Li to put their minds at ease and celebrate this momentous occasion. However, upon reflection, it seemed that complete success was not yet achieved. At this very moment, Chong Wei housed over 4,000 individuals, including 800 crew members, 1,400 staff, and 1,800 researchers. Theoretically, Zhou Lin could eliminate them all or, like with the Lifoku, separate them into chambers. Yet, Zhou Lin pondered the loss, especially concerning the over 1,800 researchers, among whom were indeed individuals from Xia, former citizens of Xia. It remained uncertain whether these researchers were there willingly or under duress, prompting Zhou Lin to decide to observe further. His intentions were not driven by a desire for salvation. Rather, he noted that his technical derivation had only reached 0, 12 thus far, and allowing his abilities to derive it autonomously would take an indeterminate amount of time. If he could acquire a substantial amount of relevant technical data, it would significantly expedite the progress of technical derivation. However, relying solely on his individual capabilities, he simply lacked the capacity. What could he do in the face of insufficient inner strength? Naturally, he would require external assistance. Although Zhou Li was intelligent, her accumulation of knowledge was still inadequate, and she was but one person. As the adage goes, 3 cobblers can outwit Zhuge Liang. How many Zhou Lis would 1,800 researchers equate to? It's difficult to quantify, but certainly it would be considerable. Thus, the pressing question arose, how could he entice these 1,800 researchers to join him? Upon deeper analysis, Zhou Lin uncovered a more astonishing fact. These 1,800 researchers represented half of the top-tier researchers currently available in the island nation, specifically 300 of them, with the remaining 1,500 mostly being their students, assistants, and those brought from the Hokkaido Research Institute. Just how formidable are the island nation's top researchers? To put it plainly, a significant number of Nobel laureates and their prot.gs are among them. While the Nobel Prize may seem somewhat inequitable for the Great Xia, leading to a scarcity of laureates from there, it remains largely fair beyond its borders, implying that any research achievements recognized by the Nobel Committee possess considerable merit. In fact, to date, the island nation ranks second globally in terms of patents in natural sciences, particularly those that can be transformed into technological productivity, second only to the United States. Thus, regardless of Zhou Lin's disdain for the island nation, certain facts must be acknowledged. What harm is there in nurturing researchers from the island? Is it not permissible to leverage their talents? Furthermore, Zhou Lin's calculations regarding this leveraging could not be adequately expressed by such a mild phrase. Perhaps a more fitting description would be to say he intended to extract their essence for his own gain. In his previous life, although the island nation lost Gundam and associated researchers, the Susanoo remained in the relatively secure Heizhou, and with the assistance of top-tier researchers, the island nation quickly established a foothold. By the time abilities and evolutionists flourished, a coalition of tycoons, led by the emperor of the island nation, gathered a multitude of abilities and evolutionists, reportedly controlling nearly half of South Heizhou at their zenith, nearly eradicating the native Kunlun slaves. Zhou Lin had heard that the island nation was particularly aggressive towards the Kunlun slaves because they discovered the latter easily integrated with their women, resulting in offspring of peculiar appearances, in a bid to safeguard the purity of their race. The emperor and the high-ranking officials of the island nation ultimately decided to eliminate all Kunlun slaves within their operational territory to prevent future complications. This brutal conduct ignited a fierce backlash from the Kunlun slaves, leading to a bloody conflict between the two races. Let them all perish, Zhou Lin once thought, and indeed, he still harbored similar sentiments now. He could not help but wonder, in this lifetime devoid of Gundam and having lost both Susanoo and half of the top-tier researchers, whether the island nation could still thrive in Heizhou as it had in his previous life. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 194. The truth of 150 kilometers. Mitsuki Hosokawa was entirely unaware that the Susanoo had undergone a name change. Once the typhoon had passed and the winds and rain subsided, she ordered several transport ships to dock hastily, rescuing 5,000 fortunate souls, and then commanded the battleships to set sail back to Heizhou. As she watched the Susanoo gradually accelerate, Hosokawa exhaled slowly, believing that everything would be fine as long as they weren't targeted by those military superpowers on their return journey. Everything else was trivial. A few missiles would easily dispatch them, especially those erratic monkeys. The massive fleet took half a day merely to exit the harbor, and once the formation was arranged, another considerable amount of time elapsed. For Zhou Lin, time was of the essence. After the Symbiosis, he could directly control the Susanoo, but it was unnecessary at that moment. Utilizing his consciousness for control would consume energy, and since the route was already planned, he let the crew handle it for now, intending to take over once they reached CIS waters. The immediate priority was to replenish the energy and mental fortitude that had been expended. Whether it was directly storing Changwei or making a hasty escape with over 1,000 researchers, it posed a significant challenge for Zhou Lin. A frontal confrontation was out of the question, at least for now. It could lead to disastrous consequences, necessitating the search for a suitable opportunity. Opportunities were indeed elusive. Zhou Lin had contemplated various possibilities but never imagined that the opportunity he longed for would manifest as a grand spectacle, a true performance. As the fleet passed through the Ryukyu Islands, Mitsuki Hosokawa received a call from the former suzerain, the beautiful nation. Heave to and submit to inspection? She could hardly suppress her laughter. In the midst of an apocalypse, they still dared to play such games? Wasn't he merely an aircraft carrier task force? In the past, they had advanced fighters and backdoor programs, and we could only suffer in silence, but times had changed. Nothing could fly now. Not even the Raptors or Sparrows. Why should she fear them? They should consider their total tonnage. Nevertheless, Hosokawa was unwilling to let the beautiful nation seize upon any weakness. So she ordered a reply to their fleet, stating that due to a malfunction in one of the ship's propulsion systems, the fleet could not come to a halt to avoid further complications. What sort of reasoning is this? Shouldn't a malfunction necessitate a stop? The commander of the beautiful nation's fleet, Rear Admiral Marlin, nearly smashed his coffee cup in frustration. When did the island nation gain the audacity to refuse? Commander, they're the island nation. Remember how they once launched a war over a soldier going missing? For them, excuses are, well, even the aide could no longer fabricate a rationale, simply grinning as he awaited Marlin's decision. Send drones to calculate their course and intercept them ahead. Marlin issued the command without hesitation, a habitual display of dominance. It was no surprise, the beautiful nation had always held an air of superiority over the island nation. After all, their soldiers had roamed freely in the island nation without fear of repercussions, not to mention the southern nation as well. In truth, it wasn't just the island and southern nations. In any country hosting a foreign military base, soldiers from the beautiful nation lived comfortably, while other countries lacked the voice to protest, leading the world to believe that only the southern and island nations had soldiers who behaved poorly. However, one could not entirely blame the soldiers of the beautiful nation. Differing mindsets led to differing behaviors. When the elite faced the subservient, could they truly regard them as equals? It was implausible. Even with a civilization as ancient as Sia, the onset of the apocalypse had altered human nature gradually. In a few years, as abilities and evolved beings became prevalent, humanity would be irrevocably fragmented. Zhou Lin had encountered ability users who reveled in cannibalism and high-level evolved beings who found solace in murder. In any case, in places dominated by ability users and evolved beings, ordinary people were no better than livestock, regardless of how pleasing the surface rhetoric might be. The true purpose of ordinary individuals was to reproduce, as only through continuous breeding could they ensure the emergence of new, gifted ability users and evolved beings, thereby strengthening their shelters and bases. Before his rebirth, Zhou Lin believed this was a phenomenon exclusive to the apocalypse. But now he felt that the world had never truly changed. It merely donned various garbs, be they splendid or grotesque. After all, most people remain oblivious. They spend their lives deceived, akin to donkeys chasing a carrot just out of reach. Though tantalizingly close, it remains unattainable, forever unfulfilling. As they gazed upon the delectable carrot, the donkeys forgot their heavy yokes. No matter how burdensome the grindstone or how long the journey, as long as they could occasionally nibble a bite, they would be utterly content. Some donkeys, even if they did not reach the carrot themselves, would become ecstatically energized upon witnessing another donkey succeed or even merely hearing tales of such triumph. Due to the lack of satellite support, the fleet of the beautiful nation could only rely on data relayed by drones to adjust their formation. Likewise, Mitsuki Hosokawa received reports of the beautiful nation's drones. Shoot them down. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to take the risk. The fleet could not be halted under any circumstances, especially the Susanoo, which represented not only the future of the island nation but also the future of the Dagwongrong organization and all its people. Mitsuki Hosokawa was well aware of the beautiful nation's disposition. It was a widely known secret among the global populace. In the midst of the apocalyptic chaos, even if the beautiful nation suffered a setback, it would likely be too embarrassed to publicize it. Hosokawa's greatest confidence stemmed from the true strength of her fleet. As long as jet fighters were not deployed, she saw no advantage for the beautiful nation's fleet, especially since she possessed her own secret weapon. Are our aircraft ready? Commander. They are prepared. Yash. Mitsuki Hosokawa nodded and began adjusting the formation on her computer screen. If a confrontation with the beautiful nation were to occur, she positioned the Susanoo at the heart of the fleet, followed by 3 aircraft carriers, missile destroyers, with transport ships surrounding them, and finally, ordinary destroyers and other supporting warships on the outermost layer. In contrast to the beautiful nation's vessels, which were brimming with high-tech marvels, the destroyers assigned to the periphery of Hosokawa's fleet appeared somewhat anomalous. Prior to the apocalypse, most naval powers believed the era of large ships and cannons had passed. Modern naval warfare provided little room for artillery's effectiveness, with only anti-ship missiles capable of delivering a decisive blow to the enemy. Thus, naval powers worldwide had focused their development on missiles and anti-missiles rather than cannons. Yet, the destroyers in Hosokawa's fleet bore impressively large cannons at both bows and sterns. If one were to mention it, few would believe that the effective range of those cannons was 150 kilometers. Chapter 195. The war officially begins as the screen suddenly erupted into static. Marlin, with his thick Texan accent, raged at the unexpected turn of events. What was happening? The island nation had the audacity to fire the first shot? Unprecedented. Attack drones. Let us teach them a lesson. Furthermore, blind and deafen them. There is no such thing as indulging a disobedient son, especially when he is an ungrateful adopted child. Discipline is imperative. At Marlin's command, several drones, roughly the size of a Black Hawk helicopter, soared into the sky from the nearby escort vessels. These attack drones were among the clandestine weaponry produced by the United States. As the synchronized footage from the drones appeared on the screen, a smile spread across Marlin's face. How splendid! Had it not been for the onset of the apocalypse, these assets might have gone unnoticed. He had long criticized the government and military brass for allowing the summer country to dominate international exhibitions. Did the United States not possess noteworthy capabilities? Certainly, it did, and in abundance. However, all military endeavors must serve political ends. And the presidential office had deliberately sought to maintain a low profile. Yet, fate had other designs. Their political goals had not yet been realized when the apocalypse arrived. Well, the United States would no longer conceal its might. It would not only reveal its capabilities but also directly authorize military leaders to deploy them without concern for potential repercussions. For resources were paramount. The fixation on Mayu Hisakawa's fleet was, to put it plainly, a matter of resources. It is crucial not to naively believe that only tangible, consumable assets constitute resources. Why was the United States so formidable before the apocalypse? Not merely because it leveraged its currency to harvest global wealth linked to oil, but more alarmingly, it excelled in attracting exceptional talents from around the world. For instance, the two most prestigious universities in the summer country have been criticized online, primarily because over 70 to 80% of their graduates ultimately relocated to the United States, and crucially, they seldom returned, after draining so much of the populace's resources. For whom are they cultivating talent? It is not entirely fair to blame these two institutions. The more intelligent individuals tend to possess profound insights, often eluding the comprehension of ordinary citizens regarding their true desires. Meanwhile, Mayu Hisakawa swiftly identified the second wave of drones. "Commander, it appears this time." The aide hesitated to speak, lacking complete certainty that those were attack drones, having just downed 3 reconnaissance drones from the United States. He worried about the consequences of shooting down more attack drones. The United States might retaliate furiously. Perhaps this was why he remained a mere first officer while Mayu Hisakawa commanded the fleet. A soldier does not dwell on the past. Since the battle had commenced, regret was meaningless. It was better to press forward, for there might yet be surprises in store. Fight? What do you think? Mayu glared at his first officer. Should I repeat myself? Are you so long at sea that your brain is filled with seawater? Seeing Mayu's rising fury, the first officer quickly saluted and retreated. Although the island nation's air defense missiles were not the best in the world, they were still among the top 10, even without satellite navigation. Hitting relatively slow-moving drones was not overly challenging. However, just as Mayu believed they were on the verge of reclaiming the skies, the launched missiles inexplicably descended instead. Thankfully, they fell rather than detonated. Otherwise, Mayu would have made headlines once more. What happened? Interference. Commander, the United States fleet must have an electronic warfare ship nearby. Electronic jamming had been the focus of American research for the past 2 decades. The era of pure physical combat was nearly at an end, 2 decades ago. The United States realized the critical importance of battlefield communication. To safeguard its own forces from similar risks, it invested heavily in information disruption and jamming. Today was their moment of practical application. Under the immense electromagnetic interference, the island nation's missiles could not utilize radar guidance, and communications between ships became increasingly intermittent. Switch to backup frequencies. The island nation's fleet was not without defenses. While they could not match the United States overall, they were not easily overwhelmed. After activating the backup channels, although interference persisted, basic communication remained possible. However, lacking the most advanced frequency-hopping radar, they could not guide the launched missiles, resulting in several missiles being fired, with only a few fortunate ones hitting their targets through infrared guidance, while the rest self-destructed mid-air. Mayu had little to say about this. Modern warfare was unpredictable, where a single misstep could lead to disaster. Sometimes, quantity could compensate for quality, but at other times, even abundance proved futile. Inform all ships to down the drones. We must not allow the United States drones to approach Susanoo and the aircraft carrier. Whoever lets a drone through, regardless of the damage caused, will face seppuku. Perhaps only in the island nation would superior officers issue orders so bluntly, stating that failure meant death. Instantly, the island nation's ship's close and air defense systems sprang to life. Due to the comprehensive jamming from the United States, The islanders even distrusted their computers, resorting to manual visual control. From the southwest, several figures raced toward them at high speed, and as they descended into attack mode, the close-in air defense systems of the outer vessels unleashed a barrage of fire. It was like the opening act of a fireworks display. The United States attack drones came in waves, launching missiles, rockets, bombs, and even airdropping torpedoes. Even Zhou Lin, who was hastily recharging, paused to observe with concern. Susanoo no? Changwei. Although Changwei was nominally an industrial mother ship, it did not lack combat capabilities. In fact, with its broad catamaran hull, robust construction, high-quality materials, and impressive displacement, it had no significant weaknesses apart from speed. The island nation was not naive enough to create a sitting duck. Changwei was equipped with air defense missiles, close-in guns, anti-submarine torpedoes, depth charges, phased array radars, vertical takeoff drones, and even newly commissioned aircraft. Zhou Lin needed only to prepare for contingencies, trusting that the islanders would not allow the United States drones to attack Changwei. In truth, Marlin would not attack Changwei. After all, they were targeting Changwei. 2 hours prior, a message had quietly circulated among the great powers. Chapter 196. The dogbeat stick. The people of the island nation have secretly developed a combat-type mech, with the prototype residing on the Susanoo. A combat mech? Mechs? It is a thrilling notion that stirs excitement in any man's heart. To pilot a mech is perhaps the most romantic dream a man could ever have. Since the inception of the concept of mechs until the advent of the apocalypse, there has been no mech that could be practically employed. At least not one that has ever graced the public eye. Many assume that the island nation is the birthplace of mechs, but this is a misconception. Initially, few believed the news of the islanders developing a combat-ready mech, until images of the Susanoo transporting mechs surfaced from Hokkaido, prompting major powers to take notice. Were it not for this revelation, Marlin's fleet would likely still be several hundred kilometers away. Thus, the concerns of Hisakawa Satsuki and Zhou Lin were largely unwarranted. At least for now, Marlin had no intention of eliminating the Susanoo, nor even to lay a finger on it. To Marlin, the Susanoo and the mech were his by right. In this regard, Marlin and Zhou Lin were in agreement, although Zhou Lin had acted preemptively, due to health reasons. Zhou Lin had yet to delve into the mech hidden within Changwei's belly, and since it was already his, there was no rush. While drones are effective, they pale in comparison to manned combat aircraft in several aspects, notably payload capacity. High-capacity drones do exist, but those utilizing jet or scramjet engines are currently unable to launch in the prevailing conditions, unless faced with a life-or-death scenario, which made Marlin hesitant. The second wave of drones has returned. Out of 18 deployed, only 11 returned. While this casualty ratio could be deemed acceptable, Marlin was far from pleased, as the results were limited. Under the powerful all-band jamming, the island nation's warships exhibited formidable resistance. Missiles, rockets, and bombs were effectively neutralized by the manned phalanx systems. The remainder either missed their mark or struck, but failed to inflict significant damage. Marlin's dissatisfaction with the results was matched by Hisakawa Satsuki's furious demeanor. Under the impressive jamming capabilities of the beautiful country, the island fleet's high-tech combat methods had nearly all become ineffective. Being unable to retaliate is not in Hisakawa Satsuki's nature, especially considering that if any nation harbors the deepest animosity towards the beautiful country, it is undoubtedly the island nation. After all, only the islanders have tasted the bitterness of nuclear annihilation, with the chef responsible being none other than the beautiful country itself. In the past, there was neither opportunity nor courage, but now is it calculated? With no satellite support and radar systems rendered nearly inoperative due to intense interference, Hisakawa Satsuki's fleet could only rely on relatively primitive methods to estimate the location of the beautiful country's fleet. Standing by the glass viewport of the command room, an illusion of traversing time and space suddenly enveloped Hisakawa Satsuki, as if he was not in the 21st century, but rather in the mid-20th century. Amidst a naval battle that would determine the island's fate, the same adversaries, the same stakes for national destiny, and identical tactical applications. Report. We have results. Estimated position is why wait? Hisakawa Satsuki's eyes sparkled. It was time to show that beautiful country our might. Follow my command. all 155mm naval guns, input firing parameters. Load ammunition. 3 minutes later, the destroyers equipped with 155mm naval guns responded, confirming the input of parameters and completion of loading. Fire. Hisakawa Satsuki bellowed with fervor. Although the roar of the 155mm naval guns firing was not audible in the command cabin of the Kasuga, both Hisakawa Satsuki and the officer standing behind him, Ikegami Misa, could vividly imagine the spectacle. Magnificent. Grand. Awe-inspiring. You are not mistaken. Rest assured, the islanders will support you. The Oka clan shall stand by you. Ikegami Misa, ever astute, articulated the underlying concern that plagued Hisakawa Satsuki's heart. Attacking drones could be excused under the pretext of anonymity, but directly bombarding the beautiful country's fleet? No excuses would suffice. The consequences of opening fire remained an enigma, even if intercontinental and ballistic missiles were currently inoperative. Who could guarantee that the beautiful country would not deploy several carrier battle groups to obliterate the island fleet freshly established along the coast of South K? How could eggs triumph over stones? Hisakawa Satsuki's fleet represented the pinnacle for the island nation, whereas the beautiful country possessed 10 such fleets, or rather, 9 at present. Were it not for the Emperor and Prime Minister's repeated admonitions before departure to spare no effort in bringing back the Susanoo and the Mac, Hisakawa Satsuki might not have dared to issue the order to fire so readily. Zhou Lin was equally taken aback by the audacity of the island fleet. As a symbiotic entity of Chongwei, he was acutely aware of all internal communications within the fleet. Zhou Lin admired how decisively Hisakawa Satsuki had ordered fire upon the beautiful country's fleet. Yet, amid his admiration, concerns loomed. If the shells missed their target, what would be the remaining accuracy after traveling over 100 kilometers? Should a shell happen to strike a carrier of the beautiful country and inflict substantial damage, would it provoke a tactical nuclear response against the island fleet? It is well known that the majority of nuclear weapons were designed with the most adverse launch conditions in mind. It is said that the ballistic nuclear weapons of the summer country were required to be operable even under entirely manual conditions, with a considerable degree of accuracy. In other words, even without satellite guidance, radar direction, or electricity, operators could manually launch missiles towards their intended targets. Zhou Lin did not doubt that the beautiful country was capable of such feats. The 155mm shells traced exquisite arcs through the air, plummeting one after another. Boom. The explosions, unheard by Hisakawa Satsuki, thundered into the ears of soldiers from the beautiful country. Although radar provided warning, it was exceedingly difficult for the phalanx systems to defend against such projectiles. Their high speed was one factor, but primarily, the shells possessed a minimal heat signature, making them challenging for radar to detect and lock onto. However, judging by the impact points, the shells were quite distant from the main battleships of Marlin's fleet. Even so, Marlin's lips twitched in embarrassment. It felt akin to the foolish son of a landlord suddenly bitten by the family watchdog, though his trousers remained Chapter 197. Kamikaze. Torpedoes. The shrill alarm sent shivers down Hisakawa Satsuki's spine. The all-frequency jamming would not interfere with sonar detection equipment. However, sonar could not avert the imminent threat of fast-approaching torpedoes. Although it was evident these torpedoes were not aimed at the Kasuga, the locked-on warships of the island nation began to maneuver urgently, deploying decoys and taking various evasive measures. The warships that were not targeted by the torpedoes remained silent, bracing themselves for impact. With no vessels in sight, the origin of the torpedoes became glaringly apparent. Submarines. The nuclear submarines of the beautiful nation. Under normal circumstances, Hisakawa Satsuki would not fear 1 or 2 submarines. With anti-submarine helicopters, fast attack boats, and destroyers at her disposal, she could effectively counter any submarine threat. Yet, at this moment, the anti-submarine helicopters were rendered useless, incapacitated by the all-frequency electromagnetic interference, leaving Hisakawa Satsuki with no means of detection beyond sonar. The most terrifying aspect was that modern technology had immensely extended the range of torpedoes. The beautiful nation's submarines could be situated tens of kilometers away. If they operated silently or shut down their engines, how could one possibly locate them? Boom. Before Hisakawa Satsuki could comprehend the situation, a destroyer erupted in a violent explosion, the flames soaring skyward. accompanied by a series of detonations echoing like a death knell for the fleet. Unable to evade, Hisakawa Satsuki slammed her fist onto the table in frustration. War would inevitably entail casualties, which was not the frightful part. What was truly terrifying was the prospect of only enduring blows without retaliating, which would severely impact morale. Without morale, there could be no cohesion among the troops. Without unity, they would be akin to scattered sand. They must have felt the sting of our assaults, prompting them to deploy submarines against us. Quickly, Hisakawa Satsuki found justification for the fury and trepidation of the fleet soldiers. Let us engage in mutual harm. You have torpedoes, and we have shells. The 155mm shells are quite economical. Trading them for the beautiful nation's torpedoes would be a bargain. If the initial barrage had been tentative, Hisakawa Satsuki now commanded a second round of fire, the thunderous sound reminiscent of New Year's Eve in Zhou Lin's memories, an unending cacophony. The shells screamed through the air. Despite minor inaccuracies in their landing, the overall strategy was sound. Observing the continuous rain of shells, Marlin furrowed his brow. To capture Susanoo and the Mecca, a close engagement with the island nation's fleet was inevitable. The issue was that the concentrated barrage fell directly in front of the advancing fleet. Should they continue onward, it would not be the shells that struck the fleet, but rather the fleet colliding with the shells. What to do? For a moment, Marlin too hesitated. Deploy drones. I need to assess the results. After several rounds of bombardment, Hisakawa Satsuki's anger subsided slightly, finally unwilling to squander resources in vain. Meanwhile, the beautiful nation's submarines launched another 2 waves of torpedoes, striking an island nation's transport ship, which sank within 3 minutes. Casualties. The numbers surely exceeded 2,000, as it was a transport vessel filled with personnel. As the commander of the fleet, Hisakawa Satsuki forced herself to disregard this grim reality. War could not be devoid of casualties. Ultimately, every life was merely a statistic, perhaps receiving Marlin's orders. The 2 nuclear submarines hidden alongside the island nation's fleet unleashed their true nature, firing torpedoes in rapid succession without concern. Whether they hit their targets was of no consequence. Marlin merely required them to impede the island nation's fleet speed and maximize disruption. Tactically, Marlin was correct, achieving his intended objective. However, the resilience of the island nation's fleet exceeded his expectations. Despite suffering the loss of 3 or 4 vessels, they showed no signs of retreat or surrender. Drones operating on anti-jamming frequencies finally relayed fragmented images, revealing the virtually unscathed beautiful nation fleet, nearly causing Hisakawa Satsuki to retch in frustration. Again, there are gains and losses. Although the drones were swiftly shot down by the beautiful nation, they provided Hisakawa Satsuki with relatively precise coordinates. All vessels, maximum speed. Marlin issued a stern command. As long as they could run, they must run with all their might. Their position had been compromised. Maintaining their original course and speed would be tantamount to seeking death. Who could fathom why the islanders equipped their warships with an abundance of 155mm naval guns? Was this not a regression? Yet, it must be said that this regression proved quite effective in practical application. Recalculating parameters, assuming the beautiful nation fleet accelerated southward. Although Hisakawa Satsuki possessed commendable credentials and capabilities, she lacked practical combat experience, rendering her akin to Zhao Kuo in the Summer Nation. Due to Hisakawa Satsuki's misjudgment, Marlin's fleet appeared unscathed to the west of the island nation's fleet. When both sides reached visual range, Hisakawa Satsuki felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide within. All's fair in war. Do not feel too guilty. Steady yourself and strike them with all your might. Chikami Misa comforted Hisakawa Satsuki by patting her shoulder. Though as an evolved being she looked down upon Hisakawa Satsuki. It was all for the greater glory. Damn, Zhou Lin was also in distress. It was evident why the beautiful nation fleet had arrived. The current situation clearly placed the island nation's fleet at a disadvantage. If, under long-range conditions, the beautiful nation had to tread carefully to avoid mistakenly striking the Susanoo, now they could fight freely. What drives modern warfare? Money and technology. Fortunately, the beautiful nation possessed an abundance of both. Lastly, there is courage. Coincidentally, the beautiful nation, which had been engaged in overseas warfare almost annually, lacked none in that regard. Hence, Zhou Lin harbored little optimism for the forthcoming battle. Until, what on earth is that? It was common knowledge that the fleet housed 3 aircraft carriers, and the islanders had previously procured a substantial number of carrier-based aircraft from the beautiful nation. Thus, Zhou Lin instinctively assumed the 3 carriers were laden with beautiful nation aircraft, which, under the current circumstances, could not take off, serving not to protect the carriers but rather becoming a burden. Yet he could never have anticipated the islanders' imagination would reach such outrageous heights. Or perhaps, after experiencing Symbiosis, Zhou Lin should have known better that he had not paid attention, leaving him utterly astonished by the unfolding events. The Kasuga, the Hai, and the Irika cleared their flight decks, and the elevators began moving one aircraft after another from the hangars, towed towards the launch positions. Due to preconceived notions, Zhou Lin initially overlooked the 3 carriers until he heard a chorus of cheers over the radio, accompanied by piercing shouts, "Kamikaze! Kamikaze! Kamikaze! Kamikaze!" Before Symbiosis, Zhou Lin would not have understood what these islanders, living rather well, were exclaiming. But now he comprehended. Kamikaze. As for the origins of the kamikaze, Zhou Lin knew little. He only recalled it was a term from the last World War, referring to the islanders' suicidal assaults against the beautiful nation's warships. Who would have thought that decades later, the islanders would resort to such tactics once more? Initially, Zhou Lin was skeptical, yet on the decks of the 3 carriers, one aircraft after another took flight. Chapter 198, UFO? It is rather astonishing that, in an era where mass-produced jet fighters are capable of supersonic cruising, there exists a nation that is manufacturing a substantial number of aircraft reminiscent of World War II propeller planes. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, Zhou Lin would scarcely believe it. However, the evidence is irrefutable. The Gasa, the Rahai, the Xiangri. Thanks to advancements in materials science and the evolution of power systems, these aircraft, closely resembling their World War II predecessors yet boasting significantly enhanced performance, are taking to the skies in rapid succession. Blast. Observing the swarm of fighter jets ascending like a collective battalion of bees, Zhou Lin suddenly slapped his thigh. Isn't this reminiscent of the production within the right hull of Changwei? The information regarding Symbiosis had long since permeated Zhou Lin's mind. Yet he had been too lazy to organize it, allowing it to slip his attention. These propeller-driven planes are not powered by jet engines, but rather by a novel engine derived from a star-shaped design. Owing to its inherent internal combustion engine structure, airborne particulates may have some effect, but overall, it is minimal. At least for several hours, there is no risk of malfunction. Furthermore, with their relatively lower speeds and altitudes, even if an engine were to fail, they could glide to safety, ensuring the pilot's life and potentially salvaging the aircraft. Naturally, as combat aircraft, these propeller planes are equipped with an array of weaponry. Cannons, missiles, aerial bombs, torpedoes, whatever could be mounted, the islanders have affixed to their planes. As Zhou Lin observed the mass ascent of these hundreds of fighter jets, a thought suddenly struck him. Could it be that the islanders had been aware of this for some time? Otherwise, what purpose would they have in assembling such a fleet of antiquated aircraft? The audacity of Hisakawa Mayu to deploy so many at once indicates that there must be a significant stockpile remaining. After all, the islanders have a penchant for launching waves upon waves of forces. Thus, the fleet likely boasts no fewer than 300 of these aircraft, right? Well then, even if the credit for the production of these fighters were to be attributed to Changwei, what about the pilots? The operational mode of propeller-driven aircraft is fundamentally different from that of modern jet fighters. It is akin to asking someone adept at using a smartphone to attempt navigating the archaic dial-up internet. It is likely that over 90% would be utterly lost. Thus, has the island nation been cultivating propeller fighter pilots for quite some time? If this were indeed the case, it would imply something beyond mere foresight of an impending apocalypse. Kamikaze, kamikaze, kamikaze. The frequency of the term kamikaze in radio communications was increasing, and Zhou Lin gradually sensed something amiss. Amid the youthful, excited voices, there were peculiar, weathered accents. Upon careful analysis, Zhou Lin discovered a surprising fact. The vast majority of those piloting the propeller-driven fighters were, in fact, middle-aged and elderly individuals. Of course, These individuals could not have emerged from the battlefields of World War II. The temporal gap is simply too vast, and even if they had survived, few would remain. At such an advanced age, no matter how skilled, they could hardly pilot a plane. So where did these middle-aged pilots come from? This brings us to the islanders' intrinsic fervor for militarism. Following their defeat in World War II, the island nation did not entirely relinquish its aspirations for warfare. They have clandestinely nurtured generations of military talent. This secret cultivation of military personnel has not been accounted for in their armed forces numbers, and should war break out, the island nation could swiftly unleash a formidable army. Unlike the conscription or malicious systems of Xia country, the islanders' ideology of universal military service is indeed quite terrifying. Just like the pilots currently piloting propeller-driven fighters towards the fleet of the beautiful nation, they are among the last cohorts secretly trained as fighter pilots using propeller aircraft. To fly for their homeland at the age of 50 or 60, these pilots would gladly discard their landing gear upon takeoff. Eager to replace half of their fuel with aerial bombs, missiles, or even white phosphorus and nuclear bombs. After all, most of their forebears experienced the glories of World War II and directly witnessed, or even endured, the horrors of nuclear devastation. Coupled with the pain and hardship of rebuilding the island nation's economy over the subsequent 30 years. It is akin to how the Xia country is most willing to sacrifice for its country, perhaps due to the extensive payments made in the past. Hence, when a crisis arises, they are prepared to give everything. Fortunately, explanations provided by Hisakawa Mayu during internal fleet communications alleviated Zhou Lin's doubts. From the perspective of the island nation, these middle-aged pilots are indeed commendable. They have genuinely devoted everything for the sake of their homeland, and now embark on what may be the final journey of their lives without hesitation. On a personal level, their spirit is worthy of admiration, yet Zhou Lin cannot help but exclaim, "Damn those bastards. Their heroes are our adversaries." Regardless of the countless eloquent tongues that have emerged over the past decades, they cannot alter the profound animosity between the Xia people and the islanders. A confrontation between Xia country and the island nation is inevitable, and both sides are acutely aware of this. The outcome has long been predetermined, one could assert that. Without the support of the beautiful nation, the islanders would never have awaited the apocalypse. Originally, Zhou Lin has always opposed referring to Xia country as merely the mainland. What mainland? Xia country has never been just a continent. From north to south, Xia country comprises an array of islands. The island of the island nation, the Korean peninsula, the Alaming Lake Island, the South Sea Island, the South Sea Archipelago, the Songlu Island, and the Southeast Asian Peninsula. With so many islands, how could it be considered a mere continent? Of course, some of these islands currently deny their relationship with Xia country, yet Xia country has consistently treated them with tolerance. After all, only unfilial children lack parents. Once the children mature and gain wisdom, they will naturally understand the value of home and return. Half an hour later, Marlin stood incredulously before the radar display screen, his brow furrowed into a knot. Drones? Could they possibly be drones? Commander, that's impossible. The Islanders' anti-jamming frequency bands cannot support the bandwidth required for large-scale drone operations. What about shells? Too slow, Commander. Well, Marlin knew that answer was untenable. If they were moving at a speed slower than shells, then they could hardly be missiles. As for whether they could be balloons or airships, the radar of the beautiful nation had not yet declined to the point of being unable to discern even a basic outline. So what precisely? Were these myriad objects approaching the fleet from the sky? Commander, I suggest deploying our rotary-wing drones for reconnaissance. Alas, it seems there may not be time. The radar technician pointed at the screen. At most, we have 5 minutes before these things reach us. If we hurry outside now, we might just catch a glimpse of them. Then, Marlin contemplated, then spoke solemnly, let us go take a look. Surely the Islanders' Haven team managed to conjure up UFOs. Chapter 199. Can the Islanders be eradicated entirely? The Zhou Erbi frigate, serving as an escort on the outermost perimeter of the carrier battle group, perpetually treads a precarious path. Yet, in recent years, tranquility has reigned. Save for the occasional incident near the territorial waters of Xia. Even on this long voyage, the fleet's confidence remains robust. The island nation's fleet, a mere trifle. Would they dare retaliate? Then, A barrage of shells descended like a hailstorm, nearly stunning the American naval personnel. Retaliation? Those were shells, not hailstones? Heavens, is this the apocalypse? Ah, it already is. No wonder even the dogs dare to bite their masters. Admittedly, the naval officers and men of the American fleet possess a strong sense of ownership, particularly when facing the island nation's dogs. More than once, voices have clamored for bestowing upon the island nation's fleet a benevolent nuclear ordinance, to remind them of the fear instilled by the dog beating stick. While nuclear weapons are not to be deployed casually, the American soldiers still deem the situation manageable. If necessary, they could simply close in for a direct confrontation. After all, their forebears had treated the island nation and its women in such a manner. Thus, from the core aircraft carrier to the outer escorting warships, a similar sentiment prevails. Especially after the submarine forces reported their success, the collective spirit surged, eagerly anticipating a chance to display their prowess. What is that? Geese? By Jove, those are warplanes. Warplanes? Heavens, have I been transported? This is the Pacific, not Pearl Harbor. The American soldiers aboard the Zhou Lin warship stared incredulously at the propeller-driven warplanes swarming overhead like locusts. They could even discern the red sun insignia on the fuselage and the aerial bombs nearly half the length of the aircraft. Good heavens, have they all gone mad? Why are you standing there like dolts? Open fire. Man the guns. The first mate roared, but the surreal scene left the soldiers in a daze. Are they truly the enemy? If it's merely a hallucination, wouldn't opening fire be a waste of ammunition? If it's real, how could it be? How could there be propeller-driven warplanes bearing the island nation's insignia in this day and age? Good heavens, the island nation. That's entirely possible. Aren't they at war with the islanders? Not only the Zhou Lin warship, but also several other outer warships in that direction lost precious reaction time due to the soldiers' astonishment. Even if the propeller-driven warplanes were slow, they were still aircraft, faster than anything on land or in the water. By the time they attempted to intercept, the island nation's warplanes had already reached the fleet's zenith. Marlin witnessed it as well. Even without binoculars, he could clearly see the island nation's warplanes. Coincidentally, Marlin's grandfather had participated in that battle 82 years ago at a place called Pearl Harbor. Marlin's grandfather was fortunate. He had left the warship to rendezvous with Marlin's grandmother at the harbor. Meanwhile, the cruiser on which he served, along with thousands of his comrades, vanished forever beneath the torpedoes and bombs dropped by the island nation's warplanes. Release all drones. Activate the phalanx CIWS. Prepare the deck for fire control. And notify our submarines to sink the island nation's warships at all costs. Without hesitation, Marlin calmly issued orders as he watched the island nation's warplanes drop their first bombs. He was like a dispassionate machine, constantly analyzing the evolving combat situation and making precise judgments. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the phalanx CIWS firing seemed peculiar, somewhat ethereal amidst the air raid sirens. As the aircraft carrier's last line of defense, the phalanx CIWS boasted unparalleled range, power, and accuracy among its caliber. However, for the aircraft carrier, the sparse phalanx CIWS could not provide comprehensive protection. When the first bomb fell, no warplane from the island nation was innocent. Thus, the phalanx CIWS unleashed its fury, targeting the mission objectives assigned by the computer, regardless of whether they had dropped so much as a pebble. Countless airburst rounds detonated in the sky, forming billowing clouds beneath the already dark stratocumulus. The sky appeared as menacing as an impending tempest. The island nation's warplanes, like petrels traversing a storm, or rather, skuas, desperately sought every opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the leviathans below. American warships were struck, exploded, and caught fire every moment. Island nations' warplanes were hit, trailed smoke, lost control, and disintegrated in short order. Human lives held no significance in the face of the steel torrent. The very nature of carbon-based life forms doomed them to be unable to withstand the metallic storm. Even Diamond could not emerge unscathed. These were all someone's sons, someone's husbands, someone's fathers. If Zhou Lin had witnessed this brutal yet bloodless scene firsthand, he would have applauded with delight. Perhaps the apocalypse served this purpose, because humanity's population had become far too excessive. If it was necessary to reduce it to a certain level, Then this war could be used to select the races, making them easier to manage even in the netherworld, so that the ox-headed and horse-faced guardians wouldn't have to learn so many foreign languages. News of the air raid, no, the sneak attack, reached the United States. The old man who tripped over his own feet slammed the table, not really hurting his hand, but rather his heart. He felt sorry for the American treasury, the American soldiers who had died. How could the island nation do this? At the ensuing emergency meeting, someone suggested giving the island nation a harsh lesson that they would never forget for centuries. Centuries? Do you think humanity will survive for centuries? The objector pointed to the ceiling, implying that the meeting was being held in an underground shelter with simulated windows, not the spacious, well-lit, and secure White House. We're already cowering in a basement, and you're talking about centuries of retribution? So, Mr. Mickey, do you think we should let those damned islanders off the hook? No, no, no. Mr. Mickey waggled his finger humorously. My point is that we shouldn't merely teach the islanders a lesson. The world is already too crowded. We should directly, yes, directly erase the islanders from this world. Gasped the old man, gasped. The Secretary of Defense gasped. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff gasped. The room filled with the sound of exhaled air. To obliterate an entire nation, or rather, an entire race? Something that even the Third Reich's most illustrious leader had failed to achieve? Could it be done? As the others pondered this, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff suddenly spoke. Gentlemen, I don't know what you're hesitating about. What is there to hesitate about? Everyone assumed that the gray-haired chairman was eager to proceed with such a plan. Just as someone was about to reason with the old man, the chairman continued. Before you seriously consider this issue, shouldn't you ask me, the executor, whether we can even accomplish this in the current situation? No need to ask. I'll just tell you the answer. No, it can't be done. It's utterly impossible. I can't send the entire national fleet to Black Africa. Even if I did, it would be impossible to fight a ground war with those island nation lunatics. As for your fantasies of remote nuclear annihilation, I'm sorry. There are no long-range missiles that can even launch. So how do you propose to erase the islanders? With your unwashed trousers? Chapter 200. Stop fighting. Make a quick escape. Although Zhou Lin could not witness this epic-making battle firsthand, he gleaned insights from the internal communications of the island nation's fleet. The propeller-driven fighter planes had seemingly exploited a flaw in the overarching environment, launching aerial assaults on the beautiful nation's fleet. Yet, there remained a significant technological disparity. The airburst munitions unleashed in rapid succession were capable of effortlessly shredding the wings of the island nation's aircraft, as well as inflicting catastrophic damage on their fuselage and cockpit. There were even instances where the aircraft appeared relatively unscathed, yet the pilots met with grim fates. Consequently, news reaching Sakurazaka Mayu indicated that every 30 seconds or so, a resounding Gyokusai echoed through the communications, some exuding fervor while others conveyed a sense of despair. Gyokusai, a term meaning shattered jade, signified the dire predicament. Indeed, the assertions made by the citizens of the Great Xia dynasty online were undeniably accurate. Perpetual vigilance against the islanders was paramount, for their intent to annihilate remained unwavering. The island nation had dispatched a total of 150 aircraft. Yet, within a mere 10 minutes of engaging the beautiful nation's fleet, nearly half had already been lost. The beautiful nation fared little better, as the core defenses of their aircraft carrier had been breached, and the command center where Malong resided was nearly obliterated. Fortunately, the carrier's deck boasted exceptional resilience, mitigating the impact of the islanders' bombs. However, the torpedoes posed a grave threat. A successful strike could severely cripple a beautiful nation warship. Smaller vessels were often lifted from the water's surface upon detonation, only to crash back down, resulting in fissures and gaping holes. As Sakurazaka Mayu lamented the loss of aircraft, Malong was on the verge of despair. This was the end of the world. To speak candidly, aside from the Great Xia nation, which country could dare claim the capacity to construct new warships or aircraft? The beautiful nation certainly could not. Thus, the warships sunk or heavily damaged by the islanders' aircraft were invaluable and nearly irreplaceable assets. What were the officials back home hesitating for? Why did they not unleash a decisive attack against the islanders? It was not as if they were inexperienced in battle. They should not fear confrontation. Malong understood that a direct strike against the island nation from his homeland was unattainable due to prevailing conditions. The deployment of his carrier group was intended to compensate for this deficiency. Yet, who could have anticipated that the islanders would engage so recklessly, opening fire and continuing to strike mercilessly? Prior to departure, Malong had envisioned battles against the Great Xia Navy, the Great Bear, and even addressing the northern and southern foes. But never had he imagined clashing with the islanders. As the old adage from the Great Xia goes, if there is no unexpected turn of events, there will undoubtedly be an unexpected turn of events. The pilots of the 150 island aircraft had not contemplated returning from the moment they boarded. When their munitions were exhausted and they had yet to down an enemy aircraft, they would choose to target a wounded Beautiful Nation warship for a mutual destruction. Even if the outcome did not guarantee such an effect, the targeted warship would endure further assaults from the islanders. Such relentless aggression could not withstand the test of time. Ironically, the Zhou-class frigate was expected to be one of the first targets, but, due to its peripheral positioning, the islanders neglected to engage it, opting instead for larger, more significant targets. Consequently, the Zhou fired relentlessly from the fringes of the carrier battle group, nearly depleting its ammunition stock, not due to lack of impact, but simply because it was ignored. As the seas neared ignition from the fires of battle, the conflict approached its conclusion. Malong survived, and the carrier had not suffered irreparable damage, but the entire fleet would likely face dismissal upon their return and perhaps even military tribunal. A military tribunal. Malong's mind buzzed with the thought. What had happened to the submarines? How many of the islanders' warships had been sunk? He demanded results, cursing in frustration. The once composed Malong had lost his poise, removing his cap to reveal sparse, disheveled white hair that flew wildly as he shouted. No news had been received, yet. Damn it! What was the holdup? We did receive some peculiar signals, likely distress calls from the submarines, but they were being interfered with. It was baffling that something on the seabed could disrupt submarine signals. The communications team was still deciphering the information, yielding no results. Wang Defa. Malong suddenly regained his composure. If the surface vessel's losses could endanger his career, the destruction of the 2 nuclear submarines he had dispatched to engage the island fleet would undoubtedly lead to a military tribunal. What was occurring? This question remained unanswered not only for those aboard the carrier but also for Sakurazaka Mayu. The island fleet possessed minimal anti-submarine capabilities. Thus, when the Beautiful Nation's nuclear submarine launched another torpedo assault under Malong's command, the island fleet could only adopt a defensive posture, an unfortunate position. Yet when they had no choice but to endure, with the assistance of a Kegami Misa, Sakurazaka Mayu desperately maneuvered, sacrificing ordinary vessels to ensure the safety of Susanoo. Zhou Lin felt a deep sense of gratitude and resolved that if given the chance, he would spare Sakurazaka Mayu's life, and that of a Kegami Misa as well. Just as Sakurazaka Mayu was on the brink of being obliterated by the Beautiful Nation's torpedoes, the assault suddenly ceased. Was it due to a lack of torpedoes? Impossible. Sakurazaka Mayu's calculations faltered. The nuclear submarines must have stopped their attack. Why? As confusion enveloped Sakurazaka Mayu, the sonar department dispatched urgent intelligence. A massive moving object had been detected on the seabed, with severe electronic interference. Electronic interference? How could such interference occur? Upon receiving the intelligence, Sakurazaka Mayu fell silent. If the enormous moving object could potentially be a strategic nuclear submarine from the Xia Nation, or even the Great Bear, then what could explain the electronic interference? In such a vast maritime expanse, generating interference of this magnitude was beyond the capabilities of the Beautiful Nation's nuclear submarines. 10 of them combined could not create such a disturbance. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin extracted unsettling information from the various sensors aboard the Changwei. Thanks to the symbiotic connection, he could maximize the performance of all the equipment on the Changwei, directly accessing the gathered data. Thus, he understood more clearly than Sakurazaka Mayu that the swiftly moving object beneath the sea was not man-made, but rather a living entity, as confirmed by the life detection instruments aboard the Changwei. A colossal, living entity? As a reborn individual, Zhou Lin's first thought was of mutated creatures. Compared to their terrestrial counterparts, marine mutations were far more terrifying. In terms of fundamental attributes, marine life could easily overshadow land-dwelling creatures. Do not assume that whales are the most fearsome beings of the ocean. In the presence of myriad deep-sea organisms, even the largest whale is but a mere morsel. Were it not for the fear of revealing his own presence, Zhou Lin would have seized Sakurazaka Mayu by the collar and urgently implored him to cease fire and make a swift escape. Chapter 201. The South China Sea Carrier Strike Group of the Xia Nation. It is highly probable that the nuclear submarines of the beautiful nation were eliminated by the terrifying, mutated creatures lurking beneath the sea. While the colossal steel vessels on the surface might evade immediate danger, the depths undeniably belong to those creatures. This consideration was precisely why Zhou Lin never contemplated positioning the Fu Hao as a survival base in the ocean. The mere expanse of the thousand-island reservoir pales in comparison to the vast sea, where even a small waterhole could give rise to a monstrous mutated crocodile. As such thoughts crossed his mind, Zhou Lin found himself craving the flesh of mutated beasts once more, curious if consuming them post-evolution to level 2 would yield any benefits. Even if there were none, the energy boost alone would be worthwhile. As for that bizarre snake in the polycrystalline silicon factory area, its level of mutation was evidently superior to that of the crocodile. Regrettably, he had missed the opportunity for a second encounter. However, the outcome of such a confrontation remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Zhou Lin resolved to seek out that serpent upon his return. At that moment, he could hardly foresee that some guests tend to arrive uninvited, and certain fates are inescapable. As the battle on the side of the beautiful nation's fleet drew to a close, Hisakawa Satsuki made a challenging decision. The second wave of aircraft would be deployed. With their faces already torn, what was there left to fear? In an environment where long-range attacks were unfeasible, Hisakawa Satsuki chose to take a risk for the sake of the Great Glory Organization. Annihilating the fleet of the beautiful nation would not only avenge the grievances of past years, but would also significantly bolster Hisakawa's reputation domestically, all while generating momentum for the organization. The plans were already laid out. Upon the return of Susanoo and Hisakawa, they would execute the palace coup. The island nation could no longer afford to be merciful. In this brutal apocalypse, only the ruthlessly tenacious could survive. The 3 aircraft carriers resumed their operations. 150 middle-aged pilots downed the nation's strongest liquor in one gulp before climbing into their cockpits. Ground technicians conducted final checks. At the pilot's insistence, they maximized the armament on their aircraft, opting to discard the ineffective Machin Chapter 202, the Empress who seeks to govern by the river from a geographical perspective. The formation of the vast natural expanse of the Thousand Islands Reservoir is significantly influenced by the towering mountains that rise to an elevation of 4,000 meters in the northwest. The moisture-laden air flowing in from the east inevitably cools rapidly as it ascends the terrain, leading to the accumulation of precipitation on the windward side. Thus, from the inception of the landform, the Thousand Islands Reservoir has continuously collected rain, gradually evolving into this immense aquatic system over the years. Additionally, the pressurized underground water systems and surface runoff from the mountains, along with the meltwater from accumulated snow during autumn, winter, and spring, contribute to the reservoir. Historical records indicate that the Thousand Islands Reservoir has existed since the establishment of Jiazhu City. As the apocalypse approached, the 2 months of winter nights did not diminish the water levels of the Thousand Islands Reservoir. Rather, they significantly increased its capacity. Even after the harsh winter gave way to sweltering weather, the temperatures near the reservoir remained 4 to 5 degrees cooler than in the city, especially at night, due to the surrounding mountains and rainfall. With resources dwindling, those who initially sought refuge around the Su family courtyard began to either return home to wait out the crisis or search for more suitable locales. Recently, fishermen have been slowly gathering at the Thousand Islands Reservoir again. Despite the rumors of monstrous creatures lurking in the waters, the fear of starvation outweighed such concerns. Any man would understand the necessity of making a choice. Consequently, the number of individuals hunting at the Thousand Islands Reservoir during the day increased steadily. Initially, they only engaged in fishing, but human greed is insatiable. Every couple of days, makeshift boats were launched, soon evolving into fishing vessels. As long as the man-eating monster remained dormant, the influx of hunters would only grow. Some fishermen, weary of the constant back and forth, particularly when they discovered the comparatively cooler daytime temperatures at the reservoir, began to settle there. Not only the locals but also those from the city, upon receiving news, started relocating. Though it posed certain inconveniences, it was far preferable to perishing from heat or hunger in the city. Before long, the population around the Su family courtyard dwindled, which irked Zhu Guanghan. As the commander of the post-disaster reconstruction headquarters and the director of the shelter, he was a prominent official in Jiazhou City. It baffled him that people were not flocking to him, opting instead for comfort. However, upon realizing the relatively pleasant environment of the Thousand Islands Reservoir, his perspective shifted. Being a seasoned bureaucrat, he quickly recognized the value of the reservoir. After a night of deep contemplation, he convened a meeting with various departmental personnel early the next morning, even inviting Yi Xinxiao. "Old Yi," he began, "look at this place. The tree bark has been stripped bare. We cannot continue like this. The #1 shelter in Jiazhou must relocate." "Oh?" Yi Xinxiao raised an eyebrow. He had grown to genuinely dislike Zhu Guanghan, wondering how a person could change so rapidly. Once regarded as a talent, he now held a different opinion. "I believe the Thousand Islands Reservoir is quite suitable. I have even selected a prime location. The Lingyan Group used to have a resort there, which was seized by the bank during bankruptcy proceedings. I plan to move the headquarters there. Old Yi, take your team along. By the way, we should also relocate the granary. The cooler temperatures will help preserve the food." "Forget it." Yu Xinshu promptly declined. "Old Yi, you are disregarding the bigger picture. I am willing to go through the hassle of relocating for the sake of the citizens' comfort. Your soldiers should cooperate." After much discussion, Yi Xinxiao realized Zhu Guanghan's true intention was to exploit labor for free. If it were truly for the people, there would be no issue in proceeding, but given the current circumstances, well, it was quite another matter. Despite Yi Xinxiao's apparent reluctance to cooperate, Zhu Guanghan insisted on the relocation of the shelter during the meeting, leaving no room for dissent. The attendees, being seasoned bureaucrats, were hesitant to oppose Zhu Guanghan, fearing the repercussions of being the first to speak out. As the meeting neared its conclusion, Yi Xinxiao prepared to leave, only to be taken aback when Zhu Guanghan directly requested military assistance. He required large transportation vehicles such as trucks, boats, and even airships for the relocation. And he insisted that Yi Xinshu provide security on the grounds that the Thousand Islands Reservoir's location posed potential threats to the safety of the citizens. Yi Xinxiao's expression darkened immediately. "Are you pushing your luck?" "No. You are already riding on my back and expecting me to bear the burden." Despite his typically affable demeanor, Yi Xinshu was a battle-hardened veteran from the southern front lines. He was no stranger to manipulation and coercion. His calmness stemmed from a lack of worthiness in the situation, not from fear. "I'm sorry, but I have delegated military matters to Colonel Wang Pingping according to higher directives. If you have requests, please address them to Colonel Wang. I have other matters to attend to and will take my leave." The room fell silent. The tension between Zhu Guanghan and Yi Xinshu was no trivial matter. It threatened to shake the very foundations of Jiazhou. Zhu Guanghan, suppressing his fury, gritted his teeth and declared, "Comrades, we are all servants of the people. For their benefit, we must rise to any challenge, overcoming obstacles if necessary. The relocation of the shelter is settled, and we shall begin arrangements." Upon receiving the news of the official shelter's relocation to the Lingyan Resort, Zhou Kaijun pondered deeply. The location of the Laifu ship was ideally concealed, making it difficult for the people currently active in the reservoir to discover it. However, no matter how vast the expanse, it could not withstand an influx of people. If the official shelter moved there, it would soon attract tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, to the vicinity of the Thousand Islands Reservoir. At that point, could the Laifu still remain hidden? It would not. Zhou Lin maintained her composure as she navigated her tablet, the screen displaying a multitude of surveillance feeds. "This is why I established 3 lines of defense. The Thousand Islands Reservoir is indeed advantageous, but unless you wish to become a supreme ruler, it is impossible to prevent others from entering." Cheng Yali's expression shifted slightly. "If your father is the supreme ruler, then what about me?" Though she found her mother's concern peculiar, Zhou Li patiently replied, "You are the Empress Dowager." "Oh, splendid. Then you must be the princess." "What princess?" Zhou Li's brows furrowed. "I am, of course, the emperor. Zhou Lin can be a prince." Thus, Zhou Kaijun, Cheng Yali, and Wu Shui exchanged glances, all thinking the same word. Childish. Ahem. I was joking. Who would want to be an emperor now? That would be sheer folly. Let us focus on how to respond. Personally, I believe we can negotiate with the head of the official shelter. Negotiate with Zhu Guanghan. Who will go? What will we discuss? Of course, we will discuss the governance of the river, Zhou Li scoffed. If you are unwilling to go, I can take Chen Feng and Xiaojiang. If all else fails, there is always a useless woman.